In the second month after discovering his wife's infidelity, his 60-year-old mother-in-law became pregnant with twin sons. All of this stemmed from my accidental discovery that neither of my 2 daughters was biologically mine. Facts I had uncovered through my own private investigation. When I angrily slammed the paternity test report on the table, my wife Lu Ruyan merely glanced at it calmly, tore the 2 sheets of paper into pieces, and threw them into the trash. She then earnestly advised me, "Husband, I'll pretend I never saw this test. Can't we just live peacefully as a family?" Her words nearly made me faint from rage. Was I supposed to wear this cuckold's hat for life and raise someone else's children? Though her words caused no physical harm, they were deeply insulting. I shouted at her, "Lu Ruyan, do you really think that's possible? Don't force me to track down that man. Divorce me now." Lu Ruyan remained unfazed, replying, "Divorce is out of the question. The girls can't grow up without a father, and I can't live without a husband." At that moment, she seemed like a complete stranger. My anger flared further. "I will never raise children that aren't mine. If you refuse to divorce, I'll take this to court, and you'll bear all the consequences." Hearing my threat to escalate matters legally, Lu Ruyan's brow furrowed tightly. Normally composed, she now struggled to contain her temper. But seeing me on the verge of losing control, she dared not provoke me further. Fearing the situation would spiral beyond repair, she quickly pleaded, "Husband, calm down. Think about the children." I had no patience left for her excuses and declared firmly, "One word, divorce. The children will stay with you, and the assets under my name will be split equally. Let's end this matter here and go our separate ways, never to see each other again." Lu Ruyan immediately retorted, "Don't even think about divorce. You come home right now, or don't blame me for what happens next." Her words provoked me. "You dare threaten me? I'll give you 3 days to think it over. If you still refuse after that, we'll meet in court." With that, I turned and left without looking back. Watching my retreating figure, Lu Ruyan was so furious that she smashed everything on her desk within reach. After calming down, she took out her phone and dialed a number. The call was answered after 2 rings. "What's wrong, senior? Missing your junior?" Lu Ruyan said anxiously. "My husband knows about my affair and that the children aren't his. Can you marry me or not?" The other person sounded surprised. "He found out? Weren't you keeping it well hidden before? What's the point of bringing this up now?" Lu Ruyan grew more frantic. "If I don't agree to the divorce in 3 days, he'll file a lawsuit. If this gets out, our Lu family could suffer significant losses, and the 2 daughters are still young. I don't want them to suffer from gossip." The other person comforted, "Ruyan, don't cry. There are still 3 days left. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you resolve this." Lu Ruyan asked tearfully, "How can it be resolved? Marry me? If we can divorce peacefully, 1, you won't make a scene. We can just have him sign a confidentiality agreement." The other person said helplessly, "But it's really not possible right now. My mother has come to Shudu City. If she finds out about us, I'll lose my inheritance rights." Lu Ruyan asked doubtfully, "Is that status really so important? We're not short of money now, and my company has started turning a profit. Our family of 4 can live comfortably." The other person sighed, "It's not as simple as you think. If I lose my heir status, the siblings behind me won't let me off the hook. And your company, if I lose this status, your business volume would be cut in half. The Lung Group is crucial to us." Lu Ruyan panicked. "Then what should we do? My mind is in complete chaos right now." The other person replied, "Don't worry about it. I'll have someone deal with that guy. If he doesn't listen to you when the time comes, we'll make sure he knows what it means to be cornered." Lu Ruyan turned pale with fear at the icy tone on the phone. She felt this junior was no longer the same person she knew back in school. After all, the fault lay entirely with the 2 of them. Yet he actually wanted to leave Wang Yu with nothing. Lu Ruyan wasn't that heartless. Although she had betrayed her husband, she never intended to make his life unbearable. She quickly said, "No, you can't harm Wang Yu. I've already wronged him enough. He's taken good care of us mother and daughter all these years. I can't be so ungrateful." The other person reassured her, "Ruyan, I won't hurt him. Sometimes, making someone comply doesn't necessarily require force. Don't worry, once my mom leaves, I'll spend more time with you." On the other hand, after leaving my wife's company, I went straight into a bar. I thought to myself, today I'll indulge just once, and from now on, I'll live only for myself. My family background is ordinary, and the only reason the wealthy heiress Lu Ruyan took a liking to me back then was because of my outstanding demeanor and looks. After a few bottles of alcohol, my aura of decadence and despair became even more pronounced, and with the added intoxication, it didn't take long for several women to come over and strike up a conversation. I didn't care who they were, accepting anyone who approached, just wanting to get thoroughly drunk without a care. At that moment, a woman shouted, "Let go, this man is mine today." Her words were like a bomb, instantly sparking a commotion in the noisy bar. "Why? Who do you think you are? Get in line." Several women refused to back down. Suddenly, Another voice chimed in. Here's 100,000. Whoever grabs him gets him. As she spoke, a check fluttered to the ground, and the bar descended into chaos as the women scrambled for it. In my dazed state, I felt myself being lifted up, my hands touching something soft and delicate. It must have been a woman. The next morning, as I woke up and tried to get some water, I saw an incredibly beautiful woman lying beside me. She was sleeping peacefully, her eyes closed, her face flushed, her silk-like black hair scattered across my arm. After a while, the woman also woke up. Nervously, I said, although I don't know how this happened, if you have any demands, you can bring them up. Lang Qingqiu looked at me and couldn't help but want to laugh. The man she loved had deceived her for 20 years, never giving her any promises, and yet during her moment of extreme emotional distress, a single night of indulgence had somehow earned her a promise from this man in front of her. How pitiful and ironic. On the way back last night, she learned my name and heard my drunken confession. Feeling that my situation was even more tragic than hers, married for 7 years, deeply in love with my wife, yet neither of the 2 children she bore were mine. As a woman, Lang Qingqiu condemned Lu Ruyan's actions and also sympathized with my plight. Seeing her silent, I continued, if you want me to take responsibility, we can try spending some time together. You don't seem like the frivolous type to me, and I'd like to get to know you better. Even though my wife betrayed me, I didn't want to remain alone forever. Lang Qingqiu said, you should leave. I don't want to have any contact with you. You should go back and sort out your own affairs first. Neither of the 2 children is yours, and you still haven't rushed to divorce your wife. I was shocked. How do you know? Lang Qingqiu replied helplessly. You were shouting about it all the way in the car last night. It was hard not to know. I explained. Wait for me. I'll go back and divorce my wife first, then come back to you. I thought it was my married status that made her hesitant. Lang Qingqiu frowned and said, are you deaf or something? If you want to get close to me, it depends on whether I'm willing. My face flushed red, and I didn't know what to say. Turns out, for her, it was just a one-night stand, but I couldn't be as carefree as she was. I left my contact information, but Lang Qingqiu just waved her hand without saying a word. Although she sympathized with my experience and even gave me something precious of hers, she was still reluctant to have an emotional connection with a man who had been deceived by a woman for years. I put on my clothes, stared at Lang Qingqiu for 10 seconds, trying to imprint her image firmly in my mind, and then left. Lang Qingqiu sat on the bed, regretting her decision somewhat. It wasn't that she regretted indulging herself, but rather that she shouldn't have chosen a man like me. She felt I was too possessive and worried I might bring her trouble in the future. After leaving, I found a temporary place to stay through an agency and then went to the company. Just as I was about to resign, the general manager called me into his office first. Manager Wang, have a seat. There are some things I'd like to discuss with you, the GM said. I responded calmly. Go ahead, Director Zhang. I'm listening. Director Zhang continued. You've been with the company for nearly 7 years and have performed well. Since becoming a manager, you've contributed a lot to the company's growth, and your abilities are recognized. Now, there's an opportunity. Old Zhu is retiring next month, and I'd like you to take his position. What are your thoughts? I was quite surprised and quickly replied. Director Zhang, I'm very grateful for the company's recognition and promotion. I'm confident I can handle Zhu's responsibilities well. Director Zhang nodded. The company needs young leaders like you. However, there's one condition you must agree to, or this position won't be yours. I asked, puzzled. What condition? Wondering if Director Zhang wanted me to do something for personal gain. General Manager Zhang didn't hide it either. There's only one condition for your promotion to Deputy General Manager. You cannot divorce within 5 years. Think it over yourself. With that, General Manager Zhang waved me off. I couldn't immediately grasp the implications behind this, so I said I needed time to consider it, then got up and left. After I left, General Manager Zhang made a call in his office. Young Master Lang, I've done as you instructed. Now it's up to Wang Yu to decide. If he agrees, I'll tweak the contract so that whatever he gains in 5 years, he'll have to return it all. If he refuses, I'll fire him outright and blacklist him across the industry, ensuring he can't earn a single cent outside. A light chuckle came from the other end of the line. General Manager Zhang. Thank you. Come over tomorrow. There's a project I'd like to discuss with you. I walked out of the company gate, my mood growing increasingly irritable. Crossing the street, I bought a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and took a deep drag. The harsh smoke made me cough. After a moment, I took another puff, filling my chest with thick, murky smoke. Recalling the experiences of these past years, my heart was full of regret. I slapped myself hard, thinking to myself, divorce, whoever wants the money can have it. After smoking 2 cigarettes in a row, Wang Yu's head was dizzy, and he was too lazy to go to the company again, and immediately dialed Mr. Zhang's phone. Little King, figured it out yet? Mr. Zhang, I've thought about it. My wife and I really can't live anymore. The marriage is definitely getting divorced. and it's not convenient to disclose the exact reason. Xiao Wang, this is a rare opportunity, tens of millions of dollars a year, you should choose carefully, young people should not be so impulsive. Consider it clearly, Mr. Zhang, the vice president can do it, it's nothing if I can't, I just want to live a little pain. Okay then, just think about it. Hang up the phone, Zhang's face is not too good, the original plan was to let Wang Yu do the vice president, and then do something on the contract, drag him for 5 years, and then kicked out of the company, and also do not have to pay a dime. Now it seems that we can only drive Wang Yu out, and according to Wang Yu's contract, the dismissal of this kid will have to compensate him for hundreds of thousands of liquidated damages, this deal is not too cost-effective. Hanging up the phone, Wang Yu's mood is much smoother, refused the company's tens of millions of dollars of temptation, he felt that he gradually found himself, once the wind-chasing boy is back. Driving Wang Yu straight to his hometown, after all, to be divorced, he did not want to hide from his parents, how much aggrieved before, how many trials and tribulations are he a person to endure in silence? Having been married to my wife for the past few years, most of my time has been consumed with work and family. There's so little care for your parents, it makes you feel like a reel when you think about it. In the future, I will only be worthy of the people who gave birth to me, and the people I gave birth to. Wang Yu silently chanted. But it's disgusting to think that you don't even have a child. Shudu City is about 200 kilometers away from his hometown. Wang Yu drove 3 hours to his home, and when he walked into his house, he smelled the familiar aroma of rice. Mom makes hand-rolled noodles, and now I think about how many years I haven't eaten them. Gathering up his mood, Wang Yu pushed open the door and walked into the small courtyard, the familiar scene came into his eyes, and a homey atmosphere greeted him. Mom, I'm home. A phrase that used to be shouted so often finally rang true again in this small yard after a few years. Xiao Yu, you're back, where's Yu Ting? Not with you. Wang Yu looked at his mother in front of him, the wrinkles on his face had increased by a few more than the last time he had seen her, and his once dark and shiny hair was gradually replaced by silver hair. A vague memory of when one's mother began to grow old has only very few snippets of her. How could I not have thought of my parents for so many years, how could I not have spent more time with them? Mom, I came back on my own, Mom. I'm hungry. Wang Yu said at the end of the voice a little choked, his heart is inexplicably very difficult, both the guilt of his parents, but also his own condemnation. Son, come in, the meal is just ready. The Queen Mother looked at her son kindly. When he came to the house, Wang Yu had just sat down when his mother brought over a big bowl of noodles covered with meat and a big spoonful of red chili. One's preferences are never forgotten by one's mother, and the meat on the noodles is a sign of her deep love for oneself. Eating the noodles, Wang Yu's heart was much more peaceful even though it was quite unpleasant. Mom, where's my dad? Halfway through eating and realizing that only his mother was accompanying him, Wang Yu asked curiously. That temple in the village is going to be torn down, saying it's going to be a small plaza, and your father greeted the people to tear it down. The temple at the west end? Well, it's the temple you used to play in when you were a kid. Oh. It would be nice to build a square, and go dancing and moving around in the evenings. After eating, his mother handed over half a bowl of noodle soup, and Wang Yu finished it in one bite. Comfortable, Wang Yu only felt as if he was living again, all the gloom and dissatisfaction was swept away, his mood was indescribably unrestrained. Mom, Chen Yuting, and I are getting a divorce. Wang Yu is not a person who can hide things, he is straight-natured, and there is no secret he can't tell, although he feels that his wife's betrayal is a bit humiliating, but there is nothing to hide in the face of his mother. Divorce, what's wrong with it, living well, why divorce? Mom, I can't live with her anymore because of something, and I came back today because I was going to talk to you and my dad about it. Xiao Yu, divorce is not a joke, Coco and Xiaobao are still so young, what will happen to the children if you two divorce? The old lady doesn't see her two granddaughters often, but her love for them hasn't diminished at all. Mom, Coco, and Xiaobao are not mine, son, shame on you. Said Wang Yu, hugging his mother and wanting to cry. But feeling his mother's slightly trembling body, he immediately stopped. Mom, what's wrong with you? Mom, are you okay? Wang Yu quickly helped his mother to sit on the sofa, stroked her back, and helped her smooth out her breath. Mom, don't be angry, I'm still young, only in my early 30s, I'll definitely give you two big fat boys in the future. The Queen Mother, who exhaled deeply, her entire essence seemed to have been drained away, and her face, which had just been wearing a smile, was slightly pale at the moment. Son, I've long advised you, it's not a good life when the door is not right, you just don't listen, you've been stubborn since you were a child. But how could Mom not have imagined that you would be subjected to this aggravation? Mom, it's okay, when I get divorced, I'll get married and have a baby quickly, and then the baby will be yours to take care of, and I'll let you hug and kiss it every day. Thinking of his two daughters, has been dominated by his father and mother-in-law. His parents want to go to take care of a period of time with granddaughter, are given by the Chun family explicitly and implicitly refused. Wang Yu heart straight scolded himself as a big. You also grow up, mom can't help much now, decide your own things, mom believes that you won't do anything bad, just live a good life in the future, it's not important whether you get married or not, you must take care of yourself. Don't worry mom, my son is not a cutie, surely he'll learn after this loss. Mom sit down for a minute, I'll go get dad and come back. Watching his mother slowly calm down, Wang Yu wanted to quickly call his father back. Walking on the familiar roads and smelling the fragrance of the soil, Wang Yu felt that the taste of his hometown could not be compared to any other place. After walking for a few minutes, from a distance, he saw a group of people gathered in front of that small temple. Chapter 8 Wang Yu who was slapped by the mountain god. Dad, what's wrong? Wang Yu approached and saw that his dad was opening up something, and many of the village stewards had also come. After greeting his uncles and aunts, neighbors left and right, Wang Yu came to his father's side. Back. Wang's father looked at his son until he finished talking to the townspeople and patted him on the shoulder. Seeing his son, Wang's father's heart was still very happy. Wang Yu looked at the crowd as not good at this time to say their own shameful things, and look at the dad now this way, a moment cannot go. Dad, what's this about the village, is there anything I can do to help? Well, I was just choosing someone, age and genus have to correspond, and now I'm one short. Son, you've come at the right time, your age and genus are just right, come, now we can start. Saying that, Father Wang greeted all the people and came over. Wang Yu followed headlong, not knowing what his dad was looking for in so many people. In a few moments bring Wang Yu a total of 16 big men all walked into the temple. Today we invite the mountain god and give the mountain goddess a new place, and we must not land in the middle of the journey. Dad's voice rang out and also let Wang Yu know what to do. This temple is a mountain god temple, and it has been in Wangjia village for an unknown number of years, and Wang Yu has played here with his young friends since he was a child. The statue of the mountain god is very large, about 500 kilograms, their gang of many people, and are young and strong men, lift this mountain god statue is not a big problem. All stand still. With a yell, Wang Yu and a group of big men stood on both sides of the mountain god statue in order. The statue had long since been secured with a lot of rope tied to it, and a couple of sturdy wooden rods interspersed in the rope. Wang Yu stood up and surveyed his surroundings, he was just standing under one of the mountain god's hands. If I remember correctly, it seemed that under this hand was a statue of a golden boy, which was then styled as a mountain god caressing the golden boy's head, and now he himself stood underneath it replacing the golden boy. Maybe it was to be moved and the statue of the golden boy was moved first, Wang Yu thought so. On the shoulder. Dad bellowed, then heaved the gong in his hand again. Up. Another gong. Wang Yu and those big men exerted their force together, and the mountain god statue was steadily lifted up. The temple entrance thus set up offerings for the festival, invite the mountain god to move, to ensure that the villagers have good weather. A gong sounded and yelled, sound the cannon and rise. A firecracker sounded outside the temple. Holding a large gong in his hand, Father Wang walked and shouted, directing the order of the procession, boosting the morale of the crowd, and at the same time observing the movement of the action. Wang Yu and the rest of the big men began to follow the pace of Wang's father. Father Wang watched the team and when he saw that the direction was to the left, he struck a gong and said, the left strand of the rope is to the right, to which everyone replied, hi-yo, and then tilted the right to the left. If the direction is to the right, he yells, the right rope is to the left, and everyone yells back, hi-yo, and leans left to right. On both sides of the statue of the mountain god there are 4 young maidens holding lanterns and palm fans, and behind the statue of the god there is a man with a hand holding a waffle cover, and the whole procession moves forward with the drums and music, which is very spectacular. After walking through a flat path, we reach the foot of the mountain behind the village. The mountain does not have a name, the villagers have always called the back of the mountain, although the mountain is not high, but rugged and difficult to travel, many sections of winding and treacherous. When we reach a smooth and steep boulder slope, this is the most difficult part of the ascent. Pups, make an effort. Hey yo! Wang Yu lifted for a few minutes, and although his shoulders felt hard, his spirit was uplifted in this atmosphere. Father Wang's gong sounded intensively, and the crowd exerted their utmost strength to gradually lift up the statue to the rhythm of 1, 2, 1, 2, and the dozen or so strong men carrying the statue concentrated on stepping steadily. A drum, gongs, and yell, constantly, the idol slowly up. Wang Yu is sweating like a pig, but do not dare to be distracted for a moment, accompanied by a. The villagers' voices lowered as Father Wang sounded a gong. Drop. As the order was conveyed, Wang Yu was sort of relieved that it was finally coming to an end. Xiao Yu, be careful. Careful what? Wang Yu heard before he reacted to feel a sharp pain in the head. A black eye on the spot passed out. Father Wang watched as the mountain god's right hand, which was stroking the golden boy, broke off from the wrist opening, and the 30-odd kilograms of large slap landed directly on Wang Yu's head below. No sooner had the words of caution left his mouth than his son was stoned. Save the day. A moment of panic. Wang Yu also enjoyed the treatment of the statue of God, was carried down the mountain by a few big men. Wang father left a few village elders then presided over the activities, followed by Wang Yu rushed to the hospital at a rapid pace. Where is the golden boy statue? Where has it been moved? A few village elders looked around after Wang's father left, but they didn't find the familiar golden boy stone statue from before. Hey! Do you guys think it could be that the statue of the golden boy was lost, and the mountain god master took the Wang family boy for a golden boy and was ready to take him away with a slap on the wrist? Cannot find the golden boy, the villagers inevitably discuss. The most discussed is that Wang Yu was the mountain god master as a golden boy, but Wang Yu's head is not as hard as the golden boy's, and cannot afford to support the mountain god master's hand, so he was smashed unconscious. Wang Yu at this time felt that it was pitch black in front of him, but his mental state was good. Golden boy, this time when I return to the immortal realm after cultivating myself, this mountain god position will be passed on to you. Wang Yu sniffed with a confused face. Am I dreaming? What golden boy, mountain god? As the old voice fell, Wang Yu only saw a red token floating in front of him. On it were written the words heavenly officials provide blessings, and with a touch of his hand, the token disappeared. Wang Yu only felt a sharp pain hit his head, and then his consciousness passed out. However, outside Wang Yu's body, a faint red light enveloped his head, slowly healing his injured areas. What about my son? Inside the town hospital, Wang's father nervously asked the doctor who had just done the examination. Don't worry, no big deal, it's just a little skin wound, the young man is young and strong, he'll be fine in a few days. Then why hasn't he woken up yet? Wang father asked worriedly. Just this one son. Since childhood when Wang Yu bumped and touched, he was heartbroken. If I had known, I wouldn't have let this kid carry the idol. Hey! Temporary coma, don't worry, you'll wake up in the morning at the most. The doctor's words sort of settled the king's father's heart. Uncle Wang, why don't you go back first? Auntie will be worried at home by herself. Chun Mei and I will be fine here at night. The two girls carrying lanterns by the statue of God somehow followed. The girl who is talking is called Song Wen, and Chun Mei is the niece of Wang's father's own family. Alright, call if something happens. Wang's father looked at his son's rosy cheeks as if he was asleep, and also felt that the problem was not too big. The two girls, Chun Mei and Song Yuan, were taking care of it here, which was much better than themselves and a few other brown men. At that moment, Wang's father left $2,000 and left with the few big men who helped him. Just as he got home, the queen mother, who had gotten the news, came running out. His father, what's wrong with his son? Voice anxious, face tense. Chapter 9. A heart that has been attached for 10 years. Slow down, don't get excited, my son is fine, Yuan and Chun Mei are taking care of it, you can go over again in the morning. Father Wang comforted his wife. Why did you leave two girls there? The queen mother began to complain. Chun Mei is our son's sister, Yuan is also the one we watched grow up. What's the point of being polite? They're all our own people. Do we leave a few brown men there to take care of the sick, or am I the old man to take care of them? Alright, you have a point. Hearing that her son was fine, and that she had arranged for reliable people to take care of him, Wang Mu's heart also relaxed. Came to the house, Wang father looked at the table on the noodles immediately devoured up, busy so half a day he really hungry. His father, there's something I need to tell you, and my son was going to tell you himself, but now that my son is like this, then I'll do the talking. What is it? Wang's father put down his bowl and lit a cigarette to comfortably smoke one. My son is going to divorce his daughter-in-law. Wang mother said and started to secretly wipe her tears again. Her heart ached for her son and she felt aggrieved for her son when she thought of this. Divorce, this kid was dead set on marrying the girl, it's only been a few years to get a divorce, it's not nonsense, the two granddaughters don't care. As soon as Wang's father heard this, his anger came up. Luckily Wang Yu wasn't there, otherwise he would have been beaten up for sure. I also support my son's divorce. Wang mother's tone was firm, and the words she uttered surprised Wang father. Wifey, why are you so confused too? How big of a deal is a divorce? You need to stop. Wang's father, who had met Chen Shuxing a few times, had always looked at this in-laws in a bad light, and if he hadn't taken care of his son's and daughter-in-law's face, he would have had him with his temper. Now that his son was being bullied by them so much, what Wang's father wanted now was not for his son to get a divorce, but to take people directly to the Chen family to get them killed. Alright, you still think it's the time when you were young, moving and talking with your fists? The Queen Mother helplessly blanked her husband. Let's leave it at that. Wan's father still wanted to ask for an explanation. Let's get divorced first and then see what our son says. After all, he's 30 years old and it's not good for us to make decisions for him. Well, if this kid acts like a coward, I'll disown him as my son. Wang's father left a huffy sentence and turned around to walk towards the village. After all, the two older girls were still in the hospital taking care of their son, and he had to go to the door to say thank you. In the hospital, Chunmei took Yuan's hand, the two girls muttered something, Yuan's face was red, while Chunmei had an impish smile on her face. Yeah, you still like my brother. Aha! Yavin turned his head away, not daring to look at Chunmei. Hey! You are 25 this year, and my brother has been married for so many years, and has 2 children, so you're dragging it out like this. Chunmei was early to know that her best girlfriend had always been in love with this cousin of hers. But now this situation, do not persuade also have to persuade cannot look at their girlfriends have been as an old girl Could there still be a way to help her be a mistress and live with her brother in an unholy way? Chunmei, my life was saved by you, I won't marry anyone but you in my life. When Yuwen was 16, Wang Yu was 21, and at that time Wang Yu was home on summer vacation. His own sister, Chunmei, begged him to take her to the back of the mountain to play, and next to her, Yuwen looked at him with bated breath. Unable to stand the gaze of the 2 little girls, Wang Yu took them to the river in the back of the mountain to catch fish. Things didn't take that many twists and turns after that. Yuwen Play Happy did not pay attention to accidentally fall into the water. Chunmei was also only 16, surely cannot save up, she is going down, just more on a wisp of incense soul. Wang Yu unreservedly jumped into the river, and after some maneuvering, he smoothly saved Yuwen on the bank. But after all, it is to save people. Wang Yu did not have so many ideas at that time. In the water, the little girl's body should not touch, he basically touched. When he went ashore, the guy's simple mind didn't think anything of it, but a piece of Yaven's heart hung on him from that moment on. For so many years Yuwen always felt great satisfaction in her heart whenever she recalled the image of being saved by Wang Yu in the river. Every time Wang Yu comes back from vacation, Yuwen begs Chunmei to take herself to Wang Yu, thinking that she will confess her love to Wang Yu when she is a little older. From the age of 16 until the age of 18, Yuwen also grew into a big girl. The young girl's heart can no longer be suppressed, just waiting for Wang Yu to return to the village on vacation, to reveal his heart. Gathering her courage, Yaven just counted through the days one day at a time. But Wang Yu brought back a city girl that year, and the way the two of them were so sweet and happy broke Yuwen's heart. Then I heard that Wang Yu got married, bought a house in the city, and had 2 daughters. Since that time, Yuwen has been moping all day long, and it's useless for Chunmei to persuade her. Her family wanted to introduce her to someone, but she was reluctant to do so, and she has been dragging her feet for years. When she saw Wang Yu today, Yuwen still restrained herself from keeping her distance and didn't go up to strike up a conversation. Until Wang Yu collapsed on the ground with his head full of blood, the so-called morality and integrity had long been lost to her. If it wasn't for Chunmei's quick eyes and hands pulling back, maybe, Yuwen would have run over and wrapped Wang Yu into her arms right then and there. At this time, the unconscious Wang Yu is still unaware that the little girl he saved many years ago is still plotting against him even now. Avon, stop it, it hurts me to watch. Chunmei, don't try to persuade me, I like brother Yu, I really like him so much, I won't marry anyone in this life. Yuwen's expression was flat, but the despondency in her eyes made Chunmei's heart hard. Taking a towel and gently wiping the blood on Wang Yu's head, Yuwen's heart was greatly satisfied. This was the closest she had gotten to Wang Yu in so many years. She cherished this night and every second of it. Having had such an experience in her life, she was satisfied. Looking at Wang Yu's still handsome appearance, the big sunny boy of that year, once again floated to her mind. Chunmei looked at her best friend, also do not know what to do, sigh, only feel the fate of the trick let their own this good girlfriend, life is so hitched. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Wang Yu woke up in a daze, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of eyes full of love, and before he could take a closer look, the owner of those eyes turned his head. Seeing Wang Yu waking up, Yuwen, who was afraid of being seen for something, pushed Chunmei who was dozing off. Chunmei, Yu is awake, I'm going to get some food, you take care of him first. After saying that, he fled and walked out of the hospital room, and Yaven leaned against the hospital wall, his mind brainstorming countless images. Did you see himself looking at him like that? Will think I'm not a good woman. Will it hate itself? Will it ignore me? Tears flowed at the thought. Are you okay? The young nurse checking in asked when she saw Yaven alone in tears. It's okay, it's okay. Seeing that someone had seen her crying, Yevon wiped her tears at the moment and left at a quick pace. The young nurse didn't ask many questions, assuming it was a family member of one of the patients, worried about their loved one's condition. "Brother, what's wrong? Does your head still hurt?" Chunmei helped Wang Yu up and touched his head and asked softly. Chapter 10, Blessings from the Heavenly Officials. "It's okay, it doesn't hurt anymore." Looking at his cousin, Wang Yu was happy in his heart. He still had so many relatives, and his betrayed wife was not that important in his heart. "Who was that running out just now?" "It's Yevon, Uncle asked us both to look after you here." "Sister Yewon?" Wang Yu remembered the girl who once always silently followed behind him in a quiet manner. "She went out to buy a snack for the night." "Brother, your head is really hard, so big stone down actually broke a layer of skin." "What, you still want your brother smashed into a cutie?" No, it just feels like you have a hard head, brother." Chunmei spat out her tongue, a little embarrassed. At this time, the little nurse came over to check the room and saw that Wang Yu woke up, and immediately got the doctor on duty. The doctor came over, and after a check, also wondered about Wang Yu's ability to recover, and when he came with so much blood on his head, he thought it was at least a concussion. After checking only to find that this is a broken layer of skin, thinking that so big stone to the head, at least until tomorrow to wake up, who knows that this is only a few hours people wake up. This will have checked, found that in addition to those wounds on the head, the guy elsewhere completely normal, a little smashed aftermath or not, when the moment to sigh young people's body is good. After a few instructions and 2 vials of anti-inflammatory medicine, the doctor left. The little nurse went out to fetch the medicine bottle and came over to give Wang Yu an infusion. "You're fine here too, your daughter-in-law was crying outside just now, come back later and talk to her, don't let her worry." After sticking the needle, the little nurse inexplicably said something that made both Wang Yu and Chun may not know how to answer. The one who went out just now was Yevon. She was actually crying at the door. Was she shocked by my injuries? "Brother, should I call my sister-in-law?" Chunmei quickly changed the topic, not wanting Wang Yu to think too much. At this time Yevon, who had gone out to do some shopping, had just walked up to the door of the hospital room. "No need, brother is ready to divorce, you don't have a sister-in-law now." His parents knew, and Wang Yu didn't want to hide it from his cousin. "Divorced? What's wrong, brother? How come you got divorced in a good way?" Chunmei would not know whether to be happy or angry. "Why ask so many questions? We'll go get a divorce license in a couple days." Wang Yu didn't want his wife to tell his cousin about cuckolding him. "Okay, if you don't say it, but after the divorce, my sister will introduce you to a girlfriend." Chunmei felt that the opportunity was rare and was ready to give her best friend a helping hand. "Haven't gotten married yourself, introduce me." In the moment, he also knew that he was acting a bit out of character. "Brother, I've long looked at that sister-in-law in a bad light, she hasn't come back a few times in so many years, and she doesn't care about uncle and auntie, such a woman isn't meant for life at all, of course I'm happy that you're divorcing her." What else could Wang Yu say? His cousin's words brought back memories of his ungratefulness. "Now that I think about it, I think to myself that divorce is really something to be happy about." "You, why don't you eat something first?" said Yevon as he took the contents of the bag out. A big bowl of chicken soup, a few baked cakes, and 4 fried vegetables, looking at Wang Yu's appetite. "Brother, I'm hungry too, I want to eat too." Chunmei pulled Yevon to sit at the small table as well. "Come on, eat together, there's enough for the 3 of us." At that moment, the 3 of them gathered around and ate. After dinner, Chunmei and Yeon went out to take out the garbage together, and settled their personal problems on the way. Wang Yu was the only one left in the hospital room, bored. He was swiping his cell phone when an image came to his mind. Auxiliary Immortal Weapon Recognition Complete. This immortal artifact is the latest auxiliary system issued by the Heavenly Court to the land and mountain gods in the lower realms. No immortal cultivation, just an introduction to who made the system. May help the user to better bless mortals. The more blessings you give, the more rewards you get. You are also able to gain merit value. You can fly to the immortal world when you reach a certain level of merit value. The system detects in the process of issuing suitable skills based on the experience of the bonded person. Parenthood is not biological, old age is a waste of time, the avatar send a child, you can choose your own gender issued successfully. Society is too dangerous, women are lonely, and men's self-defense techniques have been successfully distributed. Maintaining earthly peace, caring for women's health, gynecological proficiency in a full range of gynecology, gynecological saintly hands successful issuance. Current merit value 0. Produced by the 7th Foundry in Heaven, with a 100-year replacement and a 1,000-year warranty. Wang Yu was confused. was he stupidly slapped by the mountain god. Carefully recalling, it seemed like before he fainted, a voice said he was going somewhere and asked Golden Boy to take his place. And one seems to remember seeing a token of a heavenly official's blessing. Could it be that at that time it was the mountain god who had ascended to the immortal realm when his merit value was full, and just happened to encounter the villagers moving him, and he himself happened to be standing in the position of the Golden Boy? The mountain god mistook himself for a golden boy and left the inheritance to himself. So what is this for himself, a preparatory god, a new generation of mountain gods? Wang Yu, who was lost in thought, did not notice that the two girls had returned. Chunmei looked at the cousin sitting on the bed, his eyes were dull and startled. It will not be really smashed out of the problem, right? At that moment, he reached out and waved his hand in front of his cousin's face. Wang Yu only felt something close to him and instinctively wanted to fight it off. When he did so, he realized that he had unintentionally learned a lot of moves, so he unconsciously turned his palm into a fist and struck Chunmei's wrist. Then Wang Yu clasped his wrist and was about to twist it upwards when Chunmei's scream of pain came to his ears. Reacted in the moment. Looking in front of him, Chunmei covered her wrists and glared at herself with big, hateful eyes. Wang Yu couldn't help but say, "Wing Chun, IP man." Angry Chunmei directly picked up a pillow and was ready to clean up Wang Yu, but was stopped by Yawan. "Harumi, you is still injured." "Oomph, just favor him." Snatched off her pillow, Chunmei huffed and sat down in her chair, moving her wrists. "Cousin, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about the Ip Man clip in my head, and I couldn't help but try it out when you reached out with this hand." Wang Yu licked his face and went to apologize to Chunmei. "If you're thinking about the Killjoy clip, are you just going to beat me to death?" No, come brother show you." Saying that, Wang Yu pulled over Chunmei's wrist. It had just been established that he really knew men's self-defense. The rest of the gynecological sage and the sending sun's avatar, he also wanted to try. These two girls in front of me, the child delivery power, it's not appropriate to give it to either one, it's better to try the gynecological saint first. Chapter 11. Wang Yu's gynecological sacred hands. Wang Yu's hand just rested on Chunmei's wrist, and his mind immediately floated to Chunmei's physical condition. Overall still healthy, slightly gynecological, and a little irregular with periods. Then I looked at the healing practices, and there were quite a few of them, and they were cured without medication. "Cousin, have you been unwell lately?" "It's a little uncomfortable, how did you know?" "I've learned a bit of Chinese medicine over the years, and I just felt your pulse to check it out." Chunmei was still quite trusting of her cousin, and asked a little nervously at that moment. "Brother, is it serious? I'm not coming down with something." "No, think what you will, it's just a bit of inflammation, caused by irregular periods." "Then should we go see and take some medicine?" Chunmei was still a little worried. "No, I know a set of maneuvers that will just cure a minor ailment like yours, no need for medication, it'll be cured in a moment." "Brother, are you sure, you're not fooling me?" Chunmei, who originally kinda believed in Wang Yu, how could she feel that her cousin was a bit of a liar this time? "When have I ever lied to you? Just try it again." "Okay, I'll believe you once, if it doesn't work, see what I'll do to you." Chunmei thought about it and thought that her cousin had a point, try it and you'll see. "Here you lie here." The treatment was simple, rubbing the belly was enough, it was the force and technique that was required. Wang Yu was nervous about his first attempt, and felt that it was better to let Chunmei lie flat. Yuan stood by the side, looking at Wang Yu with an adoring face. She would not even doubt if Wang Yu's words were true, she believed whatever he said. In her eyes, Wang Yu was excellent in his own right, and at this moment, knowing that he actually knew how to practice medicine, she was inexplicably happy in her heart. Chunmei obediently lay down on the hospital bed. Wang Yu, on the other hand, is standing on the edge of the bed for a moment is not good to start. Now it is summer, we're quite thin, although it is his cousin, Wang Yu is also a little embarrassed. At that moment, he took a towel and put it on Chunmei's abdomen to stabilize his mind. Stretching out his right hand, he first pressed gently, then began to knead from light to heavy and back again, following the technique in his head. Chunmei only felt that her belly was hot, and the fatigue in her body had recovered a lot, and the discomfort in her body seemed to be suddenly gone. About 10 minutes, Wang Yu stopped, although separated by a towel, the soft touch still made him stressed. "Brother, that's nice." Chunmei moved her body, feeling better than ever. "Of course, when has your brother ever lied to you?" Wang Yu saw that there was an effect and was satisfied with the results of this gynecological sage. "Yuan, weren't you not feeling well a few days ago, and you didn't find out anything when you went to the hospital?" "Let my brother take a look at you." "No need, I'm fine." Yvonne is a little embarrassed. "What's good about it? it doesn't cost anything to show my brother. Saying that, Chunmei took Yeon's hand and handed it to Wang Yu. Wang Yu didn't think much about it, he still wanted to try more of his medical skills as a gynecological sage. Okay, no problem, I'll show it to Yevon. Said he began to touch Yeon's pulse. Of course this is all pretend, gynecological sage level. He can check the state of her body as long as he touches a woman. What kind of disease she has, the specific treatment, can be revealed. But if this is too bizarre to see the doctor, it is better to take a pulse. After all, pulse checking has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and other people will not think much about it. Yewen's wrist was gently rested by Wang Yu, and the warmth made her nervous. Wang Yu didn't feel anything, and the physical condition of Yewen came to his mind. Compared to Chunmei, a lot worse, a little problem on the lungs. Look at the way to deal with it, although it is a little difficult, but Wang Yu feels that he can still handle it. But what the hell is this palpitation? Periodic heart colic caused by years of overthinking and being trapped by love. After looking at the treatment, Wang Yu was completely confused. Heart disease also needs heart medicine to cure. For the patient's thoughts and concerns to start, with medicinal diets and massage techniques, can be cured. The ingredients and fire control of the medicinal food is very clear, and the technique of pushing and taking is not difficult to defeat Wang Yu, but how does he get started with this so-so? That Yevon, you're a little under the weather here. Wang Yu thinks that he should try the medicinal diet and massage first. As for this heart disease, it is better to wait a little longer. What's wrong, brother, is it serious? Chunmei looked more nervous than Yevon. Don't worry, it's curable, it's curable. Wang Yu said, quickly took out his cell phone and sent Chunmei the herbs needed for the medicinal meal, and the fire and time that needed to be paid attention to were also accurately labeled. Just follow the above and drink a bowl every night for a month. So simple. Looking at the message on her cell phone, Chunmei didn't think it looked like a cure for a serious illness either. And with some nudging. Then what are you waiting for? You quickly treat Yuan. I'll go to the pharmacy to see if all these medicines are available. Said Chunmei and ran out in a flurry of wind. In the ward, Wang Yu awkwardly looked at Yuan. This massage technique, and Chunmei's is very different. Some of the places where the acupuncture points are located are more sensitive. Wang Yu would look even more squirmy than Yuan this time. If she didn't know that Wang Yu was going to get a divorce, Yan Kan wouldn't have let Wang Yu give herself a massage, but after knowing that, her guts have grown, and now she can't wait to have more contact with Wang Yu. Thank you for seeing me and what I need to do to cooperate. Looking at the generous Yuan, Wang Yu felt that he was overthinking. After all, he was now treating patients and saving lives, and a doctor only has patience in his eyes, nothing else. Lie down and I'll give you a push. Yevon obediently lay on the hospital bed, though her slightly trembling body betrayed her excited heart. Wang Yu looked at Yuan. The clothes on his body are quite tight, what meat cannot be seen. But the curve is too much of a test of one's stamina. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yu felt like pressing from his shoulders first. Whoever said that doctors only have patience in their eyes, Wang Yu couldn't do it anyway. Just now half an hour Wang Yu maneuver gradually skillful, but close contact with Yuan still feel a lot of pressure. This would finally be over, and Wang Yu almost didn't die of exhaustion. Well, Yevon, feel if your body is any better. Wang Yu turned his head and did not dare to look at Yuan. After all, the clothes that were soaked in sweat were tightly attached to his body. Don't dare look, don't dare think, just want to get out of there. Much better. Although Yuan was very shy, but she knew her mind clearly. Just now being pushed by Wang Yu, the feeling of happiness was far greater than shyness. This would be much calmer than Wang Yu. What are you doing? Chunmei, who suddenly pushed the door in, looked at the two people in the hospital room, whose clothes were wet with sweat, and couldn't help but have some special thoughts. Didn't do anything, just got done pushing. So much sweat from pushing. Yes, I'm rather tired. Then why is Yevon sweating so much? I'm more tired too. Well, you're both tired. Did Avon, who knew her cousin was getting a divorce, start courting her cousin? Something must have just happened in the ward that he didn't know about. Chapter 12, Wang Yu bugged off in the morning. Yevon pulled Chunmei over and looked at the medicine in her hand, knowing it was for herself, so she drank it. Chunmei, I'm not doing anything here, you two go outside and get a room to rest. Oh, okay. Chunmei had a stomach full of things to ask Yevon right now, and it would be inconvenient for Yevon to stay here in this condition right now. At that moment, he pulled his lovelorn best friend and left. Wang Yu, who had slept for half the night, would not be sleepy this time, and could not sleep even after lying on the bed until after 5 o'clock in the morning. He was just a little slow on the uptake, but he wasn't an idiot, and Yevon's feelings for him would have been figured out plainly by this point. For Yewin to say there is no idea, that is absolutely impossible. Yesterday's massage, the little girl under his own hands. Well, it's kind of bad to think about that, but it's really soft and makes a nice sound. Thinking more, Wang Yu inevitably felt his pants a little tight, cursed himself a few times in his heart, hurriedly rushed to the bathroom, and splashed a basin of cool water on his body. Suppressing the fire, Wang Yu felt that he had better slip away first, if today Yewin came to find himself again and asked himself to heel and push. He wasn't sure he could hold it. So it's better not to test a man with a beautiful woman. Heroes are hard to get rid of. The words of our old ancestors are too true. After leaving the town hospital, Wang Yu took a taxi home and was on edge the whole way. Just now, I sent a Weibo to Chun Mei, saying that something happened in the company, so I have to go back to the clouds first, and then after that, I asked her to handle the discharge procedures, and then I slipped away. This would really be afraid that Chun Mei would immediately go to the hospital entrance to block him after receiving WeChat. It would look like the two girls were still awake. After all, it wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, and it had been late yesterday when they left. When he returned home, Wang Yu did not dare to go in and stood at the door and shouted to the yard. "Mom, there's something going on at the office, so I'm going to leave now. I'll be back to see you in a few days." The voice of the mother came from the house, and Wang Yu did not hear what was said clearly, drove the car, and ran away with a foot of gas. On the way back, Wang Yu's thoughts were fluttering, and yesterday he still felt that his life was gray, and this time he viewed his wife's affairs, and in addition to nausea, he wouldn't be able to regenerate any negative emotions. To get by life must bring a little green. You see the netizens more see open, and why do you need to take the bull by the horns? Divorce that is, one might as well figure out how to woo that one-blooded girl. Thinking about not having much contact with her though, taking the girl would be difficult. If it was yesterday Wang Yu would not have had confidence, but after the slap from the mountain god elder, Wang Yu was full of confidence. Thinking of this, Wang Yu wanted to see if he had any merit value for healing his sister and Yewin yesterday. At that moment, he opened the panel and took a look. Yo, quite a lot. His sister Chun Mei contributed 1 point of merit value, although it was very little, but Chun Mei's illness was very mild. It was not bad to be able to give a little. But Yevon gave a really good amount, 10 points straight away, looking good like his nudge was working. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 11 points of merit value, which allows him to draw reward once. Wang Yu, who was originally just taking a look, realized that he could also draw a prize, and when he thought about the 3 rewards that he had on him, his sense of anticipation was suddenly pulled full. After clicking on the draw, the panel didn't have any fancy maneuvers. A copy of the Orthopedic Heart Sutra appeared directly. Wang Yu clicked to receive it, and like Wing Chun, a wave of information forced its way into his mind. Then about this bone-setting Heart Sutra, Wang Yu had a profound understanding. This Heart Sutra was very strong, and after figuring it out, Wang Yu felt that the bones of the human body were really as if they were toys in his hands. It contains a detailed description of the properties of the various bones, what they do, and what maneuvers are required to dismantle and assemble them. Anyway, after learning the bone-setting Heart Sutra, it was a piece of cake for Wang Yu to face orthopedic diseases. Wang Yu, who was happy, received a call from Chun Mei, took out a look and hung up directly, and returned a sentence that he was driving in through the phone aside. "I can't believe my brother hung up on me, it pisses me off. Chun Mei is fine, this is already much better than before, I can finally go after brother Yu." When this would not be lost because of Wang Yu sneaking away. After all, more desperate things had been with her for so many years, and now this was not going to stop the girl's repressed, hidden love. After returning to the neighborhood, Wang Yu thought of going downstairs to take a look, but think about it, he is going to go to the divorce tomorrow. Now it is better not to go to find uncomfortable, and wait to deal with its own trouble, and then lighten up to pursue a blood girl. But what Wang Yu could not have imagined was that if he had gone over and knocked on the door just now, he could have seen that the one-blooded girl that he had been longing for was packing up her things. "It looks like he's going out of town, which will have to wait for him to come back tomorrow, so I guess I'll just have to smell it." So guys, you have to be quick when chasing girls or a lot of things will happen that you don't expect. The house will turn around, feel not much fun. Wang Yu decided to find a hospital, to deal with the things on his head. After all, just slipped away, his head is still tied with a thick gauze. When he came to a nearby private hospital, Wang Yu looked up and saw that the Maria Gynecology Hospital was a bit hesitant. "It's a bit bad for a big man like me to go to a gynecological hospital, right? Forget it, let's go somewhere else." Before he could leave, an ambulance huffed and pulled up beside him, and Wang Yu could smell the charred smell of tires rubbing against the ground. Immediately afterward, the back door of the ambulance opened and a beefy male nurse jumped out, before a stretcher was wheeled out. On the stretcher lay a little boy, but at the moment the boy's eyes were closed tightly and there was blood all over his head and body. Behind the stretcher followed a woman who was crying her heart out, looking at the dress non-rich or expensive, fair skin, and a good figure, but at the moment that face of tears, Wang Yu cannot see whether it is good or not. Just about to go, Wang Yu suddenly thought of that little boy, looks like it was hit by a heavy object. The body must have broken a lot of bones. If you treat yourself, then the merit value is not still whooshing up. At the same time also followed into the rescue room. Inside, the doctor and nurse looked at the bandage on Wang Yu's head, thought it was also a first aid patient, and no one drove him out. They were all busy with the little boy inside, who had just been brought here in such a dangerous condition that if he hadn't come in time, that little boy would probably have lost his life through blood loss. This will be resuscitated, but the situation is still not good. The little boy had multiple comminuted fractures of bones all over his body, and the bones in his legs were broken, with the breaks sticking out of his flesh, and white stubble of bone visible on the outside. "Well, how's the son?" A white-looking middle-aged man walked into the hall of the emergency room with hurried footsteps. The anxious, nervous voice of the moment restored some sense to the noblewoman, who was sitting in her chair, emotionally broken. "Zhu Yan, don't cry, Xiao Jia will be fine." The man was also having a hard time, but looking at his wife in this state now, he opened his mouth to console her. "Who is the child's family?" A middle-aged doctor wearing a mask, with a somewhat fat body and a Mediterranean head came over and asked. "I'm the baby's father, doctor. How is my son?" "The child is in a critical condition and needs immediate amputation or his life will be in danger." "What, amputation?" the man murmured incredulously. Xu Yan, who was walking over next to her, directly collapsed to the ground at the sound. Chapter 13, the teenager who was his back and still has a sense of justice. Wang Yu, who was next to him, was also startled when he heard this. "Is it that serious?" The little boy Wang Yu just now looked quite cute, and his mood inexplicably sank when he thought that such a small child was going to lose his legs. To save him, Wang Yu, who had been very righteous since he was a child, had forgotten that his purpose was to earn merit value at this moment, and he was now bent on saving that child. And looking at Zhu Yan and his husband's ages, both in their 40s, this child was probably their youngest son. If the child does get amputated, then their family will live in grief for the rest of their lives. Looking at Zhu Yan, who had fainted on the ground, Wang Yu immediately ran over to her, and just as his hands touched her, Zhu Yan's physical condition surfaced in his mind. Shock from extreme grief, treatment. Multiple miscarriages of the uterus, current infertility, treatments. Weakness, multiple organs starting to fail, treatment. Looking at Zhu Yan's physical condition, Wang Yu also couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at the woman's physical condition, if his son really amputated his limbs, he probably wouldn't be able to live for a few years. This child must be saved, or it's a human life. At that moment, Wang Yu reached out and pressed on Zhu Yan's temples for a few times, and then vigorously stimulated a few acupoints on her back to activate her body's immune system, and Zhu Yan slowly woke up. The man who was about to push Wang Yu away saw that Wang Yu was acting professionally and quickly, obviously diagnosing his wife, and his outstretched hand was withdrawn. However, looking at the gauze on Wang Yu's head, there was a vague feeling that this bastard was unreliable. "What are you doing?" Mediterranean sees Wang Yu squeezing himself to the side and now treating Zhu Yan. "Isn't this stealing his job?" Wang Yu did not reply because by this time Zhu Yan had already come to her senses. After helping Zhu Yan up and handing him over to her husband, Wang Yu said to him, "I can cure your child's injury. Not only do I not have to amputate his leg, I can make him fully recovered and healthy like other children in the future." "Mr. Tang, don't listen to this kid's nonsense." Mediterranean obviously knew the identity of Zhu Yan's husband and immediately began to stop it. "Hong Yuan, this young man can save Xie, quickly let him go for treatment." At this time, Zhu Yan had completely lost her mind. Hearing Wang Yu's words, she immediately took it as a lifesaver, not even a doubtful thought in her heart. "Boy, you didn't lie to me, you really can save my son's leg." Tang Hongyuan at this time is not so calm, although he is also very skeptical of Wang Yu's words, but this is after all related to their own son. The heart also holds a hint of fluke, in case he can really cure it. This kind of mentality is just like many terminally ill patients, who are obviously all too aware of their own health conditions, but are still willing to believe in some so-called biased prescriptions and be superstitious about these things. Always take a chance, in case it can really be cured. At this time, Tang Hongyuan is also this kind of idea. "Mr. Tang, I can really cure it, and you can also watch from the side, and if you feel that my treatment is not working, you can just stop it." Wang Yu understood the mindset of the child's parents and did not think of pretending to be 13 or anything, and was willing to let them watch him heal. "Okay, I promise you to cure my child now. If you can really cure my son, I, Tang Hongyuan, owe you my life." Wang Yu didn't care about such a promise. After all, his true thought was to save that child. Even if nothing was given to him, he still went back to treat it. No, this is a hospital. You're not a doctor in our hospital. I can't let you treat the injured in our place. Mediterranean Sea would not care about Tang Hongyuan's identity this time, and immediately stopped it. Although he didn't believe that Wang Yu was so young to be able to save the child's leg, but how could he allow others to be wild in his own territory? Cure or not to say first, if Wang Yu today into the rescue room, that is their own dereliction of duty, this face is also considered to be lost. I said, what do you want to do? It's not your son you don't feel sorry for. I'm talking to the child's father. It's none of your business. Looking at the Mediterranean Sea that is jumping up and down, Wang Yu is also a bit annoyed. Bull, I'm worried that you won't be able to cure it and delay the child's surgery, which will put his life in danger then. That's right, our Dr. Wang is a well-known surgical expert in the province. Even he is not sure that he can save the injured person's legs. You, an unknown outsider, can cure it. Do you have a license to practice medicine? I now suspect you're a fraud. What's the gauze around your head for? Did you get beat up by someone for practicing fraud? A small nurse with a face full of pimples stood beside Dr. Wang and accused Wang Yu, and even sneaked a glance at the Mediterranean Sea beside him when he finished. It's true that I don't have a license to practice medicine, but my orthopedic techniques are perfectly capable of curing your child, and as long as you trust me, in half an hour at the most, I'll be able to save his legs. Wang Yu couldn't refute the words of the little nurse, and it looked like this Mediterranean Sea was still a well-known surgical expert, and he didn't know if the couple across the street would let him treat their son. Looking at the arguing few people, Tang Hongyuan also regained his composure. This Mediterranean Sea he still knew. Although this hospital bears the name of a gynecological hospital, it is after all a private hospital with a strong profit motive. Various departments are complete, and all hired well-known experts to sit in the clinic. Of course, the price of drugs is also very expensive. Ordinary people simply cannot afford to see. So in the eyes of the common people is just a common gynecological hospital, but in Shudu City rich class know, this is the city's best hospital. They like to come here to see the doctor. Dr. Wang, I know your great name. I would like to ask if there is no hope at all for my son's leg. Tang Hongyuan's tone was heavy. Mr. Tang, I've been practicing medicine for more than 30 years, and I don't know how many surgeries, big or small, I've done, and there are many doctors in your son's situation who can keep him alive. But not a single one of them can save your son's legs. Even if those experts from the Kyoto compound come over, it's useless. Mediterranean is confident in his medical skills. Wang Yu's face was a bit ugly. It looked like the child's father did not agree to his treatment. Hubby. Xu Yan also looked at her husband at this time, waiting for him to make a decision. Young man, my reason tells me I can't trust you, but my son's situation makes me really want to trust you. Think carefully. If you do lie to me, the result is not something you can afford. Wang Yu did not care much about Tang Hongyuan's threat in the face of it. After all, if this scene were to be replaced by himself, he certainly would not believe a passerby who was not even qualified to practice medicine. Don't worry, Mr. Towns, you'll be glad you did. Looking at Wang Yu's confident appearance, Tang Hongyuan also made up his mind. Dr. Wang, I also trouble you to make arrangements. No matter if my son can be cured or not, I will pay $1 million. Mediterranean, who had wanted to refuse, shut his mouth at once when he heard that he could get $1 million if he agreed. The small nurse beside him also looked at Tang Hongyuan incredulously. It is not true that their hospital spends millions of dollars, but like today, just let an outsider here to save a patient is willing to pay 1 million people, or the first time to see. Chapter 14, this bone splinting is really not simple. It is good to have money. Tang Hongyuan atmospheric promised to pay 1 million. The Mediterranean Sea is very cooperative to start the arrangement. When he came to the rescue room, Wang Yu saw that all the clothes on the child's body had been removed, and he was lying bare on the operating table. The bleeding was stopped, and the numbers pulsing on the instruments next to him showed that the child was in a precarious state. Seeing his son in this state, even Tang Hongyuan, who had experienced great storms, could not help but burst into tears. As for his wife Xu Yan, Tang Hongyuan didn't let her in at all. He was afraid that his wife would see his son's miserable appearance and pass out again. Give me a pair of gloves, just light ones. Wang Yu came to the child and first reached out to touch the child's head. Unfortunately, the brain did not show his physical condition. The little nurse sent up a pair of special gloves for surgery at Dr. Wang's gesture. After Wang Yu put it on, he began to slowly caress the child's body. He touched it very carefully and comprehensively, not letting go of a single location. Until the child's whole body, more than 200 bones all check once, Wang Yu has a detailed understanding of the child's situation. Mr. Tang, the child has 8 broken ribs, a fractured left arm, a fractured scapula, spiral comminuted fractures of both legs below the calf, and multiple misaligned bones on his body. Wang Yu briefly introduced the child's situation. Mediterranean heard, directly froze. He took more than 10 films to determine the child's situation. This kid with a pair of hands all diagnosed and treated out. Please. Tang Hongyuan wanted to say something, but in the end, he just said a few words. The child was like this, whether it was a threat or a request for help, it was always of no use. Wang Yu nodded his head and turned around to start the rescue process. Wang Yu, who possessed the bone-setting Heart Sutra, was not at all weak in the face of the child's injuries at the moment. He started with the ribs first. After all, it was too close to the internal organs and he was afraid of causing other trouble over time. Wang Yu's hands were flexible, pinching or pressing on the child's body with a swift maneuver, and as his hands passed by, the protruding or depressed areas slowly regained their flatness. The whole thing flowed smoothly, and a few of the people next to him watched in disbelief. It only took less than 3 minutes for the broken 8 ribs to be perfectly docked by Wang Yu. Mediterranean Sea also knew that Wang Yu was unusual at this time and took an instrument to help check the child's recovery. Looking at the top of the instrument showing the child's docked and intact ribs, Mediterranean's eyes went wide and for a moment he didn't know how to express his emotions. After treating the ribs, Wang Yu then began to restore all the misaligned areas, all of which were trivial to him. Once that was done, it was time to start docking the scapula, a very different bone that is very difficult to treat. The bone is large in size but very thin and easy to dock. But all these were not a problem for Wang Yu, and with some maneuvering, not only did he initially heal the shoulder blade, but incidentally healed the injured arm as well. Next up are the hardest legs. Looking at the exposed bone ballast outside, Wang Yu is also a little difficult. How much this child has suffered. Both legs have spiral comminuted fractures, but you can still tell the difference. Wang Yu first corrected the protruding bone of his right leg, his fingers lightly feeling the scattered bone stubble inside. After a few hundred finger points at the broken place, Wang Yu had a count in his heart. There were more than 30 stubble bones. With regular treatment, amputation would be a certainty, as no one could complete the docking of so much bone stubble one by one in the body. Even if they are right on, it doesn't make it possible for them to be able to heal together again. But Wang Yu was able to do it, and silently giving back a number to the 30 or so stubble bones in his mind, Wang Yu began the first stubble reset. It was difficult and Wang Yu was struggling. After all, it was still difficult to move such a small bone stubble in the flesh and blood. Soon Wang Yu was sweating profusely, and Mediterranean signaled for the nurse beside him to help wipe the sweat. By this time he could also see that there was a real possibility that this young man could save the child's legs. It was a medical miracle. Wang Yu didn't dare to stop for a moment at this moment. He had to pair up all the 30 or so broken bones in one breath. If he stopped for a long time in the middle, the ones that were paired up in front of him would probably fall apart again with the writhing of the muscles. Tang Hongyuan at this moment is very happy with his decision. This young man is really a capable person, although he does not know medical skills, but from the Mediterranean Sea and the change in the attitude of the nurse next to it, his son's hope to save his legs is very big. About 20 minutes, Wang Yu finally matched the last piece of broken bone. He exhaled deeply, his whole body was exhausted. The high intensity of mental concentration made him unable to raise any strength after relaxing. Quickly put on a plaster. This leg can only be moved after a month. Dr. Wang, now which still has the arrogant look just now, like a freshly interned college student, flew into action. Wang Yu looked at the nimble hands and feet of Dr. Wang, but also put down the heart. This goods, although not capable of preserving the child's legs, but the medical skills are really not blown. Nimble hands and feet, accurate movements. It seems to be a veteran. Surgical expert's name is still gold. Mr. Tang, this leg is kind of saved. The remaining one is a bit more troublesome. I don't know if I can do it, but I can guarantee that I won't have to amputate it. Wang Yu had overestimated his ability. The treatment just now, by the end of it, his own fingers were starting to tremble unsteadily. If he were to treat the left leg with even more broken bones now, he was not confident that he would be able to complete the docking. It's all right, lad. I don't blame you. You did your best. Seeing Wang Yu's skillful techniques, Tang Hongyuan clearly knew that this young man was indeed sincere in helping himself. One's child always saves one leg and keeps the other, and even if he becomes a cripple in the future, it's still too much better than having no legs at all. That, I can help with. After the cast, Dr. Wang is furtive at the moment. Wang Yu looked back and felt that there was a chance that he could undoubtedly save a lot of effort by letting Dr. Wang move all the broken bones to the vicinity of the fracture first, and then docking them himself. Alright, then I'll trouble Dr. Wang. Can it work? Tang Hongyuan asked with a bit of uneasiness. This would make him skeptical of Dr. Wang's medical skills. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Dr. Wang's medical skills are still very good. Dr. Wang was thrilled to hear Wang Yu's words, and was really happy to be recognized by someone at a higher level than himself. Then I'm counting on the two of you. Being able to be cured was definitely better than being a cripple, and Tang Hongyuan's heart was filled with hope when he saw that Wang Yu had said it was possible. Once he was back, he was familiar with it. Wang Yu's examination of his left leg was obviously much faster, and it was pretty much as he had imagined. With a total of more than 50 pieces of broken bones, it was difficult to dock. After understanding the location, Wang Yu and Dr. Wang started a discussion, and the two of them made deductions based on the location of the broken bones and the methods and ways of moving them. Of course, most of the time, Wang Yu was talking and Dr. Wang was listening, and after finishing a piece of broken bone, Wang Yu would ask Dr. Wang if he was sure. Chapter 15, Come to our hospital for $5 million a year. The two of them were like a master teaching an apprentice, and Dr. Wang listened to those maneuvers and treatments that Wang Yu said and admired them in his heart. While asking for advice with an open mind, he gave his opinion appropriately. And Wang Yu, through his communication with Dr. Wang, also clearly knew his level, with a lot of experience in treatment and a solid foundation. For the following treatment, Wang Yu is very confident. After finalizing the plan, Wang Yu's mental state was almost recovered, and the two were going to start the formal treatment next. Under Wang Yu's guidance, Dr. Wang began to move the broken bones little by little, and when the broken bones moved to the place where they were broken, Wang Yu took over and spliced them in the right place. Both were careful, not daring to relax at all, and a couple of nurses, who cooperated, nervously wiped the sweat off both of them. Bit by bit, time passed, and piece by piece the broken bones were put together. When there were a few pieces of broken bones left, Dr. Wang couldn't hold on any longer, his fingers involuntarily trembled, and his whole body was like a deflated general couldn't make a bit of strength. Wang Yu gave him a comforting look and signaled him to go rest. Dr. Wang was a little ashamed of himself as an expert, really called in vain for so many years. The young man in front of him did the work more difficult and meticulous than himself, and the effort expended is far more than himself. Now I can't believe I can't keep up with him. But it couldn't be helped, who made his medical skills fail and his body unable to keep up. Wang Yu was satisfied with Dr. Wang. After all, he had done him a great favor, and to be able to hold out for so long already made him admire him. The remaining few bones, Wang Yu was very confident at this point to dock them in one breath. Tang Hongyuan saw Dr. Wang collapsed in the chair, and his heart was nervous. After all, whether his son can recover his healthy body or not depends on whether Wang Yu can hold on next. Wang Yu's hands were steady, and there wasn't a hint of nervousness over losing the cooperation of Dr. Wang. The spirit was even more concentrated than ever before. One piece of broken bone was perfectly docked successfully in his hands, and then he started another piece next. He was like a machine with a steady rhythm, smoothly completing the docking of broken bones. The sweat on his face and the weariness in his body didn't seem to affect him half as much. After 10 minutes, Wang Yu finally finished docking the last piece of broken bone. The whole thing collapsed to the ground as well. Get a cast on. With that, he sat down on the floor and gasped for air. Recovering a bit of physical strength, Dr. Wang, in his hand, has long been ready for the material, and at that moment did not hesitate to fly to the next work. Young man, my son's leg was saved. Tang Hongyuan asked out of the mouth in a mood of apprehension. He did not know if his son's treatment was complete at this moment and was afraid of getting bad information from Wang Yu. But how could he not land without asking, that heart of his that had nowhere to go? Fortunately, the child's legs were successfully docked and will not interfere with normal activities or life in the future. Wang Yu said and smiled happily. This treatment was also a baptism of the soul for him. Looking at the child who, in his own hands, was saved from amputation, Wang Yu was joyful from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, thank you. Hearing Wang Yu's reply, Tang Hongyuan could not keep his composure. His heart was thrilled and he kept saying thank you under his breath. After the cast, Dr. Wang also had the nurse give the child a thorough examination. After a while the results of the examination came out. Looking at the film, the perfect continuation of the broken bones together, Dr. Wang and the few nurses, to Wang Yu from the bottom of their hearts to worship up. Mr. Tang, your son is really cured. From the tablets, the broken bones are perfectly jointed. Every piece of broken bone is perfectly jointed together. In a few months, he will be able to get off the ground. It won't take months, you'll be off the ground in a month. Wang Yu stood up and said, I'll write a prescription. You follow it twice in the morning and twice in the evening, drink it for a month, and the child will be able to walk on the ground. Saying that, Wang Yu looked for the nurse to ask for a pen and paper, wrote a dozen kinds of Chinese medicines on it, and wrote the way to boil it, and handed it to Tang Hongyuan. I haven't asked for benefactor's name yet. Receiving the formula, Tang Hongyuan solemnly asked. My name is Wang Yu, don't say benefactor or anything, I'm just doing my part. Oh, divine Dr. Wang is actually from my family. Dafu Wang, topping the Mediterranean Sea, also came over to climb into a conversation with Wang Yu. The nurse, on the other hand, cleaned the blood stains from the child's body and prepared to transfer him to the ward. Tang Hongyuan had the intention to stay and talk more with Wang Yu, but in the end, he was attached to his son and hurriedly thanked him, then followed the nurse to leave. Dr. Wang, do a favor, don't. What are divine Dr. Wang's orders? Help me take the gauze off my head. Wang Yu only remembered his purpose of coming to the hospital at this time. The gauze on his head was wrapped lengthwise and crosswise. It was not very convenient for him to remove it by himself. Small matter, small matter. Dr. Wang said and started to help Wang Yu remove the gauze. After the gauze on his head was removed, Wang Yu only felt a wave of relief. Moving his head, feeling nothing was wrong, he greeted Dr. Wang and was ready to leave. Just as he walked to the door, he saw Zhu Yan running over and kneeling in front of him. Wang Yu hurriedly took 2 steps forward to help her up. This kind of big gift he really didn't want to bear. Today Zhu Yan is considered to have experienced great sadness and great joy, the heartbreak when his son was hit by a car, the devastation in the hospital when he knew that his son would have to amputate his limbs, and then the expectation of holding a tiny hope. Until the end, the joy of getting her son's legs completely preserved, so that the mother could no longer care about the usual decency, just want to give Wang Yu kneel down and kowtow a few, to express their gratitude. Picking up Zhu Yan, Wang Yu gently comforted him, when Tang Hongyuan and a few people also came over. Seeing Wang Yu, Tang Hongyuan immediately went forward to express his gratitude again. The son was something he and his wife had worked hard for more than 10 years and tried every possible way to get at the age of 40. Almost crippled today, the odds are that his own wife won't last with this kind of blow. And with his own son crippled and the loss of his wife, the whole family falls apart. The young man in front of me is saving not only his son but his own nearly broken home. Mr. Wang is an excellent healer. I don't know which hospital he is in. A middle-aged man in a suit with black-framed glasses asked with a smile. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, my humble self, Han Cohen, the director of Maria Hospital. Dean Han is polite. I'm not in the medical field, and this treatment is also using the family's orthopedic techniques, so I can't afford to be superior. Divine Dr. Wang, when you say that, where do you want me to put this old face? Dr. Wang also complimented Wang Yu at this time. Mr. Wang, I'd like to hire you to work in our hospital with an annual salary of 5 million, how do you feel about that? This Han Cohen is worthy of being the director of a private hospital, and when he sees a person with excellent medical skills, he directly dances with a hoe. Well, I'm not licensed to practice medicine. Wang Yu heard quite want to come, and he not only mastered the orthopedic heart meridian, there is also the title of gynecological saint, as a doctor should not be a problem. And after this incident, he kind of liked the feeling of healing people. If the other party could solve the problem of his qualification to practice medicine, then he would have no objection to coming to work here. This is no problem, our hospital will solve it, as long as Mr. Wang agrees to come over. As the Dean Han Cohen's ability was still great, practicing medicine qualification was not difficult for him to solve. Okay, but how about after I go take care of something first and come back in 2 days? Wang Yu thought about going to divorce his wife tomorrow, and he had nothing to do in the afternoon just to go to the company to resign. Chapter 16, Tearing Up the Company. Brother Wang, stay back. Looking at the departing Wang Yu, Tang Hongyuan immediately stepped forward. There were so many people just now that it was inconvenient for him to take out the thoughts he had prepared. This would see Wang Yu finish talking to the hospital and the people disperse before he walked over. Mr. Tang has something. Wang Yu asked curiously. Brother Wang is polite, you saved my son, I haven't properly thanked you yet. Oh, how Mr. Towns is going to thank you. Wang Yu is also not a thunderbolt character. If Tang Hongyuan does not show, he will not go to ask for anything. After all, he is not trying to get any benefits by saving the child. But this Tang Hongyuan had chased over to show his appreciation, so of course he wouldn't refuse. I don't know what Brother Wang likes, and I'm a rather vulgar person. This $10 million, please Brother Wang, don't push back, said Tang Hongyuan on the ground, a $10 million check. Wang Yu had just thought that this guy might give money. From the bravado of his generous promise of $1 million at the hospital, he felt that this guy was rich. But how could he not expect the other party to directly give $10 million? This intention, he liked it too much. Still, it's important to keep a good mindset, and a gentleman should take what he can get. The mind thinks this, but the body is honest. Wang Yu took the check and looked at it and put it directly into his wallet. Then I'll smile, Mr. Tang is so polite, I'll give you a free hand too. After receiving so much money, Wang Yu was also a little embarrassed, and at that moment, he thought of helping Zhu Yan to treat her body, which was also worthy of the two of them. Oh, help me with what? Tang Hongyuan was a bit curious. Actually, I am best at gynecology, and I am certain that I can cure your wife's condition. Wang Yu put on a small 13. You know my wife's problem. When I assisted her just now, I took her pulse, and your ladyship is only suffering from habitual miscarriage, resulting in infertility, all of which can be solved for me. Wang Yu spoke easily. Tang Hongyuan listened but was struck by thunder, his wife's body. I do not know how much energy he spent. Domestic and foreign experts, but a little famous, both of them went to sea, busy for more than 10 years have not been able to look good. Every time my wife got pregnant, she was careful, but the result was the same, she would miscarry in less than 3 months, and staying in the hospital would not solve the problem. It wasn't until she was 40 years old that she asked someone to find a doctor from the Kyoto compound, and it took a lot of money to save the pregnancy, and the two of them had a son. If he had heard Wang Yu say this before, Tang Hongyuan would not have believed it, but after seeing how he saved his son, he was convinced. This guy across the street is not a big talker, and when he says it can be cured, it can definitely be cured. Then thank you, brother Wang. Tang Hongyuan didn't give any promises. After all, other people have said to help themselves. If they take money out again, wouldn't it be a bit pretentious? I'll come to this hospital to work the day after tomorrow. I'll help your wife look at it then. You guys stay with your son for these 2 days. This is my business card, so brother Wang will be easy to contact if there is anything. Tang Hongyuan ground a card with a black gold border. Wang Yu took a look, really advanced or metal. I don't have a business card, so I'll call you and you can write down the number. With that, Wang Yu dialed the number on the business card. After Tang Hongyuan's cell phone rang, Wang Yu hung up. I have some business to attend to this afternoon, so I'll take my leave. Brother Wang, then I'll see you the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Wang Yu left. Tang Hongyuan had been watching Wang Yu leave, then saved his number inside his cell phone, turned around and also walked quickly towards the ward. He wanted to tell his wife the good news. Driving to the company, Wang Yu's heart is still very happy. Today not only found a job with a salary of $5 million a year, but also got a check for $10 million. But this will be the check inside. The money has been transferred to the bank card. He used the identity of his mother, after all, not yet divorced. Be careful. Now also have the courage to tell the boss, brother does not serve. Coming to the personnel department, before Wang Yu could offer his resignation, the head of the personnel department, Lu Ruyan, informed him that he had been dismissed by the company. Wang Yu, who was dumbfounded, followed Lu Ruyan to complete various formalities, and then inexplicably took $1 million in compensation and signed a contract that prevents him from engaging in this industry for life. Looking at this contract, and then associating it with the general manager's promotion of himself yesterday, and that inexplicable condition, Wang Yu also realized that something was wrong. Chen family, this is a shot at me, but it is not right. Although the Chen family is rich, but the strength of the company where he is not weak. There is no need to give face to the Chen family. Wang Yu a little puzzled, but it is nothing. He himself is here to resign, which also inexplicably received $1 million in compensation. It is not quite good. Although that lifetime ban from the profession document is full of pitfalls, it doesn't matter. All with a career as a doctor earning $5 million a year, Wang Yu had no intention of hanging out in this industry at all. After completing the formalities, Wang Yu was invited to Mr. Zhang's office. Looking at General Manager Zhang, who was still sitting and drinking tea, Wang Yu's waist couldn't help but harden a few points. In the past, he was his subordinate and had to bow down in order to make a living, but now, after the formalities were completed, he no longer had the slightest relationship with this company and did not have to look at his face anymore. Wang Yu, there are some things I can't say explicitly, but I still want to advise you that young people should not be impulsive. The formalities are all done. Isn't it too late for Mr. Zhang to say this? You've said that I'm a young man, so isn't it logical to be impulsive? Hey! Firing you is not my intention. People in the world cannot help although I am the general manager, but there are several directors above Mr. Zhang is worthy of being an old fox. His words are watertight and his responsibility is pushed cleanly. But Wang Yu didn't care about that. He just quietly watched the bastard perform. I have a few companies here. If you're interested, I can recommend you to go over there as a kind of compensation for you, said Mr. Zhang, pushing over a few documents. Wang Yu took a look. Ouch. These companies are familiar. Aren't they all companies that work closely with the current one? This one is so kind. Well, which one do you fancy? What's the use of looking up? The contract has been signed. You can't engage in this industry for life. If you go to these companies up there, the compensation is $5 million. Mr. Zhang, you won't be shady on me. Don't worry, as long as I turn a blind eye, compensation or whatever, it's just a line of crap. You just go ahead. I go to your mom. Do you think I am saying it? What benefits did the Chen family give you, so that you can pit the old man like this? The Chen family is nothing in my eyes. Since you found out, I'm not afraid to tell you, kid, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Be good and obedient and still have a mouthful of soup. If you don't listen, the result is not something you can afford. Yo, so it looks like Mr. Zhang is the obedient dog. Keep your mouth clean, or else I'll block you industry-wide, so you won't even be able to find a job sweeping the streets in Shudu City. I still have dozens of acres of land at home. I went back to farming. You have the ability to buy my family's land, if so I have to thank. With that in mind, he decided to check out the mall. He didn't know what the one-blooded girl would like, but it was always good to bring a gift. Arriving at the largest shopping mall in Shudu City, Wang Yu was a bit emotional. Once every time he came here, he was with Chen Yuding. This time, I came alone, or I was buying a gift for another woman, and thinking about it, I marveled at the twists and turns of life. But one has to move on, and the love that is gone should be swept into the dustbin of history. One still has a lot of people to be with and cherish. Arriving at the mall, Wang Yu went straight to the jewelry storefront, looking at the various jewelry placed inside the counter. As a relatively straight man, he did not know which one to choose for a while. Should one listen to what the internet says and only choose the expensive ones, not the right ones? With this thought, Wang Yu arrived at the highest level women's jewelry store in the mall. Inside there are not only gold, white gold, and these precious metal ornaments, but also emerald, gemstone, jade, and these precious jewelry. Looking at the price, Wang Yu, who was carrying $10 million in his body, couldn't help but nourish his teeth. Hell, none of them were under 6 figures, and the ones over 7 figures were rare, but there were so many inside each counter. As for a separate counter placed, none less than 10 million, rich people's enjoyment Wang Yu at the moment understands so little. When I married my wife, I thought they were a big family in Shudu City after I learned about their family's fortune. But after a few years of social insight, he also recognized that the Chen family in Shudu City, although it is considered a rich family, but the total assets are not ranked into the top 10 Shudu City. But all of this no longer had anything to do with him. After tomorrow they would be people from 2 worlds, and from then on they would be cut off and not interfere with each other. Looking at the exquisite jewelry inside the counter, and that long string of numbers, Wang Yu gave up the idea just now. There is no way strength does not allow. Can I help you, sir? The clear voice with a professional tone made Wang Yu withdraw his gaze. Turning back to his side, he saw a youthful and beautiful girl standing beside him with a smile on her face. There was a badge hanging on her full breasts, and the 2 words interned on it let Wang Yu know her identity. As the first time to buy such expensive jewelry, Wang Yu. Yes, sir, if you would follow me. Following the footsteps of the waitress, Wang Yu came to a display counter in front of which a hollowed-out white gold bracelet with a lot of diamonds was placed in the very center. Of course, that 999,999 price made Wang Yu think that this girl really knows how to sell things. The light from the counter shone on it, reflecting a radiant glow. Sir, this bracelet is the work of the famous Italian designer, Master Callery. With a net weight of 120 grams, this piece is made of high-purity white gold and is set with 12 diamonds of 1 carat or more, each one carefully selected and cut to ensure the best possible fire and brilliance. Moreover, the diamonds are arranged on the bracelet according to a certain pattern, forming a pattern that gives a feeling of nobility and elegance. It adds infinite glamour and glitz to both formal occasions and everyday wear. Wang Yu was dazzled by the diamonds flashing on this bracelet. It did look gorgeous, but he felt that his one-blooded girl was a girl of substance and definitely did not like such jewelry. This is not very good, too ostentatious. There is no kind of simpler, but also can improve the wearer's taste and connotation of jewelry. Yes, sir, there is a bracelet that fits your needs, but the price is going to be slightly out of your budget. It's okay, let's see it first. Slightly beyond that, Wang Yu felt that he still had that strength. Coming to another counter, before listening to the introduction, Wang Yu was attracted by a jadeite bracelet in the counter next to him. Sir, you're looking at this one. Seeing Wang Yu walking towards the counter next to him, the little intern girl gently reminded. Wang Yu waved his hand, ignoring the 7 CXS below the bracelet and said, "This bracelet, introduce it." The little girl came over, although she didn't have confidence that Wang Yu could afford this one, but the guest's request couldn't be refused, and immediately began a professional introduction. This is a simple and restrained jadeite bracelet whose beauty lies in its delicate texture and superb craftsmanship. It is carved from a block of ice seed floating flower jadeite. The whole body shows a kind of light green, soft color inside the natural grain distribution uniform. Listening to the introduction, the more Wang Yu looked at it, the more he liked it, and he couldn't help but nod his head along with it, and a little desire to buy it rose in his heart. And at this moment a familiar voice sounded beside him. Wang Yu turned his head to look. Isn't this the mother-in-law, Li Yuzhen? Then the man next to her is actually the wife's cousin uncle, Lu Baoxiang, that is, Li Yuzhen's cousin. Although the two people were wearing masks, Wang Yu still recognized them at a glance. Looking at his mother-in-law who was a dozen meters away from him holding Lu Baoxiang's arm. The two were so close that those who didn't know thought they were an elderly couple. The image in front of him was so informative that Wang Yu could not react for a moment. Chapter 18, Where there's a daughter, there's a mother. Sir, what happened to you? Wang Yu saw the small hand waving in front of him and came back to his senses. That's it, wrap it up and I'll take it. The melon in front of him, so that Wang Yu does not want to dwell on the price of 7 sixes, although it is very expensive, but he is willing to buy it for the first blood girl. Not caring about the little intern girl's deliberate pleasing and flattery, after paying the bill Wang Yu secretly followed the two Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoxiang. He also buys a sun hat and puts it on his head as he passes through the clothing section. To highlight, the hat is beige. The two individuals shopped for a while. Li Yuzhen bought a few clothes, but also bought Lu Baoxiang a watch. The price how much Wang Yu away from the distance is not clear, but look at the signboard above the Baidatsueli. Sai mother-in-law is really under the capital A. When he came to the parking lot, Wang Yu didn't dare to go to his car for fear of being discovered. It would be too late to call a cab, so he swiped an electric car on his cell phone and followed quietly behind. Riding an electric bike, Wang Yu was afraid at first that he wouldn't be able to keep up, but it was now 7 o'clock in the evening, the peak time for getting off work. The Audi A8 in front of it could only go at an honest turtle speed. After following for a while, Wang Yu found something wrong. This is not the way back to his own neighborhood. He remembered that Lu Baoxiang's home was in a villa area, and the Chen family did not have any property in this neighborhood. Look at the license plate number of the A8 in front, and did not follow the wrong, and at the moment did not dwell on it, followed first. Watching the black A8 directly swipe the card into the underground parking lot of the district, Wang Yu could not help but spit out, this district is not toxic, how can it be so coincidental that the two of them actually have a house here as well? Throwing the electric car on the side of the road, Wang Yu couldn't make it to the location where he returned the car in time, or else when they took the elevator directly from the underground parking lot to the upper floor, with so many houses, it would be difficult for him to find them again. Entering the district, Wang Yu descended from the nearest stairway to the underground parking lot, raised his eyes and did not find the A8. At that moment, he ran towards the intersection in front of him, and just as he ran past, he saw two figures disappearing around a corner. The A8 was parked nearby, and after seeing the target, Wang Yu wasn't in such a hurry. Quietly, he walked over and stood by the corner wall, not going straight over, waiting to emerge when he heard the elevator door open and the footsteps of two people walking into it. Wang Yu just stood in front of the elevator and waited, seeing that the elevator stopped at the third floor position and didn't move. Then Wang Yu flew from the stairs to the third floor, ran up in a few tens of seconds, quietly pushed open the stairway door, and saw that the door of 302 was about to close, and from the doorway Wang Yu also saw the familiar shoes of Li Yuzhen. At that moment, he knew where they were going, but it was difficult to know how to continue eating the melon. You can't pretend to be a courier or a delivery man by yourself, you'll definitely recognize yourself if you meet them. And there's not much use in being here yourself, once the door is closed it's just snow-white walls, unless you know how to see through, you can't even see the hairs. Following the stairs Wang Yu came to the outside of the neighborhood and quickly locked the location of 302. It was probably less than 10 meters high, but at the moment there was not much Wang Yu could do. Dry eyes watching, the heart thought to give Chen Shusheng that old guy call, but even if the fight, that old thing will not believe their own words, or forget it, think again. Looking at the steps that protruded from the first floor to the third floor where the air conditioner was placed, an aura flashed through Wang Yu's mind. He was very familiar with this step, he had seen it more than once on the internet, and netizens would always leave comments below, so he was very impressed. The top of the steps don't just hold the air conditioner, they can also stand people, men and women have stood on them, and they're pretty sturdy, as evidenced by the photos on the internet. At that moment, there was no hesitation, first following the first floor window smoothly to the air-conditioned steps of the second floor. Above the fixed air conditioning unit is very strong, Wang Yu shook down very stable, and then looked up to see the third floor steps that can be reached, rubbing his hands together, already ready to flip up. It was easy for Wang Yu to come to the third floor and move slowly down the air conditioning steps to the bedroom window of 302. Bending down, squatting on top of the air conditioner, Wang Yu was a little worried about being discovered, but there was nothing he could do at the moment, he could only pray that he wouldn't be discovered by the people in the neighborhood or the security guards patrolling the area. With the passage of time, Wang Yu had also gotten what he wanted, and the two people inside the house were still unaware that their every move had been discovered by others. Suddenly Wang Yu thought about the abilities he had acquired, although he did not know how effective the men's self-defense techniques were. The gynecological sage and the bone-setting heart sutra had been tested in practice. At this time this claimed avatar center, I do not know if it is the surface meaning, the moment is a good time, and I do not know if their own avatar can help this couple in their 50s to blossom in the old tree. As soon as he thought of it, Wan Yu immediately activated his divine ability to send his son. A faint red aura enveloped Li Yuzhen's abdomen and then disappeared. Wan Yu does not know if there is any effect. Anyway, the video has been captured, and now it is time for the matter to go away. At that moment, he put away his cell phone and prepared to leave. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Wan Yu almost fell off the top in shock at the sound and looked down. 7 or 8 children lined up in a row, looking up at themselves with their little heads. "I know, I've seen my neighbor's uncle standing on top of my air conditioner too, and my dad was right there at the window trying to punch him," one of the little girls said in a milky voice. "Then uncle isn't in danger?" The other little boy sniffed and immediately called out nervously. Yeah. Uncle, you're going to get your ass kicked by someone else's dad later." "Whose house is this? Can you tell his dad not to beat up uncle so he can teach us how to climb the wall?" "Climb the wall, it looks high, I don't want to learn." Listening to the following discussion, Wan Yu would like to explain, but how to explain, can it be explained? "Uncle, come down or you'll get a beating later." "Right uncle, standing air conditioning is easy to be killed by someone's father, come down quickly." The kids came to the ultimate conclusion to get their uncle down quickly and protect him from getting beat up. Wan Yu nodded his head to show an awkward smile before climbing down quickly. "Uncle is so good, can you teach me to climb the wall?" Just as I came to the ground I was surrounded by several children. "Climbing walls is dangerous, you can learn when you're older, uncle has to go beforehand. Oh, take care uncle." "Bye uncle." "Will uncle come back tomorrow?" Wan Yu fled under the watchful eyes of several children. But what he didn't know was that tomorrow there would be rumors in the neighborhood that the lover was cheating and escaping down the air conditioner. Chapter 19, Threaten Me with a Clean Slate. Wan Yu ran out of the neighborhood, returned the electric car he had left on the side of the road, and then bought some cooked food and a few cans of beer before returning to his home. Midway through the elevator passing downstairs, Wan Yu was eager to go over, but thinking about his still married status, he gave up helplessly. Tomorrow after the divorce, come over first thing." Clutching the bracelet he had just bought in his hand, Wan Yu secretly made up his mind. Drinking a beer, Wan Yu swiped his phone and opened the video he had just taken. He thought to cut a few pictures first. The rented house has a color printer that can print photos, just print them out. How come it's less than 3 minutes? I remember squatting on the air conditioner for a long time. Could it be that I didn't get all the shots? Wan Yu looked at the length of the video, some wonder, quickly click on the play from the beginning to see the end, is indeed 2 minutes and 36 seconds, see this time Wan Yu deeply into the contemplation. Then I cut off a few representative scenes, printed them out and put them in a file folder, and was ready to shuffle off. We have an event tomorrow and it's important to stay in good spirits. Lying on the bed, Wan Yu always felt that he had forgotten something important, but could not think of it for a while, tossing and turning and could not sleep. Oops. Forgot to look at my merit value. It started out as a run to earn merit value to save the child, and I actually forgot about it with all the events today. Opening the system panel and skimming over those previous messages, Wan Yu directly looked at his merit value rising to 37 points. Rescuing the unconscious Xu Yan gave 1 point of guarantee, while rescuing that child actually gave a full 25 points. But there was no lottery this time. Wan Yu was a bit lost. The system's rewards were powerful, and he was still thinking if he could still extract a new ability today. Although some lost, but look at the rising merit value. Wan Yu was still very happy, waiting for their own formal entry. After every day to face a large number of patients, that merit value is not whoosh rise. At that time is it also possible to ascend to the immortal world? Thinking of such a beautiful thing, Wan Yu quickly fell asleep. Wan Yu slept soundly this night. Wife Jin Yuting but sleep very bad. Her husband will be divorced from her tomorrow. The past 2 days contacted the lover a few times, but each time there is something, there is no time to accompany her. The heart of the empty, feel like being abandoned. Song Yuan, who left the hospital, was not saddened by Wan Yu's unannounced goodbye, and the news of his divorce was like a dawn that broke the darkness, making her heart, which had been in despair for many years, once again full of vitality. Lying in bed at the moment, with a pillow in her arms and a smile on her face, she slept sweetly and peacefully. The best sleepers of the night were indeed Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoxiang, so sweet and loving as the two embraced each other. Early the next morning, Wan Yu came to his former home, called his wife, no answer, he had to come over again. After knocking a few times and realizing that the one who came over to open the door was actually Li Yuzhen, Wang Yu was a bit stunned at the moment, but it was still the matter of the divorce that was important, and he forced himself not to think back to last night's images. "Come in, there's something your father wants to talk to you about." "Fine, talk about it any way you want as long as you get a divorce." Following Li Yuzhen to the living room, Wang Yu was still a little angry as he looked at the house he bought with the Chun family sitting in it. "Wang Yu, if you want a divorce you can, sign this." Chen Shusheng pushed over a document. Wang Yu took a look at it, and it was actually a divorce agreement. Looking at the conditions on it, I can't say it's harsh, it's outrageous. In exchange for the previous self, this is estimated to have long been torn to pieces and began to rage, but their own preparations for the shocking melon, divorced have you cried when? Wang Yu held back his anger and was ready to retaliate. "Wait for it, I will definitely not let you guys have a good time." Looking at the name on it that his wife had already signed, he took the pen and just signed his big name. "No!" Chen Yuting ran over and tried to stop it, but Wang Yu was too fast and signed it directly. "Take the top one and drop the other two on the table. Write a receipt and $1 million will be given to you right away." Chen Shusheng was a little incredulous as he watched Wang Yu act so calmly. "You're looking at it. See clearly, your Chen family is really a man-eater, not to mention netting me out. Not even my compensation yesterday, I was expelled is also because you guys messed up, right? No, husband, listen to my explanation, just now does not count, we do not divorce, live a good life, okay?" Chen Yuting remembered a lot of experiences with Wang Yu in the past 2 days, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that Wang Yu was good, and she couldn't let go, she really couldn't let go. Wang Yu felt to see through his wife's person, is the kind of both want to also want a character, their own so many years of care and thoughtfulness let her used to, at the moment the performance is not really love yourself. Rather, after the divorce, no one will be able to care for her and love her as much as he or she does without fail. The wife never liked herself, she coveted the feeling of being held in the palm of her hand all the time, the feeling that she was giving without reservation. "Pa!" Chen Shusheng slapped Chen Yuting. "Isn't it humiliating enough to get a divorce?" In the face of such a daughter, if she is not pro-life, Chen Shusheng really wants to strangle her. Wang Yu's determination and her father's anger made Chen Yuting only obey obediently. Grabbing the documents needed for the divorce, the two drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wang Yu went up to the front of the line and looked at the couples in front of him who were checking in, and his heart was indescribably hard to say. "When I got married, I would never have thought that I would have this day, the world is unpredictable." It was soon the turn of Wang Yu and Chen Yuting, the two of them. Handing over the divorce agreement and other materials, the clerk didn't ask many questions, he's seen a lot of things like this, he just scanned Wang Yu, surprised at the man's net worth, and then started to process it. "You guys are sure you want a divorce?" "Yes." Wang Yu's tone was firm. Chen Yuting was silent at the moment. "Where's the woman?" For the words of the handler, Chen Yuting acted as if she did not hear them and looked at Wang Yu in silent tears. "If I had known it would come to this, I would have left each other with decency, and you don't want to make a big deal out of it." Looking at the pitiful Chen Yuting, Wang Yu could not be ruthless for a moment and opened his mouth to console him. "Willing." No matter how unwilling, no matter how reluctant, Chen Yuting still agreed to the divorce, the bitter fruits that she had sown, no one else to blame. When the case officer heard this, he pressed the steel seal, and at this moment Wang Yu felt unprecedented relaxation. Leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Yuting followed Wang Yu in silence, and the two of them came to the parking lot. When Wang Yu was about to get into his car and leave, he was pulled by Chen Yuting by the corner of his shirt. "Thank you." Thank me for what? Thank me for netting you, thank me for even giving you the compensation, thank me for being blocked industry-wide and having to go back home to farm." Wang Yu's words were like a needle sticking into Chen Yuting's heart. "My father asked for the compensation, and I didn't do it when you were fired, I'm sorry, I really didn't realize it would come to this." Chen Yuting was speechless by Wang Yu and could only open her mouth to defend herself. "Come on, what's the point of talking about what's already happened? Go back and finish packing and we'd better never see each other again." "Hubby. Thank you for loving me, for taking care of me and being there for me all these years, I'm sorry." After saying this, Chen Yuting turned around and left with tears in her eyes. Chapter 20, A Man Must Live with Understanding. Coming to this house again, although only an hour had passed, Wang Yu had a feeling that things were different. Their own years of dedication, hard to save money to buy the love nest from now on no longer belongs to him, said the sadness of it is also a little, but more for themselves to feel unworthy. The marriage is divorced. Looking at Wang Yu who walked in, it was rare that Chen Shusheng did not have a dark face. leaving his Uncle Chen, from now on I have nothing more to do with your Chen family, neither one of us will owe the other, I'll go up and get my things and leave. The young man in front of him, Chen Shusheng had never been able to look at, but Wang Yu's character and personality, he had always recognized. Especially this time, after his wife's betrayal, he also paid such a big price to cut decisively, so that Chen Shusheng felt very admirable. "This is for you," he said and handed Wang Yu a bank card. Receiving the card, Wang Yu looked at Chen Shusheng and wondered what kind of tawdry maneuver this was again. That agreement just now also just enabled you to refuse the divorce, but there's no use talking about that now. My daughter can't do right by you, but my Chen family can't owe you, the favor can't be repaid, here's $5 million, it's also what you've paid for the Chen family for so many years, take it. Saying that, Chen Shusheng patted Wang Yu's shoulder and turned his head to sit on the sofa and sighed. Wang Yu held the card and somewhat understood Chen Shusheng's thoughts. Chen Yuting can be humiliated, but he, Chen Shusheng, still wants face, even though he has never been able to look at Wang Yu. It also thought that the two would divorce, so they threatened Wang Yu with a divorce agreement so that they could also maintain their daughter's face. But really divorced, but Chen Shusheng will not do such a shameful thing for so little money. Pocketing the money, Wang Yu didn't say anything, after all, this is what he deserves, and has a new understanding of this old husband who has been picking his own thorns. At least he understands a little bit of right and wrong and knows to have a face. Go upstairs and organize your things. Pack early and leave early. Shen Yuting didn't come back and didn't know where she had gone at the moment. There were only two people in the house, Wang Yu and Chen Shusheng. The two children were not awake when Wang Yu came, and now they are probably taken out by Chen Yuzhen. After cleaning up, Wang Yu looked at Chen Shusheng sitting on the sofa and only felt that this arrogant old man was really pitiful. Suddenly there was a feeling of being in the same boat, but at the moment he was sort of relieved. And he is estimated to have been cheated by Li Yuzhen for decades. Thinking of this, Wang Yu feels that it is better to help him, or else it is estimated that until he dies, he does not know what his wife has done behind his back. Uncle Chen, I'm leaving, here's the key, it's on the table. Well, go. Wang Yu tried several times, but could never open his mouth. At that moment, he took out the photos he had printed, and the USB flash drive he had copied the video from, and slapped it in Chen Shusheng's hand. Uncle Chen, the most important thing for a man is to live with understanding. I have no backups of all these things for you, take care of yourself. After saying that, he flew away. Chen Shusheng, looking at the hand of the photos and disc some fear, could it be that the evidence of their own daughter cheating was found by this kid? He was a little glad that he didn't take things too far, otherwise Wang Yu definitely wouldn't have given him these things. The thought of this thing being publicized, where should I put my old face? Although it's pretty sure it's evidence of cheating on your daughter, it's better to look at it, just in case it's a mistake. Li Yuzhen, you're a tough guy. Chen Shusheng just looked at one and spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Dad, what happened to you? Only after seeing Wang Yu leave did Chen Yuting return home. Leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, she didn't know how to face Wang Yu, so she kept waiting down there. At this time, just returned, saw his father collapsed on the sofa, his face as pale as paper, his chest and the coffee table are all blood. Rushed to call 120, and then went up to help Chen Shusheng. Unintentionally seeing the photos scattered on the floor and looking at the picture of his mother and his cousin's uncle together on it, he only felt his eyes go black and fainted as well. Luckily, Chen Yuting called before she passed out, otherwise Chen Shusheng might have been really pissed off today. The ambulance came very quickly, although did not get through to Chen Yuting's phone, but because the door is not closed, they still entered the house, looking at the unconscious father and daughter in front of them, did not choose to send directly to the hospital, but immediately began the emergency treatment. Chen Yuting was young after all, and although she was greatly stimulated, she quickly awoke. When he woke up, despite the doctor's advice, he quickly picked the photo up off the floor and tore it up and threw it in the toilet. Chen Shusheng, angry and anxious, after a temporary rescue was stabilized, but did not wake up, was carried on a stretcher to the hospital. Chen Yuting sat in the ambulance, looking at her father, and did not dare to call her mother. How could she not imagine, just a few days of time her family is so scattered. Wang Yu did not know about what happened in the Chen family, and he did not want to know either. After doing what needed to be done, he was considered to be right for Chen Shusheng, or else that green hat he could have worn until the coffin. Passing by a barber store, Wang Yu thought that he had sort of started a new life. Well, let's start at the beginning. Give me a short haircut. Looking at his literary-inspired hair, Wang Yu missed the inches he once had. The hairstylist's craftsmanship is very good. Less than half an hour, Wang Yu from a Confucian white collar, into a handsome and sunny spirit of the young man. With his fair skin and such short hair, he had the look of a recent college graduate. The whole person looked not only much younger, but also full of vigor. Looking at himself in the mirror, Wang Yu was very satisfied. He felt that this was what a man should look like. After paying the money, Wang Yu was ready to go home. Just as he stepped out of the doorway, he was struck by the feeling that he had bumped into someone. Then it felt a surge of power. Ah! A shriek brought Wang Yu back to his senses. A small piece of information appeared in his head at the moment. Mid-stage breast cancer, treatment options. That works too. And you're not letting go. Although she was the one who walked fast and bumped into him, but at this moment, this guy froze and looked at her. Sun Qian was very shy and angry. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean it. Wang Yu quickly apologized. The woman in front of me looks like she's probably in her 30s, although she looks very pretty, but some crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, still inevitably revealing her age. Although the man in front of her was very handsome and sunny, and he did seem to be her favorite type, but at the moment Sun Qian did not give him a good face. Bypassing Wang Yu, he walked into the barbershop. Wang Yu wanted to tell her though. She's sick. And it's still cancer. But the awkwardness of the scene momentarily left him at a loss for words. At that moment, he also followed up with the barber store. After all, this disease can be cured by himself, and he can also earn merit value. I'm sorry, big sister. Wang Yu's opening statement almost made Sun Qian angry. Big sister, am I that old? Shut up if you can't talk. So cranky. Missy, I really didn't mean it just now. Well, not intentionally, on purpose. No, let me explain, I'm a doctor, I just felt a tumor in your place just now, that's why I felt it a little longer. Wang Yu felt that this explanation of his was perfect, both indicating his identity and explaining his behavior just now. Young man, this routine of yours is too old, sis has something else to do today and doesn't have time to bull with you, you'd better get the hell out of here. Sun Qian from there is no lack of all kinds of suitors, 1,000 strange way of picking up do not know how many seen, Wang Yu such in her view there is no novelty. I work at Maria Hospital, here's my number, you can find a place to check for yourself if you don't believe me. After saying that Wang Yu handed over a note with his phone number and name written on it. Sun Qian took it and casually put it into her bag, and didn't bother to pay attention to Wang Yu anymore. Seeing that the other party accepted the note, Wang Yu also turned around and left. Chapter 21, Sun Qian. Back home, Wang Yu packed up his things, then went to the bathroom and washed himself inside and out. With a clean-shaven face and a dapper suit, the whole man looked incredibly spirited. Grabbed the bracelet, which was worth 7 sixes, and couldn't wait to get downstairs. Soon Wang Yu came to the door of the first blood girl, nervous heart, trembling hands, it was like returning to the once youthful college days. Knock knock knock. Wang Yu, who had gathered courage, knocked on the door a few times. Then take a few steps back and stand straight, like a soldier on parade. However, after waiting for 2 minutes, there was no movement at all in the house. Didn't hear that. Wang Yu went forward and knocked a few times more vigorously, but there was still no response from inside. Look at the time, it's after 12, did it go to work? People are not at home? Then come back at night, thinking of this Wang Yu, although a little lost, but did not care much, after all, the house is here, people can still run away. Returning to the house again, Wang Yu felt hot, looking at the suit he was wearing, and immediately felt like a man. It was already hot enough to wear a shirt in the 30-degree weather outside, and he himself was wearing such a thick suit, so it was true that women would always make men lose their cool. Taking off his suit, he looked at his sweat-soaked white shirt and laughed a little at his own behavior. Forget it. Let's go to dinner first and wait until the evening. After rechanging into cooler clothes, Wang Yu was ready to go out for dinner. At this time Sun Qian was in the hospital with the examination report. Looking at the results above, her heart was cold. The kid actually wasn't hitchhiking and actually checked out that he had a tumor. Originally, Sun Qian did not care about Wang Yu's words, but recently she also felt some discomfort on her left side, so she thought it would be good to go for a checkup. Hair did not do, went to a nearby hospital to take a film. Due to the fast closing, filming of the doctor was anxious to eat, the speed is particularly fast, just 20 minutes Sun Qian got the inspection report. Doctor, how am I going to be treated for this? Looking at this doctor in front of her, holding her own tablets and keeping quiet, Sun Qian's heart was furtive. It's fine, it's malignant, but the good thing is that it's mid-stage and was caught in time to be cured. The doctor's conclusion let Sun Qian hanging heart down. Let's hospitalize it, observe it for a few days, run a few more tests, and get started on the resection. Excision. Sun Qian was shocked. Yeah, the cancer will spread if you don't remove it, and then your life will be in danger. The doctor's words made her heart sink to the bottom. Then how could she go out in the future? She wanted to die just thinking about it. Yes, that lad, the two of them must have a cure for their physical problems if they can discover them after a brief encounter. Doctor, I'll go home first to discuss this. After saying this, Sun Xian flew away. When he came to the car, he dumped out everything in his bag and finally found the note that Wang Yu had handed over. Sun Xian had received too many notes, but he had never paid attention to them, but the note in his hand at the moment was like a lifesaver for her. Following the number on it, he dialed Wang Yu's number. Wang Yu, who was about to go to dinner, saw an unfamiliar number calling, and without much thought, he picked it up. Hello Dr. Wang, I'm Sun Xian, we met at the barber store today and you gave me your number. Oh, Miss Sun, you've checked and believe me. Believe, I don't know if this will be convenient for Dr. Wang, I would like to invite you to dinner. Wang Yu was about to go to dinner, and at this time someone treated him to a meal when he didn't refuse. After all, he had really helped her, and it was only right that he should eat a meal from her. Okay, name a place and I'll be there later. Let's go to the Sky Street Eatery, it's on my family's property. The two quickly made an appointment, and at that moment Wang Yu drove forward. Soon Wang Yu arrived at the Sky Street Eatery and saw Sun Xian standing at the front door in her high heels, not caring about the blazing sunlight above her head, looking around. Ms. Sunday. Wang Yu went forward and greeted her. Dr. Wang, you're here, quickly inside please. Sun Xian said and went forward to take Wang Yu's arm to bring him inside the restaurant. Hey! Let go of me. Please. Feeling Wang Yu's struggle, Sun Xian also felt that she had gone a little overboard. Having only met him twice, her behavior was indeed easy to misunderstand. The two of them came to a private room and just sat down. Sun Xian sat next to Wang Yu with the report. Give me the chef's word to serve, she ordered softly. Before the words fell, Sun Xian waved her hand to signal the waiters to leave the room and closed the door with her hand. After the waiters had left the scene as much as possible, Sun Xian took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, handed the report in her hand to Wang Yu, and asked softly, Dr. Wang, can you help me look at this film? Can I still keep it here? Sun Xian's voice trembled slightly, revealing the fear and uneasiness within. Despite being a woman, she couldn't help but feel flustered and helpless when faced with her own physical condition. Especially after hearing that doctor's words, although Sun Xian was very scared and even a little panicked, there was still a trace of doubt deep in her heart that had not been dispelled. Therefore, she decided to seek advice from Wang Yu, hoping to get a more accurate and reliable diagnosis. After calling Wang Yu, she also calmed down, and at that moment used her own relations and contacts to consult a dozen or so experts and professors in this area, and the results obtained were that they all needed to be removed. At this time Sun Xian really panicked. Now Wang Yu is her only hope. If now Wang Yu's answer is also excision, then she is really desperate. Don't worry, there's no need to go under the knife, I can cure it. Wang Yu pretended to look at the film and said confidently. Sun Xian sniffed a long breath of relief, although she had not been treated yet, but with Wang Yu's affirmative answer, her panicked mood was much better. Then I'm counting on Dr. Wang. At this moment, Sun Xian will not ask. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? These emotionless words. Wang Yu said that he could cure. She believed, if he could not cure, then he had failed his trust, and what price he needed to pay at that time would depend on his mood. Tomorrow you'll go to Maria Hospital, call me directly when you arrive, and start treatment then. Can't we start today? Sun Xian looked at Wang Yu blearily. It was really hard for her to be cute and pretend to be pitiful when she was 42 years old. Wang Yu thought about it. Treating Sun Xian's disease was not troublesome, and it was estimated that he could be cured in half an hour. But this ability of his still can't be exposed, or else the word will get out that there are so many cancers in the world that he can't see them even if he works 16 hours a day, all year round. Dr. Wang, don't worry, I will keep it a secret. As if she could see Wang Yu's thoughts, Sun Xian immediately guaranteed. Sometimes a woman's intuition is really accurate, and Wang Yu, who was about to be determined, hesitated a little when he heard this sentence. Wang Yu is not worried about her going out and talking nonsense. Anyway, there are just the two of them here, and no one can do anything to themselves if they don't admit it at that time. Chapter 22, This is a big misunderstanding. Dr. Wang, just have mercy on me, I'm not married yet, and you don't want to see me unable to get married in the future. Looking at the other party's hesitation, Sun Xian continued to act pitiful. Sun Xian is actually a non-marriageist, otherwise she wouldn't be 42 years old and still not married. Wang Yu sniffed and looked at the other party in surprise. This age has not married yet. It does make him feel unbelievable, but after all, he has just met. He is also trying to earn merit value. There is no need to look deeply into it. Okay, after dinner, find a quieter place and I'll treat you. Hearing Wang Yu's agreement, Sun Qian was immediately happy. Although she never wanted to get married, she still loved her body. She could go to the hospital tomorrow for treatment without much delay, but she didn't want to wait a minute. Just in case there's an accident. What if I can't find anyone at the hospital tomorrow? Wang Yu, what if he gets hit by a car during this time? It's cancer, so make sure you eliminate anything that could happen. If Wang Yu knew what Sun Qian was thinking, he probably had the heart to strangle her. After chatting about this, the two didn't know what to say, and the waiter served a sumptuous banquet at this time. Looking at the dishes in front of him, Wang Yu was surprised at Sun Qian's financial strength, but he did not ask too many questions and immediately moved his chopsticks to eat. Sun Qian has something in her heart. She can't eat after a few mouthfuls, and a pair of beautiful eyes just looked at Wang Yu. Alright, let's go and find a place to start the treatment. Being looked at by Sun Qian like this, Wang Yu ate uncomfortably, and although the meal was very good, he didn't want to eat like this anymore. Good. What kind of environment does Dr. Wang need? I'll arrange it right away. Sun Qian was a bit impatient at the moment. After all, the tumor was growing on her body. Just be quiet. Don't you need any equipment? No, let me cure, you have to trust me. Wang Yu still has to confess at night, so he wants to cure Sun Qian quickly. Let's go to the third floor then, there's a lounge in there that's not too bad. Although he couldn't figure out how Wang Yu was going to save his life, but seeing that he was so confident, Sun Qian couldn't say anything. After all, he was begging for something. The two came to the third floor, where there was a separate room at the end of the corridor. This room is Sun Qian's third brother. Sometimes and his friends drink too much. Just rest here, just today came in handy. Opening the door, Wang Yu looked at it, said it was a lounge, but the decoration was very good, and the space was large. The living room, bedroom, and bathroom were all there. The life of the rich. Wang Yu saw another corner of it. First things first, I'm not licensed to practice medicine, and my treatments are ancestral, and I charge a lot. Wang Yu looked at the treatments listed on the panel and felt that it was better to talk about it in advance. It's fine, as long as it can be cured. Dr. Wang can pay whatever he wants. Sun Qian didn't squirm. Okay, I'll check you out first. Seeing this cooperation from the other party, Wang Yu had nothing to worry about and turned his head, signaling the other party to start. How am I going to cooperate with you? Sun Qian asked with a red face. The location of the tumor is so special, is it necessary to be able to check it properly? Ahem. That offended. Just lie down, I'll do the rest myself. Wang Yu lightly coughed a little awkwardly and said, Okay. I'll listen to Dr. Wang. Saying that, Sun Qian closed her own eyes, a pair of hands tightly gripping the bedsheets on both sides. Her mood was very tense. Miss Sun, doctors only have patients in their eyes, not men and women. Wang Yu rolled up his sleeves while persuading. Taking a deep breath, he pushed down the distractions and began the healing. There were several methods provided by the system, so why Wang Yu chose to push and pull was really just to save time. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm sure I can. Forget the healer's heart, although he is not a doctor, but also running to cure the sick to save the people's mind, at that moment also did not hesitate to follow the system on the treatment method to start the treatment. The process of treatment is incredibly complex, and Wang Yu overcame 100. Tenderness. Round. Big. Bullet. And so on. The crisis is finally Sun Qian in the body of the tumor eliminated, although I do not know what is the principle, but the system so introduced is also sought to ask the bottom of the question. Ask is open. That's fine, Ms. Sunday. 10 minutes later, Dr. Wang smiled and said to Sun Qian. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Sun Qian responded gratefully. Right at this moment, a bold voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Qian, I heard you came to see me? Immediately after that, the door to the room was violently pushed open and a figure appeared in the doorway. What are you guys doing? Qian's third brother stared at the scene inside the house with wide eyes and a face full of shock. Even the hand that pushed the door forgot to retract. The whole person froze in place like a statue. Third brother, why did you come in without knocking? Seeing this, Qian chided in a good-natured and amused manner. She muttered in her heart that this third brother was always so adventurous and didn't know any manners at all. However, at this moment, Sango was completely oblivious to her sister's accusations. Thinking of this, a relieved smile appeared on third brother's face. For so many years, he had been worried about his sister's lifelong endeavors, and now that he saw this scene, a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. If this had been placed 20 years ago, this would have been the time for him to go up and beat up Wonyu first. But 20 years have passed, and the whole family has tried everything for her marriage, but still nothing works. Sister are 42, big brother's daughter have 2 children, she's still not married, their 3 brothers are considered to be worried. At this moment, how could he try to scare and threaten the man in front of him? Moreover, this kid in front of me, looking quite spiritual, looking at the body is also very strong, facing their own is not chaotic in crisis, stable very, Wonyu at this time is confused state so the apparent very stable when their brother-in-law is also good. Shanshan it's third brother's fault, you guys continue, I'll go down first. Third brother said, immediately closing the door and leaving. Hey, big brother, you know what, Shanshan is wanted, really? Just in my hotel, I saw it with my own eyes, what you wanna come over, well, you come quickly. Hey. Second brother, Shanshan found a boyfriend, just in my hotel, you quickly come to see it, you are in a meeting, pushed, quickly come over. Hey, Jingrui you quickly go and pick up your grandparents, your little aunt is finally getting married. What, when have I ever lied to anyone, your third uncle, the other party has come to my hotel, hurry up and let them come over to discuss the marriage. Hey, who are you Lao Zhao oops my sister is getting married, too excited to dial the wrong number, you listen to me. The sound coming from the hallway left the 2 people in the room completely confused. Sun Xian didn't care that Wonyu was right next to her and ran out barefoot. Sun Dishing, I'll strangle you to death, shut your damn mouth for my mother. Shanshan, let go, you're so big what's there to be embarrassed about? It's not like that, just call me and tell me you're mistaken and don't let them come over. Brother-in-law, don't. Sun Dishing broke free and wrapped an arm around Wonyu's shoulders. Don't be embarrassed young man, I agree on behalf of the whole family about you and my sister. I have something to do with your sister, I just met her today, and although I'm divorced, I'm only in my early 30s this year, your sister is 42, 2 digits older than me, which I do see me as interesting. But also just think about it in your heart, after all, you have to take into account Sun Xian's face, how to say that just now also played half a day of people's big white rabbit. Mr. Sun, this is a misunderstanding, let me explain. Wonyu broke free and realized that he could not break free from his men's self-defense techniques, could he only defend himself against women? Third brother, it's really a misunderstanding, Mr. Wang is a doctor and was treating me just now. Brother-in-law or doctor, what a great profession, most respected. Mud this one only listens half the time does he? Go, choose a day, today my brother-in-law and I will have a few good drinks. How could Sun Dishing not hear clearly what the 2 said, but the picture just now his own sister was naked. Whatever the reason, this kid has to take responsibility for. Third brother's thoughts, how could Sun Xian not know, now embarrassed and groundless. Hearing his words, he quickly left the booth. Brother-in-law, this will be my sister's absence, tell me how you hooked up. Oh, this morning at the barber store. Ah shucks. What hookup, I just met Ms. Sun today. Ah, you just met today? Sango, I really don't know your sister well. Don't worry, third brother understands you guys, isn't it all the rage nowadays to have fast-paced love, young people don't want so much pressure. No, you've really misunderstood, Ms. Sun has a tumor, I was just treating her. Are all the methods of fooling women advancing so fast nowadays? Kid you can fool my sister, you can fool me. Thinking of this Sun Dishing looked at Wonyu with a serious face and reached out to pat his shoulder and said. Brother-in-law, be a man and be bold. I didn't, that was just a necessary healing maneuver. Okay stop it, I understand. No, listen to me. Say what, did you get married? Was married, but divorced. Then what else is there to say, don't worry Sango won't mind you. I, Wonyu, am a man of honor. At this time the waiter took 2 bottles of Maotai, brought up a few plates of wine dishes, Sun Dishing took the bottle, 2 cups directly poured 2 cups. Brother-in-law, come walk one. Said tons and tons a cup to the bottom. Drink, what are you looking at? Wonyu looked at Sun Dishing, who had a glass of wine in 3 seconds, in a bit of a daze. This one's really undrinkable. How do you know you can't drink it if you haven't? Try it first if you can't drink it I won't persuade you. Wonyu sniffed and took a small sip gently around his mouth. Brother-in-law, you can't be a man like this. Sun Dishing holds his empty glass before signaling Wonyu to take a look at the still full wine glass in his hand. Third brother I will accompany you with another cup, but this time I can't not give face. said the bastard, poured another 2 tails full, then tilted his head tons, giving Wang Yu another performance of the 3 seconds a glass of wine masterpiece. Brother-in-law, it's your turn. Sun Dishing puts his empty cup on the table, showing his teeth and looking at Wang Yu with burning eyes. This is not to drink is not possible, this goods rely on the good liquor to bully me, is it? I won you from childhood to the table of alcohol, table afraid of who? Eyes closed, head tilted back, 3 seconds for a glass of wine, stunts make it look like who wouldn't. After drinking, Wang Yu aimed his empty cup at Sun Dishing with so much provocation in his eyes. Not bad, good man, Sango will fill you up. Wang Yu would also let go this time, since he couldn't explain it, he didn't explain it. Since I can't leave, I won't. Since you want to drink, come on, who's afraid? A few $1,000s a bottle of Mao Tai, and you don't have to pay for it yourself. Sango, what are you doing? Sun Xian went into the house and looked at the bottle of wine next to the 2 people, only less than half of the wine left, some surprise just now also entangled 2 people, this will be how to drink on. Here's your little sister, go get another case of wine. Wang Yu reached out and grabbed a handful of peanuts from the plate, eating them one by one, seeing Sun Xian come in or politely showing a smile. Come on Sango, I'll drink to you. It's all because of this bastard's nonsense. When we put him down, we can leave ourselves. Good, come on the brother-in-law. Sun Dishing was still very happy about Wang Yu's toast. The 2 clinked glasses and tilted their heads tons and tons. Gave Sun Xian a simultaneous 3-second glass of wine, stunt. Go carry the wine, what are you standing around for? Sun Dishing finished his drink and urged. Wang Yu, on the other hand, took the bottle and began to pour wine, all poured just 2 cups, put the empty bottle to one side, and then opened another bottle of wine. Sun Dishing, this will also clear Wang Yu's idea, young people in the end is impulsive, this is and their own bar. But you're not good at anything, you're good at this. Being a third uncle himself, he will give him a good lesson today, so that he will know that there are people outside the people. Come on sister-in-law, dry. Sango, please. Less than an hour Sun Xian moved over a box of wine has gone 3 bottles, Sun Dishing and Wang Yu, the more they drink the brighter their eyes, looking at each other, all have a kind of moving a stone to stone their own feet. You guys stop drinking, if you drink anymore, something will happen. Looking at the 2 people who would not give in to anyone, Sun Xian was somewhat helpless in her heart. She knew her own third brother's drinking capacity very well, and at first thought that Wang Yu would probably lose in not much time. But how could I have imagined that 2 people would just, tons and tons of 5 bottles? And by the looks of it, if he didn't try to talk himself out of it, he probably wouldn't have enough of the remaining 3 bottles for the 2 of them. Chapter 24, 3 brothers are ruthless, even their own sister is a pit. Brother-in-law, let's take a break. Sun Dishing, this will have no bottom in his heart, although he is not drunk yet, but the bottom of this kid has not been touched, and I do not know if I can carry it. I just took advantage of Sun Xian's words to give myself a reprieve first. Okay, take a break. Wang Yu also has a bitter cry, this Sun Dishing is too damned able to drink. The 2 men put down their glasses with a smile at each other. Sango, I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, Wang Yu stood up. Sundowner smiled and waved his hand. When he came to the bathroom cubicle, Wang Yu hugged the toilet and started to vomit until his stomach was empty and there was nothing more he could vomit out. Rinsing his mouth and washing his face, Wang Yu felt a lot better, although he drank a lot, but his body absorbs it in a process, the stock in his stomach emptied, this will clear his mind a lot. Arriving at the private room, Wang Yu saw that Sun Dishing and Sun Xian were talking to 2 more men. With Wang Yu's arrival, the 4 men looked up at him at the same time, and the gazes of the 3 men were all quite fiery, momentarily making him feel weird. Sun Xian said with a slightly helpless smile. Dr. Wang, I've explained, the misunderstanding is all cleared up, I'm really sorry. It's okay, just explain it, I have nothing to lose, it won't bother me. Wang Yu went out that will, Shanshan's big brother and second brother came over one after another, and took the opportunity to take out her own examination report, and how to recognize with Wang Yu, to how to treat the matter said again. Of course there were some things she certainly wouldn't say, just explaining that the inspection was needed and a few words to bring it up. After the 3 brothers heard the explanation, they also felt that Lao San had made a mess, but they didn't blame him, after all, if they both encountered this kind of thing, it would be hard not to misunderstand. Dr. Wang, I am Shanshan's elder brother, Sun Dezhao, this is Shanshan's second brother, Sun Dexing, and you know the oldest 3, so I won't introduce them anymore. On behalf of our 3 brothers, I thank Dr. Wang for saving Shanshan. Sun Dezhao went forward and held Wang Yu's hand tightly. I'm sorry Dr. Wang, it was my mistake. Sun Dishing's face turned red as he apologized, and he didn't know if it was because of the drinking or if he was really embarrassed. Big brother, things are all clear, we need to thank Dr. Wang, we happen to be all here today, let's have a meal together. Sun Dexing also came over to round up the conversation, and several people sat at the wine table separately. Big brother, this brother-in-law really doesn't want it. Let's see what happens first, the second has already gotten someone to investigate. Big brother, the opportunity is rare. I feel that this kid is very good. We use some means. I also want a Chanshan lie to him. Shut up and wait until word comes from the oldest two side. My son family's girls aren't for anyone to marry just because they want to. Alright, whatever you say big brother, I'll listen to you, but a little while later when mom and dad come over, you go and explain. I just asked Jingrui, mom and dad were just napping without getting the message. Come Dr. Wang, the three of us brothers toast you on our first meeting. Saying this, Wang Yu saw the three brothers across the street, neatly raising their glasses, but this time the glasses were replaced with small half-two cups. You're welcome, you're welcome. Wang Yu clinked his glasses one by one, and the four of them dried up at the same time. Shanshan, you also toast Dr. Wang, someone else saved you, don't be so rude. Boss Sun Dezhao put down his wine glass and said to Sun Qian. Dr. Wang, thank you. Sun Qian picked up a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Ms. Sun is polite, I am a doctor, this is all proper. Wang Yu's mind is more relaxed this time, the misunderstanding is explained clearly, the drinking cup is directly 4 times smaller, the pressure is suddenly gone. Dr. Wang, we've learned about Chanshan's illness, and although it can be cured, the person will be half-wasted after the surgery. You were able to cure Chanshan, our Sun family is really thankful to you, this card you keep, it's considered as the consultation fee for asking you to come out, and it's also our brother's thanks to you. The second Sun Dexing handed over a bank card, although I do not know how much money is in it, but Wang Yu felt that he deserved it, and at that moment, he was not polite, and took it and put it directly into his pocket. I'll laugh about it then. Seeing that Wang Yu received the money, this favor from his sister was also considered to be a conclusion. The three brothers also relaxed a lot, and at that moment, several people pushed the cup to drink happily. Halfway through, Lao Er went out and said he was going to the bathroom, and Wang Yu didn't care. But by the time the second one came back and said a few words to his elder brother, after that the elder brother's attitude towards Wang Yu changed. Big brother, investigated, his name is Wang Yu, son-in-law of the Chun family, but already divorced, it seems like it was caused by Qin Yuting's cheating, but it's not confirmed yet. This kid's character is nothing to write home about, he dares to love and hate, he can afford to let go, although his family background is very average, but he is definitely a man. I'm sending you the exact information on your phone, just take a look. After saying that, Lao Er brought Lao San to drink with Wang Yu. Sun Dezhao took out his cell phone and looked under the table. Wang Yu's experience from graduation to divorce is clearly written on it. This Wang Yu is really a good man, that the conditions of the Chun family are still good, but it is clearly recorded above that for so many years he did not spend a penny on the Chun family, nor did he use the Chen family's resources to help himself to do a thing. From the time we got married, one person worked several jobs, and with his own hard work, he bought a house, a car, and has always been responsible for his family. Later learned of his wife's betrayal, but also in the eyes cannot tolerate a little sand, in order to divorce, choose to leave the house, and even just got the compensation also do not want a penny. Such a man can suffer, dare to struggle, have a responsibility, responsible, do not bend for money, do not fear the power to bully. Such a person, if he cannot be his brother-in-law, then he will never forgive himself in this life. Although his sister was 12 years older than him, in Sun Dezhao's opinion, this was not a matter, his own sister would always be 18 in his eyes. But this guy looks like he's going to have a hard time agreeing to be his brother-in-law, and he's going to have to use some tactics to do it. I think I Sun Dezhao bright and open-minded all my life, this will be for his sister's lifelong happiness, cannot care so much, despicable on the despicable, then prepare more dowry to compensate for it. Thinking of this, Sun Dezhao made up his mind, and at that moment gave the oldest two and the oldest three a wink, brothers for many years and how they don't understand their own big brother's meaning. At that moment, the three brothers reached a tacit understanding and looked at Wang Yu, the smile on their faces getting weirder and weirder. Shanshan, don't just eat so happy today, a piece of drink a few cups. The second oldest son Dexing, this is even his own sister, began to count. Alright, I'll accompany you guys for a few drinks. Sun Qian didn't doubt it, thinking that her three brothers were really happy for her, and at that moment, she also joined in. Chapter 25, The Oldest Three's Troublesome Operations. The atmosphere rose quite a bit with the addition of Sun Qian. Wang Yu, who had just loaded the card in his pocket, was also in a good mood, and looking at the four siblings in the Sun family, the money in this card was definitely very meaningful. At that moment, it was even more of a come on, but what he didn't notice was that these three brothers were always intentionally or unintentionally persuading him and Sun Xian to drink together. As a younger sister, Sun Xian just felt that her three brothers were particularly enthusiastic today and did not suspect anything. More than 40 minutes, drank more than a caddy of Sun Xian, has been lying on the table. The old three called the two waiters. Sun Xian helped up to the third floor lounge, and then began to give Wang Yu pouring wine. Half a cup of two. Wang Yu can no longer remember how much he drank. He feels that he is now in a daze, and the three brothers in front of him have turned into 9 brothers. Come brother-in-law, have another drink with Sangdo. Sun Dishing took 2 cups of wine. 1 cup he drank himself, and the other cup was shoved into Wang Yu's hand, holding the bottom of the cup, and poured it into Wang Yu's mouth. Drinking confused Wang Yu, did not realize that Sun Dishing this grandson, and then took the two glasses of wine just now. He sort of reacted after a few drinks, but it was too late, pointing at the 3 brothers as he was about to collapse. You brothers don't speak martial arts. He burped afterward and slumped right back into his chair. This kid can really drink. If I were on my own I really wouldn't be able to take him down. Sun Dishing looked at Wang Yu, who was finally drunk, wiped the sweat from his head and had a feeling of mission accomplished. Big brother, what's wrong with you? The second Sun Dexing looked at the oldest brother, who was also lying motionless on the table, thinking that he had also drunk too much. Second brother, you don't know how much big brother can drink. This will probably not work. So what do we do next? Big brother didn't say. Isn't it obvious? Big brother asked us to get both this kid and Shanshan drunk. Surely it's to let the 2 of them get raw. When the time comes, this kid doesn't want to be our brother-in-law, can't even. The second Sun Dexing thought about it and nodded his head, thinking that the third had a point. Okay, help our brother-in-law to his room to rest. At that moment, the 2 of them smiled at each other, picked up Wang Yu and headed towards the 3rd floor lounge. When the room was left with only the boss, Sun Dezhao, the bastard actually sat up, poured himself a cup of water, and after drinking it, a smug smile appeared on his face. If anyone saw it, they wouldn't be able to resist complimenting this one. The boss is the boss, arranging his 2 younger brothers in a clear way, without saying a word, just a look. When the incident occurred and the sister went up to confront the 3 brothers, the oldest explained that he was also drunk and didn't know what happened behind the scenes. 1 word and you're off the hook, and only the second and third will take the blame, while you'll always be a good big brother in your sister's eyes. The 2 younger brothers upstairs are still not clear about their big brother's tawdry operation, and are still honestly executing the plan. You go in and help my sister change into a nightgown so she can sleep easier. Lao San called a waitress over and ordered. Oldest 3, if we're like this, little sister will definitely be angry when she wakes up. What if we start a fire then? The oldest 2 frowned, feeling that there was something wrong. Everyone else was getting someone else's sister drunk for their own use, but the 2 of them were so good that they got their own sister drunk, not to mention, and then sent in a man. The more I think about it, the more awkward I feel. Second brother, compared to the lifelong happiness of my little sister, even if I get beaten up by her a few times, what's the big deal? Aren't we as big brothers doing it for her own good? The oldest 3 is not care, his sister what virtue he cannot know. Wang Yu the strong boy, good body, handsome, the most important thing is young his sister that age can be with him, absolutely is the old cow ate young grass. Losses are not there at all. When the time comes, after my little sister carries her son, she will definitely thank us. The oldest 3 added a sentence at the back, but in his heart, he was thinking that when his little sister has Wang Yu's child, this brother-in-law will not be able to do without him. The second thought about it and thought the third was right. Well, third brother, you usually seem straightforward, but I didn't realize that your mind is still so delicate. Oh, second brother, this is all for the sake of little sister's happiness. The 2 brothers set up the drunken Wang Yu and stood in the corridor discussing Sun Xian's future happy life. Boss, it's all done, Miss Sun is already asleep. The waiter came out to report on the work. Here, a reward for you. Lao San drew out $1,000 and handed it to the waitress before dismissing her. Come Ergo, help, this misunderstanding can be made a little bigger. What are you doing, Ergo? Watching Sun Dexing take turn on the air conditioner and directly set the temperature to 16 degrees, Lao San was a little puzzled. You don't know this, Lao San, do you? People hug each other to keep warm when they're cold. Holy, second brother, you are worthy of being the most educated of our brothers, you know just how much. Okay, let's go, big brother is still down there. The 2 brothers closed the door behind them and left straight away. Sun Xian had a dream. In the dream she felt she had come to a very cold place, there was cold air all around, and the freezing cold made her shrink into a ball. But the cold was everywhere, surrounding her all the time. Just as she was about to lose her grip, she felt as if there was a warm heater beside her. Now she finally felt warm, and like a kitten, she snuggled up against the heater and slept soundly. And at the moment the air conditioning in the house had continued to work all the time and the room temperature had dropped to less than 20 degrees. Open the bedside nightlight. Sun Xian saw his cell phone is placed on the bedside table. Pick up a look at more than 2 o'clock in the morning. By this time she had also figured out that it was the 3 older brothers who had done this, and it was clear to her exactly what it was for. Angry? A little, but more thankful. Otherwise one would never have had such a reassuring experience in one's life. On the cell phone there is a message sent by the second brother. Open it and it records Wang Yu's information in detail, from family to divorce, from graduation to unemployment. The record is very clear. Knowing Wang Yu's single status, Sun Xian was also a bit thankful, but the fact that it was recorded that he had 2 other children made her heart unspeakably hard. Although the Sun family was very capable, they hadn't found out that Wang Yu's 2 children weren't biological in such a short period of time. When a man has children, he is attached, not to mention that the man around him is so responsible. Thinking of this, Sun Xian knew that she couldn't get caught up in it, or it would be Wang Yu who would end up hurting him. He has long passed the age of needing love, and Sun Xian, who was used to living alone, did not have any special thoughts about Wang Yu before. But that feeling after being alone now overwhelmed her mind. Sun Xian smiled to herself, thinking of the age difference between the two. She couldn't help but flinch. Chapter 26, Sun Xian waking up in the middle of the night. Sun Dezhao dumps the pot. Sun Xian silently stared at Wang Yu for a long time. Suddenly he lowered his head and kissed him deeply on the lips, then turned and left without looking back. Just as he opened the door, he saw his 3 brothers, sitting on the couch in the hallway, huffing and puffing. They stayed on guard outside like that, and Sun Xian came to her big brother's side and gently nudged him awake. Sun Dezhao woke up and saw his sister, and just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Sun Xian. The two came to a private room downstairs, and after closing the door Sun Xian brewed a pot of tea and sat quietly on a chair. Sun Dezhao tried to speak several times but was interrupted by Sun Xian, and the 2 siblings sat quietly like this. I don't blame you guys for this, big brother. Sun Xian's words stifled Sun Dezhao, who had prepared countless reasons, from speaking. His little sister's behavior was out of his expectation, neither noisy nor angry, quiet enough to make him feel scared. You've read the information Ergo sent me. Well, having read it, this Wang Yu, although divorced, is definitely a good match, or else his brothers wouldn't have done this. I know that you all care about me, but this Wang Yu he's different. What's different, little sister? As long as you nod your head and leave the rest to big brother, make sure this kid marries you. Big brother, I know that if you guys do this, there's a big possibility that Wang Yu will marry me. But have you thought about it? If he marries me, will the 2 of us really be able to be happy? Why can't I? Wang Yu's character is definitely worth committing your life to. Sun Xian took a sip of tea, shook her head and sighed softly. Big brother, although Wang Yu is divorced, he still has 2 children. I know that the matter of having children is something you can accept. In fact, I can also accept it. But have you guys ever seriously thought about Wang Yu as a person? What's wrong with him? He's quite a man, he's responsible, he's good looking, he's capable, he's quite good. Yes, it's quite nice, and any woman would be happy to marry him, but these good things about him are the reason I can't be with him. Little sister, how is this? Sun Dezhao's words were interrupted by Sun Xian before he could finish. From the beginning of his marriage, are a very responsible person take good care of the family, do people also very backbone never spent the Chen family a penny. But have you thought about it, if the 2 of us if we do get together, will he give up his 2 children? No. Sun Dezhao shook his head after thinking about it. Yes, he would never give up his children no matter what the divorce was for. Then those 2 kids are his never-ending connection to his ex-wife. Chen Yuting, that woman I have seen, its own conditions are very good, looks very beautiful, the 2 of them in college together, is likely still each other's first love. You think Wang Yu after the divorce will really put her down? Wouldn't he live with Chen Yuting again for the sake of the child? Sun Xian's words caused Sun Dezhao to fall into deep thought. Wang Yu is just too committed and responsible, no matter what Chen Yuting and the 2 of them divorced because of, but there's still a big chance that Wang Yu will get back together with Chen Yuting for the sake of the child. If I do marry Wang Yu because of this nonsense of yours, he won't like me and will marry me just to be responsible. With his 2 children and Chen Yuting sandwiched in between, big brother, do you think I'll really live a happy life? If Sun Xian knew that Wang Yu was divorced because of the child, I don't know how he would feel. So one tries not to automatically brainstorm things based on imperfect information. The truth often surprises you. Little sister, I'm sorry, it's all big brother's fault. Sun Dezhao also figured it out at this time. My little sister will not be happy when she marries someone who does not love her, even if that person has a good character. Alright big brother, this matter ends here, I'll leave second and third brother to you, I'll go home first. After saying that, Sun Qian left. Sun Dezhao did this alone for a long time, ashamed of his impulsiveness. It's better to let yourself, the big brother, solve the trouble your own brother has caused. Coming to the third floor and looking at his two younger brothers who were huffing and puffing, Sun Dezhao went up and kicked them awake one by one. Eyes coldly glaring at the two of them, stopping the words they wanted to say and signaling them to follow, then the three brothers came back to the private room just now. Tell me what you two did while I was drunk. What's wrong with big brother? It's not all about you signaling. Fart. The second and third shrunk their necks and didn't dare to say anything, and they both knew that this tawdry maneuver was indeed excessive. Looking at his two younger brothers, Sun Dezhao couldn't bear to blame them anymore. After all, the biggest pot was taken by both of them. At that moment, he explained what Sun Qian had just said, organizing it into his own meaning. Then in that case, little sister is indeed not suitable to marry Wang Yu. Sun Dexing nodded in agreement. Then what should I do? My little sister suffered such a big loss and just let it go. Sun Dishing was unwilling in his heart, he still wanted Wang Yu to be his brother-in-law, after all, his drinking was to his liking. It wasn't even you two who did the damage to your little sister, what else do you want? Well, I talked to my little sister just now, this matter will be treated as if it never happened, neither of you are allowed to mention it again, both of you go back. Well, listen to big brother, I'll go back first. Sun Dexing didn't have much to offer, he didn't know what to do about such things as feelings, and immediately prepared to leave. Don't go away, Lao San, tomorrow you'll go and dispatch the boy, so that he doesn't see anything. Sun Dezhao called out to Lao San, who was ready to bolt, and instructed. Why me? The oldest pointed to his nose with some reluctance. If it's not you, is it me? Don't you own this hotel, and isn't it your room that the kid is sleeping in? After saying that, Sun Dezhao glared at him and left as well. He himself, and out of the place, and prepare food and wine, spend money did not get good not to say, and finally want him to go to the end. But think about who let himself as the oldest three, big brother and second brother do not dare to resist, in front of the little sister also only get bullied life. In short, you drink the most, you work the most, and you take the blame. Now his own bed is still occupied and he doesn't even have a place to sleep. Hey! It's all fate. Drooping his head, Sun Dishing pulled over a few chairs and set them together, just ready to settle until dawn. Wang Yu slept for more than 10 hours, woke up in the morning only to feel refreshed, and saw that he was actually lying upstairs in the lounge, and could not help but think of the famous scene of treating Sun Qian yesterday afternoon. Hey! What are you thinking about? It's just a cure. At the moment he couldn't remember a thing about what had happened last night. Get up and put on your clothes, wash your face. Wang Yu was ready to leave. Just as he opened the door, he saw Sun Dishing standing in the doorway with red eyes. Ah! Sango is so early. Well, kid, you're awake. At this moment, Sun Dishing did not know how to face Wang Yu, but there was always a bit of anger in his heart. Sorry Sango, I drank too much yesterday, I'm sorry to trouble you. Say what you will, your kid almost put over all three of us yesterday, it's still right to take care of you. If there's nothing else, I'll be off Sango. Wang Yu looked at Sun Dishing always feel strange, but did not think too much, at the same time, thinking also to go to the hospital is ready to say goodbye and leave. Go on, come and drink with third brother more often when you have time. Sundown said with a wave of his hand. Let's go Sango. Wang Yu also liked Sun Dishing's character, and third brother was also shouting smoothly. Chapter 27, It's time to show real skill. Leaving the Sky Street Eatery, Wang Yu drove his car, not bothering to eat breakfast, and went all the way to Maria Hospital. Just after arriving at the entrance of the hospital, he met Tang Hongyuan and Zhu Yan couple. The two of them didn't know how long they had been waiting at the entrance. This time when they saw Wang Yu, they excitedly greeted him. Brother Wang is finally here, you've kept me waiting. Mr. Tang, it's not even 8 o'clock. Wang Yu looked at his cell phone and felt that he wasn't late. You don't know Dr. Wang, you told my husband the other day that you were able to get us to have another baby, and he couldn't sit still all day yesterday, so he ran out at 6 o'clock this morning and waited. Zhu Yan walked up and explained for Wang Yu. Don't worry Mr. Tang, I never talk big, I'll start treating madam after I've gone to check in later. Wang Yu walked into the hospital under the two families' expectant gazes, called the dean's phone, and soon Han Kuan personally came down to greet him. The two of them made their way to the dean's office after some polite conversation. Mr. Wang, I'm ready for you here, the position of director of orthopedics at this hospital is waiting for you to take up, That day after you left, Han Cohen and personally understand some of the treatment process at that time, called God. The fate of the orthopedic hand position was decided right then and there. That Dean Han, there is something I want to talk about. Although Wang Yu had no prejudice against orthopedics, he still wanted to go to the gynecology department. After all, with the existence of the gynecological sage as an extra, one would definitely be able to earn more merit value in gynecology. And in the orthopedic department, one is not as many patients as gynecology, and the second is that bone setting to consume a lot of their own energy. If the situation of the child like the one they saved to come on a few, even if they die of exhaustion, cannot be cured. Besides, he had to earn merit value himself, and he was still looking forward to the exploration of his new abilities. Mr. Wang, go ahead, for a doctor like you, our hospital still gives a lot of autonomy. Actually, I want to go into gynecology because orthopedics is just a hobby for me, and what I'm really good at is gynecology. Wang Yu was not polite at that moment and directly put forward his claim. Han Cohen sniffed and frowned slightly. Maria Hospital itself hung the name of a gynecology hospital, and although the medical level of other departments was also the first in Shidu City, the gynecology aspect was definitely the strongest. On the one hand, it has to be able to afford its own signboard, and on the other hand, there are many people who see gynecologists, and 30% of the entire hospital's profit comes from gynecology. If it had been any other department, he could have decided on the spot, but this one in gynecology he didn't really dare to agree to. Mr. Wang, I'll be honest, all the other departments are fine, it's this gynecology I can't give you a guarantee right now. Oh, what's the matter, Dean Han? Is it because I'm a man and the gynecology department only admits female doctors? That's not true. The director of the gynecology department is a very powerful doctor, and her family also holds a portion of the hospital's shares, although I'm the dean of the hospital, but the gynecology department there, I can't say ah. That's what it looks like. Why don't we ask the head gynecologist and see what she means? Wang Yu still does not want to give up. He got up in the morning and looked at it. Sun Qian's treatment was completed and gave 15 points of merit value, making Wang Yu somewhat puzzled. How cancer is supposed to be worse than a broken bone, but looking at the acquisition of merits, it doesn't seem to be quite the same as the reality of the situation. What he wanted at this time was to have a large amount of contact with patients to facilitate a good feel for the mechanism of earning merit value. The 52 points of merit value at the moment didn't bring him much benefit, and he still wanted to quickly break through to 100 to see if he could draw another prize. Okay, I'll accompany you and give you a brief introduction to gynecology on the way. The two of them walked together towards the gynecology clinic, and along the way Wang Yu had a brief understanding of the gynecology department. The director of gynecology is called Sumu, 29 years old this year, don't look at the age, but is a graduate of a famous foreign Western medical school. The papers published during the school period, many times won international awards, known as the medical genius of the world. As for how to come to this hospital in Shidu City, President Han also said that this hospital Su family has a large share, so after graduation Sumu refused to be hired by foreign high-paid, came to the family's hospital to start practicing medicine. Although Director Su has only been here for 2 years, his medical skills are famous throughout Shidu City, even patients from the next city have come here in great numbers. Mr. Wang should be prepared. Don't worry, I haven't convinced anyone in gynecology, Wang Yu said confidently. Just stepping into the gynecology office, before Dean Han had a chance to introduce himself, a small nurse rushed in. Quickly, where's Director Su? The mother is hemorrhaging, she can't stop it anymore, her life is in danger at any moment. What? Director Su is still undergoing a tumor removal surgery and can't spare the time right now. Lin Xiaohua, the deputy director next to him, said nervously. What's going on? Can't you go in this situation? No, Dean, that woman was in labor with twins, they were advised to have a cesarean section at the time, but the family disagreed and insisted on a normal delivery. And it's Dr. Qin in there, we're both at about the same level, so there's not much use for me to go over there if she can't do anything about it. Can't Chief Su draw? It'll take at least half an hour. Director Su's tumor removal surgery is also very important. The patient has a deep relationship with Director Liu. I'll do it. Hearing this, Wang Yu knew that it was time for him to perform his real skill. Mr. Wang, you just came. Here. Dean Han was interrupted by Wang Yu's words halfway through. Is there a better way? Time waits for no one, don't worry Dean Han, I won't commit to anything without certainty. Then please. Dean, your clothes, lend me your clothes. Wang Yu was still wearing civilian clothes, and in order to save time, he directly hit on Dean Han. Okay, no problem. Receiving the white coat, Wang Yu left to the operating room under the leadership of the small nurse. Just went in and smelled a strong smell of blood, the one who was busy should be the little nurse, said Dr. Qin. But it looked like a lot of work, with one of the two kids already born and the other one probably still in the belly at this point. At this time the mother has already passed out. At this rate, within 10 minutes, the child and adults cannot be saved. Wang Yu put on his protective gear and came directly next to the patient. The little nurse gave Dr. Qin a brief introduction of Wang Yu's identity. "Dr. Wang, there's nothing I can do here, the rest is all up to you." Originally Qin Shuejiu has been ready to take the blame, but this time to run out of ahead, although in the end they are inevitably affected, but at least someone to share the responsibility is not. Wang Yu did not care about Qin Shuejiu's small mind and reached out to stroke the maternal arm. Dense information appeared in his head, and after looking at it carefully for a while, a treatment plan was quickly determined in light of the current situation. Hemostat. Scalpel. Surgical scissors. Vascular clamps. Surgical forceps. All set. Wang Yu started commanding when it was his duty to do so. Has the mother's blood type been checked? Now hurry up and start the transfusion. Immediately, someone ran out to get a blood pack. Dr. Qin, I need you to perform a C-section on the mother immediately. Dr. Wang, we can't do this without the patient's family signing off. Now go immediately and get them to sign, or the baby in your belly will definitely not be saved. What about maternity? Don't worry, the maternity will be fine with me. Chapter 28, Hemorrhage at the Gynecology Clinic. Dr. Qin, hurry up and start the surgery, time waits for no one. Looking at the little nurse who was still preparing the responsibility letter, Qin Shuejiu clenched her back teeth and really wanted to turn her head and leave. What are you waiting for? It's not like someone went out and signed, the family must have signed as long as they weren't enemies of the woman in labor. But the hospital has a rule that you can't perform surgery without a family member's signature. There's no time to babble with you, if you can do it, if you can't do it hurry out and ask the dean to change Dr. Lin to come in. Once Qin Shuejiu heard that the dean was also outside, she really didn't dare to leave her job at that moment. But standing in the operating room, nothing to do is not a thing. Looking at the unconscious in the delivery bed of the mother, and the sight of the busy Wang Yu, a feeling of shame rose up. Qin Shuejiu remembered why she studied medicine, the excitement she felt when she was admitted to medical school, and the oath she took when she graduated and joined the workforce. But when did he himself slowly start to become out of touch, to become cold, to become no longer like a doctor? Wang Yu's strong intervention just now, ignoring the hospital's rules and having only the patient's attitude in mind aroused her initial thoughts. A doctor's first responsibility is to heal the sick and save lives. I can do it. Qin Shuejiu's tone was filled with determination. As time passed, Wang Yu and Qin Shuejiu cooperated with each other and another child was successfully delivered. The birth of a new life gave everyone confidence in Wang Yu. At this time, Wang Yu was also relieved that he was not as certain as he appeared to be. The systems panel gives only the method, the concrete implementation still depends on him, a little mistake may lead to serious consequences, and the smooth birth of the child has given him great courage. Come on, let's get on with it. The maternal hemorrhage was severe, but Wang Yu was able to directly locate the bleeding vessels and used several hemostats and vascular clamps in a row, and the hemorrhage was under control. Qin Shuejiu, under Wang Yu's explanation, also began to sew up the wound, and the nurse ladies busily cooperated. Blood pressure is back to normal. The heart is back to normal, too. The temperature of the patient's body has also increased. We did it. Under the leadership of Wang Yu, they successfully completed the resuscitation work. At this time, no matter whether it was Qin Shuejiu or the nurse sister, a sense of accomplishment arose. Alright, everyone, don't get excited, the closing work behind is still important. Dr. Qin here is all yours, I'll go out first. Wang Yu was ready to leave when he finished speaking. How's the maternity situation? Nervous voices and hurried footsteps made Wang Yu, who was about to remove his protective suit, stop moving. Sister Qin? Before Qin Shuejiu, who was busy, could reply, she was again prodded by the visitor. Director Su, the mother is currently in a stable condition, and the two children that were delivered have no other problems except for being a bit weak. That Director Su, can you move your feet, you're stepping on me? Only after hearing Wang Yu's words did Sumu feel that his feet were indeed soft. Bending over slightly to look down only to realize that her small feet were stepping on top of a large one. Sumu quickly took 2 steps back, her pretty face reddened, but wearing a mask others couldn't see it. Sorry, I was in a hurry to get going and didn't notice you. It's okay, Director Su is also understandably nervous about the labor situation. The first meeting with Director Su, Wang Yu has a good impression of her, at least she is a doctor who thinks about her patients. This is Dr. Wang Yu, who was just hired by the dean, and it was Dr. Wang who solved the dangerous situation of the mother just now. Xin Shuejiao gave Sumu a brief introduction of what had just happened. Dr. Wang has excellent medical skills, our gynecology department welcomes you to join. Of course Sumu would not give up on Wang Yu who had such good medical skills. To know that in these 2 years she is very busy, the entire gynecology department is considered to be her one person to carry up, Dr. Qin and Lin, Deputy Director of Medical Skills, although good, but only relative to the medical level of other hospitals in Shudu City. With the addition of Sumu, the fame of Maria Gynecology Hospital has slowly radiated to the surrounding cities. The increase in fame, the pressure brought about can be imagined. If there is no high skill, cannot catch this wave of traffic, then the corresponding negative impact is also the hospital cannot afford. Ever since Sumu's fame hit, she hadn't rested for a long time, working more than 10 hours a day. And with Wang Yu's arrival and the demonstration of his superior medical skills, he could undoubtedly share a large portion of her pressure. Director Su, this is not the place to talk, let's go out and talk. Wang Yu took off his protective suit and signaled. Okay Dr. Wang, I want to talk to you too. The two arrived at the office, where Dean Han and Mr. and Mrs. Tang Hongyuan were waiting. Well, Dean Han asked Wang Yu, but his eyes looked at Sumu. Dr. Wang's medical skills are excellent, and neither the mother nor the child had much trouble. That's good, that's good. Dean Han sighed in relief. Dean Han, then I'm considered to have passed the test. Mr. Wang is joking, with your medical skills where is there any test, I still have things to do so I'll leave first, the rest will be left to Director Su and you to butt heads. With that, Dean Han left. Brother Wang, there's time now, isn't there? Tang Hongyuan had just brought his wife to prepare to receive treatment, but he learned that Wang Yu had entered the operating room and was rescuing a hemorrhaging woman. Although the mood is very eager, but still suppressed, after all, to save lives is important, sometimes there is no first come first served in the hospital, it all depends on the patient's condition. Mr. Tang has waited long enough, I'll help madam look at it now. Don't call me Mrs., you saved my son, you are my nobleman, call me sister-in-law or sister. Hearing that Wang Yu had saved another life in just half an hour, Zhu Yan admired him even more and could not help but want to draw closer to Wang Yu. Director Su will wait a moment. The patient is the main focus, so I'm going to go ahead and get busy too, and we'll talk again at lunch. Okay, I'll see you at noon. Wang Yu watched Sumu leave and turned back to the Tang Hongyuan couple. Brother-in-law, I think it's kinder to be called sister than sister-in-law. Anything, it means you and your sister are meant for each other. The three men were polite for a while, and they got a lot closer. At that moment, Wang Yu also began to start treating Zhu Yan. Wang Yu was a little hesitant about Zhu Yan's condition. It's not so much that it can't be cured, but it's a struggle with what to treat it with. The system offers 3 treatment modalities. The first is that Wang Yu is particularly skilled massage, but after the things of Ye Wen and Sun Shen, let him some fear, although called Zhu Yan's sister, but all know that this is polite. And he didn't want to use this kind of technique for healing on a regular basis, he couldn't just come and touch one in the future. The second is to use acupuncture. This Wang Yu did not even think about it and dismissed it, after all, although the system is introduced in great detail, but Wang Yu does not know how to use acupuncture at all, so it is useless to say more. The third is quite normal, prescribed a few pairs of traditional Chinese medicine, coupled with medicinal diets. Long-term conditioning is also able to cure Zhu Yan's infertility. If it is an ordinary patient, Wang Yu is not wrong to use this, but this treatment process requires more than half a year, and this goods received a check of $10 million from Tang Hongyuan, and then let people wait for half a year to feel a little tangled. After thinking about it, Wang Yu decided to let Tang Hongyuan choose. After all, it was his wife who pushed the massage at that time, and it didn't matter if he just agreed with himself. Chapter 29. Wang Yu in the morning, busy as a dog in the afternoon. Brother-in-law, I have 2 types of treatments here. The first one is able to cure Sister Yin in about 2 weeks, and the other one is estimated to take more than half a year to be able to cure her. Then definitely choose the first. How Brother Wang? The first spends a lot of money. Don't worry, I don't lack money. It's not about the money, the 2 treatments are used in different ways, so the treatment time is different. Yan's uterus has had many inertial miscarriages, and in order to have Xiao Jie, it even took a large amount of stimulant drugs, which have now become inactive, and this is the reason why Yan is infertile. So if you want to treat Sister Yan, you first need to activate the activity of the uterus so that it can recover before you can conceive life again. I don't understand any of this, so just tell me the method. Okay, the first method is for me to use the technique of 2A now to stimulate Sister Yan's body points, along with some medicinal herbs, to be able to complete the treatment in 2 weeks' time. The other type does not require pushing, but relies on medication and remedies to slowly change Yan's constitution, thus reawakening the activity of the uterus. The first one inevitably has some physical contact with Sister Yan, so I wanted to ask for your opinion. The first one, I guess, I can't wait that long, I want to give my husband another baby. Zhu Yan said with some impatience after hearing this. Tang Hongyuan also clearly knew Wang Yu's thoughts when he heard this. After all, it was indeed quite difficult for his wife to have physical contact with another man. But his wife's words didn't make him hesitate much after all. It was a cure, and some concerns were better put aside. Listen to your sister Yan, let's go with the first one. Brother Wang, don't feel pressured, doctors treat the sick to save people, using some special means is also for better treatment. The couple's words also made Wang Yu dispel his worries, and at that moment, he looked for Deputy Director Lin to arrange a quiet ward ready to start treatment. This time the treatment Wang Yu's mind was smooth and not as out of control as the previous 2 times. In less than half an hour, Wang Yu completed the massage, and the whole process was normal, the way a doctor treats a patient. After prescribing the medicine, Wang Yu thanked the couple for their renewed thanks, and while they were leaving, he used the child delivery avatar on Zhu Yan, and only after seeing the red light not enter her. Now neither can see the sick people, also cannot see the person he wants to confess. Wang Yu mourning the whole person seems a little anxious, always feel that time passes very slowly. Dr. Wang, let's go eat together. Sumu came to the office and said to Wang Yu, who was fuming. Wang Yu turned his head back at the sound of the voice and finally saw Sumu's true face. The body is voluptuous, tall and short, with a slim waist, paired with a full bust, giving a strong visual impact. Dark hair coiled behind the head, beautiful neck white and slender, bright red lips, white teeth, eyes gentle and bright, a pair of small dimples with the speech hidden. A very nice and beautiful doctor, but Wang Yu didn't have any ideas. Looking at Sumu could not help but think of the woman who had a relationship with herself in a haphazard manner, and did not know where she had gone now. Dr. Wang. Sumu's voice tone raised a little more. I'm sorry, I just didn't expect Director Su to be so beautiful, and I was momentarily mesmerized by what I saw. Dr. Wang is quite honest. Wang Yu's answer was very direct, which was unexpected by Sumu. Let's go eat now. Wang Yu, who didn't know how to answer, quickly changed the topic. Sumu didn't say anything even with a slight smile. The two walked companionably toward the cafeteria. On the way Sumu had a detailed understanding of Wang Yu. So, you majored in Chinese medicine? After taking the dinner plate and finding a seat, Sumu asked. Sort of. Wang Yu thought that the system he got was inherited from the mountain god, and the mountain god, as this very Chinese immortal, knows definitely Chinese medicine. I didn't expect you to be so young and yet have such a high level of Chinese medicine. Old Chinese doctors are deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even someone like Su Mu was surprised at Wang Yu's age. Director Su, I'm a year older than you. Wang Yu was still very mindful of Su Mu's young comment. Well, I know, I've read your information, but it's the first time I've seen a 30-year-old who was able to have medical skills like yours when studying Chinese medicine. Director Su, forget yourself, learning Western medicine at this age, your medical skills are also very impressive. Sumu blushed at his words, a little shy. This guy wasn't modest at all, accepting his own compliments, not to mention picking up the conversation and praising himself. There's no need to be so mutually complimentary. I'm going to have you sit in on the clinic this afternoon, and I'll match you with a nurse who has a foundation in Chinese medicine later. Well, at the director's discretion, I'm all set. Casually chatting, the two quickly finished their meal. After that, Sumu brought Wang Yu to the outpatient department, arranged an outpatient office for him and left. Wang Yu had surveyed the room and felt that it was not bad, thinking that he would be working here in the future and that his boss was still a big beautiful woman. He was still a little excited in his heart. After a while, a little nurse came over to report. The little girl was called Tian, quite cute, and Wang Yu was satisfied when he saw it. The two talked for a while and then it was time to go to work. Maria Women's Hospital's gynecology is very famous. Wang Yu can expect a lot of people, but did not think it would be so many. What he didn't know was that Su Mu, after learning about Wang Yu's medical skills, placed him in the busiest outpatient department. And Wang Yu didn't know that according to the hospital's rules, he could see 50 patients a day. From the first patient, Wang Yu didn't stop, thinking he would have to see all the patients out there before he could get off work. With his heart attached to the girl of one blood and thinking that he must go to her tonight, Wang Yu summoned up all his strength and did not stop for a moment. Tian, this is the first one. Just finished looking at a patient, Wang Yu tiredly lying on the table asked. Dr. Wang, you've already seen 62, that's impressive. Although the little girl was also so busy that she was about to fall apart, she was really impressed with Wang Yu. The patients who come, no matter what disease, Wang Yu can accurately say the patient's disease as soon as he takes the pulse, and then it is to prescribe a prescription, instruct the patient to take precautions, and inform them when they can be cured. More than 60 patients in a row, none of them could be difficult for him. It was the first time she had seen such a powerful doctor. How many more are out there? I'll go take a look. With that, Tian stuck her head out of the clinic and looked at the obviously much thinner crowd in the hallway with some relief. There's not much left, much less than just now. Then go ahead and call the number, and work hard to try not to work overtime today. Chapter 30, The Life of a Laborer, Overtime. With Tian's call, Wang Yu began his miserable working life again. It's so hard to get a $5 million a year salary while you're seeing a doctor and spitting. With the departure of the next patient, Wang Yu finally finished seeing today's patients at 5:58. Tian looked at the corridor that was empty before 6 o'clock and fell into silence for a moment. One afternoon Wang Yu actually saw 140 patients, averaging less than 2 minutes for a patient. If she hadn't experienced it firsthand, she certainly wouldn't have believed it could happen. In the past, when it was almost 7, there were still quite a few patients in the corridor, and Tian had even advised them several times to come back tomorrow. Instead, what happened today was that she hadn't even gotten off work yet, the patient was gone, and although she was really tired right now, she was in a surprisingly good mood. We really don't have to work overtime. Tian pulled Wang Yu's sleeve and screamed excitedly. An afternoon of intense work also brought the two closer together, as Dr. Wang became Brother Yu and Nurse Tian became sweet. Calm down, today is the afternoon start of the visit, when tomorrow we will start in the morning, the time will not be so tight, and in the future we will not even have to work overtime. You's so good. You're good too. Thinking about the little girl busy feet all afternoon, but did not complain about the pain and tiredness, but also has always maintained a smile service, Wang Yu is also heartily admired. It's 6 o'clock, let's pull out. Bye you. After that the two were ready to change and leave. Dr. Wang, Director Su asked me to come over to inform you that a temporary surgery has been added, she can't leave right now and asked you to hurry over. Said no overtime. You work harder and harder, I'll withdraw first. Tian finished running as fast as she could. Although Wang Yu very much do not want to work overtime, but this kind of thing obviously cannot be refused, save people like fire, immediately put on a white coat, quickly rushed to the operating room. After coming over, he didn't see Su Mu, not even Deputy Director Lin and Dr. Qin. At that moment, they could not care about anything else, it was better to save the people first. Looking at the old lady lying on the hospital bed, Wang Yu put on his protective clothing and prepared to start working. Surgery Wang Yu does not know, after all, he cannot even play with the scalpel, but he has a system able to achieve the effective treatment through various ways. After taking the pulse, the old lady's physical condition, Wang Yu also understood clearly. But he didn't know how to go about it, and the system had very few treatment options on it, or they didn't count as treatment options. The old lady's health was poor, but it was not caused by any disease, but by heart failure caused by the aging of her body organs at an advanced age. The program given by the system, using acupuncture to activate the anger in the body, together with tonic drugs to nourish the body, but it can't cure this kind of heart failure, it can only slow down the condition. And at most 3 years the old lady will still pass away due to the aging of her organs. This also makes Wang Yu understand that the system is not capable of doing everything anymore, and in the face of this situation can only follow the fate of heaven. But Wang Yu has not used acupuncture, now it is very difficult. The old lady is now in a very serious situation. If the treatment is not carried out, it is estimated that she will not live for a few days. Get me a set of silver needles. After thinking about it, Wang Yu still decided to carry out the rescue, although his own certainty was not great. The system also gave the acupuncture points an order that needed to be needled. And one could not rely on the system for everything since one chose to practice medicine, there were some responsibilities that one had to take on as well. Soon the nurse fetched the silver needle and handed it to Wang Yu after sterilizing it. After receiving the silver needle, Wang Yu first used his hand to determine the location of the acupuncture point and then began to slowly apply the needle. The first acupuncture point was very stable, Wang Yu's confidence increased a lot, the bone-setting heart sutra he helped a lot, the introduction in it allowed him to understand the structure of the human body in a particularly comprehensive way. At that moment, the second needle was started, followed by the third needle. Until the last needle pierced into the old lady's body, Wang Yu had finally completed this treatment. Throughout the acupuncture down, Wang Yu performed a total of 49 needles, which took more than 2 hours, and each needle was carried out carefully and cautiously. The first time he did such a treatment, it took a lot out of him. Taking the old lady's pulse again, it was obviously much stronger than just now, and the physical state shown on the system panel, although still poor, was already much better than just now. This has also increased Wang Yu's confidence and strengthened his determination to continue studying and working hard. Okay, let's get the patient to the intensive care unit first. I need to see the patient's family.
No need for surgery, Dr. Wang?
No, the old lady's body is not something that surgery can fix. Now that I've stabilized him, let's get the old lady out first.
Without much explanation, Wang Yu left the operating room.
Just as he stepped out of the doorway, two old men of about 70 surrounded him.
Boy, how's my mom? Gentlemen, rest assured that the old lady is stabilized and is not undergoing surgery.
Looking at these two grandfathers, Wang Yu felt that the old lady was estimated to be at least 90 this year.
What about my mom?
Transferred to the intensive care unit. You guys come with me, there's something I need to talk to you about. At that moment, Wang Yu brought the two old men to the office and looked through the old lady's information, and understood a little bit about her. The old lady's name is Li Tsuhua. She is 98 this year, no wonder her body organs are failing so badly. And the two old men in front of them are the two sons of the old lady. The oldest Yang Kaishan is 72 this year, and the second Yang Kailu is 69 this year. Yang Kaishan just made a phone call to who reported peace. Listen to the name, two brothers above and a big sister. Master, the old lady's body is failing. It's not that she has any disease, but organ failure caused by the aging of her organs.
Well, we know, my mom is almost 100 and we're prepared. The current situation is like
I just used acupuncture to activate the old lady's body's functions, but she's too old, she can't top it for long, estimated 3 months, it will also cause heart failure.
My mom has 3 months to live.
Yang Kaishan heard the mood excited up, said when all think the old lady cannot pass today, did not hold too much hope. Now hear Wang Yu words cannot help but cheer up.
Well, 3 months is fine, and if you want to extend it a bit more, it will cost you a lot. What, and extended?
Yang Kaishan grabbed Wang Yu's hand and was too excited to speak. Brother, don't get excited, listen to the doctor go on.
Oh, sorry lad. It's okay Moncler, I can understand the mood.
You go on, lad, I'll take whatever it takes to keep my mom alive. Yang Kaishan looked at Wang Yu with burning eyes, his heart filled with expectation. Chapter 31 Wang Yu sitting on wax, Sumu relieving the worries. The old lady's body functions are now activated by my silver needles, but this function is just rootless wood, and precious herbs are needed to fill the body's gaps. These herbs are very expensive and some of them are not available in our hospital and you need to find them yourselves. And even if I find all the herbs, I can only guarantee to renew the old lady's life for 3 years, I can't guarantee more than that.
3 years, laddie, are you sure?
Yang Kaishan's aura has changed at his words, like a superior, scrutinizing whether his men have lied or not, and a sense of oppression strikes towards Wang Yu. How does it feel, Harry? Wang Yu has not felt the change of Yang Kaisan, and he is really confident, not lying, so the heart is normal, not much pressure.
Don't worry, Moncler, I still have this certainty, I just don't know your next choice.
Looking at Wang Yu's face unchanged under his pressure, Yang Kaishan also withdrew his aura and resumed the state of an ordinary old man. Renew my mom's life. Tell me what herbs you need and we brothers will find a way to provide them. I've just looked at our hospital's herb library, and I'll leave out what's in there, and I'll write down what's not now. With that, Wang Yu took out a pen and paper and started writing. The two old men immediately came behind Wang Yu and stretched their heads to look. 50 to 100 grams of Ganoderma lucidum of about 200 years old. More than 200 grams of over 100 years old Wuling ginseng. 20 of 30 grams of 5 cracked yellow dock. 1 plant of bonsai grass. We don't have these 4 items in our hospital and we need you to find them. Young man, I know the first 3, although expensive spending some money can still be bought, but what is this hail grass? My lord, this bonsai grass is the introduction to the medicine, and the old lady must have a complete bonsai grass if she wants to renew her life. I've never heard of this stuff, where can I find it? Wang Yu also sat waxing at the words, the system only gave the name, and he didn't know what hail grass was. Old man, I know hail grass. At this time, Sumu came to the office and timely relieved Wang Yu. Girl, you know? Well, let me give the two of you the benefit of the doubt. Sumu sat down opposite Wang Yu and the two old men and started the introduction. Bonsai grass, also known as longevity grass, first appeared inside Li Shizhen's compendium of Materia Medica. Because this kind of grass is extremely tenacious of life, dry for several years in water can also grow again, all there is also a kind of call is 9 deaths to return to the grass. 9 deaths returning soul grass, big brother I know where there is.
Young Kai Lu said excitedly. Are you sure, penis? Okay, 9 deaths returning grass, torso like a leopard's foot, the hole is in the shape of an elephant, right girl? Yes, this lord is talking about the hara grass. Penis, where did you meet? Yang Kaishan was also excited when he received Su Mu's affirmative answer. Last month old when had his birthday, his family boss gave him a gift of 9 deaths and soul restoration grass, said it was found from some bird place at a great cost. That old boy also specializes in holding it in front of me to show off, I remember it very clearly. Fine, I'll get the 3 kinds in front of me. You go to the Wen family now and make sure that when Tianxiong hands over the bonsai grass. Don't worry big brother, with my friendship with that old boy, he will definitely give it to me. Young man, I'll have the herbs ready tomorrow, and my mom will be in your hands. Don't worry, Grand Master, as long as I can find all of them within 3 months, I'm sure I can renew the old lady's life. The 2 brothers of the Young family took the note and left in a hurry, starting to look for medicinal herbs. At this moment, only Wang Yu and Su Mu were left in the office. Old Mrs. Li, are you really sure you can renew her life? Su Mu also listened to a lot of information at the door just now, and didn't come in until the mention of bonsai grass. Well, the old lady's body is like rotten wood now, and even if it could be renewed she wouldn't live for many years. Wang Yu didn't feel that he was doing anything impressive by renewing the old lady's life for 3 years. Wang Yu, I realized that I know too little about you. Su Mu's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Wang Yu as if he could see through him that way. Don't understand, that's all I'm good for, just making a living. Wang Yu felt Su Mu's blazing gaze and was very uncomfortable. That director Su, can I get off work, I have things to do in the evening. Looking at the time it was now 9 o'clock, and if I got home a little later it would be past 10, and it would be very inappropriate to knock on the door downstairs then. Of course I can, and thanks a lot for staying and helping me today, I'll double your overtime pay for the night. With overtime pay, or double? Wang Yu's eyes lit up. What are you thinking about? It's limited to today, don't you have something to do, or don't you want to hurry up? Su Mu wanted to laugh a little as he looked at Wang Yu's money-grubbing appearance. Hey! I thought every time I worked overtime it was double pay. If that was the case I would have stayed in the hospital and not left. Sure enough I was still overthinking it. Shaking his head, Wang Yu left the office with his hands behind his back. Su Mu did not go back to rest after Wang Yu left, holding a thick medical record and looking at it seriously, although every day is very busy, but she has never given up learning, and every day will take time to continue to study. It is true that a person's success lies not only in the talent that exceeds the ordinary people, but also in the unnoticed hard work and 10 years of persistence. Wang Yu left the hospital, and since the roads were not congested after the off-duty rush hour, it took more than 20 minutes to return to the neighborhood. Returning home, washing his face and changing into clean clothes, Wang Yu came downstairs with 7 more AXS bracelets. I'm sure she's at home this time. With such thoughts in mind, Wang Yu knocked on the door of the room once again. 2 steps back, his body standing straighter than last time. But the result was the same. After 2 minutes there was no movement in the house. Wang Yu knocked a few more times and waited for about half an hour, still not waiting for someone to open the door. Moody Wang Yu came downstairs, saw a blood girl's house did not light up, no wonder no one opened the door, the original home no one ah. With a heavy heart, Wang Yu came to the door again, ready to stand guard and wait for the one-blooded girl to come home. But what he didn't realize was that Cozy wasn't even in Shudu City right now, having left the day before his divorce. And it's not certain when they'll be back, or if they'll be back at all. As for this set of houses, is also Cozy do not want to live in the hotel, randomly by, anyway, now the price of housing has risen so fast, buy a set of houses themselves to Shudu City have a place to stay, and after that can be sold at a high price, is also considered a good investment. After waiting for 2 hours, Wang Yu looked at the time 11:30, today looks like it cannot wait, the mood is a little lost. Returning home, Wang Yu hastily washed up and lay down on the bed ready to sleep. But tossing and turning how can not sleep, today did not see the first blood girl on Wang Yu's impact is quite big. I thought for a long time in my heart to comfort themselves, it's okay, surely can wait for her, run away from the monk cannot run away from the temple, I will guard here, do not believe that she is not even home to go back. Holding this thought, Wang Yu entered dreamland. The exertion of the day had caused him to sleep soundly, but the loss of his heart made him sleep uneasily. I woke up a little after 6 a.m., with remnants of yesterday's exhaustion still on me. Thinking of his busyness throughout the day, Wang Yu once again checked up his merit value and opened it to 362C. Chapter 32, Wang Yu who started studying, ex-father-in-law who prepared for divorce. The increase in merit value Wang Yu was very satisfied. I did not expect to have more than 200 points in just one afternoon. If you do the math this way, a day of sitting down for a guaranteed 300 points, then you can earn 10,000 points of merit value in a month, 120,000 points a year. Just think about it and you'll be thrilled. Congratulations to the host for exceeding 100 points of merit value and being able to conduct a lottery. It's time to finally come and not waste your busy afternoon by clicking on the draw. The mediocre panel still has few special effects, and new prizes have appeared. Wanyu's face changed slightly after receiving it. The reward was indeed powerful, yet it was not what he needed right now. Child Delivery Avatar Enhancement. Can choose gender when delivering children and can choose the number of children up to 3 in a litter. Am I going to change my profession here, not become a doctor, build a temple, sit myself up there and wait for customers to come to my door? Another sign on the door, 20 years of professional delivery. And then a fee schedule, 50,000 for a boy, 60,000 for a girl, 200,000 for twins, 500,000 for dragon and phoenix babies, and 1 million for triplets either sex. Well, I guess it won't be long before I'm the richest man in Shudu City, and if I build the temple next to a hospital specializing in infertility, the money will come even faster. Thinking about this, Wang Yu unconsciously fell asleep, and in his dream he saw the one-blooded girl he longed for massaging his shoulders, Yuan squatting down to tenderly wash his feet, and Sun Xian sitting next to him peeling grapes in a well-behaved manner. Ha, ha! Lascivious laughter echoed through the house. The reason why dreams are our highest pursuit is because they really are everything. Wang Yu, who woke up in the morning, recalled last night's dream, although it was clear that it was impossible, but it did not prevent a YY. Wake up and take a cold shower, then go to work refreshed. Good morning, you. Sugar, you traitor. Hey. You, last night my mom asked me to come home for dinner. So you left me alone to work overtime. What about the promised revolutionary friendship? You just left your comrades behind. You, look, I brought you breakfast, my mom's steamed beef buns. Sugar shook the bag in her hand and smiled. Count on your conscience, it just so happens I didn't eat anything. With that, he took the bag and pulled out a bun, biting into it, and it tasted pretty good. Yummy, Auntie's a good cook. That's for sure, I haven't eaten anything better than my mom's cooking in all my life. Wang Yu hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything, burying his head in the buns, while Sweetie was still praising herself for the delicious food that her mother had varied and made for her. Brother you, shut up, I haven't eaten breakfast either. Reacting to this, Sweetie looked at the bag that was still bulging just a moment ago, which had flattened out, and immediately went over to grab it. Swallowing the last bite of the bun, Wang Yu handed the bag to Sugar. Don't worry, there's some left for you, eat it. Ah. 10 buns, just one left for me, are you a pig? I can't be blamed for this, who made Auntie's buns so delicious, and here's one left over for you. Humph. Heartless man. Sugar twisted her head and silently ate the last of her bun. I'll treat you to lunch at noon, going or not? Looking at the sullen little girl, Wang Yu somewhat wanted to laugh. Go on, I'll eat you poor. Looking and hearing that there were benefits, Sugar immediately put on her smile again. Wang Yu couldn't help but spit, ha! Woman! After breakfast, the two put on white coats and masks, ready to start working. Wang Yu also put on a flat spectacles today, the whole person looks a lot more stable. You, why are you wearing glasses? It looks more cultured that way. Came to the clinic, two people quickly entered the work state. Wang Yu's speed is still very fast, as the patients one by one reduced, the merit value also broke through the 400 mark, but the system interface still does not have the tip of the lottery. Wang Yu is not in a hurry, there are rewards for 10 points and 100 points respectively, so when it comes to 1000 points it will definitely be less. According to this rate of rise, it won't take more than a few days to reach 1000 points, and then new abilities can be added, for which Wang Yu is still looking forward to. It was soon 12 o'clock, and Tian warmly persuaded the few remaining sick people to leave before the two of them finished their morning's work. Wang Yu also did not deliberately insist on seeing all the patients. After all, this is not a one-time task, every day in the future is probably like this, reasonable arrangement of the first rest time, but also be able to better serve the patients. Sumu didn't show up the whole morning, and the young brothers didn't come over. After all, those precious ones weren't that easy to obtain. Arriving at the cafeteria with Sweetie, the little girl was not polite at all. Her own plate was placed full, and Wang Yu's plate was also arranged in a way that she understood. Sweet, can you finish eating so much? Wang Yu couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, not because he was heartbroken about spending money, but because he hated waste from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, you, we'll both eat what's on your dinner plate. I'll pack what's on my dinner plate later, so our family won't have to cook when we go back tonight. Witty girl. Ha ha. You ate my mom's buns, so I'll return the favor for you. Sugar was grinning like a little hamster with honey. Eat, and afterward help me find some books on Chinese medicine, I'll read them later. Wang Yu listened to Sweet's explanation and was also a little amused. Such a caring little girl is quite cute. You're so good, do you still need to read? That's what you don't understand, read more books and I'll get better and better. Sugar is loaded with this 13 from Wang Yu. At that moment, he began to bury his head in dry rice. Until almost finished eating, Wang Yu also did not see Sumu over. The heart is a little empty, to come to the time or a little expect to be able to see this big beautiful doctor. Come on you, I'll go find you some books on Chinese medicine, you take care of the dinner plates and pack them for me while you're at it. After saying that, Sugar left in a huff. Looking at the departing sweetness, Wang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the vigor of the young girl in his heart, and at that moment, he also began to pack his meals. At this time, Chen Shusheng, who was in the central hospital, was unable to eat at all. Chen Yuting sat by the bedside with a bowl of chicken soup, not knowing how to comfort her father. What her mother had done made her ashamed of herself, but think how she was like her mother. Chen Shusheng, whose eyes were lifeless, was lying on the hospital bed like this, and although he was rescued, his heart was now full of despair. Yuting, I'm going to divorce your mom. The hoarse voice revealed a grim hatred. Dad. After calling out, Chen Yuting didn't know what to say, advising her own father to open up a bit, or advising him not to be impulsive. What man can look away and keep his cool when this kind of thing falls on his head? In front of her husband Wang Yu, angry and net family, after the mother behind the back of the father to steal, the family really finished. All those collaborations with the Liu family are all stopped, we can't let them make another penny from my company, you'll do it this afternoon. At this time, Chen Shusheng's hatred towards his wife and Liu Baoxiang had reached its peak, and he had already looked over the contents inside the USB flash drive that Wang Yu had given him, and even Chen Yuting had also looked over. The images on the video made Chen Shusheng's teeth clench. Chen Yuting also wanted to go and reprimand her mother, but what she had done made her not have the face to do so. In the quiet ward, neither father nor daughter spoke, only the sound of heavy breathing and Chen Yuting's low choking sobs. Chapter 33, The Girl Downstairs is Missing. Lying on the hospital bed in the clinic, Wang Yu flipped through the medical books that Sweetie brought over. First, he found a book of Chinese herbs and began to look through it. After all the prescriptions he prescribed would need to use Chinese herbs. Yesterday that Viva Grass incident gave him a lesson. If not Sumu appeared in time, he really had to lose face. Looking over the introduction of herbs in the book, Wang Yu gradually improved his understanding of Chinese medicine by comparing it with the prescriptions he had made during his own visits to the doctor. With his devotion, time passed quickly, and when Sugar came, Wang Yu was still so involved in watching that he didn't even hear the sound of the door opening. You, go to work. Sugar reminded. Oh, it's time. Wang Yu took out his cell phone to take a look at this now. Is it 1 hour 60 minutes? Start calling the number. With that, Wang Yu put on his mask and put on his white lab coat and started the afternoon's work. Dean's office Han Cohen looked at yesterday's data with some surprise, and immediately called the head of the outpatient department. Hey, Lao Huang, are you sure this figure for gynecology clinics is correct? Dean Han, it's really right. At first I thought there was an error in the system. In the morning I went to the finance section and the pharmaceutical section to compare. The treatment income and the shipment of herbs are correct. The gynecological data is not wrong at all. Oh, no problem, just fine. Dean Han, where did you invite the great god from? I quietly went to see it in the morning. That medical skill and the speed of seeing the patient, there's really no saying. Oh, Lao Huang, you pay more attention to gynecology's Dr. Wang. What needs he is must be satisfied, cannot solve the problem, promptly tell me. Don't worry, Dean Han, we'll definitely cooperate with Dr. Wang's work, but now there is a situation for you. Dean, take an idea. Say, what's wrong? Dr. Wang prescribed all Chinese medicines. Now the medicines stored over at the herb storehouse, according to yesterday's speed, it's estimated that it won't hold up for a month. I'm thinking about whether or not to let them order another batch of herbs, or else wait until the end of the month. I'm worried that a lot of the herbs won't be enough. Is it all herbs? Yeah. Without checking the instruments, can the profit from just taking the medicine be guaranteed? Don't worry, Dean, although there is no checking costs, but dental Chinese medicine, a course of treatment at least half a month. Some patients that take is 2 or 3 courses of medicine, and Dr. Wang this to see the speed of the disease, earn too much more than before. Good. You go down to the side of the herb store, all the Chinese medicines that can be bought on the market, all of them will be prepared for another month according to yesterday's shipment. Okay, Dean, I'll go now. Hanging up the phone, Dean Han leaned back in his chair and looked at yesterday afternoon's data and pondered it carefully. This has really invited a money tree. Now this kid's fame has not hit out, but it will not be long, will certainly be famous Shudu City. By then the 5 million annual salary certainly cannot keep him. Another week of observation, then find the chairman of the board of directors to talk about, the treatment will have to be raised. Sweet, how many more patients are there? Looking at his watch, it was already 5:30, Wang Yu was already about to be exhausted to the point of being a dog. There had been non-stop diagnosis and prescriptions, and he felt like his whole body was falling apart. There's a lot more, too many more patients coming in this afternoon than in the morning, we're probably going to have to work overtime today. Sugar took a sip of water from her pink thermos to wet her throat. The little nurse had been talking too much all afternoon and this was going to be hard on her throat. It's hard to escape overtime when you have a system for that. Wang Yu collapsed into a chair breathlessly, not paying any attention to his image anymore. Step it up or you'll leave even later. Good. Call the next patient. And Wang Yu couldn't have imagined how the 100 or so people he treated quickly and accurately yesterday, after going back and drinking his medicine, felt much better the next day. So after a morning of fermentation, his fame slowly spread from one small circle to another. People who were going to other hospitals for treatment were persuaded by their friends to come here to see him. After arriving, he looked at the waiting room filled with people and the corridor was also filled with people, which further convinced him of Wang Yu's extraordinary medical skills. How else could there be so many people waiting to see the doctor? The herd mentality makes patients fearless of the long queues and wait dutifully outside. Sumu did 2 surgeries this afternoon and checked a few more patients under his name. This would be nothing more. Right away, he wanted to go and see how Wang Yu looked at the doctor. Just as I arrived at the door of the gynecology clinic, I noticed a strange phenomenon. The other doctor's door, basically not many people, some of the doctor will be idle in the swipe cell phone. And at the entrance of Wang Yu's clinic, there was still a long line, at least 24 patients. With a curious mood, Sumu walked to the door of the clinic and saw Wang Yu taking the pulse while introducing the patient's condition and matters that need attention, then his hands flew on the keyboard to prescribe medicines. The whole process flowed without a hint of procrastination, and in a minute or so I was done with one patient and then the next. Sumu observed for 10 minutes, during this time Wang Yu also happened to see 10 patients, during this time he didn't waste a bit of time, repeating taking the pulse, saying the medical advice, and prescribing the medicine. It's as accurate and efficient as a machine. Sumu didn't go in to disturb Wang Yu and left silently after watching for a while. What a strange man, how did he learn such great medical skills? After more than an hour of Wang Yu's efforts, he finally finished looking at all the patients when it was almost 7 o'clock. The usually lively sweetie couldn't jump up now, and greeted Wang Yu, dragging her tired body out of the clinic, ready to go home to get some rest. This is really not a day for people. After a day of seeing patients, Wang Yu came into contact with all sorts of women, and there was no shortage of beautiful ones with great bodies. But it took Wang Yu just less than a day from the beginning of his appreciation to his final numbness. After resting for a while, his body regained a little bit of its state. Wang Yu also quickly changed his clothes and left the hospital. When he got home, this time he didn't immediately go downstairs, but collapsed on the couch and didn't move a muscle. After sitting for about an hour, Wang Yu slowed down a bit. Not even bothering to eat, he changed his clothes again and brought the 7 CXS bracelets downstairs. Knock, knock, knock. Everything is like a rehash of the previous 2 times, nothing has changed, and coming downstairs to look at the still dark house, Wang Yu is even more lost. Is it really just a one-night stand? He who has a very deep female complex is very reluctant in his heart. After that day, although he hadn't seen Cozy again, in his heart, there was a trace of attachment to this woman. Even though he knew it was just wishful thinking, it was the truest thought in his heart. Wang Yu thought of all the difficulties in the pursuit process and prepared for a long-term strategy. But the fact that he couldn't even see anyone was unexpected. The disappearance of the first blood girl was now like a thorn in his heart, making it difficult for him to sleep at night as he tossed and turned. Chapter 34 Brother San, thank you. The next 3 days Wang Yu really felt the terror of the women of Shudu City. When stores go on sale, they go in line, when new products are released, they are in line, and when a milk tea store opens at the door, the line is still dominated by women. The gynecology clinic such as only see female patients, but also the row of crowded people, this group of women recognized him. This clinic, do not see the next 3 clinics can see the doctor. Wang Yu didn't know how many female patients' hands he had touched in these 3 days, and received endless invitations and small notes. At this moment, Wang Yu was already numb, sweet after 3 days of intense work, successfully received a hoarse voice. Couldn't jump up and down anymore, and every time I saw the long lines outside, I felt fear in my heart. The usual liveliness was no longer there, and even when Wang Yu invited him to dinner, there was a stiff expression on his face, and his words became few. The large black circles and slightly disheveled hair showed, without fail, the ravages of reality on her. Laughing from morning to night, talking from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. made her want to do and say nothing during her downtime. If it wasn't for the generous overtime pay that supported her, Sweetie really wanted to run to the leader's office, slap down her resignation letter, and angrily yell, "I quit." Then she left in style. Sugar, should I rest tomorrow? What day of the week is tomorrow? Thursday. Let's see. Sweet took out her cell phone and flipped to the scheduling sheet she had saved, and the word rest was written under Wang Yu's name in the Thursday column, and the little nurse's body was immediately filled with strength. We're not working tomorrow. The hoarse voice couldn't hide the young girl's excitement. Go home. Hearing the affirmative news, Wang Yu stood up and ended the day's work with a big wave of his hand. Back home again, Wang Yu did not directly from the underground garage to take the elevator upstairs. Standing downstairs, looking at the still dark room, the heart from the loss of slowly become accustomed. That night may be a dream. One has got the most precious thing of a woman, and one has to ask for something more. Greed is always the common disease of human beings. Back home, looking at the empty room, for a moment Wang Yu cannot say how difficult it is. Once a beautiful and happy home is gone, as if the life of the two daughters, until now Wang Yu think of the heart is still vaguely painful. But what right does he have to fight for them when he is not the biological father of his children? Divorce for him and the Chun family to draw a final conclusion. Who is right and who is wrong has lost the meaning of dispute. Life has been forward, and will not stop for the sake of anyone. Finishing a can of beer in one gulp, Wang Yu buried his thoughts of the one-blooded girl deep into his heart. At this time, Sky Street Eatery, Sun Xian came to the private room, looking at the third brother who called himself over, without a trace of a smile on his face. She wasn't as spontaneous as she thought she was, thinking she could pick up and let go. How could she not forget Wang Yu, who she had only known for a day, these days, always unconsciously stroking her chest and repeatedly recalling the taste of that afternoon? Little sister is here. Sango has investigated some information that I think will be useful to you. What was investigated? Which girl did big brother adopt again, or did second brother get punished for kneeling by second sister-in-law again? Sun Dishing sniffed a little awkwardly for a moment. Sun Xian said these is his personal hobby, nothing like gossip about their own two brothers, whenever the two a little news, on the Baba and their little sister to share. And the siblings are happy every time, and then they take that information and blackmail the two brothers. At this time, Sun Xian thought that third brother had inquired about the privacy of his two older brothers again, but she, who had once been excited, could not muster the slightest interest. It's not big brother and second brother, it's a message from my brother-in-law. What brother-in-law? Sun Qian didn't react for a moment. You're talking about Dr. Wang. Why are you prying into him for nothing? What's wrong with him? He's going to remarry Chen Yuting. Sun Qian's tone was a bit lost, such a good man, but unfortunately not hers. No, the two of them haven't even seen each other in the past few days, so what the hell kind of marriage is restored? What's that? I inquired why the two of them got divorced. I say Sango, when did you get so nosy and have nothing to pry into this? Does it matter to you why people get divorced? Sun Xian is a little angry. Originally after that day, she did not want to have any contact with Wang Yu, and has also forced herself to put it down, although it is very difficult in her heart in the past few days, but she is not going to change her decision. But this third brother was really idle, actually hiding from himself to secretly investigate Wang Yu, and also found out such hidden information. Little sister, I'm not unwilling. Brother Wang is such a good person, can't be my brother-in-law. I have no energy to drink. Then go and marry him, and don't call your brother-in-law anything. Sun Dishing's mouth is not as clever as Sun Xian. A moment was said to forget his purpose, reacted and felt that it is better not to sell a secret. Little sister, listen to me, Wang Yu and Chen Yuting, it's impossible to remarry in this lifetime, I can guarantee it. What have you inquired about and why are you so sure? Sun Xian's dead heart at this time recovered a little vigor. Chen Yuting cuckolded brother Wang and gave birth to two daughters who were someone else's. As soon as such powerful news was out of his mouth, Sun Dishing proudly drank a glass of wine and waited for his little sister to cheer up. But Sun Qian's expression didn't change much. Sango, sure, no kidding. Little sister, you still don't believe in third brother's ability. I even got the video of brother Wang going to the hospital for a paternity test and the results. Said took out his cell phone and opened a video and handed it to Sun Qian. Receiving the cell phone, Sun Qian looked at the familiar figure in the video, and her heart was vaguely painful. The video is playing a clip of Wang Yu just got the appraisal results, at this time as a face of despair, back against the wall of the hospital, tears falling in large drops, the kind of heartbreaking pain, words cannot be expressed. Looking at, Sun Xian's eyes are also covered with tears. How could she not imagine that the sunny, cheerful man she knew, behind the scenes actually also have such a sad side? His heart, at that time, must have hurt. Why are you crying, little sister? Shouldn't you be happy? Sun Dishing looked at his sister, holding his cell phone and shedding tears, and for a moment he was a little puzzled. You shut up. Sun Xian glared fiercely at Sun Dishing. Fine, I'll stop, take your time. The video was not very long, but Sun Xian watched it for a long time. She repeated it over and over again, feeling Wang Yu's sadness and despair. Her heart ached for this man with whom she had had intimate contact. There's a paternity test in the back, which I paid $10,000 to have someone get from the hospital. Looking at his sister who had been silent, Sun Dishing reminded. Sun Xian sniffed, turned off the video, slid the phone, and saw the 2 paternity tests that Wang Yu did at that time. The words bloodless made her heart indescribably hard, but with an overwhelming excitement. It's so hard, so exciting, what do I do? He's so pathetic, then I'll marry him, give him lots and lots of children, and then stay by his side forever and ever until I'm old. Sun Xian, who made up her mind, sent the video and identification report to her cell phone, and then threw Sun Dishing's cell phone back. Eyes red, but finally put on a smile and said to Sun Dishing in front of him. Third brother, you love me more than both big brother and second brother. Little sister will thank you for the rest of her life. Ha, that's right. The oldest and the youngest can compete with me. The corners of Sun Dishing's mouth grinned to the back of his head when he heard his sister's praise. Chapter 35. I dressed up beautifully, but actually pounced on the empty. At this time, Wang Yu did not know what he was going to face next. How obsessive is a 42-year-old girl for her love, and there are 3 spoiled girls behind this old girl. Mom, I'm fine, I got a new job that pays $5 million a year, don't worry about me. Really did not lie to you, do not believe you can come to me. I am ready to buy a set of villas to bring you over to live. Girlfriend? That one I just got into my new unit, so I'll wait until I'm stabilized. Don't worry, your son now, to have the touch, want money, a lot of girls miss, certainly will not delay you to hold grandchildren. Aha! Don't worry, let Chunmei come, I live in a place of more than 200 square feet, for rooms, I'm the only one who just happens to come and cook for me. Okay, tomorrow at 11 noon is it, I'll pick her up at the station then. Where's my dad? Oh, when he gets back, you 2 talk about coming to town, I'll hang up now, Mom. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll find a girlfriend in a few months. When has your son ever lied to you? Don't worry, Mom, hang up, Mom. Bye, Mom. Hanging up his cell phone, Wang Yu exhaled a deep breath. His mom's nagging, as always, was too much for him to handle. 3 words were not far from finding a daughter-in-law, making Wang Yu not know how to answer. One could only promise again, and the first blood girl who had thought she could take down with some effort and a few months of hard work was now not even known to be where she was. And he himself is now so busy every day that he doesn't even have time to go to the bathroom, and the one he faces the most all day long is Sugar. But the little nurse is only 20 years old this year, and her own 30-year-old man in his second marriage is better off not thinking about it. And from the bottom of his heart, Wang Yu also treated Sweetness as a sister. Thoughts were racing through his head and he didn't know what to do for a moment. Hey! Let's put it off for a while, maybe the first blood girl will be back by that time. After washing up, Wang Yu dragged his tired body and fell asleep in less than 3 minutes after collapsing on the bed. Third brother, tomorrow I will go to the hospital to look for him. Seeing the hopeful Sun Xian, it would be obvious that she was drunk again. Okay, Sango will accompany you. Sango, I'm going to marry him. Okay, Sango will book your hotel for you. Sango, I'm going to give him babies. Okay, third brother. This Sango can't help you. Sango, don't shake, I'm a little dizzy. Looking at his drunken sister in front of him, Sun Dishing did not know how to express his emotions for a moment. Called 2 waitresses, once again Sun Xian assisted on the 3rd floor of the lounge, Sun Dishing alone in the downstairs drinking. Should I call my brother-in-law, ask him to come over, get drunk, get naked, and then shove him under my sister's covers? Thinking like this, Sun Dishing dialed Wang Yu's cell phone, and at this time, Wang Yu was sleeping too much to be woken up by the ringing of the phone. Even dialed a few times, no one answered. Sun Dishing had no choice but to give up this intention. Gotta! I have no place to sleep again tonight. Sun Dishing, who didn't feel comfortable with his sister being here alone, dragged over a few more chairs and set them up, preparing to deal with them until dawn. Chunmei, is you really coming to pick us up tomorrow? Chun Mei, who had just hung up the phone with Wang Mu, told you when Wang Yu to pick up the two of them at the station tomorrow. Well, and Auntie said that you has 4 rooms there, so we can stay there when the time comes. It's not good to live there. Yavin lowered his head a little shyly. Hey! You, when you fight for it, I lied to my parents to go out to work and gave you the chance to fight for it, you have to cherish it. Otherwise, you won't be able to cry until my brother gets another girlfriend. I'll definitely seize this opportunity. Yavin also felt that he had been too passive before and was ready to be more proactive this time. There's one more thing, just so you know it must be kept a secret. What is it? If it's important, don't tell me. I saw my aunt and my mom talking and wiping tears from their eyes yesterday afternoon and snuck over to hear it. My brother got divorced because, well, the woman cheated on him and had 2 kids that were someone else's. Yavin couldn't help but yell. Keep your voice down. Chun Mei immediately covered Yawen's mouth and whispered a warning. Woo woo. Yavin signaled Chun Mei to let go. It has to be kept a secret, and it can't be shown in front of my brother, he loves to save face, if he sees it, I'm screwed. Well, don't worry Chun Mei, I won't tell anyone. Hey! I don't know how my brother is going through these days, that Chen Yuting is really not a person, actually doing this kind of shameless thing. Listening to Chun Mei's curses, Yuwen's heart had long since drifted to nowhere. A happy smile appeared on her face as she thought that she would be able to see her beloved Yu tomorrow. Yavin is willing to give you children, as many as you want. At this time, Wang Yu is still huffing and puffing in a big sleep, completely unaware that there is a big and a small. 2 girls have already regarded him as the meat on the plate, just waiting for tomorrow to start the action. The next day Wang Yu took a rare nap and woke up and continued to study the medical books he brought back from the hospital. Waiting for 10:30, then picking up his cousin at the station. And at this time, in the Maria hospital, Sun Qian came out in a huff, inquiring for half a day, only to know that Wang Yu was actually resting today. Sun Qian knocked on the door of the barber store at 7 a.m. and then got a beautiful haircut. Change into your favorite dress, put on some eyeliner, paint your red lips, and dress up. I thought I'd show up out of the blue and give him a surprise, but who knew this guy was actually off duty today? Sitting in the car, Sun Qian calmed her excitement and took out the phone to dial Wang Yu's number. Hey, which one? Dr. Wang, excuse me, I'm Sun Qian. Oh, Miss Sun, why is there something wrong? When he heard that the opposite side was Sun Qian, Wang Yu immediately had a picture in his head, very big and white, and also very elastic. I went to the hospital today to try to find you to show me again, but when I got here I realized you were off today, so I thought I'd give you a call to see if you had time. Oh, I'm working tomorrow, Miss Sun could have come to see me tomorrow. It's going to be tomorrow. Sun Qian sniffed a little lost. Well, I have things to do later, my cousin is coming over today, I have to pick her up at the station and take her shopping this afternoon, I'm pretty busy today, not much time. Oh, then Dr. Wang, are you free at noon? I'll treat you and your sister to dinner, and by the way, take a look for me, without interfering with your afternoon. How embarrassing, last time it all broke Sango's bank. Please Dr. Wang, if you don't show me today, I won't be able to sleep at night. Old girls who are pampered usually can't stand up to them. Alright then, still going to Sango's, I'll pick up the guys and go straight there, just talk to Sango. Well, don't worry Dr. Wang, I'll see you at noon. Hanging up the phone, Wang Yu looked at the time, it was almost time to go to the station. At that moment, he packed up his things and went downstairs to leave. Chapter 36 Sun Qian and Song Yuwen's first meeting. Wang Yu packed up the clothes he had changed in the past few days and was about to throw them inside the washing machine when he suddenly discovered the bank card given by the Sun family's second son that day. Take it out and look at the Bank of Central Plains, there happens to be one near the neighborhood, this will still have a little time, and at that moment, I am ready to go to see how much money is in the card. Sitting in the car I couldn't help but sigh that I had been so busy the last few days that I had forgotten something so important. Parked the car, came to an ATM, memorized the password on the back of the bank card, Wang Yu began the query. He was shocked when he saw a 5 on top of the ATM and 6 zeros behind it. Boy, this Sun brother's really generous see a disease actually out of 5 million The world of the rich once again refreshed his 3 views. The 3 brothers of the Sun family are indeed rich, giving him so much, on the one hand, because, on the one hand, Wang Yu has saved their sister from having her rabbit removed, and on the other hand, it's also a deliberate attempt to make a friendship. After all, a doctor as powerful as Wang Yu was still worth drawing close to, who could guarantee that he would never get sick in his life. Collecting the bank card, Wang Yu was in a good mood. After buying the bracelet he was left with more than $3 million in his hand. Later, Chen Shusheng atmospherically gave him 5 million in divorce compensation, which made his wallet bulge a lot, and today this card has made his assets reach the 10 million level again. This gave Wang Yu, who once made $500,000 a year, an idea of what to buy. On the way to the station, thinking about whether they want to rent the house directly to the sale, when the agent's service personnel also said that this house, if the rent does not go out, to be listed for sale. There was also his own car that was out of 100,000, although he had only driven it for 3 years, but Wang Yu now wanted to change it. It's not that I don't like the car, but it's a car that has too many memories of my ex-wife and 2 kids. I'm going to get a car this afternoon, this one will just be sold by then, it's good to have a clean break. Thinking like this, Wang Yu arrived at the station. Find a place to park and head for the exit. Shudu City wasn't a very big city, and the station only had 1 square and 1 exit. The doorway, at this time of day, was crowded with people, from cab drivers soliciting passengers to waiters selling hotel rooms. Of course, at most, it was still the same as Wang Yu, who had come over to pick up the people. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Wang Yu saw Chunmei's trademark ponytail from afar, flicking it with her footsteps. Still happy to see his cousin Wang Yu, he immediately started waving his hand, trying to get Chunmei's attention. He was swinging vigorously when he saw Yuwen beside Chunmei, and Wang Yu froze there for a moment. The little girl's imploring gaze after giving Yevon a massage that night made his mouth dry up just thinking about it now. Yesterday, Mom did not say that only Chunmei came over, how to bring a small tail, and he also promised to let Chunmei live in his own place, if Yuwen also live in, long-term contact down, Wang Yu do not dare to guarantee that he will not do something. But now is not the time to worry about that, maybe Yuwen was just accompanying Chunmei over for a few days, and wouldn't be long before she went back. Brother, here. Chunmei quickly spotted, at Yuwen's gesture, Wang Yu, who was in a daze. Instantly, he came forward. Yuwen, who was following behind, couldn't hide the joy in his heart and followed. Still at the exit, Yuwen saw Wang Yu outside early, as if there was some magic, so many people, she still found her favorite man of many years at a glance. Girl got a tan. Receiving Chunmei's backpack, Wang Yu patted her head. Brother, and this. Chunmei unceremoniously hung Yuwen's backpack on Wang Yu's shoulders as well. I can do it myself. Yuwen looked at Wang Yu, still a little shy. Don't can it, my brother is so strong, he can carry 2 backpacks no problem, let's go, I'm starving. Taking Yevon's hand, Chunmei squeezed out of the crowd. Wang Yu carried 2 backpacks and obediently followed behind the 2. When she came to the car, Chunmei grabbed her backpack and threw it right in the back before getting in. Avon, you can sit in the front, there's no room in the back, he said, and closed the car door again. Wang Yu would want to pull Chunmei out and ask her nicely, is it really good for you to act so obviously? I can't see that I have the trunk open, but I can't refuse Chunmei's offer at this time. Yuwen's sister, sit down, I'll take you to dinner. After closing the trunk, Wang Yu helped Yuwen pull open the car door. Thanks. Yuwen was too shy to look up at this point, Chunmei's assists were so atrocious that she was close to just saying what was on her mind. But things have come to this, and cannot not get on the car, at the moment rushed to sit in. Wang Yu came to the driver's seat and awkwardly didn't know what to say. Come on brother, if we wait any longer your sister will really starve to death. Fine, it's on its way. Pulling over the seatbelt, Wang Yu was ready to start the car. Coincidentally, Yevon had pulled over the seatbelt at this point as well, and the 2 sockets were very close together. A large hand and a small hand touched. The 2 men's bodies stiffened slightly. Brother you drive, I'll help you. Yuwen inserted his own seatbelt, then took Wang Yu's and helped him insert it. Thanks. Beating the car, the dizzy Wang Yu stepped on the gas without putting it in gear. Peeking around, he realized that neither of the girls had noticed his embarrassment. At that moment, he stabilized his mind and marched towards the Sky Street eatery. Along the way, Wang Yu couldn't take his eyes off the front, and the atmosphere in the carriage was awkward. The more Yuwen looked at Wang Yu, the more she liked him, the bolder she looked, and the love in her eyes was about to gush out. Wang Yu, who was being stared at, only felt uncomfortable and his body was getting stiff. Chunmei called him several times from behind without hearing him. With great difficulty, he came to the Sky Street eatery, and Wang Yu hurriedly found a good place to park and left the carriage, finally relieved. Brother, eat here. Looking at the luxurious front of the Sky Street restaurant, Chunmei cannot help but secretly smacked his lips. This look is very expensive, right? Well, it's a friend's treat today, so I just happened to bring you guys over. Brother, look at those 2 people at the door, they're so strange. Wang Yu followed Chunmei's gaze and spotted the siblings Sun Qian and Sun Dishing. Sun Xian looks seriously dressed up today, wearing a radiant, at this time standing in front of the hotel looking around. This scene made Wang Yu couldn't help but recall the image from the other day, but at this time, there was an extra person next to him. Sun Dishing the bastard took a pink parasol and stood next to Sun Xian to shield her from the sun. The tiger is built like a big bear. The odd combination of the two drew a lot of stares from passers-by. Sango. Wang Yu started to greet him from afar. There's my brother-in-law, these two are. The sound of brother-in-law caused both Chun Mei and Yu Wen's faces to change. Brother, why is he calling you brother-in-law? How come I didn't know you had a great uncle like that? A friend, a bit of a mouthful, called it randomly. Wang Yu's explanation made the nearby Yu Wen breathe a sigh of relief. Sun Dishing's voice almost made her think that she was, again, out of her league this time. This is my cousin Chun Mei, and this is the neighbor's sister Yuan. This is my friend you two call Sango too. This is Sango's sister, just call yourselves sisters. Wang Yu briefly introduced each other. Sun Xian looked at the two girls beside Wang Yu from afar, and after hearing the introduction, Chun Mei was the first to be ruled out by her. But this soft little girl next to her, neighborly and sisterly, had an infinitely higher threat index. Chapter 37 Third Brother, you're right. After a burst of politeness at the door, several people came to the private room one after another. The two of them, Wang Yu and Sun Dishing, sat next to each other, and Sun Xian sat next to her third brother. Chun Mei pulled Yuan and pressed her right into the chair next to Wang Yu when she sat down, while she herself sat next to Yuan with a smile on her face. Sitting next to Wang Yu in front of so many people, Yu Wen's little face was red, sitting on the chair with her head down, her hands fiddling with the towel on the dinner plate. Seeing this, Sun Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as if she was facing an enemy. This shy little expression, even when he looked at it, his own heart was a little soft, and he couldn't help but raise a wave of protective desire. Not to mention a visual creature like a man. At that moment a twinkle in his eye gave him an idea. Sango, get up and drive. What's wrong, little sister? Go sit on the side, said Sun Xian glaring at Sun Dishing. Looking at his sister's unkind gaze, Sun Dishing had to switch places with her. Wang Yu looked around. Two women, both sitting around themselves, can this meal even be eaten? Sango, why don't I come sit on your side? Wang Yu said weakly. Ha! Brother-in-law, you sit there quite well. Sun Dishing is not a little cute either. His own sister, this is to start action. Xiaoyu, I feel a bit of pain in my heart today, this will be a free time, why don't you take a look for me? Sun Xian looked at Wang Yu with big eyes blinking, her left hand lightly rubbed her chest rabbit, and a trace of pain appeared on her face. This tone, this expression, this action, watching Wang Yu's mouth went dry for a while. Vixen. Harumi's whispered spat came from the side. But Sun Xian acted as if she didn't hear it and just looked at Wang Yu pitifully. Ms. Sun. As soon as Wang Yu opened his mouth, a snow-white index finger nudged his lips. Call me sister, or Cynthia. Wang Yu would like to say, are we familiar, but think about what he did. Want to say it is difficult not to be familiar, but Shanxian is really not called out. The opposite side of this senior goblin is too much older. At that moment, he directly stretched out his hands and held the two girls' small hands at the same time, then placed them on the table and began to take their pulse. Sun Xian and Yu Wen also did not expect this result, and at that moment, they did not say anything, so they quietly looked at Wang Yu. Soon Wang Yu understood the physical condition of the two girls. Sun Xian's tumor is no longer there, the body is recovering very well, a few more days of medicine is estimated to be cured. That periodic angina of Yu Wen's had also recovered, as well as that inexplicable heart disease was actually gone, and although the body was still a bit weak, it was not much of a problem under the nourishment of his own prescription. However, the two girls' imploring eyes gave Wang Yu a bit of a headache. When he touched them just now, two panels appeared in the system at the same time, and this situation gave Wang Yu the idea of double opening the doctor's office, that way he wouldn't have to work overtime in the future. Thinking about it, I still have to thank the two girls. If it wasn't for this today, I don't know when I would have discovered this split screen function of the system. The next view, though, left him a little overwhelmed. Acacia, what the hell this is, the two actually have the same disease, followed by a very short few words on how to treat it. Without a cure, Wang Yu's head couldn't help but ache. Yavin liked himself, he had guessed that a few days ago, and this time he had chased into the city probably with a high probability of hitting on him. Although he was torn and didn't know what to do, but to be liked by such a beautiful and simple little girl, Wang Yu's heart was still sweet. But Sun Xian, what is this situation? When did she start to like herself? Could it be the aftermath of the last massage? Although he knew that the age difference between the two was somewhat large, Wang Yu, who had personally measured Sun Xian's body, said that it was absolutely impossible to say that he had no thoughts. Moreover, Sun Xian's fair and tight skin, and flawless body, which can't be seen as a woman in her 40s. But although both girls were good, and getting one of them could lead to a happy life, the one-blooded girl had already taken root in Wang Yu's heart. The little red flowers on the white sheets bloomed not only on the bed, but also in his heart. Brother-in-law. Brother. Wang Yu did take his pulse for a bit longer this time, so long that Sun Dishing and Chun Mei couldn't help but remind him. Wang Yu, who was interrupted, coughed lightly to cover up his loss of composure. Then he let go of the two girls' arms and said after taking a sip from his teacup. Both of you are recovering nicely and there is nothing wrong with you at the moment. But I still feel pain in my heart. Xiaoyu, do you want to help sister press it again? Sun Xian sniffed and immediately opened her mouth to plead. Press it again. Wang Yu immediately wanted to nod his head and say yes, yes, yes. But in the end, I don't dare to do it. There are some things that when you do it, that you have to pay the responsibility for the rest of your life. Brother Yu, I've also been feeling unwell lately, can you help me push and massage again? It took a great deal of effort for Yavin, who was next to him, to say the passage in public. At this moment, one hand was tightly pulling the corner of Wang Yu's coat, and her pretty face was so red that it could drip blood. But a pair of eyes looked at him expectantly, and the love in his eyes made Wang Yu shiver. This request of Yuwen, Wang Yu feels that he can try it when he goes back at night, although his heart is loaded with a blood girl, but this little plum that has been following him since he was a child is also very much to his liking. The appearance of this thought startled Wang Yu himself, making it seem as if he didn't have to be responsible for Yuwen after he pushed the massage. Look at that look in this little girl's eyes. If she really went to her at night, it was unknown if she could even get out of her room. Gotta. This is also a girl not to be messed with lightly. But at this time, facing their request, Wang Yu really didn't know how to refuse. Brother-in-law, eat first, eat and go upstairs, then you give both of them to press is not on the line, healing the sick to save the people what to be entangled. Sango, you're right. Sun Dishing's words woke him up, healing the sick and saving people, what is there to be entangled? It is important to realize that doctors only have patients in their eyes, not men or women. Chapter 38, I'll get drunk first. Make yourselves at home. After giving himself a good reason, Wang Yu also let go of his entangled heart, and immediately pulled Sun Dishing and started drinking. Why drink, of course, is not ready to give the two girls push massage. Really think that taking the excuse of the doctor's visit will be able to fool themselves. Since I can't say no, I'll just get myself drunk and get out of it, and when the time comes, both my eyes will be closed, and I won't know anything at all. With such a mind, Wang Yu drank happily. Sun Dishing is also a drunkard. The two people pushed the glass, less than an hour to dry 4 bottles of white wine. Yuwen was not sure about Wang Yu's drinking capacity, and had been looking at him worriedly, with the intention of trying to persuade him, but at the moment, he did not know how to open his mouth. Chun Mei, on the other hand, is starving. See the food in front of them, early to put the matter of the assistants to the back of the mind, there is something or eat enough to say. Sun Xian smiled and looked at the two men around her, which would be about to explode with anger. In the morning, she went to the hospital to pounce, and she pampered herself and asked Wang Yu to come over for lunch, and she hadn't even begun to launch her pursuit. A delicate little Qing Mei actually appeared, and that I see pity look made her want to bite Wang Yu a few times. Brother-in-law, listen to third brother, leave the marriage to me, and I'll be sure to do it for you in a favorable manner when the time comes. Sundere-san is obviously drunk. Okay, I'll leave it to third brother, and I'll be sure to give third brother a big red packet when the time comes. Wang Yu also drank out of his mouth. Ha ha! I'm relieved to have brother-in-law's words. Well, when I catch up with that girl, I'll be sure to ask for Sango's help. As soon as his words left his mouth, Sun Xian and Yuwen froze. The girl. Which girl? This Wang Yu is really fast, only a few days after the divorce actually found a new target. At that moment the two men's hearts tightened, and a sense of danger surfaced. Brother, which girl, what's her name? Chun Mei was straightforward and asked directly. I don't know what it's called, it lives downstairs from my house. Chun Mei didn't know what to say for a moment. You don't even know someone's name and you're thinking of getting married, and your own cousin is no slouch. What's the point of thinking about it so much? Come on brother-in-law, drink up. Sun Dishing's brain was obviously not enough, and this would still be unresponsive. Sun Xian's small feet under the stool kicked him several times, but the thick-skinned man didn't react much. Sister Yavin, my sister has a few things she wants to say to you, let's go sit next door. Seeing that her third brother was not competitive, Sun Xian hit Yawen's head. Yawen sniffed and nodded after thinking about it, then followed Sun Xian out of the box. Chunmei also wanted to follow her, but was stopped by her eyes. A large woman and a small woman, each with her own mind, came into the next room. Sister, it's just the two of us now, so my sister will get right to the point. Aha! Yaven nodded in response. Sister can tell that your heart for Xiaoyu, I guess it started from a long time ago. Yes, I made up my mind when I was 16 years old that I would never marry anyone other than you in my life. Yawen's tone was firm. Sun Xian froze for a moment, this girl so infatuated? Sister doesn't hide her heart either, I also want to marry Xiaoyu, and the two of us are rivals as of now. Look out. Since we sisters want to marry him, we can't let him fall into the hands of another woman, don't you think so, sister? Sun Xian's words made Yuan recognize that there was now just one opponent. If there were a few more, then his hopes were getting smaller and smaller. Sister has something up her sleeve. There is a way, I just don't know if my sister can make up her mind and be willing to make some sacrifices. Sun Xian smiled and seduced Yuan. I'm not afraid to die for you's sake, so just tell me what you have in mind, sister. Then come over here a little, sister, and I'll whisper. To you. After a whisper, Yaven's face reddened again, her hands cupping the corners of her coat, her teeth clenching her lips. Sister, can you do what your sister says? But will you get mad at that, and with the two of us together, that's ridiculous. So you want to leave Xiaoyu? If so, then I'll be polite, he just happens to be drunk enough to make a move in the afternoon, my sister is not going to give up on this opportunity. Besides, you think he's really going to be angry, and my sister knows more about men than you do. Although Sun Xian's words were said with confidence, her heart was not like this, otherwise she would not have dragged Yuan into the water. After all, she and Wang Yu had just met and were still head over heels, in case they really did it. When the time came, the chickens flew away, and they didn't even have any friends to be friends with. However, if this little green plum of Wang Yu's is dragged into the water, things will be much more complicated by then, and he himself will be able to maneuver around some more, so he may not be able to get what he wants. But one of us two is going to have to leave at the end of the day. Yawen's mind was simple, although she wanted to agree to Sun Xian's request, at the end of the day, the two of them would still have to split the difference. Being from a worldly family, Sun Xian's realm was not something that a simple girl like Yawen could compare to. She understood very well that the so-called rules were set for those who had no power or influence, and those at the top of the pyramid like them had countless ways to evade them as long as they didn't go too far. What's wrong, sister? Scared, or can't accept it? Don't care about the world's opinion. Your own happiness is the most important thing. Don't you want to live with Xiaoyu for the rest of your life? I think. But now I don't know if this is right or not. I've never seen anything like this before and I haven't thought about it, and my parents would beat me to death if they found out. Yaven was very conservative in the end, and for a moment his mind was in turmoil, and he didn't know if he wanted to agree or not at this time. What's wrong with that? My big brother and third brother aren't married, but both of them. I haven't seen my parents beat them to death either. And my sisters-in-law, who live together in harmony. If Sun Dezhao and Sun Deshang knew that their sisters' such a bold idea was inspired by the two of them, they didn't know if they would directly give themselves a few slaps. It's true that people molded in different environments are different, and what seems unbelievable to Yuan happens every day around Sun Xian. The collision of the two men's three views was so obvious that Yaven's shattered. Sister, don't hesitate, what Xiaoyu said just now wasn't drunken words, but words from his heart. If we don't take action yet, when the time comes, the two of us will be prepared to end up alone. Don't you want to give Xiaoyu a child that belongs to the two of you? Sun Xian's words were like a hammer, hammering heavily on Yuan's heart. 9 years of unrequited love had given her enough loneliness to make her shiver in fear at the thought of having to spend the rest of her life like this. And having a child of her own in use was like a sweet bait that dangled in her mind. Okay, sis, I'll do whatever you want as long as I can be with you. Chapter 39, Women are really scary when they are scary. Seeing that Yuan had finally been successfully coaxed onto the boat by herself, Sun Xian couldn't help but show a hint of a sly, fox-like smile. She tightly pulled on Yuan's hand and comforted her with a soft tone. Put 100 hearts into it, sister, you'll have your sister to cover you in the future. The two looked at each other unspokenly for a moment before returning to the box together. Chunmei was curious about the conversation the two of them had just had, and couldn't help but come over to Yuan's side and ask questions in a low voice. However, how could Yuan dare to divulge such private matters so easily? If Chunmei were to learn of her calculations with Sun Xian, she would surely intervene to stop her. So, Yaven casually and perfunctorily said, nothing special, just casually asking you about something from his past. Oh? Is that all? Then why don't you ask me? After all, I'm his own sister, so I know a lot more than you do. Chunmei was skeptical, but once she thought that this good sister had never lied to herself in the past, she didn't continue to ask further questions. At this point, Sun Qian had a plan and tried to get rid of Chunmei, the light bulb that was in the way. She pretended to be enthusiastic and proposed, "Sister Chunmei, why don't you take advantage of this moment to go to the mall first and buy some of your favorite things? Anyway, Xiaoyu will have to help me and Yawen with our treatments later on. My brother can still see the doctor later," Chunmei said, pointing to Wang Yu, who was now unable to sit still. "Of course I can, the booze comes and goes quickly, and I'll be able to get over it with some rest. Sister Chunmei, you just came to Shidu City, you have a lot of things to buy, right? I'll find someone to take you to my second brother's shopping mall, feel free to take whatever you look at, it'll be like a meet and greet gift from my sister to you." After saying that, Sun Qian called over a hotel waiter, instructed a few words, and gave his second brother a phone call. Chunmei was in a daze before she finished her meal and was taken away by the waiter. Looking at Yaven, who was still in the box, there was always a feeling that something was wrong, but I just couldn't figure it out. After arranging Chunmei to understand, Sun Qian again hit on her third brother, so she took the bottle and began to pour wine for him. "Yaven, you fill it up for Xiaoyu as well," he said and winked at Yaven. Shy Yaven, though nervous, was determined to begin executing the plan. Two men were thus counted out by their own sisters and little green plums. Spare the two no matter how much they can drink, under the gentle persuasion of their own sister, and little Qingmei unconsciously drank too much. About half an hour, Sun Dishing slipped under the table. "This guy is too heavy." Sun Qian tugged a few tugs. "Cannot be," at the moment also no longer care about him. Wang Yu was okay, although he was also unconscious from drinking, but Yowen took good care of him and was still sitting peacefully in his chair. But a pair of hands had wrapped around Yaven's slender waist, her head resting against the girl's soft stomach as she huffed and puffed her way to sleep. Feeling Wang Yu's solid and powerful arms, and the strong male aura, Yawen's legs were a bit unsteady. One hand was nowhere to be found, not knowing whether to hug him back or push him away. At this moment, Yawen was nervous as hell. A pair of big eyes looked at Sun Qian, letting her take an idea so quickly. Being in such close contact with Wang Yu made that heart of hers beat violently, and she didn't dare to move a bit with her hands holding Wang Yu's head. "Come on too." Looking at Yawen's nervousness, Sun Qian shouted at the door and soon came two waiters. "Take this gentleman to the third-floor lounge." Sun Qian pointed at Wang Yu in Yawen's arms and said, "What about the boss?" The two waiters looked at Sun Dishing under the table and opened their mouths to ask. "My brother has thick skin, so you guys can just find a place for him to lie down." The waitress didn't know what to say when faced with a sister like her boss. Right away, he carried out Sun Qian's order. Soon Wang Yu was once again lying on the bed in the third-floor lounge. Yaven followed him up and tended to him at the bedside. Although Sun Qian said under her breath that she would casually place her third brother, she still stayed and placed him. After finishing her work, Sun Qian came to the third floor and pushed open the door of the lounge. She saw that Yawen was rubbing Wang Yu's body. "Oops. Little sister, what are you doing? It's hot in here and you is sweating a lot, so I'll wipe him off." "Well, won't you turn the air conditioning on? Do you want to rub it in this weather until tomorrow?" The temperature in the afternoon was very high. The room temperature outside was 38 degrees, and the lounge on the third floor was about 34 degrees at this time, and Wang Yu had drunk so much white wine and was in such an environment that his sweat never stopped. And when Yawen saw Wang Yu sweating, she took a tissue and kept wiping him off, not even thinking to turn on the air conditioner. I forgot." Yaven was now so shy he wanted to find a crack in the ground. Sun Qian just smiled and didn't say anything, turning around to turn on the air conditioner before unlocking the door. The curtains were drawn afterward, and the room was immediately darkened. "Do you want to take a shower first, sister?" "Aha!" Saying that, she was pulled into the nearby bathroom by Sun Qian, and the two women sized each other up, their eyes full of envy and appreciation. Yawen's youthful beauty is something that Sun Qian couldn't even ask for if she wanted to. And Sun Qian's devilishly perfect body is not something that Yawen can match, absolutely gifted. After taking a bath, the two of them came to Wang Yu's side with a bath towel around them, and looking at his sleeping appearance, a sense of guilt rose in Yawen's heart. "Let's wipe his body down first so he's comfortable to sleep." With that, Sun Qian started to act, and Yawen just stood dumbfounded, not knowing how to do it. "Come on, don't wait for him to wake up and then you'll be in and out." Yaven sniffed, and let go of the shame in his heart, and began to move his hands. In a few moments, Wang Yu's body was wiped clean by the two of them. Looking at Wang Yu in front of her, Sun Xian was also shy. Although she had been acting calmly, she was still a girl in the end.
Avon.
Sis, I'll go out and sit for a while. Yuwen's head shook like a rattle. Being able to make it this far had already used up all of her courage, and now to do the next thing in front of another person, she really couldn't do it at this point. After saying that, Yuwen flew out of the room, leaving Sun Xian alone here. Looking at the departing Yuwen, Sun Xian was sort of relieved. After all, she really couldn't let go. Take a deep breath and secretly cheer yourself up. Come on, happiness is earned.
Am I still awake? Or am I still immersed in a dream?
Wang Yu's mind is still in a chaotic state, and he has no clue about what happened in the afternoon. The strange touch from his body makes him think that he is still in an unreal dream, otherwise how could such a beautiful thing come to his head? He must have been drinking too much alcohol, resulting in hallucinations. However, as Wang Yu became more and more awake, he gradually realized that the current situation was somewhat strange. After some careful realization, he violently opened his eyes and exclaimed in his heart, "Oh my God! Something's not right, this is definitely not a dream." Upon realizing this, Wang Yu was horrified and instantly froze his body, no longer daring to act rashly. Lying there, trying to remember, but just couldn't think of what had happened in the afternoon, only remembering that he had been drinking with Sango, and then not remembering anything at all about what had happened. Now in this darkened room, he didn't even know where he was, and thinking about it, the frightened one sat up immediately. Holy, there really is someone lying around. Wang Yu immediately broke out in a cold sweat.
Could it be that Yuwen and Chun Mei sent me back? Is this in your own home?
Then this person next to you is hopefully Avon, if not then. A sense of fear gripped Wang Yu's heart. At this moment, he wanted to die, although he didn't know why this would happen, but at this time it was too late to say anything. The clearing mind scrambled again, and one hand mechanically groped toward the nightstand. No familiar switches were found, but a cell phone was found, and I don't know who it belonged to. Taking his cell phone, Wang Yu couldn't wait to tap the unlock button. He desperately needed a little light right now to see clearly who was beside him. Yuwen, who was asleep, realized in a daze that the object in her arms that she was originally holding tightly had suddenly disappeared without a trace, and an inexplicable sense of loss surged into her heart. She subconsciously reached out her hand to feel around, trying to retrieve the lost warmth. Just then, her hand touched a hard and warm object. Wang Yu. Without hesitation, Yuwen grabbed him and pulled him towards her arms, but found that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move a single bit. However, this did not discourage her. After all, there are other ways to get close to each other. Thus, Yuwen quickly adjusted her posture and twisted her body a little closer to Wang Yu until the two of them were close to each other. Subsequently, she put her small head close to Wang Yu's shoulder, and the side of her face gently pressed against his body. The whole action is as natural and smooth as flowing water, all in one go. Before Wang Yu could react in any way after sensing Yuwen's move, the dust had settled. At this moment, his arm was tightly wrapped around Yuwen and he could not move. With no other choice, Wang Yu could only turn his head to check the situation with the help of the faint light from his cell phone. When he looked at the delicate and lovely face of Yuwen in his arms, the only trace of guilt left in his heart instantly dissipated, and was replaced by a feeling full of sweetness and happiness.
It's okay. It's okay. It scared the out of me.
Although he didn't expect it to be the girl, Yuwen, but at this time for Wang Yu, as long as it wasn't Chun Mei, even if it was a man he would recognize it. Wang Yu, who took a long breath, was as if he was reborn. Looking at the neighboring sister beside her, although she felt a headache, it was much better than the mood of wanting to kill herself just now. I should have known better than to drink so much. The same thing happened twice, and Wang Yu didn't know whether to be grateful or troubled. Walking out of the bathroom, Wang Yu turned on a small nightlight and saw the house clearly. It turned out that he hadn't gone home and was still in Sango's lounge. Walking over to the bed, he picked up the clothes on the floor and put them on before lighting a cigarette and walking out of the room. He wouldn't have a headache if it was just this happening with Yavin, but there was the girl whose name he didn't know in front of him.
Hey! I couldn't help but mentally spit as I walked out of the room. This girl is really open-minded.
He knew very well that Chun Mei, Yuwen, and Sun Xian didn't drink. She was definitely in a state of sobriety. She had just gotten divorced and hadn't even figured out what to do from here, and she had once again messed with a girl, and the neighbor's sister at that. Thinking about this, Wang Yu's headache was mixed with some complacency. But the thought that he could only have one wife, and who exactly he chose momentarily agonized him.
Neither one wants to let go, neither one wants to hurt, and the heart is so torn.
But Wang Yu did not choose to leave silently. What is done, no matter what, because of what, the result has been like this. His choice is still to be responsible. But the question of who is responsible is an unanswerable one.
Just when Wang Yu couldn't find the answer and his eyes were bewildered, a soft body, from behind, stuck up, her hands embraced his waist, and her head rested on his shoulders. The oncoming aroma hit him, interrupting his thoughts.
Thinking about what? Sun Xian's voice rang in his ears.
Probably guessing Wang Yu's troubles, Sun Xian continued.
Actually, you can stop obsessing so much. Sister Qianqian, why don't you stop yawing? Wang Yu sighed.
Why stop it? Yaven's sister has silently loved you for so many years. Is your heart made of stone?
I remember what I said. I have a favorite now.
Ha! I've got 2/3 sisters-in-law, 4 first sisters-in-law, and you can figure out the rest on your own. Sun Xian's words are like a new door for Wang Yu to open, yes, which do not want to give up, then neither. After so many years of fighting in society, Wang Yu has seen quite a lot, and he now has quite a lot of assets, 2 women only. As long as they are willing, he can completely afford it.
That. Qianqian sister, I really appreciate the comfort you gave me, but can you please let go first? Wang Yu's face turned red and said with some urgency. Upon hearing this, Sun Xian but gently laughed, a hint of teasing in her tone. Oh? Let go of you? Oh little fellow, do you not want to renege on your debt? No, it isn't. Definitely not that.
Wang Yu hurriedly waved his hands and explained, for Yuan, I will definitely take up the responsibility due to me, there is no doubt about that.
His eyes were firm and sincere, expressing his inner determination and sense of responsibility.
However, at this moment Wang Yu does not know the great sacrifice and dedication behind Sun Xian.
What about me? Do you intend to evade your responsibility towards me like this?
Sun Xian suddenly threw out such a sentence, causing Wang Yu to be stunned and completely puzzled. He stared at Sun Xian with wide eyes, full of doubts, and really couldn't figure out why the other party would question himself like this.
For a while, he was actually speechless, not knowing how to answer. Seeing Wang Yu's delayed response, Sun Xian once again pursued, Do you actually have the will to be responsible for me?
Her gaze locked tightly on Wang Yu, as if she wanted to see through his eyes to see the true thoughts of his heart.
They all bullied me while I was drunk, didn't they? I'll get my revenge this time. Chapter 41 Wang Yu runs away.
Go to sleep. Wang Yu hugged Sun Xian tightly and whispered in a tone full of favor and tenderness. He thought to himself, I let one slip away last time, so I can't let these 2 get away again this time. Sun Xian snuggled in Wang Yu's broad and warm embrace, truly felt his hot body temperature as well as gentle caresses. Even if she has always been as bold and uninhibited as she is, at this moment also cannot help but cheeks flushed like the evening sunlight is gorgeous and charming. She shyly pressed her head against Wang Yu's solid chest, listening to the strong heartbeat, as if she was immersed in a wonderful dream, gradually losing herself.
You carry me over. Faced with such a lovely and tantalizing request, how could Wang Yu refuse? Just a little bit of strength in his arm, he easily picked up Sun Xian in an elegant posture, just like a prince in a fairy tale caring for his beloved princess. They then walked into the lounge together and gently pushed open the door to the bedside. Wang Yu carefully placed Sun Xian in the center of the bed, then he himself lay on his side. Sun Xian naturally stretched out her arm around Wang Yu's arm, not a moment's effort to sleep peacefully, breathing steadily and regularly, face serene and quiet, obviously sleeping very sweet and at ease. Wang Yu, who was lying on the bed, stared at the ceiling with wide eyes. Although his body was already tired, his thoughts were unusually active, and he could not sleep. I'm afraid it would be difficult for any man to sleep in this situation, right? Not to mention someone like him who had slept for hours on end. At the moment, his tightly held arms seemed to be imprisoned, not daring to move in the slightest. Time passed by, and after a full 10 minutes of agonizing, he finally couldn't hold back. Not caring whether he would wake up the 2 people beside him, Wang Yu exerted all his strength to jerk his arm out, and then carefully rolled Sun Xian over, while he himself quickly turned around and tried to get as far away from the 2 of them as possible. After doing so, he took a long breath of relief. It felt really soothing. Not only that, but the most important thing was to rediscover that long-lost freedom. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Yu took the time to open the system interface and scrutinized the 2 women's physical state. Surprisingly, the originally troublesome lovesickness has miraculously disappeared without a trace. Moreover, they are now in perfect physical condition, and all those annoying diseases, such as tumors, angina, etc., have disappeared. Seeing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Immediately afterward, his eyes moved to his merit value. Oh my god! When did it even rise to 1,468 points? Wang Yu clearly remembers that the last time he checked, it was only a mere 300 points. Carefully calculated, this period of time he worked 3 days of work, but the merit value has increased by more than 1,000 at once. This growth rate is really too fast. Looking downwards, there was indeed another lottery message. Just as he thought, when the merit value reaches a whole number, it will increase the chances of a lottery. At that moment, Wang Yu clicked on the lucky draw. Usually prizes appeared directly in the lucky draw, but this time it was not like that. A line of small words appeared above the system. In view of the host's current physical state, the system recommends the prize Yellow Emperor's internal cannon. This raffle opportunity is cancelled after claiming it, or the host can forego this recommendation and go straight to the raffle. Physical state, Huang Dian aging. As Wang Yu, who had read medical books for many days, how could he not understand what the system meant? This is really a watermelon delivery in the desert and mutton soup delivery on M to Everest, timely, thoughtful and righteous. At that moment, he directly clicked on the exchange, and then a lot of very valuable knowledge sprang up inside his head. Cultivating this technique not only strengthens the body, but also greatly enhances the body's recovery speed. And there are a lot of benefits for both parties as well, being able to get the body off the ground and back to its best. It also prolongs life and youth for both parties. Originally, I was still worried about Sun Qian's 42 years of age, how I was going to help her ease her aging. The next day, Wang Yu did not go to work, called the hospital for leave, although the director of the outpatient department was very reluctant, but think about the dean's instructions, or smilingly agreed. In fact, it was not that Wang Yu inwardly resisted going to work, but in the early morning hours, when Sun Qian woke up leisurely, she prepared to do her morning wash as usual, but suddenly noticed some marvelous changes in herself. So she hurriedly walked to the front of the mirror, staring at the mirror themselves, surprised to find that those originally coiled in the cheeks of the crow's feet actually quietly disappeared. Not only that, the once dull, slightly yellowish face color has now also glowed with the same fairness and luster as 10 years ago. In an instant, large crystal-clear teardrops slid down from the corners of her eyes. Until this moment, Sun Qian truly realized that what Wang Yu said last night was not just a lie. She was so excited that she did not hesitate to dart to the bedside, and like an athletic kitten, she pounced on Wang Yu, who was still asleep. And aside Yuan was also once again disturbed by this burst of movement, but after hearing Sun Qian's explanation as well as witnessing her incredible transformation. Immediately look at Wang Yu's eyes are different, although Yuan is only 25 years old, but back to the age of 18, she cannot resist awe. Wang Yu's face became grim to the core as he hissed with a face full of horror. "What the hell do you want?" The voice was filled with fear and anger. "Get off me! Don't come over here, guys!" He struggled desperately. On the other hand, Chun Mei is anxious because of the delay in seeing her brother and her best friend. She pounded on the door of the room, harder than ever before. If he hadn't been able to hear Wang Yu's responsive voice once in a while, I'm afraid he would have chosen to call the police for help. After Sun Dishing awoke, he didn't pay too much attention to the people in the lounge. After all, one of them was his own sister Sun Qian. Even if there was some dissatisfaction in his heart, what could he do? It was hard not to really rush into the room and drag his sister out. Since the wood is gone, it is better to wait for the sister herself to come out and then make plans. Eat a lesson and grow wise. Sun Dishing learned smart this time. He did not continue to dial the phone, but quietly sat on the sofa in the corridor and waited. Can this body of my brother-in-law carry it off? Sitting from morning to afternoon, he was able to hear the movements in the room from time to time, from the beginning of his slight dissatisfaction with Wang Yu, to now feeling too sorry for him. The morning's twinge of resentment melted into deep guilt. Just after 3 in the afternoon, Sumu made a timely call. "Dr. Wang, old Mrs. Li's family has prepared all the medicines. Do you have time to come to the hospitalization department now?" "Yes, I'll be right there." When Wang Yu heard Sumu's request, he immediately nodded his head in agreement, completely forgetting that he had already taken a vacation. Chapter 42: A Warm Invitation. Wang Yu hung up the phone and moved to the edge of the bed, just about to stand up. A softness in his legs almost fell, his heart silently chanting. "Can't afford to mess with it. Can't afford to mess with it. Slow down on the road, Xiaoyu." Just now the phone call, Sun Qian and Yuan also heard, know that Wang Yu is to go to the hospital to save people, also did not stop. Strongly enduring his body's exhaustion, Wang Yu picked up his clothes on the floor and simply rinsed them in the shower room before opening the door and leaving. Sun Dishing at the door saw Wang Yu, his eyes were deep set and his footsteps were weak. Mentally, he couldn't help but marvel at his sister's awesomeness. "Brother-in-law, are you alright? Do you want third brother to get you something to make up for it?" "No need third brother, I still have things to do in the hospital. Chanshan and Yuan, please take care of them all." After saying that, he also ignored Sun Dishing's retention and left at fire speed. Brother, you're finally out. The gossipy-faced Chunmei stopped Wang Yu, who wanted to escape at the right time, her eyes gleaming. Brother has something to do, you and Yuan follow Sun Xian first, when I'm done I'll come over to pick you up. After getting rid of Chunmei, Wang Yu drove the car and slipped away with a kick of the gas. Today's incident had left a deep impression on him. He had almost been squeezed into a dry body, and he was still scared to think about it now. Arriving at the hospital, Wang Yu went directly to the inpatient department, and just as he walked in, the two brothers, Yang Kaishan and Yang Kai-lu, greeted him. Dr. Wang, we've found all the medicinal herbs, and the bonsai herb will be sent over later, so are we going to prepare for it first? Wang Yu took the medicinal herbs they handed over and briefly looked at them, and these few days of study had also given him some understanding of medicinal herbs. There is nothing wrong with determining the quality of the herbs against the description in the book. Two old masters, there's no need to panic, I'll go and do some more checks on old Mrs. Li first. At that moment, several people came to the intensive care ward. Old Lady Li had already woken up at this time. Her color looked good, but her body was still very weak. Wang Yu went forward and started to take his pulse, and the system showed the results, and there was nothing new. Later, I will perform the needle once more, and when the old lady drinks the medicine, her life will be stabilized. Dr. Wang is here. Sumu's voice sounded at the entrance of the ward. Wang Yu looked up and saw her with a tall figure, but at this time, wearing a white coat and a mask on her face, she wrapped Sumu tightly, so he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, it had been several days since he had seen Sumu's perfect face, and there was still some nostalgia in his heart when he thought about it. After collecting his mind, Wang Yu was ready to greet Sumu, but just as he stood up, he saw a woman standing behind Sumu. You, why are you here? Wang Yu looked at the woman incredulously. If it had been a stranger he wouldn't have acted so shocked, causing his speech to stutter. But at this moment, standing behind Sumu was the one-blooded girl that he had been longing for so many days. If Sun Xian and Yuan had not happened, Wang Yu would definitely be very happy at this moment, but now he couldn't be happy in any way. What, Dr. Wang and Niece Wen know each other? Yang Kaishan asked curiously when he saw Wang Yu's appearance. At this moment, Warmth, who had come over to help his uncle deliver the bonsai grass, also looked at the man in front of him with surprise. I didn't expect the two to be able to meet here, and I didn't even expect Wang Yu to become a doctor at this moment. Mr. Wang, hello again, my name is Cozy, nice to meet you. Although when Xin was surprised, she didn't have much of a reaction. Her years of doing business had already allowed her to face anything without changing her face. Ms. Wen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Niece Wen, the stuff is brought. Aha! With that, Cozy handed over the box in his hand. After receiving the box, Yang Kaishan did not open it and directly gave it to Wang Yu. Wang Yu, who was still in a daze, also calmed down after receiving the box. Since the separation, Cozy said it was a one-night stand, and this encounter, the other party also acted so calmly, why should he force himself? And having Sun Xian and Yuan, what reason did he have to pursue coziness? After thinking about it, Wang Yu put down the obsession of the past few days and began to focus onto old Lady Li's condition. After opening the box and seeing that it was indeed hailgrass inside, Wang Yu was relieved, and immediately took a small pair of scissors and carefully removed a section of the branch and leaves, and then let the old lady hold it in her mouth. Why exactly he did that, he didn't know, following the system's strategy to don't. Dr. Su, please also do me a favor and take this prescription later and have the medicine boiled up in the back. Well, little things. Saying that, Sumu summoned over a nurse and then gave her all those medicines and the prescription Wang Yu handed over. A few words of advice and then she was dismissed. The second young Kayla was not too worried, and also followed the nurse to the back, watching the boiling medicine. After finishing this, Wang Yu took out the silver needle and came in front of old Mrs. Li and was ready to start treatment. This time the needling was not quite the same as last time it was to activate the potential in the old man's body, while this time it was to help the old man to be able to better absorb the medicinal effects, so that those great tonic substances could be used to their fullest potential. Warmth, who was ready to leave, saw Wang Yu's action and stayed, feeling that she knew very little about this man. Sumu, as a doctor with high medical skills, at this time saw Wang Yu performing acupuncture, of course, will not leave, so rare opportunity to observe how she would give up. The two women and Yang Kaishan, who had a worried look on his face, all looked at the man in front of them. After Wang Yu took out the silver needle, his whole temperament changed. Facing the matter of curing the disease, he was still very serious. Drawing out the first silver needle, it was steadily inserted into the old lady's body points. When he was in the clinic a few days ago, Wang Yu sometimes used silver needles with Chinese medicine to treat patients. At this point, he was able to stab each silver needle to the exact location with great accuracy. Sumu looked at Wang Yu with some surprise. She had also seen many Chinese medicine masters who were good at acupuncture, and had observed the process of their needling many times. But Wang Yu was very different from them. Wang Yu's line of needles was very accurate and his hand was very stable. The depth of the silver needle piercing was exactly the same as if he had measured it. The interval between the two needles is also basically the same, unlike those masters of traditional Chinese medicine who have to rotate the needle after performing one needle and wait for a long time before they can perform another needle. A long time had passed, probably almost 2 hours, and Wang Yu had already stabbed more than 100 silver needles all over the old lady's body. The 5 packs of silver needles prepared were also used up. After stabbing the last needle, Wang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. It was finally done. Seeing that Wang Yu had completed the treatment, the nurse took the long-boiled soup and slowly poured it into the old lady's mouth. Just drink the medicine and wait for an hour before removing the needle, Wang Yu explained. After carefully instructing some precautions with the 2 old men of the Yang family, Wang Yu walked out of the ward. After all, there were still 3 girls waiting for him to return from the Sky Street eatery. "Mr. Wang, do you have time later? I'd like to treat you to dinner." When Xian's words caused Wang Yu's footsteps to stop. Chapter 43, Wang Yu in the guise of an audience. "What, Mr. Wang doesn't want to go?" Looking at Wang Yu, who stopped there without speaking, Warmth asked again. "No, yes, I'd like to go," Wang Yu said with some nervousness. "I'll meet you outside, come out when you're done with your business." After saying that, Cozy left with his slender thighs. Although he didn't know why Xian invited himself for dinner, Wang Yu's heart was still happy in the face of her invitation. At that moment, he quickly came to the office, changed his clothes, and was ready to leave. "Dr. Wang, it's time to go." Sumu looked at Wang Yu, who was ready to leave, and asked. "Yeah, there's a bit of business to attend to later." "Isn't that a good person to have a date with?" Just now, Sumu also heard the words of Warmth, and at this time Wang Yu left. He must have gone to eat with her. "Ha! A friend, a friend." Wang Yu didn't know how to explain his relationship with Warmth, and at that moment, he made a harumph and left quickly. Sumu looked at the distant Wang Yu, and there was an inexplicable sourness in his heart. "Ms. Wan, today's meal is on me, okay?" Walking out of the hospital, Wang Yu came to the front of the Cozy and said sincerely. "Aha!" Winnie nodded imperceptibly. Then Wang Yu drove his car and carried Cozy towards the Sky Street eatery. "How about here?" Halfway there, Cozy suddenly pointed to the large stall outside. I don't know how, but Cozy is especially eager to try things now that he hasn't touched before. "Okay, listen to you." Wang Yu sniffed and directly pulled over. The stalls are very lively in the summer, and Wang Yu brought Xinshin to a store of fried crayfish. Finding a corner seat, he ordered a spicy flavor and another 5 flavors, then Wang Yu was ready to ask for a few drinks. "Let's have some wine." Winsome suddenly spoke. "How about a beer?" "Aha!" He ordered a few cold dishes and a couple of beers, pouring one each for Cozy and himself. Warmth, who had received the glass of wine, drank a little experimentally. His face changed slightly, and then it was as if he had made some decision. Craning his neck, he drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Xinshin pick up the wine glass, Wang Yu also wanted to clink a glass with her, but did not expect the opposite side did not have this intention at all, and finished drinking by himself. This would be awkwardly served and had to be drained in one gulp as well. "It's the first time I've ever had a beer." Winnie exhaled a mouthful of wine and said in a light tone. "It's not as bad as I thought it would be, though," said Cozy as he poured himself another glass, holding it in his hand and taking a sip. Wang Yu, on the other hand, didn't know how to strike up a conversation. He felt that there was something wrong with Cozy's current state. "What, you don't believe it?" "No, I'm sure." Wang Yu, who was in a nervous mood, would not know how to find a topic, and the scene was a bit awkward. When Xian looked at the somewhat fidgety Wang Yu with interest and spoke again. "Divorced your wife? Is the topic turning so fast, and is it really nice of you to ask?" "Already divorced." "You're good, take it or leave it." With that said, Cozy finished another drink in his hand. "I kind of admire you. Some of the things it took me 20 years to do, and it only took you a few days." "What does that mean? I don't understand." At this time, Wang Yu was completely unable to keep up with Warmth's rhythm, and for a moment he didn't know what to say, so he could only silently drink with her. The 2 bottles of beer were quickly gone, and Wang Yu opened 2 more bottles and placed them on the table. Growing up, my mother was particularly strict with me, and there were many things I never ate. Just like this big stall, it's my first time here today, and it's the first time I've had a beer. Wait up for the crawfish, I haven't had that before either," said Cozy with tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. There's no need to cry about this. When Xin ignored Wang Yu's words and spoke to herself. When I was a child I had to learn a lot of things: etiquette, painting, piano, dancing, tea ceremony, and if I didn't learn well my mother would criticize me very harshly, and at that time I cried even more than I do now. But then I stopped crying because I saw that my mom cried more in private than I did. At that time I didn't know why she was always so sad, but I knew that whenever I made progress, she would smile and laugh. Then as I slowly grew up, I realized who I was. I turned out to be an illegitimate daughter, and my mother was just one of the many women my father kept outside the home. Mom taught me so well in the hope that Dad would come back to see us more often, but my memory is that he rarely did. At that time, I just wanted to keep my mom for the rest of my life, and we could be happy without my dad. But I didn't expect my mom to leave me before I was old enough. Speaking of this, Xin's tears increased even more. Wang Yu took a tissue and handed it to her, wanting to open his mouth to comfort her, but Xin stopped him. "I don't know why I wanted to say that to you, maybe because I gave you my first time and trust you more." "Hey! This is something that Wang Yu still does not know how to answer. Go on and drink. Mom ended her life when I was 16, and I knew it was all because of Dad or she wouldn't have been able to think about it, and I hated him from that point on. After my mom left, my dad took me into the Winchester's house, which was big and beautiful, but not happy, and I still miss the home my mother and I used to live in. That's when I wanted to get out of that place and away from my father. I hated him. So I studied hard every day to get into a college that was the furthest away from my father. But after the high school entrance exam, my father still kept me with him, and the volunteers I filled out were replaced by teachers with a single phone call from him. I'm like a puppet who has been living according to his ideas. When I went to college I was even more apathetic, wouldn't talk to anyone and didn't have a single friend. Until I met him my sophomore year. At that time, he was really nice to me, always caring, always taking care of me, and even though I never talked to him, he was there for me every day. Slowly I became accustomed to his company and sometimes paid deliberate attention to his affairs, and that's how it stayed until I graduated from college. After graduation, I confessed to him. I can still remember the look on his face, it was so happy, so joyful. But my father never agreed to us being together when he found out, and for that reason I rebelled against my father for the first time, and after a big fight, I left the Winchesters. I went to him because I thought he was the only one in the world who treated me the best. He was so happy to see me and he said so many things, but all I remember is that he said he would marry me. At that time, he was about to surpass my mother in my heart. My father approached me a couple of times afterward, but seeing how determined I was, there was no compulsion to take me away, and then I stayed in the house where my mother and I used to live. When my father saw that I was determined, he gave me a sum of money and left, just as he had done with my mother once. Those were the days when I was having a great time. I was finally back in the home I grew up in, and even though my mom wasn't here, it smelled like my mom everywhere. Chapter 44: Warm Waiting, Wang Yu's Embarrassment. At this time, the waiter served the crayfish, and Wang Yu peeled one and put it on the cozy plate. "Eat something first." When Xin put down her wineglass and took her chopsticks and put the shrimp into her mouth, the spicy flavor stimulated her taste buds and gave her a different feeling. "What, can't eat spicy?" Wang Yu asked with concern. "No, it was delicious." "Why doesn't it feel weird to hear me say that?" "No, just a little surprised." "Isn't it curious why I'm not with him and it's actually the first time with you?" "Quite curious indeed. I wanted him to marry me when I was 25, but he said at the time to wait. That night was the last time I asked him, but he still told me to wait, but I really didn't want to wait." "Then why didn't he marry you?" Wang Yu is a little strange. After all, from my words just now, it is not difficult to hear that Cozy and his feelings have always been very deep. I didn't know at first, but then I figured out that it was just status and position. At that time, after graduation, he took the civil service exam, and then has been working very hard and made it to section level cadre early. At that time he was afraid that my illegitimate daughter status would affect his career, and then he coaxed me to wait a few years. I just waited stupidly and learned business again to be able to help him better. Perhaps inheriting my father's genes, my company grew bigger and bigger, and his position grew higher and higher, while the two of us grew farther and farther apart. It wasn't until I was 30 that he actually got married, to the daughter of a high-ranking official. I had a big fight with him when I found out and kept accusing him of cheating on me, but he gave me the story about marrying that woman just so he could go farther. and assured me that he would divorce and marry me in the future, and I was foolish enough to believe him, though I was resigned to it. After that, I started to do charity work to improve my status, built a lot of Hope elementary schools, and adopted 4 orphans. But it still doesn't work, and as he gets higher and higher in the hierarchy, these external things don't help him much anymore. I asked him every year after that when he was going to marry me for 15 years, when in fact I had known for a long time that he wouldn't marry me, but kept deceiving myself anyway. Until finally I figured it out for myself and let go of my expectations of him. That's why I admire you for being able to make the best choice the first time when you knew about your wife's betrayal. If only I could have been like you back then. When Xin said and shed tears of remorse again, her years of waiting was a complete joke. That's all in the past, and you look like you're doing well now, don't you? One, you helped Cozy peel the crayfish while comforting. You're 30 years old, aren't you? Yeah. I'm 45 years old, so do you still want to be responsible for me? When Xin looked at Wan Yu playfully, wanting to see how he would answer. I can be responsible for you. Wang Yu did not hesitate and agreed on the spot. Don't you think I'm old? Old does not exist, Sun Shen. That 42-year-old girl, after a night of conquest, that skin tender feeling and 30-year-old woman does not have any difference, in time will only be more young and beautiful. Why, if I didn't know your age, I'd think you were 25 now. Wang Yu's tone was sincere and did not mind Cozy's age at all. But there are some things I can't keep from you. At that moment, Wang Yu briefly talked about his relationship with Sun Xian and Yuwen, of course not very carefully, just simply expressed his relationship with both of them and said that he would not give up on them. After hearing this, when Xian pursed her lips and didn't say anything for half a day, staring at Wang Yu all the way until she made him embarrassed before she opened her mouth. I didn't expect that you changed so much after the divorce. It's true that men are no good, and it's not as if I pitied you at the time. What can be said about this? No matter how the process is, the result is that he took advantage of it, and it is not good to explain it at the moment, but can only smile awkwardly. Well, I'm full, said Cozy and stood up. Wang Yu is still thinking. The other side in the end agree or not. What is the meaning of this stand up and walk? To hold me responsible? I'm not like him. I'll wait for you as long as you want. With 2 wives waiting for me? What a beautiful thought. When Xian said with wonderful anger, just now she was thinking that if Wang Yu didn't mind her age, she would really marry him, who knew that just for a few days, this guy actually had 2 women. The 2 people walked on the road. Wang Yu drank the car cannot drive, would have liked to call a chauffeur, but was stopped by Xian. The stall was about 2 kilometers from their neighborhood, not too far and not too close, and it took the 2 of them half an hour to get there. There was no talking along the way. Warmth was not wanting to take care of him at all. Wang Yu was bursting at the seams and didn't dare to take the initiative to talk. Well, I'm here. The cell door warmly looked at Wang Yu and signaled that he could go. That, and I live here too. Wang Yu said awkwardly. When did you live here? Divorced and renting a house right above yours. When Xian sniffed and looked at Wang Yu once again to make sure that the bastard wasn't joking. Go. Wang Yu then silently followed behind Warmth. The 2 of them walked into the neighborhood together, and Wang Yu did not return to his senses until the elevator stopped at the cozy floor. I'm here, thanks for keeping me company today. With that said, Cozy left. Wang Yu returned home head messy. The heart is still thinking of Xian, thinking of her sentence to be responsible for their words, although later gave up, but Wang Yu and how willing. He can't be blamed for seeing one and loving the other, but Cozy's pitiful experience and rocky relationship deeply pierced his heart. By the way, I haven't given her the bracelet I bought for Cozy yet. Wang Yu tapped his head and remembered the gift he had spent 7 sixes to buy for Cozy. At that moment, he went to the bedroom, opened the drawer, took out the bracelet and went straight downstairs. This road was familiar to Wang Yu. After all, he had traveled it many times. Once again, on the doorstep of a cozy home. Thud. Take 2 steps back and stand up straight. Wang Yu had done this maneuver many times. But this time he knew there was someone inside, and he certainly wasn't going to pounce. Soon the door opened. Looking at Wang Yu standing outside, Warm frowned a little unhappy. She did not expect the other party would continue to pester. That this is the one I bought for you then, but you've been away for the past few days, and now I've brought it to you. Saying that, Wang Yu handed over the shopping ticket, which showed the date of invoicing, and when Xian took a look at it, it just happened to be the one he bought for himself on the day he left. I couldn't help but feel amused that I had left a day early, and if I had stayed a little longer, would I have been with him? But things have passed, and there's no need to dwell on it too much. It was meant to be. Okay, I'll take it. Saying this, Xinshin took the bracelet handed over by Wang Yu, who only felt a bit of warmth across his fingertips, and then froze in place on the spot. The system screen suddenly appeared in Wang Yu's mind. When Xin took the bracelet and closed the door, not noticing Wang Yu's expression. At this time, however, Wang Yu's heart set off shocking waves. Chapter 45, Major Discoveries. Kids, kids, kids. Wang Yu froze in place and involuntarily murmured. Warmth's physical condition on the system panel was not very good, but Wang Yu did not pay attention to this at the moment. He stared blankly at the last introduction on it. Pregnant with 2 children and at risk of miscarriage. The sudden message made Wang Yu not know how to express his feelings. The attitude of the conversation cozy just now was obvious, and Wang Yu accepted it even though he was a little lost. But how do you expect him to take it in this situation now? When Xin didn't know that she was pregnant at this point, after all, it had been about 10 days since she had sex with Wang Yu. 10 days even if you go to the hospital to check, you basically can't find out, and Wang Yu's system is a bug. Let alone 10 days, if he had had the system then, he might have gotten up in the morning and detected it. Clunk. After reciting the child, Wang Yu also saw the risk of miscarriage, and at that moment, he did not care about how he was going to explain to Warmth. The most important thing at the moment is to get her to accept her treatment and to keep her baby. An urgent and nervous knock on the door caused Cozy, who was enjoying the bracelet, to frown slightly. She did have plans to marry Wang Yu before, but it was more about her admiration for him and her own compromises in life. After all, the matter of marriage, whether it was his own father or his own uncle, had been explicitly and implicitly urging him all these years. I don't care much myself, but I'm still annoyed by their harassment. Plus, Wang Yu got her first time, and she had no aversion to this man, so marrying him might be a good choice. The past is so tiring, trying a new change might make life a little more interesting. But this guy Wang Yu actually owned 2 women, which was cozy and unacceptable. Just having some good feelings doesn't make her give her dignity for it. This gift that Wang Yu gave her just now, Warmth still likes it very much, simple and introverted, very much in line with her aesthetics. While playing with it, he also felt that although Wang Yu was a bit of a womanizer, he was still a very careful man, and it was not bad to have such a friend. But listening to the knocking sound that resounded again outside, the little bit of goodwill that he had towards Wang Yu before completely disappeared. Turns out he's just as greedy as any other man. With a cold face, Warmth opened the door of the room and looked at Wang Yu without a trace of emotion in his gaze. Why, is there anything else? When Xin's disgruntled face and cold, hard tone were like a pot of cold water, causing Wang Yu to completely calm down. After coming back to his senses, he was a bit scared. After all, it was about his child. If he couldn't explain it clearly, he probably wouldn't be able to see her in the future. After thinking for a while, Wang Yu decided that it is better not to say anything about the child. After all, he has just exploded his old self, and Xinshin has decisively rejected it. Now it is better to think about how to increase the goodwill with her. Thinking about my specialty, I got an idea. Ms. 1, that I remembered something. Just now my brain was confused and forgot to say it, don't you mind? When Xin looked at him without saying anything, her eyes signaling Wang Yu to speak on, the bracelet that was given just now was indeed worth a lot. Now knocking on the door saying something was wrong, she was curious to hear what the guy had in mind. Wang Yu once again called up the system panel, carefully looked at it, and had a plan in his heart. As a gynecological sage, of course he had to start lulling from the cozy physical condition. Ms. 1, you also know that I'm a doctor, and when I was with you today, I realized that your body has many hidden problems. Oh, what's the problem? Why didn't you say so earlier? I wanted to say it just now, but I didn't find a good opportunity, and thought I'd wait until you calmed down, but then something happened and I forgot about it when I got nervous. That'll come to mind, so I'll hurry over. Say, what's wrong with my body? If Warmth hadn't witnessed Wang Yu's treatment of old Mrs. Li and knew that he did have real material, this would have definitely started to drive people away. It's a little complicated, so why don't we go inside and talk about it? Now although it is night, but the temperature outside is still a little high, and mosquitoes are also more, Wang Yu is worried about staying here. It will affect the cozy body, in case which mosquito bites his child's mother, that is not heartbroken to death. When Xian leaned against the doorway and didn't move, carefully observed Wang Yu, and didn't find anything wrong from his expression and actions, when he turned around and walked into the house. Come in, but don't get any bad ideas. Why yes, I'm a doctor. Oh. How can you not get ideas? Upon arriving at the house, Wang Yu and Warmth sat opposite each other, and the furnishings in the house were not much different from the last time he left. But this was not the time to appreciate, it was better to coax Cozy first. Ms. 1, I can take your pulse. I studied Chinese medicine. It's all about looking, smelling, asking and cutting, although I can see something is wrong, but I still want to take the pulse to make sure.
Aha!
A white, rounded jade arm reached over. Wang Yu knew that doing a full set of drama, a few days of clinic career had been able to make him act like a qualified doctor. Both fingers gently rested on the cozy wrist, without a single distraction in his mind, his eyes narrowed slightly, his face heavy, his head floating up and down in a subtle way. Not to say that he's really bluffing now with this look, at least now Cozy believes it. Really thought he knocked on the door this time because he was concerned about his health, and she had just felt some guilt for not only suspecting his motives were impure, but also for being so cold to him. Taking the pulse lasted for about 5 minutes before Wang Yu reluctantly withdrew his hand, and the specific words to say were also prepared during this time. Ms. 1, in the past few years hasn't it always felt like a migraine, especially on the left back of the head? Yes, I went to the hospital and got checked out, said I was overworked and that more rest and relaxation would do the trick.
So is it slowing down now?
No, and it's getting worse. At this moment, Warmth did not have any more doubts about Wang Yu and trusted him.
Well, let's put that one aside for now and we'll move on to the next one.
What next?
Any other questions?
Wang Yu, I have a physical every year, and other than this headache, I didn't find any other problems. There are some conditions that can't be checked by a machine until they develop, and by the time they do it's too late, believe me, I'll not lie to you.
So, what other questions do I have? Cold hands and feet, sweaty easily.
The cervical spine has been sore for some time at every seasonal change. Periods are regularly irregular and heavy each time. Rainy weather, frequent stomach aches all day long with little appetite to eat. Wang Yu told all the problems detected by the system in one breath, of course the last one was hidden. After hearing this, when Xian carefully recalled her own physical condition over the past few years, she hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now when she heard Wang Yu say it, she immediately realized that she did have these problems.
Dr. Wang, what kind of disease do I have? Is it serious?
Wang Yu's words made her immediately correct her attitude and her status automatically changed to that of a patient. Although when Xian had given up her love, she would not give up her life. After all, the world was so beautiful, she still wanted to see more.
Chapter 46, 2A now really is a good cure.
At this moment, Cozy looked lonely and scared, without his usual toughness and calmness. After all, anyone is afraid of getting some strange disease.
Don't worry, it's serious, but I can cure it.
At this time, attacking and defending in reverse, Wang Yu got the initiative, although he was not ashamed of himself for this behavior. But he was telling the truth, and Cozy's physical condition was not exaggerated at all. Your headache condition was supposedly inherited from your mother, and you can recall if your mother had it when she was alive.
Cold sweaty hands and feet are a sign of weakness and liver problems.
The others are the result of long-term habits and irregular routines. Individually none of them are very severe to use, but now that they're concentrated, they're a pain to treat, pulling the strings and triggering an avalanche effect if something goes seriously wrong in any one place. That's why you're in a dangerous condition and your life could be in danger at any time.
Oh, it's not your life that's in danger, it's my baby's life.
After all, it's clearly written on the system that there's a risk of miscarriage, so it's not too much of a stretch for me to fool you for the sake of the baby, is it?
So, what am I going to do? Am I going to be hospitalized now?
That's not so bad. I said I can cure it. I'm sure I can cure you, but it's best not to keep working from now on. And keep getting plenty of rest every day, and your diet for the next 3 months will be as I've asked. Okay, that's no problem. I can take care of the company stuff online. I'll just be at home for the next couple months not going anywhere. Seeing that Xian was so obedient, Wang Yu felt the need to show his hand to strengthen her trust in him. I'll give you a massage later to help ease your head, stomach and cervical spine first. Tomorrow I'll go buy some herbs and then with acupuncture, I can officially start the treatment.
Nudge? Although when Xian didn't understand Chinese medicine, she had never heard that massage could be used to see a disease, so she had some questions at the moment.
Push the womb over the blood, ever heard of that? What I'm going to do later is activate your immunity by stimulating the acupuncture points in your body.
Winsome sniffed and nodded and stopped thinking about it.
Now then, let's get started. We'll go to the bedroom and you lie on the bed so I can treat you easily.
Half an hour passed.
Ms. 1, how do you feel now?
Well, it feels a lot more comfortable and my hands and feet are a lot warmer. An hour passed.
Ms. 1, if you move around, is the soreness in your cervical spine gone?
Really, Wang Yu, you're really great. 2 hours passed. Dr. Wang, how much longer do I have to press?
The warm touch from her belly made Cozy's face blush like a big apple. You've got a more serious one, you'll need to press it a little longer. 3 hours passed. Hello? When Xian's body had recovered a lot under Wang Yu's massage, and her years of illness had been greatly relieved, which would have already fallen asleep. Wang Yu retracted his own hand, looked at the sleeping warmth. The heart is a sense of accomplishment. The next day they come on once a day like this, adhere to a month, do not believe that cannot take her. Pulling over the quilt to help Cozy cover up, Wang Yu went home in a happy mood. After taking a bath, Wang Yu lying on the bed, thinking about the 3 women in his heart, the encounter after the divorce makes him like in a dream. Now that his wife had it, 2 to hand, the other one soon, and he had a child of his own in 10 months, the happiness came too quickly, both with some excitement and with a hint of nervousness. Looking at the message from Sun Qian on his cell phone, Wang Yu couldn't help but give her a nod. Knowing that Wang Yu went to the hospital to save people, Sun Qian consciously helped him place Yu Wen and Chun Mei, just letting him return a call when he had time. It's after 11 o'clock. She's still up, I think. Thinking this way, Wang Yu dialed Sun Qian's phone. After chatting with Sun Qian for a few moments, the phone was grabbed by Chun Mei. The cousin strongly expressed her dissatisfaction with her brother on the phone, and the phone was delivered to Yu Wen only after Wang Yu promised a whole lot of unequal treaties. For Yu Wen, Wang Yu had deep feelings. The little girl's love for herself made him feel heartbroken when he looked at her, and now in order to be with herself, she was actually willing to share him with other women, which made Wang Yu especially touched. Wang Yu soothes Yu Wen extremely gently on the phone and promises to give her a perfect wedding in the village, sort of calming her nervous heart. In these few days, Yu Wen and Chun Mei are counting on you. I'm quite busy on my side, so I'll take some time to visit your home in a few days. If there's something you're busy with, wait until you're free, I'll just take care of Yu Wen and Chun Mei. Well, thanks Sin, good night. Good night, brother. Hang up the phone. Wang Yu some bewilderment. He and Sun Qian know the time is too short, although they also like her, but also clear that more is to see the color is just, as for the feelings of a little but not much. But now for Sun Qian he is indeed very grateful, although I do not know how she inexplicably like himself, and with the means is not very bright. However, he was able to have her and Yu Wen at the same time. Sun Qian great credit in the future warm to join this family, but also rely on Sun Qian more help. Wang Yu came to the clinic early the next morning. Good morning Yu. Just after arriving at the clinic, Sweetie appeared in front of Wang Yu and greeted him warmly. You took yesterday's vacation, but it made the patients complain for a long time. Those women almost demolished the outpatient clinic. That dramatic? Wang Yu didn't realize that his fame had spread widely in just a few days. Yesterday, he took leave and didn't come, and the admiring women didn't see the legendary Dr. Wang, and really made a good mess. It's so serious, aren't there other doctors, and the hospital isn't short of me? Wang Yu was a bit puzzled. Hey! Don't mention it, the director persuaded half a day, but there are still dozens of patients designated for you to treat. Then try hard to get off early today. Hearing that he was so popular, Wang Yu was still very happy, but accordingly there would definitely be more people coming to see him. There's a Cozy at home waiting to be taken care of, and if you don't increase the speed of your healing, you won't be able to leave work on time. Okay Yu, we're aiming for no overtime. Cheer up together. Putting on his white coat, Wang Yu started his busy day, and halfway through, Sumu even came over, feeling that he had something to say, but seeing Wang Yu's situation, he could only give up. Wang Yu, who had put in the work of treatment, was very serious, and although he had the system as a hang-up, he was still very serious about the patient. Try to use the least expensive means to treat their diseases, for which some simple massage and acupuncture are also used. By noon there were still a lot of patients outside, and Wang Yu sent Sugar to the cafeteria to help with the food, but never leaving his chair. All day it took 10 minutes to eat a lunch and go to the restroom twice, and lasted until 6 p.m. before I was able to see all of the patients for the day. Exhausted and half-dead, Wang Yu did not stay in the hospital for a moment, changed his clothes, and rushed home at fire speed. After all, there is still his own inner wife and child there who need him to take care of. Chapter 47, Chasing a Woman Requires a Bit of Tact. On the way home, Wang Yu thought about what he had said about helping Cozy prepare his diet for 3 months. But in his own situation, he couldn't find the time to cook, and even if he did, he was well aware of his cooking skills. Who to ask for help? Chun Mei could cook, but this sister of hers was too jumpy, so if she was asked to cook for Cozy, there was no guarantee that anything would happen. Yu Wen's cooking, he had eaten it a few times when he was at home, and it tasted good, but Wang Yu didn't dare to give this to her at all. Xiao Qingmei was willing to share herself with others, then to let her take care of her other woman, it would be too bullying. Even if Yu Wen was willing, Wang Yu would not agree. Thinking about it, Wang Yu thought of a good candidate. At that moment, he dialed the number of the person on the other side of the line. Hey, brother-in-law. Who better to cook than Sundance, who owns a restaurant, after all, with so many chefs under him? Sango, there's something I'd like to ask you for. What is it? Say it, Sango will definitely get it done for you. That, I have a friend, his physical state is not very good, need to cooperate with some diet to treat, the hospital does not have such conditions, this is not to find the third brother here. That's it. Well, what's the matter, Sango, is it inconvenient? No, it's not a thing, I'll have someone contact you later, just tell him the request. Then thank you, Sango, we'll settle the score together when the treatment is over. No need, your friend is third brother's friend, just a few meals, third brother's treat. This good so luxurious? To know that they need not ordinary ingredients, there are a lot of very expensive, especially the daily nourish the fetus of that soup, no $2,000 cannot come down. That works out to be an estimated $3,000 a day, which is $100,000 a month, and 3 months is $300,000. That third brother, it's better to collect the money, what I'm going to do is quite expensive, it'll probably cost more than $300,000 in 3 months. More than $300,000, so little, it's only what Sango spent on a few meals, okay I have things to do, someone will contact you later. After saying that, Sundishing hung up the phone. While Wang Yu was still in a daze, a phone call came over, and the other party was very polite, asking about Wang Yu's needs in detail, and then noting down the address and time of the delivery of the meal before politely hanging up the phone. Third brother gives strength. Wang Yu secretly grateful in his heart, but if Sundishing knows that it is to cook for this bastardess woman for free, it is expected to be able to explode with anger. Returning to the neighborhood, Wang Yu did not go home and came to the cozy home at the first opportunity. After yesterday's massage, Cozy slept very comfortably, and in the morning his body was indescribably relaxed, and his complexion looks much better today. It would be watching TV in the living room, and since she didn't need to go out and didn't wear any makeup, she looked pretty at the moment, but it was hard to hide the signs of age on her face. What are you looking at, does it look ugly without makeup? Feeling Wang Yu's gaze, Xinxin's heart was a little sour, after all, she was over 40 years old. Where, if Ms. Wen was ugly, there would be no pretty ones in the world. Wang Yu's compliments did not cheer her up and said with a slight sigh. Old age starts ugly, no need to comfort me, it's not like it's unacceptable. I actually have a way to be able to mitigate aging. No need, any more relief will eventually get old, you'd better cure me, I'll be satisfied as long as I'm healthy in the future. Wang Yu's words Cozy also just think of Chinese medicine physical therapy means, as a woman she and so rich, in the maintenance of the aspect she felt she knew more than Wang Yu. Okay, let's heal your body first and use my method when we have the chance. Then, Wang Yu began to give warm pulse, although it is not needed anymore, but now just started, cannot have a little sloppy, or to the mouth of the wife flew, cry cannot cry. Do you still need a push today? Winsome asked a little shyly. Well, for the next 3 months, see how the treatment works to determine when and how to push. So it starts now? Wait a minute, I found a restaurant today, from now on they'll come over every day at mealtimes to bring you food, and for 3 months after that you'll need to listen to me about your diet, and don't mess around with your own food. Yes, thank you. Wang Yu's words touched Cozy, if not for him. Hey! It's not meant to be after all. For the moment the two watched the TV and had a chat. After about an hour, there was a knock on the door from outside. Stopping the warmth that went over to open the door, Wang Yu walked over. Is Miss Wen here? This is the meal Mr. Wang ordered. Looking at the other party wearing the staff uniform of the Sky Street Eatery, he couldn't help but admire the efficiency of Sundishing's men. I'm the one who ordered it, Ms. Wen is inside, just leave the meal to me. After receiving the food box, Wang Yu began to open it. After opening the food box, Wang Yu found that the meals inside were still hot, and each plate was placed individually, with sealing protection on top so that no stringing of flavors would occur. And the corresponding plates and chopsticks and spoons are also available, although they are all disposable, but the quality really can't be beat. Come and eat, see what's not to your liking and I'll adjust it. Setting up the meal, Wang Yu said to Cozy. It looks pretty good and smells great, thank you. Winnie came to the table looking at the food on it appetizingly. Eat? At that moment the two began to eat. The quantity was relatively large, and Warmth definitely couldn't finish it alone, so Wang Yu didn't politely start directly. In half an hour the two had finished dinner. Wang Yu packed up the dishes and then wiped the table again. When Xin just sat there quietly watching Wang Yu work, feeling that this man was really good. Thinking back to this life, counting Wang Yu there were a total of 3 men who cared about themselves. One was his own father, but his concern was more from material things. Another person that Cozy didn't want to bring up, although the two used to have deep emotional entanglements, they hadn't seen each other a few times in all these years, it was more of a verbal soothing to Cozy. Of course, after realizing it, Cozy now took it all as if he was farting and wouldn't believe it for a second. And this concern of Won Yu is truly reflected in his life, peeling crayfish for himself, curing himself, feeding himself just now, and consciously cleaning up his hygiene after eating. Such care was something she had never experienced before, and it felt good and happy. Just as Cozy was still messing with her thoughts, a cup of warm tea was handed to her. Brewed it before dinner, it has some herbs in it, you drink some and see if it suits your appetite. Returning to the Cozy, he felt the warmth in his hands and almost fell in this moment. Thanks, it's pretty good. After savoring a small taste, Cozy's eyes grew tender. No, it should be. This which is what tea, clearly is a tranquilizer. After seeing the warm acceptance, Won Yu heart cannot say happy. Chapter 48 Ex-father-in-law's phone call. 3 hours later, Warmth fell asleep again under Wang Yu's nudging. Covering the quilt and closing the door, Wang Yu also returned to his home. He is not in a hurry, will the coming day be long? After a simple wash, he went to Sun Qian's side and the three chatted for more than an hour before Wang Yu hung up the phone and prepared to rest. Yavin, let's go to the hospital tomorrow if it's okay and see Xiaoyu. Since the day after the separation, and Wang Yu played 2 phone calls, to now also did not see on one side, Sun Qian's heart has been unable to let go, although the phone exchange is quite good, but do not see people are always uneasy. Well, listen to your sister. Yawin didn't have Sun Qian's worries, but purely missed Wang Yu. The next morning, Sun Qian took Yawin, and do not know what to do. Chunmei went straight to the hospital. Because they had been here last time, the three of them went straight to Wang Yu's clinic, and just as they arrived at the door, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. What a long line, so many women. Sun Qian came to the counseling office to explore the news, and learned that these are all female patients, and basically all of them are looking for Wang Yu to see the doctor. The odd-faced Sun Qian pulled the 2 girls, Yawin, and squeezed towards the door of Wang Yu's clinic. What are you doing? You can't cut in line. Right, all here to see Dr. Wang, why don't you 3 behave yourselves? The female patients in the queue were accusing Sun Qian's trio with your words in mind. I'm not here to see the doctor, I'm just here to see Dr. Wang, just look down at the door not to go in. The crowd's fighting force was too strong, even Sun Qian couldn't take it, explaining loudly before pushing Chunmei, who hadn't reacted yet, to the front. This is Dr. Wang's sister, who came from her hometown to see him. Didn't I come the day before yesterday? Chunmei was tempted to say, not that she wanted to see her brother, but that they both wanted their men. Everyone listen to me, we're not seeing a doctor, we just came to see my brother. Chunmei hadn't seen such a big scene yet, and was very nervous at the moment. When the people heard that they were relatives of Dr. Wang, they stopped accusing and made a crack for them to go to the door. Are all these people here to see the doctor? Yavin said with some incredulity. Well, I've asked, and there are so many people on Xiaoyu's side every day. Hey, at this rate my brother will die of exhaustion sooner or later. At this time the door of the clinic opened, and a patient came out from inside, and then a small nurse immediately called another patient in. The 3 of them saw Wang Yu inside through the gap of the open door, very busy indeed. Yan pulled Sun Qian to the wall, avoiding the crowd. Sis, is you busy like this every day? Yawin was a little heartbroken for Wang Yu. It's the first time I've seen it, and I've just heard about it, there's not much to do in the morning, so why don't we look around here a bit more? Aha! While talking, Wang Yu finished seeing another patient. As the morning passed, the 3 women were heartbroken to see that Wang Yu had never come out. When it was hardly 12 o'clock, I thought I could have lunch and talk or something. But only to see the clinic of the small nurse went out on their own, the door of the clinic is not closed, Wang Yu to see a patient, and then the next patient before consciously walk in. At this moment, no matter how many people were outside and how crowded it was, but Wang Yu's consultation room had remained quiet. It wasn't until half an hour later, when the little nurse came back with a lunchbox, that Wang Yu stopped looking at the patient. Took a few minutes to get my lunch sorted out, went to the bathroom, and got back into my busy schedule. The 3 women, at this time, sort of understood how busy Wang Yu was, even the time to eat and go to the toilet was squeezed out. Let's go back first, I don't think we can wait today. Looking at the back then the morning basically did not reduce the team, Sun Qian think Wang Yu every day so late back, must be in the hospital overtime. At that moment, he didn't want to affect him here, so he took Yan and Chunmei and left the hospital. On the way back, none of the 3 spoke much. On his way here, he thought that even if Wang Yu was busy, he had to find time to see the three of them, but he didn't show up all day yesterday. The three women were more or less uncomfortable in their hearts, but when they really saw Wang Yu working. At this point, that little bit of emotion was long gone, and they were all heartbroken. "Harumi, aren't you coming to get a job?" Sun Xian heard Wang Yu mention a word about his cousin coming to work in the city. Wang Yu, this situation these days, it is estimated that it is difficult to take time out, and at that moment, he wanted to help him get things done. "Yeah, right. Yavin and I are both here looking for jobs." Without revealing her and Yakumo's little secret, Chunmei nodded in direct response. "Chunmei." Yavin pulled on her hand and gave a small yelp. "If you don't get a job, you'll show your face. Are you going to go back in a few days?" Chunmei muttered in Yavin's ear for a while. "How nice to be able to not only stay in the city when I get a job, but also to be around my brother." Chunmei's words, Yuan felt that they made sense, and immediately nodded repeatedly. "Let's go eat first, and later my sister will show you my store, and if it feels right, stay and help me." "Wow, sister-in-law is a big boss," Chunmei exclaimed exaggeratedly. A sister-in-law called Sun Qian's heart in a blaze of glory. After dinner, we took the two girls to the spa, and then to Ergo's store for all sorts of shopping. It took until after 4 p.m. to get to my own jewelry store. If Wang Yu saw it at this time, he would be shocked that the brand of this store was actually the same as the one he bought the bracelet from at the mall. "This is Sis's territory, you'll have a good look and learn in the next 2 days. There's another exhibit in the mall that's also mine, so I'll take you there then." Looking at the shiny things in front of her, Chunmei's eyes turned into tiny stars, happy as could be. Wang Yu at this time does not know that Sun Qian has helped herself again, and at this time is still busy in the hospital. Like yesterday, it was busy until 6 p.m. before I finished seeing patients. Changed his clothes and slipped away again as fast as he could. "You, what's wrong with you, you're in such a hurry? Go home and cook for your sister-in-law." Sugar gets a big mouthful of dog food from Wang Yu. However, before Wang Yu could return, he received a familiar call. This is a call that used to be made often, but not since my own divorce. But thinking about it, the other party at least ended up being righteous and gave himself $5 million, so he picked it up. "Hey, Uncle Chen, something's up." "Xiaoyu, there's something I want you to help me with. Uncle Chen doesn't know who to trust now." Chen Shusheng's tone was indescribably despondent. Thinking about what happened to him, Wang Yu could not help but secretly sigh. That mother and daughter could have screwed them both over. "What is it? I'll help if I can. It's not convenient on the phone, so come over to my place sometime now." When Xian had someone there to deliver the food, and if he went over now, he was just trying to get by without much practical significance, so it was better to go and see what was going on at Chen Shushing's place. "Well, Uncle Chen, wait for me for a while, I'll be there in 20 minutes or so." Hanging up the phone, he headed for his ex-father-in-law's villa. Chapter 49, Chen Shushing's suspicion. Arriving at the door of his former old husband's villa, Wang Yu had a feeling that things were different. He used to resist coming here. For Chen Shusheng, he has nothing good to say. The years of marriage, unless necessary, Wang Yu will not come to the door at all. Although the Chen family is very rich, but he has never been a man who bends down for 5 buckets of rice. "Want me Wang Yu to bow down and beg you, dream on." And after the divorce, Chen Shusheng actually had the day to beg this former son-in-law of his. The doorbell was rung and soon a babysitter came over to open the door. This nanny, Wang Yu has not seen, and the previously familiar Auntie Li does not know where she is gone, but this is the Chen family's business, and he does not have much to do with it. After making his intentions known, he was invited in by the nanny and taken to the living room to see his ex-father-in-law sitting there. "Uncle Chen." Wang Yu looked at the very thin Chen Shusheng, could not help but pity him a little. This age encountered this kind of thing, how angry it should be. "Here, sit." Chen Shusheng did not have the previous kind of arrogant attitude, now like an old man into the twilight years. The original got a few white hair, now actually more than a lot, visible Li Yuzhen's betrayal of his blow. How big? "You, thanks for being able to come over." Chen Shusheng thought to make a few polite remarks first to draw closer. After all, this former son-in-law's attitude towards himself has never been very good. "Uncle Chen, if there's anything, it's better to just say it. If I can help, I definitely won't refuse." Wang Yu, however, didn't have that much time to waste here. He had quite a few things to do, and made his attitude clear right away. "Take this, I want you to go get me a paternity test tomorrow." Chen Shusheng hesitated for a moment and directly handed Wang Yu an envelope. "Uncle Chen, you suspect." The latter words were not said, but the meaning was clearly expressed. "Yeah, something has to be cleared up, doesn't it? I don't want to die wondering." said Chen Shuxing's eyes sharpened up, filled with killing intent. Wang Yu thought about what Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoxiang did that day and the relationship between them. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't do something even more disgusting. Okay, I'll do it tomorrow. Wang Yu took the envelope and pocketed it. Uncle Chen, your body is your own, you need to take care of yourself, after all, you're only in your 50s, and there's still a long life ahead of you. Looking at this old man in front of him, Wang Yu really empathized with him, if tomorrow's result was what he guessed. Wang Yu was afraid that Chen Shuxiang would be directly infuriated to death. After all, he had tasted this kind of flavor, and it was not so easy to calm down. Well, I know, Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoxiang aren't dead yet, so how could I be? Chen Shuxing's tone was sinister and filled with killing intent. After decades in the shopping mall, his ruthlessness was not something that someone like Wang Yu, who had just entered society for a few years, could compare to. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Wang Yu did not answer and directly took his leave. He was not interested at all in the Chen family's affairs, and this time he came over just to repay Chen Shuxing for the last bit of fairness he had done to himself. Go on, and remember to keep it a secret. Aha! Don't worry. Back on the road, Wang Yu did not take this matter to heart. After all, he has already cut himself off from the Chen family very clearly. There is no need to get involved in it again, and how the final result is, and he has nothing to do with it. Even if Chen Yuting really wasn't Chen Shuxing's biological daughter, so what, he could still help her hide it. Thinking of his own bad things, Wang Yu also couldn't help but curse his mother, and his heart's loathing for his ex-wife increased a few more points. When they got home, they still went to Cozy's first. The two didn't have much conversation but got along well. Seeing on the dining table the cozy leftover food, Wang Yu did not mind, sat down and directly swept away. Then another cup of tea was prepared for Cozy and he began to clean up. Drinking tea and watching this man work, Cozy's heart was peaceful, with a feeling of being protected. The two then went to the bedroom and began another 3-hour push. Winsome was now obsessed with this feeling, and after every push, she slept soundly, thinking in her heart that it would be nice to spend time with him just like this. Hesitant to give Wang Yu a chance as well as himself. Once again helping to cover the sleeping warmth, Wang Yu did not leave and stood at the edge of the bed for a long time before bending down and gently kissing her on the forehead before turning to leave. But what he didn't know was that as the door slammed, Cozy opened his eyes, then turned around with a smile on his face and proceeded to sleep. When he came to the hospital the next day, Wang Yu was still very busy and didn't even have time to go for a paternity test. Maria Hospital also has the ability to identify, but because it is a private hospital does not have the legal benefits, so Wang Yu began to think is to go to a public institution to identify, but look at the situation today is difficult to have time to do. At the moment, he thought about getting help. Then he saw Sugar, who was busy, and got an idea. Sugar, run an errand for me later. What is it, you? Take this. With that, he handed Sweetie the envelope that Chen Shuxiang had given him. Did you give me a red packet? Sugar was so happy to receive it that she wanted to open it right then and there. No. Later, you'll help me go to the downtown hospital, get a paternity test, and remember to keep it a secret. Did you? Sweet sniffed incredulously and looked at Wang Yu, her eyes rounded. Don't guess, a friend of mine asked me to help. Wang Yu saw that Sweet's misunderstood and immediately explained, but also had a little bit of heart. After all, he was really put on a hat. Oh, understand, a friend. Sugar nodded her little head in agreement, though clearly not convinced. It's too late to hide this kind of thing. Who would ask anyone else for help? Gotta explain my ass. This girl obviously doesn't believe her own words. Now go, and when the others ask you, tell them you went shopping for me. With that, he was ready to send Sugar away. Don't be sad, you still have me. Sweetie, who was ready to leave, turned back to look at Wang Yu fondly, and her lustful look was indeed very seductive. Alright, don't put on a show, just go and get back. Humph. Don't know how to cooperate, it's rare that I act so well. After saying that, Sugar flew out. Wang Yu looked at the cheerful little nurse and couldn't help but smile. Although every day was busy, he didn't feel much tired with such a lively little girl working on his shift. After thinking about it for a while, he continued to start seeing the doctor again. After all, his merit value was still a lot closer to 10,000, and he was still looking forward to the next lottery. When I talked to Sun Qian on the phone last night, I also learned that she had set up her sister in Yavin. The heart of Sun Qian is also more and more like thinking today after the busy and they have a meal together. 2 days do not see, also really miss them. As important as the warmth is, you can't leave your woman out in the cold, can you? Chapter 50 The Miserable Son-in-Law Duo. At the end of a busy day, there were fewer patients today than yesterday, so Wang Yu got off work early today. The little girl came back at almost noon, and after handing the report to Wang Yu, the way she looked at him all afternoon revealed gossip and pity. Wang Yu couldn't help but explain a few times, but it was of little use. After all, the little nurse knew about his divorce. Now this is a situation where one's own explanations pale in comparison. After insisting on seeing all the patients, Wang Yu, who had endured the afternoon, knocked on the head of the little nurse, took the identification results she sent back, and fled the hospital in flames under Sweetie's angry gaze. Arriving at the Chen family, it was still the nanny who opened the door yesterday, and Wang Yu did not speak after entering. Placing the appraisal on the table, he sighed slightly and turned to leave. Chen Shusheng looked at Wang Yu's appearance and already knew the result. Although he had already prepared himself mentally, this would not be able to hold back his old tears. Wang Yu was at a loss as to what to say, while Chen Shusheng didn't want to say anything at the moment. Two men of the same fate, who can comfort anyone. However, Wang Yu had completely walked out and had completed the cut, and although his mood was heavy at the moment, it did not affect the rest of the trip. When he arrived at the Sky Street Eatery, he saw the three girls waiting at the door from afar, but he didn't see Sun Dishing's figure. Coming. Sun Qian stepped forward and unceremoniously took Wang Yu's arm. When Yuan saw Wang Yu, she couldn't help but want to go over, but in the end, she was thin-skinned and wasn't as bold as Sun Qian, and after greeting him, she shyly followed behind. Chunmei, after Sun Qian's brainwashing in the past 2 days, had already accepted that Wang Yu and the three of them were so ridiculous, and after complaining, she didn't say anything more. Coming inside the private room, the food was already, and the four of them took their seats and started eating straight away. Chunmei sat far away by herself and watched the two women who were giving Wang Yu the food, and was almost propped up by the dog food stuffing. Right then and there, he buried his head in his dry food. The main thing to do was to look out of sight, out of mind. Yolin, when next month, I'll take you back to the village, and then I'll ask someone to go up to your house to propose marriage, and then how about we organize the banquet in the village? Well, it's all up to you. To be able to accompany Wang Yu side of you when is very satisfied, and heard that you can do the wedding with him, this will be indescribably sweetheart. Cynthia, what do you need me to do on your end? Wang Yu did not quite understand Sun Qian's family situation, and for a moment he did not know what to do, and at that moment he asked directly. You don't need to worry about my side, my third brother said he's all set, just book a date when the time comes. All these years my family couldn't wait for me to get married quickly, and now that I'm going to get married, they're going to be very happy about this. But what are you going to do? How are you going to explain it to your parents? Sun Qian's words made Wang Yu wake up from his happiness. This was something he had never thought about. There must be nothing wrong with his parents accepting Yuan. But add a Sun Qian to the mix, and he's worried not about accepting it or not, but whether he'll be beaten to death by his old man. But this kind of thing definitely couldn't be told to Sun Qian. My parents love me, it won't be too much of a problem, I'll just go back and talk to them sometime. Both women were assured by Wang Yu and had a very happy meal. Wait, where? Wang Yu habitually asked after finishing his meal. Xiao Yu, let's go upstairs, Avon, and I have something to discuss with you. Sun Qian said with a twinkle in her eye. 40 minutes later, the red-faced Sun Dishing with a slight hint of alcohol on his body stumbled into the private room. He looked drunkenly at the empty room with only Chunmei alone, and couldn't help but frown suspiciously and ask, where are they? Chunmei was a little bit anxious. She lowered her head, her fingers tightly gripped the corner of her coat, and hesitated for a moment before she whispered, 3rd floor. The voice was so light that it seemed like a gust of wind could blow it away. However, how could Sun Dishing not understand the deeper meaning? He helplessly shook his head, glanced at his watch, and cursed in his heart. It's only after 7, brother-in-law will have to suffer again today. Although his heart was filled with sympathy for Wang Yu, he did not dare to easily disturb his sister's pleasure. Sister Chunmei, it's getting late, 3rd brother will send you home. Sun Dishing patted his chest and said in a pretense of bravado. Well, thank you 3rd brother. Chunmei nodded gratefully, a trace of relief flashing through her eyes. Why are you still so polite with 3rd brother? If you have any problems in the future, just look for 3rd brother, and I will never refuse if I can help. Sun Dishing waved his hand and led Chunmei out of the hotel. Rocco, send my sister home safely. Missing a hair, I'll pull your kid's skin off. Sun Dishing stood in front of the restaurant and loudly ordered a young lad. While Wang Yu was doing the hard work at this time, Sun Qian and Yuan felt that all the previous minor problems in their bodies were gone since they had enjoyed his master-level massage techniques. Taking advantage of the fact that there was nothing to do after eating, he grabbed Wang Yu and started to give them a massage. Sister Qianxian, not you. Wang Yu said in frustration as he worked. There's still some discomfort here in the shoulder, give it a good squeeze. Sun Xian didn't take Wang Yu's words at all and commanded him to work well. And Yavin was smiling, sipping his tea and watching the two fight. At this time the warm, tossing and turning but how can not sleep, in the afternoon when Wang Yu sent her a text message, said that there is something in the evening not to go over. But she didn't care much about it, and after dinner, remembering Wang Yu's instructions, she made herself a cup of tea. Boringly watching the TV, unable to raise his spirits, usually at this time, Wang Yu has already started to give himself a massage. Instead, at the moment it felt empty inside and a little less comfortable. After a quick shower, I tried to go to bed early, but after lying in bed for almost 4 hours, I couldn't sleep. The bits and pieces of being with Wang Yu were always in his mind. It wasn't until after 3 a.m. that I drifted off to sleep under a powerful drowsiness. Wang Yu, who woke up with a start, clearly felt his body change. It felt like I had inexhaustible strength, and I could see things more clearly, and I could hear the subtle sounds of breathing around me. The obvious changes in his body gave him a deeper knowledge of the Yellow Emperor's internal canon. For the next 20 days or so, Wang Yu visited the hospital during the day, went to Warmth's place to massage at night, and ran to Sun Dishing's restaurant every 2 days to eat his meals for free, sleep in his bed, and bully his sister in the meantime. The little life has been more than beautiful, and Sun Qian and Yuwen's skin and temperament have changed significantly. Although he hadn't really returned to the age of 18 as Wang Yu had said, his hydrated skin and vibrant body all exuded youthfulness. Chapter 51 Wang Yu's salary increase, surprised to meet his ex-mother-in-law. Dean, you wanted to see me about something. Wang Yu just went to work today and saw that Dean Han was waiting in his clinic. Dr. Wang, you've been in our hospital for a month, and based on your performance over that time, the board of directors has made some adjustments to your treatment. Han Cohen said with a smile on his face. The month that Wang Yu joined Maria Hospital brought them huge profits. As the hospital's most profitable department, it used to bring in more than $7 million a month, but after this month's data came out, not only President Han, but also the hospital's directors were shocked. This month the gynecology piece, just Wang Yu this one clinic, received nearly 7,000 patients, but also created close to 30 million net profit. And after Wang Yu's fame hit, it made the hospital's other departments and inpatient departments, revenue generation increased by more than 10%. The hospital's overall revenue has increased by 30%, which is a huge surprise that makes President Han more affectionate to Wang Yu than his own father. Oh, how to adjust. Wang Yu was indifferent, he didn't spend much and still had more than $10 million in cash on him, this would not be of much interest to the income. After all, he had come to work here for the merit value, and he had gained 10,000 points a week ago. And got a chance to draw a new avatar, Blessing. Now that he was feeling more and more like the mountain gods and lands of the past, who could both deliver children and bestow blessings, he couldn't help but be a little amused. After obtaining this avatar, he gave Cozy a shot the first time, but he didn't see any effect now. However, the merit value increased by 200 points, making him excited that he finally had a new channel to gain merit value. Then gave Sugar a shot as well, gaining 8 merit points. When he was ready to bless each of his 2 women and his sister at night, he realized that he was restricted by the system. After a few days of experimentation, the mechanism for bestowing blessings has also been worked out. Only one person can be blessed per day, and the amount of merit value one receives is determined by how many good deeds the person being blessed has done. Winnie gets the most because of her year-round philanthropic endeavors. As for Sweetness, Yuwen and Chun Mei, because of their young age, although they often helped people, but after all, they were all small things, so they each gained a few points of merit value. However, when he gave Sun Qian a blessing, he gained 126 points of merit value, which immediately surprised Wang Yu. This girl is deep in the closet, and after all the good she did, she was rewarded hard right then and there. Because of the short time of obtaining the blessing avatar, Wang Yu didn't have the chance to use it much, and today he thought of giving Sumu a shot to see how effective it would be. Who knew that just after going to work, he met Dean Han, and at that moment, he didn't hesitate, and a direct shot of blessing enveloped him, and a faint golden light didn't enter Dean Han's body. Then Wang Yu realized that the merit value did not go up, but actually decreased by 3 points. Martyr, this bastard Han Cohen must not be a good person, otherwise he wouldn't have deducted his own merit value. But fortunately he hadn't done anything harmful. I guess it was the nature of a businessman, profit-oriented, not only didn't do anything good, but also did some things that pitted people against each other. The 3 points of merit value that was deducted, presumably as a punishment for his own blessing to the bad guys, instantly made him understand that this divine ability could not be used indiscriminately, or else if he used it on the wrong person, he might be deducted from all his hard-earned merit value. Dr. Wang, Mr. Wang, are you satisfied? What requests can you mention? After Han Kuan said the treatment, he saw Wang Yu expressionless and not speak, froze and looked at himself, thought the treatment of the increase is not satisfied, this will be some tension. No, I'm very satisfied, thanks to Dean Han and the directors for looking at me. It's good that Dr. Wang is satisfied, this is this month's commission, you can accept it, in the future, every month's commission will be credited to this card, I still have something to do so I'll go and get busy first. Said Han Kuan, left a bank card and left. Wang Yu, on the other hand, did not hear what Han Kuan said, and then looked at the goods, dropped a bank card, said last month's commission, and then some curiosity. You're awesome. Sweetness came in to congratulate Wang Yu after Dean Han left, she had just heard Wang Yu's treatment very clearly at the door. Sugar, here we go, haven't I always been good? Of course, my brother Yu is the best, but Dean Han is really generous, not only giving you an annual salary of $10 million, but also giving you a 30% commission on your clinic. How much? Wang Yu immediately asked after hearing this. $10 million annual salary plus 30% commission income. What's up you? It's okay, I thought I misheard you. The $10 million annual salary is still very attractive to Wang Yu, but it pales in comparison to the 30% split. Although she wasn't sure about the specific income figures for the last month, he knew how many patients he had seen. After all, for every person treated within the system, there would be a meritorious income tip ranging from 1 to 5 points. And Maria Hospital charges a lot of money. A random cold and fever can cost over $3,000, and a slightly more serious one can break right into the tens of thousands of dollars. He himself saw over 6,000 patients last month, which averages out to $10,000 a person, or over $60 million. After removing the cost of the herbs and paying the tax, there was still a net profit of over $20 million. That would be at least $6 million of your own share. Thinking of this, Wang Yu hurriedly put the card into his pocket. This money really smells good. The next Wang Yu worked more motivated, looking at each patient is smiling. For those who wear gold and silver, a brand name woman is even more shameless to choose more costly treatment. After a month's time, Wang Yu's fame completely hit out. The entire Shudu city, a little bit of assets of the women, all know the great name of Wang Divine Doctor. The number of patients is now leveling off to about 150 a day. For Wang Yu nowadays, he can finish seeing all the patients before 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So this period of time he and Sugar lived a very nourishing life, and now that he had earned a sum of money, he thought of taking a few days off in a few days, and taking Yuan back to get the marriage contracted. Patient 126, you're up. Sugar continued to call the number outside, and by this time there weren't many patients left, and Wang Yu wanted to step up and get off work quickly. Then Wang Yu watched an unexpected person appear. Ex-mother-in-law, Li Eugene. After her husband found out about the adultery, Li Eugene was kicked out of the Chen family and didn't get a penny of the property. And this month Chen Shusheng like crazy to target the Lu family's industry, even at the expense of self-loss 1000 destroy the enemy 800 way crazy revenge. In the past, most of the Lu family's industries were relying on the Chen family's contracts to earn profits, and now that the Chen family had not only cut off all dealings with the Lu family, but had also been deliberately suppressed by Chen Shusheng, their assets were shrinking rapidly. Now let alone making money, it would be nice to stay out of debt. The mood of dull Lu Baoxiang, Li Eugene is not as good as before, all day busy outside, seldom go home. Li Eugene also knows her own problems. After the divorce has been staying at home, where do not dare to go, now she is in Shudu City's celebrity circle that is a welcome stink 10 miles off. But these days always feel uncomfortable stomach, although shameless, but she still wants to live, so sneak to the hospital to see if she has got some kind of disease. Chapter 52, Avatars cannot be used indiscriminately. I heard that this Dr. Wang's level is particularly high, there is no disease that he can't see. Li Eugene also came here in admiration, although the Lu family is about to go bankrupt recently, but Li Eugene also saved a lot of private money in the past few years. Upon walking into the clinic, it felt like the doctor in front of him somehow felt somewhat familiar. And Wang Yu, who had changed his hairstyle and was wearing flat glasses and a mask, was staring blankly at his ex-mother-in-law. You, see the doctor. Sweetness patted him down, calling back Wang Yu, who was in a daze. Reach out. Wang Yu deliberately lowered his voice, and Li Yufan did not fail to hear it, and obediently stretched out her arm at that moment. Wang Yu gently took his pulse, and without looking at the system panel, he discovered that Li Eugene was pregnant. After seeing so many patients, Wang Yu's medical skills are also increasing rapidly. Sometimes some minor illnesses are first their own prescription, and then only look at the system's prescription, basically the big difference. The aspect of taking a pulse is even more amazingly accurate after all. Practice makes perfect isn't just talk. Calling up the system panel, it really showed that Lee Yuzhen was pregnant. This heck is still his own pot. Wang Yu remembered that bold attempt he made when he stood on the air conditioner. The system is really awesome. Li Yuzhen and Lu Baochang are both over 50 and actually have whole children. But what to do now is really difficult to stop him. After all, Li Yuzhen again, but also did not wrong himself. It's none of my Wang Yu's business if she cuckolds Chen Shusheng. Ms. Li, you are pregnant. I suggest you get an ultrasound. Wang Yu told Li Yuzhen's situation truthfully in a businesslike manner. Pregnancy. Li Yuzhen froze directly there, unable to accept it for a moment. Doctor, there's no mistake. Reacting and pulling Wang Yu's hand, he asked nervously. Ms. Li, don't get excited, it's not good for the fetus, go take an ultrasound, you can see it now. At that moment, Wang Yu issued his first ultrasound order since his medical career. Sugar, Ms. Li is old, you accompany her. Okay, Dr. Wang. Watching the disoriented Li Yuzhen being taken out of the clinic by Sweetie, Wang Yu felt self-condemnation in his heart. Although it was Paul Lau who contributed at the time, it was she herself who actually got her pregnant. Hey! It's too late for that. But then again, although it was unclear if Chen Yuting was Lu Baochang's daughter, Wang Yu was pretty sure that the child in Li Yufen's stomach was definitely his, and it was still a son. I don't know if Lu Baochang will thank himself when he finds out. After all, he is so old and has never had a child, he is still considered his benefactor. After a head Wang Yu didn't put it on his mind and continued his work. In the next 10 minutes, Wang Yu finished looking at all the sick people and was in a happy mood, ready to bolt. Just as he walked out the door, Chen Yuting blocked him with tearful eyes. What's going on today? Did they mother and daughter make a deal? One went to the clinic to see me and the other blocked me at the gate. Something? Wang Yu did not want to have any more entanglements with his ex-wife, and immediately took a few steps back to avoid Chen Yuting's outstretched hand. Hubby, I know I'm wrong, please forgive me, can we live well together from now on? Chen Yuting's words made Wang Yu feel a little ridiculous. Now he knows to live well, why didn't he know before? Chen Yuting, remember what I said during the divorce, save yourself some face, don't let me look down on you. No, I don't want a face, I want your husband. Chen Yuting cried and jumped into Wang Yu's arms. At this time, Wang Yu stood there awkwardly. It was not a good idea to hide, but if he did not hide himself, he would not be at a disadvantage. The surrounding crowd who saw the situation and were ready to eat melon, this would have stopped and wanted to come here. When Wang Yu took a look at the situation, he immediately tugged Chen Yuting and flew away from the scene. You don't want it, I want it. We agreed to leave each other alone after the divorce. Coming to a remote corner of the parking lot, Wang Yu let go of Chen Yuting and looked at her, who was still choking, without a fluctuation in his heart. Chen Yuting, you have to think clearly, it's impossible for the two of us to get back together again. From the moment you betrayed me, you have to think of today. Hubby, I really know I'm wrong, I'll be at home with you every day from now on, okay? You're home every day, you don't want your company, you're willing to be a housewife? Wang Yu's words caused Chen Yuting to freeze for a moment, but she quickly recovered and tugged on Wang Yu's hand, apologizing and begging for forgiveness one after another. The two tangled in the parking lot for more than half an hour, causing Wang Yu to really want to slap her unconscious. Chen Yuting, have you had enough? We have been divorced, and it is you who betrayed our marriage. You a sentence you are wrong, just want to be forgiven, you absolutely possible. The births of Coco and Bao were the greatest insults of my life, and I'm already restraining myself by not getting you adulterous couple killed right now. Scram! Don't bother me again. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. Looking at Wang Yu's departure, Chen Yuting was completely desperate at the moment. 2 days ago she was swept away by Chen Shusheng. The company was also taken back by him. He didn't pick up the phone, he couldn't see anyone when he went to the group, and he didn't even let her go back to her former home. Coco and Bo were also sent back, and at that moment it was as if the whole world had abandoned her. Wondering why her father did this to himself, not even wanting his heartfelt granddaughter, she unwillingly waited outside Chen Shusheng's villa for the whole day. Finally found a chance to break in. Dad! Why are you doing this to me? In the face of Chen Yuting's accusations, Chen Shusheng's expression did not change in the slightest. Looking at Chen Yuting was like looking at a stranger. No one knew what was going through his mind at this time. Chen Yuting looked at her father's cold face and couldn't say anything even if she wanted to accuse him. Chen Yuting, although some things are not your fault, your existence is the biggest fault to me. I don't want to see you again in the future. Dad! Interrupting Chen Yuting, who still wanted to say something, Chen Shusheng directly handed her the paternity report. If you don't understand anything, go ask Eugen Li, and don't call me Dad. After saying that, Chen Shushang went upstairs. Shen Yuding looked at the paternity test in her hand, it was so familiar. A little over a month ago, her secret was discovered by her husband, the same report that ended her marriage and family. Holding it again at the moment, Shen Yuting didn't even dare to look at it. "This lady, please also leave here." The repellent words in her ear brought Shen Yuting back to her senses. Looking at the strange nanny in front of her, she sensed that something worse than her own mother's betrayal must have happened. Picked up the identification report, opened a look, once again saw the words of no blood relationship, so that Chen Yuding breath held and the heart of the eyes rolled over directly coma. Chapter 53 Chen Yuding, the Light-Hearted. After waking up, Chen Yuting found herself lying alone in the hospital. The feeling of loneliness and isolation suffocated her. In his mind, he kept recalling the bits and pieces of being together with Wang Yu, and he couldn't help the tears from falling down as he thought about it. This time she came over today, she held a great deal of determination to win back Wang Yu, but the result made her feel even more desperate. The man who once had his eyes full of himself would not forgive her. Now the two of them are completely done with their relationship. "Yu Ting, what are you doing here?" It took a long time for Li Yuzhen to sort of calm down after she had an ultrasound and was sure she was really pregnant. This would be about to drive to Lu Baoxiang and tell him about the pregnancy, but then she meets her daughter in the parking lot. Looking at her heartbroken appearance, her heart hurt so much that she immediately ran over and was ready to take Chen Yuting into her arms. Who knew that before he could reach out, he was stopped by Chen Yuting's icy cold eyes. "Daughter, it's your mom." Li Yuzhen sadly pleaded. "You're my mom, but you tell me who my dad is." Ignoring Li Yuzhen's grief, he asked in a cold tone. "Chen Shushang, what's wrong, daughter? Why are you asking this?" Li Yuzhen actually didn't know that Chen Yuting was Lu Baochang's daughter because she and Chen Shushang were already married at that time. Both had sex with her when they were pregnant with her, although they worried about it themselves for a while afterward. But after a few years passed, nothing happened and it faded away. At this moment, when he heard Chen Yuting's questioning, the dusty memories were opened, and a cold, cool air enveloped him. "I wish you weren't my mom." Chen Yuding threw the appraisal report at Li Yuzhen's feet, turned around, and left. Li Yuzhen looked at her daughter who left, and could not help but be saddened by her heart, and picked up the appraisal report with trembling fingers. When he saw the appraisal results, he completely froze, his mind was in chaos, and an inexplicable joy rose in his heart. Lu Baoxiang has always been sad about not having children of his own, and has found a few women after Li Yuzhen's marriage, but he wonders if he's done too much wrong. None of them were able to conceive his child, and it became a problem that has haunted him until now. At this point, Li Yuzhen realized that Chen Yuting was not Chen Shushang's daughter, so it must be Lu Baoxiang's. If Lu Baoxiang knew about this, he would definitely be happy and treat himself as well as before. And this child in the belly weighs even more on this chip. After all, Lu Baoxiang, who has given up having children, knows that he not only has a 30-year-old biological daughter, but will soon be a father. That wish that she had been begging for years to be fulfilled was sure to make her happy for the rest of her life as a mother of two. Li Yuzhen, who was still very sad, immediately pulled herself together, collected the appraisal report, and took out her cell phone to call Lu Baoxiang. "Pun, there's something I need to tell you in person." "What is it? You can't tell me on the phone." Lu Baoxiang's tone, very impatient. "You're coming home right away, this is important, and it's definitely good news." For Lu Baoxiang's tone of voice, Li Yuzhen did not take it to heart at all, and when he returned home, he slapped the ultrasound sheet and paternity test in front of him. It is estimated that if he is asked to kneel down and wash his feet, Lu Baoxiang will happily go and boil hot water. "Okay, I'll be right back." Lu Baoxiang was silent for a while, but decided to go back to hear the good news from Li Yuzhen, who had recently been driven crazy by Chen Shushang. What had been hundreds of millions of dollars in assets shrunk to only 20 million under the other party's costless suppression. However, they do not dare to publicize what they have done and can only suffer in silence. Chen Yuting, who left the parking lot, walked aimlessly on the street. At this time she didn't know where to go, nor did she know who else she could rely on. Her own lover's side had been unreachable for a long time, and the last call had simply told her to wait a few more days. At first, there was a little hope, thinking that after all, she had given birth to 2 children for him, but he did not contact him for 10 days, and no one answered the phone when he called. The father she once had also kicked her out of the house, and also repossessed all of her assets, and now all she had left was the house that Wang Yu had bought, and the $1 million she had been given in the divorce. These assets were already very good, but for Chen Yuting, who grew up with a privileged life, there was no sense of security at all. Coming to redeem Wang Yu this time had been her last hope, but the result had dealt her a heavy blow. Walking down the street is like walking without a soul, like the walking dead. A once beautiful family is in tatters. Husband's departure. Mother's betrayal. Father's indifference. And one is actually the daughter of one's mother's lover. The feeling of suffocation was about to drive her crazy. As she walked across a bridge, Chen Yuting looked at the rushing river below. Perhaps jumping was a good choice. Yuting, don't! Just as she took off her shoes and tumbled over the railing, a young man ran past with a loud yell. Chen Yuting turned around, saw the visitor, and smiled bitterly. Was it a hallucination? Why did he appear when I was ready to end my life? So hateful. If it wasn't for this man's constant seduction of himself, then now he and Wan Yu would be living happily ever after. Yuting, Yuting! Wen Liang finally pulled Chen Yuting back when she was about to jump. Let me go, you let me go, it's all because of you, I wouldn't have gotten this far if it wasn't for you. The rescued Chen Yuting struggled violently and bit down on Wen Liang's arm. The tingling sensation hit, but Wen Liang held on tighter. Chen Yuting bit for a while and slowly lost her strength. She who hadn't eaten for 2 days was now very weak. The struggle just now had used up the last ounce of her body's strength. Wen Liang, you destroyed my family, I hate you. Chen Yuting looked at Wen Liang with complicated eyes, both the joy of being saved and the hatred of being abandoned. Don't worry, I won't leave you in the future. Ignoring Chen Yuting's words, Wen Liang picked her up and walked towards the car on the side of the road. Opening the car door, he sat in the back with Chen Yuting. Looking at the woman in front of him, Wen Liang remembered the first time he met her. At that time, he was still a freshman, while Chen Yuting was already a senior schoolmate. But Wen Liang fell unbearably in love with her, and after 2 months of frantic pursuit, the two finally came together. But after only a month together, she was sent abroad by her mother with strict orders not to fall in love while in college. In the face of his mother's demands, Wen Liang did not have the courage to resist at all, and the two of them parted for an unforgettable night, with Wen Liang promising that he would return. Chapter 54 Chen Yuting's Past. But Wen Liang could never have imagined that after 2 years he would get the news that Chen Yuting had gotten married. More poking around, only to find out that she was in a relationship with another boy just 2 months after he left. After getting the news, Wen Liang was almost pissed off. After that he even looked for Chen Yuting to theorize, but was told that she was pregnant at the time and was too scared, so she looked for someone else. Asked where her baby was, and was again told that she had secretly aborted it. You are ready to abort the child, why do you still need to find a receiver? Wen Liang was completely confused by Chen Yuting's brain circuit will not be. Although he was a little angry, Wen Liang still liked her, especially after being married. That air of being a wife was even more alluring. Unable to resist, Wen Liang instantly tried to hug her, but was fiercely rejected by her. Says she's married and loves her current husband and tells Wen Liang to leave her alone in the future. Wen Liang was so angry at that time that he almost went to Wan Yu to fight for his life. In his eyes, it was this guy who snatched his woman and gave him a cuckold. But thinking about the fact that he has not graduated from university yet, he dares not disobey his mother's orders and cannot give Chen Yuting a guarantee, so he immediately gave up. But looking at this delicate woman in front of him, how can he be willing not to eat a few bites, and this is his white moonlight? Immediately launched a more violent pursuit. As a very understanding of Chen Yuting's preferences, Wen Liang, this time only a week's time, she successfully took her down. The two, then, kept hooking up without Wan Yu's knowledge. After Wen Liang graduated, Chen Yuting wanted to divorce Wan Yu and then have him marry her. But Wen Liang doesn't dare to agree in order to inherit his mother's company, especially since Chen Yuting is still a personal wife. If her mother knew that she had disobeyed her orders when she was in school, and that she was looking for a woman with a husband, she would probably kick herself out of the Winchester's house. Wen Liang had to coax Chen Yuting and work hard at the same time, finally gaining his mother's approval some time ago. Now he was allowed to act as general manager, which made him happy at the time. After calling Chen Yuting once, he started to deal with the company's affairs and was busy until today, when he took time out. But calling Chen Yuting's phone has not been able to get through. He has a very bad feeling. Immediately mobilized relations began to search in Shidu City, and soon found Chen Yuting, who was wandering the streets in a state of disorientation. After determining the location, Wen Liang immediately drove there, and then he saw that Chen Yuting was preparing to jump into the river. At that time, he was so scared that he almost lost his soul. At this time, holding her, his heart felt particularly solid. Yuting, my mom has finally delegated her power to me, so we can be together forever. Chen Yuting, who was in despair, heard Wen Liang's words, and a luster slowly emerged in her eyes. You didn't lie to me, you can really marry me. Well, really. Hearing Wen Liang's assurance, Chen Yuting jumped into his arms and couldn't help but let out a loud cry. This month's experience had made her fall from the clouds to hell, and at this time when she got Wen Liang's assurance, she couldn't hold it back any longer. The image of two people embracing each other would definitely refresh his new perception of Chen Yuting if Wang Yu saw it. How long has it been since an hour ago, when he was talking about knowing he was wrong and promising to live a good life in the future, and then he's flung himself into the arms of another man? Ha! Woman! After Wang Yu got rid of Chen Yuting, he was in a very uncomfortable mood and came to the cozy home with a rare absence of a smile on his face. Why, something came up. Cozy couldn't help but ask during dinner. Facing warmth, Wang Yu didn't hide much. After all, he didn't have any secrets in front of him. At once the afternoon's experience was recounted. Cozy was dumbfounded by what he heard. Your ex-mother-in-law, that's awesome. For what happened to Li Yuzhen, Xinxing deeply admired that there was actually such a woman in the world. I wouldn't have guessed, but it's nothing to do with me. Then what's with the stern face? You don't want to keep me company? No, when I came back my ex-wife went to see me and disgusted me. After Wen Xian heard this, although she had some sympathy for Chen Yuting's suffering, but thinking about what she had done, she didn't deserve her own pity, and at that moment, she persuaded Wang Yu to say a few words. After eating, Xinxin held a cup of tea and looked at the busy Wang Yu, the words hidden in his heart for a few days. He could not help but want to say it. Warmth, which had lacked care since childhood, had basically fallen under Wang Yu's nudging and careful care. At this time, the relationship between the two is just short of that last layer of window paper, and Wang Yu can also feel the cozy change. But thinking about the child in her stomach, she still didn't dare to say anything for fear of affecting Cozy's mood. After cleaning up, the two of them came to the bedroom. Lying down Cozy, looking at Wang Yu who was ready to give himself a massage, could not help but open his mouth. Don't leave tonight, okay? This. You were lying down before I even made a move. Wang Yu, who was caught off guard, was a bit dazed, but looking at Warmth's expectant eyes, he immediately nodded his head. Let's go to bed early and get up tomorrow and push, said Cozy and covered his head with the quilt. Okay, listen to you. Would Wang Yu refuse this request? Surely not. Although he knew that Cozy was pregnant, he could be careful not to. I'm going to take a shower. Aha! This night Cozy experienced Wang Yu's gentleness and experienced a completely different feeling from the last time. Wang Yu was like treating himself as a precious treasure, and he was careful not to use any force the entire time. Physically and mentally satisfied, she slept well and happily in Wang Yu's embrace. In the morning, the two woke up at the same time. Looking at the woman in his arms, Wang Yu could not help but kiss her on the face. You really won't mind me. Wen Xian was like a lazy kitten, snuggling on Wang Yu's chest. No. But I'm 45, and when a few more years go by, you'll still be so young and I'll be old. Warmth's tone was indescribably despondent. How can you be old? You'll be young and beautiful all your life. Wang Yu couldn't help but take Cozy's face in his hands and admire it carefully. Wen Xian was a little shy from his blazing gaze and couldn't help but pinch Wang Yu. Well, don't cajole me, we'll just be able to stay together for a few years, and then I'll leave on my own. The huge age difference still makes Xinxin face reality and decide to leave Wang Yu when she can no longer maintain her beauty. Ms. Wan, you come with me. Without explaining, and regardless of the fact that the two were not dressed, Wang Yu pulled Cozy in front of a floor-to-ceiling mirror. Standing behind Cozy, he hugged her tightly, his head resting gently on the top of her head. Look, is there something different about yourself? Warmth, who had shyly closed her eyes, couldn't help but open them when she heard Wang Yu's words. When she saw herself and Wang Yu, in this state, appearing in the mirror, she couldn't help but pinch the soft flesh around Wang Yu's waist. You're going to die, get off me. Feeling the struggle of the person in his arms, Wang Yu was somewhat unable to top it. Don't move, just watch yourself carefully for a change. Wang Yu hugged Cozy tightly with force, making her face the mirror and said gently. Chapter 55. Seeing that Wang Yu wasn't joking, Wen Xian forced herself to hold back her shyness and seriously looked at herself in the mirror. The body is still perfect, the skin is even whiter and more flawless, and the face is flushed and glowing. The small wrinkles that were once agonizing also disappeared, and immediately broke away from Wang Yu's embrace and took 2 steps forward to look at his face seriously in the mirror. Looked at it for a long, long time. Couldn't help the tears slipping down my face as I watched. Hey! Don't you cry. When Wang Yu saw it, he immediately went up and started comforting. Pregnant women can't have too many changes in their moods, and with Cozy like this, it worried him. You know, it took a lot of effort to save his child from the risk of miscarriage in the last few days. No. I'm not crying. When Xian wiped her cheeks in some panic, then violently turned around and hugged Wang Yu tightly, her voice slightly trembling as she said, "It must be you, right?" "Right. I remember you once told me about a way to slow down my aging, is this all true?" Her big beautiful eyes were currently flashing with incomparable anticipation and excitement. Wang Yu smiled gently and replied softly, "Of course, when have I ever lied to you?" However, after hearing this answer, Warmth was not satisfied with it, but instead became more and more curious, and pursued, "But how exactly is this realized? Quickly tell me." Her big round eyes were filled with a thirst for knowledge and a desire to explore. In the face of Warmth's so persistent and firm gaze, the corner of Wang Yu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of ineffable smile, and intentionally dragging out a long tone of voice to ask rhetorically, "Oh, do you really want to hear it so much?" Winsome nodded her head in response without hesitation, expressing a very definite desire to know the reason for this. Wang Yu had a wry smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and there was an impish glint in his eyes. Warmth, on the other hand, gazed at him with a gaze full of trust and expectation, her eyes growing more and more determined. "All right, then I'll tell you in detail." After saying that, the two of them once again lay down side by side, their bodies close to each other. Wang Yu took a deep breath and slowly spoke, "I have been intensely practicing a unique technique which is incredibly powerful." Hearing this, Cozy's interest was completely piqued, and he couldn't wait to follow up. "Just what kind of magical gong method is it?" Wang Yu smiled mysteriously and sold the story. "The name of the gong method is not important, the key lies in the fact that it has a miraculous effect. It can make us stay young forever." When Xian's eyes widened with incredulity, "Really? Awesome. Then how exactly did you realize it? Could it be by massaging and nudging me every day?" Wang Yu gently shook his head and explained with a smile, "Of course it's not that simple." "What's that? Come over here a little bit and I'll tell you." As Wang Yu narrated, Cozy slowly understood a little, but something always felt wrong. "But looking at myself in this state of being at least 10 years younger, I can't help but believe it." "No kidding." Wang Yu was very proud of himself. You're so sweet, husband." "Hey. I knew no woman could withstand such temptation." He was going to go to the hospital to take a leave of absence, and then take Yan back to the village, a trip to talk to his parents about the two of them by the way to go to the Song family to propose marriage. "I'm leaving, I'll see you in a couple days." After kissing Cozy's forehead again, Wang Yu left. Arriving at the hospital, Wang Yu went directly to Dean Han's office. After explaining his intentions, Han Cohen did not make things difficult and directly granted 3 days of vacation. Leaving the dean's office, Wang Yu was ready to go to Yuwen's place, thinking that he would first take her to buy a new car today, and then take her home in the afternoon. "I've been so busy lately that I haven't had time to trade that car in, but now I've finally found the time." "Dr. Wang, hurry up, Director Su is looking for you." Sweetness saw Wang Yu, who was in a daze, dart over and pulled his hand up and yanked him inside. "Ah, what's wrong, sweetie?" "Hurry up, just now the police station sent over a patient who was shot many times. Director Su asked you to hurry over and help." "Stop tugging, gunshot wounds are a surgical matter, what business is it of our gynecology?" "Come on, save the day, there's no time to explain." Looking at the nervous and anxious little nurse, Wang Yu did not hesitate any longer and ran towards the operating room right away. Just as he arrived at the door of the operating room, he saw a dozen policemen gathered there, their faces indescribably hard. Make way, Dr. Wang is here," Sugar said loudly as she pushed forward. When the police saw it, they immediately let the door open. Wang Yu was dragged in by Sweetness before he could react. After putting on his protective suit, he went straight to the operating table. At this time, Sumu was working intensely and immediately opened his mouth when he saw Wang Yu coming over. "Dr. Wang, the patient's situation is very dangerous. There are 4 penetrating gunshot wounds in his body and 3 bullets in his body. I don't have much certainty that I can resuscitate him, so I can only turn to you for help." I've never had surgery, I don't know what to do in this situation." "Leave the surgery to me, I want you to help me always observe the patient's state, and be able to use your acupuncture to help the patient stop the bleeding in time." At that time, that hemorrhaging woman in labor, wasn't it you who saved her? "Okay, I'll do my best." Hearing this, Wang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. When he came in, he realized that it was a woman on the operating table. As he had a system, he was still very sure of the state of the injured person. At that moment, Wang Yu took the injured person's pulse, and the system immediately displayed the current status. It was similar to what Su Mu had said, but it was more detailed. Looking at the wound that was still bleeding, Wang Yu no longer hesitated and immediately took out a silver needle and started to stop the bleeding. After a dozen silver needles were stabbed down, the injured man finally stopped bleeding. Sumu was sort of relieved. The 4 penetrating wounds were first sterilized, and then the suturing began. Wanyu, on the other hand, kept an eye on the injured person's state, and immediately used a silver needle to stop the bleeding when there was a new bleeding opening. The two worked well together and finished treating the 4 wounds in a little over an hour. It was only at this time that Wanyu had the time to okay down at the injured person, but with a face full of blood, he couldn't tell what he looked like. We'll have to take the warheads later. I'm sure about the one in the thigh and abdomen, but the one in the chest, it's too close to the heart, it's too risky, I'm only 20% sure. Don't look at me, I've killed chickens with a knife at most, and I still rely on the system for most of my cures. What do you see me doing with such an awesome surgery at the moment? Wanyu couldn't help but spit in his heart. Dr. Wang, I know you have high medical skills, I hope you won't hide it. The patients who have been treated by you this month have all recovered except for the late stage of cancer and those with terminal illnesses. You must help me this time. WOJ, I'm so good, how do I not know? I'm not sure what kind of patients I see. Some of their illnesses are really complicated and hard to diagnose, but they really aren't. Is this a police officer or a female bodhisattva doing so much good? The huge merit value made Wang Yu not only admire the policewoman now, but also rise up to worship in his heart. I don't know what all she's done, but none of that matters, the merit value says it all. Director Su, when you operate on her at my command, the two of us working together will be able to save her. After saying that, Wanyu took out a silver needle and then signaled Sumu to cut open the clothes on his chest. Soon the wound appeared in front of Wanyu, the thumb-sized bullet hole, showing up so hideous and scary. Collecting his mind, Wanyu placed 5 stitches in a row, immediately stopping the blood that was still spilling outward. Cut from here, 30 millimeters across and 14 millimeters into the flesh. Wanyu began to command Sumu. After all, although he knew how to do it, he was currently incapable. Sumu nodded his head, then carefully followed Wang Yu's words and started to lay down the knife. The two men were working together for the first time, but they had a good understanding and soon saw the slugs inside. By this time a good portion of the operation had been successful, and the operation was essentially complete as soon as the bullet was removed with tweezers. Director Su waited to take the warhead as fast as possible, even if it causes secondary damage outside. Through the system, Wang Yu knew that the blood vessels underneath the slug had shattered, and that the lack of bleeding now was purely due to the squeezing of the bullet in the muscles inside. If it is still carefully removed, the compression of the shattered blood vessels leaving the bullet will surely cause severe internal hemorrhage. So it had to be quick, to give herself enough time to stop the bleeding with the silver needle, or else this policewoman would probably die from blood loss. Although Sumu didn't know why Wanyu did this, he still chose to believe him. Ready, set, go. As soon as Wang Yu's words fell, Sumu took the slug out as fast as he could. A blood arrow shot out with the wound and Wang Yu immediately started to apply the needle, so fast that he could even see the stubble. In a few moments, 12 stitches were stabbed, and with the 5 stitches that were stabbed in advance, the bleeding was successfully stopped. Looking at Wang Yu's divine acupuncture techniques, Sumu's eyes flashed with admiration. What are you looking at? Put some medicine on it and stitch up the veins. Wang Yu couldn't help but urge Sumu as he looked at the frozen Sumu. After more than 2 hours of surgery, the policewoman's life was finally saved. Wang Yu and Sumu, the two of them walked out of the operating room in company. Doctor, how is our captain? A dozen policemen immediately gathered around. But there was only one that opened its mouth. The surgery was a success, and the patient will be able to be transferred to the general ward after he passes the 24-hour danger period. Sumu's words caused the dozen or so police officers to reveal their smiling faces. The moment was about to take off her hat and salute her. Don't, this surgery all depends on Dr. Wang, I'm only 20% sure, I'm assisting Dr. Wang the whole time. What do you mean you're assisting me? I'm assisting you, right? Before Wang Yu could react, he was surrounded in the center. Sumu, because she was a woman, the gang of policemen didn't dare to show too much enthusiasm. Now it was replaced by Wang Yu, the old man. The moment was buried in their enthusiasm. However, it was still very restrained, and after expressing some thanks, he let Wang Yu leave. After changing his clothes, Wang Yu looked at the time and saw that it was already noon, so it was better to go to find Yan and eat before going to buy a car. Dr. Wang, let's go have a meal together. Sumu changed his clothes and then directly stopped Wang Yu, who wanted to leave. Looking at the Su big director in front of him, Wang Yu always felt strange. What is wrong with this woman today, usually not very cold? I'm noon. Do you eat at noon? Halfway through Wang Yu's words, Sumu directly interrupted. Eat? I'm sorry. Couldn't lie about it. Let's get together then, and after dinner, you can work on something else. Sumu's words made Wang Yu not know how to refuse, and at that moment, he also gave up the idea of going to have dinner with Xiao Qingmei. Okay, let's go to the cafeteria. At that moment, Wang Yu was ready to walk towards the cafeteria. Let's go eat out, my treat. Sumu didn't wait for Wang Yu to agree. When he finished speaking, he pulled Wang Yu up and walked towards the parking lot. Just eat whatever you want, there's no need to break the bank. Wang Yu sat inside the luxurious private room and looked at the delicate and elegant dishes on it. This is really willing to give up a set meal 28888, this is to eat or eat gold. Dr. Wang really thanks you for today. Sumu had a look of gratitude on his face. This is really not necessary, treating the sick and saving people is what we doctors should do. Wang Yu is somewhat being organized, will not need to be so formal. No, I wasn't a bit sure when Nan was brought here, and you saved her. Sumu said with his eyes slightly red. Nav? Do you know that policewoman? Hearing Sumu's address, Wang Yu felt that there must be a relationship between them. Well, Nan is my best and only friend, and I almost lost her today. Thinking about how her best friend almost died, Sumu was a moment of fear. Oh, so that's how it is, this friend of yours is really admirable, daring to face so many gun-toting thugs all by himself. Thinking of the gunshot wound on the policewoman's body, Wang Yu felt shocked. Yes, she's been brave since she was a little girl. Wang Yu's words reminded Sumu of when she was in kindergarten, when Nan beat up boys older than her and ran away when they saw her. You invited me to dinner because of this. Sort of, the food is served, please, Dr. Wang. Saying that, he helped Wang Yu with a piece of ribs. Wang Yu wasn't polite and thanked Sumu for feeding him again. Take your chopsticks and eat straight away. The 28,888 set menu is better than the cafeteria's food, so bring Xinshin and Yawen to try it out when you have time. Sumu ate very slowly, most of his eyes were on Wang Yu, and the smile on his face became even more intense as he watched him eat so well. After dinner, Wang Yu just said goodbye. Anyway, that car does not want himself and Yawen taxi over. Pick up the car directly from the forest store back to the village is also good. That car, take the time to sell it. Looking at Wang Yu's back as he left, Sumu, who had been alone for many years, lightly bit her lower lip and unconsciously clenched her hands into fists. The eyes revealed a strong possessiveness. Chapter 57. Wang Yu, who just arrived home, was kidnapped. Avon, what do you think of this car, do you like it? After Wang Yu bought the car, he didn't leave, pulling Yawen and insisting on buying one for her as well. Brother Yu, no need, Chunmei and I can just take Sister Chen Chen's car to work every day, there's no need to break the bank so much. Do not refuse this is to give you a bride price you choose a you like on the line. Yawen heard the bride price 2 words, refusal words cannot speak, but the little girl in order to save money for Wang Yu, pointing to the tens of thousands of dollars of small QQ said to want this. Angry Wang Yu, inside the store, directly and heavily slapped her on her butt. Then ignoring Yaven's huffing and puffing, he bought $1 million limousine right in front of a crowd of surprised salesmen. To know that the car Wang Yu bought for himself is only more than 400,000 yuan, but he is willing to spend millions of dollars to buy a car for his woman, the female saleswoman looks at Yawen's eyes all kinds of envy, jealousy. After paying the money, Wang Yu had someone drive Yawen's new car to the Sky Street eatery, then called with sun dishing to help receive it, and returned to the village. As for Chunmei, her sister just started working, and things like taking a vacation are more likely to affect her later. Although he and Sun Xian are already a family, it is because of this that he has to perform well, he can't lose his sister-in-law's face, isn't it? The above is Wang Yu's own understanding, as for what his sister Chunmei thinks, that will have to wait until he and Yawen return. On the way back to the village, Wang Yu drove with one hand and a happy smile on his face. Yaven reddened her pretty face, closed her eyes tightly, bit her lip, and pulled the seatbelt tightly around her chest with both hands. When he finally couldn't help himself, he fiercely pinched Wang Yu's strange-making big hand. Then he put down the backrest and climbed towards the back, straightening himself out and thinking about what had just happened, wanting to bite the guy in front of him a few more times. As the saying goes, people are happy when they are happy. Wang Yu drove a new car, carrying his little daughter-in-law, humming along the way, eating the fruits peeled by Yawen, and being as happy as he wanted to be. Soon the two of them returned to the village. Wang Yu first sent Yawen back home before returning to his own home. This is not yet mealtime, the door of the house is not closed, the rising smoke on the kitchen, let Wang Yu cannot help but swallow his saliva. Mom's cooking, it smells so good. Mom, I'm home. Wang Yu pushed open the door and went straight to the kitchen, looking at his mother who was still busy, his heart was very happy. To think that the promise he had given his mother when he left the village had actually been fulfilled. The thought of waiting another 9 months for the birth of 2 children is beautiful. My mother's wish of many years will finally be realized, and I finally have a reason to bring my parents to the city and bring them around to pay their respects. Not even 2 months into the divorce, he has 3 women and 2 children and tens of millions of dollars in assets. Sure enough, Chen Yuding is a scourge. I'll stay away from her when I see her in the future. Mom! The queen mother turned around to see her good oldest child appearing in front of her, arms open and ready to embrace her. Picking up the rolling pin on the counter, he hit Wang Yu in the head. What you said on the phone was true, you didn't lie to me. No lie, Mom, I'm telling the truth, I went back to the village with her today. Wang Yu said, ignoring the rolling pin in his mom's hand, took her into his arms and gave her a hard kiss on the cheek. For her son's performance, the queen mother was still very happy, but at the moment it was still her daughter-in-law who was important. He pinched Wang Yu's ear and yanked him away from himself, then walked out of the kitchen, ready to see his new daughter-in-law. Went around the yard, took a look around the house, gross. Where is the person, where is my daughter-in-law? The old lady felt that she had been snubbed by her son again, and at that moment angrily questioned Wang Yu. Mom, sit down, don't be angry, you actually know this daughter-in-law very well. Who is it? Don't give me a hippie face, I know a lot of people well, so hurry up and say who it is. Chun Mei's classmate, Uncle Song's little girl. That Avon girl. Well, we both came back together, and by now she'll probably have talked to her family. When the queen mother heard this, she directly stood up from her stool and then walked back and forth in the room for a few steps. Tell me about you, a second marriage and still messing with other people's big girls. I don't care if your Uncle Song comes over and beats you up later. Wang Yu scowled at the words. That said, Uncle Song's temper really wasn't very good, and there were 2 older brothers above Yuan. Long and the opposite of Yavin, big and burly, he knew at first glance that he would have no problem at all carrying a gas can up to the 6th floor. While this side was worrying, there was a noise from outside. Wang Yu was curious to go out and take a look. Is this Song family coming out of the woodwork? A dozen strong men, clustered around Uncle Song and his 2 sons, the father and son stood angrily at the door of Wang Yu's house and were about to speak when they saw Wang Yu, the kid's head sticking out from the door. Little brat, you're really home. Song's father could no longer suppress the fire in his heart when he saw Wang Yu, the precious daughter that he had raised for more than 20 years, went out for only a few days, and was eaten up by this bastard. Usually look at his thick eyebrows, feel pretty good, no Wang Yu divorce news, he also at home for him to say pity. Who knew the brat would turn around and hobble his own daughter? Uncle Song, don't be angry, listen to me. Say, tie him up. With a command, a dozen strong men swarmed up and tied Wang Yu up in a few moments. It was at this time that the queen mother came out of the house. Wang's sister-in-law, I won't talk to you, womanizer, go get your head of the family, I'm waiting at home for him to give a statement. After saying that, he greeted the crowd and left. The queen mother panicked as she watched her son, carried away like an animal. Running back to the house, he pulled out his cell phone and called his man. Come back quickly, your son has been kidnapped by the Song family. What, that old boy Song Jianjun dared to kidnap my son? Don't talk about it, come back soon, your son has slept with someone else's girl. Song's girl? Sleeping. The father of Wang, who was still angrily bickering, was rendered voiceless by a single sentence, his son is powerful, and he has the style of his father back in the day. At that moment, the state immediately changed, just now the arrogance of wanting to fight the attitude immediately gone, smilingly said to the queen mother. This daughter-in-law is very good, wait, I'll go back and finalize this marriage by night. Hey! Didn't you hear what I said? The son was kidnapped. What kind of marriage are you talking about if you don't go to save the son? It's okay, that boy's skin is thick and meaty, to take a few hits in exchange for a daughter-in-law is quite worthwhile. You go to find a matchmaker, and then prepare some gifts. We will go to the Song family to propose marriage at night. Chapter 58, Never pretend to be 13 in front of your own father and father-in-law. Ha ha ha. In-laws. Wang Yu's dad and the family's relatives, who brought a whole bunch of gifts to the Song family, were unspeakably happy to see Song Jianjun sitting in the middle of the courtyard. As for Wang Yu, who was tied to the side, he didn't even look at him. Wang Jiantao, shut up, who is your in-laws? Song Jianjun looked at this goods, then angry nostrils smoke, had thought of waiting for the Wang family to come, must be a good give a downward spiral. Who knows that this goods do not follow the rules? Look at the back of the Wang family, a large group of relatives, carrying a pig, carrying grain, carrying oil, the hands are also carrying 2 large trays. Is this to say something? It's clearly a bride price. In-laws, don't be angry. My son is not married, your daughter is not married, the two are in love, we as elders can't beat up the lovebirds. Ignoring Song Jianjun's anger, Wang Zhantao went up and wrapped his arm around his shoulders and started a brotherly conversation. As for the Song family's gang of relatives, they didn't get Song Jianjun's order and didn't know what to do at the moment. This will be the king's family of those little daughter-in-law, big girl went up a burst of good words said blushing. A little while later each person was carrying a handful of candy in his hand and his pockets were stuffed with melon seeds and peanuts. Mother Wang pulled Mother Song, and the two mothers muttered about something, but it looked like they were chatting quite happily. Old Song, I came here with sincerity, your daughter came to our Wang family to absolutely enjoy the blessings, we all know the roots, what are you doing with a black face? I'm so good girl by your son to the arch, this is the hardest difficult, not directly beat you is good, and want me to smile at you, is it possible? Song family yard a mess, the two families this will be chatting with each other, eating candy, high melon seeds, cannot see any conflict. Dad, cut me loose don't. Wang Yu, who was tied to a tree, couldn't help but beg for help when he saw his family coming. Stay put and don't interfere with me discussing things with your old man. Wang Yu sniffed a burst of speechlessness, wondering if he was his own child or not, his gaze turned to his mother and found that she turned around without even looking at herself. Hey! I'm sure it's not my own. Old Song, look at 18,888,888, my family's sincerity is sufficient, right? Said Wang Zhantao lifted the red cloth on a tray, on which the cash was neatly arranged. Then another tray was lifted and a red silk was placed on it. A full set of gold jewelry was laid out on silk, not a single piece missing from head to toe. The chaotic courtyard is particularly quiet at this time, looking at the real gold and silver, secretly staggering. Wang family this is but down so big blood. To know the usual village marriage, the bride price of more than 10,000 are very few, this time is really a long time to see. These are the bride price from our Wang family, old Song you say something, is this a success or not? Wang Zhantao's words echoed in the quiet courtyard, and at this moment, the gazes of the Song and Wang families also fell on Song Jianjun. At this time, Song Jianjun was also stunned by the things in front of him, long so big have not seen so much money, not to mention that Wang Zhantao so willing. In the afternoon, the daughter came back and talked about her and Wang Yu, and also said that she had already had sex when pressed by her mother. At that time, Song Jianjun could be angry, but what else can be done when things have come to this? The night passed, purely cannot swallow this breath, to find the trouble of the Wang family, to save their own daughter Mary to be bullied. But looking at this situation, the Wang family is really good to their daughters the heart of that gas also dissipated a lot. Wang Zhantao, your family later but, let my daughter married over to eat dirt. Keep the jewelry, take the money back. Old Song is still very much in love with his daughter, how can he be willing to accept such a large bride price? Now not only have they agreed to the marriage, they are prepared to return all the cash. As for why they took the jewelry, it wasn't all for their own daughters, and then when they married, they brought it back. Can you cut me loose first? Seeing that his old man had emptied out his family's wealth for himself, Wang Yu, who had been tied up for 2 bells, would be really anxious this time. Song Jianjun waved his hand, and at that moment, several Song family sons and nephews untied Wang Yu. Moving his wrists, Wang Yu walked to the tray and wrapped the cash directly in a cloth before stuffing it into his father's arms. Song Jianjun, who had already compromised, saw that Wang Yu was so nonchalant, and his face darkened again at that moment. Dad, take it back, you're embarrassing me with this money. Wang Yu's words caused Wang Zhantao, who was about to scold him, to be completely dumbfounded. Kid, do you know that this is all we've got? I've given it all up for you. Listen to what you say, you actually think it's embarrassing. If I don't beat you to death today, I'll take your name. At that moment, Wang Zhantao was ready to clean up this asshole son of his. However, Wang Yu took it as if he didn't see it and pulled out a check from his pocket and placed it directly in the tray. This was specially prepared before coming back, just for Yevon as a bride price. Uncle Song, 6,666,600,000, you keep it. Wang Zhantao, who was ready to beat his son, stopped his hand. The black-faced Song Jianjun didn't even feel the cigarette falling from his mouth. The surrounding eaters were as motionless as if they had been cast in a stasis. A pin dropped in the yard and everyone's eyes went to the check. Wang Zhantao was worthy of being a village official, and he reacted quickly, and after slowing down, he took the check in his hand and read it. The check is actually real. The brat is tougher than he is as a father. How much of that girl from the Song family has put him in a spell of ecstasy? Come on Dad, don't be ashamed a little bit of money you to be excited like this. Wang Yu looked at his old man's unseen appearance and couldn't help but feel disgraced. Uncle Song, whatever else you request, as long as I can do it, it's no problem. Oh, right. I bought a car for you this afternoon, not much money, just over $1 million, it's also a bride price, after the formalities in a few days, I'll send it over. Song Jianjun, who had just slowed down a bit, was almost shocked by Wang Yu's words again. Listen to this is what people say, a little bit of money, have not seen the world, more than $1 million of car call did not spend much money. Kid, I see that you didn't come here to propose marriage today, you came here to pretend to be 13. His mother, take the things away, I agree to this marriage. After saying that, he and Wang Zhantao exchanged a glance. Wang Yu's act of pretending to be 13 just now had deeply hurt the two old men's fragile hearts. Now that the kiss is set, the next act is a family affair. Hit him. The two old men tacitly agreed and started to greet Wang Yu. Haven't seen the world, have you? Pretending to be 13 in my house, huh? Makes you look bad, doesn't it? Let me make the demands, huh? Uncle Song, Dad, I was wrong, don't fight. Then there was a flurry of chickens and dogs in the yard, two angry old men who couldn't afford to mess with either one of them. Wang Yu found the right moment to climb over the wall and run away. Chapter 59 Great Uncle doesn't talk about drinking morality. Looking at the asshole kid who escaped over the wall, the two old men looked at each other and smiled, and the tense atmosphere just now completely turned into joy. His mother, prepare the wine and food for your friends and family. Elder brother Song, the child is capable, you'd better accept this token of appreciation. Although Wang Zhantao was surprised at his son's bravado, he had no intention of taking back the check. Okay, listen to Lao. At this time ran out of Wang Yu, pain, grimacing, old dad, and the prospective old husband can be really hard. But it looks like the marriage between himself and Yevon is sort of finalized. Hey! The result of his own just pretending to be 13, why is not the same as the book? Pop should not be impressed with himself. Patting himself on the shoulder and shouting, does my son have the qualities of a great emperor? The old father-in-law should also be in tears and boast that he is an incomparable son-in-law. How did it come to be that he got beaten up hard by two old men? Thinking about it, Wang Yu arrived at the familiar back of the mountain, and an indescribable feeling enveloped his heart. It's hard to tell, but it always feels like there's something waiting for you. When he looked up, he saw the mountain temple that had been built and was reminded of the slap that had changed his fate. Hey! I was really busy and forgot about this matter. I had long thought of coming back to study the mountain god statue properly. But it's not too late to go back and probably get your ass kicked, so you might as well go up and take a look. Having made up his mind, Wang Yu walked towards the mountainside. The back of the mountain is not high, the foot of the mountain to the peak is at most 300 meters, less than 10 minutes Wang Yu came to the front of the mountain god temple. That feeling became even stronger, there was definitely something waiting for him inside, and at that moment, without hesitating, he directly pushed the door and walked in. I heard the system just as I walked in the door. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden temple, may I ask if the host is bound to it? Wang Yu immediately chose to bind. The binding is successful and the system unlocks the new mode. The new mode was unlocked successfully, so please check it out for yourself, host. When the system's message ended, Wang Yu saw a new panel. A party of mountain gods. When sheltering a party of people can open the shelter of the gods. The shelter of God can ensure that the current land has good wind and rain and a good harvest, and can drive away evil spirits and suppress disasters to keep the people of one side safe. Current shelter range, 20 kilometers square. Turning on asylum mode consumes 100 merit points per day. After reading the introduction, Wang Yu froze and stood there. He was really inheriting the position of the mountain god. Was the previous mountain god also from the village? But I haven't heard of any old man or woman passing away in the past 6 months. Can't figure it out, can't figure it out. However, this god's shelter made Wang Yu very happy, actually, being able to protect his hometown now, and letting the people in the village live and he himself could clearly feel that affectionate feeling coming from the land under his feet at this moment. The marks on his body from being tied by the rope and the swelling from being beaten by the two old men just now, slowly subsided, but in 10 minutes, Wang Yu only felt refreshed without any hard feelings. While he was reveling in this feeling, his cell phone rang, and he took it out to see that his dear old mom was calling. Hello? What's up, Mom? Where have you been? Come back for dinner, just waiting for you. The mother's complaining words couldn't overpower the joy. Okay, Mom, be right there. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu, who was in a happy mood, immediately ran towards the Song family. Along the way, he only felt as light as a swallow, and his strength seemed to have grown again. Upon entering the Song family, he saw 2 tables set up inside the living room, where 20 people were pushing and drinking in a good way. His own old man and Uncle Song were sitting together smiling like blood brothers. "Come here, sit there." Seeing his son standing in the doorway, Wang Zhantao pointed to the still empty seat at his table and said, "Where's my mom?" After sitting down, Wang Yu realized that the house was full of men, not a single woman, and immediately asked about his mother's whereabouts. "The women are in the back room and your mom is in there." Song Jianjun explained a couple of sentences, for this son-in-law is now also not very angry. After all, capable people will be recognized everywhere. "Uncle Song, where's Avon? Can I give her a word?" Seeing that his prospective old husband's attitude had turned much better, Wang Yu made his application right away. Things had come to this point, although it was very successful, but it was still hard for Wang Yu to feel at ease without seeing Yewon for a while. Song Jianjun heard Wang Yu's words, and then remembered that this kid was the first to arch his own daughter, and at that moment, he did not pay attention to him, and only focused on drinking with Wang Zhantao. Wang Yu touched his nose and did not feel embarrassed. "If you don't tell me, one tea I find it myself." At that moment, he was ready to get up and go to the inner room to have a look, but as good as the idea was, the 2 brothers of Yevon around him were no posers. One person pressed one shoulder, making Wang Yu, who was halfway standing, sit back down again. "Brother-in-law, if there's anything, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Right now you just sit honestly." Yewon's elder brother looked at Wang Yu, and the more he looked at him, the more he wanted to punch him. Cheating his little sister's body without saying a word made me angry just thinking about it. "Come brother-in-law, drink." For his part, Yevonji was grinning as he held up his glass of wine. "Second uncle, I'm a little out of my element." Looking at the 2 uncles beside him, Wang Yu had a little heartburn. "Drink." Big uncle did not give Wang Yu a chance to resist at all and directly poured him a large glass full of white wine. "Hey! Here's what you're going to drink with me, so I'll be polite." At that moment, Wang Yu picked up his wine glass and started to drink with his 2 uncles. Half an hour later, brother-in-law was honorably racked away, muttering something or other as he went. After Wang Yu eyed his second brother-in-law who couldn't make it after drinking more than a kilogram of wine, he smiled again and picked up his wine glass, pulling back his great uncle who wanted to escape. "Come on great uncle, drink." Looking at Wang Yu's arrogant appearance, the Song family boss immediately slapped the table and said, "Fine, just drink." After saying that, he directly finished his glass of wine and then shouted to the people at the table next to him. "Tiger, Stone, Sanway, you guys come over here and keep your brother-in-law company." Wang Yu looked back. Yet, 3 burly guys in their mid-20s surrounded them with glasses of wine. "You don't talk about the virtues of alcohol, great uncle." "Oh, you can still be bullied in my house." This night, Wang Yu did not know how much he drank, and felt that these brothers of the Song family were all animals, working together to screw themselves. His own cousins, on the other hand, were laughing and watching the fun, with no thought of helping at all. "Ended up drinking so much I don't know how I got home." It's true that a son-in-law should not be too arrogant in his old man's house. Chapter 60. Wang Yu from the pressure of 2 great uncles, running away. Hiss. Wang Yu woke up the next day, can still feel a bout of headache. After getting up in the morning, Mom helped him rinse a bowl of honey water, which will be on the end of drinking it. "Mom, where's my dad?" Putting down the bowl in his hand, Wang Yu felt better now. "Not awake yet, you both had too much to drink yesterday and were carried back here." Got. It looked like Song's family had not only cleaned themselves up, but hadn't even spared their old man. "Mom, are things all talked out yet? Have you set a wedding date or anything?" The drunken Wang Yu only lasted until he saw the first hot dish, and what happened afterward was so intermittent that he didn't even know when his wedding date was. "Not yet, I talked to Yeon's mom yesterday, so when the 2 families have a meal together at noon today, we'll talk about this." The 2 stewards of the house were drunk and things didn't work out, which made Wang Mu a little unhappy in her heart. "Okay, but I can't drink any more at noon." "Well, who let you drink it? I'll stop it, you lie down again." Patting his head, Wang Yu put down the bowl and lay back on the bed again, sleeping back to sleep. In a daze, he felt his nose itching, and when he reached out, he felt that he had slapped a soft little hand. Nose also smelled of familiar flavor. Wang Yu opened his eyes to see some incredible asked. "Sister Chanshan, why are you here?" "Chun Mei brought me here. You and Yuan's sister didn't tell sister about such a big thing. Sister is really sad." It's true that home invaders are hard to prevent. Originally thought that he and Yuan came back to finish the matter before telling Sun Qian, now it seems that he was betrayed by his sister. "I just felt kinda sorry for you guys about it, so I didn't tell you." Alright, not here to trouble you, you win as an employee of my store, of course I as the boss have to come over to give my blessing. Oh, Sister Chanxian, you're so good at talking. Wang Yu was a little embarrassed. It feels weird to have himself and Yuan engaged in another woman coming over to join in the fun.
Met my mom?
Well, meet Auntie.
You two didn't say anything.
Wang Yu was a little worried. After all, he was not ready to showdown with his parents.
No, it was just a hello, don't worry, it won't be hard for you, Sun Qian said without any good humor.
Her heart was also nervous when she saw Wang Yu's mom just now. The other party didn't know her identity, but she knew very well that she was her daughter-in-law. The first time she met her mother-in-law, Sun Qian would inevitably be a little embarrassed, and her speech was not as spontaneous as before. The warmth of his voice looked at Chun Mei dumbfounded.
What about my mom? Out grocery shopping with your dad. Where's Chun Mei? Watch for me at the gate or I'll come in. Neither parent is home and there's a lookout outside. Hey! Sister Cynthia. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? It's broad daylight. Door. Close the door. And the curtains? Pull. Close them.
Chun Mei, who was sitting at the front door playing with her cell phone, vaguely heard the ringing coming from inside the house, and her small face instantly turned red. Gritting his teeth, he ran over, slammed the door to the hall behind him, and quickly ran out into the yard again, letting out a long sigh of relief as he closed the gate. This cousin is really too much. How dare he do this in broad daylight? More than an hour later, Sun Qian walked out with a flushed face and saw Chun Mei sitting in the doorway, deliberately clearing her throat.
Sister-in-law, you're out.
After putting away their cell phones and saying hello, the two women didn't know what to say.
Chun Mei's little face was red and she didn't know what to say now.
Let's go find Yavin. After all, I'm giving Yavin my blessing on behalf of the store.
Well, sister-in-law, I'll take you there. Don't call me sister-in-law, call me boss or sister.
Wang Yu is now very happy. Headache is not painful, legs are not sore, and the spirit is getting better and better.
Humming and in an extraordinarily good mood. Wu, come out and help with the dishes.
Mother's voice came from the yard.
Coming, Mom.
A family of 3, and 2 older neighbor sisters who came over to help opened up. Smoke also rose from the kitchen of the Wang family. And at this time came to the Song family. Sun Qian received a warm welcome. When received Sun Qian $100,000 of congratulatory gifts, Song Jianjun again confused. Yesterday was just loaded by that Wang Yu kid, and this daughter who came over today is not only long and pretty, but also full of nobility in her dress. I heard the introduction and knew that it was his daughter's boss, a rich man who owned a store in the city. But at this moment, with the heavy cash in his hand, old man Song didn't even know how to express his feelings. Is their own reading less? Now the city people are so generous. This is 100,000 can buy how much rice
Sister Chanxian, thank you.
After Yuan pushed back a bit and saw that Sun Qian's attitude was resolute and that the two were still in partnership, he took the money right away. Then he pulled Chun Mei and Sun Qian and went to his bedroom.
The 3 girls began to chatter away.
When it was noon, Song Jianjun brought the whole family and then invited Sun Qian to go to Wang's house with him. After all, he is his daughter's boss, and he is so generous, so he must be able to bring him over there to save face. But when he came to Wang's house, he found that Wang Yu's mom actually knew Sun Qian as well, and looked at the way they chatted and were familiar with each other. At that moment, he also put away his desire to show off. The 2 family members sat down and discussed the wedding date, which was set for the 10th in 2 months, and then discussed a few more details. However, these Yuan and Wang Yu girls didn't understand, and could only listen to a few old men talking about various rules and etiquette. The 2 elder brothers-in-law, on the other hand, looked at Wang Yu with a provocative face. After the second was carried away yesterday, the eldest didn't last long either. Although Wang Yu was put down by the other brothers of the Song family, they weren't much better off.
This is going to be holding its breath and trying to get back.
Wang Yu, on the other hand, ignored their gazes and smiled broadly as he pinched dishes for Yuan. There were also small movements under the table, touching here and there, making Yavin want to pinch the flesh of his hand and spin it around a few times.
In-laws, it's settled.
Good, when the time comes, the 2 families will do it together and make it a lively event.
With the 2 old men reaching a consensus, this betrothal banquet came to a close.
After the group broke up, Wang Yu wanted to bolt, and the 2 great uncles looked at him in the wrong way as they were leaving. He felt that if he didn't run now, he would definitely be retaliated against by those brothers of the Song family when he waited until the night. At that moment, he found his parents and said that he still had patients in the hospital, and that he had to rush back after finishing his business.
Wang Zhantao didn't say anything,
but Wang Mu was a little reluctant to give up. Don't worry mom, when Yan gives birth, you'll have your hands full then, son will leave first. The car drove out of the village before Wang Yu was sort of relieved, called Yuan, said he first had to go back, and then talked to Sun Qian for a while. Hanging up the phone, Wang Yu headed toward Shidu City. The return journey cannot help but think of the warmth, the two of them to determine the relationship, has not yet discussed what to do in the future. And he didn't know a single member of Worm's family, so he still had a day off tomorrow, so he went back to talk to her about whether he wanted to pay a visit to Worm's family. Chapter 61, The Cozy of Kindness. On the way back to the city, Wang Yu sat in the car and closed his eyes. Suddenly a burst of cell phone ringing broke the tranquility of the car. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was a call from Chen Shusheng. The two had not contacted each other since the last appraisal incident, and now Chen Shusheng's sudden call really made Wang Yu feel a little surprised. After picking up the phone, Chen Shusheng indicated that he wanted to ask Wang Yu to go to the Chen group tomorrow to meet and chat. This request made Wang Yu a little confused and puzzled. After all, Chen Shusheng had gone through so much some time ago and was in a much more miserable condition than himself. Even though they had now understood the truth of the matter and taken some retaliatory actions, how could the damage caused by decades of emotional investment be healed? Moreover, Chen Shusheng had always placed great importance on family legacy and offspring, and during this period of time, he had been thinking of letting one of Chen Yuding's daughters follow her mother's surname, so that even if he passed away in the future, there would be people who would come to pay their respects. However, Li Yuzhen made a cruel move, completely killing Chen Shusheng's hopes. Originally Chen Shusheng also hoped on the granddaughter, but when the truth is revealed, he realized that he raised 30 years of daughter is not his own flesh and blood. Such a heavy blow, in the hands of ordinary people I'm afraid that would have long been unable to withstand, but this old man is strong to hang on to the present, is really quite difficult. Thinking of this, Wang Yu could not help but admire Chen Shusheng. In the face of his invitation, Wang Yu did not think long before agreeing. After all, the same people are at the same end of the world, both are the victims of that mother and daughter, it is also considered a destiny. After returning home, Wang Yu took a shower and changed into clean clothes, then he couldn't wait to come downstairs. Open the door and there's the mom of your child. When Xian lazily half leaning on the sofa, the thin pajamas wrapped around her sexy body, snow white and pink thighs folded together, delicate little feet playfully swaying. At the moment when she was holding a book in her hand, watching it carefully, and the rattling at the door caught Cozy's attention. Why are you here so early today? This is coming without thinking of you. Did you miss me yesterday when I didn't come? No. Winnie blushed a little red and mouthed off. Watching Wang Yu was becoming more and more enjoyable. Honey, there was no treatment yesterday, so let me give you a good look now. As for wanting to find her on the way here to discuss visiting the Winchesters. Oh. We'll talk about it later. It's really nice tonight. Wang Yu, who had changed his clothes, honestly sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the slightly flushed warmth and said, Honey, there's something I want to discuss with you. What is it? It's about the two of us. Your family, they're not going to let me meet them. Cozy, who was relying on Wang Yu's embrace, was enjoying his gentle caresses, and when she heard these words, her body stiffened for a moment. And then he thought of his father, whom he had hated for half his life. Why, don't you want to? Wang Yu felt the change in warmth's mood and lowered his head to gently kiss her forehead. Why don't you go and meet my uncle first, and as for my father, let me think about it, will you? Well, it's all yours. Feeling the loss of warmth and emotion, Wang Yu thought of changing the topic. It would be bad if it affected the fetus. I remember when you said you adopted 4 children, tell me about the don'ts, after all, they're going to call me dad when we get married. Beautiful you. When Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud when she thought about Wang Yu's age and then the age of her own adopted son and daughter. All right. Here you go. Did you know about that fire in Shidu City 15 years ago? Well, I was a senior in high school at the time, and my school was pretty close to where the fire was, so not only did I know about it, I saw it. Oh, so without further explanation, I was still in Mordor when I saw the fire on the news and thought about doing something about it. Then it led the way to Shidu City with supplies. Winnie's words were slow and gentle as she explained in detail why the fire had started, what had happened and what the outcome had been. The economic damage and casualties caused are also stated. All these figures hit Wang Yu's heart, and the warm explanation made him realize how many families were in tears behind those cold figures. It hurt to think that this woman in his arms had given so much for it right then and there. At the time of the rescue, several firefighters sacrificed their lives in the fire, and their bravery and dedication made me feel that life is precious. Then I wanted to do something about it, so I prepared some money and gifts to help their families, not wanting to shed the blood and tears of heroes. I was also the first child I adopted at that time, and I remember the boy was 11 years old when his father was killed and his mother just broke down and killed herself when she got the news. The grandparents are also long gone, and he's the only one left in the whole family. My experiences growing up made it very clear to me that if I just left him some money, then that child would have no future at all. So that's when I adopted him. Listening to the warmth, Wang Yu deeply felt her kindness. 13 years ago I adopted a second child who was abandoned by her parents. Because she was born with a congenital heart condition from birth, her biological parents spent all the family's money and borrowed from relatives and friends to cure her. In desperation, I left the little girl alone in the hospital when she was 6 years old, when I happened to come across it, and when I saw the girl, I remembered when I was a child, so I took her back. So how's her health? When Wang Yu heard about congenital heart disease, he immediately got energized. Maybe he could try it himself. It's neither good nor bad right now. 2 years ago his real father approached and wanted to trade his heart to his daughter, but I refused. Oh, and that child's parents are a pitiful lot, able to dump their family's money for their child, and wouldn't have left her in the hospital if there wasn't nothing they could do about it. Yeah, that couple, when they found out their daughter had been adopted, they regretted it, and then they searched for it, and when they found it the man, knowing that he was able to do heart transplants, didn't hesitate to agree to donate his heart. But the girl doesn't agree, she doesn't want to cause any more trouble, and I respect that. Don't feel bad, take me to show her then. Yeah, you're such a great healer, there must be something you can do. Honey, can we go tomorrow? After Xin reacted, she turned around in Wang Yu's arms and wrapped her hands around his neck, her eyes filled with begging. Chapter 62 Wang Yu lulled Chen Shuxing into a cripple. When Xin's words caused Wang Yu to fall into hesitation, he had already agreed to Chen Shuxing's invitation tomorrow. He has always been a man of his word and does not want to miss the appointment, but looking at the warm and expectant gaze also do not want to refuse to disappoint her. As if she could see Wang Yu's entanglement when Xin opened her mouth and said, "Why don't I pick up when Wan and you can show her at home?" Okay, no problem, I have some things to do during the day tomorrow, how about I come over when I'm done? Well, listen to your husband. After when Xin finished speaking, she lay down on Wang Yu's chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat. Her heart was indescribably happy. Honey, what about the two other kids, are they orphans too? Well, the two of them are brother and sister, the brother is 22 years old and the sister is 20, also adopted 13 years ago. Both of their parents were anti-narcotics police officers who both died in a mission, and when I found out about it, I also took them both home, and now they're both going to school in Mordor. I didn't realize my woman was so kind. Stroking the cozy hair and gently sniffing the good-smelling strands, her heart ached with love. He didn't realize that Cozy, who had a rough life, had done so many good deeds over the years. Not bad for over 200 merit points for a single bestowal. But with the 1,000 plus merit points from the policewoman as a comparison, it feels like the 200 plus points gained from the warmth getting bestowed is a bit too little. After thinking about it for half a day, I couldn't figure out what kind of mechanism this bestowal of blessings is. The two of them got bored until the people from the Sky Street Eatery came over to deliver dinner, and after dinner, Wang Yu cleaned up his hygiene, smiled at each other and went back to his bedroom. This night Cozy was really tired, but also happy. Wang Yu had a smile on the corner of his mouth, hugging the soft body and sleeping really well. Early the next morning, Wang Yu rushed to Chen's group after serving warmth breakfast and carefully checking her body. Arriving at the Chen group, Chen Shuxing's secretary directly brought Wang Yu to the rooftop. Looking at the old man standing on the edge of the rooftop with a miserable face, Wang Yu, who was originally in a good mood, almost screamed out in fear. After stabilizing his mind, he said to Chen Shuxing, "Uncle Chen, are over the past, and what cannot see, never jump you have to think about your death. The guy appears to have no family, his wife is gone, his daughter is not his own, not to mention his two granddaughters." Wang Yu didn't know how to go on halfway through his persuasion. So he reorganized his language and urged again. You have to think about it, you still have such a big company, and have so much money, and is only in his 50s, there are still many years to live, jump down will really have nothing. Chen Shuxing's originally cold face could not help but laugh out loud when he heard what Wang Yu said. He came here partly because he wanted to blow off some steam and calm down, on the other hand the rooftop was relatively empty later on he didn't want others to hear what he was going to say to Wang Yu. He didn't realize that his thoughtless actions had actually made this former son-in-law so agitated, and he couldn't help but feel a hint of warmth in his heart after being betrayed by his loved ones. Don't worry Xiaoyu, I haven't lived long enough, I'm just coming up to take a look, don't be so nervous. People scare people to death. the old bastard's a real piece of work. Knowing that he had misunderstood Wang Yu was also relieved, this old man, although he had been bad to himself in the past, but Wang Yu really did not want to watch him die. Uncle Chen, what's the matter with finding me over here? Well, Xiao Yu, I want to give you all my property to inherit when I'm gone. Chen Shuxing's sentence directly let Wang Yu froze. Give me inheritance, that I cannot now lie flat, to know that Chen's group after these years of development, has risen from the beginning of a few hundred million to a few billion. Such a large amount of wealth, smashed on his head. Wang Yu felt incredible. Could it be that Shen Yuting was really a calamity, and that she had completely turned her luck around after divorcing her? The money and women whooshing in during this time made him glad he was wise then. Uncle Chen, have you been stimulated by something again? The words just now were nonsense, right? Looking at the skeptical Wang Yu, Chen Shusheng sighed slightly. Li Yuzhen is pregnant again. Yesterday morning Lu Baocheng that came to me, scolded the old man is a desperate family, no one sends the clock even if you have more money, and when you die, you don't even have a person to worship. At that time, I let the two of them blast it away, then I was ready to step up my efforts to suppress the Lu family, but then I thought about the tastelessness, even if I made the Lu family lose everything, so what, the same can't change my final end. That's why I thought of you, Wang Yu. I'll be your godfather, you'll give me an old age, and then the whole Chen group will be yours. How? Chen Shuxing's words are very tempting, but Wang Yu did not even think about it and refused. Billions of dollars, although more than unbelievable, but want me to call your father, but also to give you old age. No way, not at all. But you can't explicitly refuse this old guy, in case you really can't think of jumping off, that's a human life. Wang Yu thought about how to refuse without arousing Chen Shuxing's resentment. Chen Shusheng, on the other hand, felt that Wang Yu was now torn, but he wasn't worried at all. No one could resist the temptation of billions of dollars. He looked at Wang Yu with confidence and waited for his reply. This bastard has no offspring, I help him to get a few sons out of it is not enough. Lu Baocheng and Li Yuzhen are in their 50s, send the son of the avatar can work. Chen Shusheng is also in his 50s and is perfectly capable of finding a couple of older girls in their early 20s to carry his child. When he has his own son, he probably won't beat himself up. After thinking about it, Wang Yu knew what to do with things. Uncle Chen, it's better to leave your company to your own children. Shen Yuting is not my child, you know. Uncle Chen, don't be anxious, think about it. Lu Baocheng and Li Yuzhen are about the same age as you can get pregnant again, it's not hard for you to find a younger one to have a child. Kid, you think I haven't thought about it, not to mention the fact that the two of them are a case in point, but my body isn't doing too well, and the odds of having a child are lower than winning the lottery. Uncle Chen, I think you'd better give it a try, and I can help you. My family has an ancestral prescription, which is said to have been passed down from the imperial physician in the palace, and it has a great effect on that aspect of a man's life. Wang Yu's words made Chen Shusheng have the slightest bit of heart. After all, if he could really have his own child, who would still indiscriminately recognize his godchildren, he himself is also a way out of no way. At that moment, he looked at Wang Yu and asked seriously. Seriously, you're not lying to me. Uncle Chen, do you think it's necessary for me to lie to you? After all, I'm able to obtain billions of dollars of property just by nodding my head. If I didn't genuinely want to help you, would I say that? In other words, you've got nothing to lose by trying, and it might work. Wang Yu's words made sense. Chen Shusheng couldn't think of a reason to refute them, and the slightest hint of his heart in the moment was like a small flame warming his cold heart a little bit. Okay, Uncle Chen listens to you. Chapter 63 Uncle Chen, let's check it out. Chen Shusheng listened to Wang Yu's words, just now are very excited, but this will look at the Shudu City Men's Hospital in front of him into a deep suspicion. Xiao Yu, what did you bring me here for? Uncle Chen, even though there is a prescription, you have to check your body, otherwise there is no way to control the dosage. Chen Shusheng glanced at Wang Yu and felt the sincerity in his eyes, and at that moment, he no longer hesitated. All to this point he can still turn around and go back. After arriving at the hospital and registering, the two made their way to the clinic that treats infertility. Stand and look at the stairway. Yoo-hoo! That's quite a crowd. I can't help but marvel at how difficult it is for couples to have children these days. After waiting in line for over an hour, it was finally the two of them's turn. Wang Yu had just walked into the clinic with Chen Shusheng, when a middle-aged female doctor looked at him. Boy, what kind of problem are you having? Wang Yu had a head full of question marks. Was it me who was asked? Looking at Wang Yu who did not answer, the female doctor opened her mouth again to Chen Shusheng and asked. Old man, why don't you come and talk about your son's problems? Young people are too shy nowadays. Misunderstanding. It's a big misunderstanding. Wang Yu was immediately anxious. How could he be so powerful and infertile, and what kind of eyes does this doctor have? At that moment, he spoke up. "You're mistaken, doctor, it's not me who sees the doctor, it's this old gentleman." In the eyes of the female doctor's skepticism, Chen Shusheng couldn't help but redden his old face, but still nodded his head and agreed. "Old sir, there's really no need for you at your age, it's not like you have a son, what's the point of tossing around, isn't it good to live your old age properly?" The female doctor opened the examination slips while bitterly persuading Chen Shusheng to dispel his thoughts. "After reading about infertility for so many years, this is the first time I've encountered someone so old who is 56 and still wants to have children." And then cold eyes look at standing on the side of Wang Yu, the heart cannot help but spit. This when the son of the brain is estimated to be abnormal, the old father nonsense actually do not stop, but also really want to find a younger sibling for themselves as a child to raise. In the eyes of the female doctor looking at the two men, the two grey heads took the checklist and quickly left. "Wang Yu, I've never been so humiliated in my life, are you sure you're not lying to me?" Chen Shusheng out of the clinic was almost fried by the anger, grabbed Wang Yu reprimanded. "Uncle Chen, I really didn't lie to you, hurry up and go for a checkup." With that, he pushed Chen Shusheng into a small cubicle. Aha! 3 minutes later Chen Shusheng walked out. Wang Yu rubbed his eyes and thought he had misread it. "Is so fast. What are you looking at?" Chen Shusheng felt that he was crazy to believe Wang Yu's words and then do such a feckless thing. Understood, let's go wait outside, the results will be out in a minute." Coming outside to the stairway, Wang Yu handed Chen Shusheng a cigarette, and the two of them began to gulp down the smoke. "Uncle Chen, don't worry, although it's a bit faster, don't have too much pressure on your heart." Chen Shusheng directly turned around and didn't care about him at all. After smoking, the two people casually chatted for a while, and Wang Yu told Chen Shusheng the news that he and the village's little Qingmei had already been engaged, and that they would get married in 2 months. Chen Shusheng also sent his best wishes and promised to give him a big red packet when the time comes. However, it was rejected by Wang Yu. After all, his former father-in-law appeared at his wedding, and he was afraid of getting mixed doubles by his old man and current father-in-law again. Seeing that an hour had passed, the two went to pick up their test results. After reporting his name, Chen Shusheng took the list and left in flames under the astonished eyes of a group of nurses and patients. It took a breath to get to the front entrance of the hospital before the two stopped. "Uncle Chen, show me." "What are you looking at this for, don't you want the doctor to look at it?" "No, just give it to me, no need to go back to the doctor." Chen Shusheng sniffed and handed Wang Yu the examination results. Wang Yu, who got the checklist, directly skipped over the values of fluid volume, color, liquefaction time, quantity, and vitality. Stare at the survival rate below, 0.4%. So low. But as long as it wasn't zero, one's own child delivery aptitude had an effect. After all, with a few 100 million at a time, 0.4 looks insignificant, but it's definitely enough. "Uncle Chen is done, go find a few people to come over, I'll check their bodies then and see which one is suitable." Wang Yu, who had a number in his heart, patted Chen Shusheng's shoulder and said happily, "Okay, just wait, I'll arrange it right away." After saying that, Chen Shusheng called his secretary. "Secretary Pang, help me find 10 female college students between the ages of 20 and 24, with superior looks and good health." "Okay, Chairman, I wonder what I have to do and on what grounds I'm hiring." Chen Shusheng sniffed and felt that what he said was a bit hasty, so he said after thinking seriously, "It has to be the single, boyfriend and no boyfriend kind, and tell them to help me have a baby. It's for 3 months, and I'll pay $1 million whether I can conceive or not, and 10 million straight up if I can conceive. Well, that's all, call me when you found someone, and remember to sign them to a non-disclosure agreement." "Okay, Chairman, I'll get right on it." After Wang Yu listened to the call between Chen Shusheng and his secretary, it gave him another bit of insight into the world of the rich. Surely it's not something that ordinary people can imagine. Think about their own dormitory brothers, during the university cannot even find a girlfriend, this old man directly opened his mouth to 10. Hey! It's good to have money. Xiao Yu, let's go for a meal together. Secretary Pang is still very efficient in his work, and when you look for this kind of woman, there will be results soon. Chen Shusheng's words left Wang Yu speechless. After all, what he said was true. How big is the temptation of $1 million? Those who have not faced it simply cannot imagine, especially in this era where money is the most important thing. Chen Shusheng's stature, even if they let them backward, it is estimated that there will be a lot of girls agree. In case you get pregnant, it's not going to take off where it left off, and it's a much higher probability than buying a lottery ticket. Even if you don't get pregnant, it's nothing to pay for and it's worth it to spend a night in a 5-star hotel. Chen Shusheng brought Wang Yu to a 5-star hotel under the name of Chen Group. In the nearly 100 square meter box, there were only the two of them, and dozens of dishes were placed on the table. There was a big beautiful woman playing the piano next to them, and a waitress stood next to each of them feeding them both. There were 2 other waiters at the table, and when they saw someone lingering on a dish for more than 3 seconds, they would remove some and put it on the plate next to them. Wang Yu, who had never enjoyed this kind of treatment, was still in a dream state. The life of the rich. Can't imagine. Chapter 64. Stay here. Chen Shusheng was enjoying his food and observing Wang Yu from time to time. This lunch today was something he had arranged long ago. Thinking about coming here to celebrate after Wang Yu agreed to be his godson, but even though he didn't get his wish, it can't be wasted, can it? After all, this kind of treatment he has not enjoyed for many years. At this moment, looking at Wang Yu's appearance of not having seen the world, his heart is particularly happy. Just now in the hospital he lost face is also considered to have recovered a lot. Chairman, the people have been found. Secretary Pang at the door said respectfully. Well, let them in. Xiaoyu, next you see which one is suitable, just leave it. If there is no suitable one we will find another one. Well, don't worry Uncle Chen, leave it to me. As the two chatted, 10 large, beautiful women walked into the booth. They were young, beautiful, and vibrant. Wang Yu knew from the eager eyes of these girls that they were all upwardly mobile and good kids. At that moment, they didn't hesitate and went over to take their pulse and check their bodies respectively. Those girls faced the handsome Wang Yu without a trace of lingering in their eyes. Knowing the situation, they all looked hotly at Chen Shusheng sitting on the sofa. The income of $1 million in 3 months makes their hearts flutter. What handsome men, love, all roll aside. Through the systematic testing, these girls are all in good health and are very suitable for childbearing, so it is evident that Secretary Pang has done a good job and is a very capable and good secretary. Uncle Chen, all of these are fine, they're all quite suitable, just pick whichever one you see eye to eye. Wang Yu's words satisfied Chen Shusheng, but there was not a single fluctuation when he looked across to those girls. Turning to Secretary Chen, he said, all of them stay, you take them to appraise the contract, then arrange a time to deliver it to me at the right time. Wang Yu was shocked at what he heard. This old guy actually wants all of them, and is not afraid of exhausting himself. Why is there a problem with Xiaoyu? No, it's good that Uncle Chen likes it. Wang Yu thought about it and did not stop. After all, the girls are not easy, are falling face to face. If it is because of their own mouths cannot earn money, that would be a sin. Come and let my brother give you a hand. Each of you has a chance to make $10 million. At that moment, they activated the child delivery avatar, and each of the 10 girls' small bellies were enveloped by a red halo of light. Hey! You're welcome. Hopefully the old guy won't be too happy when he gets there. Uncle Chen, you'd better take it easy. Even though I can guarantee that I'll let you have your own child, you'd better take care of your health. Don't worry, I know. After saying that, the two of them proceeded to eat, and after eating the meal Wang Yu began to write a prescription to nourish the body. The prescription was copied by Wang Yu some time ago when he was treating his illness against a woman who was about the same age as Chen Shusheng. As for whether letting men eat female nourishing pills will be effective, Wang Yu is not worried at all. After all, it's not like he's really relying on this. Removing a few female-specific herbs, and adding a few drugs that are great for men based on so much time spent figuring them out, the secret recipe handed down from the palace came out successfully. Uncle Chen, I'll leave if there's nothing else. I'll wait for the results in a couple months. We'll be in touch then. Well, go ahead, I'll thank you when they get pregnant. Well, I won't be polite to you when the time comes. After saying that, Wang Yu left. Taking a taxi to the neighborhood, Wang Yu went straight to Xinxin's house, thinking about the child that Xinxin had taken over, and thought it would be better to knock on the door first. Knock, knock. After knocking, Wang Yu no longer backed up and stood up straight. After all, his identity is already different, just wait at the door. Soon a pretty girl opened the door and looked at Wang Yu, who was standing outside, and said, "Are you Uncle Wang?" Hearing this little lowly call herself uncle, Wang Yu couldn't help but touch his face. Was he that old? But thinking about the relationship with Cozy, there is nothing wrong with calling it that, so he smiled and nodded and said, "You're one Wang girl, aren't you? I'm your mom's friend." "Oh, Uncle Wang, please come in." With that, he opened the door and let Wang Yu in. When he came to the house, Wang Yu looked at the somewhat rushed and uneasy warmth and couldn't help but laugh a little. That's not revealing the relationship between the two. But it's nothing, it won't be long before when Wang will change her name to her father. "Mr. Wang, thank you for coming to see my daughter." Winsome stabilized her mind and fell to her feet. "Ms. Wan is polite, we are friends, it's only right to help you." When Juan looked at these two people and felt that there was something strange about these two people, it didn't feel like they were friends, but it had nothing to do with her. In the morning, I received a call from my mother, saying that she had found a very powerful doctor who could cure her illness and asked her to take time off work to come over for treatment. Even though she was her mom's adopted child, she was so good to her that she was moved to tears several times throughout the morning. But this will look at such a young Wang Yu, although his mouth called uncle, but in his heart he felt that his mother is not deceived by him. Uncle Wang, I don't know how I charge for this illness without you. The two of them weren't sure what was going on in the little girl's mind and thought they were asking because they were worried about the cost. Don't pay, uncle will show it back to you for free. Wang Yu said gently. But when Juan heard it and called out straight away that it was over. This guy isn't trying to cheat mom out of her money, he's trying to cheat her out of her person. It's about money and sex. Thinking of this when Juan began to secretly observe Wang Yu, and indeed found that this guy was plotting against his own mother. That lustful gaze that kept resting on mom's body and that impish grin was infuriating. I want to beat him up. What should I do? How does this girl keep sneaking a look at me? Did you give her something to say? How do I feel like she's looking at me in the wrong way? Wang Yu, who had been watched by Wan for a long time, also found that the girl's situation was a bit wrong, and at that moment secretly asked Warmth. Wan is a little curious since she's seeing you for the first time, I guess, don't think too much about it, let's show her first. Saying that, he secretly pulled down Wang Yu's hand as a sign of comfort. I didn't expect this scene to be discovered by Wan, looking at her own mother taking the initiative to pull Uncle Wang's hand, she felt a special fear in her heart. Is it already too late? Has mom already been tricked by this bad guy? No way I'm going to expose him. I'm going to protect mom. Just as when Wan was messing around with her thoughts, Wang Yu sat across from her. Hold out your hand, girl, and I'll take your pulse. The old herbalist is on the line again. When Wan, who heard the voice, although a little reluctant, still obediently stretched out her small hand. Looking at the arm in front of him that was like white jade, Wang Yu did not have a little fluctuation in his heart. At the moment I'm not just a doctor, I could be her father in the future. Steady, steady. Wang Yu, who did not change his face, put his hand on Wan's wrist, which was a little cool and a little slippery. This girl who didn't need her own help, who was 18 years old, made Wang Yu a little taut. When the heart under the steady mind began to seriously take the pulse is indeed much weaker than normal, but cannot see any problems, it is true that the level is still limited. At that moment, he opened the system panel and looked at it. Chapter 65 Latex gloves for kitchen, thickened where resistant and puncture resistant. When Xin was right, this girl didn't just have a congenital heart condition. The rest of the body is also notoriously problematic, with all 5 internal organs weakened to varying degrees. The system in her case gives it as congenital hypoplasia, but it is not terminal. Activating the body's secondary development through 2A, then using acupuncture to stimulate cellular activity, and then adding long-term dietary supplements and the nourishment of several kinds of great tonic drugs can still be cured. After reading it, Wang Yu withdrew his hand and frowned as he thought carefully. The system only gave one form of treatment, and this nudge was really difficult for him. After all, men and women were different, and his own relationship with Cozy made him indecisive. After thinking about it for a while I thought it would be better to discuss it with Cozy first. At that moment, she turned back and gave Cozy a look, signaling her to talk alone. When Xin froze slightly when she saw it, then pulled Wan up with a smile. Wan, stay at mom's place for the next few days, take a leave of absence from the school side first. Okay mom. When Wan nodded her head obediently. Well, you go get some groceries now, and later mommy will take you to a nice dinner. When Wan knew as soon as she heard it that this was to expend herself, this Uncle Wang is really not a good person. No, you can't go out there. You have to protect mom. Mom, I brought it all with me when I came here, so I don't need to buy any more. After saying that when Wan provocatively glanced at Wang Yu. What's this girl looking at me for? I've offended you. Wang Yu felt a bit baffled. When Xin helplessly smiled bearded mouth said to Wang Yu. The girl has grown up and has the right to know her condition, so you can just say it, Xiao Yu. Okay, I'll keep it simple. Then the three of them sat together, and Wang Yu described Wan's condition in detail and stated the means of treatment. When Xin heard that there was another massage therapy technique and secretly pinched Wang Yu at his waist, a pair of big eyes looking at him slyly. Wang Yu was a bit weak after being sneak attacked, and forced himself to endure the discomfort in his waist and smiled awkwardly. This is something that can't be helped. The system gives the means of treatment, what does it matter to me, Wang Yu? Even though the patient is an 18-year-old loli, I really don't want this. When Wan looked at the two people secretly interacting, her heart was indescribably sour. Her own mother was really cheated away by this Uncle Wang. She didn't think much about her condition, she had gotten used to it over the years and didn't hold out much hope. Wan, let your Uncle Wan give you a try, his medical skills are very good, and your Uncle Wang is not an outsider," said Wang Yu, his cheeks flushed red. "Mom, you mean you too?" When Wan opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Warmth incredulously, a bit incredulous. Knowing how many young talents his mother had rejected over the years, what charm did this guy have to steal his mother's heart? Wan Yu saw Xin show her hand and immediately went over to hold her small hand. From coming back to want a touch, this time finally do not have to pretend, gentle to help Warm organize the hair, gently kissed the forehead, a word did not say, the sovereignty of the oath of the clear. When Wan was almost choked to death by this large mouthful of dog food, forcibly holding back her heart's unhappiness, looking pitifully at Warmth, her big eyes blinking. "Alright, all so big, don't be a spoiled brat, let Uncle Wang yell you." When Xian's side persuaded her daughter, Wang Yu gave the staff of the Sky Street Eatery a new demand. When Wan's conditioned diet also need to be very careful, himself and Xian have no qualifications in cooking. It's better to bother third brother, after all, it's right to go to third brother for anything. After hanging up the phone, thinking about whether or not the medication for the treatment could be gotten from the hospital, he immediately called Su Mu. "Director Su, can you do me a favor?" "Dr. Wang is polite, what's the matter?" "That, I have a niece on my side who is not well, I'll write a prescription to regulate it, thinking to boil it up directly at the hospital, then I'll have someone pick it up." "Well, do you want me to go get your medicine and boil it for you?" "Yes, Director Su, you know that you're the only friend I have at the hospital, so I'll just have to trouble you, I'll have Sweetie go over and pick up the medicine when it's ready." "Go ahead and send the prescription, I'll let you know when it's boiled." "Then thank you, Director Su, I'll treat you to dinner sometime, I still have things on my side, hang up first Aha. Hanging up the phone, Wang Yu felt that this Director Su also strange good grin, usually look like an iceberg beauty, did not expect quite helpful. Take care of the medicinal diet and prescription problem, the next is acupuncture and massage, silver needles at home, massage this is really a problem. After thinking about it for a while, I couldn't think of any good way to do it, I couldn't just take a stick and poke it all over Lori's body. I'll go up, get the healing tools, and you guys get ready to start pushing later. After saying that, Wang Yu slipped away. When Xian heard that Wang Yu was going to give Wan a nudge, her heart was very bad, she had been nudged for so long, how could she not know those intimate contacts inside? But how can any of this compare to the life of a daughter? Hey! Even though there was no blood relationship, there was still no fear of Wan having thoughts about it. Thinking this way, Warm as if he had taken some idea at the moment pulled Wan's small hand and went to the bedroom. Wang Yu returned home and touched the table with his hand, so much dust. The bastard hadn't been home for days, and since picking a fight with Cozy, he'd been sleeping there every day, and this upstairs had been left vacant for a long time. Turn on the light to take the silver needle, Wang Yu felt that take the time to come back to clean up the good, recently when this girl is here, they still do not go too far. Then it was back to the kitchen, grabbed a brand new pair of latex gloves, and headed downstairs. This pair of gloves was the only way Wang Yu could think of, and he was really afraid that after he gave Wan a push, Xin would be angry with himself. It's still a lot better now with the latex glove barrier. Coming downstairs, Wang Yu first called Sweetie and told her to go wait at Su Mu's place, and then sent over the address of Cozy's house. It was still easy to use his own little nurse, and order Sweetie carried out to the letter. Coming to the bedroom, Wang Yu put down the silver needle, then looked at Wan with a red face, eyes closed, one hand clenched into a small fist, and the other hand tightly pulling the Cozy. It looks so cute when you're nervous. With a slight smile, Wang Yu took out his kitchen dishwashing special thickened and wearable latex gloves. Opening the package and bringing it to his hand, he bared his large white teeth and grinned at Cozy. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Didn't see that coming. I'm a decent man. When Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud as she looked at Wang Yu wearing such thick gloves and making faces at himself. The faint bit of sultry resentment from earlier was also swept away by this scene in front of her. Beauty's eyes flowed with color as she looked at her man, her heart warming to the fact that he had always been so attentive to her emotions. Chapter 66, Mom, congratulations on your happiness. After the two made eye contact, Wang Yu began to push. Just touching Wan's body, he could feel the little loli's nervous trembling. However, Wang Yu did not feel much, this glove is so damn thick, what touch is not there? After Wenwan tensed for a while, Fong Xia did not have the kind of feeling she imagined, although the push and massage was very comfortable, but her own touch was really cool and hard. Opening his eyes, he saw, at a glance, the pair of gloves that wrapped directly around half his arm. The heart inexplicably felt a sense of relief. This Uncle Wang's character was not bad, did not take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of his own. Maybe he was true to his mom, thought the man as he turned his head to look at his mother next to him. The small hand couldn't help but pull twice, and Cozy, who was looking at her man out of his mind, was discovered by her daughter and couldn't help but look embarrassed. When one found it interesting to see her mother like this, although she was shy, it had been a long time since she had seen her mom so happy. Half an hour later, Wang Yu finished pushing the handiwork and removed his gloves and put them on the table and said, "Well, just push it again in a couple days." "So soon?" When Xian asked incredulously, after all, she had pushed and held the massage for 3 whole hours at that time, and basically every day without interruption. Her daughter's condition is so serious, just massage for half an hour, and 2 times on the line, cannot help but make her heart skeptical. When Xian's words made Wang Yu a little weak, after all, he was scheming at the time, and he did snub her. "Don't worry, there's no problem, Wanwan's illness is mainly due to acupuncture." "Really?" When Xian looked like she had figured something out and looked at Wang Yu with distrust in her heart. This guy is approaching himself with an agenda, a means to an end. Thinking about that time when he felt wronged him, his heart was still a little guilty. This would be the small hand has been unable to resist reaching out to Wang Yu's waist. A thin layer of soft flesh between 2 fingers followed by a 180-degree rotation. Wang Yu sucked in a mouthful of cool air from the pain, but looking at Wenwan, who was cleaning up the bed, he did not dare to make a sound at all. He looked at Cozy pleadingly, but it had little effect, so it was clear that his wife was really angry this time. "Wife, let go, I know I'm wrong. I was wondering if you had bad thoughts about me from the start, when the treatments also involve nudging, and for 3 hours at a time." "No, honey, listen to me." "Well, didn't you have any thoughts about me, then you were trying to take advantage of me at the time." "No. Thoughts all the time." Wang Yu's words made Xinshin want to laugh a little. This man still has such a cute side. At that moment his heart softened and he loosened his fingers. Feeling the small hand on his waist leave, Wang Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Women are too scary when they get angry. You should know that you not only have men's self-defense techniques to protect your body, but also cultivate the Yellow Emperor's internal cannon, and yesterday, you even went through the baptism of the mountain god's temple, and your physical quality has improved greatly. But in the face of 2 slender jade fingers, no use at all. When it should hurt is really hurt. "Wife, don't be angry, I'll give you a good nudge tonight." After saying that, Wang Yu ran out. When Xian remembered that for so many days of pushing, he had somehow pushed himself into the nest, and could not help but curse the bad thing in his heart. After coming to the living room, it happened that the personnel from the Sky Street Eatery came over to deliver the food. Wang Yu opened the door to receive it and started to open the dinner. As usual, the soup for settling the fetus was poured into the glass first, and then the cozy meal was set out separately from the warm meal. After all, one is for pregnant women and the other is for little girls, so it would be embarrassing to eat the wrong one. The 2 winsome mothers and daughters were still whispering in the bedroom, and this time they hadn't come out yet. "Mom, when did you and Uncle Wang get together? Children don't pry into adult matters." "Mom, I feel that Uncle Wang is quite good to you." "What do children know about grown-ups?" "Mom, I saw you 2 just eyeballing each other." "Adult business, if you say that again watch out, I'll kick your ass." Cozy, who was a bit shy by Wenwan's words, couldn't help but pull Lori over and threaten her fiercely. It was only after Wenwan begged and assured her many times that she was let go. Lori, who had gained her freedom, quickly escaped and said to Cozy on her way out, "Mom, congratulations on your happiness." The words hit Cozy right in the soul. How many years had passed since his mom died and he had never felt an ounce of happiness. A father and daughter turn against each other, a lover's deception, and years of waiting to be alone in the end. Thought I was just waiting to die in solitude until I met Wang Yu. It was a man like light, betrayed by his wife and abandoned by his family, but he soon came out of the gloom. Self-improvement, self-reliance, never rely on others, sensible, sober, in the face of what does not belong to their own can decisively cut. Responsible for you, responsible, give yourself treatment, help yourself to do housework, careful care, serious, although some philandering, but for yourself is really good. Thinking about it, Warmth couldn't help but shed tears and muttered under her breath, "Mom, did you see that? My daughter has finally achieved happiness. Honey, it's time to eat." Wang Yu's voice came from outside. "Coming, husband." Two simple words that contain the happiness that belongs to two people. The three of them sat in front of the dining table. When Wan looked at the meal in front of her, heart is still very happy. This Uncle Wang she thought was a liar at first, and after a short time together, she felt really good about her mother. The three people sat together, and the mother and daughter duo of warmth, and when Wan buried their heads and ate their own meals. Wan Yu watched with a smile on his face. The two women did not have a large amount of food, and they were full in a while. The rest of the meal was swept away by the unceremonious Wan Yu. Cozy leftovers he didn't mind at all. Lori ate the leftovers. Oh. It certainly wouldn't be too much, after all, wasting food is shameful. After eating, Wan Yu once again started cleaning up, with a degree of proficiency that made Wan, who had been observing him, nod slightly. Men who do housework are the most handsome. After packing up, Wan Yu wanted to say goodbye. After all, there is still a big light bulb here, the warmth in front of the eyes to see, cannot eat, the heart is inevitably itchy, or out of sight is out of mind. When Xin looked like she knew Wan Yu's mind, but for so many days the two of them slept in each other's arms. Thinking about Wan Yu's sudden departure, his heart couldn't help but feel empty. That warm embrace was really comfortable to rely on. Wan, later Mom will help you clean up the guest room, so you can sleep there at night. Wan Yu, who was about to leave, immediately stopped at the sound of the voice and turned back to look at her with burning eyes, and so many special actions surfaced in his heart again. Just as Cozy was looking at Wan Yu and wanted to go over to clean him up, there was a sudden knock on the door from outside. Chapter 67, Sumu dies before he goes out to the world. Sumu outside the door was a little nervous. She didn't know what was wrong, when Wan Yu's little nurse came over to get the medicine. He ghosted the little nurse himself and asked for the address from her. He stood in the doorway for a while before he got up the courage to knock, which would be red in the face, standing there with the medicinal broth. "Hello sis, who are you looking for?" A cute little loli appeared in front of Sumu, looking 16 or 17 years old, slightly pale, able to see that the body was somewhat weak. Thinking of Wang Yu's phone call just now, Sumu knew that the girl in front of him was the niece that Wang Yu was treating, and at that moment he collected his mind and opened his mouth. "Little girl, is Dr. Wang Yu Wang here? The medicine he asked me to boil has been delivered." When Wan had little doubt when she heard this, and at that moment, she politely invited Sumu in. In the living room, Warmth smiled and drank the tranquilizer, while Wang Yu looked at her wistfully. Both men could have pulled silk out of their eyes. Sumu's sudden appearance let Wang Yu a shock. Originally thought to come as his own love, did not expect to run to the director. "Director Su, why did you come over in person?" "Something came up suddenly with Sugar, and I just happened to want to talk to you about Nan, so I came over." Sumu walked into the house and saw the Warmth sitting beside Wang Yu. It's hard to look at a man on your own after all these years. It's a shame. The bud of love had just sprung up when it was burned clean in a fire. "Oh, what happened to the policewoman? Wasn't the operation a success?" Wang Yu asked with some curiosity. "Here's the medicine, and Nan's a bit of a pain in the ass when you get to work tomorrow." A trace of heartache surfaced in Sumu's lost eyes. "My best friend's injuries have healed, but there are 7 big holes in her body, and even if she heals, those scars will follow her for the rest of her life." In the past few days, Sumu looked at Nan, who was still in a coma, and his heart was particularly difficult, thinking to find Wang Yu to ask if there is a way to be able to remove the scars. Who knows that this kid took a leave of absence? "This time, I came over to deliver the medicine. Firstly, I wanted to come over to ask. In addition, I haven't seen you for a few days, and I miss you in my heart." But it was too late to say anything now. This woman beside him had an elegant temperament, beautiful appearance, and revealed gentleness in her splendor. Although she didn't say anything, in her confident smile, Sumu felt that she was like a little courtesan beside the empress when compared to her. "I'm leaving now." After saying that, Sumu turned around and left. Wang Yu is a little puzzled, but it is good to go, so as to save his wife from being jealous. As he was thinking, a sharp pain came from his waist. "Ouch, ouch, hiss, wife let go." Wang Yu grimaced. From the moment Sumu came in, Xin carefully observed her and soon realized that this beautiful doctor also liked the man beside her. But looking at Wang Yu, he didn't even know. It was kind of a relief in the moment. There were already 2 of them, and Cozy really didn't want to add any more. Although there was nothing wrong with Wang Yu, Warmth felt uncomfortable in her heart and immediately put her hand on the soft flesh around her waist. "Humph. Let you attract butterflies." "Honey, why the sudden anger?" Wang Yu asked with a confused face. When Wan smiled and prepared to eat melon. When Xin passed by with a look, and the frightened Wan Gua threw it away and ran directly back to her room. "That pretty doctor likes you, don't you see? You're overthinking it. I don't know her well. I've only met her a couple of times. You're saying she likes me? No way, surely not. That iceberg would actually like a second marriage guy like himself. With that in mind, his mouth rushed to explain. Honey, she's just here to deliver a medicine, she definitely won't like me, and I'm divorced, so how could Director Sue look at me? If you can't talk, don't talk. What's wrong with being divorced? She can't see you, I see you. Do you think I'm worthless? When Xin gasped and grabbed Wang Yu's ear. No, wife really isn't. Listen to me explain. Explain what? You've got that stupid mouth of yours and you don't know how you got me there. I'm clumsy with my mouth, but not with my hands, aren't I, wife? Wang Yu would have seen that Xin was jealous because of Su Mu's arrival, and said that he stretched out his hands. You let go. Wife, who's wrong? You, oh. Before Wen Xin's words left her mouth, she was stabilized by Wang Yu's small mouth. The two had been messing around on the sofa in the living room for half an hour before Wang Yu let her go. Honey, do you like this apology? When Xin sniffed and gave him a blank look, how come she didn't realize that this guy was so rogue? Alright, stop fooling around, hurry up and heal Wan. Well, listen to your wife. Saying that, Wang Yu carried the medicine and went to knock on Wan's door. Just as I walked to the door, I heard a movement inside, and upon closer inspection, the door to the room was actually not closed, and there was a 1-finger-wide gap. Then himself just now in cozy picture, this girl all see, now the child curiosity so heavy. Honey, come here. Wang Yu waved at cozy. When Xin curiously walked over, then saw the slit as well under Wang Yu's gesture. At that moment, he blushed in shame, but quickly reacted, this girl actually dared to eat her own melon, to clean up properly. When Wan, come out. Winsome said with a black face. Don't scare her, watch me later and make sure she doesn't dare to do it again. Wang Yu said as he held Cozy's small hand. What's wrong with mom, can I help you? Ha! What a natural-born actor. Lie Wan, it's time to heal. Without waiting for Cozy to speak, Wang Yu said gently. Well, trouble Uncle Wang. When Wan's well-behaved look is very deceptive. Wang Yu smiled faintly, then opened the pot of medicine that Su Mu had sent over, and there was a small bag next to it that contained some brown sugar. It was Wang Yu who was worried about the little girl's fear of suffering that made the preparation, but it looked like there was no need for it now. No pain, no gain. A child should be taught to suffer more. Come Wan, you drink this pot of medicine. Saying this, Wang Yu took out a medicine jar that was bigger than Wan's face, which contained a 3-day dose. He was thinking of drinking a little bit a day, but now Wang Yu changed his mind. It's not a big deal to drink 3 days worth at a time, and you can still get better faster by sticking yourself with a few more shots later and letting your body absorb it all. But the process inevitably gets a little uncomfortable. When Wan looked at the medicine jar on the table and had some difficulty accepting it in her heart. It's a bit too big, isn't it? How many tonics are in there? All finished? The little girl's little face would be white. Drink it, it's good for your condition. But I don't feel like I can drink that much. Good medicine is bitter, so bear with me. Chapter 68, Blessing is the strongest avatar currently. When Wan looked at her mother with a bitter little face, pitifully. What are you looking at me for? You're so big and you still want me to feed you? Drink your medicine quickly. Winnie clasped her hands to her chest in disbelief. Drink it, girl, 1 bowl a day from now on, slowly you'll get used to it. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Wan bitterly and silently opened the lid of the medicine jar. It was almost too taut to look at the medicinal broth that filled it. Hey! It's better if I help you. Wang Yu said, brought over 5 cups, then poured the medicinal soup into each of them, just enough to fill them up. When Wan went over to pick up a cup and drank it with a clench of her teeth, the bitterness of the entrance almost made her spit it out. But thinking about this body of his, he forced it down. After a cup was finished, Wang Yu handed over another cup. Here, drink this and 3 more. Watching Wan painfully drink all the tonics, Wang Yu, who had wanted to use acupuncture to scare her a little more, also dismissed the idea. After the honest treatment, Wan ran to the bathroom as if she had fled. Drinking too much. Wang Yu and Warmth smiled at each other and also prepared to wash up. This night Wang Yu quietly wrapped his arms around Xinxin, smelling her tantalizing body fragrance, and slept peacefully. When Wan, however, didn't sleep very well, and whenever she tried to sleep in the first half of the night, she wanted to go to the bathroom. Back and forth a few times, causing the little girl to have dark circles under her eyes when she ate breakfast the next day. Thinking that Sumu found himself something else last night, Wanyu came to the hospital early after dinner. When he came to the inpatient department, he found Sumu in the female officer's ward. "Director Su, what can I do for you?" Sumu sniffed and looked back to find that it was Wanyu, reluctantly showing a smile, but wearing a mask no one saw. "Dr. Wang, I would like to inquire if the scars on Nan Nan's body can be removed?" "Oh. Originally worried about this." Wanyu, who had the title of gynecological sage, had prescribed the medicine according to the instructions of the system as early as the treatment. As long as you follow the prescription for a month, those scars won't be a problem at all, and although they can't be eliminated quickly, with the medication changing the activity of the cells at the scars, they should be fine for a year to 2 years. Thinking of this, Wanyu began to explain. "Director Su, don't worry, the medicine I prescribed is very effective in the recovery of wounds. This officer, when the wounds heal, the scars will disappear a bit, but to completely eliminate it is estimated that the time it will take will be very long." "Really?" Sumu looked at Wanyu incredulously, realizing that there was no technology to completely eliminate scars now. "Don't worry, trust the medical skills passed down from our old ancestors." After saying that, Wanyu smiled and was ready to leave. Just as he walked to the door, he saw 2 older police officers walking in. The 2 of them were familiar with Sumu. Sumu introduced Wanyu and knew that he was the doctor who did the surgery, and at that moment, he shook his hand and was very thankful. "Dr. Wang, this is Officer Zhou, Nan Nan's father," Sumu said as he pointed to that police officer whose eyebrows were somewhat similar to the injured female officer. "This is Officer Hu, a friend of Officer Zhou." "Officer Zhou, Officer Hu, it's a pleasure to meet you. It's our duty as doctors to treat the sick and save lives. You're too kind." "Hey. Dr. Wang, this daughter of mine is too strong. If it wasn't for you this time, I guess she would have been crippled even if she didn't die," Zhou police officer said, eyes are beginning to redden. "Pro-daughter almost lost, as a father cannot be sad." Wanyu casually echoed a few sentences, then assured that the treatment was good and there would be no after effects, and prepared to leave. About to leave, though, something suddenly occurred to him, and he wanted to experiment with the conjecture in his mind. At that moment, he used Divine Blessing on Officer Zhou, and then immediately opened the system panel. It clearly showed that the bestowal of blessings was completed, gaining a merit value of 12,734. The huge numbers didn't slow Wanyu down on the way back. A huge wave was raised in his heart, and his previous suspicions were indeed true. At that time, he gained more than 200 points of merit value when he blessed Shinshin, and later he chatted with her and learned that Shinshin had not only adopted 4 children, but also contributed money to build a dozen Hope primary schools. Every year it is a large amount of money donated to orphanages, nursing homes, and these institutions. More than 10 years of accumulation, charity. This aspect worm has spent more than $1 billion of money. But he just couldn't figure out how such a kind-hearted cozy could only have so little merit value. The injured female officer, looking at her age, was definitely no older than 30, and she hadn't been on the job long to say the least. By the looks of her, she wasn't someone who had time for charity either, most of it presumably on the way to catching a murderer. Assessing the contribution of 2 people to society, of course the cozy one is greater. However, he had gained thousands of merit values by blessing the policewoman himself, and since then Wanyu did not dare to bless people easily. It wasn't until today when I met these 2 policemen that I tried the bestowal of blessings to see if the mechanism of obtaining merit values from this avatar was as I thought it was. When he saw that this Officer Zhou had provided him with 10,000s of merit value, Wanyu finally understood the mechanism of bestowing blessings. Cause and effect. Yeah, that's the thing, cozying up to large sums of money for charity is not a problem in itself, but those old people she helps are basically poor people, not to say if they've ever done any evil before, but at least not many of them are doing good deeds. The next step is the orphans that were helped, and the schools that were donated. Those are children, but who can guarantee that those children will grow up to be good people? It's important to realize that as pathetic as orphans are, from an objective point of view, the trajectory of their lives leaves most children more or less deficient in their hearts and more prone to paranoia when they grow up. Certainly can't say that there aren't those who achieve success through hard work and then turn around and give back to the community. But probabilistically, too little. Many more go through life in mediocrity, and some even go on to crime. There was nothing inherently wrong with Warmth helping these people, but in terms of causality, the fact that these people had received Warmth's financial support would more or less affect her in some way. It's fine if they live out their lives in an ordinary way later on, but if some of them do some evil deeds, they will definitely be implicated as the cozy ones who have helped them. On the flip side, the 2 policemen who bestowed the blessing are the reason why they were able to gain so much merit value. That would have to be analyzed in terms of their careers. As a police officer, the arrests must be of people suspected of breaking the law. And once a person is identified as a suspect, then that person is sure to be investigated to the hilt. After all, the saying that no good man will be wrongly accused and no bad man will be spared is not just a saying. Chapter 69, he is the real father of Coco and Xiaobao. For every criminal convicted, the police will look for a lot of evidence and analyze a series of detailed information such as their motive, time of commission, tools of commission, and so on. Remove some of the extremely rare cases of injustice, and then it follows that the work of the police in apprehending criminals is really about stopping man-made evil. As busy police officers, they seldom have the time or the financial resources to be as cozy as they are to be charitable. But they spend their time every day maintaining the stability of society and ensuring the interests of the people. Face the criminals with a heavy hand. So the conclusion is that getting rid of evil is promoting good. And they arrest the criminals, provide complete evidence and finally get convicted by the court. The result is that the police act solely to stop the crime and there is no sentencing process, which reduces the number of wrongful convictions even more. That was why Wang Yu was able to obtain a large amount of merit value by blessings. It's not much of a punishment, but as a man a mouthful of spit, a nail. Backtracking. Absolutely not. What a man promises, he must fulfill on his knees. You, the dean wants you to come into the office. Sweetness interrupted Wang Yu who was looking at the doctor. What was said? No, called me about it and hung up. Alright, I'll go up and look around after this and you take a break. After saying that Wang Yu wrote down the prescription and finished this treatment. Coming to the dean's office, Wang Yu actually saw his ex-wife again here. This time it wasn't coming alone, there was a white, clean-looking man with him. Looked like he had the potential to be a gigolo. Is there something wrong with Dean? Wang Yu didn't pay any attention to Chen Yuting at all, as if he wasn't looking. Chen Yuting saw that Wang Yu just glanced at himself when he came in and then directly ignored it, and had wanted to persuade Wen Liang not to go so overboard. Now it doesn't even look like it's necessary, this guy is so heartless that he cuckolds you, but at least live for 7 years. And he has apologized and redeemed himself many times, and he didn't file for divorce. This guy is too much. Chen Yuting immediately chilled her face and secretly whispered a few words in Wen Liang's ear. Dr. Wang, let me introduce you. This is the general manager of the Wen Group, Mr. Wen Liang Wan, and is currently the largest shareholder of our hospital. Oh, Wen Dong good, looking for me for something. Wang Yu didn't know what was wrong with him, but he had been looking at this guy from the moment he came in. Of course, Wen Liang had looked at Wang Yu in a bad light years ago, and in his eyes he hadn't broken up with Chen Yuting, and Wang Yu was a complete third-party interloper. As for Chen Yuting, well, in the world of dog-licking, one can never go wrong with the woman one likes. You are Wang Yu. Wen Liang's eyes were cold, and his tone could not be described as polite. Aha! Who is this guy? Is he sick in the head? I'm Chen Yuting's boyfriend. Wen Liang looked at the very calm Wang Yu and said provocatively as he took Chen Yuting into his arms. Well, look out, we're divorced. She has a right to find her own happiness. What did you want to see me about? Wang Yu now not only feels that this cargo is sick, but also feels that he is a person. Martyr are divorced, you bring Chen Yuting in front of me to brush what existence, feel like you care about her. If you cared so much, you'd still be divorced and it would still be your turn. Wang Yu's words made Wen Liang whole won't, the other party was so calm, completely out of his expectation. Should not you loudly question Chen Yuting, saying that only how long after the divorce, he found a new boyfriend, is it a long time ago to betray me? And so on and so forth in a series of incompetent rants. Then he raises his fist at himself in anger again, followed by himself beating him wildly and stomping on him. In the end, Wang Yu could only leave alone, dragging his injured body in solitude. But now the plot doesn't follow the script. Wen Liang can't help but freeze. He's Coco and Bo's real father. You have to be a woman to understand men, especially if you've lived together. Chen Yuting's simple sentence reached the result Wen Liang wanted. Mudbloods. You big. I've been looking for you for a long time. How dare you fool around? I'll kill you today. Chen Yuting's one sentence made Wang Yu's fire go straight to the sky, and his anger made him completely lose his cool. Who can be calm in the face of an adulterer? At that moment, he cursed angrily over and over again, and at the same time, he went up to Wen Liang and attacked him. However, out of Chen Yuting's expectation, Wen Liang was not Wang Yu's opponent at all. He even told himself last night that he was a black belt in Taekwondo, and that he would definitely beat Wang Yu up today. But it was Wen Liang who was now all over the place, just resisting for a bit at first, and then getting beaten the whole time after that. Dean Han, this is not clear what things, just work a moment to receive a notice, the hospital was acquired by the Wen's group. Then before he could wait for a while, the general manager of Wen's group came to find himself, and asked him to invite Wang Yu over. Looking at Wen Liang with a beautiful woman by his side, Dean Han thought that there was something difficult to talk about. Who knows that after Wang Yu came over, this was not even a few words before the two of them dried up. To be honest, Wen Liang's hands were still very good, 7 or 8 ordinary people were probably no match. But it's not like Wang Yu's men's self-defense is positively capable of beating up women, and his black belt in Taekwondo is simply not enough. Chen Yuting watched Wang Yu violently beat her boyfriend and only froze for a moment before she screamed and went up to tear Wang Yu. As Wang Yu, who never hit women, he made an exception for his ex-wife without a moment's hesitation and sent Chen Yuting flying with a slap. Dean Han this time also reacted, immediately went up to hold Wang Yu's waist, and then do not pull away. The hospital's new chairman of the board of directors is estimated to be able to be killed by this goods. Chapter 70, A Good Man is Rewarded for His Good Deeds. Let go of me. Being held by Dean Han affected Wang Yu's play, and Wen Liang, who was knocked to the ground, immediately ran far away. Calm down, Dr. Wang must calm down. Dean Han's milk strength was out, but it felt like the bastard could struggle out at any time. Calm my ass, I have to get this killed today. The hatred of being green is not shared by all, Wang Yu simply cannot calm down. Dr. Wang, I beg you to stop fighting. Dean Han was on the verge of tears. Just as they were pulling, Sumu pushed the door and walked in. Originally, Sumu would not be so impolite, definitely knocked on the door first, but hearing the movement inside, and Wang Yu shouting and cursing, at that moment, he couldn't care less about it and directly pushed open the door. The scene in front of her was out of her expectation. Looking at Wang Yu with a cannibalistic look, Sumu was still worried. However, this is not the time to eat melon, and immediately went over to pull Wang Yu as well. The man who was beaten in the corner looked bruised and swollen, and there was a woman lying on the ground next to him, covering her face and sobbing. Although he didn't know how he had offended Wang Yu, it was better to stop it first. After all, if you mess up, Wang Yu will be imprisoned. Sumu's arrival was considered to have controlled Wang Yu. After all, the bastard had only lost his cool, it wasn't like he was crazy. Moreover, with the output of the meal just now, the anger had been vented quite a bit, and with the two people pulling and persuading him, Wang Yu also stopped struggling. But the eyes glared fiercely at Wen Liang, with the idea of rushing up at the drop of a hat. Not a moment later, the police came, and coincidentally the police that came happened to be the same group that had seen Wang Yu a few days before. Wang Yu was invited into a separate police car, while the rest of them were pulled away in a commercial vehicle. Sitting in the car, Captain Yang is ready to ask Wang Yu what is going on. After all, look at the situation of the beaten boy, hurt not light off. Dr. Wang, what's going on? Tell me first and I'll see if I can think of something for you. After being brought to the police car, Wang Yu felt that he was impulsive, but there was no regret. Encountered this kind of thing to do it is finished, regret my ass. The policeman in front of him, Wang Yu had little impression, but from what he heard, he seemed to recognize himself. You know me, Officer Young? Well, that day in the operating room, you were the one who saved our comrade, and I was standing guard outside, and I saw you then. I can be recognized with a mask on. Wang Yu was a little curious. Ha! We're professionals, we can basically identify a person by their body type, build, and eyes. It's better for Dr. Wang to tell us what happened first, I'll still be able to help you within reason. Well, thanks a lot, Officer Young. At that moment, Wang Yu said what happened. This time is not afraid of shame, but also between himself and Chen Yuting. Wen Liang said the situation, even the two children's things are not hidden. After saying that, he also told Wen Liang's identity, although he didn't know which one group, but if he could buy the Maria Hospital, his waistline must not be generally bulging. Dude, you hit it right. After listening to Wang Yu's narrative, Captain Yang understands his feelings at that time, and does not defend Wen Liang, who was beaten up, a little. Don't worry, rich people don't have privileges in our CID, leave this to me. He said and handed Wang Yu another cigarette. Captain Yang made a few phone calls and did some setups. After all, he made his own packet, so he definitely had to go all out. 10 minutes later, several people were taken to the police station for separate interrogations. Sumu went in and came out within a few minutes. After all, she had only gone in for a short while, and at that time, Wang Yu had already been pulled by Dean Han. Dean Han, who was the one who ate the whole thing, was also released after recounting what happened. After the two of them discussed for a while, Dean Han left first, and Sumu was whispered a few words in Captain Yang's ear and said a few words of thanks before he left at ease. As for Wen Liang, there was no one to interrogate him, and when he came to an interrogation room, someone came to treat him right away. Anti-inflammatory, pain relievers, stasis elimination of all the same no less than used, and found a very good master to give him more than an hour of massage. It finally repaired him from that state of being trampled by a bull. Wen Liang would be very confused, but he was still very grateful to these police officers for helping him with his treatment, and when he came in, he thought about informing the company's lawyer, but with such friendly police officers, he didn't feel the need to do so. This would be in the interrogation room leisurely eating something. Yes, Captain Yang specially bought him food that would help invigorate blood circulation and remove blood stasis. As for Wang Yu, this will be put into a detention room. After all, hit a person, if not locked up for a while, is not good to explain. Shen Yuting had been trembling with fear after being interrogated just now. The police knew all about the things he had done, and even investigated his own life. If he hadn't strongly stopped himself, this might have caused Lu Baoxiang and Li Yuzhen to come over. She did not expect her so humiliating things to be turned out, and this time she could not care about identifying Wang Yu as the perpetrator. Just want this to be over and done with and leave early myself. It was not until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Shen Yuting, Wen Liang and Wang Yu were called into the mediation room by Captain Yang. When he came to the house, Wang Yu was fastened to a heating pipe by the wall. The look is adequately done. It's all been investigated, but I'd recommend going private. Captain Yang said to Wen Liang and Shen Yuting. Private? He beat me up like this and told me to go private. When Liang instantly quit, he was still thinking of sending Wang Yu in for a few years. How could he give up so easily? Mr. Wen, calm down. It's true that Wang Yu is wrong to hit someone, but it's also immoral for you to intervene during someone else's marriage. And Wang Yu also raised your child for 3 years. If pursued, these will be investigated. And your injuries were not assessed as sufficiently minor to qualify the two of you as assaulting each other at best. The result is that Wang Yu will be detained for 3 days and then pay some medical expenses. But if you choose to go through the prosecution process, then Wang Yu's expenses for helping you raise your child, and the mental damages will have to be counted as well. Captain Yang gave an output that directly confused Wen Liang. The bastard sat there half expecting to understand. Then I've gotten this beating for nothing. Not really, after all, you screwed his wife. Captain Yang's words were like a knife into Shen Yuting's heart. She had been silent all this time she finally couldn't hold back her tears. Chapter 71, Wang Yu decides to resign, Sumu prepares to make a mess. Shen Yuting's cries made Wen Liang's heart burst with annoyance, and thinking about Captain Yang's words, he felt that if he held on to them, he might make things worse. He was only the acting general manager now, and if the siblings found out about this, they would surely make a scene at their mother's place. According to his mother's character, it would be difficult for him to be qualified to inherit the Wen group in the future. Wen Liang was still smart under normal circumstances, except for his brain twitching when facing Shen Yuting. After a short period of thinking, he made up his mind that Maria Hospital had already been acquired by himself, and there was plenty of opportunity to get back at Wang Yu. Captain Yang, I accept mediation, let's just forget about this, I can't see past that little medical fee. After saying that, picked up a pen and signed the mediation, pulling up the still crying Shen Yuting long away. Wang Yu honestly squatted by the wall and didn't say a word the entire time, not reacting until Wen Liang and Shen Yuting left. That Captain Yang, isn't it time to release me? This is the first time I'm wearing handcuffs, I'm a bit uncomfortable. Oh, Dr. Wang is aggrieved. With that, he uncuffed Wang Yu. This matter, it ends here, but in the future, Dr. Wang must be calm. Well, don't worry, it's out of the way, they just have to stop messing with me. Although the heart wants to kill that guy called Wen Liang, but after all, it is a society of law, and then unwillingly cannot take themselves into it. Captain Yang, I'll go back first if there's nothing else. It's okay. Captain Yang finished and remembered the results of the investigation for Wen Liang just now. This goods is still very background, ate such a big loss it is hard to guarantee that it will not be privately retaliated, and at that moment said to Wang Yu. If that Wen Liang retaliates against you, Dr. Wang can call me. Then thank you, Captain Yang. After the two exchanged phone numbers, Wang Yu left the hospital. This visit to the criminal police force was still worthwhile for Wang Yu, and after using his blessing on Officer Zhou today, he thought of blessing a police officer every day in the future. I came over this afternoon just to recognize the door, and although the visit was quite unexpected, it turned out to be good. Taking a taxi back to Maria Hospital, Wang Yu was not in much of a mood to go to work, went to the parking lot and drove his own car and left. After returning to his home, Wang Yu was thinking about what he should do in the future, when Liang is now the chairman of the hospital, and he beat him up today. That bastard would definitely retaliate against him. Maria Hospital was not to be stayed in, and he himself just didn't want to earn merit value by seeing patients. It was just the right time to take the opportunity to quit his job, and Dean Han couldn't say anything. At that moment, he took out his phone and dialed Han Kuan. Hello? Dean Han, this is Wang Yu. Ah, Dr. Wang, you're out? Dean Han was a little surprised to receive Wang Yu's call. Well, you've seen what happened today. It's hard for me to hang around the hospital in the future, that's why I thought of looking for you to talk about resigning. Resign? President Han was shocked in his heart. Wang Yu is now the backbone of the hospital. If he is gone, just fire up the hospital may go downhill immediately. It's better for Dr. Wang to think about it. I'll be a peacemaker in this matter, and when the time comes, I'll invite Chairman Wen to a meal. How about you bow your head and apologize? Keep your head down. Apologize. I've respected the law by not getting him killed. Dean Han, stop it, you don't know what's going on between us, it's better not to get involved. I won't write the resignation report, I've given you the word anyway, so you can see to it. After saying that, Wang Yu hung up the phone. Originally, Wang Yu still had a lot of respect for Dean Han, but his words just now, although it sounded like he was being kind to himself, he was still not thinking of letting Wang Yu make money for the hospital. I've decided to quit anyway, so of course I'll do it however I'm comfortable. Wang Yu's side was comfortable, but Dean Han, who was hung up, was not comfortable. After thinking for a while in the office, he called Su Mu's father, Su Ning. Su Ning was the biggest shareholder of Maria Hospital before, and now has to settle for second place after the strong intervention of the Winnipeg Group. Of course they can't say Su Ning lost money, after all, he made a lot of money on this acquisition. After receiving the call from Dean Han, Su Ning briefly understood what happened, and when she heard that her daughter had also been brought to the police station, her heart clenched at that time. But it was a relief to hear that he was just cooperating with the investigation and was soon released. After chatting with Dean Han, he called Su Mu to tell her to come home in the evening. He wanted to learn about this person Wang Yu through his daughter, whether it was worth his while or not. Su Mu answered Su Ning's phone call. His heart is very bad. His father told her that Wang Yu was going to resign, although he has already dispelled the idea of pursuing Wang Yu, but such a good doctor to leave still feel very reluctant. Now Su Mu did not know that Wang Yu had been released, thinking that he was still in the police station, and immediately began to contact Captain Yang. Su Mu and Nan Nan are bosom friends, and those colleagues of hers also know each other, and have eaten together a few times before. After the call, Captain Yang told Su Mu that Wang Yu had left a long time ago, and also chattered about the cause of the fight between Wang Yu and Wen Liang. Su Mu was usually not a girl who liked to gossip, but the melon that Captain Yang burst out was just too big and attractive. I thought it was an ordinary fight, who would have thought there were so many stories in between? Chen Yuting's tawdry operation, Wen Liang's dog-licking attribute, and Wang Yu's being green thing were heard by the dumbfounded Su Mu. In Captain Yang's telling, Wen Liang and Chen Yuting are each other's white moonlight. Wang Yu, on the other hand, was the replacement after Wen Liang left, puffing like an old yellow cow to take care of Chen Yuting. Then Wen Liang estimated a few years reappeared and renewed his relationship with Chen Yuting, and even got 2 children for Wang Yu to raise. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Yu found out in the end and decisively divorced, this hat would still not know how long to wear it. Yesterday Wen's group had just acquired Maria Hospital, and today this kid Wen Liang appeared here as the chairman of the board with Wang Yu's ex-wife and asked to see him by name. Isn't this an obvious bully? Su Mu felt that he shouldn't have gone to pull Wang Yu at that time. If I had known these things, I would have stormed Wen Liang and Chen Yuting, the pair, together with him. After eating the melon sent by Captain Yang, Su Mu changed his clothes and went home to find his dad without waiting to get off work. She now had an idea in her mind that she wanted to discuss with her father, so that she could save the Maria Hospital's signboard and at the same time get back at Wen Liang ruthlessly. And Wang Yu can continue practicing medicine in the hospital in the future. But this is a difficult thing to maneuver, so let's leave it to an old fox like Dad. Wang Yu this will have slipped downstairs, just called Sun Xian. The 3 girls are still in the village did not come back. He said that he was helping Wang Yu to fulfill his filial piety and take more care of his parents, and in the meantime, he was bringing the relationship between his mother-in-law and daughter-in-law closer. When the showdown comes later, Wang Yu will still be able to keep a small life under his old man's fist. So he stayed in the village for a few more days to get a feel for the place where Wang Yu grew up. Hanging up the phone, Wang Yu cannot help but sweat. In the end, he is still sorry Sun Xian, even the courage to face his parents directly. It caused Sun Sin to act on his own. Chapter 72, this is called laying down to win. I won before the other side even made a move. After Su Mu returned home, he quickly told his father about his thoughts. Is Wang Yu really worth it? Hearing Su Mu's words, Su Ning was a bit indecisive. although Wang Yu had done a great deal for the hospital during this time. But Wen's group's financial strength is really horrible. Wang Yu left to leave. With Wen's group's capital injection, high salary to hire a few domestic well-known experts are completely able to maintain the current profit. They can even go further and make the hospital bigger and bigger, so that they can open branches in other cities in the future and make Maria's name known completely. Dad, you've never met Wang Yu, so you might not be clear about how his medical skills really are, but please trust your daughter's vision. And this way our family won't lose money, selling the shares to Wen at a high level while we're at it, and the large sum of money we'll draw out will be a big profit even if we don't do anything. Sumu's words made sense, but Su Ning couldn't make up his mind for a moment. After all, the shares in his hand were now worth more than $500 million, and an error in judgment was likely to bring losses. Don't be in a hurry, the shares are not in a hurry to be sold first. We can open another hospital first and hand it over to you to operate at that time. As for Wang Yu, I'll let Dean Han give him a hand. Su Ning did not completely listen to his daughter's words, but also according to the plan is ready to open another hospital. If the operation is good, then throw out the shares in the hands, although it may lose some, but this is more stable, the risk is not so big. What about Wang Yu? He's all but resigned. Su Mu said with some discouragement. Ha! It was just a phone call, not a resignation. Tomorrow I'll ask Dean Han to expel him, so on one hand we can give Wan Liang an explanation, and on the other hand he can get a compensation. When the new hospital is built, he will be invited to join it, so that he gets both the sum of money and a new outlet. Su Ning is worthy of the old fox. Pit up, their own people are not soft. Originally Wang Yu's own resignation, the hospital does not have to pay a dime, and now changed to dismissal, it is necessary to follow the contract above the compensation of Wang Yu's salary for a year. Knowing that Wang Yu's annual income has been raised to $10 million, Su Ning's maneuver cost the hospital a lot of money for nothing. And the money went into Wang Yu's pocket. But the Winchesters have the most shares and are certainly the party that pays the most money. Take other people's money, do their own things, and after that, they can sell Wang Yu a favor. How to calculate are all earning. Hearing her father's explanation, Su Mu's eyes lit up and felt that her father's method was indeed very good. As for the part of that compensation payment that her own family also had to contribute, it was automatically ignored by her. As long as Wang Yu earns the benefits, he happily kissed Su Ning on the face at that moment, and then happily prepared to call Wang Yu. Girl, don't get involved in this, I'll let Dean Han do it. You prepare for the new hospital now, find an excuse to quit your job in a few days. Su Ning was in a good mood after being kissed by her own daughter, and looking at how excited Su Mu was, she also raised her interest in Wang Yu. After all, your own daughter is almost 30 and her life's work comes first. Su Mu listened to his father's words, thought about it and suppressed the impulse within his heart, and immediately went to his room to start looking for information to prepare for the preparation of the new hospital. Looking at the departing Su Mu, Su Ning thought carefully for a few more moments before dialing Dean Han's phone. Old Han, there's something you can do for me. Yes, Chairman, as you command. In Han Kuen's mind, when Liang, the new chairman of the board, compared to his own follow decades of Su Ning, the weight is too light. There was only one boss in his mind, and that was Sunan. Tomorrow, you dismiss Wang Yu, the speed must be fast, hurry to finish all the formalities before when Liang reacts, the compensation will be directly deducted from the hospital's revenue yesterday. Don't worry, Chairman, I'll have the relevant documents ready later, and I'll complete the task within 10 minutes tomorrow. Well, old Han, you've been with me for so many years, you've always been very stable. When the new hospital is built, the dean will still let you do it, and will give you 10% of the dry shares. New hospital. Dean. Shares. Su Ning's words were very informative, listening to Han Kuen's heart itchy, but also did not ask a word about the new hospital. It was clear to him that what he needed to know Sunan would tell, and what he didn't say was that it wasn't time for him to know. But that last assurance set his heart on fire, and although he didn't know where the new hospital was now, 10% of the dry shares was perfectly capable of making him work for it. With an excited heart and holding up a trembling hand, Dean Han dialed several times before he managed to dial Wang Yu's phone. Also did not say much, just said that the board of directors decided to reject Wang Yu's resignation request, changed to dismissal, and let him come to the hospital early tomorrow to complete the formalities. Wang Yu hung up the phone of Dean Han. Some inexplicable said resignation, why change to dismissal but also let yourself go to the hospital early tomorrow morning trip. Never mind, what's the point of thinking about it? Anyway, if you go over there tomorrow, whether you resign or get fired, just leave the hospital. Let this one Liang guy couldn't even find a chance to put shoes on himself if he wanted to. Of course, it was not that Wang Yu was afraid of him, but he was worried that when Liang would not be able to resist hammering him to death if he bounced around in front of him a few more times. Wang Yu still does not know that he resigned this time to bring such a big storm, and will make 10 million tomorrow in a nonsensical way. Just like last time, Wen Liang screws up his job and loses $1 million, this time he has to resign himself, but with Suning's Tark maneuvering gets the hospital to pay him 10 million in turn. Although both times he didn't want to do it himself, but who wouldn't want money for nothing, not to mention that most of this money is still out of Wen Liang. It's amazing that this quit your job and get rich thing can be let loose on him twice, and the same person pays for it. Oi! If Wen Liang knew about this, I wonder if he would cry in the toilet. At this time, Wen Liang is still working diligently to take care of Chen Yuting, the two men's daughter, but also by the nanny Wen Liang hired to take care of very well. This bastard even planned to get a license with Chen Yuting these days, and then change the child's surname to Wen as well. As for Wang Yu, he didn't even put it on his mind right now, and was ready to give him a pair of 3/8 shoes when he went to the hospital tomorrow. Let's see if he's comfortable in his 4-3 feet, and he'd better not be able to resist coming to beat himself up again, and this time he'll have to be sent to jail. Chen Yuting also gradually calmed down under Wen Liang's pacification. Looking at the Wen Liang in front of her, she felt that he was too much better than Wang Yu. The slap in the morning had hit her so hard that her ears were still buzzing now, and her little face was swollen like a hairy bun. The afternoon was spent at the police station getting investigated again, and the things he had done in the past almost came to light. The physical pain and mental torture caused hatred to rise in her heart towards Wang Yu. Looking at Wen Liang in front of him, who was still taking care of himself with bruises on his face, Chen Yuting felt that this was the person who was truly worthy of his love. Thinking about the fact that after Wen Liang left, even though she had married someone, he hadn't said a single harsh word at all since he came back and had always been so good to her. Thinking about Wang Yu, he apologized and promised to live a good life in the future, but he still insisted on divorce, and today he even beat himself up. Chen Yuting felt that she had done the right thing in deciding not to give Wang Yu a child. Chapter 73. Wang Yu picks up $10 million for nothing. Wang Yu came to the hospital early the next morning and was ready to wait in front of Dean Han's office before it was time to go to work. I didn't expect Dean Han to come even earlier than him, and when he saw Wang Yu, he immediately and enthusiastically invited him in. Dr. Wang, although you haven't been in our hospital for long, we still work well together. And since you have made a great contribution to this hospital during your time there, the board of directors has decided to reject your resignation in favor of dismissal. Wang Yu looked at Han Kuan. This guy looked at most 50 years old. The body is also very healthy. Can be the dean that the brain is not a big problem. Why speak so anti-human logic? Dean Han, are you sure you understand what you're saying? Wang Yu had a confused look on his face. Oh, it's me who didn't explain clearly. Dr. Wang, if you leave automatically, you can at most take away 10 days of salary, but if you change it to dismissal, even though it sounds bad, you can be compensated with $10 million of annual salary. Dean Han immediately gave Wang Yu a rundown of what happened. So, in that case, after firing me, the hospital pays me this money, and this Wen Liang guy pays the most? Well, Dr. Wang understood correctly. This is what Director Su specifically explained. Although we can't protect Dr. Wang, we can't let you suffer either, can we? Director Su? Wang Yu was a bit surprised. He didn't know the person either. Are all capitalists so generous nowadays? Don't care about these details. Come to Dr. Wang and sign. Take the money and hurry up, otherwise it won't be easy when Chairman Wen comes. This won't cause any trouble for Dean Han and Director Su, right? Although he wanted this money very much, if it caused trouble for the people who helped him, Wang Yu felt that it would be better not to have this money. There won't be any trouble. Dr. Wang openly assaulted the chairman of the hospital. His behavior is extremely bad, even though his medical skills are excellent and he has made outstanding contributions to the hospital. But this kind of person is determined not to be retained in our hospital, so he is dismissed and criticized in the whole hospital. What does Dr. Wang think of this reason? Dean Han smiled and looked harmless, but Wang Yu listened to the corners of his mouth straight twitching. Or you guys will play. Wen Liang, as the chairman of the hospital, received a beating for nothing, and after going to the police station and being arranged to understand by Captain Yang, he returned to the hospital and was also pitted by his own men. And he couldn't pick a single thing out, which was a relief to think about. President Han is right. I deeply realize my mistake and accept the hospital's punishment for me. After saying that, Wang Yu early in the guidance of Dean Han began to sign. Less than 2 minutes all the formalities and materials are completed. Dean Han smiled and shook Wang Yu's hand. Dr. Wang will have the opportunity to cooperate more in the future. Okay Dean Han, in the future, if there's anything you need, just contact me. Looking at the $10 million arrival message on his cell phone text message, Wang Yu felt that Han Kuan was really a good person. Leaving the dean's office, Wang Yu went to the outpatient clinic. at which time Sweet was sitting like a frosted eggplant in the outpatient clinic. "What's the matter, sugar? Who's upset you?" Won Yu looked at the little nurse with an unhappy face and asked with concern. Is it true that you were expelled?" Yeah. Won Yu thought about it and felt that it was better not to tell Sweetie the truth about his dismissal. "Did you really beat up the new chairman yesterday morning?" Yeah. Won Yu sighed cooperatively. So am I never going to see you again?" Yeah. "No, it's not, I just got fired, it's not like I'm dead, I just won't be working together from now on, and we can meet up for dinner and chat sometime." Almost got carried away by this little girl. "Well, I know, but I'm still sad." Sweetness could not recover from her mood for a while. More than a month's time together had given her a deep sense of dependence on Won Yu. Participating in the work of more than a year, Won Yu was the best doctor to her, never scolded her, usually not much temper, worked together without pressure, and also very concerned about her. Though usually a bit busy, the scene of two people struggling together to not work overtime together is deeply imprinted in their hearts. "Don't worry, sweetie, after a while, I'll set up a private clinic outside. How about hiring you over there at a high salary then?" Won Yu said smilingly. "Is you going to open his own clinic?" Sugar immediately perked up when she heard that. "Well, I'll call you when it's done, so don't fail to show up then." "Don't worry I'll resign once I get this month's paycheck and then I'll be at home all the time waiting for your call." Won Yu's invitation made the little nurse finally put a smile on her face. For Sweet, this little nurse, Won Yu was still very satisfied after he left the hospital, although the money on his body is also enough to spend, but do not find something to do, always feel that life is too bland. Last night Won Yu had discussed with Shinshin, through Shinshin's connections, to help the rich noble women in the circle to see a doctor for treatment. Moreover, Won Yu also slightly reveals that he is able to successfully fertilize women through his medical skills, and that both men and women are optional, and that twins are no problem. Although when Xin felt that it was a bit unbelievable, she still believed in Won Yu's medical skills. After all, his own body had indeed gotten much better through Won Yu's treatment. Thinking about the fact that old Mrs. Lee, who had one foot in the coffin, was able to pull back, what Won Yu said became even more believable. And his daughter's congenital heart disease, Won Yu is also being treated, although the body has not been checked now, but the color of the breath is really much better. Once the two of them discussed the matter, they decided on it, and Warmth was ready to invest some money in Won Yu and help him find a better place. But it was rejected by Won Yu. Although this guy is very good to his woman, but he is still not willing to do such things as spending his wife's money. For this reason Warmth even viciously pinched Won Yu a few times. However, he quickly compromised under Won Yu's shameless offense. Today Won Yu came over on the one hand to see what kind of trick Dean Han was up to, on the other hand, he wanted to invite Sweetie. By the time his own private clinic opened up, he couldn't even have a nurse, right? Now that both things are done, after talking to Sweetie, Won Yu is ready to leave the hospital. Just arrived at the door of the hospital and Wan Liang bumped into each other. Chen Yuding's face has not yet subsided, but did not accompany over today. Won Yu looked down at Wan Liang and smiled contemptuously, and that look in his eyes made Wan Liang clench his fists, and the fire came up. But the bastard didn't dare to provoke again. After all, he couldn't beat it, and the place where he was beaten yesterday still hurt. The expression on his face was rather like he wanted to eat Won Yu in general. Hey! Other people are meeting each other, a smile to end enmity. These two people encountered is hate to get each other dead. After a short stare, the two separated. Won Yu is ready to wander in Shudu City to prepare to find a suitable place to open a clinic. Wan Liang, on the other hand, couldn't wait to go to the dean's office and was ready to put small shoes on Won Yu. I was about to lose sleep thinking about this last night, and even Chen Yuting in my arms didn't smell good anymore. After getting up and placating Chen Yuting for a while, he gathered enough energy and was ready to properly clean up Won Yu. Chapter 74. Wan Liang is 1 foot taller, but Dean Han is 10 feet taller. With a face of indignation, Wan Liang, with a 250 face, kicked open the dean's office. Dean Han looked up. You who? Isn't this our big wronged seed chairman? The injuries on his face made him look much smoother than he had yesterday, and Dean Han didn't give a damn about such a faceless move as kicking in the door. Oh. Face is nothing, is money important? At that moment, he jogged all the way to Wan Liang, slightly bending over with a fawning smile. Chairman, you're here, sit down, sit down. With that, he ceded his dean's throne to Wan Liang. Wan Liang, who was still angry, was calmed down quite a bit by Dean Han's maneuver. After sitting down, he looked down at his desk in disgust, casually flipping through the last quarter's financial statements prepared by the hospital. With the coffee that Dean Han had personally brewed in his hand, he took a sip, and it tasted pretty good. Han Cohen, who finished brewing coffee next to him, stood honestly to the side, not even going to sit on a stool, just waiting to serve Wen Liang. The majesty of the chairman of the board was displayed to the fullest extent by Dean Han's self-surrender. A few directors who came to the dean's office in the morning to report their work, saw the situation inside, and did not dare to take out the atmosphere, and stood obediently at the side under the signal of Dean Han, just waiting for Wen Liang's inquiry. After 10 minutes of loading 13, Wen Liang was satisfied with the response of the hospital's senior management. All of them are some excellent talents who know what's right, especially Dean Han. Although he's a bit older, he can boast about being a dragon and phoenix among men. Thinking about the purpose of his coming over today, Wen Liang collected his mind and opened his mouth. Dean Han, what are you going to do about Wang Yu? Although Wen Liang had his own ideas, but seeing how cooperative Dean Han was, he thought it was better to give him a chance, in case the method this guy gave was better than his own. Han Cohen, who was standing next to Wen Liang with a loyal servant-like face, heard Wen Liang's words and immediately straightened up with an angry face. Chairman, for a black sheep like Wang Yu who openly provokes the hospital system and randomly assaults others, a hospital cannot afford to be the least bit soft and must give the harshest punishment. The harshest penalties. Ho ho ho, I like it. The more Wen Liang looked at Dean Han, the more he liked him, and every word spoke to his heart. Well, tell me what the punishment is going to be. When I returned yesterday, I immediately reported the matter to the directors. When the directors could not reach the chairman in the afternoon, a special meeting was held in response to the incident. The topic of the meeting is how to deal with the matter of Wang Yu hurting the chairman. After 3 hours of intense discussion, the hospital board unanimously decided to firmly kick Wang Yu out of our medical team and criticize him and the whole hospital. Dean Han spoke forcefully, and Wen Liang's blood boiled as he listened. Ha ha ha. Kicked out of the medical team, so this one is cleaning toilets or washing sheets. And then the whole hospital notification of criticism, then this time Wang Yu's face will not brush down. It's true that Ginger is still old and hot. Dean Han is deep in my heart. Isn't the punishment too much? I just looked at the financial statement. Dr. Wang's ability is still worth recognizing, and he has made a considerable contribution to the hospital during his work. Although Wen Liang was stealing joy in his heart, his mouth still wanted to show his generosity and kindness. Chairman, you don't have to say it, I didn't protect you yesterday and have been blaming myself until now. The punishment for Wang Yu has already been implemented, and the materials for the hospital-wide notification of criticism have also been sent to each department for them to organize learning as a warning. Looking at Dean Han's righteous appearance, Wen Liang felt that he was condescending to be a dean. Well, since everyone has unanimously agreed, I won't say anything else. Even though I'm the chairman of the board, I can't engage in one-liners, can I? I support the punitive measures against Wang Yu, and I don't know what position Wang Yu has been transferred to now. After circling around for half a day, when Liang finally asked what was in his heart, he now couldn't wait to see Wang Yu's broken appearance. How does such a villain deserve to stay in our hospital? He has been fired and is now unemployed, and I have also given him a bad rating in his file, so he won't be able to find a job in the medical field in Shidu City in the future. Dean Han's words were like a blow to the head. Some people would be knocked awake, but Wen Liang would be knocked dumbfounded this time. Half a day did not slow down. Martyr old son has not yet begun to enjoy. You tell me that people are gone. Wen Liang's face was gloomy and uncertain, carefully pondering Dean Han's words. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. The more he pondered, the more his heart was blocked. Then looking at the little old man beside him who was bending over and lowering his head with a pleasing face, Wen Liang really couldn't find an excuse to blame him. Yesterday morning when he was brutally beaten, it was this guy who desperately pulled Wang Yu. Today, he even gave himself great face, and Wen Liang could not pick a fault with Wang Yu's punishment. First, the whole hospital was criticized. Then just sweep it off the table. That bad review in the back kind of blocked his path to medical care in the future. This is the maximum penalty the hospital can impose at this stage. Can't pull Wang Yu out and shoot him, although he kinda wants to, but the hospital neither has this right, and Wang Yu can't be enough for this. Dean Han, in fact, Dr. Wang's medical skills are still worthy of recognition, and I think it can be redeemed. Wen Liang still wanted to rescue and salvage again, otherwise he really didn't know how to swallow the breath he was holding today. Chairman, when Wang Yu came just now, I scolded him severely and left in a huff after completing the formalities. Besides, this matter is a decision made by all the directors of the hospital to save your face. As for the medical skill issue you mentioned, with the chairman's capital injection, my side has already prepared to hire 10 well-known experts nationwide to work for us. A mere Wang Yu is not worth mentioning. Dean Han's words calmed Wen Liang slightly, although he always felt that something was wrong, but he just couldn't figure out what the problem was. Indeed, it's not worth mentioning, so I won't bother Dean Han and everyone else with their work, so I'll leave first. The next few directors had been eating melons for so long that when Liang finally mentioned them in his words. Although it was just a polite sentence, it also made these few directors feel the deep love of the chairman. Looking at Wen Liang's back as he left, a hint of inexplicable smirk surfaced at the corner of Dean Han's mouth, but it was quickly collected. Directors, I've kept you waiting, let's get started on the day. At this time, Han Cohen, sitting on the dean's throne, clear expression, a kind face, completely unable to see the fawning look just now. Dean Han's words made a few people also withdraw their minds. Although the chairman smelled good, it was still the dean who had the final say here. Hey! Not even qualified to flatter the chairman of the board, why think so much? It's better to go on kissing Dean Han's ass, after all, it's been years, get used to it. Chapter 75, Chun Mei ate too much dog food today. Wen Liang left the hospital, with nowhere to vent the pent-up anger in his heart, only feeling like his lungs were about to explode. Just after returning inside his newly purchased villa, he saw Chen Yuting with an expectant look on her face. Wen Liang, what did you do with Wang Yu? At this time, Chen Yuting for their own this ex-husband, there is no longer a little guilty heart, only a deep resentment. Wen Liang listened to Chen Yuting's words, and did not dare to admit that he went to the hospital today for nothing, and at that moment, the things that Dean Han did, added some narrative, and then hung the credit on himself. Chen Yuting was so happy in her heart after being snubbed by Wen Liang for a while. Humph. That's the way it should be with this damn man. Isn't it tough? Let's see if you can still be tough when you're fired and out of a job. Whether Wang Yu is hard or not, Chen Yuting does not know, but Sun Xian, who has returned to Shidu City, knows very well. Sun Xian had started his return trip this morning. After all, there was still business to take care of, and having brushed up on his presence in front of his mother-in-law over the past few days, a phone call from Sango this morning had summoned him back. Ask what for, of course, the old girl of the Sun family has finally found the man of her dreams. Under the strong assurance of the three Sun brothers, all the people in the Sun family had a good impression of Wang Yu even though they had never met him. The old master and old lady of the Sun family immediately made a decision to hold a family banquet tonight and let Sun Xian bring Wang Yu over. This is not early in the morning. Sun Dishing conveyed the old man's order to Sun Xian. On the way back, Sun Xian contacted Wang Yu, and the two of them said all kinds of meaty words for 10 minutes. Wang Yu around is not much of a person, but Sun Xian Kar Chun Mei, listening to the corners of the mouth straight twitching, twisted to death. It was hard to wait until Sun Xian had said enough, and the phone came back to Ye Wen's hands. Thinking about her best friend's usually well-behaved and shy character, Chun Mei felt sure that she was much more restrained than Sun Xian. However, after Ye Wen called out with a whiny hubby, Chun Mei felt that she had really thought wrong about this woman who had been thinking about her cousin since she was 16. Now that you have gotten what you wanted, that love talk is all over the place, and the sound effects are all over the place. After listening for 10 minutes. Spring plum, sudden. The three people ignored Chun Mei and chatted for a little over an hour, making a date to go to the Sky Street Eatery for lunch before they hung up the phone reluctantly. Chun Mei, why are you here? Ye Wen will remember that there is still someone sitting next to him, just chatting too happily actually forgot Chun Mei. A little tongue-in-cheek when I think about it. Chun Mei heard Yeon's words and then seriously sized up her best friend, wanting to see just how much of a bigot she was. It wasn't until Ye Wen looked blushing that he hummed a song. I should be under the car, not in it, hearing how sweet you guys are. Although the whole meaning of the song doesn't fit with Chun Mei, the lyrics are a good indication of what's really going on inside her right now. Sun Xian drove the car, listening to the two people behind them messing around, with a happy smile on her face. With this operation into the village complete, and taking down those beloved family members and friends at home at night, the matter between himself and Wang Yu would basically be accomplished. She did not seek to be able to keep Wang Yu by her side at all times, fearing that this would cause both parties to turn love into affection, which would lose a lot of passion and fun too. A proper distance and a short period of time apart, after meeting each other, it is more able to explode with fiery energy. Can't you see that this guy Wang Yu likes to do bad things in his third brother's lounge? No matter what kind of personality a man has, he likes excitement in this area. In fact, Sun Xian is not the kind of character that likes a person, once in love, to cling to their own men, otherwise it would not have been a non-marriage before. If I hadn't met Wang Yu, I guess I would have to rely on those nieces and nephews to retire in this life. Let's just say that the sentiment is not known. More than 11 o'clock at noon, Wang Yu came to the Sky Street Eatery early, parked his car and stood at the front door waiting for the arrival of the three girls. The first few times it was Sun Xian waiting for herself in the sun. Today he didn't want to be like this. Of course his own woman should be heartbroken and loved. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Wang Yu saw the familiar figure, and at that moment, he could not resist, and went up to give the foremost Sun Xian a hug. This feels so cozy and nostalgic. After the hug, he saw Yevon following behind him, and at that moment, his eyes lit up and he was ready to go over. Instead, though, Chunmei got a kick in the ass. Come on, watch the impact, so many people are watching. Wang Yu patted the small footprints on his buttocks and said with a smile. Missed you guys so much, lost my mind. Yevon looked at Wang Yu's funny look and walked over and obediently stuffed her hand into his. Then said daintily, with her head bowed. I missed you so much. Listening to Wang Yu almost couldn't help but do something again, but only calmed down after being glared at fiercely by Chunmei beside him. The four of them came to a small private room, and after Sun Xian ordered her meal, she secretly gave Wang Yu a look. Then he walked out and went out, and Yuen, who was being counted by Chunmei, thought that Sun Xian had something to do. Wang Yu was a little fidgety. It didn't matter if Sun Xian meant that or not. The important thing is that you just have to think that you mean that, and at that moment, you can't sit down and say to the two women who are still chatting, I'm going to the restroom. Chunmei waved her hand and didn't say anything, and as if she understood a little better, Yevon lowered her head again, but her delicate ears reddened. After walking out of the private room, Wang Yu went straight to the lounge, reached out and pushed. The door was indeed unlocked. The process was too intense, so let's make up our own minds. My brother fell down the toilet. After waiting for half an hour, the dishes were all served, but Wang Yu still hadn't come over. Sister Cynthia is missing too. It was only at this time that Chunmei reacted to the fact that the two had been away for a bit too long. Let's eat first, they'll both be here later. Yuen would have guessed what the two had gone to do by now, and at that moment, she didn't wait to urge Chunmei to eat. Our simple Chunmei's sister is still in a daze, wondering why her brother and sister-in-law to be disappeared together. After another half hour, both of them were full, and there was still no wait for them. Chunmei was all a bit anxious, but Yuen was calm and called over the waiter and ordered a few more of Wang Yu's favorite dishes. Sure enough, just a while after the dishes were served, Wang Yu and Sun Xian came in together hand in hand. Brother, where have you been? I had a little business with Cynthia, and I'm done now. What is it? Kids don't pry. After a few perfunctory sentences, Wang Yu began to eat. It was true that he needed to replenish his food after a strenuous exercise. A meal this goods ate 3 bowls of rice, Sun Xian dishes ate half a bowl, and the rest was also killed by Wang Yu, and now not full. After Sun Xian finished eating, she went over and took Chunmei's hand and said, Sis, later on, my sister will take you to my showcase at the mall. I'm thinking of letting you work there in the future. Yeah, go now. Chunmei would really not want to continue to eat dog food here, and was about to burst. Well, sister will take you there, and Yevon, you wait here for Xiaoyu until he's finished eating. Finished winking at Yevon. Chapter 76, Sun Xian's strong expectations at this time. Sun Xian left with Chunmei. Of course, Yuen understood what it meant, thinking about what was going to happen in a while. The hand that pinched the food for Wang Yu couldn't use its strength. Wang Yu looked at this little Qingmei beside him, who had dropped the dish onto the table for the nth time, wiped his mouth, then gently held her small hand. A few moments later, the third-floor lounge, once again, made a great contribution. Yuen this time but fell into a deep sleep. After closing the door of the room, Wang Yu called Sun Xian. Hey! Too excited, no control but to go by myself. After Sun Xian said the address on the phone, she complained about Wang Yu a few more times, and didn't know how to feel sorry for people. Wang Yu couldn't help but blush as he listened. Think about it, really do not blame yourself. Xin pregnant, how dare you let go. It had made it hard for him to sleep the last few nights, and he'd almost picked up the handjobs he'd worked on in college. Blame it on this yellow emperor's internal cannon. Aha! It's all its fault. Many days of repression at the moment swept away. Hung up the phone, Wang Yu was ready to go, and Sun Xian, Chunmei convergence. I just promised to go to Sun's house to meet the parents, so I just happened to go to the mall, so I'll just buy the gift by the way. 10 minutes later, Wang Yu arrived at the place that Sun Xian had mentioned and looked at the familiar furnishings in front of him. Isn't this the place where he bought the bracelet for Xinxin? Is this jewelry store opened by Sun Xian? Seeing Chunmei, who had already put on her uniform and started to greet the guests in style, Wang Yu could not help but feel a little weak. After all, he hadn't said anything about his relationship with Cozy to the two women yet. For one thing, he hadn't figured out how to say it yet, and for another, he'd been having quite a happy time forgetting about it. Mr. Wang, you're here again. A surprise greeting from the side interrupted Wang Yu, who was thinking. Turning his head, isn't this the same waitress who greeted him the other day? Wang Yu smiled awkwardly, and before he could speak, Sun Qian walked over. Mr. Sunday. Seeing Sun Qian coming over, the waiter greeted respectfully. Well, you know each other. Sun Qian just noticed that her waitress, like seeing a treasure with two glowing eyes, ran over to greet Wang Yu, and at that moment, a little jealous and a little curious, she couldn't help but follow over. This Mr. Wang is our client, who purchased a jadeite bracelet worth over $6,600,000 here some time ago. The waiter's answer made Wang Yu break out in a cold sweat, finished waiting to be interrogated. Oh, so it's an honored guest. Mr. Wang doesn't know what else to buy for this visit. Sun Qian looked at Wang Yu's nervous appearance and inexplicably wanted to tease him. As for the matter that Wang Yu bought the bracelet, but does not care, who knows at that time this guy divorced or not. Maybe it was bought for Chen Yuding. After all, the Chen family's situation, by a few $1,000,000 of bracelets, it is really a piece of cake. If he pursued the question and then aroused the unhappiness in Wang Yu's heart, it would be too much of a spoiler, and he lost the idea of getting to the bottom of the matter. Sun Qian's thoughts, Wang Yu did not know, listening to her call himself Mr. Wang, now has brainstormed a lot of drama. At that moment, he went over and directly took Sun Qian into his arms, and said tenderly in the surprised eyes of this waiter beside him. Come over and buy you out. Sun Qian was hugged by Wang Yu. There is no more of those small thoughts. At the same time, the atmosphere of holding Wang Yu's arm said, He's my husband. Without much explanation, a single sentence made those who paid attention to this side understand the relationship between the two. You go entertain the others, I'll show him around. The waiter was a little disappointed. What a generous customer, actually the husband of the boss. Think of the way Wang Yu threw away money before. Just think of the rich people really know how to play. Buying a gift at your own wife's store and then giving it to your wife, is that money well spent or not? Hey. I don't know. Can't figure it out. Shanxian, what is the appropriate gift for me to bring to your house at night? Seeing that what he wanted didn't happen and Sun Qian didn't bring up the idea, Wang Yu deeply breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I'm all set, we can just go there together later. Hey! What a good woman, how much for her own sake, and then think about what he still hid from her. Wang Yu cannot help but be very self-condemning. After going to the Sun family, let's tell the two girls about the cozy thing, after all, it can't be hidden. Continuing to hide it, Wang Yu felt that he was not a thing. The two of them were casually strolling around the store. Sun Qian was very happy to introduce Wang Yu to his jewelry in this showroom, narrating the design of each counter and some of her own ideas. Just half an hour will make Wang Yu on Sun Qian greatly changed. Around this woman, although the chest is big, but the business mind is really not cover. Some whimsical design, actually from the hands of Sun Qian, even their own purchase of the jade bracelet, is also her knife design. This woman is really too good, too perfect. Face, money, talent. And it was really good for him, too, and I felt ashamed thinking about it. Of the three women, Xin is pregnant with her own child, Yuan has been waiting for herself for years, and Sun Qian has given the most for herself. And what has he ever done for them? Make them young and beautiful? Isn't that still cheap? As for the rest, Wang Yu really did not think about it. Even if he cured the disease, Cozy Yuan will not say anything. Sun Qian, his second brother, also gave himself 5 million, to know the last, and she came together. Those money killed Wang Yu, he will not take. Cynthia, do you have any wishes? A sudden sentence interrupted Sun Qian, who was explaining. Looking at Wang Yu's gentle face, Sun Qian's heart was rarely a little nervous. I used to wish to be free to live the life I wanted and to be beautiful and pretty forever. But having met you, I just want to be with you now, and besides, you're helping me fulfill this wish of being pretty forever. I feel happy enough with my life now, and I can't think of anything else for a while. Sun Qian's words left Wang Yu speechless for a while. Is this woman so easily satisfied? However, if other women knew his thoughts, they would definitely hate to bite him to death. Being beautiful forever is not only Sun Qian's wish, but also the common wish of all women. If they knew that Wang Yu could do this, then the lower 18 to the upper 88 would probably not let him go. I've said it all out loud, now think about it and say whatever comes to mind and I'll try to help you realize it. Sun Qian heard Wang Yu's words, but also really seriously think about it. They do not lack of money, 2 do not lack of love, parents, and 3 brothers' body are doubly great. Sun Qian feels that life up to this point has been complete. A moment really cannot think of what to wish for. It looks adorable with a cute frown. Thinking about it, Sun Qian suddenly thought of a thing that he had not yet. The more he thought about it, the more he could not wait, the more he pondered, the more he could not suppress the expectations of his heart. Xiaoyu, I now want very, very much to have a child belonging to the two of us, whether it's a boy or a girl. Wang Yu looked at the bright light flashing in Sun Xian's eyes and rubbed her hair lovingly. Chapter 77, Happy moments always meet disgusting people. What a wonderful woman, making wishes that don't make her feel difficult at all. This was not yet a wit for Wang Yu, who possessed the avatar sending sun. Shanxian, believe me, I will help you realize this wish, and it will be very, very soon, a son and a daughter we will have. Said an intense red light had already enveloped Sun Xian's belly. Sun Xian, under Wang Yu's gentle touch, leaned her head gently into his embrace, listening to Wang Yu's assurances in her ears. At this time it was like she was drunk, her eyes started to get lost. Walking out of the jewelry store, the two of them casually strolled around the mall, and Sun Xian also changed her usual big personality, and held Wang Yu's arm like a little woman. From time to time, he glanced at him, and the more he looked at him, the better he looked, and the more he liked him in his heart. When the two walked to a clothing store, Sun Xian pulled Wang Yu inside, ready to dress up her man. But the two people he suddenly encountered made Wang Yu, who was having a good time, feel as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. When Liang and Shen Yuting, actually also hand in hand strolling here, after seeing, Wang Yu pulled Sun Xian, and wanted to leave here, saving the two to destroy their good mood today. When Liang did not notice Wang Yu, with Chen Yuting, his attention never moved from place to place, even if someone around him ran naked he would not even look at him. But Chen Yuting could be different from him, as if she had a sense, she instantly spotted Wang Yu, and then saw Sun Xian who was holding his arm. For Sun Xian, Shen Yuting did not recognize, after all, not an age group, although the class is similar, but also have not met. If she just saw Wang Yu alone, Chen Yuting was not interested in hitting on him at all. Even if they saw a new woman by Wang Yu's side, they would at most secretly curse a few times, then turn their heads and leave. But if this woman looked younger than her, prettier than her, and more radiant than her, it would be hard to kill Chen Yuting. While Wang Yu just felt a little nauseous like he had eaten a fly, Chen Yuting felt like she had eaten a bomb and instantly wanted to explode. As Chen Yuting's most loyal licking dog, he immediately noticed the change in his goddess. When Liang turned his head to look, isn't this the Wang Dafu who was fired in the morning? This bastard actually still has the mood to go to the mall, but also brought such a beautiful girl, the value is almost comparable to his own goddess. As the saying goes, the narrow way is brave. When Liang changed his licking dog appearance and reached out and wrapped his arms around Chen Yuting's waist. Looking at Wang Yu, that sense of pride in his heart rose. After all, the goddess was now his person. In Wen Liang's opinion, whoever Chen Yuting ultimately chose would be the winner, and besides, they had 2 children. Even after 7 years of marriage to a goddess, this guy still didn't even get a dime and ended up with a clean slate. Today, in his own intense retaliation, he lost his job even more, his file was hacked, and he cut off another path to life in the future. Thinking about it, when Liang got high on himself, completely forgetting about the miserable look he had when he was violently beaten up by Wang Yu yesterday. Dr. Wang, not going to look for a job and still interested in shopping malls. When Liang arrogantly walked up to Wang Yu and looked at him with scornful eyes. At this time, Wang Yu only feels that when Liang is a big man, and he doesn't know how Dean Han fooled him to make him have this illusion. But this one was so obviously fooled and crippled that he was able to brainstorm a clip of himself getting fired and going to look for a job. At that moment, Wang Yu was a bit unable to resist, wanting to tell him about the $10 million of compensation, and also wanting to remind Wen Liang that he had a large portion of that money, who let him have more shares. But think about it or forget it, for this kind of Chen Yuting such a woman, it is better to ignore it. Now I feel sorry for hating them. A word is lazy to say, at that moment pulling Sun Xian, not even look at them a glance, directly ready to leave. It is still important to accompany their own women, why let the heart and mind consumed in this kind of people, take Shanshan shopping mall does not smell. Wang Yu's disregard, in Wen Liang's view this was fear of his retreat, which fueled his arrogance even more. Don't be nervous, Dr. Wang, if you're willing to apologize to Yuting and I, it's not like you can't be given a chance to get back into the hospital. Wang Yu, who was a bit upset himself, after hearing Wen Liang's words, really wanted to open his brain to see who gave him the confidence to say such words. Chen Yuting was acting like a good girl at this time, tightly hugging Wen Liang's arm, waiting for her man to take it out on her. The eyes that looked at Wang Yu were also filled with disdain, and in her heart, she hated herself for being blind in the first place and would marry such a man. You, looking for trouble? Sun Xian had already returned to her initial state by this time, and was currently eyeing the tiger, waiting for a reply from Wang Yu and then going up to fight. Feeling Sun Xian's change, Wang Yu held her small hand and told her not to be so agitated. After all, he was still standing, and there was no need for a woman to charge at all. Wen Liang, I'm warning you that you'd better not make trouble or I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself to beat you up again. Ha! That's a mouthful. When Liang said with a wave, and 4 burly men in black suits and black sunglasses came over from the distance. After this guy was beaten up by Wang Yu yesterday, he found 4 bodyguards, thinking that he would provoke Wang Yu in the morning to let him make the first move, and then he himself would retaliate back ruthlessly. But unfortunately, in the morning at the hospital did not even see Wang Yu's hair, but fortunately now met, it is not worth the money he spent. Try moving me instead. Looking at the 4 strong men standing behind them, when Liang and Shen Yuting instantly felt safe and full. Pop. Sun Qian's left hand viciously hit Wen Liang's right face. What's wrong with moving you? I've been putting up with you for a long time. Wang Yu, who was about to strike, also stopped to look at the angry Sun Qian in front of him. From the time when Liang and Shen Yuting appeared, Sun Qian felt that there was a problem, did not see Wang Yu or pulling themselves to leave. Although she was curious, she was still enjoying the current happy moment, so she didn't think too much about it and followed Wang Yu and was ready to leave. Who knew that this little white boy named Wen Liang, not to mention speaking in a shady manner, had actually brought a few people to threaten his man? At that moment, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and directly prepared to start. Growing up so big, it was hard to pretend to be a good girl. Sun Qian, at this time looking at Wen Liang's eyes, hate to kill him. Wen Liang, on the other hand, was dumbfounded by Sun Qian. He didn't expect a woman who looked so soft to be so violent. However, since he had received a beating, whether Wang Yu had moved or not, he had counted it on Wang Yu's head. Beat him up for me. He also didn't pay attention to Sun Qian and commanded the bodyguards to let them dislike Wang Yu. As for the person who got the ghost, Wang Yu doesn't know, Wen Liang doesn't know, the 4 bodyguards and Shen Yuting also don't know. But Sun Qian knew it well because the owner of this mall was named Sun. The brawl that was about to break out was interrupted by this voice, and everyone turned their heads to look at Sun Qian. Shan Qian, what are you shouting at second brother for? Wang Yu asked in a somewhat strange manner. But without waiting for Sun Qian to answer, he saw Sun Dexing jogging all the way to Sun Qian. What's wrong, little sister? The second brother is here. Second brother, don't think I don't know that you've been stalking me. It's fine for you to eat your melon, but why don't you care when you see someone coming after my man? Don't tell me that you don't know that every time I come here, you're notified before I even walk through the doors of the mall. I have been shopping all afternoon, usually should have appeared early. You, what did you do to go, is not to give me an explanation. Otherwise, I'll talk to second sister-in-law tonight, your junior high school classmate named Lan Lan. I heard that she's been single until now after getting divorced a few years ago. Sun Qian's call made Sun Dexing's head sweat. He did eat his melon all afternoon, and as the owner of this mall, he knew when his own little sister first came in. Moreover, the image of Wang Yu taking his little sister into his arms, the bastard even intercepted a small section on the monitor and sent it into the family group. As for why it didn't show up in the first place. Hey! Honestly, can't really blame Sundowner. Those beloved pros saw the video and the group message was an instant 99+. After half an hour of the group's commotion, it was only after the boss Sun Dejiao's greeting that the screen swiping was considered to have stopped. After a few moments of discussion, it was decided that Sun Dexing would report on the situation in real time and send the relevant video to the group. This is not as the big boss of the shopping mall, Sun Dexing, had to run to the monitoring room, to the group of people to act as a melon anchor. When Wang Yu and Wen Liang had a conflict, Sun Dexing was still answering questions from the group and cutting the video at the same time. It was only when Sun Qian slapped right on Wen Liang's face that he realized something was wrong. Mouse and keyboard are put down. People began to run to hear, tightly rushed to be considered, and Sun Qian's voice appeared. Sun Dexing came over, and before he could catch his breath, he was threatened by his little sister with a flurry of accusations. The one in his heart was stifled, and at that moment, he turned his head to look at Wen Liang and the 4 bodyguards. Also lazy nonsense, reach out and greet, hooting and hollering around more than 30 mall security. Little sister, Xiang Lan and I are really innocent, we're just partnering for business, you mustn't accuse me wrongly at your second sister-in-law's place. Sun Dexing looked to control the scene, and then rushed to find his little sister to beg for mercy. Okay, let's see how you do today. Sun Qian, this will still be angry, never been in love, she just tasted that sweet flavor, was destroyed. This would be the time when she would look at anyone but Wang Yu. Brother-in-law, you said to die. Sun Dexing was like a grandson in front of his wife and sister though. But one of them was the wife he had loved all his life, and the other was the heart of a small group of people who had been cared for a little from a small group of people, as they should be. As for outsiders, huh? The second son of the Sun family, who has built such a large industry outside, can still be a good man. Wang Yu has been a bit confused since Sun Dexing appeared. Yesterday he beat Wen Liang without enjoying himself, and now he just ran out a few people to let himself have a good time. This guy was like a summoned beast, shouted out by Sun Qian's voice. Then with a big wave of his hand, the 4 bodyguards and Wan Liang fell into a circle, and without a single finger out of his own mouth, things were done. This makes it especially difficult for Wang Yu, who has been thinking about all the subsequent Pretend 13 episodes. But looking back at Sun Qian, who was pinching her tiny waist and raising her eyebrows crossly, her mood relaxed a lot. His own wife is so beautiful, even when she's angry. Brother-in-law. Sun Dexing looked at this bastard staring at his little sister drooling out, and reminded again. Second brother, this little matter is up to you. Shanshan and I went on shopping. At this time, what revenge, pretending to be 13, hitting the face and so on, can be more important than accompanying their own women? After Wang Yu finished speaking, he went over and wrapped his arms around Sun Qian's slender waist, gently kissed her on the cheek and said in a warm voice. Baby, I'll leave this place to 2, let's go hang out somewhere else. Sun Qian, who had just been furious and wanted to crack the tiger and leopard alive, had her body soften when she was taken into Wang Yu's arms. That gentle kiss was more than enough to make her feel a shiver in her soul. Well, listen to you. Sun Qian blushed and said shyly. Then ignoring the astonished gazes of those around them, after spreading the dog food, they walked away, hand in hand, smiling. Sun Dexing, looking at this ultimate face-changing aptitude of his sister, was greatly surprised, then quickly took out his phone and called the monitoring room. Hey, this is Sun Dexing, make me a copy of all the video files from this area I was in just now, within half an hour. Well, get it done and put it in my office. After hanging up the phone, Sundowner remembered that he still had things to take care of. Looking back at the few people surrounded, he cocked his head, a cruel grin at the corner of his mouth. Take them to the security room and to the hospital in 10 minutes. After saying that the bastard left, after all, the brother-in-law has said that this is a small matter, he or go back to continue to be a melon-eating anchor, the little sister's wonderful love picture to share to the whole family to be more important. Chapter 79, when Liang is in the police station again, Sun Qian is live-streamed romance. With the rightful owners gone on this side, the remaining security personnel took their boss's orders seriously. Shelving Wan Liang and the 4 security guards, he headed for the security room, ready to teach them how to behave. Chen Yuding did not dare to make a scene at this time, and seeing that no one was paying attention to herself, she secretly called the police. She didn't know Sun Qian, but she had seen the 3 Sun brothers who were famous in Shudu City. The pleasing look that the Sun family's elder brother had just given to Sun Qian made it clear to Chen Yuting that when Liang had kicked the bucket this time. And Wang Yu's ignorance more provoked Chen Yuding's determination to retaliate, before Wang Yu faced her, but also angrily accusing himself, today as a word did not say, the eyes are even lazier to fall on her. Looking at Wang Yu's gentle appearance towards Sun Qian, Chen Yuting's heart was filled with unspeakable anger. The huge discrepancy and extreme jealousy did not overwhelm Chen Yuting's mind, but instead made her more calm. When Liang was now her biggest dependence, she couldn't just stand by and watch being taken away by these people, but being a weak woman herself, there was no way to save him at the moment. It's useless to go up there and make a scene, you might even get yourself involved. After making the alarm call, Chen Yuding quietly followed the security team. When Liang was confused at this time, he felt that he had been particularly bad these days, and none of the things he wanted to do had been accomplished. At this moment is even more controlled by a person, weight will not be able to run a meal of flesh and blood pain. He was glad that he didn't involve Chen Yuting, otherwise his heart would have died. The 4 bodyguards in front of them were nothing, but instead begged for a few security to do just that. It's not easy for everyone to make a living, so why should peers make things difficult for their peers? A brother takes this money and has to suffer. A security guard said softly. That's why it's important to stand up for yourself when you're beaten, it's all about getting paid to do the job, and we can't apologize to the boss. The other security guard picked up on that. The moment the bodyguard heard this, he wanted to curse in his heart, the good words were said in vain, it looks like this group of guys, they will definitely not keep their hands off. A few people looked at each other and could only give up helplessly. It wasn't that they didn't want to struggle a bit, after all, they were still very capable of fighting, and if they resisted, they could have gotten away with 1 or 2 of them. But the rest of them are miserable and could be hospitalized for months. Might as well take an honest beating, rub some pills on it for a few days, and you'll be a good man again. When they passed a corner, when Liang, who had just lowered his head and said nothing, suddenly broke free. The strength of a black belt in Taekwondo, although unbearable in front of Wang Yu, was very strong at this moment. A few security guards were instantly knocked down by the sneak attack, and when Liang saw his chance and ran away. As he ran, he yelled, "The 4 of you block them, and when the time comes, I'll give you $500,000 each." The moment these words came out, the 4 bodyguards who were originally honestly preparing to be beaten up immediately got into the spirit. People die for money, birds die for food. The 4 have worked together for many years and know what their partners are thinking without having to communicate. $500,000, their own monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, to do more than a year, now just a spell can earn, of course, cannot give up. The 4 of them immediately launched an attack, and after breaking free from the security, they blocked the stairway, not retreating a step to give Wen Liang a chance to escape. And at this moment, the police who received the alarm call finally rushed over, led by Chen Yuting towards the security room. Sundowner, who was notified, didn't give it a second thought and sent a manager over to deal with the police. When Chen Yuting was about to go up the stairs, she just happened to collide with Wen Liang, who had escaped, and the oncoming police officers directly took control of Wen Liang. Then he went back up and took the 4 bodyguards and dozens of security guards who were brawling into the police station. The manager who rushed over to deal with the matter didn't even get a word in edgewise and watched as his mall's security was taken away by the police. Immediately, he reported it to Sun Dexing. Sun Dexing, who was having a good time eating melon, couldn't help but feel a bit bummed out after hearing the report. The brother-in-law asked himself to handle this little thing did not do well, not to mention that their own employees were arrested. It's too much of a mood killer. But this thing he did not want to step in. There is a party at home in the evening. This is looking at almost 5 o'clock. If he went to the police station, the evening melon cannot be eaten. That's what a pity. You go over there now and try to keep things under control. It's not like we're beating them up anyway. Spend some money to smooth things over and don't involve my little sister and brother-in-law. Wang Yu and Sun Shen this will have long forgotten that just a little bit of discomfort, deeply in love with the state of their eyes only each other at this time. Wearing Sun Shen's personally selected clothes on his body, Wang Yu was particularly happy in his heart, feeling that he had returned to his college days, and couldn't help but remember the sweet moments when he was in love with his first love. Then Chen Yuting's face appeared in his memories. Ah shucks. Sweetie DDD. How sweet it used to be and how disgusting it is to think about it now. Whoever said first love is wonderful and can be recalled for a lifetime. This first love of his own can make him sick, recall a hera, or the Chanchan in front of him is more worthy of his attention. Passing by the drink store, Sun Qian went up and bought a medium cup of fresh juice and asked for 2 straws. However, I didn't meet the very dedicated waitress online, resulting in a purchase process that is nothing to describe. Then sitting on stools in the lounge area, the 2 of them faced each other head to head, drinking the same glass of juice. The way their eyes communicated with each other and their hands were clasped together, Sun Dexing, who was watching the monitoring background, was excited. Immediately a large screenshot was sent into the group, and at once a crowd of melon-eating relatives were sweetened and began to speak one after another. As for the group message, didn't even glance at it. After drinking the juice, the 2 of them shopped for a while, and Wang Yu bought 2 sets of sexy underwear for Sun Qian. As for why buy, of course, the previous small, Shanshan is still growing body, buy a few pieces of underwear is not very normal. Chapter 80 Sun Qian brings Wang Yu to meet his parents. Shanshan, we should go now, it's the first time we go to your house, it's better to be early. Wang Yu looked at the time, it was already 5 o'clock and immediately mentioned it. Well, we're going now. Sun Qian had a particularly happy day today, facing her beloved man and nodding her head in a good manner. Thinking about bringing Wang Yu to meet his parents at night, he couldn't help but feel a little shy again. As for Yuan, Wang Yu didn't forget, and called over on the way there, talking about himself and Sun Qian. Let her go straight back to Sun Qian's house outside to rest after her break. And at that moment, Shanmei was still working diligently. Once again she was being ignored by her own brother and boss. It was only when his stomach was rumbling with hunger that he realized that those 2 had long since run off somewhere. After a few hateful spats, he took a taxi alone to find Yevon. Arriving at the Sun family, even though he was mentally prepared, Wang Yu was still thunderstruck. It's not that the Sun family's house is so big and beautiful. Rather, the Sun family's people were too nifty. Looking at the vast dozens of people with burning eyes, Wang Yu swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and forced himself to calm down. And Sun Qian is also very shocked, in addition to the New Year's Eve, when their own relatives have not gathered so neatly. A few nephews who went to school out of town actually ran back, and the great niece who married out to her mother's family also held the child with a face of excitement. It's normal for one's 3 brothers to be there, but what's wrong with those cousins and sisters-in-law dragging their families over as well? If Sun Shan could look at the messages in the family group, surely she could have realized it. After Sun Dishing announced about Sun Qian in the morning, the entire Sun family was plunged into a sea of joy. The only single girl in the family brings a man back, the meeting is cancelled, and the contract will wait. My brother, sister-in-law, brother and sister.
Little sister, all these big brothers don't know it's the oldest one who notified them. Sun Dejo is worthy of being a big brother, and a leaf does not touch his body. Sun Xian's gaze directly locked onto Sun Dishing, who was making an introduction to Wang Yu. Enthusiastic Sun inexplicably felt a chill, but did not take it to heart, probably because the air conditioning temperature is on. Next time I learned that the second brother only had a second sister-in-law, Wu Shuiwei, it felt like there were still good people in the three brothers. Lao San didn't introduce his woman first, but when Wang Yu first arrived, he saw this bastard dangling his arms around two girls. There was no need for introductions to know that they were all third sisters-in-law, and after getting to know a bunch of cousins and siblings, Wang Yu was a bit overwhelmed. Those people looked at him without a trace of strangeness, feeling as if they all knew him. There is a kind of indescribable unknown feelings, always feel where not right, to know that in addition to Sun Xian's third brother pro-brother, other people have not seen one of their own. Several of Sun Xian's older nephews were quite polite to Wang Yu, after all, they grew up under Sun Xian's oppression. He didn't dare to show a hint of disrespect to this aunt, but those younger guys who hadn't experienced Sun Xian's suppression couldn't let Wang Yu off that easily. Surrounding him in the center, a bunch of questions came his way, and it took half a day to realize from their words that Sun Dishing had actually notified everyone in the family group. Mud. At the loss of his own still so good to him, everyday three brother called, did not expect to actually make such a big battle to pit themselves. It took Sun Dishing half an hour of introductions before he was able to lead Wang Yu through his family's relatives. When it was time for the main event, Sun Xian's parents sat firmly on the main seat in the living room, waiting for Wang Yu to come over. Coming in front of the two old men, Wang Yu still felt weak. After all, there are still two women. At this time, facing Sun Xian's parents, his heart was nervous. The young man's name is Wang Yu, isn't it? Don't be nervous, our family is just a bit more crowded and enthusiastic, other than that it's the same as any ordinary family. Sun Mother looked at Wang Yu standing there in a constrained manner and could not help but open her mouth to pacify him. And Sun's father also smiled and nodded his head at this time. His heart was very satisfied with Wang Yu. As the helmsman of the Sun family, the matter of his own daughter looking for a man has always been a lingering nightmare in his heart. I used to fantasize about how upset I would be when I met my son-in-law for the first time, and whether I would be in tears when I gave my daughter away. I have been looking forward to having my own little cotton jacket with me for a few more years, for fear of being bullied when I go to my in-laws' home. Before Sun Xian was 30 years old, Sun's father was quite good, but as his daughter got older and older, Sun's father couldn't stand it anymore. This cotton jacket is warm to wear, but it's not a good idea to wear it for a long time. So began to open up to find a son-in-law, but Sun Xian at that time not a little interest, one or not seen. The grandparents thought at first that their daughter couldn't bear to part with them, but after a few years they realized it wasn't that at all. This girl from the heart does not want to get married. Sun Mother began to call on a few siblings to Sun Xian to do the ideological work. Noisy Sun Xian brainache insisted on 2 years really can't carry, just buy a house outside and move out. Until Sun Xian 40 years old, the old couple did not see their daughter have the idea of finding a man. This matter is no longer the old couple's heart disease. From the eldest granddaughter married, Sun Xian's marriage has become the common heart disease of the Sun family. Chapter 81. Sister-in-law and siblings ask about Sun Xian's secret of getting younger. Think about the fact that the old couple are in their 70s, married off granddaughters, and have children. But my own daughter is still doing what she wants and is adamant that she won't get a boyfriend. In the past 2 years, Sun's father and mother gave up urging Sun Xian to get married. Anyway, Sun's family has many people, one will not be missing the daughter of a bowl of rice to eat. If your own daughter likes to be alone, then let her be alone, as long as she lives a happy life. Until a few days ago, my daughter suddenly said that she had found a boyfriend, and then the old couple was so excited that they were in tears. Immediately offered to meet up, but was rejected by Sun Xian. This was an emergency for the two old men, so the three Sun brothers were called back by their own father. Upon hearing their father's words, the first thing the oldest and second thought of was Wang Yu. As for Sun Dishing, Wang Yu's information on his investigation, and his sister is even hogging his house these days. He would not know, he could not know well. After holding back for a few days, Sun Dishing immediately sold Sun Xian cleanly. Even Wang Yu's investigation information was placed in front of his parents. The oldest and the second, looking at the results of the oldest's investigation, immediately understood what was going on. The second is even more self-blame, blaming himself for not investigating carefully at that time. If not for the oldest three, his sister's happiness would really be gone. The three brothers, patting their chests, assured their father of Wang Yu's character and ability. Who dares to say that a doctor who can even cure breast cancer is not capable?
Watching his three sons recognize their future son-in-law, Sun's father was also quite relieved and had a certain favorable impression of Wang Yu, whom he had never met. Looking forward to so many years have given up the old couple, at this time to see Wang Yu's eyes that is not generally hot. Sitting next to her mother's well-behaved Sun Chen only had time to take out her cell phone at this time. When she saw the 99+ messages in the family group and curiously clicked in to take a look, her little face immediately turned red beyond recognition. This would lower his head, watching his afternoon shopping process with Wang Yu being publicized in the group. That one video, that one screenshot, looked happy and joyful to himself, but in his heart, he cursed his second brother to no end.
Uncle Sun, Aunt Sun, I'm Qianqian's boyfriend. Oh, my name is Wang Yu. Wang Yu's words were stuttering a bit even though he was nervous. Nice lad. Sun's father nodded. Well, I've heard you're a doctor, and you're very good at healing. Sun mother took her daughter's hand and said with a smile. The two of them, when they heard about Sun Qian's illness, they were fiercely shocked, but Sun Dezhou immediately told them that they had been cured by Wang Yu, and only then did they realize that it was a false alarm. Yes, I worked at Maria Hospital a while back and recently thought about coming out on my own and opening a separate clinic. Well, not bad, there's an idea, young people are just driven. After chatting for a few minutes, Sun's father could also see Wang Yu's discomfort and was ready to open the table right away. After a greeting, the Sun family's many relatives sat down in the living room. Wang Yu turned his head to look down. The house directly set up 5 tables, sitting full. The 3 brothers of the Sun family pulled Wang Yu and Sun Qian along with them and sat at the table of Sun's father and mother. After a few opening remarks, the crowd began to eat. Intimidated? Sun Qian, who was sitting next to Wang Yu, asked in a low voice. How could I be intimidated? It's just that the people in your family are so welcoming. It always seems like they've seen me before. Wang Yu voiced his feelings. Well, they've all seen you and have been talking about us all afternoon. Sun Qian said and showed her cell phone to Wang Yu. After casually flipping a few times and seeing the videos and photos in the group, Wang Yu hated to get Sun Dexing at this time. There is such a melon eaters, they eat on the line, but also live out. Feeling Wang Yu's sharp gaze, Sun Dexing hemmed and hawed and did not look guilty at all. At that moment, with his wine glass in hand, he was ready to have one with Wang Yu. Sango, you have to help me today. After drinking Sun Dexing's wine, Wang Yu was ready to bring in his biggest rival. After all, if the 3 brothers of the Sun family hugged each other, they really couldn't drink themselves. Don't worry, brother-in-law, Sango is standing up for you today. Sun Dixing looked at his second brother and said with a smile in his heart, these days he knew a secret from his little sister. And this secret was going to fall on Wang Yu's head in the end, and he would definitely be on Wang Yu's side at this time. As for the secret, it's actually quite simple. Ever since Wang Yu and Sun Qian finalized their relationship, they've often gone on dates at Sun Dixing's restaurant. And as Sun Dixing's 2 women, but also often run into Sun Qian here, the same woman is more the first time to find Sun Qian's changes. That little face was getting more and more tender every day, the skin was getting smoother and smoother, and the wrinkles that were usually covered by makeup were all gone. The 2 men, no matter whether they are sideways or directly asked, did not get an answer from Sun Qian's mouth, and immediately begged their man to help inquire. Sun Dixing knew about it and secretly observed it for a few days, and immediately discovered his little sister's reverse growth. And Sun Qian, who knew the inside story, although she wanted to help her third brother, but how could she say such a thing? However, after being pestered by Sun Dixing, he admits to the fact that he's gotten younger, but pushes the explanation onto Wang Yu. Let her third brother ask her own brother-in-law, she didn't know what method Wang Yu used. Sun Dixing and the little sister here did not ask what, and was pestered by their own women have no way, these days are preparing to go to seek help Wang Yu, so today this goods and how will not help their brother-in-law it. The family dinner was very pleasant and the atmosphere was very good, and after eating for more than an hour, a group of sister-in-laws and siblings, they pulled Sun Qian away. They had also noticed Sun Qian's change, and now they finally couldn't help but come over to ask after her. And Sun Qian's cousins were smilingly dragging Wang Yu away at this time. The elders of the Sun family, also happy that the family is so happy, after eating, also went to the study to drink tea and chat. At this time, in the living room, there was only a group of men left who were ready to find Wang Yu for a drink. Come on, sister-in-law, dry. Brother-in-law, and me. Auntie, I'll clink a glass with you too. Wang Yu, who was surrounded in the center, dried 1.5 pounds in one breath before being saved by Sun Dixing, who rushed over. And as the elder brother, Sun Dezhou saw this situation, instantly felt bad, and immediately patted Sun Dexing's shoulder and said, Eldest, I'm going to my father's place to discuss something, so go take care of your brother-in-law.
After saying that, without waiting for Sun Dexing to agree, he directly slipped away. Wang Yu, who was saved by Sun Dexing, directly aimed at Sun Dexing, who came over to greet a group of brothers. "Oh. I won't be able to run away today. But the first one to drag it down is definitely you." And at this time Sun Xian was a large group of sister-in-law and siblings, asked the brain pain, cannot say, and Wang Yu slept with Youngit. That still doesn't harm Wang Yu. As a woman she understands very well how hard they really fight in order to maintain their beauty. If the truth were known, there's no guarantee that someone, or all of them, wouldn't be desperate. Chapter 82 Sun Xian dumps her own man. "Shanxian, sister-in-law usually takes care of you more, so help me out, we are both in our 40s, look at your skin, and then look at sister-in-law's." Sister-in-law 3 couldn't help but speak up. "Kick off, you're only 39 and not yet 40, I'm 43 this year, half of my body is in the ground, so of course you have to help me first." Sister-in-law 1 grabbed Sun Xian's small hand and touched it. The more she touched it, the more she envied it, the more she wanted it, and with a twist of her ass, she squeezed sister-in-law 3 to the side. Next to sister-in-law 2 and sister-in-law 4, who were of a softer character, did not go straight to the hand, but spoke softly and glibly from the side. Those daughters-in-law of the cousins' families formed a circle to look at Sun Xian, like a group of female demons looking at a cleaned-up Tang monk. Sun Dexing's 2 daughters-in-law were calm, high on melon seeds and laughing. Last night the 2 of them served Sun Dexing comfortably, Lao San the goods on the spot to beat his chest to ensure that the package on him. And Sun Xian's second sister-in-law, Wu Shuiwei. Oh. As the only explicitly married, stamped and licensed daughter-in-law among Sun's 3 brothers, what benefits could be missing from her, and the moment was also urgent, but still quite stable. Sun Xian felt that her ears were not enough at this time. Back then, she was not so miserable when she was being roundly urged to get married. After a few minutes of holding back, he couldn't hold back any longer, and stood up violently, looking at the group of 25 to 45 female goblins around him, the envious determination to never stop for the sake of achieving the goal, and then suddenly deflated again. "Sister-in-laws, younger siblings, this is all my family's man to help me adjust. I really did not use any secret formula, nor did I take any hormones, and I did not go under the knife." "Brother-in-law is a doctor?" the second sister-in-law asked, sitting outside the circle. "Well, the gynecologist, who is very famous in Shudu City these days, is the divine Dr. Wang from Maria Hospital." Sun Xian, who couldn't stand the harassment, really wanted her man to take in this group of demons at this time. "Brother-in-law is divine Dr. Wang, I said it looks so familiar." "Ah, yes, I remember too. I was cured of my stomach problem by divine Dr. Wang." "Me too, I've had irregular periods for years, took half a month's worth of pills, and now I'm so accurate I could use it as an alarm." The group of women began to talk again, experiencing themselves or hearing from hearsay about the wonders of Dr. Wang. Seeing this, Sun Xian shrunk and sneaked out of the room, and ran as soon as the door was closed. As for the matter of transferring the cannon fire to Wang Yu, she was justified. After all, as a husband shouldn't he shield his wife from the wind and rain? The women in the room were still discussing heatedly when the second sister-in-law, Wu Shuiwei, spotted the 2 third siblings, who were eating melons with gusto, and her eyes instantly lit up. She knew that Sun Dexing was the first to recognize Wang Yu and was also the one who had the best relationship with him among the 3 Sun brothers. These 2, though only in their 30s, could not have been unconcerned about this matter. The 2 of them must have gotten the benefit of the doubt through Lao San, thought her eyes bright, sneaked out of the house to find Sun Dexing went. At this time in the living room, Sun Dexing has been put on the ground, was carried to the sofa holding a pillow in his arms, huffing and puffing asleep. Wu Shuiwei came over and saw her husband, looking at the other people were still drinking, but this guy was drunk like this, and immediately felt anger in her heart. Immediately passed the Sun Dexing rack to the bathroom, when the head of a pot of cold water down, and then grabbed his ears to his head to the toilet. The pink and tender little fist is 2 punches to Sundown's stomach, and the confused penis is so compulsively sobered up by his own wife. Vomit. You. 10 minutes later, Sundown rinsed his mouth, washed his face, and straightened his clothes. Looking at his wife, he opened his mouth and assured her. "Don't worry, wife, I promise to get the job done. Go on, when things are done, I'll serve you differently, old lady." When Sun Dexing sniffed, he couldn't help but pick up Wu Shuiwei and give her a hard kiss, then walked out with quick steps. At this time, the atmosphere in the living room was a bit odd. During the time Wu Shuiwei racked Lao Er away, the daughters-in-law of the Sun family came over one by one to look for their husbands. After all, although Wu Shuiwei is smart, but these women are not naive. A turn of the brain will know that the second sister-in-law went out to do what? They have, and their own husband secretly whispered to leave some variety of temptation, and then went back again, was the daughter-in-law whispered after the Sun family. Han, look at Wang Yu's eyes became more hot. All those promises made by my own wife, it makes my blood boil just to hear them, and I can't wait to think about them. They are now bent on fulfilling their wives' wishes and then going home in a blackout to collect their rewards. As for the matter of Sun Xian becoming beautiful, this group of men didn't realize it. After all, in their eyes, their own sister, elder sister, and younger sister-in-law had always been beautiful. The pearl of the Sun family, not radiant, that can be called a pearl. But if Sun Xian lost some weight or emaciated a bit, these animals are all fiery-eyed and would have noticed it instantly. When Sun Dexing came over, he happened to see that his own brother had stopped drinking wine and eating food. Surrounded Wang Yu in the center, a smile on his face looked how so luda. It's not their fault. When they look at Wang Yu in front of them, they think of their wives on the bed. Can they not be lustful? What for? What are you doing? Wang Yu was furious by the look of this gang. This could be more scary than the Song family's gang of brothers. At least the Song family's brothers just tied themselves up. But this group of Hans in the Sun family looks like they are interested in themselves. Scared, Wang Yu's chrysanthemums tightened and yelled loudly. Brother-in-law, don't panic. Sun Dexing came over to calm Wang Yu. However, the way he looked at Wang Yu also revealed lechery, so how could Wang Yu not panic? The only one who is normal now is Sun Dexing. After all, this guy has already been served by his own woman last night, and now he is getting paid first and working later. As for those other Hans, they can only brainstorm and fantasize, and if they want to enjoy emperor-like treatment, they have to make emperor-like efforts. Each one of them was motivated at the moment, they just didn't know how to speak up, they wanted to wait for the others to make the first move. Ergo, let go of your hand. Sun Dexing squeezed in and then directly wrapped his arms around Wang Yu's neck and sat his butt on his stool. Although this bench was big and square, it was still a bit inappropriate to sit two men at the same time. Okay, all sit down. In the distance came the voice of Sun Dezhao. Just now their four daughters-in-law did not find him in the living room, asked about his whereabouts, could not wait to be drinking tea. He pulled out. The four women had a talk. Sun Dezhao also counted on hearing what's going on, but felt that it was inappropriate to go over now. As a big brother, you have to have a big brother's face. Better wait until tomorrow to talk to my brother-in-law in private. But her four daughters-in-law didn't want to wait a second. What if the thing that could make you young was a finite, non-renewable thing? Sun Dezhao, the four old ladies have followed you for so many years without a name, and you're still shirking this matter. I'm warning you, you have to get us something today, or else every night from now on we sisters will go and serve you at the same time. Looking at the four women's gaze of the same enemy, it scared Sun Dezhao so much that his legs went weak on the spot. Is this something that a human being can do? At that moment, he did not care about his so-called big brother's face and hurriedly rushed to the living room to prepare to seek Wang Yu's help. Chapter 83. The Sun brothers make Wang Yu feel desperate. In the end, as the Sun family boss, years of majesty let this gang of younger brothers temporarily suppress the fire in the heart, obediently sat back to the position. The nervous Wang Yu said as he pushed Sun Dexing, who was still by his side. Ergo, aren't you squeezing? Go back to your seat. Sundowner hemmed and hawed, his buttocks didn't move at all, but instead he wrapped his arms tighter. Sun Dezhao completely pretends to be invisible, came to the old man, just sat down. The big brother's demeanor is on display. Brother-in-law, all of us here are our own brothers, so there are some things that big brother will say directly for the brothers. What's the matter, big brother? Wang Yu asked in confusion. The situation just now almost chrysanthemums, and now the little heart is still thumping. Originally good, we drink quite pleasant, just do not know how suddenly the attitude changed, that eager eyes, that lecherous expression, now think of all the fear. Well, all the younger siblings have told you about it. Sun Dezhao asked as he faced his group of brothers. Said what? Sun Dexing this time has not reacted. Just now his two women did not come over, at this time do not know that this group of people are staring at Wang Yu. You shut up. Sun Dezhao angrily yelled at his third brother. This kid knew it all long ago, and now he's still thinking about eating alone. Thanks to his own previous care for him, often let the oldest two take the blame, in the future to give him more small shoes to wear, otherwise this bastard does not know what is brotherly and friendly. Sundance scowled and grinned, then kept his mouth shut. Brother-in-law, we brothers have a favor to ask of you, openly and for the sake of those sisters-in-law and younger siblings of yours. Big brother, you say, I am absolutely obliged to do what I can. Wang Yu patted his chest and assured, after all, the three brothers of the Sun family were genuinely good to him, and the cousins that he just met today exchanged pleasantries. Okay, with sister-in-law's words, big brother is relieved. Lao Air, you are close by, just give sister-in-law a word. As the older brother, having negotiated the deal, of course he let his own brother take care of those remaining details. Son Dexing just also feel big brother to take the job over, they sit and wait for the benefits on the line, who knows, and fall on their head. But think about what your daughter-in-law said and take it, after all, it's not you who was happy. Brother-in-law, Shanshan now maintains such a young and good skin, it's all because of you, isn't it? Wang Yu sniffed and said with a somewhat embarrassed blush. Yeah. Hearing Wang Yu's affirmative reply, the brothers of the Sun family were relieved that it was a done deal. Meifu refreshing, then do brothers also not polite, since the brother has a skill, also help Shanshan's these sister-in-law and younger siblings don't. Sun Dexing's words directly thundered Wang Yu. Is this something that can be helped? Looking around the room, 17 pairs of eyes stared straight at him, minus the 4 nephews who were still in school and the 2 youngest brothers who didn't have daughters-in-law yet. This Nima also has 11 people have wives and then think about Sun Deja 4 daughter-in-law, Sun Dishing 2 daughter-in-law, on the Sun family this family style, it is difficult to guarantee that the other brothers do not have other women. This counts down to 20 cannot block even if he cultivated the Yellow Emperor's internal cannon, his body bones cannot carry amount. It's not a matter of carrying it or not. It's a matter of how you can help yourself. This is going to be a favor, and it's not going to wipe out the Sun family's daughters-in-law. Is he or she still alive? Wang Yu thought about the cold sweat on his head, his legs couldn't help shivering, and he deeply swallowed and asked. Did Cynthia say how to take care of it? Your 2/3 sisters-in-law have asked, and Shanshan has said everything. Sun Dishing would react this time, and hearing Wang Yu's words, he didn't care if he knew the situation or not, and immediately agreed to it. And you all know it. Thinking of those women whispering to their husbands separately just now, Wang Yu couldn't help but ask skeptically. Aha! The brothers nodded collectively. So you guys are still asking me to help? Aha! The brothers nodded again. Did Sinclair agree too? Wang Yu grasped the last straw. God asked with fear. These brothers of the Sun family, the fierce men of the world, can agree to this. My little sister agreed, that's why we came to trouble you. Although Sun Dexing felt that Wang Yu would be a bit off, he still thought that it would be good to finalize this first. Brother-in-law, you're that maintenance method, brother can use cannot, you see I am 43, although I do not feel that the body does not have any problems, but this face he does not compete Sun Dishing touched his rough skin and then looked at Wang Yu's fine skin, and immediately wanted to be a few years younger as well. When the brothers heard this, they looked at Wang Yu with brighter eyes. You Sun brothers are not sons of men. Your wives asked me to help, so I'll bite the bullet and admit that I'm not losing out after all. And now you men are asking for my help too. What a shame to ask me to make such a sacrifice. Mud, I'd rather die than lose my virginity. Wang Yu, who was still tense and shivering, was so confused by Sun Dishing's words that he was ready to fight to the death and swear to preserve his innocence. Reaching out, he yanked away Sun Dexing, who had his arms around his neck, and immediately stood up, mustering all his strength and preparing to kill his way out. This Sun family is toxic cannot stay a minute, no wonder Shanshan do not want to get married in her 40s, so this group of brothers are sick in the head. Just as Wang Yu lifted his leg to slip away, Sun Qian's laughter came from the corner of the living room. Sun Qian, who had been hiding and eating melons for half a day, could no longer hold back at this time. The conversation between her own gang of brothers and sisters and Wang Yu almost made her laugh half to death. Looking at Wang Yu's scared pale face and trembling body, he was now even more determined and ready to rush out. Sun Qian could no longer suppress her voice, covering her stomach, lying on the sofa, her body jerking as if she had a seizure. Wang Yu saw his wife like this, immediately ran over and hurriedly took Sun Qian into his arms. Checked it out and it didn't show anything wrong with the system either, and the body is twice as good. Xiao Yu, It's okay, you let me, slow down. Looking at Wang Yu's worried face, Sun Qian, who was bursting into laughter, reluctantly opened her mouth to calm down. The brothers of the Sun family also looked at Sun Qian with confused faces, not knowing what was so funny. In the living room, it would be quiet, with only Sun Qian's laughter echoing. It had been going on for a few minutes before Sun Qian barely calmed down a bit, but she still couldn't help it, her shoulders twitching. Rubbing her still sore stomach, Sun Qian got out of Wang Yu's arms and struggled to stand up. Pulling Wang Yu's hand, he came to the table and was about to open his mouth to speak, but Wang Yu broke away from her hands with a sad face. Shanshan, even if you want the moon in the sky, I will find a way to fulfill you. Then raised his head and looked around at the dozen or so strong men of the Sun family, only to feel a chill down his spine and his face turning blue, when he said in despair. But this is something that, pardon me, I can't do, even with a knife at my neck. Chapter 84 The Hidden True Man of the Sun Family. As soon as Wang Yu's words left his mouth, Sun Qian's barely calmed mood was completely strained. The belly was even more twitching, the whole body began to tremble again, and the pretty little face was a little deformed. Brother, I'll take care of this, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Barely leaving a word behind, he pulled up Wang Yu and flew away, leaving behind bursts of laughter all the way, and a confused Sun family's brothers. After a moment of silence in the living room, Sun Dishing couldn't help but speak. Is this a yes or no from my brother-in-law? I'm still waiting to go back and deliver? Everyone looked at each other, and their hearts were not sure. After all, just now, Wang Yu's sad appearance did not look like a promise. Well, since my little sister said to hand it over to her, there's nothing wrong with it. You guys go back and prepare some gifts, and you can't let my brother-in-law do it for nothing. Sun Dizhou was worthy of being the boss, and with a single sentence, he put the hearts of the brothers at ease. Big brother, what does brother-in-law like? We don't know. Immediately someone asked out, giving gifts is nothing, it's not like they haven't been given before, they used to pick up the expensive ones to buy. But this matter is related to one's future happiness, so it's better to be serious and throw in the towel. Sun Dexing looked down and thought for a while, but he couldn't think of what Wang Yu liked, and his brain had an idea. Don't buy any gifts, Shanshan maintains to such a level, obviously using a lot of precious medicinal herbs, those things are not expected to be cheap, so let's just send money directly. Sun Dexing's words made the group of brothers feel very reasonable. So how much to give away? Again, someone has a new question. Sun Dexing thought about it for a while after hearing it, and directly clapped his hands and decided. 5 million for one person, not too much and not too little, it's quite appropriate. Think about how many women you have who deserve this, just don't start a fire in the backyard, and give the money directly to Chanshan when the time comes. Sun Dizhou heard a sudden black face, it seems that he has the most women, for his 20 million, just now also thought of white-whoring it, this will be their second brother pit. I was thinking of having the oldest carry more in the future, but now it seems to be following the old pattern, and it's good for the second to carry more. Let's do what the second said, and disperse if there's nothing else. Although Sun Dezhou didn't whore himself out for nothing, but he didn't care about this amount of money, and directly agreed to the decision of the second. After the matter was discussed, everyone left, and Sun Dishing was also ready to go to his daughter-in-law, and just after taking 2 steps, he was pulled by one of his cousins. Devo, what is it? Sun Dishing usually had a good relationship with Sun Difu, and looking at him pulling himself together with a tangled face, he asked with concern. Sango, there's something I'd like to ask you to do, let me borrow a step. With that, he dragged Sun Dishing to the back of a large tree in the yard. Speak up, there's no need for your own brother to hide his face like that. Although Sun Dishing had followed him over, he couldn't help but lecture his cousin when he saw him like this. Sango, that can you lend me some money? Borrow money? What's the matter, you don't even have 5 million, I remember you open a few bath centers, this money also want to borrow? No third brother, let alone $5 million, I can take 10 million. Then why did you ask me to borrow money? Sun Dishing was a little confused about his cousin. Sun Defu hesitated for a moment and said. Sango, I'm going to tell you, so you can help me keep it to yourself. Well, don't worry, Sango has the tightest of mouths. That, brother, I just did the math, it'll cost about $35 million. Sun Defu's one sentence shocked Sun Dishing's ears. Defu, you have 7 the body to eat it, listen to 3 brother, a word of advice, young people do not know the essence of the precious, old people look at the female empty tears, or moderation is good. Sun Defu, since he opened his mouth, also did not just embarrassed, listening to the third brother persuasion immediately retorted. Third brother, as the saying goes, a man should have 3 wives and 4 concubines, I've just reached the standard, it's really not much. Besides, bro has been taking care of his workouts and has been supplementing, so there's nothing wrong with him physically. Okay, you're happy, tell me how much is missing. Sun Dishing, also lazy, and Sun Defu said these, and not their own son, persuade 2 sentences on the line, after all, it is a private matter of people. I can spare $20 million here, so I'll ask third brother to help me with the rest. Okay, no problem, I'll call you tomorrow. Then thank you, Sango, I'll treat you to a bath some other time. Nothing else, I'll leave, your sister-in-law is waiting to hear back from me. It's okay, it's okay. The 2 of them were ready to leave when they finished speaking, and just as they stepped out from behind the large tree, they saw several of their nephews bowing and hiding to eavesdrop. Sundowner ran off with a hefty After an hour or so, Sun Qian completely stopped laughing. Wang Yu said in a condescending manner. Honest now, are you still laughing? Not laughing. Sun Qian responded breathlessly. Just now, Wang Yu ignored her pleas for mercy, causing her to almost turn her back. Tell me about you. Can those words be said casually, and agreeing to let me go and help those relatives of yours? Is there a daughter-in-law who pits her husband like you? Saying that, Wang Yu couldn't help but knock on Sun Qian's head again. When Sun Qian heard Wang Yu's words, she couldn't help but laugh again, but she was interrupted by another slap from him. Thinking about those few hours just now, he immediately collected his mind not to dare to laugh again. It's better to explain it quickly, or this misunderstanding will be big. Chapter 85 Jealousy Makes You Crazy. With Sun Qian's narration, Wang Yu also understood that this matter was a big oops, and thinking about his fearful appearance just now, he couldn't help but feel a little like laughing. No wonder his daughter-in-law was laughing so hard she couldn't even speak. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Wang Yu said as he kissed Sun Qian fiercely. What's to say, that you can go and help my sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law? Sun Qian said without any good humor. No, at least let me be a little prepared. You don't even know how scared I was when Sango told me he wanted to take care of it too. After understanding what happened, Wang Yu put down his heart, at least his fear just now was all gone. So what are you going to do about this? You can't really go on. Saying that, Sun Qian's small hand was placed on the soft flesh of Wang Yu's waist. Don't worry, there's a way to do it. Although you can't achieve the kind of results you've had, there's still a way to be 4 or 5 years younger. Wang Yu grabbed Sun Qian's small hand and said confidently. What a way to go, I'm warning you, no messing around. In fact, Chinese medicine has been deeply researched on health and beauty since ancient times, and great results have been achieved. You know I specialize in gynecology, for female maintenance this piece, also have some research, when the time comes, I for each of their different physique, open some nourishing formula nothing wrong. Honey, you're awesome. Sun Qian couldn't help but praise Wang Yu when she heard his explanation. Where's the greatness? This man can't be serious for 3 seconds in bed. The two of them talked for a while. Sun Qian couldn't resist falling into a deep sleep. Wang Yu will have some insomnia this time. I was thinking of finding a policeman to bestow blessings on myself today, but now this is probably a lost cause. It's a shame to see a once-a-day opportunity go to waste. Looking at Sun Qian in his arms, he couldn't help but activate his divine power and have a go. Then I received a system alert. Individuals who have been blessed may not be blessed again for 1 year. Well, there's actually a limit, and I don't know if I can even bless myself. As soon as he thought of it, at that moment, Wang Yu used the blessing avatar once on himself. The message from the system was timely. Gain 15,000 merit points. Much better. What did I do? Wang Yu was confused and began to recall his experiences since childhood. Good things have been done, but they are similar to helping old grannies cross the street. It's impossible to have such a high merit value. It took half a day of pondering to realize the most likely place. The last time I went back and activated the God's Shelter, my own 100 points of merit value per day had been deducted for several days. That meant that changes had begun to occur in a 20-kilometer radius, and those changes were due to his own shelter. That's why I was able to gain so much merit this time. After thinking about it, Wang Yu immediately felt a bit of pity. If he had waited for a month, maybe he would have directly obtained more merit values. But use it, anyway, the interval is only a year, then it should be their own certainly cannot run. Now the merit value is still too far away from the million mark, there are saved, one has to think carefully about ways to be able to quickly earn merit value. After thinking for a while he really wanted to come up with a good way, but the specific implementation, he was ready to discuss with Sun Qian tomorrow. If it works out, then you can make money and improve your merit both at the same time, and you don't have to be as busy as you were in the first few months. After having an idea, Wang Yu hugged the fragrant Sun Qian in his arms and fell asleep in no time. And this time when Liang is not a little sleep, was brought to the police station, some investigation and questioning, although released, but also wasted a lot of time. He also learned from Chen Yuting that the woman who slapped him today was the Pearl of the Sun family. And Wang Yu actually got on such a big thick leg, it won't be so easy for himself to get back at him in the future. However, when Liang did not feel afraid, after all, the overall strength of the Wen group is at least twice as much as that of the Sun family, and really want to open a business war, but also the advantage is in me. What's more, it was still a toss-up as to whether the Sun family would offend the Wen group for the sake of Wang Yu. Now Wang Yu is still like an ant in his eyes, at most a little bit stronger, although it is a bit troublesome to step on it, but not much. Chen Yuting had been quiet since she came back, accompanying her 2 daughters for a while and taking the initiative to help when Liang rubbed the bruises on his face. After that, she washed up and lay into the quilt, wrapped in the quilt, looked like she was sleeping very well. Even Wenliang came over to put her into his arms, but there was no reaction. Everything appeared normal. Even Wenliang, who was a dog licker, didn't notice the change in her and just assumed that she was in shock today. Although Chen Yuting was calm on the surface, her heart was not calm at all anymore. After meeting Wang Yu today, she had been having an indescribable hard time, especially that Sun Qian, who had crushed herself in every way. Originally thought that divorced, net family Wang Yu will be living a very bad life, but also thought about the encounter. Do you want to help him a hand? But that was also based on the fact that Wang Yu was living far worse than she was, even living worse than he did during the time he was married to himself. What she wanted to see was Wang Yu's anger, unwillingness, and even hatred was fine. It would be best to regretfully kneel at her feet and beg for her forgiveness, and that might not give him a chance to swap Wang Yu and Wenliang's positions as his lover. So it's back to that life of being held in the palm of two men's hands. But Sun Qian's appearance and Wang Yu's ignorance shattered these beautiful dreams she had pressed deep in her heart. Wang Yu not only did not fall down, but also lived a better life. Encountered their own also changed the attitude of the past. Looking for a woman is one in a million. When he faced himself again, he was straight up ignored, stranger than a stranger. This mentality of the ex living better than me made Chen Yuting hard to die, and her jealousy of Sun Qian swelled to the limit. Wide open eyes in the darkness, no sleepiness at all, and the warmth of Wenliang holding her didn't make her feel the least bit cozy. At the moment, Chen Yuting only remembered Wang Yu's disregard for her, and Sun Qian being more beautiful than her. There was a voice in her mind that kept telling her to destroy them, to ruin them. Wang Yu belonged to her, and even if she was separated, she couldn't find another woman. He deserves to have a bad time. He deserves to be on his knees in agony begging for his forgiveness. Chen Yuting, once a smooth sailor, nearly ended her life after a series of blows. After being rescued, his heart itself was a bit abnormal, and during this period of time, he was repeatedly stimulated by Wang Yu. There has been a clear mental illness. Hey! The big licking dog Wenliang, at this time, also could not imagine that the white moonlight in his arms, under the continuous stimulation, his heart has been extremely twisted, and after that, he did not know what would become. Chapter 86. The system eclipses the light in front of them. People are happy when they are happy. A false alarm last night. After one night Wang Yu threw it to the back of his mind. As for the promise to the Sun family's many daughters-in-law, he also had a good idea in mind. After all, his own gynecological saint is not covered. When the time comes to check the body of those who have accumulated over the years of small problems all to them to solve, and then prescribe some conditioning medicines to adjust the body. Get some beauty diet to eat for a few months. By then these women are not glowing, look not just a few years younger. However, this thing Wang Yu is not prepared to do today. He still has heavier things he wants to discuss with Sun Qian. The two ate breakfast and fled under the chanting of the Sun's father and mother of hurry up and get the wedding done and hold your grandchildren next year. Cynthia, I have an idea I'd like to discuss with you. Negotiate it, keep your hands to yourself, I'm still driving. Ahem. Get used to it, get used to it. Wang Yu said on his mouth, but his hand did not take it away, just placed it on Sun Qian's leg and stopped moving around. I'm thinking of opening a hospital, now that all the various amenities in the East End have been built and the population is pretty much occupied. Apart from the two public hospitals, there hasn't been a single entry from a private hospital. Xiao Yu, how big of a hospital do you want to open there? I haven't thought about it. I'm not looking for you to ask, aren't you a businessman? I'm a jewelry seller. You asked me about opening a hospital. Don't worry, I'll get someone to do a survey for you, and I'll give you news in a couple days. Although Sun Qian didn't understand either, she still promised in one breath. Arriving at the entrance of Sun Dexing's mall, Wang Yu and Sun Qian sweetly cuddled for 10 minutes. Sun Qian went to her own showcase and arranged for Chun Mei and Yuan. Wang Yu, on the other hand, went to the parking lot and drove his own car, preparing to go to the East District for a stroll and a field trip. Sun Qian had just walked into the mall when her second brother and sister-in-law blocked her at the elevator entrance. How are things, little sister? These two looked at Sun Qian with an expectant face. Although they didn't get the job done last night, they still got a promise from their little sister. Early in the morning Wu Shuiwei class did not go to work, and their husbands in the mall ready to wait for the rabbit. Second brother, second sister-in-law, Xiao Yu has agreed, but it will have to wait, he needs to make some preparations. Aha, I should, you take this card, it's for my brother-in-law. With that, Sun Dexing handed Sun Qian a bank card. Second brother, Xiao Yu didn't say he was charging. Speaking on her lips, Sun Qian instead nonchalantly loaded the card into her bag. Oh. Can't let my brother-in-law suffer, besides it's not much, 5 million for one person. second brother's words, let Sun Xian's eyes light up. The Sun family has a few daughters-in-law. She is still very clear, after all, the third brother Sun dishing, nothing always like to give her the gossip of the brothers to relieve boredom. I counted in my own mind, how this card must be more than $80 million. Now patted his huge chest to ensure that from tomorrow onwards, 2 daughters-in-law a day to come, within 10 days are all done, as for who first and who later, the second brother to see what to do. Under the second sister-in-law Wu Shuyu's thanks, Sun Xian happily helped Wang Yu earn a large sum of money, although the money earned was from her own relatives, but Sun Xian was not embarrassed at all. After bidding farewell to her second brother, Sun Xian called over to her third brother and relayed Wang Yu's thoughts to him. As for Sun dishing a restaurant, how to inquire about opening a hospital, it is not her business. After all, is not it normal to be a sister to find a brother to do something? At this time, Wang Yu is still strolling on the streets of the East City. The car he gave to put on the side of the road. Driving a car is not very convenient for their own inspection. So swipe a shared trolley and take a closer look street by street. As for what to look at and what to examine, he is not clear, although he has taken a few years of classes, but this aspect of Wang Yu is also a small white. Just having this idea in my heart, I feel that if I do it, I will not only be able to make money, but I will also be able to earn a steady amount of merit value. Wandering for 2 hours, Wang Yu cannot stand some, the sun is too big, this is almost noon, the temperature also came up, at the moment is ready to go back to find Sun Xian and Yu and dinner. Passing by a neighborhood, suddenly saw the black smoke rolling inside. The neighborhood gate is open at the moment. 2 fire trucks seem to have just arrived, all the way to the sparks with lightning rushed in. Just as Wang Yu sighed and prepared to leave, he suddenly received a system message. Detects that a disaster has befallen the neighborhood, and can consume merit values to mitigate and eliminate the fire. Whether or not you choose to eliminate the fire. What is there to hesitate about? Of course the choice is yes, although Wang Yu has not done many good things in the past, let alone rescue and relieve these. After all, this kind of thing is not something he can go and do if he wants to do it. Now he had the power to do this himself and watched the fire burn before his eyes. The merit value was directly deducted by 10,000, and Wang Yu could not care less about the heartache. At that moment, he dropped the trolley on the side of the road and ran in at a fast pace to the front of the burning building, where he was met with a shocking sight. A large group of 20-year-olds moved quickly and efficiently, working together. A fire hose was hooked up and a fire ladder was set up. In less than a minute's time, white water columns were sprayed out, giving Wang Yu the feeling that this system of his own was eclipsed in front of these lads. Of course the system is still very powerful, and Wang Yu's merit value was not wasted. Originally the fire would have swept through the entire residential building. But with Wang Yu's help, the fire spread very slowly, and many places were not ignited. The residents of the building also had plenty of time to escape out. Captain Tian, the fire is diminishing. Captain Tian, the 4th floor is under control. The 5th floor is under control as well. Captain, there are still masses on the 9th floor that have not been evacuated. Everyone was nervous when the news came out that the fire had been brought under control and the lives of the people had been preserved. But at the moment, when he heard that there were still people in the building caught in the fire, Captain Tian immediately put on his thermal suit and yelled, Yi Xiaofan, Ji Xiaoning. Yes. Follow me. Yes. Entry hall, black smoke rolling, 3 young men, eyes resolute, no hesitation, without a trace of fear in the heart, quickly rushed into the fire. Wang Yu was deeply moved by this scene. Once he still felt like a man. But seeing these people, he felt that he was too much water in this man. Let's just say that the situation in front of him, even if he dared to rush inside, but he couldn't do it like they were so fearless of everything, and looked at death as if they were at home. Many residents of the surrounding neighborhood took out their cell phones to capture the scene before them. From the time Captain Tian received the news, to the time the 3 of them put on their protective suits and rushed into the fire, it only took 24 seconds. It's this group of people who protect us, and when they're not doing anything, they're always training and improving themselves, and they're basically invisible outside. But when they appear in front of the public, they are always in the most dangerous places, using their own flesh and blood to maintain the safety and interests of the people. Chapter 87, Light in the Fire. Thick black smoke poured out of the windows of the residential building as firefighters still sprayed the building with water spray. Their faces were cold and solemn, as if they did not see that their brothers had rushed into the fire. Every order was carried out with determination, and not a single member of the team wasted a moment. The crowd of onlookers at this time are quiet. From the internet, from the TV, everyone has seen this scene at that time, although the heart is very shocking. But after witnessing it with his own eyes, the touch in his chest was more than words could express. After Captain Tian and 2 of his team members rushed in, so many people were silently shedding tears. All those complaints that one had, all those feelings of dissatisfaction with the country and society have now vanished. There is great fear in front of life and death. This young lads have long transcended life and death. In their hearts there is a supreme faith, that kind of faith so that they will not shake their iron will in the face of desperate circumstances. Time passed by, but the 3 team members never showed up, and they touched the hearts of everyone around them. Wang Yu's body and mind were also greatly baptized at this time, and he felt that he had to do something for these people. There's movement! A cry of alarm caused all eyes to turn to the door where black smoke rolled out. After a few moments of effort, Yifan and Ji Ning rushed out carrying a middle-aged woman. Rescuers, who had been waiting, immediately took over to start the rescue. There's another one that hasn't come out yet, it seems to be that captain. Yeah, 3 people went in, how come 2 came out? Something can't have happened to the lad. That young man and my second uncle's family in the same neighborhood, I ran into before. I heard that there is no object yet. There was an endless buzz of discussion, worrying about Captain Tian, who was still in the fire. The sadness filled out, and choked voices came from the crowd, and Wang Yu's heart clenched. At this point he kind of hated the system. Why didn't they just erase the fire so no one would have to sacrifice? The middle-aged woman who was rescued, this time also woke up. She struggled to climb off the stretcher, tearing her lungs and shouting, my daughter is still in there, save her quickly." The man next to her rushed to help her up, and despite the sadness on his face, he carefully comforted her. It's been 10 minutes, and people aren't getting their hopes up. The fire is out, but the smoke from the fire is not dissipating. The police also rushed to maintain order at this time. The government staff also began the work after the disaster, and some reporters were doing interviews at this time. But there was another group of people staring intently at that doorway, expecting and hoping. Tread. 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 The sound of footsteps seemed to come from the doorway, and the environment, which had just been noisy, immediately quieted down. Tap. 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 With the increasingly clear sound of footsteps, a magnificent figure appeared in front of everyone. The great figure was like a light shining into everyone's heart. Captain Tian was carrying a young girl in his arms, who was wrapped in his protective suit. He had just stepped out of the doorway when his feet gave out and he was about to fall down, but his brother had rushed up by now. Taking over the young girl, he sent his captain immediately to a shady spot, and after some examination, found that he was only a little off his feet, and that there was nothing else physically wrong with him. Sugar, sugar. The women's hoarse cries made Wang Yu's heart tighten. No way. Squeezing through the crowd, he immediately rushed over, and as he approached, although his small face was as black as carbon, he instantly recognized the rescued young girl as his intended employee. Not bothering to be polite, he immediately identified himself and began to prepare for the start of the resuscitation. Wait, don't take her to the hospital yet, she's in critical condition, resuscitation must begin immediately. Wang Yu knew through the system that Sweet's situation was not optimistic, and at this moment, he had neither silver needles nor medicines in his hands, not to mention the time to prepare those things. But also cannot stand by and watch the Tian captain sacrificed his life to save out of the sweet just like this fragrant death. Wang Yu's words immediately attracted the attention of the paramedics, who quickly did a preliminary examination of Sweetie and found that the situation was indeed very dangerous, as Wang Yu had said. I'm a doctor, let me do some measures before I send her for treatment or I'm afraid she won't last until the hospital. Okay, we'll try to provide whatever equipment we need. Received permission, Wang Yu immediately launched the first aid, although there is no silver needle, but still got some needles from the rescuers, looking for a few of the thinnest barely brought to use first. Sugar's shock was caused by inhaling a large amount of smoke, which contained a large number of harmful objects that were collecting in her lungs at the moment and needed to be eliminated immediately. Wang Yu placed 5 stitches in a row, initially stabilizing her body's condition, but if he wanted to be completely out of danger, he had to let Sweetie's respiratory system return to normal. But this is not difficult to Wang Yu, a simple artificial respiration and chest compression on the line. He will push and massage some more to activate the sweet cell activity. Even if he is not sent to the hospital, after a few days of maintenance, he will be able to live and breathe. However, at this moment, Wang Yu did not go straight to his mouth. He had a better candidate. Just now when everyone was discussing Captain Tian, he heard a knowledgeable person reveal his situation. What a nice young man. No date. Just gone. At that time, he didn't feel anything when he heard this, but at this time he felt that such a good man didn't have a daughter-in-law, so how could he help him? At that moment, Wang Yu got someone to call Captain Tian over. At this time, Tian, who was slowed down a little bit, looked at Wang Yu with some confusion. Captain Tian, there's something I want to ask for your help. Please don't refuse. What is it? This patient is sort of stabilized for now, but he still needs a cardioversion, so I'd like to ask you to help me. At this moment, Tian Hao's heart was greatly questioned. There are so many people from the medical team around. You are looking for me? As if he could see Tian Hao's thoughts, Wang Yu went over in and whispered in his ear. I know other people can do it too, but didn't you just get someone out of the way, and you should have touched them and hugged them? I thought one thing led to another, and I can't have another person come over and touch someone's little girl's body. Tian Hao looked around and realized that the rescuers next to him were all male. Just now he still had the impression that there were 3 female ones. How could he not see them this time? Oh. Those 3 female team members were lulled into preparing things in the ambulance by Wang Yu's slight trick. It was estimated that it would only take 3 minutes to come down, but what Wang Yu wanted was this time difference of a few minutes. Okay. Tian Hao thought about it and felt that Wang Yu had a point. He did have a lot of contact from the time he found this young girl to the time he carried her down from upstairs. It's not too late, let's get started. Aha! Tian Hao is not a twisted person, and the two of them launched a rescue right away. Chapter 88, You've been given a chance and you don't want to use it. Captain Tian was skilled in cardiac resuscitation. After all, these were skills they had to master. Wang Yu massaged Sweetie's head acupuncture points, stimulating Sweetie's instinctive sense of survival. Don't just press, artificial respiration. Wang Yu looked at this good's padded thick clothes, hard to press, suddenly felt a little spoiled. This. Come on, haven't you learned this before? If you're not then I am. Wang Yu urgently urged. He was afraid that if the 3 female members suddenly appeared later, he would have arranged it for nothing. Tian Hao's face was dark and there was no expression to be seen, and Sweetie's little face was also dark and there was no way to tell if it was beautiful or ugly. The 2 black faces came together and didn't attract the attention of the surrounding people. After Tian Hao took a deep breath, he looked at the sweet little black face but couldn't kiss it. Get up, you deserve to be without a date. Wang Yu saw that this guy was like a log, completely lacking the Yinggu of just now, and Sweet could not be delayed at this time, and directly went on his own. Sweet, this would be black, but the taste was really good. Wang Yu had a feeling that he couldn't stop. Sweet mother from Wang Yu began to resuscitate to the present did not issue a sound, for fear that their own actions affect the rescue. At this moment, it is even more tightly staring at Wang Yu, although his own daughter was pressed and kissed by this guy, but there is no other idea in his heart. As long as the daughter can be saved, it's not impossible to recognize a son-in-law on the spot. Wang Yu carefully implemented the resuscitation and soon noticed that the lying Sweetie had woken up. Wide eyes narrowed to a slit, head groggy and still. The bastard immediately yanked Tian Hao over, then ducked to the side to hide deeper and deeper. Before Tian Hao could react, Sugar coughed violently and then started breathing heavily. When Sweetie's mom saw her daughter waking up, she whooshed over and grabbed her daughter's little hand, too happy to speak. Tian Hao, who had been pushed aside, didn't care, and a smile appeared on his face at that moment. Slowly Sugar saw her mother beside her and tears fell in large streams. Just now, it really scared her, black smoke rolling and flames rising. She felt that she was about to die at that moment. Still thinking of working with you after a while, who would have thought that a fire would almost end his life? Come on, don't cry, look at how ugly you are yourself now. Looking at the waking up of Sweet, Wang Yu's mood relaxed a lot. This fire did not cause casualties, or thanks to this group of firefighters who do not fear life and death. As for the merit value he paid to keep the fire from spreading, Wang Yu did not care at all. Compared to these people, the bit you do is nothing. Am I dreaming? Looking at the smiling Wang Yu in front of her, Sweetness was a bit incredulous. What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? Hurry up and thank Captain Tian, he saved you from the fire at the risk of his life. Saying that, Wang Yu opened his cell phone and showed Sweetie the photo that Captain Tian had taken when he came out holding Sweetie. Sugar took the phone and stared at it blankly for a moment, then involuntarily swiped at it, wondering if there were other pictures. Then 2 dark faces were seen coming together. This is Wang Yu preparing to film Tian Hao giving artificial respiration to Sugar, but unfortunately he was given the chance and he's not good at it. It was just a passing shot at the time, but obviously the little girl misunderstood. It took about a few seconds of looking at it to react to the fact that the little black face on it was actually himself. At that moment, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, then immediately returned the cell phone to Wang Yu, covering his face with both hands in a shy manner. Thank you, Captain Tian, thank you, Captain Tian. Sweetie's mom was quick to respond, pulling Tian Hao's arm and thanking him non-stop. This daughter of hers is her life. If anything really happens to her, she won't be able to survive. Facing his daughter's savior, he couldn't stop thanking her, making Tianhao very embarrassed. "Auntie, it's better to send Sweetie to the hospital first." Well, and thanks to this doctor, too." "No need, Auntie, Sweetie and I are co-workers, it's only right to do this. You first accompany Sweetie to the hospital, I'll help Sweetie thank Captain Tian." Wang Yu briefly explained his relationship with Sweetie, and in the process helped Tianhao get rid of the awkward scene. Several rescue team members, at Wang Yu's signal, immediately lifted Sweetie onto a stretcher ready to be carried to the ambulance. As she passed by Tianhao, Sweetie looked at the well-built savior and sat up to say a serious thank you. Wang Yu watched Sugar leave and watched Tianhao once again put in his work, and directly a divine power bestowed blessing enveloped him. Opened the system to see, as expected, the fire comrade's selfless dedication is just what he thought in his heart. Although Tianhao was only 23 years old and hadn't been in the workforce for long, this time he blessed Wang Yu with more than 6,000 points of merit value. Without bothering Tianhao's work any further, he asked for someone to inquire about it right away. Because Wang Yu had just used his medical skills to save people, the firefighters were quite enthusiastic about him. Came to the two team members who had just gotten Sugar's mother out of the house and said he was Sugar's brother and thanked them both for saving his aunt. A bunch of thank you words said the two people a little embarrassed. Watching almost began to change the topic. "I heard that you, Captain Tian, still don't have a date." Yeah. "How old is Captain Tian?" "The captain is 23 years old." "Oh, where's home?" "Home is the city of Shudu. There are a few siblings. Captain Field is an only child." The two brave lads, in a moment, were lulled by Wang Yu into revealing all the information about their captain. As to why they are both so poorly alerted. "Oh, yeah. It's very simple." The guy took out his cell phone to show them the picture of Sweetie in the hospital, then said that he, as a brother, helped his sister find a date and felt that Captain Tian was a good person. The two lads saw Sugar's pretty little form, and at once felt that she was well suited to be the captain's daughter-in-law. The captain is on vacation the day after tomorrow, I'll let you know then." After exchanging calls, the young man named Yi Xiaofan was very interested in helping the captain find a daughter-in-law. At that moment, he pulled a Jining, promising to work with Wang Yu inside and out, so that he could make Tianhao and Tian come together as a couple as soon as possible. "Thanks then, when the time comes I'll have my sister introduce you to the little nurses at the hospital as well." "Really, thanks you." After getting the information he wanted, he talked to the two men some more. Wang Yu left with a hefty smile and looked at Tianhao, who was still leading his team to do the post-disaster work, thinking that he must open his own hospital. And it must be bigger and stronger, aiming to have a branch in every city, so that you can fulfill your dream. Walking out of the neighborhood, Wang Yu went to Sun Xian and said what he had just experienced, and then prepared to rush to the hospital to visit Sweetie. The little girl had been through so much, and now even her home had burned down, so it was better to go and calm her down quickly. By the way, he helped her find a place to stay, so that the mother and daughter would not even have a place to rest after they were discharged from the hospital. No women sent. No female delivery. No women are sent. The reason it's written this way is because the protagonist's heart is currently on the conservative side and wants a transition. Chapter 89, Sun Dishing takes on all of it. After driving his own car, Wang Yu rushed to the downtown hospital without eating his meal. After inquiring around, he came to Sugar's hospital room, where Sugar's dark little face was now cleaned up and pink. Lying on the hospital bed, big eyes staring listlessly at the ceiling, their own and their mother's home is gone. The great sadness makes the little girl this will also forget the shy thing just now. Seeing Sugar's despondent look, Wang Yu also could not help but sigh. The person was saved, but a huge economic loss is inevitable. At this point the little girl must be devastated. Because of herself she even quit her job. Now the home burns clean, the cause of the fire is not clear, and the corresponding compensation is not known when it will be available. There is no economic income during this period of time. It would be strange for Sweetie to be happy, and it is definitely not possible to mention Tianhao's matter to her at this time by herself, so it is better to help her first at the moment. "Sugar, how's it going?" Wang Yu walked over and asked gently. "You?" Seeing Wang Yu come over, Sweet called out and didn't know what to say, her big eyes filled with water mist. "Don't cry, you're fine. I lost my home, and this is called being nice. Don't worry, as my first employee, I'm sure I won't leave you alone." Next, Wang Yu exerted his eloquence and wasted countless mouthfuls of saliva, finally allowing the little girl to reluctantly reveal a smiling face. Looking at the time, it was already past 2 o'clock. Wang Yu hired 2 caregivers to take care of Sweetie and her mother. Fortunately, Sweetie's cell phone has been inside the pocket, not lost in the fire, Wang Yu helped her buy a charger and transferred 100,000 yuan to her, saying that it is an advance on wages, and wait for the work deducted from the wages. Then he visited Sugar's mother again before leaving the hospital. After casually eating something and driving the car according to the information he obtained, Wang Yu arrived at the neighborhood where Tianhao was located. It took half an hour to rent an apartment under his house for Sweetie and her mother. As for why you're renting here. Oh. This routine Wang Yu familiar ah. After finishing the formalities, Wang Yu rushed to the hospital and left the key to Sweetie, informed the address, and left under Sweetie's grateful gaze. When he came to the Sky Street Eatery, Wang Yu called Sun Xian. He felt that he had to give Qian Xian his idea and see how to implement it. It didn't take long for Sun Xian to rush over, and Sun Dishing happened to be there and accompanied him. Brother-in-law, Shan Xian said you're opening a hospital? Yes, Sango, originally I wanted to open a clinic, and after some of the things I'd been through I wanted to open a hospital. Xiao Yu, this is for you. Sun Xian came over directly after the second brother to her bank card stuff to Wang Yu, the morning to check a total of 110 million. After calling and asking his second brother, he realized that his cousin Sun Difu had contributed 35 million alone, and he couldn't help but be staggered. These brothers in their own family have all been brought up by their big brother, and there are so many of them keeping lovers. What is it? My gang of sister-in-laws and siblings gave it to you to buy medicine for, take it. Wang Yu didn't know how much money was in the card, and Sun Chen didn't say anything, thinking that he did have to buy a lot of precious medicinal herbs, so he didn't be polite at that moment and pocketed it. Sango, how are you doing with your inquiries? Asked about some of them, but the details will have to wait a few days. First things first. At that moment, Sun Dishing said the information he had obtained. Wang Yu listened to secretly frowned. He wanted to open the hospital, the cost is not quite a lot, and built is estimated to be more than a year. The money problem could be solved if he tried to think of a way, but the building of the house was a difficult matter. Third brother, how's the 5-star hotel you're building in the Eastern District coming along? Sun Xian looked like she could see Wang Yu's concern and was ready to set her third brother up. It's almost done, all 5 main buildings are built and the landscaping is almost done. It's ready to be renovated next week, and as soon as we get the equipment and matching furniture, we'll be open in a couple of months. Sun Dishing said he could not help but be proud of himself. This 5-star hotel but spent a lot of effort to build, did not look for people to partner, completely his own one person out of money. For this reason, Sun Dishing 80% of the family have invested in, and now waiting for the opening of the money. Sun Dishing's words let Sun Xian and Wang Yu listen to the light. The hotel is good no decoration is even better. Aren't guest rooms and wards both inhabited, just decorated in different styles? Right away Sun Xian had an idea and gave Wang Yu a look. The two of them cleared their throats and prepared to take down Sango. No way, don't even think about it, don't even think about it, don't even think about hitting my hotel, you two. 10 minutes later. Xiao Yu, your idea is good, but I think it should be considered carefully. 20 minutes later. Shanxian, you didn't lie to me, my brother-in-law's medical skills are really so powerful that he earned more than $30 million in a month? Half an hour later. Brother-in-law, don't worry, this building will be considered as third brother's share, the decoration will be left to me. 40 minutes later, Sun Dishing called Sun Dexing. Hey, second brother has a project, I think it will definitely make money, do you want to invest some? 50 minutes later, Sun Dishing called Sun Daizhao over. Big brother, I and my second brother and brother-in-law to engage in a project, not to say that brothers do not bring you to play, to you to stay with the shares depends on how much you invested, I give you a year of conservative estimates. After a small hand, Wang Yu held Sun Dishing's hand, his expression was particularly excited, and he thanked him vigorously, and Sun Xian was also full of happiness. Do not think that Wang Yu fooled the Sun brothers, as a perennial in the shopping mall, they are listening to Wang Yu ideas, they know that this hospital as long as the opening of the absolute money. Think about the undercard this kid revealed. Ability to treat essentially all skeletal injuries. Capable of treating all female diseases except terminal diseases. It is capable of conditioning women's bodies to their optimal state, thus making them at least 5 years younger. It can help women to conceive a child without any problems, and the number and sex of the child can be chosen within 3. All of the above, having one of them alone could support a major hospital, especially that last one, which is a money grab. How hard it is to have a child these days, with more and more families suffering from infertility, and how many people are deterred by the success rates and huge costs of IVF. Even for those rich families, the men are okay with spending money to find a few more. What about those rich women, can't they get more men with some health problems? How big is this market? After the reputation is made, it's not just the first hospital in Shudu City. Third brother, that condition I said cannot be changed, and I don't want the shares of the hospital, but this condition must be firmly implemented into practice. Brother-in-law, third brother knows your thoughts and admires people like you. Don't worry, I'll support you. By the time the oldest two put all their money in, there's no way for them to disagree. Sun Chen looked at Wang Yu with bright eyes, her small hand stroked her belly. Just now this man personally told her that there was already a child in here, and it was still a dragon and phoenix child. As for yesterday's pregnancy, today no this matter. Sun Qian did not look deeper. He was Wang Yu sleep on more than a month to become so young, is not also very bizarre. Chapter 90, After the Confession. After the three chatted, Sun Dishing left, and Wang Yu looked at Sun Qian's hands covering her belly, and his heart was also sweet. But the things that needed to be said still needed to be said, and right then and there he was ready to come clean about him and cozy. It's not about that, is that what I look like to you? Wang Yu immediately began to excuse himself. Sun Qian seriously sized up Wang Yu for a while and said quietly. Last night, for over 3 hours. At least let me pose in more than 30 kinds of humiliating positions. If not for my hard life, I would have been tossed to death by you at that time. What kind of person do you think you are? Okay. You're right. Wang Yu hemmed and hawed and pulled Sun Qian into his arms, wrapped his hands around her slender waist, gently kissed her pretty face and said in a warm voice. Actually, you and Avon before. In a narrative that lasted more than an hour, Wang Yu made things clear about himself and Xin, even the matter of Xin's pregnancy. Sun Qian leaned in Wang Yu's warm embrace and quietly listened, not interrupting in the middle or asking any questions. Until all of Wang Yu's words were spoken, the private room was quiet for a while. Sun Qian turned around and wrapped her arms around Wang Yu's neck. That Ms. Win is older than me? Well, 3 years older than you, 45 this year. Advantage on me. Sun Qian will be quite happy this time. Were you also drunk and she got the better of you? Well, I did drink too much that day. It was a tie, and thinking that she had taken down Wang Yu in the same way, Sun Qian began to score herself and cozy, currently leading by 1 point. So her kids are twins? Aha! Sun Qian 2 points versus Warm 1 point. Dragon and Phoenix? Wang Yu thought about it for a moment. At that time, he didn't have a system yet, so he and Xinhuan were conceiving a child in a natural state. I don't really know if it's a boy or a girl yet, but when my own hospital is built, I can take Cozy for an ultrasound to see. Thinking about it, Wang Yu shook his head and said he didn't know. Then how do you know I'm pregnant with a LW? It's hard to explain this one to you. You can assume that I was prepared at the time. Oh, you never woke up the night you were with Cozy, so you weren't prepared. Sun Qian thought she was smart, and that didn't add up to another point. Considering his relationship with Yavin, the two must be in a solid position as mutual allies. I can't help but smile at the thought. Wang Yu looked at Sun Qian, who had her arms around her neck, and with both eyes wandering off to enjoy herself there, he couldn't help but grab a couple of handfuls on her breasts. Well, surely you can't starve a child, and I guess you can have some yourself when the time comes. Slapping down Wang Yu's restless hand, Sun Qian adjusted her state and calmly said to Wang Yu. Well, I know about that, and I know what you think about it. After all, I've seen a lot of these things. It's not a good time for us to see each other. Avon and I are very close, and Cozy and the two of us don't even know each other, so it's hard to live together at this stage. Put away those nasty thoughts of yours. It's just fine for now. Keep it as it is and wait until we all have kids and meet a few times to get to know each other. My 4 sisters-in-law, who seem to be on good terms now, had my big brother in a tizzy every day before, until they all had kids, and then they slowly eased up. Sun Qian's words made Wang Yu feel that he had thought too simply before, and at first thought that after he confessed, both sides would be able to live in peace for his sake. When Xin knew early on the existence of Sun Qian and Yuan, they just need to say goodbye to Sun Qian. There is not much problem. As for Yuan, he was in on it to see. This little plum has always been the only Sun Qian looked forward to. Now that I think about it, it was purely because I was overthinking it. They would at most not get him killed for their own sake. After all, if they were strangers without themselves, it would be strange for them to live together without something happening to them. Still, Chanshan has ideas, worthy of being a child who grew up eating his elder brother's and sister-in-law's melons, knows just how much. After thinking things through, Wang Yu favorably pinched Sun Qian's face. Why are you so smart? I can't help but want to reward you. Come on, I've just seen a lot of it. Then Sun Qian remembered her own Defu brother, that really refreshed her 3 views. Moreover, this guy Wang Yu is also a body that attracts butterflies, or else he wouldn't have been messed up by 3 women while he was drunk. At that moment, he pinched Wang Yu's ear and said sternly. I warn you in the future, do not go out to dabble, especially do not drink with beautiful women. Not allowed. Wang Yu, under Sun Qian's warning of pinching his ears, swore to God that he had never taken the initiative and was always passive. And he promised to resolutely refrain from drinking outside in the future, vowing to uphold his innocence. Of course, these are all little flings between couples, and the two of them have a lot of fun messing around together. Xiao Yu, that I promised for you to start physical therapy maintenance with your sister-in-law's siblings tomorrow, can you spare time for 2 a day? After a while, Sun Qian remembered this morning, she was only remembering to help her man to make money, and almost forgot to promise her second brother, and immediately rushed to tell Wang Yu. Okay, not much of a problem, but I don't have much herbs right now, let's start tomorrow afternoon, 2 is too little, come over all of them, half a day to get it done. This is something that won't waste Wang Yu much time at all. Think about how he sees up to 200 or so patients a day at Maria Hospital. The district's dozen or so women were no big deal at all, and even if they were treated more carefully, they wouldn't waste much time. Is half a day enough? Sun Qian looked skeptical. Don't worry, enough. Tomorrow afternoon, you find a place, preferably a professional salon, it's better. Wang Yu thought about the fact that Sango's lounge wasn't quite right, and that place had a lot of fond memories of his own, and he didn't want to entertain anyone else. This other person also includes third brother Sun Dishing. That lounge on the 3rd floor is now off limits to him. Well, there's a sister in my second sister-in-law's family who owns a beauty parlor, so I'll call and ask about that later, and go straight to her tomorrow afternoon. Okay, let's eat, I have things to do later. What is it? I'm going to make a trip to see Dr. Han at Maria Hospital to discuss something. So Dean, male or female? Male, 50-ish, what goes through your head every day? Eat. I'll help you explain it, Yavins, so go run your errands when you're done eating. Sun Qian said with some embarrassment. Chapter 91, The Slippery Dean Han. After dinner, Wang Yu called over to Dean Han and asked for the address. Wang Yu brought a few gifts and went to pay a visit. After all, if he wanted to open this hospital, there were still a lot of places where he had to seek help from this director. Dean Han had been hitting on Wang Yu, and after receiving Wang Yu's call, he didn't hesitate to reveal his home address. Although he didn't know what Wang Yu was looking for, as he knew a little bit of insider knowledge, he clearly knew that Wang Yu was a very important part of Suning's future plans. More than half an hour later, Wang Yu knocked on the door of Dean Han's house, and the door opened before his hand was lowered. Seeing Wang Yu carrying gifts, Dean Han was still very happy in his heart. Even though Wang Yu came empty-handed, he would still be warmly entertained. But there were many gifts, and being able to bring something proved that he still had some weight in the other party's eyes. After half an hour of polite conversation, Wang Yu realized that he was completely no match for Dean Han. This guy was too talkative. Let's get right to the point, or we'll probably still be talking about falsehoods for another 2 hours. Elder brother Han, I came over today to ask for something. Well, you name it, little brother Wang, as long as old brother can do it, he is absolutely obliged to do it. Dean Han's words made Wang Yu twitch straight away, which was one of the reasons why he didn't want to be polite anymore. The two spoke for half an hour, and they became little brothers themselves, and the other became an old brother. He was afraid that if he chatted for a while longer, he would be reduced to a virtuous nephew again, and if he chatted until tomorrow morning, would old Han touch his head and say, "Good Saint Son." I'm relieved to have this word from my old brother. Brother, I've recently wanted to open a hospital, the place has been found and the house is ready-made just waiting to be renovated. The specific procedures and qualifications needed have also been entrusted to the help of a professional organization to deal with, and this time I came over to ask for old brother's help in purchasing medical equipment. Also rely on old brother to introduce some reliable drug suppliers. Brother's entire fortune has been invested, old brother can be sure to help my little brother a hand. Oh. Who wouldn't say the same thing in a polite way? You just beat your chest so loudly, let's see what you say this time. Wang Yu's words really let Han Dean stunned. This kid actually went out to fly solo. You ran my 10% of the shares to find who wanna go. No must stabilize him and find Su Dong to discuss before saying. Such a big thing has exceeded the scope of Dean Han's decision-making, and after thinking about it, he took a sip of tea without changing his face. Then he went forward and took Wang Yu's hand and said, I have long seen that little brother is extraordinary in martial arts, he will be a dragon in 9 days. I did not expect that only a few days have passed since I saw him, old brother, I have to be impressed. Wang Yu pumped his hand, didn't pump it, and was again complimented by Dean Han's sentence with some blush, and said awkwardly. You flatter me, elder brother Han, it's just a matter of making a living. Little brother, don't worry, your business is my old brother's business, will definitely help you. I will immediately go to prepare the relevant materials, get it done my old brother the first time to contact you. Wang Yu nodded at his words and felt that he had misunderstood Dean Han. Look at how enthusiastic the person was and how painfully he agreed. Immediately, he opened his mouth to thank them, and before he could say a few words he started another round of tugging. When Wang Yu realized that Dean Han's gaze at himself revealed a hint of loving color, he immediately ended the topic and proposed to take his leave. Walking out of Dean Han's neighborhood, Wang Yu took a long sigh of relief, not expecting that the Dean, who usually looks a bit serious in the hospital, is indeed so capable of nagging in private that he simply can't resist. On the way back, Wang Yu suddenly realized that something was wrong and thought about it for a while before he figured it out. This old Biden. Right away, first thing. What a great adjective, but what time is immediately and what time is the first time? Prepare materials and what materials to prepare. The request he made, this old man a positive answer did not he also thought that he was good. After half a day's work, the gift was given, the old brother was called, and he himself became a little brother from Wang Dafu. But want to do things, one did not do, and Dean Han's words dripping, even if he now go back to him, cannot say anything. Hey! I'm really still too young. On this side, Wang Yu lamented the sinister nature of society and the sets of the city, but Han Koan was also tense after he left and couldn't help but spit out that young people nowadays are not to be underestimated. Immediately called Su Ning and said the thing that Wang Yu was looking for himself, and Su Ning on the other side of the phone was speechless for a long time. Even in his own home, Dean Han was standing respectfully with his hand on the phone, not daring to make a sound as he quietly waited for Su Ning's order. Old Han, leave this matter alone, I'll let Su Mu take over. Okay, Su Dong. Well, that's it. Only after listening to the sound of hanging up from the phone did Dean Han relax, sitting on the sofa and drinking tea with pleasure, completely unable to see the nervous attitude he had just had. Hearing that Wang Yu wanted to open a hospital, Su Ning did not have any other mood swings other than some surprise. Thinking carefully about old Han's words, he analyzed the pros and cons. Wang Yu now has a place to open a hospital, although I do not know how the scale, but obviously this young man has taken the first step. And with his medical skills it won't take long to open up the situation, and then he will offer to let him join his new hospital, the other party will really not agree. Today, when Wang Yu went to ask Dean Han for help with this matter, he felt that it was an opportunity. I don't know if I can scoop you up later, but I can tie us together now. Don't you want to open a hospital? There's still a lack of all kinds of resources, but my Su family is not lacking. Invest some money, invest some resources, bind Wang Yu's interests with his own family, and then they are all his own people, and the new hospital will give him some shares, and things won't come to pass. Thinking of this, Su Ning called his daughter over. Mu, how are the preparations for the new? Is it necessary to examine? With that guy's level, and Su Mu's attitude towards him, I dare not say that I am 100% sure. But 102% certainty Su Ning still have. Their own daughter will certainly come back to find their own investment after the inspection. Maybe he'll even pander to him and be cute or something. Thinking about it, Su Ning felt very happy and wanted to tell Su Mu why your father is your father. Chapter 92 Winnie finally knows she's pregnant. Su Mu, who had been busy with the preparatory matters for the new hospital in the past few days, had basically put down his own little thoughts about Wang Yu. At this time, after getting news of him from his father, he admired this, a man with a top-notch character and ability. After hanging up the phone, Su Mu was ready to call Wang Yu, took out his cell phone and thought that now this time maybe Wang Yu was sleeping. Let's just forget about it, it's not good if it causes misunderstanding. Send a text message, and make an appointment for a face-to-face meeting tomorrow. After editing, Su Mu checked once, there is no problem, even if the other woman saw will not cause misunderstanding, immediately send over. At this time, Wang Yu had just arrived home. After coming out from Dean Han's house it was already very late. It was estimated that Xinxin and Wenwan mother and daughter had gone to sleep, and he didn't bother. After taking a shower and coming out, he saw Su Mu's text message, and after reading it, he felt that he had misunderstood Dean Han. What he said about right away was really right away, and he even sent Director Su, who was most familiar with the hospital and himself, to help. Well, Dean Han is a really good man. After reading it, Wang Yu returned a text message indicating that he had received it, and then fell into a deep sleep. I did get a little tired all day today. Early the next morning, when Wang Yu was sleeping in a daze, he felt that he was breathing very poorly, as if his nose was stuffed. Unable to help himself, he reached out and rubbed twice, rolled over and went back to sleep, waking up in a flash before his nose could inhale again in a few seconds. When I opened my eyes, a warm and sweet smiling face came into view. Seeing that Wang Yu had woken up, Wenwan said smilingly, "Uncle Wan, my mom told me to call you down for dinner." Seeing Wang Yu was a little embarrassed. After all, he hadn't worn anything after his own bath, and he started to rush people right away. Hurry up and get out, I'm going to get dressed, and a girl that big doesn't know how to avoid it. Slightly. Wan spat out her tongue and ran away. Looking at the girl who left after making a face, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel amused. Since this girl had done a detailed checkup and found that her body had recovered well, her nature slowly started to let go. There was always nothing to do but get himself in a little trouble or tease him and cozy a few times. The personality is much more cheerful and there are more smiles on my face. When Xin saw that Wan had recovered well, and directly helped her to apply for a suspension of school, thinking to nurse for a year, and then go back to school after staying a grade after her body was completely well. Wang Yu also agreed with Warmth's idea. After all, Wan's condition really needed long-term conditioning and careful care. After getting dressed and washing up, Wang Yu came downstairs. The table was already set with meals. In addition to the meals delivered by the Sky Street Eatery, there were also a few fried pancakes rolled with eggs and greens, as well as a large bowl of millet porridge. You did. After Wang Yu sat down, he picked up one and took a bite. The flavor was okay, but it gave him the feeling that it was a rare delicacy. Well, eat, can't have you eating me and Wan's leftovers every time. It's okay, it's a waste if you guys can't eat it all, and I'm also originally wanted to say that he liked the food very much, but when he saw the small light bulb sitting next to him, Wang Yu felt inappropriate and swallowed back. How could Xin not know what he was going to say, and immediately blanked him? The three of them quietly ate their breakfast, and although Warmth helped Wang Yu cook, the two of them couldn't finish the meal, but he still swept it away. Look at the time is less than 8 o'clock, and Sumu about the time there is more than an hour. Wang Yu this will not have anything to do, and cozy chat days. Talking about Sun Xian and Yuan, and then said what Sun Xian said yesterday to Cozy, not hiding it at all, and not thinking of hiding it. She's right, a very sensible woman. Decades of experience had allowed both Warmth and Sun Xian to make the most sensible decisions, and although the two people's personalities weren't very similar, the choice was the same in the face of such things. After all, not knowing each other and having an awkward relationship, it's better to wait until you've had a chance to get together and talk to each other a few times before making a decision. As for Yuan, Xin is not worried, although he has not seen but also know from Wang Yu's story is a simple, recognize the dead reason, or will not be for Wang Yu to make such a big sacrifice. Well, I'm really happy to have you guys, even though I'd been the passive party in the process. Wang Yu said something with feeling, which drew a somewhat shy and angry Warmth directly over to clean him up. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see anything. When Wan quietly slipped into the house from the living room and closed the door to make herself completely disappear from the world of the two of them. Cynthia has a baby? After fooling around for a while, Cozy asked what he had wanted to ask just now. Aha! Hearing Wang Yu's answer, Xin was a bit reluctant. At this point she didn't know that she was pregnant and Wang Yu didn't tell her. When the two together, Wang Yu is always careful. Warm also thought, his body is not good so that he cannot let go, the heart has always been quite touched. Thinking for a moment, Cozy said with a red face. Will you come here at night for the next few days? How could Wang Yu not know what Xin's words meant, and in itself, he didn't think he could hide it for long. After all, she hadn't come to her relatives for more than a month in a row. If this hadn't happened in the past when he wasn't in good health, Cozy would probably have gone to the hospital for a checkup. Gently taking Cozy into his arms, Wang Yu said tenderly as he caressed her tight belly with his hand, I can't believe I'm letting myself sleep alone at night, how can I not be punished? Looking at the departing Wang Yu, Warmth felt especially happy. The scene that he had only seen in his dreams before had finally descended on him in reality. Leaning on the shoebox by the door, like the wife who sends her husband to work, with love, reluctance and attachment in her heart. Mommy, do you have a baby in your tummy? When Wan's little head suddenly appeared in front of Warmth, startling her. Oops, dead girl, keep your voice down, the door is still open. Winsome said with shame and anger. Mom, this house has one staircase and we don't have any neighbors. Recently when Wan was always teasing her mother over nothing, while the previously calm character Xin always couldn't help but say a few words about her. But in a few days when Wan's little cheek had already gone through a preliminary exercise, and she dared to refute her mother's words with a straight face. Mom, you're really having your own baby. Saying that, when Wan hugged her, her head arching against Cozy's chest. All four of the adopted children know who they are, so they also know that Cozy doesn't have any children of his own. What the other three older siblings think, she does not know. At this moment, after when Wan knew that her mother had her own biological child, her heart was particularly happy, and she felt very happy for Xin. Touching Wanwan's little head, warmth was full of love, and a kind of maternal radiance emerged from within. Well, you're still acting like a child at such a big age, go on in the house. Closing the door, mother and daughter sat down together and began to discuss what would happen after the baby was born. Wanyu came to the agreed place 20 minutes earlier. There was no way, at that time, his own words had infuriated Cozy and drove him out early. There is no place to go, can only come early first, parked the car and looked at the surrounding environment, is indeed a suitable place to talk about things. The place where Sumu made the appointment was a private business club, very private, very suitable for talking about some hidden things. As for why he chose to come to the clubhouse to talk about things, of course, this clubhouse is surnamed Suwa. Walking into the hall of the club, there were staff members who came over to inquire, and when they asked for Wanyu's information, they immediately led him into a room that was very luxuriously decorated. Sitting on the soft sofa, savoring the coffee served by the waiter, Wanyu felt that Sumu was not a little too good for himself. Last time, the 28,888 package had already amazed himself. This time, he was begging for a job. Sumu was only sent over by Dean Han to help. Do you need to choose such a good place? Although he didn't know how this place charged, Wanyu knew that it must be expensive, and this time the consumption would not be cheaper than the last set meal. Wanyu is not a little cute either. Feeling that today's matter is not that simple. There was really no need to be so facetious when one was only here for the help one was seeking. Dean Han and Sumu didn't have such a good relationship with themselves, and they definitely held some sort of agenda. Just as he was thinking, the door of the box was opened and Sumu, who was dressed in business attire, walked in. The white slim-fit shirt was neatly tied inside the black wraparound skirt, the flesh-colored long-legged stockings were paired with white high-heeled shoes, and coupled with the exquisite makeup on her face, it made the usually plain-faced Sumu look full of imperial sister breath. I'm sure it's not a good idea to come. Sumu's costume looks visually appealing. Dr. Wang has been waiting for a long time. Sumu said politely after entering. It's me who came a little early, but it's Director Su's outfit today that is truly radiant. Wanyu also politely complimented him. The two of them smiled at each other as if they both guessed what the other was thinking, and after sitting down the waiter brought in some more delicate pastries. Sumu also asked for a cup of the same coffee as Wanyu, took a sip and then directly opened the door. I heard Dean Han say that you want to open a hospital. Our Su family is very interested. I wonder if I can hear Mr. Wang's thoughts. Sumu's words were out of Wanyu's expectations. Her style was the opposite of Dean Han, but the single-minded approach to business talks was very much to Wanyu's liking. Miss Su, I do have this idea, and the hospital has been built. Now we're just waiting for the renovation to be completed and the relevant equipment to be matched so we can start business. Sumu slightly smiled. Harton did not care. Wanyu said the hospital is not what she expected, probably rented a ready-made house, do some simple decoration on the business of the big point of the clinic just. Mr. Wang, don't you want to open a bigger hospital? We can actually work together. At this time, Sumu gave up the idea of injecting funds into Wanyu Hospital, which in her opinion was a complete waste of time. Might as well pull Wanyu on board now and build a large hospital of his own. At the moment he thought of whether to also pull the Su family in. After all, when he was ready to resign, Dean Han but very clearly told himself that Su Dong helped him, flat out gave him 10 million. Now that I think about it, rich people really don't have a good time taking money, and every penny they give away is very purposeful. Just like this time Sumu's invitation, if he didn't think of what to do, he was likely to be snubbed by the Su family, and then it was estimated that he would still have a miserable working life. Looking at Wanyu who had been silent in front of him, Sumu slightly wrinkled his pretty eyebrows. His invitation was very sincere now. Whether it was in terms of personal future development or access to benefits, joining the Su family's hospital was definitely more promising than opening a larger clinic. Miss Su, I would like to ask your Su family to join my hospital. I don't know if you are interested. After thinking for a while, Wanyu felt that it was better to fight for the Su family. Himself and the Sun family's several brothers in this area are completely novices. If there is the Su family to join, the future of the hospital will certainly operate better. Chapter 94. Suning can't sit still. Facing Wang Yu's words, Sumu felt that he was a bit uneducated and too arrogant. Mr. Wang, opportunities are rare, and the Su family's invitation comes only once, so I hope you'll give it some thought. Saying that, Sumu was ready to leave. Although he was fond of Wang Yu, he had now put it down since he had seen Cozy. This time, he came over completely because he saw the commercial value in Wang Yu and came over to talk about cooperation in good faith. But then he tried to get himself to invest in a clinic, and was instantly disinterested. As for his father's instructions last night, Sumu didn't agree with them. Although Wang Yu's medical skills are good, he himself is not bad, and it is not without a chance to catch up in the future. And Su's new hospital was established, is not a Wang Yu can hold up, without him as well as can be made into the first Shudu city. Looking at Sumu twisting her slender waistline and leaving quickly, Wang Yu put down the coffee in his hand and said calmly, "Miss Su, don't you want to hear my ideas? Don't you want to know how big the hospital I'm going to open is?" Wang Yu's words caused Sumu to stop and look back at Wang Yu suspiciously. "Word of mouth is no proof, I'd better take Ms. Su to see for herself." Saying that, Wang Yu also stood up and invited Sumu to go with him to the 5-star hotel that was under construction in San Brother. The man in front of him being so calm and inviting himself to take a look at his so-called hospital aroused Sumu's curiosity, and he agreed at that moment. After asking the address from the third brother, Wang Yu drove Sumu in his car and rushed over. The two of them didn't communicate too much. After all, what they say now is just empty words. Some things are better laid out for the other side to see before we can talk about what comes next. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the traffic on the road was still very smooth, and after 40 minutes, Wang Yu arrived at the address that San had mentioned. Getting out of the car, Sumu saw the 5 completed high-rise buildings in front of him, and although they were not decorated, he could feel that the future would definitely be luxurious. "Sango, I'm here." Paying no attention to Sumu beside him, Wang Yu looked at the buildings, and his heart was full of energy. It didn't take long for Sun Dishing to come over, and when he saw Wang Yu followed by a very beautiful woman, he felt a little uncomfortable. "Brother-in-law, this hospital hasn't even opened yet and you've already found a secretary?" Wang Yu, who was looking forward to the future, heard Sun Dishing's words and his heart tightened. But Qianqian said that this one is a big mouth. He mustn't let him get the wrong idea, or his good name in the Sun family would be lost. "Third brother is mistaken, this is Miss Sumu, the partner I found." Then he introduced Sun Dishing to Sumu. The big name of the Sun's 3 brothers, Sumu still knew. She didn't expect that the one in front of her was the Sun family's oldest. Moreover, Wang Yu was actually the aunt of the Sun family, and immediately felt as if he had misunderstood Wang Yu. Maybe what he said about getting the Su family on board wasn't the big clinic he thought it was. "Miss Su, these buildings in front of you are what I'm going to use to open a hospital." Wang Yu's words shocked Sumu, so he really thought wrong. "What a great deal, the building in front of you, the cost is estimated to be more than $1 billion, not counting the money to buy the land, and the later investment." In Sumu's opinion, the total investment will not be less than $10 billion if it is completely built. But thinking about the strength of the Sun brothers, $10 billion, although a lot, was probably able to be taken out. "Miss Su, now that it's just me and my 3 uncles at the hospital, I feel that the addition of the Su family can definitely bring a win-win situation. Doesn't your Su family want to open a hospital as well? I don't think there's a better place than this in the Eastern District." Wang Yu's words caused Sumu to come back to his senses, and his slender neck flushed a faint blush. Those who were familiar with her knew that at this time, Sumu's heart must not be as calm as the surface. Thinking about what I said in the private room, it turned out to be arrogant. Although the Su family was not short of money and was arguably number 1 in the medical industry in Shudu City, their overall strength was still inferior to that of the Sun brothers. If this hospital is opened, and then there is Wang Yu, a doctor with excellent medical skills, sitting in the town, then their own family still have to prepare for 2 years before the opening of the hospital, completely lost the development of space, when not to mention making money, not lose all is good. "Mr. Wang, I can't make a decision on this matter, you wait first, I'll call my father over." Realizing the risk that this hospital of Wang Yu's brought to the Su family, Sumu quickly began to contact his father. "Mumu, how is it, did Wang Yu agree?" "Dad, things have changed so much that I think you'd better come over and see for yourself then decide." "What happened?" Su Ning heard her daughter's tone was a bit off, and immediately asked nervously. Sumu didn't recount too much, and simply relayed what he saw and heard to his father. After Su Ning heard this, he felt a headache, but at the same time, he felt that this was an opportunity. There was no time to mull it over, so I asked for the address and came right over. "Brother-in-law, what does this woman do? You're pulling her in, she's not your concubine, is she?" Sun Dishing simply do not believe Wang Yu's explanation. Such a beautiful woman looking at their own heart, as a man Wang Yu and how would not have ideas, and also pull her into the partnership, the obvious send benefits. "Would you do that if you had a normal relationship?" Third brother, Maria Hospital used to be owned by the Su family, only recently they sold many of their shares and are preparing to open a hospital in the Eastern District. The Su family has been operating and fighting in the medical industry for 3 generations now, and possesses resources that we can't get even if we have the money now. Our hospital isn't going to be built soon, and the Su family also has ideas in this area, so I think that instead of competing together in the future, it's better to work together for development. Also, don't think about it day in and day out. Miss Su and I have only known each other for a few days, we don't have that kind of relationship. Oh, so much. Sun Dishing rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, feeling that what Wang Yu said was a bit strange. We have only known each other for a few days and we don't have that kind of relationship. Will we have that kind of relationship when we know each other for a longer period of time in the future? When he thought of this, he immediately secretly called his little sister and told her to always be vigilant and keep an eye on Wang Yu. Sumu, who hung up the phone on this side, relaxed a lot and listened to Wang Yu talking about some of his views and plans for the hospital. The two people talked and laughed, so that Sun Dishing, who had secretly finished the phone call, dialed his little sister again, or to urge again. This woman is too much of a threat. Sun Qian's side hung up twice Sun Dishing's phone, the third brother's gossipy look she still knows very well. For Wang Yu, Sun Qian is still very trusting, and simply does not believe such words as concubine or whatever in Sun Dishing's mouth. But it was curious why Wang Yu pulled people in again, and after thinking for a while, he called his big brother. Let's ask Big Brother first what this Su family really does. Chapter 95, Sun Dezhao and Suning begin negotiations. Receiving his little sister's phone call, Sun Dezhao was still very happy. When he heard that Wang Yu was ready to pull the Su family in, it made his heart burst with joy. Sun Qian didn't know about the Su family, but as the helmsman of the Sun family, how could he not be aware of the hegemony of the medical sector in Shudu City? After hanging up the phone, white smoke filled the entire office, and Sun Dezhao had already smoked 5 cigarettes. There were a lot of things he needed to think about, and he had gotten into investigating the entire medical industry in Shudu City after receiving a call from his third brother yesterday. The Su family's materials are still on his desk, and he had thought that it was the Sun family's biggest rival in stepping into the medical industry, but he didn't expect to be pulled over by his own brother-in-law to talk about cooperation. The Su family's joining Sun Dezhao is definitely agreeable. This is clearly a matter of combining two benefits. Now he had to consider how to grasp more interests in it, unlike the two Sun Dishing and Sun Dexing. Sun Dezhao is responsible for the entire Sun family. When the 6th cigarette reached the end, pressed out the cigarette, he decided to personally go to the scene to meet with Su Ning. After all, his brother-in-law and third brother are quite a bit worse than he is in business. Called his secretary, put off the noon meal, and drove over immediately. This fellow, Sun Dishing, after admonishing his little sister twice, the more he looked at the two Wang Yu and Su Mu, the more he felt that there was something wrong. He knows his brother-in-law's ability very well, otherwise he wouldn't have left the hotel open, accompanied him in the hospital, and dragged his two brothers into the water. But now the addition of the Su Mu gave him the feeling that his meat was being snatched away by someone else. How the little sister and Wang Yu into a good thing he is clear. In case the Su Mu also used the means, he believes that he certainly cannot carry. As for Wang Yu, he cannot carry himself, and this one certainly cannot. He opened the hospital in order to make money, not in the process of making money to lose his brother-in-law. This makes you unhappy in your heart even if you make money. After observing the two for some time, it was found that their demeanor was normal, talking and laughing but no other transgressions. Although I was still worried, I couldn't say it out loud, and thought I'd wait until the evening to talk to my little sister in person. Wang Yu didn't have as many thoughts as Sun Dishing, and now that he had 3 women, he didn't have any thoughts in this area at all. Although Sumu is beautiful, but there are many beautiful women, you can't see one-on-one. His idea now is to open the hospital quickly and then promote it with a copy and paste model. Once a man has a dream and a goal, there is always a kind of overwhelming excitement, and at this time Wang Yu is like this. And as Sumu listened to Wang Yu, the small mind that he had originally put down was again tickled by him. The two of them were talking and listening, and time passed so quickly that they didn't even realize that both Su Ning and Sun Dezhao had come over. Looking at her daughter looking at a handsome man with a face of adoration, Su Ning still had some jealousy in her heart and immediately opened her mouth to greet her. Moo moo. Hearing his father's call, Sumu immediately turned back and Wang Yu also looked over. Dad. Big brother. Both called out at the same time. Su Ning is farther away than Sun Dezhao. After all, Sun Dezhao's company is in the East District, so the result is that the two people basically reached one after the other. See each other, two people are also brother and sister polite. After all, there is a possibility of cooperation, so they came over in company. Brother-in-law, introduce me, this is Su Ning Su Dong. Su Dong, this is my sister's husband, Wang Yu. When Sumu heard Sun Dezhao's words, his eyes dimmed a little, and he secretly sighed in his heart. Why is it that all good men have wives? Su Dong, thank you for your help last time. I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough. Wang Yu went up and shook Su Ning's hand very politely. After all, the person who sent himself 10 million for nothing, to say a few words of thanks or should be. Brother Wang is polite. I didn't expect Brother Wang to be so generous. Looking at the 5 buildings in front of him, Su Ning was also secretly staggered. This Sun family is really not something. unknowingly get such a thing. If my daughter hadn't called me today, I might have lost a lot of money this time. At present, Suning does not have to know that these buildings are used by Sun Dishing to open a hotel, only to be messed with by Wang Yu, and thought that the Sun family had long decided to enter the medical industry. Dad, why are you calling brother Wang Yu? Next to him, Sumu was staring at his father with big beautiful eyes at this time, furiously. Just now also good, their father came over a sentence their own than Wang Yu is shorter than a generation. Are you going to call him Uncle Wang from now on? To each his own, to each his own. As the parties Wang Yu hurriedly rounded off, but also refused to call Suning uncle, after all, their two uncles are still there. The brother-in-law this year are 47, then the Suning cannot be smaller than a few years old, their own is not a matter of concern, but Sun Dizhao cannot follow their own also called uncleate. A few people talked and looked around, and halfway through, Sunin offered a number of insights. Let Wang Yu heart is also very not worthy of medical family is not a general professional, at the moment more firm his determination to invite the Su family. Wang Yu had already gotten instructions from his two uncles when he came, and he was completely unconcerned about how the cooperation would be negotiated. Anyway, the people pulled themselves in, and it was none of their business what terms they negotiated. After the meal and the wine, Sunin's eyes lit up, knowing that he was currently falling into a disadvantage. Although the Su family is important to the Sun family is even more important to the Su family, and if we can't talk about cooperation. The Sun family was perfectly capable of finding another medical person to work with in Shudu City, and even if the development was slower, it wasn't unacceptable. Chapter 96, The Sun family's daughter-in-law cannot be messed with. Dazhao, brother, I am foolishly a few years older, so I won't be polite to you. Big brother Su, they're all your own people, there's nothing to be polite about. Sun Dazhao also wanted to have a preliminary exchange of views with Suning at this time. Okay, then I'll make a statement first, I hold a supportive attitude towards this cooperation. Then brother, I coincide with big brother Su, I believe this cooperation will definitely be pleasant. The two smiled at each other, both quite satisfied. Just as they were about to continue talking, Wang Yu's phone rang, took it out and smiled shyly at Suning. Big brother Sin Sin called, I'm going out to answer it. With that, he walked out of the box. Sun Dezhao, who has interrupted the conversation, of course will not be unhappy, his little sister's phone, brother-in-law the first time to pick up is not very should be? Cynthia, what's wrong? I'm talking things over with my big brother and third brother. What pass now, it's not even 1 o'clock. I'm going to wait in the morning, Xing you cover for a while, I'll ask Sango to drive me there. Hanging up the phone, Wang Yu wiped the sweat on his head, this Sun family's congregation of daughters-in-law, but also really anxious in the morning ran to Wu Shuyua's sister's beauty salon, and directly to the entire beauty salon to be wrapped up. I didn't go out to eat at noon, I just ate casually in the beauty salon, and just after 12 o'clock I started to call Sun Xian to ask when to come over. Sun Xian was rushed, no way to rush over first, she did not go over okay, the gang of Sun family daughters-in-law can still be patient. When she came in, that snow-white, pink face and mountainous figure envied the gang of women who were itching for more. Immediately, he couldn't help but start to take turns chanting, this time Sun Xian was completely unable to top it. Hurry up and call Wang Yu to come over. Big brother, Xian called and asked me to hurry over. Something wrong? Sun Dezhao frowned, this matter had not even been discussed yet, and Wang Yu as the initiator was ready to bolt, making him feel that it was a bit disrespectful to Suning. Sister-in-law and siblings, they're rushing Xian, she can't top it. Sun Dezhao sniffed and immediately remembered. The women seem to have made an appointment for this afternoon. Now if you hold someone down yourself, the resentment won't still be on you. Thinking about what his woman had said, Sun Dezhao couldn't help but get weak in the knees and immediately urged. Lao San, stop eating, hurry up and send your brother-in-law over and come back later to pick me up. Well, I'll be back after dropping off my brother-in-law. Sun Dishing also remembered what his own daughter-in-law had told him today and knew that there was no delay. Wang Yu apologized to Su Ning in embarrassment and left under the gaze of their two father-daughter faces of curiosity. That, big brother Su is sorry, family matters, let's move on. Although Su Ning was curious about Wang Yu and Sun Dishing's departure, he was not in a position to ask about it since it was someone else's family matter. After smiling lightly, he began to talk to Sun Dezhao again. Sun Dishing roared all the way to the place in 20 minutes, and Wang Yu received 2 more phone calls from Sun Qian along the way to urge him. After getting out of the car, Wang Yu also wanted to ask Sun Dishing if he wanted to go in together to take a look. Who knew this one would take a dump and skid off with a kick of the gas? There was nothing to do but sigh and prepare to go in alone to face the women. After coming to the beauty salon, Wang Yu showed his identity and was let in, and before he could figure out the situation, he realized that the door was locked. Then more than 20 women stared at him with fiery eyes, looking as if they had eaten him alive.
Well, don't scare the men of Cynthia.
Wu Shuiyue, who was a half-master, immediately began to pacify the crowd.
Brother-in-law, you go in first, Xianxian is waiting for you inside.
Saying that, he recommended Wang Yu inside a pink-colored single room. Sun Xian was lying on the massage chair at this time, with a face that was lifeless, and the clothes on her body were wrinkled, as if she had been given
the same. Cynthia, what's wrong with you? Wang Yu went over and asked with concern.
It's okay, I'm tired from being checked out by a bunch of my sisters-in-law. Sun Xian breathless answer. See, Wang Yu is very distressed, his daughter-in-law is still pregnant with a childlet, see by this group of women tossed. Get started hubby, make sure you get them today, I really can't take it anymore.
After Wang Yu came over, Sun Xian also lifted her spirits. Well, did you bring what I asked you to bring? It's all here.
Sun Xian pointed down to a bag in the corner, which contained a few pairs of thickened rubber gloves and a few packs of silver needles, which basically took care of most of the problems. Wang Yu put on a mask and a white coat before signaling Sun Xian to go out and call someone in. Not a moment later, Wu Shuiyue walked in, worthy of the number of Sun Dexing's two families lined up. Do not eat a little loss. Second sister-in-law, just lie here. Looking at Wang Yu with a mask on his face and a pair of thick gloves on his hands, Wu Shuiyue was relieved. This brother-in-law is still very attentive and a good person. There wasn't too much communication, after all, there wasn't much for the two to communicate in this capacity. Wang Yu took off one glove and started taking his pulse as usual, then Wu Shuiyue's physical condition was displayed by the system. Aside from some common gynecological glitches and some anemia, it's not a big enough problem to use acupuncture. At that moment, Wang Yu began to push and massage, and throughout the process, neither of them spoke. At first, Wu Shuiyue was a little nervous, but look at the pair of gloves worn by Wang Yu, at least 2 millimeters thick. He also relaxed his mind, and in no time at all, he felt his body start to heat up and sweat. Her whole body was indescribably comfortable, and the kind of heat that radiated from the inside out made her whole skin start to redden.
20 minutes later, Wang Yu ended the massage, then took a pen and wrote down a medicinal dietary regimen, mainly to nourish the qi and replenish the blood, and wrote another prescription, wrote Wu Shuiyue's name and then opened his mouth. Second sister-in-law, if the medicine will start tomorrow, the medicinal meal will also be tomorrow. When that time comes, third brother will send someone to send it home, you can go out when you're ready on your side. Wu Shuiyue, who was looking in the mirror, touching her own face, looked really young, but not as obvious as Xianxian. When he heard Wang Yu's words, he realized that he still had to have medication to go along with it, and then he let go of his heart, thinking that he would definitely be able to become more youthful after conditioning himself. Thanks, brother-in-law.
With that, he pushed the door and walked out. How is the second sister-in-law doing? Is it working? When a group of women saw Wu Shuiyue come out, they immediately surrounded her. Second sister-in-law is looking much better, and she really does look quite a bit younger. That's how long it's been. Yeah, I remember when my second sister-in-law went in, there were still some wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, but they've faded a lot now. Wu Shuiyue's changes again caused the group of women to exclaim. After all, they had seen with their own eyes that there was really an effect. At that moment, Wu Shuiyue explained, and then added the need for medication, which would be more pronounced in the future younger.
Chapter 97 Avon's Misunderstood Tears.
Brother-in-law, you're amazing, Xianxian is really enjoying herself by marrying you.
Brother-in-law, can you teach this massage technique? I want to open a massage parlor.
Brother-in-law, press a little longer, I don't feel like I'm young enough to be noticeable. Averaging out to 1 in 20 minutes, Wang Yu had overestimated his speed while underestimating the number of daughters-in-law in the Sun family.
It took more than 8 small hours of work to get rid of the women.
Wu Shuiyue's sister, seeing the change in the crowd, inquired clearly, took $5 million and tugged her sister not to let go. Do not let me go, and you all do not want to go out of the frame, so Wu Shuiyue had to find Sun Chen to say good words. Wang Yu knows, there is no disagreement, anyway, there are so many people, and do not care about one more, just as an extra shift. After writing down the last prescription, Wang Yu fell head over heels on the massage bed, only feeling himself to the point where his whole body ached. Who can think of his ordeal these past few hours, with either his sister-in-law or brother-in-law under his hand, even with gloves on, he is always aware of his movements.
Xiaoyu, how are you doing?
Sun Qian came in and placed Wang Yu's head on her white and tender thighs, caressing his face heartily. It's okay, just a little tired. Where are those relatives of yours, gone?
No, still talking outside.
Xianxian, do you want revenge? When he came, Sun Qian's appearance Wang Yu still remembers, and now that he is being messed up by them, Wang Yu decided to find something for these women to do. Revenge for what? It's your own people and they're paying for it, what do you want to do? Sun Qian thought that Wang Yu had some bad idea, and knocked his head at that moment. Didn't you say that your Sun family, except for Big Brother's daughter and you, these 2 generations are all sons? I'm thinking of letting these women contribute to the Sun family, each of them will have another daughter for the Sun family, what do you think? Wang Yu's words made Sun Qian's eyes light up, thinking that this approach is good. Originally received so much money and a little bit of weakness. But now that the 2 of them had each given a warm little jacket, they immediately felt justified in taking the money. Okay, I'll listen to you, but what are you going to do? Wang Yu said as he reached out and pointed down to the prescription he had written down that was placed next to him. It's all on, don't worry, next year you'll be on 20 more little nieces. With that, the 2 of them walked out of the room, and the crowd of Sun family daughters-in-law outside were still chattering and discussing. Wu Shuiwei saw Wang Yu come out, immediately brought people to welcome up, some words of thanks once set up cannot break the car. Sun Qian out of the head to cope with it, Wang Yu a smile with up magical powers to send the sun, the mouth silently began counting. 1, 2, 3, 15, 21, 22. Ha! Why there's another one. Oh. Turns out it's second brother's sister-in-law. You can't be too generous, even though you're an interloper, but you're paying for it. 23, go you. A large group of people chatted for a while. Sun Qian took Wang Yu to say goodbye and left, this time to Sun Qian outside the home. Yuwen and Chunmei are still watching TV. Seeing Wang Yu and Sun Qian in a state as if they had gone to carry cement for a day, they were a bit curious at that moment. Brother, what have you been doing, you're so tired. Chunmei immediately ran over and helped Sun Qian to the sofa, and then poured 2 cups of water over with good behavior. As for Wang Yu, that doesn't have Yuwen yet, it's not his turn to intervene. You, is everything okay? Yavin asked worriedly. It's okay, just a little tired. Wang Yu replied breathlessly, this would not be able to care about coming over for the first time to visit Sun Qian's big house. We both haven't eaten yet, let's see what's in the fridge. Chunmei, you go and heat it up or you won't have a brother and sister-in-law. No, it's just one less sister-in-law, and Yavin is full today. Oops, little Ninny wants to rebel. Said Sun Qian is going to tickle Chunmei, but was dodged by Chunmei, after that ran to the kitchen to start cooking. After spending a long time together, Sun Qian and Chunmei's relationship has also worked out very well, and this is where Wang Yu was most grateful to Sun Qian. Wang Yu reclined on the sofa, his head resting on Yuwen's chest, enjoying the massage she gave his head. He was so comfortable that he wanted to fall asleep, but his rumbling stomach was making it a little difficult. Sister Cynthia, what have you been doing? Yavin asked, a little worried about opening his mouth. My family's gang of daughters-in-law all went to look for Xiaoyu today, so that Xiaoyu could help them treat their hidden body problems, a total of more than 20, but we were exhausted. Sun Qian took a sip of water to explain his sentence. Who knew that as soon as the words left his mouth, tears snapped from Yavin's eyes. Wang Yu will not be able to see this, closed his eyes and still enjoying. Sun Qian put down the cup of tea, looked at the silent Yuwen, immediately reacted. This will not care about tiredness, immediately pulled Wang Yu to the side, took Yuwen into his arms, heartbroken. Aya's sister. It's not what you think, even if sister was more generous, she wouldn't let Xiaoyu do that. This will Wang Yu also reacted, immediately a black line, looking at Sun Qian really want to punish properly. That's. What kind? Yavin huffed. Sun Qian to help Yuwen wipe clean tears, immediately explained, put things to understand after Yuwen realized that it was a misunderstanding, think carefully also know that they misunderstood. More than 20 women, even if it was really what he thought, would you have the life to come back? However, the 2 women looked at Wang Yu with a somewhat wary gaze, this guy's role was too powerful to be known by others, he must be watched closely. Seeing the 2 women excluding themselves, muttering and whispering, Wang Yu didn't care much, and after finishing the water in his own teacup, he drank the remaining half cup of water from Sun Qian as well. Composed another text message to Cozy about not going back for the night so they wouldn't have to wait for them. After that it was quite unimaginative to lie on the bed, with his mind reeling, about his hospital. As for what Sun Dezhao and Suning talked about, Wang Yu did not worry about it at all, and those so-called benefit distributions of theirs, he did not care at all. What was on his mind was the realization of the ambitions of his heart, and the most important thing in his idea of a hospital was the condition of facing police and firefighters and their families completely free of charge. One of the reasons for doing so was that he really wanted to help these people and give them less worries, and on the other hand, the karmic mechanism of this blessing avatar of his own was problematic. Since these two types of people have the highest merit value, wouldn't it be better for one to help them gratuitously and bestow blessings on oneself a year later that gain merit value? Chapter 98. Two foxes collaborate to dig a pit. But Wang Yu underestimated him this idea. The afternoon Sun Dezhou and Su Ning this made a very deep discussion on this condition proposed by Wang Yu. According to their investigation, there were about 20,000 police officers in Shudu City, not more than 100,000 counting family members, and as for firefighters, there were even fewer. 1,000 would be good. Taking 100,000 people as an example, roughly 1 in 10 get sick each year, and even the older ones are no more than 2 in 10. And even fewer people will go to the hospital. It's unlikely that anyone will run there for anything. And there are some medical resources inside the police and fire departments, which works out to be somewhere between 5,000 and 7,000 people treated free of charge each year, at a cost of about $10 million. However, the return is far more than $1 million, and if they keep practicing, their hospital will be famous. This kind of intangible help is even more huge, far better than Suning every year to spend huge sums of money to carry out some free medical aid activities to be effective. Sumu, listening to this side, only then realized, but she simply do not believe that Wang Yu move intended to make a profit. However, she did not know that Wang Yu was not acting in this manner simply to amass wealth, but rather to obtain merit values more efficiently. Immediately afterward, Sun Dezhou once again confided in Su Ning, telling him all about Wang Yu's deep-seated medical skills, which straight away made Su Ning's hair stand on end and cold sweat bead on her skin. Cannot help but complain about their own daughter, working together for so long, but did not realize that Wang Yu's medical skills are so superb. If it wasn't for Dean Han's phone call, his own stupidity to open a hospital, how to die do not know. At that moment, the conditions put forward by Sun Dezhou were not so divided, and when Sun Dezhou saw this appearance of Su Ning, he was also embarrassed to give an inch, and also appropriately gave up a part of the benefits. Have been talking until 3 o'clock in the afternoon to finalize the overall cooperation program. Specific points have to be taken over by the two men and then negotiate in detail. But after the overall cooperation framework was set up, the two of them didn't care much about the rest. Brother Dezhou, there's a matter that I don't know if you're clear about. Sun Dezhou looked at Su Ning with a puzzled expression and asked, what is it, brother? So you say? Only to see Su Ning frowning with a serious expression, he said, regarding your brother-in-law, he seems to have a big conflict with that Wen Liang of the Wen group. Then, Su Ning told Sun Dezhou everything he had learned one by one, while Su Mu, who was on the side, also added a few sentences appropriately. When Sun Dezhou heard the name Chen Yuting, he suddenly realized in his heart. Damn ah! So it was this kid who cuckolded his brother-in-law. For a moment, anger, shame, and other emotions surged through his heart. Sun Dezhou clenched his fists tightly and thought, should I get him killed or should I thank him? Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth could not help but spread a grim smile. At this time, Sun Dezhou suddenly realized a problem and hurriedly asked after him, Big brother Su, the Wen group you're talking about wouldn't be that Wen family in the capital, would it? Su Ning shook his head and replied, no, if it's the Wen family in the capital, with the strength of the two of us, we wouldn't even be able to step on them enough. I'm actually talking about that Wen clan in Tiannan City. Well, it's not the Kyoto Wen family on the line, although the Wen group in Tiannan City is very strong, but this is Shudu City. Let's brothers have fun with them this time. Older brother, I have an idea for you to hear. Sumu only saw that the more his father and Sun Dezhou spoke, the lower their voices became, and the more they laughed, the more grim they became. Older brother, in terms of means or you're great, this time, this claw that Wen's group reached out to Shudu City can't be retracted. Where, old brother, I happened to come across, just until I go along. Said two looked at each other and smiled, taking some precautions against each other. At this time Wang Yu was still working hard and had no idea how big a hole Sumu's father and his great-uncle had dug together for Wen Liang waiting for him. But even if he knew about it, he still raised his hands in favor of it, and Wang Yu was definitely the most active in this matter of pitting Wen Liang. And then said a moment of polite words, the two talents left one after another, the gate waiting impatient Sun Dishing, pick up their own big brother a foot of gas on the way out. Su Ning father and daughter sitting in the car, chatting for a long time, because the next new hospital preparations Su Ning all over the daughter to do. One was to exercise Su Mu's ability, and on the other hand, he could also see that the personal relationship between both Wang Yu and Su Mu was okay. As for the other aspects, Su Ning would not even consider it, nor did she think of letting her daughter have any unclear relationship with Wang Yu. Totally appreciating Wang Yu's ability, letting Su Mu follow and learn well. Achoo! Got a cold. Wan Lian wiped his nose with an uncomfortable feeling. Chen Yuting touched his forehead with concern. Unbeknownst to the two, a vast conspiracy has unfolded. When Liang was still thinking about how to clean up Wang Yu at this time. And someone was already one step ahead, about to get ready to clean him up. Our comrade Wang Yu, on the other hand, is nothing clear nothing. This is a big mouthful of noodles cooked by Chun Mei. Not bad for your cousin, the flavor has a few of your mother's true qualities. Sun Xian was also hungry and ate a big bowl full of food before burping and getting ready to wash up and go to bed. Wang Yu, the bastard, has already dried 2 bowls, and seeing that there is still some in the pot, he took a spoon and directly dried it out. When Chun Mei saw that her brother had finished eating, she pushed him out and began to clean up. Yelin, because of the misunderstanding just now, this would still be shy, and when she saw Wang Yu coming over, she immediately ran to her room. The entire living room was now only by himself, and the bored Wang Yu then had the effort to survey this house of Sun Qian. Worthy of being the Sun family's daughter, the house is indeed not small. It is estimated that there are 400 square feet, the decoration is needless to say. I also do not know whether Qian used to live in such a large house by herself. Will not be afraid. Thinking of this, Wang Yu felt that it was better to ask in person, and at that moment he walked into the bathroom. Sun Qian, who would be beautifully soaking in a hot bath, raised her eyes and realized that Wang Yu had walked in. Get the hell out of here! Wang Yu embarrassedly laughed. I just came to ask you if you are afraid of living alone at night in such a big house. Saying this, he hurriedly stopped. Ah! Rascal! Sun Qian used her hand to cover the key area, and her big eyes glared viciously at Wang Yu. Hey, don't block it, it's not like you haven't seen it before. Wang Yu said shamelessly. You! Sun Qian gasped. Get the hell out of here! Seeing this, Wang Yu knew that he couldn't joke around too much. Alright, I'll go out right away, you wash slowly. After saying that, Wang Yu walked out. Sun Qian heard the sound of the door closing and patted her chest, remembering the image she had just seen. A blush couldn't help but appear on her face. Chapter 99. Wang Yu ran away. When he woke up in the morning, Wang Yu found that no one was under the quilt, and went out to look around and found that the 3 women were not at home. But the pot Chun Mei did leave him with some rice, and Yan left this note for him. As for Sun Qian, he didn't leave anything and sent a text message, telling him to get out of here as soon as he had enough and that he didn't want to see him today. Wang Yu realized that his face skin was getting thicker and thicker now. In the past, it was Sun Qian who had molested him with a red face, but now it was the other way around. I ate breakfast and contacted that industrious henchman of Sango's to tell him about the remedies he needed, but this time there were too many, so I took pictures and sent them to the other side. The henchman took a look at the name and address on it, and said he didn't dare to mention the money both of his boss's women were on it. No need to think about the above is estimated to be full of the Sun family, which if you collect the money will not be demolished by their own boss. Wang Yu couldn't do much good when he saw that the other party was oil and salt. Forget about making time to make it up to San. Then Wang Yu was ready to find the home hospital to talk about the matter of the medicine, his own prescription. I do not know if they will provide herbs, was thinking of looking for Dean Han to help, but did not want to go over to see that guy when Liang. Anyway, Shudu City is not the only hospital in Maria, and at that moment drove the car directly to the city's hospital of traditional Chinese medicine. Inside busy half a day, there is no hospital doctor's prescription, the pharmacy simply do not give him medicines, which can be difficult to Wang Yu. Just when he didn't know what to do, Su Mu's phone call came over, and when he saw Su Mu's name, Wang Yu immediately tapped his head. How could you forget about the Su family? There must be no problem finding Su Mu for this. After picking up the phone and asking what Su Mu was looking for, the two made another appointment to meet somewhere. But this time it wasn't that clubhouse, but a large pharmacy of the Su family in Shudu City. This pharmacy can be regarded as the Su family's ancestral property. To Su Mu's generation has been 3 generations, and is also regarded as the Su family's signboard in Shudu City. When Wang Yu arrived, he saw Su Mu waiting at the door. Compared to yesterday's outfit, today's Su Mu was wearing a red short sleeve and a pair of denim 7-minute pants, which looked a lot more casual. No makeup on her face either, very neighborly. Miss Su, it's still thanks to your help that they won't even bring me medicine when I go to the hospital. You're welcome, a little something. With that the two walked into the pharmacy. Wang Yu took out the prescriptions he had recorded yesterday and counted the dosages and the course of treatment needed for each prescription. The staff member did some math and looked up at Su Mu again, but didn't get a hint, so he can only do business. Immediately open more than 7 million charges. See, Wang Yu staggered, but think of Sun Qian told himself that open card in more than 100 million income. Thinking if I'm a little short on giving them each a daughter, should I do it again next year? After paying the money, and did not take the drugs away, ready to later are boiled in the pharmacy. This is not expensive, not much money, the pharmacy directly to the free. As for the delivery of the medicine thing, hey. Won Yu is really distracted, there are too many people and the places where they live are too spread out, so it is better not to bother San again. Forget it or not, let them come to pick up themselves every day. When the address was sent to Sun Xian, called and said for a while, Won Yu no longer cared. Mr. Wang, after being busy, are we starting to prepare for the hospital? Preparing for what? Won Yu asked curiously. Isn't the hospital going to be renovated and some low-rise additions are going to be built? This Sango is in charge, just ask him. That medical equipment purchase. That's up to you, and if you want to spend the money, get your dad or my great-uncle. Then you can't go to the trouble of getting office supplies for the hospital, and some household items. My second uncle brother Sun Dexing, Shudu City Center Square, that mall is his, by these you go to find him on the line. Oh, I forgot to say, Sun Dexing and Sun Dishing both invested a lot of money in the hospital and are also shareholders of the hospital. If something happens, you'll just look for them. Then what are you responsible for? Sumu asked without a trace of anger. I'm waiting for the hospital to open for work, I'm a doctor, you forget. Sumu was so angry that he couldn't say a word and watched Won Yu leave. But she couldn't leave, the entire hospital preparation task of this aspect of the Su family was given to her. And Won Yu, for one thing, doesn't know anything about it, and for another, there are 3 major shareholders on top of it, so of course he won't get involved in this kind of thing. As for how much money to invest, Won Yu said that he does not invest money and he does not want shares. As long as he agrees to his conditions he will go to work in the hospital. At the moment it seems that this hospital, although he was the one who held the lead, now has little to do with him instead. After bidding farewell to Sumu, Won Yu came to Xan's house. He still remembered talking to Xan about visiting her uncle. These days are relatively idle, thought to ask, if convenient today to go over a trip, after all, warm with their own so long, cannot always not go. Uncle Wang. The one who opened the door was still Wan. As to why Wang Yu didn't open the door himself, after all, it wasn't Cozy who lived alone inside now. Even though he had the key himself, it was better to knock on the door, it was quite important to respect the little girl's privacy. Hello Wanda, how are you feeling today? Feeling much better, Uncle Wan. How long do I have to drink that medicine? Let's drink the medicine for another 2 months, but keep up the medicinal diet. That said, it occurred to me that when I was at Maria's hospital, I only took a course of medication, and now I don't think there's much left. At that moment, he wrote down the prescription and the address of the Su family pharmacy, then handed it to Wan and said, when you're done with the medicine go to this place and get it, where you'll be able to help boil it. Since the last time Sumu delivered the medicine once, Won Yu brought back the herbs and boiled them a few times when he was free, but mostly Cozy was doing it. Now it's not necessary, when the time comes, you can just go and get it ready-made. Where's your mom? Sleeping in the house. Lately Mom has been feeling like she can't get enough sleep. It's like that for a while after pregnancy. It's okay, I'll check it out. At that moment Won Yu went to the bedroom to see the Cozy sleep is very quiet, some cannot bear to disturb her, immediately want to leave. But it was as if warmth had sensed it and found Won Yu before he could walk out. Why are you coming over at this hour? Is something wrong? There's nothing much going on these days, thought I'd come over and ask you when we're going to visit your uncle first, as I said last time. When Xin said after thinking for a while when she heard Won Yu's words. No, my second uncle went back to Kyoto and I don't want to go back in my life because of some things, so there's no need to visit. Seeing how Cozy was lost clearly evoked sadness. Won Yu walked over to touch her head and said. Don't be sad, you're not alone from now on, you have me, Wan, and next year there will be 2 children. Chapter 100 Dean Han dances with a small hoe. Since Sun Dezhou and Suning finalized the plan, the hospital's preparatory work has advanced very quickly, and the hole dug for Wanliang has become bigger and bigger. This month, although Won Yu did not participate in the preparatory work, but he did not relax himself, in addition to take time to accompany his beloved woman, and then is just crazy study. The knowledge of Chinese medicine is obscure and difficult to understand. Won Yu has accumulated a lot of practical experience in the Maria Hospital, in turn, viewing medical books, but instead, there is a sense of clarity. But the more you look at it, the more you feel that you know too little, because of the relationship of the Su family, many ancient medical books that are extinct on the market, and some secret recipes Won Yu can see. Su Ning's attitude towards Won Yu was not generally good, and the underpinnings of his own family were completely open to him. After Sumu had been busy for a few days, she realized her problem, and she felt that she had put the cart before the horse a bit. Self is not very interested in the operation of business, but now for these everyday busy, on the contrary, Wang Yu has never given up to improve themselves. After thinking about it, he looked for his father to talk about his ideas, and then he no longer paid attention to the hospital preparations. Instead, he got stuck into the sea of knowledge together with Wang Yu. Sweet's body also got well early, and there was no need for Wang Yu to step in to help at all, and after less than a month of living in Wang Yu's rented house, she and Tianhao became good friends. These days we'll take the time to send Tianhao lunch. Outsiders seem to be the two people's relationship is rapidly warming up, just short of poking through that layer of window paper. But Sweetie didn't understand any of this, she just listened to her mom and came over to show her appreciation. When Xan's belly is also slowly bulging, for the company's things are completely hands-off, single-mindedly for the child in the belly. The medical industry in Shudu City has been rocked by the strong intrusion of the Sun brothers. On this day, Dean Han and Su Ning both talked for a night, and no one knew exactly what they talked about. But after that the atmosphere at Maria Hospital had changed slightly, and Wan Liang had been very uneasy for the last few days. To say that he is for Wang Yu invested in the Maria Hospital, but wrongly accused him, young to control a large group of people, and how can be so brainless? Before investing, he still investigated the strength, background and future development of Maria Hospital in great detail. As for cleaning up Wang Yu, it was only incidental in his opinion, but the large hospital that the three Sun family brothers had recently opened in the Eastern District posed a great threat to him. There's still time to think of countermeasures, and if we wait for the hospitals in the East End to start operating officially, the impact on Maria Hospital will be huge. After several consecutive board meetings, it was only with the pacification of several directors led by Su Ning that Wan Liang was able to calm down a few points. He is also aware of the business saying that the other line is like a mountain, just like what Su Ning said, some things are not as good as having money. Thinking about these people around you, which one is not in the medical industry for many years, coupled with the strong financial strength of the one group, there is really no need to worry too much. However, the precautions that should be taken should still be prepared, and at that moment this important task was given to Dean Han, who was increasingly valued by Wan Liang. And at that moment, our President Han was talking to Dr. Mediterranean Wang, a surgical specialist at Maria Hospital. Old Wang, you've heard about what's been going on in the industry lately. I heard that the new hospital in the East End is opening next month. Yeah, I heard they're hiring in the industry. I don't know if you've bothered to put in your resume. Dean Han's words surprised Dr. Wang, because this guy really put in his resume. One is because he does have his eye on the salary of the new hospital, and on the other hand, he has been holding a grudge over the fact that Maria Hospital fired Wang Yu. It was important to know that Wang Yu had the grace of teaching him, and although few people would care about this in the modern world, Dr. Wang had always remembered it. So this one saw a good opportunity and instantly put in his resume, but although he did, he certainly can't admit it now. After all, I haven't gone for an interview yet, and I don't know if I'll be able to make the jump, so for now it's better to hold steady and not make waves. Dean Han, I've been in our hospital for so many years, how can I think like that now at this age? Ha! Old Wang, you're not real. Dean Han's words, why can't I understand them? Old Wang was a little weak and couldn't guess the meaning of Dean Han's words, so he immediately began to pretend to be confused. Dean Han smiled and stared at Lao Wang for a while, then looked at his watch. It was just 9:30, which was also Lao Wang's interview time today. While sitting below the old king's heart is cursing, he is so important today, was delayed by the above this guy, the probability of jumping ship is a fizzle. Ahem. Dean Han cleared his throat, then took out a material and pretended to look at it for a while and said to Lao Wang. Dr. Wang, your resume is very good, and you have a great deal of clinical experience. We at Shiguang Hospital are very happy to welcome you. Old King is confused. Who am I? Where am I? Looking at Lao Wang, who hadn't reacted yet, President Han was also a bit embarrassed. After all, as the president of Maria Hospital, he had been appointed by Su Ning as the interviewer for Shiguang Hospital. Now the person who interviewed on behalf of Aurora Hospital was still his own man from Maria Hospital. This matter didn't say that Old Wang was confused. While looking at the resume, Dean Han himself was confused for a long time, having thought that he would poach a large number of people from Maria Hospital when he left. Now it's great that these dozen resumes in the drawer were all submitted by the doctors at Maria Hospital. It can be seen how much of a failure he has done as the director of the Maria Hospital, and he must pay close attention to the minds of these guys when he arrives at the Aurora Hospital himself in the future. Dean, what do you mean? Old Wang stammered and asked, not really afraid, but it was too unbelievable. Well, I'm now the interviewer for Aurora Hospital. Dr. Wang passed the interview for this hospital. Remember to report on the 6th of next month. Dean, you've gone rogue too. Reacting, Dr. Wang said excitedly. Old Wang, trouble comes out of the mouth, won't talk, don't say, what mutiny, normal job transfer. Sudong is also the major shareholder of Shuguang Hospital. I listened to Sudong's arrangement how to call mutiny. Oh, I see, Dean Han is right. Alright, you go out, keep this matter a secret, or else Aurora Hospital's Dean Han won't let you go. Director Han of Shuguang Hospital won't let me go. Hiss. After half a day's mess, you still have to work under the hand of Dean Han, but it's good to think about it. After all, we are all quite familiar with each other. After Lao Wang left, Dean Han flipped out another resume and looked at it for a while, then dialed the number on it. Dr. Chin, come to my office now. Dean Han, I have something going on at home, and I've just taken a vacation from Director Lin. Come here before you do. Dean Han, my mother-in-law is dying, and I need to hurry home. Dr. Chin, I don't know if your mother-in-law is okay, but if you don't come over, you really won't be able to go to the Shuguang Hospital. Chapter 101, when Liang begins laying out layout to block the Sun brothers. 10 minutes later, Dr. Chin walked into Dean Han's office with a horrified look on his face. 20 minutes later, Dr. Chin walked out with an excited face. As for the mother-in-law who was about to die, Dr. Chin said that there was no such thing, and that the mother-in-law's health had always been very good. In the morning's time, President Han interviewed 8 doctors with outstanding medical skills. As for the rest of those, he is not prepared to appear. After all, these people were either medically average or hadn't been at the hospital long enough to keep themselves under control at the moment. After thinking about it, it's better to find an assistant. He still has to think of a way to snub the 10 top experts that Wynn's group spent a lot of money to prepare to hire. Just as Dean Han was thinking about how to dig in, when Liang's phone call came through. Dean Han, how did it go? Chairman, I've already inquired clearly. That hospital in the Eastern District is called Shuguang Hospital. The legal person is Sun Dishing, Wang Yu's third uncle. When Liang's face darkened when he heard this, it seemed that this Sun family brother really wanted to touch base with himself. Dean Han, let's put this matter aside for now. The most important thing at the moment is those experts. They must be invited over at any cost. Don't worry, Chairman, we've already negotiated 5 of them, and the rest have preliminary intentions, so I believe we'll be able to get them all done in a month at the most. Well, Dean Han, I believe in your ability. Don't let me down. I won't treat you poorly after it's done. Wen Liang drew a big pie for Dean Han for a while and then hung up the phone. Lean. A 20-something-year-old brat, and give me a pie. Do not know that the old man professional pie 20 years. Hang up the phone after Han Dean Hart spit a few words, and remembered Suning kind of a sentence of nonsense. No, directly as 10% of the shares smashed over the exchange of ways, this is really worth their own to follow the person. Sitting in his office, when Liang flipped through the materials that he had found people to investigate these days, Maria Hospital was just his first step into Shidu City. As an ambitious and capable Mr. One, he certainly wouldn't expect one road to go all the way. The Su family and the Sun family could see that huge market in the Eastern District. How could Wen Liang not see it? But it seems to be a step too late at the moment, as Sun's hospital opens for business next month. He could only rely on the Maria Hospital to limit their momentum now. And after he built a large hospital in the East District as well, it would be the time for the Sun brothers to die. However, all of this would take time, but with the support of Suning, the leader of the medical industry, and an elite soldier like Dean Han, Wen Liang felt that he would be able to defeat the Sun brothers and trample Wang Yu under his feet. After a long consideration, Wen Liang decided to buy land and build a hospital there in the Eastern District, but the amount of investment this time was too big. Initial estimates need 5 billion, the follow-up is estimated to invest a lot more. This matter at present he cannot make the decision. After all, he is only a proxy group. There is a mother above the pressure. After a moment's thought, he dialed his mother's number. Mom, how's your health these days? Oh, fourth sister is keeping you company. Well, I'm in Shidu City now too. Yes, the group has now acquired a hospital as a first step. Mom, I have an idea for the future of the East End. When Liang reported his thoughts and investment intentions to his mother over the phone these days. All kinds of data analysis, the future development mode and profitability, said the head of the road, do not need to look through the hands of the material, but also remember clearly, visible when Liang's ability is really good. Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to keep that sibling pair pinned down. Mom, this is a bigger investment, so I want you to be the gatekeeper. Okay Mom, don't worry about resting, I'll make sure this is done right. Well, I know, it won't affect finding a girlfriend. After a few more words of parental conversation with his mother, Wen Liang respectfully hung up the phone. For this mother, Wen Liang was very grateful. He was adopted by her when he was 11 years old, although he was very harsh to him, but indeed he was treated sincerely. He himself was getting better and stronger under his mother's nurturing, but now his mother, who was once strict with him, was starting to care about his personal life, making Wen Liang still very happy. When he thought of his mother's words for him not to delay finding a girlfriend for the sake of his work, Wen Liang's heart just warmed. Just now, I almost wanted to tell her that not only did he have a daughter-in-law, he even had 2 daughters. However, the always calm Wen Liang suppressed the impulse, and he felt that it was better for him to take some time to bring his wife and children to pay a personal visit to the door. Winsome was at home looking at her early childhood books, her motherly aura even stronger. Since her stomach began to bulge slightly, she was living every day as if she were in a dream. The feeling was so marvelous that she was mesmerized by it, and as for the rest, she was completely unconcerned, and her own company was completely ignored, and anyway, she earned more money than she could spend in her next life. The main thing now is to wait for the birth of the 2 children. Mom, who's calling? When Wan sat obediently next to Warmth, her little hand gently touching her mother's stomach with nervousness and excitement. Your big brothers said something about the company, and all you do is work all day long, and you don't know how to find a girlfriend. Mom, big brother didn't learn from you, you didn't used to just work every day. When Wan spat out her little tongue and retorted. When Wan's words let Wen Xian recalled his own life, and now compared to the really heaven and earth met Wang Yu as really his life's greatest fortune. Pinch Wen Wan's small face said laughingly. That's why Mom wants your big brother to find a girlfriend quickly so he won't think about work every day. Geez, don't pinch, I'm not a kid anymore. When Wan broke free and rubbed her little face and said, since Wang Yu had habitually pinched her twice, Warmth was also brought to like to pinch Wan's face. I don't know, it feels so good, the more you squeeze it, the more addictive it gets. Mom, second brother and third sister are about to go on vacation. When they come back, let's get together as a family, and it's time to introduce Uncle Wang to them. Well, Mom knows, when the oldest 2 and the oldest 3 are on vacation, I'll ask them to come over, and your big brother is also in Shudu City, so we'll have a meal together as a family then. Thinking that Wang Yu also thought of meeting his family last month, but did not go because of his own reasons, this time, he called his adopted several children to the side, formally introduced to Wang Yu to recognize, but also can be regarded as having met the family. When Xian thought of their own children and Wang Yu meet the scene cannot help but some blush, their age to find a small so much to get a man is indeed a little shy. But think about the child in the stomach, the heart is sweet, as for those outside the rumors Worms simply do not care, their own happiness is the most important. Chapter 102 The 3 girls will meet soon. Wen Liang, who had the support of his mother, was on fire, and in a few days he had selected a piece of land in the core area of the East District. Now that we've got an idea, and the company has followed up on it, I believe we can get the land in a month at the most. Thinking about the 5 buildings constructed by the Sun brothers, he was prepared to directly start 7 buildings to completely overpower them. And Dean Han reported to him every day about the progress of the radar specialist, telling the truth of course, only concealing one small detail. After the efforts of President Han, all 10 experts were finally negotiated and agreed on a time to sign the contract, which was set on the day of the opening of Shuguang Hospital. The spirited Wen Liang had a very happy month, and a large amount of money from Tiannan City flowed into the medical market in Shudu City. Making the medical market in Shudu City windy, many people are watching how one group, the fierce dragon, can overwhelm the 3 Sun brothers, the snake in the ground. Sumu had some knowledge of this matter, but right now her mind was focused on improving her medical skills. During the time she studied with Wang Yu, she learned a lot of things, and she, who used to have some disdain for Chinese medicine, now truly felt the profoundness of the so-called national art. Wang Yu's medical skills had improved tremendously compared to before, and in the past 2 months, he had even given up going to bestow blessings to earn merit values, and his entire body and mind were devoted to learning. The current Wang Yu, even without the system, can still occupy a place in the Chinese medicine industry with this current skill. The opening of Shuguang Hospital is imminent, and both Su Ning and Sun Dezhao called him separately today, asking him to attend the opening ceremony tomorrow. Said he had a big surprise waiting for him. Engaged in Wang Yu today to read a lot of Mind Fade, barely learned a morning, and Su Mu together after lunch, Wang Yu decided to take a break to relax. The wedding date with Yan is also approaching, and after the hospital opens, he's still planning to take a trip back to his hometown to get the wedding done. Xuanmei's wedding date was to be in a month's time, but seeing that her best friend and her cousin were about to hold a wedding, she went back to discuss it with the man and changed the date, preparing to get married with Yuan. When he came to Sun Xian's jewelry store, he looked at the gradually maturing Yuan. Wang Yu's heart was very emotional. Who would have thought that a girl from the village would change so much in 3 months? What's on your mind? The gentle voice rang in his ears. Wang Yu looked at Sun Qian's flirtatious and pretty face, and with a great satisfaction in his heart, he immediately reached out and took her into his arms. Thinking of you. he said and gently kissed her on the forehead again. The waitresses in the store looked at this curiously as their boss was taken into the arms of a tall, handsome man. "You're the only one who can coax." "No, I'm telling the truth." "Ha! You're getting married to Avon next week. When are you going to tell your parents about us?" "You know, I'm going to have a wedding, too, and your parents can't just not show up then. And my parents have been rushing me, Sango can't top it anymore, and now they're all over me." Sun Xian couldn't help but be a little jealous as she thought about Yuwen's approaching wedding date. "Don't worry, I'm ready to take you home as soon as the wedding with Avon is over." Wang Yu didn't have so many worries at this time. Anyway, there was no difference between saying this thing early or late. He still knew his own parents' temperament very well, and when the time came to bring Yuwen over as well, seeing that the two girls were so close they wouldn't make any trouble, and probably wouldn't look for trouble for themselves. Of course this was only Wang Yu's estimation. As for the parents of Yuwen's side, killed Wang Yu he did not dare to say, or wait until he and Yuwen's sons and daughters of the time to say it, or really maybe their own old man to death. "In the afternoon, get Yevon and I'll take you guys to Cozy's for a ride?" Wang Yu stated the purpose of coming here. "Well, it's good to meet up and get in touch, after all, we all know about each other." Seeing Sun Xian thinking so much about herself, Wang Yu had a guilty feeling. As if guessing her man's thoughts, Sun Xian gently kissed Wang Yu's lips and said in a soft voice, "Don't overthink it, you're forgetting that it was me and Avon who got you drunk, so don't feel guilty, we were both willing." Wang Yu, whose emotions were almost brewing and who was ready to express his heart's love for Sun Xian and say some heartwarming words, was crushed by Sun Xian's words. Thinking of that night's events, even now, I can't help the corner of my mouth twitching, almost forgetting that this one in my arms is not a good girl, but a bold female devil. After getting bored for a while, the three of them called up Yevon and headed for the cozy place. At this time, warm, but the heart is very nervous, at noon to receive the phone call of Wang Yu. After knowing the afternoon, she found an excuse early to Wan no out. Now by herself, with a belly that clearly had a bulge, she was rummaging through her closet looking for clothes. It's hard to put one on and feel like it doesn't fit, then get another set and look awkward. After an hour of messing around, I hadn't picked out an outfit I was happy with, and instead I'd gotten myself a little tired. After lying on the bed for a while and thinking about it, he simply shoved all these valuable clothes into the closet and then put on loose loungewear again. I looked in the mirror and felt pretty good and comfortable with this look. Smiling contentedly in the mirror, she then sat down on the couch in the living room and listened to fetal music while reading a book on what a pregnant woman needed to do at each stage of her pregnancy. On the way to the Sun Xian and Yuwen is not much nervous, the two people are talking and laughing, making the mood of the apprehensive Wang Yu hairy. These two were so close, they wouldn't gang up on Cozy together. What would you do with yourself if the three got into a fight later? Thinking about it, Wang Yu brainstormed all sorts of dog blood plots and scared himself into a cold sweat. Feeling like I'm absolutely out of my mind today to come up with such an idea. But it's done, we're about to get to the place, and the Cozy side has spoken, so tough it out. Soon Wang Yu's car drove into the underground garage of the neighborhood, got out of the car and looked at the familiar scene, thinking that he couldn't wait to come back every time, but today he felt that his feet were difficult. The heart cannot help but admire Sun Dezhoup, brother-in-law's 4 women before how he does not know, but from Wang Yu and their acquaintance, have not seen a few of them have quarreled. On the contrary, if something happens, unite to find trouble with Sun Dezhou. Go on, what are you waiting for? Sun Xian's urging voice rang in his ears. Yevon followed with a small bag in his hand and a smile on his face. Warmth's presence Sun Xian had spoken to her early on, though she was a little sad to hear it. But after Sun Xian's brainwashing during this period of time, also understood that if it was not for that night's bold operation of himself and sister Chanshan. According to Wang Yu's character, this Cozy must be his only woman, and now she was feeling like a bad woman who stole someone else's man. Wistful with a tinge of guilt about the coziness of what he was about to see. As for Sun Xian, she can do that kind of thing, will she feel guilty, not to mention that she is now pregnant with a child, and even more bottom line. In her opinion this time she came over to see how the character of Warmth is, if she really can't get along, it's better not to see each other often in the future, or else Wang Yu will definitely not have any good days. Chapter 103 3 Girls Talking, Wang Yu kicked out. The crisp sound of the door opening made Cozy, who was still reading leisurely, stand up nervously. At the doorway Wang Yu's slightly rushed figure appeared in front of the eyes, followed by a dressed youthful and beautiful Yuwen, face flushed into the house. Sun Xian stood in the back and secretly surveyed the gentle woman in front of her, a simple casual dress, but it gave Sun Xian a feeling of being a housewife. Unconsciously feeling a head lower, he took a deep breath, calmed down and walked in as well. When Xian looked at the three of them smilingly, the nervousness from earlier would be gone. For Sun Xian and Yuan, Wang Yu also said a lot to her, and after seeing it at the moment, it really didn't go out of his expectation. One is innocent and lovely, the other has a generous personality and looks like she could get along well. Hello sis, here's a gift for you. Yavin stepped forward and pulled out 2 small boxes from inside his own pouch. One was a pricey jade doll prepared by Sun Xian that looked delightful. Yuan, on the other hand, refused the gift that Sun Xian had prepared for her, and instead used the money she had earned these days to buy a pair of very beautiful pearl earrings.
This one is Sister Chanxian's, and this one is mine.
Facing Cozy, Yavin felt stressed and a little worried even though this sister was always smiling. When Xian went forward to receive the gift and placed it on the table, then took Yuan and Sun Xian's hands and sat on the sofa together. Wang Yu was obediently serving tea and pouring water at this time, and the 3 women were slightly embarrassed, not knowing what to say. That, or why don't you go out first and the 3 of us will talk?
When Xian said to Wang Yu, who was busy.
Somehow, even though there was no more tension, looking at Wang Yu, Warmth still felt awkward and was ready to kick the guy out right away.
Yeah, Xiao Yu, why don't you go out for a spin, we 3 sisters will talk for a while.
Sun Xian also felt that Wang Yu was in the way here, while Yuan sat obediently and didn't make any comments. Hearing the words of Warmth and Sun Xian, Wang Yu felt unbelievable. What kind of thing is it for him to be kicked out just after he came in? He was still thinking about how he could persuade them if they really got into a fight, but now this situation was out of his expectation. After thinking for a while, also did not think of anything I want to say, it is indeed very embarrassing, before quite thick-skinned this will not be able to carry their own women's repulsion.
You guys talk then, but don't fight.
With that, he slipped away. When the 3 women heard Wang Yu's words, they all had black lines. What was going on in this guy's head? Seeing Wang Yu leave, the 3 women looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh out loud as well.
Sister, you have great skin. Sun Xian couldn't help but praise Cozy by taking her hand.
My sister's is also very good. Looking at it, my sister can't help but want to touch it. Both of them complimented each other, remembered something at the same time, and then both of their faces were covered with a blush.
Bad stuff.
After the eyesore left, Warmth and Sun Xian let go a lot, and the tension was gone. The 2 of them held hands and chatted, not forgetting the girl, Yavin, of course. The 3 of them sat together, calling out to their sister and talking happily. I thought the conversation would center around Wang Yu, but who knew that he would be left behind after a few sentences of conversation. Moving right on to a topic of interest to women. Wang Yu, who was kicked out, was too lazy to run his rented house again at this time, and originally thought of buying that house, but now he has not even lived in it a few times. Most of his clothes and stuff have been moved downstairs, so it's better to wait for the rent to expire and get out. Guarding the doorway, he kept his ears open but couldn't hear what was being said inside, though occasionally some clear laughter could be heard. Listening to his itchy heart, stood for 10 minutes to determine really will not appear quarrel or fight scene. Wang Yu tense heart also let go. Bored, he took out his cell phone and prepared to kill time, but at this time he received a call from an unfamiliar number. When he picked it up, the voice that annoyed him came through. Wang Yu, I'm Wen Liang.
Snap.
Directly hung up the phone, for when Liang, in addition to beating him up, Wang Yu was lazy to say a word. Just after hanging up the phone, the cell phone rang again, and Wang Yu proceeded to hang up. When Liang on the other end was happy about it, in his opinion Wang Yu must be furious now. Because just a moment ago, he had just announced that 10 top specialists had joined Maria Hospital. This is a major blow to the Shiguang Hospital that opens tomorrow, and calling Wang Yu now is purely to disgust him. Although Wang Yu kept hanging up on him, the bastard was in a surprisingly good mood this time. After calling 5 or 6 in a row and seeing that Wang Yu was dead set on not answering, he cursed the waste and then stopped calling. But what he didn't think about was that Wang Yu didn't even know about his announcement, and would be listening to the wall at the door. What experts? Open Wang Yu is not concerned at all. If the 3 women inside have a little problem, their own trouble will be big. Looking at the phone no longer ringing, Wang Yu directly pulled the phone back, only to feel that this bastard is sick. Last time is not to beat his head. Just as he froze, Yavin opened the door and reached out to pull him in. This time, he came in and obviously felt that the atmosphere was different. Xin and Sun Xian were both smiling and laughing, and it felt like the 2 of them had known each other for a long time as girlfriends. After Yavin pulled him in, he went over and sat between the 2 of them, looking harmonious as well. Feeling that the relationship between the 3 women was developing in the direction he was expecting, Wang Yu's gripped heart also relaxed.
You're getting married to Avon next week? Winnie came up and asked a pro-positive question.
Yeah.
Sin said that after the wedding, you were going to take her to see your parents and clear things up between you 2?
It's going to be bad. That's not true. I was going to take you and Shanxian with me to meet my parents and clear things up between the three of us. It's true that men have wit, and always say the most appropriate things in times of danger. Well, we'll be together when the time comes. Yuwen's wedding and Xian and I will both go to it. You're okay with that, right? No comment. Then when are you going to hold Shanxian's wedding? Don't wait until Shanxian's belly gets big and it won't look good. At your service, when you say so. The conversation between the two, listening to Yuwen and Sun Xian heartsweet, not worthy of the woman who can give them the feeling of being a housewife. Sister, this belly of yours is already up, why don't you do it first? Sun Xian couldn't help but persuade. After when Xin heard this, she faintly smiled and shook her head slightly. Not for me, it's nice to live like this. Sister. Sun Xian was still trying to persuade, but was interrupted by warmth. I have my own problems, my sister doesn't need to talk about them anymore. Chapter 104. Surprised to see a familiar face in Aurora Hospital. Looking at Xinxin's appearance, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel heartbroken about Xinxin's family situation. Wang Yu did know something. But it felt like something cozy was hiding very deeply and didn't have the idea to tell him. But right now was not the time to ask this. When he finished his recent business, then he would ask her properly. He felt that no matter what Xin encountered, he had to solve it for her. The four of them chatted together for an afternoon, and it was only when it felt like when Wan was about to come back that warmth ended the chat. Then the three girls bid farewell to each other, and Wang Yu was also driven away together by warmth. She needed time to digest today's events. And the other two children of his own might be brought over by Wan in a while. He hadn't talked to them about Wang Yu's existence yet, so it would be better to clear things up in the evening, and then tomorrow, he would call Wang Yu and all four of his children over to have a meal together. After watching the trio leave, Warmth slightly tidied up the living room, and in no time when Wan returned with a man and a woman. Jia, Xiaohong, you guys are back. Winsome looked at them and greeted them warmly. For each of the four children she had adopted, Winsome had given a lot. Mom, Jia happily ran over into a warm embrace. Wenhong also looked at him with a happy face. Girl has grown up, how are your studies going these days? Mom, don't talk about this. Wan said you found a man, where is it? Let me see. Don't. When Jia's words caused Xin to not be able to help but redden her face and give Wan a reproachful look, disliking her for talking too much. Wan was not the slightest bit embarrassed, and took Xin's cell phone and put it in front of Jia. Sister, look, this is Uncle Wang. Xin's cell phone background on Wang Yu and Wan and her photo, three people's heads together, smiling look at a very joyful. When Wan saw it, she directly helped her mom set it as a screensaver. Alright, haven't eaten yet, let's go out for some later. Mom, no, I'll go make dinner. Wenhong didn't come up to look, and after helping his sister put her bags away, he obediently ran to the kitchen to cook. In Wenheng's eyes, the only people in the world that he is closest to are his sister and his mother. Wan he still keeps a little distance. As for the older brother, the siblings had never been very fond of him, always feeling that the guy was too showy and always on the defensive. Looking at the three children, Warmth couldn't help but think of her eldest son picking up the phone and preparing to call him back for dinner. After calling, the two chatted for a while, learning that his son was still working overtime. Warm heart was quite touched. After chatting for a few moments and learning that he had actually made a girlfriend, Warmth was even happier and immediately ordered that he must bring it back tomorrow night for her to see. After hanging up the phone, seeing Jia and Wan who were messing around together, and listening to the sound of her second son chopping vegetables in the kitchen, Warmth felt that she was really happy right now. And left Wang Yu, Sun Xian and Yuwen, but not together. Just out of the neighborhood, Wang Yu was called away by Sun Dezhou a phone call. The hospital opens tomorrow, and as the initiator, it really doesn't make sense not to show up for 2 months, so it's better to attend this meeting tonight. Sending Qianxian and Yuwen home, Wang Yu drove to Shuguang Hospital, which is now fully equipped to open. After 2 months of hard work by President Han, 1/3 of the doctors and nurses at Maria Hospital have already worked a day shift at Aurora Hospital today. And Suning has also recruited a number of students at various medical schools, as well as poaching a number of doctors with good medical skills through their own channels. As for the big killers that when Liang had prepared those 10 renowned experts in China, at this moment, they had already been arranged by President Han in a hotel near Shuguang Hospital. The contract they had signed today, but it was with Aurora Hospital. Who let Dean Han talk to people under the name of Shuguang Hospital at that time? Arriving at the conference room of Shuguang Hospital, Wang Yu saw that the Su family's father and daughter, and the 3 brothers of the Sun family were all seated in a hefty manner. Immediately, he was ready to go over there, and then he was stopped by a Mediterranean. Divine Dr. Wang, you've come to Aurora as well. Old Wang saw Wang Yu and immediately ran over to greet him. Then Wang Yu realized that there were a dozen people in the conference room who looked quite familiar. The two over there seemed to be the deputy director of the gynecology department Lin and Dr. Qin. The Mediterranean Sea Wang Yu who pulled his hand is very familiar with, is to cooperate with himself to save the son of Tang Hongyuan Wang Doctor. Old Wang, to address Wang Dong. Dean Han came a little later than Wang Yu because he had to deal with Wen Liang, and just as he came in, he saw the old king pulling Wang Yu affectionately to talk. Wang Yu looked back. If it isn't the director of Maria Hospital. How did he show up here? Wang Dong, introduction, I am now the president of Shuguang Hospital. Han Kuan said smilingly to Wang Yu. Dean Han, what are you doing here? Wang Yu asked curiously. It's not just me, a lot of my co-workers from Maria Hospital are here. Oh, your little nurse Tian I called her, she said you set her up. Oh, sweetie will still follow me when the time comes. No, why are you all coming over? Brother-in-law, come over here quickly and we'll talk later. Sun Dezhao saw that the people had arrived, immediately greeted Wang Yu and came over. With a curious heart, Wang Yu also sat at the podium seat, and the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't figure it out. But it's nothing, these doctors can work in Maria Hospital, then the medical skills must be all worthy of recognition. To be able to come here, Wang Yu of course welcome. As for whether Wen Liang would die of anger when he found out, he didn't care. On the podium, Dean Han was making an impassioned speech, and Sun Dezhao couldn't stop nodding as he watched. Through this period of contact, he felt that the dean that Suning had found was genuinely good. Brother-in-law, is there something you can't figure out? Sun Dishing is also not accustomed to attending this kind of meeting, and immediately looked for Wang Yu to whisper. Sango, Murphy knows something. Well, I've heard Big Brother talk about it. Sango say no, it's pretty boring right now. Hee, I knew that you wanted to know, brother-in-law. This time, Old Su and Big Brother together could have screwed over that Wen Liang bastard. Sun Dishing's one sentence aroused Wang Yu's great interest, and he immediately put his ears over and listened attentively. In these 2 months, Old Su slowly sold all the shares of Maria Hospital to Wen Liang. That Dean Han. And Big Brother. Sun Dishing went from the shallow end to the deep end of the plan of how a few people set up a trap and how to pit Wen Liang. Oh, by the way, those top experts Wen Liang found, they also signed up to our hospital today. Brother-in-law, heart is not happy. How is this revenge that Big Brother gave you? This time it is necessary to pit this bastard Wen Liang to death. Wang Yu listened to Sun Dishing's explanation, looked at Sun Dishing, and then looked at Sun Dezhao, gritted his teeth and asked. Sango, how did you guys know about me and Wen Liang? Chapter 105, Wang Yusha's death, Wen Liang spits blood. Lifelong good and strong Wang Yu body, such a big secret was Sun Dishing casually set out. At this time the heart has a kind of impulse to extinguish the mouth. You know this is something he only told his parents and no one else. When Xin was drunk that time doesn't count, and as for Chen Shusheng, Wang Yu believes that he won't spread rumors. Sun Xian and Yu, when he even did not mention a word, the two people also good behavior did not ask Wang Yu. Brother-in-law, I've investigated this matter, Sun Xian and I both know about it, didn't Xian tell you? That's a little too many people to silence. Wang Yu has a feeling of social death, think about their own data Sun Xian, the gang is not all know that they once wore a cuckold. Where did you hear about this, Sango? Wang Yu asked through gritted teeth. That's not a problem, Sango, I spent some money to get even the look of you hugging and crying in the hospital. Sun Dishing didn't notice Wang Yu's change and was still smugly showing off. If he hadn't done some careful investigation, such a good brother-in-law would have run away, a matter that had been a source of pride on his lips lately. Ever since Wang Yu had been to the Sun family, the bastard boasted about himself when he saw people. Sango, you're such a good brother to me. After saying that, Wang Yu turned his head back and no longer pay attention to this goods. It turns out that Xianxian has long known about this matter. Think about it and feel heartbroken. What the meeting said, Wang Yu as a word did not listen to. The mood is depressed to death. Originally heard Suning and Sun Dezhao's plan, but also quite happy. Now by Sun Dishang leaked out the information to get very depressed. With a round of intense applause, the first staff meeting of Aurora Hospital officially ended. Come on, brother-in-law, go to Sango's for a drink. Sun Dishing said as he looked at the drooping Wang Yu. No go, Sango, it's better if we don't see each other lately. I'm afraid I won't be able to calm down and beat you up. With a wave of his hand, Wang Yu left, leaving behind a confused Sun Dishing. Driving the car back to his rented house, Wang Yu did not have much mood to go to Sun Xian and Yuan at all. After showering, I lay down in bed early and huffed and puffed as I began to sleep. And at this time when Liang was indeed flying with joy, his plan was about to be implemented successfully. Today it was announced that 10 top experts would be stationed at Maria Hospital tomorrow. I believe that Wang Yu's face must be very ugly, and then in the evening he would take Xin Yuting to meet his mother, and he would feel happy when he thought about it. Yuting, let's go see the opening ceremony of Aurora Hospital tomorrow. I thought you said that hospital was owned by the Sun family, why did you go? Chen Yuting asked curiously. Ha! You'll see when you go, their opening tomorrow will be fun, said Wen Liang, who couldn't help but laugh out loud. Early the next morning, Su Ning, Su Mu, Dean Han, and the three brothers of the Sun family arrived at Shiguang Hospital early. There was also a steady stream of people coming to congratulate them, and Xiudu city reporters were reporting on the event. Wang Yu, this goods, this will not wake up. Call also did not answer, the crowd did not bother him, anyway, already, with him without him are the same. By the time it was 9 o'clock, when Liang arrived at the scene with Chen Yuting as well. Looking at the Sun brothers standing there in a spirited manner, he immediately walked over. Boss Sun, congratulations. Kid, are you Wen Liang? Sun Dishing didn't give Wen Liang a good face when he saw him. Lao San, the visitor is a guest, restrain yourself. Sundown went up and pulled back his third brother, who was ready to punch someone. You guys really don't know how to live, daring to go against me for such a loser. When Liang was provoked to anger by Sun Dishing's words at that moment, he also lost the idea of being polite. When Dong, words do not say so absolute, in the end who does not know dead or alive is not certain? Sun Dizhao smiled and looked at Wen Liang, just like looking at a person. Then his eyes swept over Chen Yuting, paused for a moment, but did not say a word, just spit a mouthful of phlegm to the ground and turned to leave. Feeling insulted, Wen Liang immediately called Dean Han and prepared to change the noon signing session to the morning to ruthlessly press the Sun family's anger. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Aurora Hospital. Before he could dial the phone, Dean Han's familiar voice came from the podium. When Liang turned his head to look over an instant, Antly froze on the spot. He couldn't figure out how his beloved general could appear here. Shouldn't he be accompanying the top experts as they prepare for the signing? I would like to proudly introduce to you the nationally renowned, hired by our Aurora Hospital, nephrologist, Mr. Li Shizhen. Cardiovascular expert, Mr. Sun Simu. Hepatobiliary specialist, Mr. Zhang Zhongjing. And honored with the International Golden Scalpel Award, Mr. Walto. Everyone gives a warm welcome to. When Liang's face darkened 1 point every time Dean Han read out the name of an expert, and when all 10 experts appeared in front of him. When Liang only felt his head was heavy and almost fell head over heels, these people were obviously the ones he was going to invite to Maria Hospital. Now how did they show up at Aurora Hospital, and can anyone tell him why? Chairman Wen, it's windy in Xiudu City, it's better to go back to Tiannan. Su Ning's voice appeared beside Wen Liang's ears. It's you. When Liang's face was twisted and full of hostility as he stared at Su Ning, itching to split him up on the spot. Oh, I forgot to tell you that Maria Hospital, but any doctor with some medical skills, is now at Aurora Hospital. And thanks to Chairman Wen for purchasing my shares at a 10% premium, I really appreciate it. Ignoring Wen Liang's cannibalistic expression, Su Ning happily held his hand, making it seem like the two were familiar with each other. Come on old Su, there's a favor to be done later, don't talk to this person. Sun Dizhao coldly glanced at Wen Liang and greeted Su Ning to leave. For beating the falling dog he did not have much interest, feeling that it was purely a waste of time. After the two left, Sun Dexing smiled and came over to pat Wen Liang's shoulder and said, "Oh, I heard that you want to buy that piece of land next to Times Square in the East District. Sorry, my big brother said not to sell, keep it for me to open a shopping mall. Young man, it's a blessing to suffer, I'm sure you'll be able to withstand it." Sun Dexing turned around and left after he finished speaking. The words of a few people made Wen Liang's teeth clench. The business planning that he had done with all his heart and soul in the past 2 months had cost how many of the group's manpower and resources. Now the land is not for sale, the experts hired have flown away, even the Maria Hospital, which he spent a lot of money to get, the doctors in it have run out. And he had thought to come over for a joke this morning, not realizing that he was the biggest joke in their eyes. After working for almost more than 3 months and spending more than $3 billion, they bought a shell hospital. Dean Han, who he thought was his right-hand man, is still on the podium giving an enthusiastic speech. When Liang this will and feel the sky dark, chest pain, a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. Let you cuckold my brother-in-law. Looking at Wen Liang who was limp in Chen Yuting's arms, Sun Dizhao couldn't help but curse, then took out his cell phone and took a picture and sent it to Wang Yu. In his heart, he couldn't help but regret that his brother-in-law wasn't there to see the scene with his own eyes. Chapter 106, Wen Liang, will never let you go. Wen Liang, wake up. Chen Yuting hugged Wen Liang and cried out with a face full of anxiety. Ahem. Yuting, I'm fine. Wen Liang held back that anger in his heart and struggled to stand up from Chen Yuting's arms. Let's go. With a resentful glance at his former favorite, he prepared to leave with Chen Yuting's assistance. The two had just walked to the parking lot when they saw Wang Yu walking head-on. But the bastard all but ignored the two, keeping his head down and wondering what he was thinking. Wang Yu, count yourself as a winner this time, but I won't let you go. When Liang's sudden words interrupted Wang Yu, who was lost in thought, he was driving just now and didn't see the photo that Sun Dishing sent over. So it wasn't clear that Wen Liang had now fallen into the pit and sealed the earth and buried it. Raising his head to meet the resentful gazes of both Wen Liang and Chen Yuting, and then taking a look at the blood staining the bastard's chest, he immediately revealed his large white teeth. Yo! You're spitting blood before I've even made a move. Wang Yu, I was blind to marry you, you are simply not human. Wen Liang's injury caused Chen Yuting to no longer hold back her anger. Hearing Chen Yuting's words, Wang Yu's eyes immediately turned cold and said icily to the two who were still ready to clamor. Don't worry, I won't spare you either. Saying harsh words, making it look like who wouldn't, have the guts to stop talking and do it. Despising Wen Liang, who flinched under his gaze, Wang Yu lightly smiled and directly left. The vengeance of being green was not shared. Even if Wen Liang begged for forgiveness, Wang Yu did not have the idea of letting him go. As for Chen Yuting, she felt sick at the sight of it, and even more so, she didn't want to say a word to her. Wen Liang felt that his earlier behavior had somewhat frightened Chen Yuting and hurriedly opened his mouth to pacify her. Don't worry, Yuting, I still have a way. Yesterday my mom already gave me all the authority of the company, this time it's just a small loss. After I transfer the resources of the Wen group over, I will definitely make the Sun family, and the Ning family worse than death, and make Wang Yu kneel on the ground and beg us. When Liang's words made Chen Yuting's eyes light up, of course she was very clear about the Wen's group in Tiannan City, and there was no lack of Wen Liang's status as the heir of Wen Liang's Wen's group for her and Wen Liang to be able to renew their relationship. At this time, when he heard that Wen Liang had taken full control of the Wen group, those worries in his heart just now also dissipated a lot. That is a $50 billion worth of comprehensive strong group of companies, and now his own man is the helmsman of this company. Think of the heart, feel excited. Well, I believe you, let's go back and get ready. Aren't we going to see my mother-in-law tonight? I want to pick out a gift for her myself. Okay, go home and change first, we'll go later. When Liang this will also find confidence. In the past, as the acting general manager, he was able to use limited resources, and now with the support of his mother, he did not believe that he could not suppress these two local snakes. Wang Yu left and went straight to Shuguang Hospital, and just as he came in, he saw Dean Han delivering a speech at length. In his heart, he secretly sighed, this guy is really a talent, Aurora Hospital will definitely develop well with him. Brother-in-law, what took you so long to get here now? Sun Dishing saw Wang Yu coming from afar and greeted him. Sango, didn't I say it's best for us to keep our distance these days? Looking at Sun Dishing enthusiastically tugging his arm and bringing it inside, Wang Yu forced himself to resist the urge to punch him. Keep what distance? Hurry up, I waited for you yesterday, and I still have to wait for you today for the opening, so be careful that big brother gets angry. Wang Yu, as Sun Dishing said, no temper, he was indeed late today. Who let the morning was when Wan brought a girl piece over to call himself up. It took a long time to realize that this little beauty with quite a lot of guts was Wen Wan's third sister, Wen Jia. Came downstairs to eat and met Wen Wan's second brother, Wen Han. This time the 4 children adopted by Warmth are just short of an oldest not seen. But during dinner, Warmth said that he would bring his girlfriend over in the evening and asked him to go over early after he finished his work today. Brother-in-law, if you had come earlier you would have been able to see that Wen Liang brat being pissed off and spitting blood. See, ran into it on the way here? Oh, and I took pictures and sent them to you, didn't you look at them? When Wang Yu heard it, he immediately pulled out his cell phone, and then he saw the photo of Wen Liang, pale and limp with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Ha! Sango did a great job. After Sun Dishing heard Wang Yu's words, he started to tell him how Wen Liang came over happily today, and then how he left with a bashful face. At first it was quite interesting to listen to, but after listening to more, it didn't feel interesting, and this time he didn't have the opportunity to strike. Wang Yu couldn't feel that kind of revenge thrill. Thinking about it is still in Dean Han's office, that kind of fist to the flesh feeling is worth recalling to oneself. It would be nice to find a chance to put a sack on Wen Liang and beat him up for something, right? The opening ceremony of the Shuguang Hospital ended at noon, and the cooperation between the Sun and Su families surfaced. And Aurora Hospital's slogan of completely free treatment in the face of special groups as well as their families has been praised by people from all walks of life. Won Yu was sitting in his own exclusive office, and the little nurse Sweetie would be excitedly surveying the place. Everything is moving forward as it should, and the next step is to utilize your abilities. Dean Han had just come over and personally talked to Won Yu, making detailed arrangements regarding his daily working hours and the people he needed to treat as well as the number. Thinking that he would only have to see 5 patients a day from now on, Won Yu was indescribably happy. After all, the slightest revelation of those abilities of his own had already caused Dean Han to be astonished. Those noble women who have been heavily advertising for children in small advertisements, this is finally a sign of hope. This afternoon, there are 5 pairs of families booked on. The specific how to charge Won Yu did not inquire. After all, their third brother uncle here certainly will not lose him. When the time comes, we just need to check that the man's condition in that area can reach the level of Chen Shusheng. As for women, as long as they still have a uterus, he has a way of conditioning them. This avatar sender of his own was finally able to play a big role, and as for bestowing blessings, he had a better option. With his relationship with Nan, Sumu had already transferred the members and family members of the Interpol who needed treatment to Shuguan Hospital. One just needs to take the time to go over and stroll around every day, so it's a lot easier and the money and merit value is earned faster. It's noon, let's go eat. Sweet, after the excitement of the head, found that the morning of a patient are not bored with brushing the phone, see the time to go to 12 o'clock immediately after coming over to greet Won Yu. The conditions in the new hospital were really good, and the salary Won Yu offered Sweetie almost made the young nurse think that Won Yu wanted to adopt her. It was only after an explanation that Sweet dropped her guard, but the way she looked at Won Yu had the feeling of looking at an ingrate. She hadn't heard of any nurse getting $50,000 a month. Hearing Sweet's greeting, Won Yu put down the medical book in his hand and said, "Let's go, today is Yu's treat." Chapter 107. Warnley's eldest son with female friends is about to arrive at the battlefield. The two made their way to the cafeteria, and although it was a far cry from the Maria Hospital cafeteria, they looked at the 2 plates of food that Sweetie had hit. One to pack and one to keep for dinner, again reminding Won Yu of the days when they worked together. After the meal, the two returned to the office for a lunch break. Won Yu's current clinic was previously designed as a presidential suite, and now, although he hadn't added any of that equipment, the lounge was still adequate. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the well-prepared Won Yu and Sweetie began to greet the first patient of the day. Soon a pair of middle-aged women were brought in by Sugar, the visitors wearing masks and hats. The clothes he wore were very ordinary, not being able to see his identity, but these Won Yu was not concerned. After asking for the requirements, he checked the woman's body and then asked Sugar to take the man for some tests. Because Dean Han had explained that Won Yu's checklist had to be carried out first. So 10 minutes later Won Yu didn't get the results of the examination, and after roughly looking at it, he realized that the problem really appeared in this brother. But the data then Chen Shusheng strong on a lot of nothing troublesome, and then gave 2 people open some toning the body of the potion, to the woman to come on a round of avatar to send the child, before and after, but 20 minutes to get it done. The next few people, 3 were seeking children and one was trying to tone up a few years younger. The setup for the one seeking a son was the same as the last one, prescribing some toning potions and sending a shot of the avatar to get rid of it. This last conditioning of the body to pursue youth, but need Won Yu personally, after all, a certain age of women, the body is really a lot of small problems. Looking at this woman with half-white hair, Won Yu could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This is almost 60, right? There is still a need for this, and it is not good to stay at home with children. Thinking about it, what needs to be done still needs to be done, and after checking her physical condition, massage and acupuncture is a one-stop shop, and then it's potions and medicinal meals delivered, and then she's ready to be sent away. Dr. Wang, you need to stop pressing for me for a while. Chen Xiao, after Wang Yu's massage, feel much better body, especially the previous physical problems, directly all gone. That comfort from the inside out made her unable to resist wanting Wang Yu to come again. Ms. Chen, the treatment has been completed, you just need to follow the doctor's instructions above and take good care of yourself, there will definitely not be any problems. Chen Xiao was a little disappointed when she heard this, but she also knew that this was not a beauty parlor, and Wang Yu's massage was not something she could enjoy by adding money. After completing the patient's treatment, Wang Yu looked at the time, just a little more than 4 o'clock, it was a little early to go to Cozy now. Thinking that I was going to meet some of Cozy's adopted children today, I gave Sugar and myself an early dismissal from work and went to Ergos Mall to get ready to buy some gifts. Now he is not short of money. After shopping for a while, Wang Yu bought 5 watches worth more than $500,000. After all, I don't know what they all like, so it's nice to give a watch. As for why I bought 5 pieces, didn't Warmth say, the boss brought his girlfriend over today, how can he as an elder show a little? It was about time after buying the watch, so Wang Yu drove and prepared to go over. Out of the elevator door Wang Yu heard Wen Wan and Wen Jia's laughter. These two children are not related by blood, but they are very affectionate. The two's actions this morning were bold, but they also brought Wang Yu and Wen Jia closer. As for Wen Hong, he was a cold and shy character, always silently watching his family chatting, and appeared to be a bit withdrawn. Come to bring to the house, cozy sitting posture elegantly and looking at the book. The kitchen has the sound of cutting vegetables came, no need to think is certainly Wen Hong in it. As for Wen Wan and Wen Jia, the two of them were sitting together muttering and chatting, laughing out a few times every now and then. The scene had a very homely feel to it. Thinking about bringing my parents over next year after my own child is born, I'm sure my own house will be bustling then too. Hello Uncle Wang. Seeing Wang Yu and Wan and Wen Jia politely greeted. You guys are good too, Uncle bought you presents. With that, Wang Yu took out 2 beautiful ladies' watches and gave them to the 2 girls respectively. At this time, Xin put down her book and also walked over. Looking at Wang Yu's gift she couldn't help but frown. The two of them had been together for so long, Warmth hadn't known much about Wang Yu's income, and in her opinion a 30-year-old man probably couldn't make much money even if his abilities were good. And the watch that Wang Yu sent, at a glance, I know that it is not cheap, and then think about the bracelet that he wears on his hand. Warmth feels that his gang is not fast emptying Wang Yu's family. And she wasn't with Wang Yu for money, after all, he was no richer than herself. It's not easy for you to make money, there's no need to buy such an expensive gift. It's okay, I've been making a ton of money lately, this small amount is nothing. Thinking about the card that Sun Qian had given himself, Wang Yu's heart was not weak at all. When Xin sniffed and did not say anything more, after all, has been bought, the 2 girls have removed the box, is holding in the hands of happy appreciation, cannot return it back. At this time, when Heng's meal was also ready, and when Wang Yu saw him come out, he immediately presented a watch as well. This, I don't need. Wen Hong immediately refused, since being adopted by Xin, he had never accepted a gift from anyone other than his mother and sister both. Brother, take it. Hong, it can't be refused. The 2 women who knew Wen Hong's character directly put pressure on him. Wang Yu also looked at him with a smile, for Wen Hong Wang Yu felt quite interesting. Although he himself wasn't much older than him, only 8 or 9 years older, Wen Hong, after all, hadn't stepped out of the schoolyard yet. And he himself had already been in society for many years, and whether in terms of insight or experience, he was far beyond Wen Hong. So Wang Yu really took him as his junior, but of course the cozy part in this still accounted for the most. Thanks. After receiving the gift, Wen Hong seriously thanked him, but the word uncle, this bastard would never shout it out even if he was killed. Well, Wan call your big brother and urge him to come over from work early today. Winsome was a little less than happy to see that it was all almost ready and her oldest son hadn't returned yet. After all, she was waiting to meet her daughter-in-law-to-be. Receiving Warmth's order, Wen Wan immediately executed it, taking out her own phone and dialing it. Big brother, hurry up, just wait for you, Mom can't wait. Oh, it's on its way. What about sister-in-law? Aha, got it, why don't you hurry up and bring your sister-in-law over, we're still waiting to see it. After saying that, Wan hung up the phone and then said to Warmth. Mom, my big brother is already on his way with his sister-in-law, and he bought you a gift, so he'll be here soon. Then let's wait a little longer, your big brother has been busy with the group's business lately, and it's been quite hard. Mom, are you ready to retire? Wen Jia asked with a somewhat unnatural expression. Well, after you 2 graduate, I'm going to hand over the group to you 3, Wan even, the character is not suitable to accompany me on the side, just wait until she graduates, do something you like to work on the line. As for me. Speaking here, Cozy paused, her right hand couldn't help but stroke her belly with a happy face. Chapter 108 Wen Liang, Wen Xin, Wang Yu, Chen Yuting. Oh right. Mommy has 2 little brothers to take care of. When Wan accompanied Xin to the hospital a few days ago to check, the belly is 2 male children, so that Wang Yu is a little unhappy, complaining that the little girl took his job away. Don't worry Mom, my brother and I will definitely make the group bigger and stronger. When Xin's words completely reassured Wen Jia, both of their siblings and their big brother were of a certain age when they were adopted and understood things early. In the face of coziness they are able to give wholehearted love, but not to each other. From a young age, it was a constant struggle, and it was a headache to watch Wen Wan, but the 4 children never showed it in front of Warmth, and they have always been united and friendly. Mom, when my brother comes of age, my sister and I will give them the group. Wen Hong made his own assurances at this time. Their conversation listened to Wang Yu inexplicable, said so formal, cozy is their throne to let them inherit it. Besides, with his own skills, he still can't make a big kingdom for his son? Thinking of this, Wang Yu felt that he had to act 13 and make a statement. No, your mom gave it to you and it's yours, and as for your brother, no, there's still me as a father. When Xin was originally a little angry by the two children, feeling that they were too outgoing, but when she heard Wang Yu's words, she felt funny again. Man! I'm sure it's a dead giveaway. When Wan and Wenjie lowered their heads and forced themselves not to laugh out loud, if Uncle Wang knew how much the market value of his family's business was, he didn't know if he could still be so atmospheric. Okay, later things, later to say, not yet born to say so far for what? Wan, Jia you two go and bring out the dishes, Xiao Hung you come over and clear the table. You come over here and give me a hand, I'm going to change, these pajamas are a little small. Feeling that the topic was a bit heavy, Cozy immediately interrupted their discussion and then gave each person a task. Just as several people were busy separately, the knock on the door sounded, and when Wenwan heard it, she jumped and ran over to open the door. Big brother, this is sister-in-law? After opening the door, Wenwan saw his big brother followed by a beautiful girl. I see, but beautiful to beautiful how to feel a little older. Well, this is my brother's schoolmate, we've both been together for a long time and brought to meet you and mom today. When Xin was changing her pajamas in the bedroom at this time, as for Wang Yu, of course he wouldn't be honest and was grabbing and touching to take some advantage. Well, I'm going to sleep up there with you for the night, so let go, the baby's still waiting outside. Hey, you said you couldn't back out. Mom, big brother has brought his sister-in-law over, you and Uncle Wang come out quickly. Winnie shouted from the living room to the bedroom. After hearing her daughter's words, Warmth blankly glanced at Wang Yu and immediately put on her clothes, straightened her somewhat messy hair, and pushed the door to go out. Wang Yu, on the other hand, obediently followed behind, thinking about which position would be more comfortable to use at night. Wan, who is Uncle Wang? Uncle Wang is a mom. You, why are you here? Before Wan could finish her words, when Liang saw a person who killed him and never expected him to appear in front of him with his arm around his mother's slender waist. Wang Yu looked up and also exploded in shock. Chen Yuting's eyes glazed over when she saw Wang Yu. You know each other? Looking at the two men, who obviously knew each other, Cozy asked curiously. Get your paws off me, Mom, you get over here, this one is not a good one. When Liang, who had seen Wang Yu and Sun Xian shopping together, didn't care about what had happened between the two of them, when Xin and Wang Yu, and directly decided that his mother had been cheated by Wang Yu. What's going on with big brother? When Wan looked confused. The two siblings, Wen Jia and Wen Han, also came over. Although they didn't get along with Wen Liang, they also knew that Wen Liang definitely wouldn't have bad intentions towards Wen Xin. Ha! Letting go is impossible. Wang Yu, who came back to his senses, looked at the exasperated Wen Liang and not only hugged Warmth more tightly, but also gave her a kiss on the cheek. I'm Nima. Seeing this scene, Wen Liang completely couldn't help himself. Completely forgetting about the scene where he was brutally beaten by Wang Yu, he swung his fists and rushed over. And Wang Yu, who understood what was going on, had a feeling of revenge at the moment. Kid did not expect it. I have slept with your mom for more than 3 months, and now I'm pregnant with my old man's child, although it was unknowingly, but now is not it known. The arm around Cozy tightened even more, itching to melt her into his body. Why? Of course it's exciting. Looking at the charging Wen Liang, Wang Yu nonchalantly kicked him out. Not to mention that when Liang was Xin's adopted child, even if he was Xin's real father, he wouldn't let him go. There's absolutely no psychological burden in punching it. Uncle Wang, how do you hit big brother? When Wan looked at Wang Yu, who was ready to go up and proceed with the output, and ran over to pull his arm and asked nervously. Wang Yu, what the hell is going on? When Xin also sort of reacted at this time, although she had followed Wang Yu, she could not let him beat her son. What's going on, huh? Remember what I was like when we first met? This matter Wang Yu certainly will not compromise, even if this and Xin make unpleasant, make her angry. Wang Yu also do not care. The big deal is that you can coax it back in private, something about a man's dignity. Compromise. Forgiveness. No way, not at all. When Xin heard Wang Yu's words, she recalled the time when Wang Yu was getting drunk at the bar, and also thought of Wang Yu's drunken words in the car. Immediately a shocking suspicion came to her mind, and she nearly fell to the ground as her feet gave out. For Wang Yu it was excitement. It's exciting for her, too. But the excitement for the two is completely different. Wen Jia and Wen Heng immediately went over to support her when they saw it. She is Chen Yuting. Without much explanation, Wang Yu directly pointed to his ex-wife who was holding Wen Liang. Anger erupted in his eyes, and at this moment, he could not wait to tear the two of them apart alive. Mom, don't listen to this brat, he has another woman outside. I don't know what happened to you guys, but Wang Yu definitely cheated on your feelings. After being helped up by Chen Yuting, Wen Liang didn't care about the pain in his stomach and immediately revealed Wang Yu's true colors in front of Xin. But obviously this is no use explaining to Wang Yu. Yesterday afternoon the three women were talking happily together. At this time there is no need to say a word, and Xinxin will not blame himself. Chen Yuting had been apprehensive from the time she saw Wang Yu until now. How could she not have imagined that her ex-husband was actually entangled with her boyfriend's mother? Of all the people present at this time, to say that she was the most torn and incredulous would definitely be her. The ex-husband became a father-in-law. How can you live in the future? Not to yourself there is a future. Although Wen Liang had uncovered the fact that Wang Yu had his feet in two boats, he himself was no better. With all those tawdry maneuvers, could she expect the mother-in-law to be in front of her to look at her? Thinking that she will soon become the wife of the heir of Wen's group today, and what happened now will probably be swept away by warmth. At this moment, Chen Yuting's heart was filled with despair, and her eyes gradually took on bone-deep hatred when she looked at Wang Yu and Wen. A sinister thought came to mind. Chapter 109. Who's green? Feeling that her head hurt, Xin rubbed her temples with her hands and then said to Wang Yu, "Go ahead and wait for me up there, I'll meet you when I'm done." Wan, you accompany your uncle Wang up there. Jia Jia and Xiao Hong, you two go out and eat something by yourselves. For a short moment Cozy made the best decision for the moment. A few of the children must have listened to Cozy. After all, their mother's years of authority prevented them from resisting at the moment. Although he was curious about what had happened between Big Brother and Wang Yu, now was clearly not the time to eat melon. "Mom, we'll take the food Ernie made up there and eat it, so we won't go out," said Wen Jiawen Hang as she got out a few lunchboxes from the kitchen and then packed a few meals. Wen Wan's was simple, just reload her exclusive meal inside the food box of the Sky Street Eatery. Wang Yu looked at Xinxin and then looked at Wen Liang and Chen Yuting, and felt that he couldn't try to have a moment's pleasure at this time, and it wouldn't be good if he got his wife angry. Walking over and stroking Cozy's hair, he whispered in her ear, "Take care of your body, don't get angry, there's still our baby in your belly." Then ignoring Wen Liang's cannibalistic gaze, he took the other three children of the Wen family and prepared to go to the house he rented upstairs. Seeing a few people leave, Wen Liang immediately went forward and squatted at Xinhuanet's feet, pulling Xinhuanet's hand and preparing to speak. "Go sit across the room." Retracting his hand, not a single fluctuation of emotion could be seen on Cozy's face. Wen Liang had no choice but to bring Chen Yuting to sit across from warmth. "Mom, what I said is true, I didn't lie to you, that Wang Yu really does have a woman outside." "Well, I know, Sun Xian of the Sun family, I met her yesterday." When Xian's calm reply made Wen Liang directly confused. So you. When Xian waved her hand to interrupt Wen Liang's curiosity, she herself was not obligated to explain this to him. Right now when Xian felt that her education of Wen Liang was a failure. To be able to do something like seduce a married woman and secretly let her give birth to two children. When Liang did not yet know that Xian knew about himself, he felt that for something so humiliating, Wang Yu would definitely not tell Xian. After all, it was about a man's face. "My relationship with Wang Yu and Sun Xian, we will take care of it ourselves, these are not for you to ask, now talk about what you did." Speaking here when Xian's words stopped, stood up from the sofa, walked to Wen Liang's face, and directly slapped him. The beating made Wen Liang's eyes bleed and he froze on the spot, the first time he had ever hit him since he was adopted, even though his mother had always been very strict with him. "What did I teach you as a child that you could do something so humiliating? Kneel down for me." When Liang sniffed and immediately knelt in front of Wen Xian, he did not know if Wen Xian so asked if he knew something, but as a son should kneel still kneel. Chen Yuting sat there silently at this time. She knew that she could not hide her matter at all, and when she and Wen Liang first met, she knew the position of her mother in his heart. Otherwise, at that time, he wouldn't have separated from himself just because of Cozy's words, and then went far away to study abroad. Now the hatred for Xian in her heart went straight to Wang Yu. If it wasn't for this woman who broke up her and Wen Liang, there wouldn't have been what happened after that. It's all her fault, it's all her fault. Give me the story from beginning to end, one by one. When Xian looked at Wen Liang honestly kneeling in front of him and still gave him a chance to explain. Returning back to the sofa and sitting down, she took the tranquilizing tea that Wang Yu had helped her brew and slowly drank it. In 10 minutes or so, when Liang had finished talking about how he and Chen Yuting met, got to know each other, fell in love, and then got separated. When Xin felt that there is no problem after listening to it, although the two people do not know each other for a long time, but listening to the meaning of Wen Liang's words, the feelings can still be, even if Wen Liang went abroad for a few years, but it will not turn into such a thing now. When she thought of this, she remembered Wang Yu's hissing in the car that day, and how he and Chen Yuting also fell in love in college. His own son was also in a relationship with her in college, and at this time, his gaze towards Chen Yuting had gradually turned cold. "What's going on with you and Wang Yu? Go on." When Xin looked at Wen Liang, who wanted to speak, his fingers gently pressed his eyebrows. He felt that this stupid son of his must have been played by this woman. Wen Liang, this face will be a little pale. After all, take the next words out. There is no guarantee that his mother will not beat him to death. This kind of thing, he knew that it was simply Chen Yuting and himself who had pitched Wang Yu together, but now that it had come to this, he didn't dare to hide anything. "I went to look for Yuting when I came back from abroad, and then I found out that she was married to Wang Yu." "And then what? What did you do?" "Mom, Yuting is mine. We didn't break up at that time, just temporarily separated. Wang Yu is the third party, so I want to snatch her back again." When Xin looked at this stupid son speechlessly, "Others are married, you that is called robbing it, clearly is stealing. Now it looks like you succeeded, but why did you let Wang Yu help you raise the child?" Winsome also wondered what this son of his was thinking at the time. "No, I wanted Yuting to divorce Wang Yu at that time, but Yuting didn't agree." "Why don't you agree?" Winsome was a little curious. If the two had divorced at that time, it wouldn't have come to this. I wasn't old enough to marry her." "Moving on, what's going on with the baby?" Yuting didn't want to carry Wang Yu's child, but at that time there was no way to give his father an explanation without a child, so we discussed it and secretly had a child. Wen Liang's words made Cozy feel as if she caught something, but now she couldn't think of it. However, she felt that the matter was definitely not that simple, as Chen Yuting had held Wang Yu's hand just 2 months after. Although her love transferred a bit too quickly, but after all, it was the other party who left first, and she didn't know Wen Liang anything, much less an obligation to wait where she was. Chapter 110, Wen Liang's Choice. After Chen Yuting married Wang Yu out of love, Chen Shusheng cut off her financial income in order to give the young couple something to suffer for. Unexpectedly, Wang Yu ate the bitter head as to rise to the occasion, more and more progressive, but from childhood to a little bit of bitterness have not eaten Chen Yuting, insisted on half a year on the compromise. "Ever since then it felt like I was absolutely overwhelmed by love when I married Wang Yu. After all, love is no better than bread." So much so that for a long time afterwards, Chen Yuting changed her attitude towards Wang Yu, but at this time, although Wang Yu was not a dog licker, he was really good to her, and Chen Yuting also enjoyed this feeling. But no money days she did not want to live on, so at that time she did not even think of giving Wang Yu a child, and the idea of divorce in her heart has become more and more intense. That's when our big licking dog Wen came back, and not only came back, but launched a wild goose chase for Chen Yuting. This goods during the period of study abroad, with their own private money invested in a number of projects earned a lot, on Chen Yuting is no words, a large amount of money scattered, estimated to let Chen Shusheng see are ashamed of themselves. So Chen Yuting returned to Wen Liang's embrace, but Wen Liang still had to go to school abroad and couldn't be by her side every day. Chen Yuting, who has been living a paper-drunk life for a while, finds out again how good Wang Yu is to her. So the woman developed the idea that neither one of them wanted to give up, and Chen Yuting felt that this kind of day was the life she really wanted to live. Of course, these were not the main reasons why Chen Yuting wanted to give Wen Liang a child. It wasn't until Wen Liang revealed his identity to her after graduation that Chen Yuting became pregnant with his child the next month. After all, men conquer the world, while women conquer the world by conquering men. Everything is just a matter of human selfishness. The birth of Coco makes Chen Yuting once again put forward her words to Wen Liang to marry him. But to her surprise, Wen Liang actually refused, the reason being that it was not yet the right time to let her mother know about the two of them. And he's only been working for the group for a short time and hasn't gotten his feet wet yet, so it's a bit too early to maintain. However, Wen Liang did agree to divorce her and Wang Yu, and he wanted to keep Chen Yuting around and be able to see her every day. Wen Liang thought it was quite beautiful, but Chen Yuting was not willing, and the two of them broke up over this, but Arwen Big Licking Dog bumbled on after a few days and then licked it. Until Chen Yuting's second daughter was born, Wen Liang was completely unable to sit still. Every day this life, Chen Yuting is happy, this goods is resentful. In Wang Yu's opinion it was Wen Liang who greened him. But in Wen Liang's opinion, it is Wang Yu the bastard who snatched his woman, and his own daughter has to call the other party's father. Both feel that the other is green. So Wen Liang found another way to start from Wang Yu's end, just slightly out of the way, let the two divorced, and he was finally able to possess Chen Yuting alone. It's just that he didn't anticipate what was going on behind the scenes, or else the bastard would have definitely succeeded by now, and might be happily eating a meal with Cozy. I just hate that things are unpredictable. Who would have thought that after the divorce of this guy Wang Yu, he actually came together with his own mother, which greatly exceeded Wen Liang's expectations. After listening to Wen Liang's words, Warmth had already figured out the entire incident and was clear about Chen Yuting's thoughts. Wang Yu had been an object that could be discarded with her since the beginning, and her real goal was the position of the wife of the heir to the Wen group. If Chen Yuting knew about Xian's thoughts, she would definitely refute her. She wants the position of the wife of the head of the Wen group, and she also wants Wang Yu. When the time comes, they will keep Wang Yu outside, and they can continue to enjoy this feeling of being cared for by two men. As for what Wen Liang and Wang Yu think, she didn't think much about it. Shouldn't she love her and give everything for her? Looking at her son who was kneeling, and Chen Yuting who was honestly sitting on the side, Warmth felt a wave of powerlessness. Once deeply in love, she was able to understand Wen Liang's willingness to be led by the nose. This son currently seems to be raising waste. But since he found out about this kind of thing, he might as well give him a chance, and be worthy of all the years of mother-son love. After calmly thinking for a while, Wen Xian said to Wen Liang, "I'll give you two choices. The first, break off everything with this woman, then go abroad to develop the group's overseas business. There's no need to not be able to return to the country in the future. The second one, I don't care about your affairs, it's up to you to make your own choices in the future, but I will dissolve the adoption relationship with you. In the future, Wen's group will have nothing to do with you. Think it over and give me an answer when you do." Wen Xian's words made Wen Liang directly collapse to the ground, both options he didn't want to choose. Chen Yuting Wen Liang does not want to give up, and cannot give up. The two people already have two children, it is simply impossible to cut. Mom, Yuting, and I have a child, I can't do this to her." Wen Liang hugged Warmth's leg as she cried and pleaded. "Kids, you can bring them up on your own, I didn't raise all four of you siblings on my own." But. Wen Liang wanted to say something else, but Cozy didn't want to hear anymore. Those are the only two options. Wen Liang, don't leave me behind, don't take our child. Chen Yuting also knew at this time that she couldn't resist, and could only beg Wen Liang in a pitiful manner. When Xian looked at this scene, you are not moved. His own mother had once begged his father like this at that time. But a man's heart hardens to be really desperate, or at least the two most important men in her life used to be. Looking at Wen Liang's tangled struggle, Warmth felt sure that he would make the most favorable choice. After all, it was just a woman, and she had agreed that her two children could follow him, plus the huge wealth of the Wen group. She believed that Wen Liang would be able to make the right choice. "Mom, I'm sorry," said Wen Liang kowtowed several times fiercely to Warmth, and when he lifted himself up again, he was already in tears. "Mom, you still have your brother and two sisters to keep you company, but Yuting only has me, I can't abandon him." After saying that, Wen Liang stood up and took the still crying Chen Yuting in his arms, silently soothing her. This result that was completely out of Warmth's expectations made her this very puzzled by Wen Liang's choice. The mother who raised herself to give up is understandable. After all, there is little blood relationship, but the money are not wanted. This makes Cozy think. "Mom, the group's pre-investment in Shudu City was all stirred up by Wang Yu. The specific things inside, you go ask him. Yuting and I are leaving, I'll hand over the work of the company in the next 2 days." After saying that, Wen Liang put his arm around Chen Yuting and left without looking back. Chapter 111. A Cozy with its own identity enhancement. Opening the door, Wen Wan, Wen Heng, Wen Jia and Wang Yu were all at the door, not leaving at all. The packed meals were also tossed aside, and several people came out worried about Cozy's health, so they couldn't help but choose to guard the door. They all heard the words in the room, and they didn't know what to say about Wen Liang's choice, the three children of the Wen family. Wang Yu coldly glanced at the two who left before walking into the house. At this point, Cozy sat there a little forlornly, wondering if the child he had raised would make such a choice. Wang Yu walked slowly with heavy steps, then gently embraced her into his arms. At this moment, he really did not know how to comfort the heartbroken woman in front of him. After all, everything that happened was too coincidental, and even he himself had to spend some time to slowly accept and understand. "Xiaoyu, could I really be such a failure? Surprisingly, even the child that I have painstakingly raised has left me." Warmth's voice carried endless pain and sorrow, as if it wanted to drown the entire world in it. Hearing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but snort coldly. "Don't be imagining things. Do you think that the reason why he chose to leave was just because of that woman called Chen Yuting?" In Wang Yu's opinion, Wen Liang's departure was not as simple as it appeared. There must be another hidden agenda. When Xian sniffed and raised her head violently, her gaze locked onto Wang Yu as if she wanted to get a definite answer from him. It's simple, do you think Wen Liang will call me dad? After saying this, Wang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He would like Wen Liang to choose to stay, so that he would have a lot more fun. Hearing Wang Yu's explanation, warmth directly froze. Originally quite sad emotions, by Wang Yu's words made some tears and laughter. But it's true when you think about it. Now you are happy, she said without a good mood, while rolling up her white eyes and glaring at Wang Yu. Then she reached her small delicate white hand towards Wang Yu's waist, seemingly wanting to pinch to relieve her anger. However, right at this moment, Wang Yu hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted, "Stop! Let's eat first, otherwise Xiao Heng's busy afternoon will all be for nothing." As he spoke, Wen Hong had already brought the prepared meal into the kitchen to heat it up. Not long after, Wan Wan and Wen Jia also placed the steaming meals on the dining table in order. Afterwards, the four people sat in a circle around the dining table, but everyone did not look too excited. After all, the farce they had just witnessed outside the door was just too shocking, completely subverting these three children's past perceptions and concepts. However, for the kick that Wang Yu had kicked at Wen Liang, everyone felt very relieved, and even thought that someone else might have done the same thing. After eating, Wan Wan looked at Warmth to say something, and then looked at Wang Yu's eyes turned unfriendly. "I've been struggling with this for a long time, and after half a mind struggle I think it's better to say it. Uncle Wang, just now my big brother said that you still have a woman outside, is it true?" "Well, it's true. Wang Yu has nothing to hide, after all, these things sooner or later have to face," now said clearly. They can accept to accept, cannot accept the big deal in the future not to deal with is. As for Cozy Wang, you will certainly not give up. Wan Wan, don't ask, these things are not for you to get involved in. I already knew about it when I was with Xiaoyu, he didn't hide it from me, nor did he lie to me. When Xin took Wan Wan's hand and wrapped her into her arms, during this period of time the two of them were together every day, and the feelings between mother and daughter were much deeper. "Mom, why are you like this?" When Jia couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, she still couldn't figure out why her mother, whom she had always respected, would make such a choice. Looking at the three children with the same hatred, Warmth couldn't help but have a headache. How could she explain this? Children ask so much for what? Adult matters, less worry, have this time to study, well go. Wang Yu rudely interrupted the conversation between them, then went over and pulled Cozy over and gently kissed his forehead tenderly. "Let's go upstairs and give a couple of them a nice reprieve down there." When Xin wouldn't know what to say at this point, so she went upstairs with Wang Yu. Looking at the two who had left, Wen Jia was all confused, and Wen Hong had a dark face and didn't say a word. Coming upstairs, Wang Yu wrapped his arms around Xin, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it and the more he was happy. "What are you giggling about?" When Xin couldn't help but say. "Ha! I'm happy, of course I have to laugh. Mama Wan Liang, it's getting dark." After saying that, Wang Yu helped Cozy cover up the quilt and went to sleep in the house next to him. Going to hang out later. Until the sky was flooded with light, Wang Yu fell into a deep sleep. As for having to go to work later, sleep on it. At just after 7 a.m., the usual warm and gentle medicinal meal was delivered from the Sky Street eatery. When Wan Wan saw that her mother hadn't come down yet, she couldn't help but run up and get ready to wake her up. Opening the door and walking into the bedroom, Wan Wan screamed and covered her eyes and flew away. She swore that she would never dare to enter anyone's bedroom again. When Wan's scream woke up Wang Yu, opened his eyes and looked at the empty room with a confused face. The satisfaction of thinking about what I did last night was really ample, even though I knew it wasn't right. But he just couldn't help it, truly couldn't. Taking out his cell phone, he sent a text to Sugar about going back to work in the afternoon, then turned his body around and went back to sleep. When Wan, who ran downstairs, rushed into the restroom and washed her face uncontrollably with cool water. Wan, what's wrong with you?" When Jia saw that Wan hadn't come out in the restroom and curiously went over to ask. It's fine, it's just a little hot, use cool water to wash your face." When Wan said sheepishly. "Where's Mom? Didn't you go get her?" "Mom's still sleeping, so let's eat first and just warm it up for her when she gets up." "Okay." When Jia, on the contrary, didn't notice Wan's abnormality. About Wang Yu this will be she also do not know how to face, if he only mother a woman, when Jia is very easy to accept, but this guy actually so philandering. I don't know what kind of ecstasy Mom was fed by Wang Yu and followed him to death. After the three children finished eating, they were not very excited, and when Wan said that she was a little tired and ran to her bedroom, then hid under the covers. The two siblings, Wen Hong and Wen Jia, were still confused, and after packing up their things, they took out their textbooks and started studying. After all, there are still some projects that need to be completed after vacation. It wasn't until noon that Cozy woke up in a daze, feeling that although his body was a bit unable to exert itself, it didn't have the aches and pains that come with waking up late at night. Chapter 112. Chen Yuding unwillingly. The sleeping Wanyu was suddenly woken up by a sharp pain, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Warmth looking at him with a fury on his face. Honey, let go, I know it's wrong. Wanyu begged for mercy for a while, but of course it was of little use. It wasn't until his own 2 ears became red and swollen, and the soft flesh around his waist was pinched out with a dozen bruise marks, that Cozy was able to let him go. After glaring hard at Wanyu, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. Wanyu, who was sitting on the bed, grimaced and rubbed his injured place, but his heart was overjoyed. Isn't it just a little bit of skin and flesh, can it compare to the great satisfaction of body and mind? After a moment's reprieve, the bastard cheekily ran into the bathroom as well, and then the two of them tossed and turned for nearly an hour before getting dressed and ready to go downstairs for dinner. When they arrived at the cozy home, the food had been warmed 3 times, and the 3 children sat listlessly at the table waiting for their mother. Hearing the door open, Six Eyes involuntarily looked to the doorway, looking at her mother's radiant appearance, as if yesterday's events hadn't happened. Wanyu, who was following behind, also had a happy smile on his face. That's it, all right? And to think that the two must have talked a lot last night, about a lot of things, and that his own mother probably looked sad for days on end. Maybe, the two parted ways over this, but they couldn't have imagined that the two would be in such good spirits. Mother looked as if she were quite young and beautiful again, and the faint shyness of a young girl after a cloud of rain was visible at the corners of her mouth. Uncle Wang is poisonous, isn't he? Wenjia couldn't help but poke Wenwan, who was still in a daze, and asked in a low voice. Well, I think so, whatever makes mother happy. Wenwan, who knew a little about what was going on, didn't dwell on the topic. It's all there, haven't you eaten yet? Wanyu broke the calm with a big grin, then helped Warmth place the stool and set the medicinal meal in front of her again. Sitting beside himself, he took his chopsticks and picked up the braised pork ribs made by Wenhong and ate them with relish. Stop looking and eat, huh? Looking at the 3 people who had yet to return to their senses, Wanyu could not help but urge them. This one is really toxic. Eat, and I'll explain it to you sometime this afternoon. When Xin felt that it was better to selectively tell the 3 children something, after all, there would be frequent contact in the future, and it would not be good to create misunderstandings. After eating, Wenjia touched Xin's face, smooth and tender to the touch, and couldn't help but surround Xin. Xin seriously looked around only to feel that the state is better than himself, couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. Mom, have you gotten any younger? When Xin sniffed and her pretty face slightly reddened before she glared at Wanyu who was cleaning up the dining table. Well, it's a few years younger. Wanyu, who heard the conversation, really wanted to tell Wenjia that it was all because of him, or else Xin wouldn't have changed so significantly today. Mom, how do you take care of yourself? Wenwan had long wanted to ask Cozy this question. Later, I'm going to take a nap. With that said, Cozy went to his bedroom ready to catch up on some more sleep. After cleaning up, Wanyu looked at the time, it was almost time to go to work, and immediately greeted a few children and left. Wenhong looked at Wanyu who left, somewhat unsure how to face him. Yesterday he thought that his mother had found a good home, and then he found out that this one was entrusted to a wrong person. Looking at her mother again today, she didn't seem to care about the fact that Wanyu still had a woman. Hey! Can't figure it out, women are so hard to guess. After arriving at the hospital, Wanyu directly found Sweetie, who was napping in the restroom, and said to the small nurse who was still in a daze. You go and reorganize the appointments for next week and the week after that, I'm going to finish treating all these people this week. What's wrong you, isn't 5 a day good? I've got something coming up, and I'm getting ahead of hospital stuff, or I won't have much time to work on. Having seen Wanyu struggle in society for many years before finding a job that pays $500,000 a year, Chen Yuding did not have the slightest bit of confidence in Wenliang's assurances. Deep down in her heart, she had always felt that Wang Yu's ability was stronger than Wenliang's, but of course this was limited to a comparison between the two alone. If Wenliang was still the general manager plus heir of the one group, his ability would certainly be far higher than Wang Yu. But alas, he wasn't now, and Wang Yu was actually with the chairman of the Wing group, and the two had a child. This huge gap made Chen Yuding at this time fall into fear of the future. Wenliang was now in a calm mood after making the difficult decision last night, thinking that he would be able to live with his beloved for a long time and raise their 2 children together. Even the kind of sadness he felt when he left his mother had faded a lot. As for Wang Yu, he sure as hell couldn't wait to eat his flesh alive, and when he thought of this bastard going to mess with his own revered mother, Wenliang couldn't wait to get him killed. But now it was clearly impossible, he couldn't be beaten in single combat, and Cozy had swept him off his feet. Now facing Wang Yu, Mao has no advantage, and can only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. He was going to finish handing over his work in the next few days and then take Xin Yuting to leave Shudu City and find a small city to develop. He didn't have a lot of money in his hands, but he was still confident that he could make something of himself and take care of his family at the same time. Although the people in the company wondered about the chairman's order, they still carried out the handover seriously. After all, the whole group was warmly fought. The other shareholders, too, called and asked, but they were all stonewalled by Cozy. The reason is that the failure of this investment in Shudu City proves that Wen Liang is not suitable to be the general manager of the company and still needs to learn. As for the rest, there is not too much explanation. The new general manager Xin has not yet thought about it. First led his secretary to lead the company affairs on behalf of the company. There are things to report directly to her. Chapter 113, The Last Patient. After arranging it, Wang Yu went back into a state of intense overtime, and he went to pester Cozy there every night. As for Chanshan and Yuan, it's not that he doesn't want to go, but the two girls left Shudu City early to go back to the village to organize the wedding. Chunmei also followed back. After all, in a few days she will also be married. For the time being, apart from Xin's place, Wang Yu really has no home to go back to. As for the three children, it was unclear what Wen Xin had said to them, and Wang Yu always felt that Wen Wan and Wen Jiao were looking at him in a strange way. As for Wen Hong, the bastard basically didn't change much and still had that cool expression. These days, after Wang Yu's unremitting efforts, finally the turn of the last patient. After seeing this tomorrow, he will return to the village to prepare for the wedding. Mom's phone call had been several times, and if I didn't go back, I guess my parents would be running around town arresting people. Regaining his spirit, Wang Yu saw a young girl who had come over with sugar, and his heart was filled with curiosity. It looked like the girl was at most 20 years old, an age when seeking a child was unlikely. Conditioning her body to become a little younger wasn't something she should be thinking about right now either. Wang Yu was curious about what this girl wanted to see. He was only a doctor with a little special ability, and there were many diseases he couldn't do anything about. "Dr. Wang, you must help me." The young girl sat across from Wang Yu and started begging him for help before she was even diagnosed. "Don't worry, it's come to this, you've paid for it, I'm sure I'll do my best." "Dr. Wang, I've asked everything, you must be capable of helping me." "What do you want to see? Don't worry, I'm still very good at gynecology. Give me your hand, let me take your pulse first," said Wang Yu. Took over the sweet takeover to the patient information read up. The young girl called Li Sisi, this year 19 years old, not Shudu City people, but from Kyoto. "Is he so famous that people from hundreds of kilometers away come to see him?" "She comes to herself neither for children nor for beauty treatments, but for leg injuries." Wang Yu's fingers gently rested on Li Sisi's wrist, and her physical condition was immediately displayed. There was no problem with the body, but the two legs were not the same length. The left leg had been injured before, and it was quite serious. After healing, it was about 1 centimeter shorter than the right leg. As for why I didn't see it earlier, I guess it was the shoes. After seeing Li Sisi's question, Wang Yu remembered that he had also learned the bone-setting Heart Sutra, and he had forgotten whether this skill had been given to Dean Han. But that's okay, he can cure this kind of problem. It's just that this girl is probably going to suffer a bit. "Ms. Li, I can solve this problem of yours, but you'd better discuss it with your family. It's estimated that you'll have to stay in the hospital for 2 months. Can this be seen even by taking a pulse? Don't you need to take an X-ray?" Li Sisi asked curiously. "Mud, get used to it." Forgetting that a lot of the problems above the bones are not visible by taking a pulse, but the opposite side is not too old to be easily fooled. "Don't mind all that, it's just 1 leg long and 1 short, not a big deal." When Li Sisi heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. For Wang Yu, honestly, she really didn't know him before. "It's just that when I followed my grandfather here to visit my aunt a few days ago, I heard the little nurse outside mention it, and it was all praise. Not only is he skilled in medicine, but he is also handsome and kind to people." And her own aunt was also saved by this Dr. Wang, which aroused her interest. Many of the doctors and nurses in Shiguang Hospital had come from Maria Hospital, and there were quite a few people who knew about Wang Yu. When Li Sisi learned of Wang Yu's fabulous bone-setting techniques from the Mediterranean Dr. Wang, it was like seeing a beam of light in the darkness. Immediately, she was going to come to Wang Yu to see his leg, but when she figured out the appointment process, Wang Yu's number for this year had already been lined up. A frustrated Sissy Li pestered her aunt's 2 sons every day, causing them headaches. Had to pay big bucks to get Sissy Li to switch appointment dates with someone. Li Sisi's aunt is Yang Kaishan, Yang Keilu's mother, old Mrs. Li. Li Sisi's grandfather was the youngest brother of Mrs. Li's oldest one, called Li Qianha. and there was a 15-year age difference between the two of them. And Sissy Lee is the youngest daughter of Ken Lee and his third son. So that led to the 19-year-old Cecilia Lee calling two old men almost 70 years old her cousins. "My family is at the hospital, can Dr. Wang treat me today?" Lee Cece immediately said with excitement. Knowing that her leg was ready to be amputated at that time, fortunately, the Lee family is a powerful family in Kyoto, and spent a great deal of money to invite the compound's national medical saint to personally take action. But for this leg of hers, the other party also spent a lot of effort to be able to give the preservation. But in the end it was a bit flawed, and after the cure it was shorter than before. Since then the once lively and lovely Lee Cece has become silent and joyful. Do not like to go out, do not make friends, always like to lock themselves in the house, sometimes always alone, silent tears. This time out is also Lee Chanha prepared to come to Shudu City to visit his sister, thinking that it is not a good thing for the little girl to be at home every day after vacation, so he brought her here. After hearing this, Wang Yu looked at the time and saw that there were still 2 hours left to get off work, so it was completely too late for him to work an extra shift. "Okay, sugar, you go arrange for the operating room. Ms. Lee, you notify the family to come over." Soon Sweetie applied for an operating room, and Lee Cece's grandfather came over accompanied by Yang Kaishan. Upon seeing Wang Yu, he immediately went up to greet him. "Dr. Wang, is it really you?" "Old Mr. Yang, why are you here?" Wang Yu asked curiously. "I heard from the doctor at Maria Hospital that you were sitting at Aurora Hospital, so I transferred here." "Can Cece's leg really be restored, Dr. Wang? I'm not doubting your ability, I'm purely just worried." Yang Kaishan is still very happy to see Wang Yu, his mother's life-saving benefactor. Although he spent money, but now society, willing to spend money more people, but how many doctors can save lives? "Don't worry, small problem, it'll be done in half an hour." Lee Cece's leg is really not a big problem for Wang Yu. When Tang Hongyuan's son was hit by a car into a ragdoll, he did not also give a cure. Some time ago Zhu Yan even called to say that he wanted to come over to thank himself, only at that time he was headlong in the sea of knowledge, so he gave a refusal. "Kai-san, is it really okay for this kid to be so young?" Lee Qianhe, Lee Cece's grandfather, was skeptical when he saw Wang Yu's age, and when he heard what he said, he only felt that the bastard was unreliable. How many specialists in Chinese and Western medicine have been invited to see his granddaughter's leg? They say that they are currently in the best shape they can be in, and that it is simply impossible to make a full recovery. Just now, Wang Yu's words of a small problem that could be fixed in half an hour were not the result of having recently heard too much of Yang Kaishan's bragging about Wang Yu and his own big sister's body really getting better. Now Lee Qianhe is all set to call the police to directly take Wang Yu away for investigation. Chapter 114, Broken and Reattached. Lee Qianhe spoke and did not lower the volume. The surrounding people heard. Wang Yu does not care if the patient's family does not agree, he is also happy to be free. He still knows the truth that doctors don't come to the door, and he doesn't owe them anything, so he definitely won't rush up to cure them. "You'll discuss it again, discuss it?" Wang Yu said that he was ready to leave. With this effort, he might as well go to the policewoman Nan Nan to find the object of bestowal. "Dr. Wang, there is no need to discuss, I agree to the treatment." Lee Cece looked at her grandfather's one sentence to get the doctor he had found angry and ran away. In a moment, she quickly ran over to pull Wang Yu. "Brother-in-law, you're not clear about Dr. Wang's medical skills. I can guarantee that there are not many in the whole of Kyoto that can compare to him." Yang Kaishan also hurriedly explained to Lee Qianhe. Wang Yu was dragged. "This will be embarrassed to go, clear the young girl's worry," opened his mouth to comfort. "Don't worry, just discuss it. I as a doctor definitely respect the patient's choice." "Grandpa, just let me try again." Lee Cece would be looking at Lee Qianhe with tears in her eyes, causing him to feel bad in his heart. "It's just a matter of indulging the girl for once. Dr. Wang, please." When he finished speaking, he took the papers from Sugar's hand and signed his name where the family had given their consent. "All right, go in and get started." With that, Wang Yu walked into the operating room. And for the first time, Sissy Lee, as a patient, wasn't pushed in. "Lie down, expose the injured place of the left leg." Wang Yu finished and went to the side preparation room to wear protective clothing and prepare surgical instruments. Lee Cece heard, but a little shy. She wore today's jeans are very slim, cannot be rolled up. "Want to reveal the left leg? I guess you can only take off the pants." It would be so tense inside that he didn't even see the hospital gown that Sugar had placed next to him. After a fierce struggle of thought, Lee Cece's silver teeth clenched, and directly took off her pants, and then lay on the operating table with her eyes closed while wearing a small lace underwear. Wang Yu, who had made preparations, came in and saw a pair of bare and slippery thighs, white and tender, flashing his eyes. Sugar followed behind and also saw the scene in front of her. The two of them looked at each other. Go on, tell her to put some pants on. Won Yu whispered to Sugar and quietly took 2 steps back and went to the preparation room next to him again. It took about a couple of minutes before it passed, by which time Sissy Lee had already put on her hospital gown, wide pants that burned out easily, leaving her slender calves bare. At this moment, Lee Cece's face was peachy red, feeling that she was too humiliated today. Luckily, it was a small nurse who came in first. If Dr. Wang saw it, then he really didn't know if he had the courage to let him treat this leg again. Won Yu didn't care what she was thinking, and his hands carefully inspected the injured area. It was exactly as one would have thought. Having to break and reattach it was a lot easier than with the child one was rescuing in the first place. Won Yu has learned the orthopedic sutra. Theoretical knowledge is very solid, the actual hands-on ability is also confident, is that this breaks the legs of this thing he has not done. Even if it was a fight, in the last few years, apart from beating Wen Liang, he really hadn't fought anyone. Forget it, let's just get her unconscious later or it's really hard to do it. Having thought of the overall treatment plan in his mind, Won Yu took out his silver needle and started to do it. 3 needles were stuck in Lee Cece's thighs, cutting off the body's meridians hold on the calves. Then 2 more needles were inserted in the head and the back of the neck, causing Lee Cece to directly lose consciousness and pass out. Brother Yu, with your hand, the hospital saves a lot of money on anesthesia, no wonder you don't want an anesthesiologist. Sweetness was stunned when she saw Won Yu's hand. Alright, get to work and bring me the hammer. What do you need a hammer for? Sugar asked curiously as she handed over a small hammer. Knock her leg off and reattach it. Saying this, Won Yu took the hammer and started to gesture on Lee Cece's leg, thinking that he'd better strike from 3 separate places so as to cause the least damage. Brother Yu, you can't even lay your hands on such white and beautiful legs. Sugar couldn't help but spit. That's right too, come on sweetie, you knock. Won Yu was immediately ready to stuff the hammer into Sweet's hand. He found that this girl was getting more and more licentious towards him. He must educate her properly sometime. You, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Sweet also felt that his words just a little too much. After all, this is in the operating room. He just said the words, a different person is expected to throw himself out, and even for this can lose their jobs. Okay, come over here and work it, and next time joke about being mindful of your status and the occasion. After not lightly nodding at Sweetness, Won Yu put his mind back on Lee Cece's legs. It's easy to break a leg with a hammer, but trying to break a leg into the state you expect it to be in, without hurting the flesh on the outside, is basically something that can't be accomplished by a human being. Won Yu couldn't either. After all, he didn't know the kung fu of hitting a bull across a mountain, and after the comparison, he used a scalpel to make 3 separate openings in the breaks in the bones. After stopping the bleeding with a silver needle, the white leg bone was exposed without much hesitation. What should be examined had been examined, and the treatment plan had been thought out. Won Yu took a hammer and a small iron bar, and in one breath, knocked in the 3 openings, knocked a dozen times. Lee Cece healed for many years of calf bone just like this and disconnected, put down the hands of the guy. Won Yu with good protective gloves began to connect the bone. The left leg was 1 centimeter shorter is because at that time when the bones were connected, many broken bones were not aligned properly. Now Won Yu had to resplice this broken bones to the right place. This was not a big problem for him and took about 10 minutes to complete. Then Sugar took over and started stitching up the wound, while Won Yu started preparing the bamboo board to fix it. Because Won Yu's openings were all small, it didn't take Sweetie long to finish stitching up the wounds. As for why he didn't use a plaster, Won Yu felt it was too troublesome, and it wasn't like Xiao Jie was that age and couldn't control himself, so he might have an accident. Sissy Lee is 19 years old, she definitely has self-control. In fact, these are his own ideas, mainly because the bastard will not be able to put a plaster, and with the bamboo board is convenient for him to use some speed up the healing of the bone's external ointment. Of course the ointment has not been boiled yet and will not be made until tomorrow, so let Sweetie call the old surgical king over to help put it on then. After wrapping a simple layer of white gauze, Won Yu wrapped Lee Cece's left leg with a professional fixed bamboo board. Then the silver needle was removed, and in less than 2 minutes, the pain in the leg woke up the unconscious Lee Cece. Seeing that her left leg had been tied up, Sissy Lee asked nervously. Dr. Wang, my leg is cured. Well, don't worry about it, tomorrow you'll get an X-ray to check it out and I'll go get you a prescription. Sugar arranged a hospital room for Ms. Lee. After saying that, Won Yu left the operating room. Chapter 115, Some people value affection, some value money. On this side, after Wang Yu finished his work, he was ready to go home, while Wen Liang, the headquarters of the Wen group, had basically finished the final handover. After coming over tomorrow morning to sign the papers, he was going to return to Shudu City and leave with Chen Yuting and his own daughter. Thinking of this, Wen Liang's heart gradually calmed down. For Cozy he only had gratitude and did not hate. Although he also coveted Wen's group's huge industry, but for these Wen Liang was more inclined to feelings, otherwise he wouldn't have been entangled in Chen Yuting to such a point. Standing in the headquarters of the Wen group downstairs, Wen Liang looked for a long time, and his back was indescribably despondent. The adoption with Cozy had also been dissolved, and from then on he was an orphan with no family, and his long stay had made him seem out of place in the crowd of people coming and going. As if he had made his final goodbye, when Liang turned around and was ready to leave, after tomorrow he would no longer have the slightest relationship with the Wen group. Yoshi, you just left. The sudden question caused Wen Liang to stop in his tracks and turn back to see a cousin he had met a few times. Uncle Wen, why are you here? Ah Liang, with such a big thing happening to the group, as a director how could I not come? What's the big deal? It's just a change of general manager, and it's normal for me to be replaced for lack of ability. When Liang did not come up and spit out his grievances, for one thing, he and Wen Zhong really did not know each other well, and for another, he already had no relationship with Xan, and this so-called cousin uncle would not have any dealings with him in the future. Can we talk about it? Wen Zhong obviously didn't want to let Wen Liang go like this, although when his father invested in warmth he was only thinking of helping this poor niece. But who would have thought that warm after 20 years of hard work, step by step, to build up the huge Wen's group in Tiannan City? This huge wealth, staring at the people can be quite a lot of awe. In the past, Warm has been celibate, never thought of marrying, after the adoption of 4 children, so that those of them who stared at the property of the Warm also a lot of peace of mind. A single woman holding such a large fortune in her hands, just wait until the fruit is ripe and pick it. As for the few adopted children, the Wen family has countless ways to disqualify them from inheritance. It was just but that Xan's second uncle had been suppressing these juniors so that they didn't dare to reach out. But Wen Liang's departure had indeed alarmed a part of Kyoto's Wen family who had a heart. Wen Zhong is the one they sent over to inquire about the news, to see if Wen Xan has any new ideas. After all, the market value of Wen's group is now more than 50 billion. The fruit is already too ripe to be ripe, and the Wen family's second master's health has been bad lately. This group of people is already stupid. In their opinion, Wen Liang's departure is the opportunity for them to take control of the Wen group. There's nothing to say, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. Wen Liang finished speaking and prepared to leave. Yoshi, can't you really talk to Uncle Cousin? Wen Zhong felt that Wen Liang was too not giving himself face, how to say that he was also an elder. This kind of attitude was even what, if he didn't want to figure out this matter, he didn't bother to say a word more with this person who didn't have the bloodline of the Wen family. Uncle Cousin? Wen Liang smiled to himself, then said to Wen Zhong. I've already dissolved the adoption relationship with Ms. Warmth, and I have no relationship with the Winchesters in the future, so we really don't have anything to talk about. Pushing away Wen Zhong who was blocking his way, Wen Liang left without looking back. Wen Zhong was in deep thought when he heard Wen Liang's words. He didn't feel that Wen Liang would lie to him. For his own private daughter cousin he still investigated very clearly. It must have happened something, otherwise it certainly would not have driven Wen Liang out of the Wen group. Thinking of this, he thought he'd better find someone to discuss it with. In recent months Cozy hadn't appeared, as if he'd disappeared. If they hadn't inquired about the fact that she had helped Wen take a break from school and was treating her body in Shudu City, they wouldn't have been able to sit still long ago. Afterwards, is not out of their expectations, the entire Wen's group, Warm really handed over to their eldest son Wen Liang. But it was only a short time later that Wen Liang was not only kicked out of Wen's group, but also cut off from the relationship. At present, they have not started the layout for Wen's group, thinking that when a few years of Cozy age, using the relationship of kinship and bloodline, let some of the younger generation in the family to work in Wen's group. Then slowly take control of the power and eat away the Wen group bit by bit. This silent method will not cause any upheaval, nor will it give Cozy's half-siblings any chance to get their hands dirty. Now that the situation is out of control, Wen Zhong feels that it is not the main vein of the Wen family that the gang is starting to reach out, and when he thought of this, he immediately called his big brother. The two chatted for a long time. Wen Zhong's face had not been looking too good, and in the end, they didn't talk about anything. After all, the information known now was too little. In the end, it was decided that it would be better to take a trip to Shudu City and meet Cozy in person before deciding on the plan after that. At this time, Xinxin was enjoying Wang Yu's careful nudging, not realizing that her actions had caused those who had hit on the idea of her property to chicken out and jump up. Sister Wan, you really have to go back with me tomorrow. Wang Yu had just talked to Xinxin about leaving tomorrow, but Xinxin said that she wanted to go back with him. And he also has to attend the wedding of Yuwen and him, which catches Wang Yu, who has prepared a plan, a little off guard. Sun Xiantia Wen's boss and friend of the relationship to participate in the wedding, but also said the past, wormhole past how to explain. You said you're the wife of the Wang family, and you're helping your husband take a concubine? That's not going to get you killed. Well, why aren't you welcome? Wen Xian asked with a disgruntled beak. No, it just felt sudden. The words of refusal Wang Yu cannot say, or wait until tomorrow to go back to say, take a step to see a step. By the way, why are Wen Wan and Wen Jiao looking at me strangely lately? What did you say to them? Wang Yu came back today and saw the two girls' strange gazes again and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. Didn't say much, just said something about too many of your women scaring them both. Wen Xian casually replied, but Wang Yu felt that she was obviously not telling the truth and must be hiding something. It really didn't say anything? Said Wang Yu's hand began to be unctuous, and in no time, he was making cozy pant. Okay, I'll tell you what, just get off me. You first. Wang Yu did not let go, smugly thinking, still cannot pinch you, actually want to fool me. Wen Xian turned around and put her head into Wang Yu's arms, pressing the hand that Wang Yu had placed on her chest to prevent it from moving around, and said somewhat shyly. I told the three of them about the two of us. Well, what's the matter with the two of us? Chapter 116 Wang Yu wants to get married. Wang Yu was a little curious, what was there to say about the current situation between him and Cozy that a blind man could see what kind of relationship it was? That is, about me bringing you back the other night when you were drunk. Speaking of which, Cozy couldn't help but burst out laughing. So all three of them know about me being drunk by you? When Wenshin thought about it now, she also felt that what she had done at that time was too ridiculous. But if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have met Wang Yu, and I wouldn't have the life I have now. Touching her bulging belly, her eyes lit up with indescribable satisfaction. At this time, Wang Yu was a black face, long so big his disgrace is not much, cuckold thing was exposed by Sun Dishing, engaged in the Sun family is well known, and now he is deliberately avoid contact with the Sun family. And this secret that only Warmth and him knew, he hadn't even told Sun Xian and Yuan about it, but it was told by this woman to the three juniors. Now it was finally clear why Wen Wan and Wen Jiao were looking at it so strangely. Why are you angry? Looking at Wang Yu's silence, Warmth couldn't help but ask. No. Then why the black face? This thing, how can you say it out, how can I face the three of them in the future? Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh long, it seems that his black history this group of women have all told each other, now even Wen Wan and Wen Jiao these juniors also know, his uncle Wang's persona has completely collapsed. Come on, what's wrong with that, didn't Shanshan and Yan get you drunk too, it's not like it was just once. Winsome couldn't help but spit. How do you know, I didn't tell you about this one. Wang Yu felt that there were no secrets left in him. The three of us were talking the last time Cynthia and Avon were here. So this is something that you've been speaking out about for a long time? Well, it was told to both of them, and they laughed at it for a while. With Wen Xian's words, even if Wang Yu's skin was thick enough, he could not help but redden. It turns out that he was green, too drunken loss of body thing they three all know, loss of their previous thought to hide well. Thinking of this he couldn't help but want to clean up the three of them, but Sun Chen and Yilwen were too far away right now, and right now this one had also been tossed around quite a bit by himself in the past few days. This stock of fire also do not know to vent to whom, can still go outside to find two little girls cannot? Then he is still a human being. However, the Warmth in front of him was holding a big belly, so Wang Yu could only silently go to the other room to sleep alone with tears in his eyes. Early the next morning, after placating Wen Wan and Wen Jia, who wanted to go and watch the fun, the two set off. Wang Yu's mom's phone call came over at 6 o'clock, strictly ordering him to be home before noon. Along the way Wang Yu was apprehensive and kept thinking about how to explain to his parents about the girl with a big belly beside him. Fortunately, when they were almost off the highway, Warmth and Sun Xian called, and it turned out that the two had already discussed it. Sun Xian received the Warmth at the highway exit and then left, leaving Wang Yu alone in the wind. Although he didn't know what excuse they found, but after all, he didn't have to face his parents' interrogation before the wedding, and Wang Yu was sort of relieved. When I got home, I felt the buzz of the yard before I even walked in the door. The relatives of the Wang family came over early, and a large group of women were making wedding preparations under the leadership of the Wang mother. Big red happy letters were pasted on the door and windows of the house, and a few aunts were sitting on the bed and were covering the quilt. The red quilt cover looked very festive, and several sisters-in-law from this family were helping to fill the red envelopes and prepare the wedding candies. Father and a few uncles, chatting happily over tea and cigarettes in the living room. After seeing Wang Yu come back and criticizing him a little, he was taken to try on the groom's dress. By noon, some of Wang Yu's classmates and hairdressers from his village had also rushed over. Wang Yu, who had not gathered with them for a long time, accompanied them to play cards and chat and brag, and in no time they found the joy of the beginning. At night, these people didn't leave, so the Wang family set up 2 tables in the courtyard to entertain them, and tomorrow these people will have to accompany Wang Yu to pick up his daughter-in-law. While Wang Yu is happy and joyful, Wen Liang and Chen Yuting have a fight. After signing the letter, Wen Liang returned directly to Shudu City, and then he was ready to leave with Chen Yuting. Looking at Wen Liang, who was packing his luggage, the suffocating Chen Yuting could no longer hold back and started to make a scene. Enjoyed the top life of the woman, and a few willing to give up. Although Wen Liang's body is still tens of millions of assets, the future life will certainly be very comfortable. But Chen Yuting was not satisfied at all. When she was in the Chen family, Chen Shushang would not send her less than $5 million for her birthday every year. When you go to school, Chen Yuting has no concept of money, buy things basically do not look at the price, like to buy on the credit card. And her credit cards were never maxed out, and she wore top-of-the-line designer labels. It wasn't until she married Wang Yu and was restricted from spending by Chen Shusheng that Chen Yuting realized that life isn't enough with love. However, fortunately, this period of time persisted in less than 2 years. When Big Licking Dog appeared, Chen Yuting once again to enjoy a long time apart from the superior life. When the child was born, Chen Shusheng also compromised and released the restrictions on Chen Yuting, and even paid to help her open a company. But having been poor for a while, Chen Yuting also took money more seriously. Perhaps life went too smoothly after that, and his own company grew with Wen Liang's help. Chen Shusheng also returned the credit card that she just swiped and didn't have to pay back. It caused Chen Yuting to slowly forget about these things and began to enjoy the different loving care given to her by the 2 men, Wang Yu and Wen Liang. It is not until Wang Yu discovers the truth and gets an angry divorce, and Chen Yuting loses him completely, that her peaceful life is shattered. Although unwilling and very reluctant, she still succumbed to the majesty of Chen Shusheng, because she knew that her life was given by her father, and if she didn't listen to the ground, it would really cut off her source of livelihood again. Later, after Chen Shusheng found out about Li Yuzhen's betrayal, he kicked her out of the Chen family. At that time, the frightened Chen Yuting couldn't contact Wen Liang, so she went to Wang Yu. After all, that was the last thing she relied on. Unfortunately, Wang Yu simply will not turn back, which led to Chen Yuting all thoughts of like behavior. After being pulled back by Wen Liang, Chen Yuting clung to him like a drowning person and didn't bring up the words of marrying him again. But Wen Liang has the idea of marrying her, and even tells Chen Yuting that he has begun to control the entire Wen group. The huge surprise had stabilized her mind well despite her mental distortions during this time. Chapter 117: Wen Zhong's arrival. Later, during the encounter between Wen Liang and Wang Yu, Chen Yuting had been steady despite deepening her hatred. Even if Wen Liang lost $3 billion on his investment in Shudu City, Chen Yuting wasn't worried. A group of companies that big was enough for her to enjoy for the rest of her life. It wasn't until she saw Wang Yu and Xin together that her despair began. For Wen Liang's choice at that time, although Chen Yuting was grateful, the gratitude was only momentary. The thought of having lived in poverty for over a year terrified her. Alone at home with 2 children, Chen Yuting thought about it for a long time before she was able to figure it out. Wang Yu and Wen Liang she can give up, but the money can't be given up. If there is no money, she can't even dare to think how she will live in the future. When Wen Liang came back today, Chen Yuting was still coaxing him in a good voice. Thinking of asking Wen Liang to go apologize to Xin and admit his mistake and promise to break off his relationship with her. Then wait a while before she takes the kids abroad to be with him, and the 2 of them can move their relationship underground and live just fine. Chen Yuting, who is not willing to lose everything, speaks her mind after Wen Liang returns. But what she didn't expect was that Wen Liang, who was obedient to him, actually rejected her this time. It was useless to say all the nice things herself, and now she realized that although Wen Liang chose herself between her and warmth. But in Wen Liang's heart, warmth must be above her. I can hide from my mother, but I will never deceive her, not even in death. Wen Liang went back to his room to sleep after saying this, leaving Chen Yuting alone in the living room to go crazy. The relationship between the 2 also went to the freezing point because of Wen Liang's intransigence, but Chen Yuting had no way at all. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about going over to her mother, but after learning what happened to Lu Baoxiang, she gave up. Although Chen Shusheng has been busy with his children these past few months, he hasn't let up on Lu Baoxiang's beatings. It has been driving him to sell all his assets, leaving him with a 200-square-foot house and just over $7 million left after paying off his debts. But Lu Baoxiang is not sad. The child in Li Yuzhen's belly is his greatest support. He was different from Chen Yuting. At this age, a dear son would definitely make him happier than money. Li Yuzhen also called Chen Yuting several times during this time, but Chen Yuting didn't answer at all. The resentment in her heart towards her own mother has never diminished. Once as the only daughter of the Chen family, she did nothing to end up inheriting billions of dollars in family assets. Now it was the sinful seed of his own mother and her lover, so how could there be no hatred in his heart? Came to Shudu City to look for Warm Wenjong, no accident pounced a blank, not thought of a phone call to ask, but afraid of Warm what plan, their side of a phone to cause her defense is not good. Unable to find warmth, Wenjong had to come back to look for Wen Liang, after ringing the doorbell. After waiting for a few moments, just when he was a bit impatient, a churlish woman opened the door to the room. The thin body, the red and swollen eyes, the soft and weak little expression, the little bit of displeasure in Wenjong's heart instantly dissipated. The Chen Yuting in front of him stirred a powerful desire for protection, and there was an impulse in his heart to take her into his arms and cherish her. Chen Yuting looked at this man in front of her with a fiery gaze. She couldn't help but frown. She had seen such eyes too many times, so how could she not know what they represented? Right then and there, he tried to close the door, not bothering to ask a single question. Wait. When Zhong reached out to block the door that was about to close. What do you want? Chen Yuting took a step back nervously. Seeing this woman in front of him frightened and looking nervous, Wen Zhong's eyes brightened even more. As the son of the Wen family in Kyoto, what kind of women had he not seen, and he had played with a lot of the ones who were younger and prettier than Chen Yuting. But somehow, at this moment, his heart raised a great interest in her. When Zhong revealed a kind smile and said, "This lady, is this Wen Liang's place?" Yeah. Who are you? To introduce myself, I'm Wen Liang's cousin uncle, Wen Zhong of the Kyoto Wen family. After saying that, Wen Zhong confidently stood up his body, ready to hear the woman's shocked cry. Unfortunately, no, Wen's group Chen Yuting had heard of it and was able to look it up on the internet. But the Kyoto Wen family, Chen Yuting said she was not clear, did not know, had not heard of it, but did hear the other side say it was Wen Liang's cousin. Isn't that Cozy's cousin? What's he doing here? Could it be that there's still a chance for things to turn around? Thinking of this, Chen Yuting's eyes lit up and immediately invited Wen Zhong in. Coming inside the living room, Chen Yuting poured a cup of hot water for Wen Zhong, then went upstairs to call Wen Liang to come down. In her thoughts, this brother of Cozy's who came over late at night must have something very important to talk about. She, who had just been dissatisfied with Wen Liang, immediately became much more docile again, pushed open the bedroom door, gently woke up the man who was already asleep, told him that he had a guest visiting, and told him the identity of the visitor. Wen Liang came to the living room after getting dressed, and when he heard that it was Wen Zhong who came over, he was a bit unhappy. For these relatives of Cozy, Wen Liang, who knew a little bit of the truth at the beginning, didn't have any good feelings. Wen Zhong, what exactly do you want to do by chasing you from Tiannan City to Shudu City? Wen Liang opened his mouth in a very rude manner. Young man, don't be so impulsive, I'm just trying to understand the situation of the Wen group. What is there to know about Wen's group? What information do you want to see as a company director that you can't find out, to come and ask me? I want to know why my cousin replaced you and why she kicked you out of the Winchesters. When Zhong sipped the hot water poured by Chen Yuting, his eyes fixed on Wen Liang, waiting for his answer. I told you, it's none of your business, stop asking, I'm not going to tell you. Having once again eaten the closed door at Wen Liang's place, Wen Zhong's temperament was a bit impatient, and he wanted to get angry right away. This orphan who was brought up by an illegitimate daughter, now that he had been kicked out of the Wen family, actually dared to repeatedly ignore his own questioning. Did he not give him too much face? Chen Yuting, who had been sitting next to her and had not said anything, serving with good behavior, also noticed the stiffness of the scene at this time. Although he didn't know whether this Wen Zhong was coming to help Wen Liang or not, but in this situation now, how much worse could it be? Yuting, see off the guests. After saying this, Wen Liang turned around and went upstairs, not even bothering to talk to Wen Zhong any further. Wen Liang's ignorance completely provoked Wen Zhong's anger, and the bastard wanted to lose his temper right away. Mr. Wen, I actually know all of these things. Chen Yuting's voice was very low, but Wen Zhong heard it and looked at her suspiciously at that moment. Mr. Wen, it's too late today, you'd better go back and rest first. He said and gave Wen Zhong a wink, signaling him to talk outside. Chapter 118 Confess, I'm not pretending anymore. The two of them came to the outside of the house one after the other. Chen Yuting left her phone number to Wen Zhong, then closed the door with a slight smile at him. Wen Zhong felt the warmth of his fingertips and saw the phone number on the paper, and a strong desire rose in his heart. This is the right time to come to Shudu City. The things in Shudu City are not clear to Wang Yu, and he doesn't yet know that his ex-wife has already sold him and warmed cleanly. Of course it was mixed with a lot of subjective words, and although she had some minor mistakes, the one who was most at fault was Wang Yu. And when Liang was not the love of her heart in her mouth, but a bad guy who threatened to force her with the financial power of the Wen group. 3 days together, Wen Zhong is more and more like Chen Yuting, although the two do not have substantial physical contact, but the mutual intentions are clear to each other. And our big licking dog, Wen, would have no idea that he was about to have a bright green bandana tied around his head. This guy was fooled by Chen Yuting to stay home with his 2 daughters in the past few days, and he was happy to enjoy the affection between father and daughter every day. And Chen Yuting left early and returned late every day, giving the reason that she was saying her final goodbye to her relatives and friends in Xiudu City. Wen Liang, who has always trusted Chen Yuting, did not suspect anything at all, and waited for a few days to take his wife and children to the beach to find a small city and spend his life peacefully. The reluctance and love for his mother was buried by Wen Liang in the deepest part of his heart, and he could only silently pray for her to be happy and joyful in the future. But warm, happy, joyful days are not necessary for Wen's prayers. At this time, the 3 women sat neatly in the living room of Wang Yu's house, and Wang Zhantel looked at the 3 of them curiously. From time to time, his eyes cast to Wang Yu, who was sitting next to him. It should come sooner or later. Originally the 3 women thought of letting Wang Yu alone to go and talk to their parents. But this one directly vetoed, joking, he went over alone to confess, the chances of survival are high, but the probability of being crippled is also extremely high. Thinking about the children in Sun Xian and Xin's stomach, how can the parents give a few points of face? Dad, Mom, there's something I want to tell you. As soon as Wang Yu's words were spoken, the 3 women sitting there involuntarily lowered their heads. What is it? Wang father asked curiously. His son married this daughter-in-law he is very satisfied, after all, is from childhood to watch grow up, and know each other's roots. The last few days have made the bastard so happy that early this morning his son closed the door and called the older 2 of them into the living room. Wang Zhantao was a bit curious when he saw that there were 2 other beautiful women besides his own daughter-in-law. But his son and daughter-in-law are not talking, and these 2 guests are so special Wang Zhantao does not know how to greet them. As for the Queen Mother, this will be a smiling look at the 3 women. The more you look at the more you like, especially to see Sun Xian and warm raised belly, that face can smile out of flowers. As for why she was so happy, it was all thanks to Chun Mei, who had found her aunt the day before her wedding, and the 2 of them hid inside the house and talked for 2 hours. What exactly was said, Wang Yu did not know, Wang father did not know, but Yuan Sun Xian and Xin were very clear. After all, this is a few people talked privately for a long time to implement the plan. As for relying on Wang Yu, or forget it, when did the man rely on it? Looking at her son's apprehensive appearance, the Queen Mother cast over an encouraging look. Feeling the support from his mother, Wang Yu's heart gave birth to great courage. Looking at his own father, and think about the child about to be born, as well as the unity of the 3 women, the time, place, and people all accounted for, what else to worry about, immediately opened his mouth and said, "No big deal, just introducing you to 2 people." With that, he walked over and took Cozy's hand, addressing his parents. "This is Cozy, pregnant with your 2 grandchildren." When Xin was made to blush by Wang Yu's sudden move, but she could not run away at this time, and immediately greeted shyly. "Hello uncle, auntie." After saying that, he stood there awkwardly, thinking about how to clean up Wang Yu when he went back. The impact of his son's words on Wang Zhantao was somewhat large, no less than the small mushrooms that rose in the small days. This would open his mouth wide and hold out his fingers shakily. You didn't say a complete sentence after half a day. Next to the Queen Mother, who had long known the situation, could not stand to look at it, went up and directly pulled the hand of warmth and said with a smile, "Mom sent you." Said from his pocket took out a golden bracelet, see the weight of less than 200 grams, to warm wrist, obviously can feel that the tender little arm slipped down some. When Xin lowered her head and reddened her face, her voice was like a mosquito fly as she said to the Queen Mother, "Thank you, Mom." Then he was grinned at as the old lady pulled him into his seat and sat down. Worthy of being his own mother, this calmness, much better than his own old man. No wonder since childhood, all I saw was the scene of old man being cleaned up by his mother. While Wang Yu's father had yet to react, Wang Yu dragged Sun Xian, who was also in a state of confusion, over again. "This is Cynthia, pregnant with a dragon and phoenix, just what you thought it would look like." You. The king's father continued to maintain his shock. The Queen Mother smiled again and walked over. "Shan, come to give you a gift too." Then Sun Xian was also pleased to mention a 200 grams large gold bracelet. Wang father this will sit on the chair, eyes round unbelievable look at his wife pulling Sun Xian. Warm and when left father and son too ran to the inner room chat. Dad, are you okay? Wang Yu was worried about his father and quickly went over to smooth his air. After tossing and turning for a while, Wang's father was able to slow down. Dad, that's so lame, look at my mom, she's so much better than you. Wang Yu couldn't help but tease as he looked at his old man who was still glaring at him. Kid, are you itching? Give me a clear picture of what's going on. That's what this is all about, it's just been made very clear, aren't the 3 daughters-in-law happy? I'm happy you old wood. Saying that, Wang father copied the broom in the house and charged at Wang Yu. Auntie, is everything okay? Yavin asked worriedly. It's okay, more activity is good for your health. Wang Mu waved her hand with a disinterested face, then said to Sun Xian who was still standing at the door. Girl, go and close the door, auntie has a lot to talk to you about. Sun Xian, such as listening to the holy decree, immediately locked the door to the house, would have liked to run over to ask for help. Wang Yu, completely rested. Dad, have a conversation, it's against the law to hit someone. Stand still for the old man and let me give you a beating to delight your mind and body. The king's father said and waved the broomstick that was about to break into 3 sections again. Dad, if you beat me to death, there'll be no one to take care of you in your old age. Wang Yu proceeded to beg for mercy. I just heard that there will be 3 grandchildren and grandchildren next year, and old me is still strong enough to wait until they grow up. Wang Yu saw that it was hard to escape, turned his head and then ran, shouting as he ran. I know, Pops, you must be jealous of me, as a man I can understand you, but as a son I advise you that jealousy should not be. Little brat, I'm sure I won't beat you to death today. Said Wang Yu, dropped the broom in his hand and then began to reach out to unravel the cowhide belt he had been using for more than 10 years around his waist. Chapter 119. Wang Yu's physical problems. In the end, it is his own son, Wang Zhantao was really true to his word, did not beat him to death. Wang Yu was cleaned up by his own old man, and although he suffered some flesh and blood, he was in a good mood. Hanging in the heart of the big event finally completed, at noon the family of 6 people a piece of lunch, Wang Zhantao gave Wang Yu under the expulsion order. This kind of thing is just for your own pleasure, it's better to keep it a secret from the public. Before leaving, Wang Yu took his mother's hand and said reluctantly, Mom, come with me to the city. Well, Mom will be there in a few days. Who would have thought that Mom would agree straight away? Mom, don't lie to me. What's the point of lying to you? Isn't Shanxian going to have a wedding in a few days as well? Don't you want me and your dad to attend? Forgot this one. I want to, of course I want to, I'll be back early and you and dad when the time comes, we'll just go ahead. After saying that, Wang Yu heavily perfumed his own mother's face. Wang Zhantao watched as his son kissed his wife and then turned his gaze toward him, and immediately shivered and immediately opened his mouth to curse. Don't you come over here, get the hell out of here. Wang Yu awkwardly rubbed his nose, ignored his old man's angry look, went up and gave a big hug, and then took his 3 daughters-in-law back to the city. But what made him unhappy was that none of his wives accompanied him. Sun Xian drove the car by herself, and both Yuan and Xian ran to her car. The bastard had to return to Shudu City alone. Along the way, the lonely right hand made a strong protest against Wang Yu, but there is no way. Looking at the red sedan in front of him, the bastard can only rub his thighs fiercely. Back in Shudu City, it was already evening. Shanshan sent Xinxin to her home and drove Yuan away. Wang Yu licked his face and wanted to follow Cozy home, but was cruelly rejected by this gentle big sister and warned him not to come over for the next few days. The reason is known to everyone. Knowing the truth, Wang Yu, every time you face the Cozy, it is difficult to restrain his impulse to leap with excitement. When Xian was now really afraid that this guy would happily hurt the child in her stomach. After eating the closed door, Wang Yu did not go upstairs and drove the car straight to Sun Xian's home outside. Enter the password back door, room door open. Shanshan and Yuan are busy in the kitchen. Bursts of rice aroma came over. Wang Yu's stomach came from the signal of hunger. Yikes, what are you doing in here? It's not done yet. Sun Xian, who was sneak attacked, knocked off Wang Yu's strange big hand and said in a bad mood. It's best for pregnant women not to smell the fumes, let your husband take you out. Wang Yu stood behind Sun Xian and took her into his arms. Wearing an apron and holding a handful of greens in her hand, Yavin looked at the two of them with a smile on her face and opened her mouth to advise them. Sister Chanshan, you go out, I'll just do it myself. Under Wang Yu's pull and Yuan's persuasion, Sun Xian finally gave up her intention to cook. After coming to the living room, Wang Yu couldn't wait to pull Sun Xian into his arms. You know that he and Yavin had been married for 3 days, except for a slight indulgence on the first day of the wedding. After that, the three women slept together. Won Yu wanted to join in right then and there, but he was greeted by 6 little pink feet. There is no way. This goods had to secretly live in the room prepared for sunshine and warmth. Every day is careful for fear of being discovered by their parents. It's not easy to endure until now, just being rejected at Xin's place, and now Sun Xian is also pregnant. Wang Yu has been living like a monk for this period of time. But what he didn't know, sure, the three women had discussed with each other privately, and Cozy had recounted her own experience the other day. Scared the hell out of Yavin, completely surprised that his brother had tossed Cozy around all night and still had a lot of energy when he got up from his sleep. Stop, I have something to ask you. Sun Xian was flushed and reached out her hand to stop Wang Yu's approach, then moved to the side of the sofa to maintain a safe distance. What's wrong? Wang Yu asked with a confused look on his face. You sit down first, there's no way to talk like this. Sun Xian said as she looked at Wang Yu, who was standing in place somewhat confused. Looking at Sun Xian's appearance, Wang Yu also suppressed the desire in his heart and decisively sat opposite her. Tidying up her clothes and taking a few deep breaths to adjust her state, Sun Xian looked at Wang Yu, who was staring at her chest, and said without any good reason. Okay, don't look, I'll give it to you tonight, now have a nice talk. Wang Yu withdrew his gaze and felt that he was indeed a little too anxious. Have you noticed that you've been having a lot of health problems lately? What's the problem? The body is fine. It's just too good health. Don't you think you've been out of sorts for a while now? In the past, you tossed and turned for an hour or two and basically went to sleep, but that time you were with sister when the other day wasn't very problematic. And I noticed that you're restraining yourself more and more now. You always like to look at the three of us colorfully. Tell me if you're not quite right. Sun Xian's words made Wang Yu freeze, thinking carefully. Recently these days indeed some control over himself. When I was in the hospital, I didn't feel anything when I was busy, but as soon as I saw Cozy, I felt an inexplicable urge. Though having his identity on the line made him excited, and the bastard felt the same way. But listen to Sun Xianso say, think carefully, Xin pregnant, even if he is excited, but also will not be so disregard her body all night tossing. And after seeing Yuwen and Sun Xian, my mind always thinks of strange things. Usually I don't feel anything, now I think about my self-control in this area is really bad. And that aspect of his ability had improved tremendously, which couldn't help but remind him of the Yellow Emperor's internal canon that he had practiced. Is it caused by practicing this? Sun Xian looked at her man's silence and didn't say anything, and thought that the guy was angry after she refused. At that moment, she sat in his arms again, thinking forget it, tired is tired, who let herself like him? Wang Yu, who was thinking about things, clearly felt the urge in his heart this time, really affecting his emotions. At that moment, Wang Yu immediately stood up. Sun Xian did not react for a moment, and directly lay on the sofa. Why, really angry? Wang Yu nodded slightly in agreement. That's right, it is precisely due to this feat. Sun Xian was apprehensive and couldn't help but frown and worry. In this way, will it damage your own physique? Wang Yu smiled indifferently and relieved her. There is no need to worry, this technique is not only harmless to the body, but will instead make my physique stronger and stronger. However, I am afraid that the three of you will need to endure some trials and tribulations in the future. At that moment, Wang Yu pulled Sun Xian into his arms and whispered this gongfu characteristic of his in her ear. Are you telling the truth? Sun Xian asked incredulously, but thinking about what had happened to her Yan and Cozy, there was no reason for her not to believe it. Okay, don't think about it, let's eat. Seeing that Yuwen had already prepared the meal, Wang Yu interrupted Sun Xian's rambling thoughts. After figuring out the cause of the matter, Wang Yu stopped putting this matter on his mind. Coming to the dinner table, Sun Xian silently ate her meal and forgot her usual habit of always giving Wang Yu food. Yavin looked out, not knowing what was going on, but worried. After dinner, Wang Yu, who was in a joyful mood, volunteered to run to wash the dishes. His own body currently still has a big problem. Wang Yu suppressed the impulse in his heart, then with great perseverance, he went next door to sleep. However, he slept alone for a long time before he fell asleep, but early the next morning Wang Yu woke up. This damn energy, why is it so good? And at this time, Sun Xian and Yuwen were still sleeping heavily in the next room. After coming to the kitchen and making breakfast, Wang Yu didn't bother to wake up the two people and ate by himself. This made him panic in his heart. What is he going to do in the future? It's not a good thing to be too strong. Consider for a moment and realize that there is no way to solve the problem. The big deal is not to just recopy your own craft work from college. After more than half an hour of rambling, Sun Xian and Yuwen also got up and looked at Wang Yu sitting in the living room, their hearts filled with worry. The three had even talked about this kind of thing before, fearing that they would make Wang Yu unbearable and physically harmed. For this reason Sun Qian are ahead of schedule to take Yuwen to the village to prepare for the wedding. Eat, don't think so much. Because the two were worried about themselves, Wang Yu could not help but open his mouth to console them. Bull, who's worried about you, we're worried about ourselves. Sun Qian rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner. Looking at the reaction of the two women, Wang Yu helplessly shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he could not do anything about it. The two women were eating breakfast while muttering in whispers, glancing at Wang Yu from time to time, causing the bastard to be puzzled. After dinner, a few people are completely fine. Wang Yu still has 10 days of vacation, Sun Qian and Yuwen because they want to hold a wedding, but also early arrangements for work. This will be completely do not know what to do. But Sun Qian knew that she couldn't stay at home, or else it would be really dangerous and she might not be able to leave the house for a few days. Avon and I are at work, so you're home alone. After saying that, he pulled Yavin straight to the cozy home. The three of them must have a good discussion about this kind of thing. The abandoned Wang Yu froze as he looked at the escaping two and couldn't help but feel sadness in his heart. How can he live in the future? Just when Wang Yu was sad and upset, he received an invitation from Chen Shusheng, although he didn't know what he was looking for, but he was bored and immediately decided to go over to take a look. Once again coming to Chen Shusheng's villa, Wang Yu did not have the same emotions as before, and after pressing the doorbell a few times, he saw Chen Shusheng personally come over to open the door. Ah, Xiaoyua, Uncle Chen has been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing Wang Yu, Chen Shusheng is more intimate than seeing his own father. Uncle Chen, what's the matter with calling me here? Chen Shusheng's enthusiasm was a little too much for Wang Yu. Something, Uncle Chen must thank you properly. When they arrived at the parlor, the two sat down and the nanny made a pot of tea and brought it over. Xiaoyu, how come I didn't realize that your medical skills were so brilliant before? It's nothing, if there's something you want to talk about, Uncle Chen. Wang Yu definitely wouldn't tell him the reason, and immediately ended the topic and began to ask Chen Shusheng the purpose of calling himself over. This is Uncle Chen's fee for your consultation, he said and handed Wang Yu a bank card. Wang Yu had a confused look on his face. I've asked around, you treat infertility at Shiguang Hospital, $2 million for one visit, and those 10 women are all pregnant now after you helped me. Said here Chen Shusheng cannot help but laugh, once disheveled, despair swept away, and now looks spirited, unspeakable complacency. Take it, pro brothers are still accountable, Uncle Chen won't take advantage of you. Looking at Wang Yu who was still in a daze, Chen Shusheng opened his mouth to console him. Okay, I'll take it then. Wang Yu is not polite, immediately put the bank card into the pocket. After all, he will have to raise children in the future, cannot live with money. But think about it is also really exciting, one of their own ideas. They made the Chen family 10 brothers. I do not know Chen Shusheng this family background, the future is not enough to inherit 10 children. Uncle Chen, you didn't find me just for this, did you? Wang Yu collected the bank card and asked. Mostly for that, but there's something else I want to tell you. Chen Shusheng collected his smile and said seriously. Chapter 121 When Zhong was exposed before he could make a move. Chapters 119 and 120, reversed. It wasn't posted in one day, why did it do that? It's been tweaked so far, and the review went through. Readers can refresh and his own company had never been able to get out of Shudu City, wasn't it because there were no powerful allies out there? If he could obtain the support of the Wen Group, then Chen Shusheng was confident that he could double his assets in 5 years. After having 10 sons, now this old bastard can be said to be very energetic, and he knew that after Wang Yu returned to Shudu City yesterday, so he asked him to come over this morning in order to bring him closer. Uncle Chen, what's my business? Wang Yu was a little curious, his own things Chen Shusheng did not know much, but definitely not a lot, he had nothing to investigate himself for. I unintentionally discovered something when I was investigating Lu Baoxiang and Li Yuzhen, and I feel it will be useful to you. Instead of explaining that he investigated Wang Yu for the sake of his child, Chen Shusheng explains that he found out that Chen Yuting's child appeared in Lu's house, and then he investigated Chen Yuting in passing. Then it was discovered that she was close to a man. Uncle Chen, so when Liang bastard is going to be green? Hearing that Wang Yu couldn't help but interrupt. There's not much evidence for this, and it's not obvious from what's come out of the current investigation. Chen Shusheng was also a little speechless, although it was not his own daughter, but after all, it was raised by him, and now Chen Yuting did something that made him feel disgraced. That's not the point is that I found out who that man is and have a feeling he's going to turn on you. Which man? Against whom? Wang Yu was a bit stunned. That man's name is Wen Zhong, he's from the Wen family in Kyoto, and he's also Xian's cousin. This information was analyzed by the people Chen Chusheng had found and secretly recorded the conversation between the two. When Zhong, Kyoto, cousin, this information coupled with the distaste that Xin expressed towards Kyoto every time, made Wang Yu feel that there were still a lot of things that this woman of his was hiding from him. The identity of the chairman of the Wen Group in Tenance City some time ago made him feel like he was going to be eating soft food in a big way in the future. Now involved in the Kyoto Wen family, this in the end what else is the identity of the past today must be a good trial. Uncle Chen, I know about this matter, thank you. Without anything else I'll go back first. Now Wang Yu is somewhat unable to sit still, this Wen Zhong nothing to run to Shudu City, and Chen Yuting entangled difficult to ensure that will not cause any harm to themselves and warmth. Leaving Chen Shusheng's home, Wang Yu drove straight to the neighborhood where Cozy was. More than half an hour later Wang Yu stood frozen in the doorway. Sun Xian and Yuwen, who said they went to work this morning, actually appeared in the Cozy home. And it looked like the two of them had been here for quite a while, with Wen Han, the only male, being sent off to do the dishes and cook. When Jia and Wenwan, two little girls, were also Sun Xian lulled into obedience, and now the 5 women are sitting on the sofa watching TV, with some fruit snacks on the coffee table. It's really good to be comfortable. Coming. Seeing Wang Yu warmly greeted, Sun Xian and Yuwen just pretended not to see it and did not return their heads. Sister Wen, there's something I want to tell you alone. A room full of people was obviously not the right place to talk about this matter, but as soon as Wang Yu's words left his mouth, all 5 women looked at him at the same time, their gazes full of distrust. Just say it here and don't expect me to be alone with you. When Xin won't fall for it, after listening to Sun Xian and Yuwen's narration this morning, she guaranteed that she would be determined not to sleep alone with Wang Yu in the future. When Xian's refusal made Wang Yu a little embarrassed, and at that moment felt that there was nothing he couldn't say. Besides, his cousin just came over to play, and had no intention of recognizing Chen Yuting yet. Don't you have a cousin named Wen Zhong? Well, yes, the oldest of my second uncle's family. How did you know? He's come to Shudu City, and he's also gotten very close to Chen Yuting recently. Wang Yu directly told what he knew. That ex-wife of yours? Sun Xian interjected. Wang Yu did not answer and glared at her. When Jia and Wenwan saw that there were melons to eat, and their eyes shone brightly as they looked at Sun Xian. Sister Wen, your eldest son is going to be green. Sun Xian realized a big problem as soon as her mind turned. Don't talk yet, listen to Xiaoyu. When Xin interrupted Sun Xian, who was still preparing to speak, and gestured for Wang Yu to continue. Wang Yu then said all the words that Chen Chusheng had said to himself today, carefully observing the change in warmth's expression after he finished. No, that's it? After listening, Sun Xian realized that the current information was nothing to be concerned about other than proving that Wen Liang was at risk of being green. Wang Yu spread his hands to indicate that there is no more. He felt that Xin is so nasty to Kyoto, hearing the Wen family come to the person will definitely have a big reaction, but now the performance is very calm. I know the purpose of his visit, he's targeting me, approaching Chen Yuting presumably to investigate Xiaoyu. When Xin finished this sentence, eyes dimmed a little bit. Their second uncle's several sons, how to think of Wen Xin and how would not know. When she was just starting out, her second uncle gave her some help, these Warmth remembered, and when Wen's group was officially established, she directly gifted her second uncle's family 20% of the shares. The second uncle refused at that time, but his sons disagreed, saying that their family had contributed money and labor and that they deserved it. For this reason, the second uncle and a few sons had a quarrel. Warm don't want their uncle difficult to do also followed to persuade some, and then this 20% of the shares will be divided by her 3 cousins. Chapter 122. Sun Xian and Wang Yu wanted to help Wen Liang. Originally, he thought that this would be settled and he would have nothing to do with them in the future, but he heard that Wen Zhong had come to Shudu City. When Xin knew that these cousins obviously want to eat their own Jedi, this is to see Wen's group as their own. Not to mention that she now had her own biological bloodline. Even if she remained celibate as before, her Wen's group would not be left to those 3 white-eyed wolves. What do you know? Why are you investigating me? Wang Yu asked strangely. Everyone's eyes went back to Cozy. It's normal to look into my company and investigate my men. Winsome shook her head helplessly. It's just this little thing, don't worry, I'll have my third brother find someone to clean him up. Sun Xian patted her chest to assure herself, a wave of waves, making Wen Jia and Wen Wan look envious. No, I'll handle this one. With that said, Cozy got up from the couch and then went to her bedroom to prepare some arrangements and precautions. Wu, I have an idea? Seeing Warmth leaving, Sun Xian whispered to Wang Yu. What an idea. We can't help Sister Wen with her affairs, but we can help Wen Liang. Help him for what? I'm respecting the law by not getting him killed, and I'm going to help him. As soon as Wang Yu heard it, he immediately refused. When Liang's even if he died in front of him he would not look at it more than once, let alone go to help him. Take it easy, just listen to me. Sun Qian pulled Wang Yu over with an excited face, then whispered in his ear for a while, listening to Wang Yu dumbfounded. Well. After saying that, Sun Qian asked in an inviting manner. Well, Qian, you have a very good point. I truly feel that I have to go and help him. Wang Yu with a smile on his face happily perfumed Sun Qian's pretty face. Rise and shine, there are 2 other kids watching. Sun Qian pinched Wang Yu's waist viciously. Can't help it, can't help it. Wang Yu quickly begged for mercy. I'll have Sango get someone to do this. No, I don't have much to do for a few days, it's just time to kill, and I want to see what this ex-wife of mine is up to. Such an exciting thing, how would Wang Yu pretend to be someone else, and immediately wiped his fists and palms ready to do it himself. Alright, just go check it out when it's time, and get some rest and relaxation at home on such a hot day. If you're really fine, go help cook in the kitchen when Hong comes back. Sun Qian looked at Wang Yu's high emotions and immediately said with some displeasure. I should have known not to come, this was sent as a cook again. When Xin made a few phone calls, made some arrangements and then came out, her control over Wen's group was not something that her own few loser cousins could understand. After a simple arrangement, a hole was dug, let's give them a little lesson, otherwise it's quite annoying to jump out and disgust yourself alright. After walking out of the room, Cozy did not see Wang Yu open his mouth and ask. Where's Xiao Yu? The kitchen is cooking. Yavin replied with a smile. Upon hearing this several women burst out laughing at the same time. Wang Yu in the kitchen looked at Wen Hong, who was moving skillfully, and could not help but sigh a little. When did the status of men become like this? Thinking about just being with them, he didn't even have to go to the dishes, and it's only been a few months of work before he loses his family status, he can't help but let out a sigh. Then he buried his head and started washing the vegetables. As for frying the vegetables, forget it, his own level of scrambled eggs can only make a breakfast. Wang Yu consciously gave this technical job to Wen Hong. The 2 men worked in the kitchen for over an hour and a hearty meal was ready. When Xian's body has been well nourished, and now there is no need to eat those medicinal diets, while when Wan is estimated to have to eat for a few more months, she is too troublesome with this disease, and needs to be conditioned for a longer period of time. The big family over here was having a very happy meal, while at this time Chen Yuting and Wen Zhong were also having a meal together in an upscale restaurant. As for Wen Liang, the 2 children could only stay at home alone after being sent away by Chen Yuting in the name of their grandparents. After not having Chen Yuting's mother and daughter by his side, Wen Liang didn't feel lonely. This will be calculating what business to do in the future. There are some organized materials in the study. Wen Liang is still working hard on the computer to do the plan. For the sake of his wife and children to live a better life in the future, what happened before did not affect Wen Liang's mood. He now has some ideas, engaged in the words, not to mention cannot make a profit, think of earning money. Chen Yuting worship look at their own appearance. Wen Liang more and more dry the more energy. But the big licking dog one, who was trying hard to forge ahead, didn't know that at that moment, his beloved woman was eating with another man. Yuting, are you sure Xin is pregnant? Although he had already heard Chen Yuting talk about his cousin a few days ago, Wen Zhong was still a bit unconvinced. What is Wen Xin? So many years he will not be clear. To say that to make a boyfriend, it is still understandable, even if you find several small white men. Wen Zhong will not be too surprised. But Chen Yuting's statement that her cousin and another woman were with a man at the same time and were pregnant with each other's children was unbelievable to Wen Zhong. Well, I saw it with my own eyes, the belly was up, and she admitted it herself. Chen Yuting elegantly ate the exquisite meal on her plate with a very enjoyable look. At this time, Wen Zhong did not have much of an appetite, knowing that the current situation was unfavorable to him. Adopted children and biological children are much different to Cozy, and he doesn't think it will still be easy to take over the Winchesters. After frowning and thinking seriously for a while, Wen Zhong felt that it was better for him to go and see for himself. After all, this matter was too out of his expectation. Chen Yuting could see Wen Zhong's unhappiness and reached out her soft little hand to help him stretch his brow. There was a rawness in her movements. After all, she had never done this kind of thing before. Whether it was with Wen Liang or living with Wang Yu, it had always been the 2 people looking at her face for fear of being unhappy. And now she had to lower her head to look at another man's face, causing Chen Yuting's heart to shift for a moment. This was the reason why the 2 had been in contact for so many days and had never had sex, because her heart was filled with resentment and remorse. Ever since she knew that it was because of Wen Liang's calculations that Wang Yu found out about her betrayal, Chen Yuting had added one more person to the list of people she hated. And not being able to marry herself, but also destroying her marriage. It even led to Wang Yu investigating her mother, thus making Chen Chuxing suspicious of her. The result was that Chen Yuting divorced Wang Yu and then was swept off her feet by Chen Chuxing. Her happy and comfortable family is gone, her loving parents are gone, and the Chen family's industry has nothing to do with her anymore. The trigger for all of this was that text message from Wen Liang, and the day he turned off his cell phone on the day he counted himself out. How could this make Chen Yuting not resent Wen Liang? Chapter 123 Wang Yu's bad taste. If Wen Liang was really able to inherit the Wen group, it wasn't unforgivable to do something like this. But who made you useless, directly stolen by Wang Yu home, itself is even more directly abandoned. How can I persuade you not to listen, and thinking of taking myself to live in some small city by the sea, what a beautiful thought. After meeting Wen Zhong that night, Chen Yuting had the idea that Wen Liang could not be relied on anymore, and she had to think of some ways to secure her future life. So it left a phone call to Wen Zhong, at that time thought that this person can help Wen Liang to enter the Wen group again, but after a few days of contact only to find that the identity of the man in front of him such a powerful. Wen Zhong was not an adopted child like Wen Liang, but a direct bloodline of the Wen family, born to control a part of the family's interests, which no one could take away. So Chen Yuting had a new choice. If Wen Liang could get back on his feet, she still didn't want to give up. After all, Wen Liang had really been dead to her for so many years, and she wasn't willing to give up on it. It had been helping Wen Liang and Wen Zhong negotiate terms as well, and had achieved good results. Wen Zhong had already promised that as long as Wen Liang was willing to participate in the plan, he could end up with 5% of Wen Group's shares. Thinking of this, Chen Yuting is very happy. 5% does not sound much, but if you take out to go out, at least worth 3 billion. Last night Chen Yuting had given Wen Liang this news tentatively. But Wen Liang directly refused at that time and asked Chen Yuting not to have any further contact with Wen Zhong. Wen Liang's reaction was like a pot of cold water that doused Chen Yuting's excited heart, and the thought of losing this current privileged life from now on, Chen Yuting directly changed her attitude towards Wen Liang. Since you're the one who gave up, don't blame me for leaving you. After making up her mind, Chen Yuting didn't show it, but calmly accompanied Wen Liang to sleep. The next day early in the morning to find an excuse, went out and began to contact Wen Zhong. These days this man looked at his own gaze has been naked, how can she not understand what the other party wants? Since Wen Liang's side of the road had come to an end, it was now time to take a different path. The intimacy between the two in the restaurant was clearly captured by a popular-faced man outside. At this moment, Wen Zhong, who was feeling the tenderness of Chen Yuting, would not have thought that his side had not yet begun to take action, but he was already being watched, and had dug a big hole waiting for him to jump into it. This popular face man is Sun Xian's third brother, Sun Dishing found, as a gossip little master, and how would not have the contact information of such professionals. After receiving Sun Xian's call, he had already found someone to start the action. As for Wen Zhong, he didn't recognize him, but Chen Yuting he was very familiar with. Moreover, this woman was still strutting around and eating inside the restaurant owned by their Sun family, so what else was there to say, and immediately called the people over and began to gather up the materials. Although he didn't know what Sun Xian wanted these things for, but his sister's request Sun Dishing had always been unconditionally satisfied. Wen Zhong and Chen Yuting were together all afternoon, and the two of them went to the mall to buy things after dinner. Wen Zhong, who came from Kyoto, was still very willing to spend money, and didn't see that the distance between the two when they entered the mall was still more than 30 centimeters. When he came out, Chen Yuting was already hanging on to him. Wang Yu looked at the information passed over by Sun Dishing and remained speechless for a long time. He couldn't figure out how he had been blind enough to fall for Chen Yuting at that time. Why, it hurts to look at it, is it still trying to rekindle old feelings? Sun Xian looked at Wang Yu's dark face and didn't say anything, so she was ready to stimulate him. Why, I just can't figure out how I could have looked at a woman like that at the time. Actually, it's easy to understand once you understand what kind of person Chen Yuting is. Wang Yu's curious gaze went to Sun Xian. This kind of person, Chen Yuting, is the character who wants both, and also wants more. She didn't lack money when she was in the Chen family in the past, so she didn't realize the importance of money, so she pursued the enjoyment of the spirit. And it was just the kind of age when teenage girls are longing for perfect love. But love doesn't make a meal. When Liang can't be relied on anymore, and it's still understandable that she'd want to continue enjoying her life in the upper class and do something like this. As for why you're following this guy, then you'll have to ask Sister One. Saying that, Sun Xian handed the cell phone to Warmth, who was reading a book. Followed by what? When Xian at this time did not know the plans of Sun Xian and Wang Yu, just now heard Sun Xian's evaluation and analysis of Chen Yuting, but also a little curious as to why the two people would mention this woman. Upon receiving the cell phone and seeing the picture of his cousin and Chen Yuting in one, his little mouth opened wide in shock, looking at Wang Yu, who wanted to put a little something in it. This is true?" Winsome asked incredulously. In the morning, Wang Yu came over and said that Chen Yuting and Wen Zhong were in contact with each other, and he thought that the two of them were because of Wen Liang's relationship. After all, he had been the general manager of Wen's group for a while, and since Wen Zhong was hitting on his own company, how could he not go to Wen Liang to find out what had happened in the company recently? As for Chen Yuting and Xian's opinion, it was Wen Zhong who wanted to find her to inquire about Wang Yu. After all, she had lived with Wang Yu for 7 years, and surely knew more than herself. The place where the two appear in the photo, and the intimate look, is clearly not as simple as a simple touch. Wen Zhong has a wife at home. When Xian froze for half a day before uttering such a sentence, then looked at Wang Yu and also Sun Xian and asked, "When did you start the investigation?" "It only started today. Shen Shusheng investigated even earlier than we did, and he's the one who found out that Wen Zhong and Chen Yuting's relationship is not ordinary," Wang Yu explained. "So what do you want?" When Xian looked at Wang Yu with some reproach in her eyes. "Didn't want to do anything, just wanted Wen Liang to see Chen Yuting's true colors." Wang Yu had a serious face and felt like a lay feng who did good deeds. "You would be so kind?" Winnie was clearly not convinced. "Of course, there's a little bit of selfishness, really, I promise, just a little bit," Wang Yu said with a heated smile. He was now really looking forward to what expression Wen Liang would show when he saw these photos. "Well, give me the picture, I'll have Wan send it to him and you two stop investigating." Warmth was speechless at Wang Yu's thoughts, but he also understood. "Wait." Sun Xian, who had just taken her cell phone, received another set of photos and immediately called out after reading them. "Wow! That's so awesome, Xiao Yu, look, your ex-wife is going to cuckold someone again." Saying this, he handed his cell phone to Wang Yu. Winsome watched as both men nodded obediently and went back to the bedroom to rest, and Yevon looked at the two men and followed obediently. As for Wen Hong, although Wen Wan and Wen Jia hadn't seen the photo, the conversation between the several people just now was too informative, and this would still be undigested. "It just feels really pathetic that I was once a big brother." After eating dinner, is still fuming Wen Liang heard the message prompts on the phone, casually glanced at it. Just now Chen Yuting sent him a text message, said that the night to accompany his mother and daughter will not come back. Wen Liang didn't care, after all, she was leaving soon and it was only human for her to spend more time with her own mother. The cell phone rang, thought it was Chen Yuting sent him a message. When he saw that the sender was Xinxin, Wen Liang's calm heart immediately tensed up. His mother had sent him a message. Had she forgiven herself? Thinking of this, Wen Liang immediately unlocked and clicked in, and 2 minutes later, Wen Liang collapsed into a chair with a dead face. He didn't believe it, he really didn't want to believe the pictures, but it was from his mother, and he couldn't help but believe it. At this moment, Wen Liang only felt that the sky had collapsed, and the woman he had lost everything to get had actually betrayed him. At this moment, he felt that he had lost the meaning of living, and his life had no direction. Holding his cell phone and looking at Chen Yuting's beautiful face on the photo, Wen Liang only felt really strange. While being sad, he received another text message from Winnie, this time not a photo but a hotel address and room number. Sun Xian received a message from Sun Dishing, immediately told Wen Wan, just now only 2 people went into the hotel photos. I did not think that the third brother to find people so powerful, so quickly to get the room number. This time, Sun Xian didn't tell Wen Xian, but passed the information to Wen Liang through Wen Wan. As for Wen Liang, who had received Wen Wan's message, at this moment, his eyes were flashing with bone-chilling coldness, and his heart was burning with sky-high fury. Grabbed the car keys and headed for that hotel. Xiao Yu, is something going to happen? Sun Xian was a little worried. What if Wen Liang really went over and killed Wen Zhong? Don't worry, at most a fight, can't die, really can't. See Wen Liang go and we help to report a police. Wang Yu watching the fun. This will be from Sun Dishing to ask for the contact information of the tracker. After some communication, the 2 people directly opened the video. At this moment, the cell phone screen had been fixed on the empty hotel corridor, but Wang Yu was still excited. Now his mood was no less than the night he knew about the relationship between Warmth and Wen Liang at that time. For Wen Liang and Chen Yuting, the pair who had screwed themselves over so badly, Wang Yu did not feel guilty at all. If he wasn't worried that his actions would hurt Warmth, this would be the time when Wang Yu would definitely buy a green sun hat and help Wen Liang put it on when he came over. Uncle Wang, I sent the message. Sister Chanshan promised me that the 3 of us would watch the live broadcast together as well. After Wen Wan sent the message, she ran over and asked to watch it together, while Wen Jia and Wen Hong were also looking forward to it. How can you pass up a melon this big? Come on, all of you, keep it down so your mom doesn't hear you. Wang Yu greeted them, and then the five of them came together and looked at the empty hotel corridor on the cell phone screen together, as if there was some kind of exciting show inside. Time passed by, but the expected Wen Liang did not appear. Sun Qian waited a bit anxiously and couldn't help but spit. This guy can't be pissed off enough to come over now. Don't worry, Big Brother's health is very good, he has a medical checkup every year. Wen Jia whispered. Yes, all three of them are in good health except me. Okay, stop, there's a situation. Wang Yu, who had been staring at the screen, immediately noticed that the elevator door on the opposite side opened, but it was too far away and the screen was a bit small to see who was coming up. A few people stared nervously at the screen, stopping their breathing at the same time as the people coming over got closer and closer, watching with unblinking eyes. It's him, Wen Hong said in a low voice. 2 seconds later, Wen Liang's pale face appeared in the cell phone, and although it wasn't very clear to see because of the angle, Wang Yu still recognized it at a glance. Shanqian called at brother and tell him to call the police, then follow up don't be afraid of being exposed and turn on the voice as well. At this time, Wang Yu understands Wen Liang's mood. After all, empathy wanna be divorced with Chen Yuting, the first time to see Wen Liang, if it is not Dean Han and Sumu tightly pulled himself, then I guess it really can be killed him. And at this moment, Wen Liang is estimated to be more on the head handle than himself. After all, he could only brainstorm the picture at that time, and this one is about to witness it with his own eyes. Said to follow it up right away. As soon as Sun Qian's words fell, the picture in the cell phone changed, but in a dozen seconds, Wen Liang's figure appeared in it again. At this moment a waiter was opening a room door, and Wen Liang stood there indifferently. As for why the hotel attendant opened the door for Wen Liang, it was because the bastard had used his banknote ability. Specifically, help me open this room. Mr. 10,000. No sir. 50,000. It's not about the money. 100,000. I'll be fired. $500,000, you don't drive me to find someone else. With that, Wen Liang took out a check and handed it to the waiter. Sir, I understand how you feel, but later, please remain calm. With Wen Liang like this, how could the hotel attendant not guess what was going on, and after receiving the check, he took out a room card from his pocket. This happens a couple times a month, but hotels usually don't help open the door. If people come in and make a mess, it's a straightforward matter of calling the police to deal with it. As for Wen Liang's situation, it can only be said that a rich ghost will push the mill, let alone a human being. Chapter 125, The Unexpected. The attendant gently placed the card in the electronic lock's induction area, and Wen Liang's heart followed. The 5 people watching the live stream were dying to get into their cell phone screens at this point to watch it live straight away. The door is open. Well, see. Why doesn't Wen Liang go in? I don't know. What's the situation? A few people couldn't help but discuss as they looked at Wen Liang's motionless figure standing at the entrance of the room. Brothers, go to the door, it doesn't matter if you're exposed at this time. The tracking boy sniffed and obediently walked over, the camera shining directly inside the room. It's awesome. Why 2 guys, where's Chen Yuting? The situation in the room at this time was completely out of Wang Yu's and Sun Qian's and their few expectations. Just now, I was still spitting on Wen Liang. The door is open actually did not directly rush in to start to do it, but also like a standing there. At this moment, seeing the scene of bayonet fighting inside the room, Wang Yu's back is out of a layer of fine beads of sweat, this horse which normal men dare to rush in. Wen Liang, why are you here? When Zhong crawled naked on the bed and was enjoying the pleasure that came from the localization, who knew that the door of the room suddenly opened. Looking back, he realized that it was actually Wen Liang, and immediately became furious that the secret he had hidden for so many years had actually been discovered. Wen Liang was dumbfounded by the question, originally came over to catch the adulterer. What is going on here? Will he himself be silenced by Wen Zhong, right? Tramp. Shut the door quickly. Looking at Wen Liang's appearance, Wen Zhong couldn't help but break his mouth. Sir, there's no one here you're looking for, but the money isn't refundable. The waiter in the end is very knowledgeable, very quickly came to his senses, and immediately took 2 steps back, covered his pockets to finish, and directly wiped his feet. With this image in front of her, she thought she'd better wash her eyes or she would really go blind. Seeing Wen Liang still standing in the doorway and not moving, the strong man behind Wen Zhong was impatient. Although this little white boy looks quite to his liking, but it cannot affect the old man to make money. Immediately, he walked towards Wen Liang with 3 legs. My friend, I'm getting paid to do this, and I've only known your boyfriend for a few days, so it won't affect your relationship. The burly man heard Wen Zhong call out Wen Liang's name just now and thought that the two of them were a couple. Currently it should be this handsome young man who found out that his boyfriend cheated on him and then came over to catch the adultery, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. I'm a nympho. Wen Liang, who hadn't slowed down yet, was again blindsided by the strong man's tiger and wolf words. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? At this point he just felt like his brain wasn't enough. Seeing that Wen Liang was still silent, the burly man directly reached out and tried to drag him inside. It wasn't cold, but his own brother was more afraid of the wind, so it would be better to talk about anything inside the house. Maybe we'll get another bill tonight. Let me go, you let me go, I'm not going in. Being grabbed by the strong man, Wen Liang instantly came to his senses. If this house goes in today, he might as well just kill himself. At this time, when Liang's horrified expression appeared on the cell phone screen, his face was horribly white, and one hand was grasping the doorframe and struggling violently, as if he was a monk who was about to be dragged into a brothel. Looking at the two people pulling at the doorway, an idea rose in Wen Zhong's heart. Since he was discovered by this guy, let's drag him into the water as well, and after that, he wouldn't be afraid of the secret being exposed, so he immediately opened his mouth to urge. Come on, stay out of sight. Just as he was despairing for Wen Liang, the police came, and seeing a three-legged man at the scene pulling a clean-looking young man, he immediately yelled. Let go of the boy. Then they rushed straight up, and the two policemen immediately pressed the strong man to the ground, and then they presented a pair of silver bracelets. Comrade policeman, help me, they want to molest me. Wen Liang saw the savior and hugged the thigh of a police comrade and cried like a child. There, lad, you're safe. Looking at the situation in front of him, the police comrade also knew that Wen Liang was in great shock at the moment, and immediately opened his mouth gently to comfort him. What are you doing here, this comrade? Our stalker boy was also being questioned by the police at this time. I was passing by and heard a commotion, so I came over to check it out, and by the way, I was the one who called the police. The tracking boy immediately began to explain that after so many years of work, this was the first time he had encountered something so powerful. The heart cannot help but secretly admire sun dishing, worthy of being one of the Sun family's three males. Eating melons is not ordinary. Little brother's equipment is so advanced that the camera is mounted on the eye that it is worn, and it can't be detected at all without removing it for closer inspection. And this one was smarter and had a room on this floor, which would be just in time to use. The noise outside caused the occupants of the floor to poke their heads out to check it out, and when they saw a naked man in handcuffs, struggling to get his pants on, and then looked at the young man next to him, who was crying out in pain, they all went mental for a moment. One bold dude actually went over to see if there was another shirtless woman in there. Men! The dude couldn't help but shout out when he saw Wen Zhong, who was scrambling to get dressed. The police go back to sleep on cases. Looking at the crowd that had just stuck out their heads to eat melon, this time they were actually stupid enough to want to gather around. The police officer leading the team immediately shouted a warning. Wen Zhong hated the tracking little brother at this time. This bastard actually called the police, and now it is difficult to say this situation himself, but fortunately it is not in Kyoto. No one in Shudu City basically knew him, and this kind of thing wasn't a big deal, so he would probably be able to come out after paying some money later. Thinking like this, Wen Zhong's nervous heart also relaxed. As for Wen Liang, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. Now his biggest regret was not sleeping with Chen Yuting in the first place. Instead, he opened another room and told her to wait in it, with the idea that he would enjoy himself for the first half of the night and wait until the second half to go over and contribute. Wen Liang, why are you here? Originally, the hustle and bustle outside Chen Yuting did not want to come out to see, but Wen Liang's cries were so loud that she could hear them through the door, and the more she heard them, the more familiar they became. Endured a few minutes is really curious to sneak open the door thinking to look, who knows directly saw the still choking Wen Liang. Yuting, you're really here. Worthy of being a big licking dog of one, when he heard Chen Yuting's voice, he immediately got up in the spirit, and when he saw that the opposite side of Wen Zhong's room was actually his own woman, he immediately pushed the door and broke in. A quick check around revealed that there was nothing in there, and there were no signs of tossing on the bed or in the bathroom. After carefully surveying Chen Yuting, her clothes were neat and tidy, and her hair was smooth, so she was instantly relieved. The thought crossed her mind that she guessed her mother had misunderstood after all. The photo did seem to show the two having problems. But having seen Wen Zhong pouting, Wen Liang would no longer doubt Chen Yuting this time. Chapter 126 Chen Yuting who dare not toss again. What are you doing? Watching Wen Liang run to her room for some inspection, Chen Yuting was a little glad that she didn't have anything going on with Wen Zhong. But the surface has to be done properly, or else you show yourself to be weak. Yu Ting, let's leave quickly, Shudu City is too dangerous to stay. Wen Liang pulled Chen Yuting's hand and said nervously, just now if the police did not come in time their innocence would be gone. Don't go yet, young man, you'll have to go to the police station later to make a statement. Looking at Wen Liang, who was pulling Chen Yuting and preparing to bolt, the police rushed over to stop him. No, I don't know anything, let me go. Looking back at the burly man who was still trying to explain, Wen Liang just wanted to get out of here at this time. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. This victim in front of him was so mentally stimulated that he had this idea of hiding, which the police could still understand. After all, it's usually the girls who get dragged in for this kind of thing, and this is the first time they've seen it. Okay, but I really don't know anything. Seeing that he couldn't go, Wen Liang had to compromise. After some hilarity ended, Wen Liang, Wen Zhong and the burly man were all brought into the police station. Stalker Boy, being the eager person who called the police, left the scene on the spot after making his statement. Chen Yuting still do not know what happened. See, Wen Liang, Wen Zhong and a man dressed in Spirited was brought to the police car, inquired about the address, took just when Liang gave her the car keys, followed to the police station. After waiting anxiously at the door for half an hour, Chen Yuting saw Wen Liang walking out with a pale face. What the hell is going on? Chen Yuting still doesn't know to this day what could have gone to the police station and why Wen Liang is scared like this. Go home first and let me slow down. The two came to the car. Wen Liang directly sat in the passenger side, closed his eyes and did not want to say a word. Chen Yuting itself has some problems. Wen Liang can chase to the hotel, it is not clear how much he knows, and at the moment did not dare to ask questions, and honestly drove home. The two of them were silent all the way, and soon returned to the villa. As soon as they entered the living room, Wen Liang rushed to the water dispenser, received a large cup of water, and gulped it down. He, who usually paid attention to his appearance, did not care about his image at this time, and only focused on raising his head and pouring it in, not caring at all about the fact that a large part of the clothes on his chest was wet. It had been drinking 5 large cups of cool water before Wen Liang was able to calm down a bit and came to Chen Yuting and took her into his arms as soon as he could. Today really freaked him out. He was at home doing a good job on his planner and then he got a picture of his woman going to a hotel with another man. After feeling that life is grey, angry, went forward to catch adultery. Who would have thought that the adultery did not catch? Their own juju was almost exploded, and still 2 people. At this moment, Wen Liang's mind only had the celebration of the aftermath of the robbery, and he did not have the slightest suspicion about Chen Yuting, even though he did not know why she had appeared there. But Wen Zhong proved with facts that he didn't have the slightest relationship with Chen Yuting, and this fact Wen Liang also saw with his own eyes. Okay, what's going on, can we talk about it? Chen Yuting patted Wen Liang's back and said gently. How did you end up in a hotel with Wen Zhong? Didn't you text that you went to your mom's to be with your daughter? Wen Liang asked as he pulled Chen Yuting to sit on the sofa, no longer suspecting cheating but still curious as to why she was there. It's still not for your sake, thinking of finding Wen Zhong to think of a way to see if I can get you to stay in the Wen group. Chen Yuting's explanation was impeccable to Wen Liang. The two of them had argued about it last night, and now that he thought about it his own woman had gone against his wishes though. But it was always for his sake. Wen Liang couldn't help but pull Chen Yuting's small hand at that moment. You should never go back to Wen Zhong in the future, this guy is too dangerous. Why were you guys brought to the police station? Listen to me, today someone sent me a picture of you and Wen Zhong together and gave me that hotel room number, so I couldn't help but go over to look for you. Wen Liang became more and more excited as he spoke, but was interrupted by Chen Yuting who was even more excited in her heart. Who sent you? I don't know, strange number. This matter was obviously a misunderstanding. Didn't Xin take herself seriously after she sent over the photos, but these couldn't be told to Chen Yuting. Wen Liang decided to lie to Chen Yuting. None of that matters, the next thing I did was look for the address provided on it, spent $500,000 to have the waiter open the door to the room for me, and you know what I saw? See what? Wen Zhong. The burly man was standing right behind him. Started pulling me in with no clothes on. Wen Liang was eloquent and carefully told Chen Yuting what happened between seeing Wen Zhong and the police coming over and saving himself. Then I saw you, and the next thing you know. After saying that, looking at Chen Yuting who froze there, Wen Liang shook his hand in front of her eyes. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, Chen Yuting ran into the toilet, directly turned the faucet to the maximum and released a pool of cool water. Almost I had that kind of relationship with Wen Zhong, so close, so close. After listening to Wen Liang's words, Chen Yuting felt that God still favored her, or wait until she found out Wen Zhong's true face later, then she went to commit suicide again. 10 Wen Liang can't pull back. Chen Yuting, who still had a lot of little calculations and a lot of ideas in her heart, now only felt that it was good to be alive. Thinking about Wen Liang who appeared today, he felt deeply sorry for him. He had saved himself twice already, and now the two of them still had tens of millions of dollars and were able to enjoy a nice life, so it was better to stop tossing them around. Otherwise, if we keep tossing and turning, we might meet someone even more terrifying than Wen Zhong, and then it would really be all over. Thinking of this, Qin Yuting lifted her head, which was about to suffocate, out of the water and slapped herself hard twice before drying herself with a towel before walking out. Coming to Wen Liang's side, he directly jumped into his arms and said in a very gentle voice, "Hokage, take Hokage away tomorrow, and we'll come over to pick up our daughter after we're settled." Qin Yuting didn't want to fight for anything at this point. Wen Zhong didn't just scare Wen Liang, he also scared her half to death. "We'll leave tomorrow, Shudu City is too dangerous. Wen Zhong can't be locked up for a few days, he'll definitely take revenge on me when he comes out." "Well, I'll listen to you on all counts, let's register and get married when we settle down, and Coco is about to start kindergarten." "Fine, we'll stay away from here as a family of 4 and never come back." The two snuggled up to each other, each hiding a bit of a secret, but also both deciding to live together peacefully in the future. But some things have happened and you can't just avoid them if you want to. Chapter 127, Sugar, Sugar. The matter of Wen Liang and Qin Yuting ended with the departure of the stalking little brother, and Wang Yu and the few of them stopped making a fuss. What cheating, catching adultery, cuckolding, all pale in front of Wen Zhong and the three-legged strongman. Such divine events are not only unbearable for the three children, but even Wang Yu and Sun Qian's spirits have been hurt to some extent. In these few days, Wang Yu has been accompanying the three women in a regular manner, and at night, he would unconsciously put his hand on his asshole when he sleeps. When Xin and Yuan didn't know what had happened and felt that Wang Yu's transformation was too big, thinking that there wasn't something on his mind. This day Xinqing pulled Wang Yu to the bedroom and wanted to talk, and Sun Qian went straight over, and through more than 2 hours of exchanges and explanations, Xinqing's 3 views were also refreshed. In short, after experiencing her mother's suicide, the scummy man's deception, and the years of erring on the side of them all, Cozy was speechless for a long time after she watched the video clip sent by the tracking boy. "I was thinking that I would take Wang Yu to pay a visit myself after I finished dealing with a few cousins at my second uncle's house, but now I'd better forget about it and stay away from Wen Zhong. This guy is really toxic." After Wen Zhong was brought to the police station, he cooperated with the police and did not use his own energy to get off the hook. After all, this kind of thing must not be publicized. After interrogation, it was determined that Wen Zhong's behavior is the crime of prostitution, a fine of 5,000 detained for a week. As for the big man, he was locked up for prostitution, and would have to be interrogated in detail later, following the clues to catch a few more. It was only after Wang Yu and Sun Qian's wedding was over that Wang Yu was able to walk out from the shadow of the last time. By this time Wen Liang had long since disappeared with Qin Yuting, and Wen Zhong had also returned directly to Kyoto after coming out of the detention center. The next period of time Wang Yu accompanied his woman and had a great time every day. The parents did not stay in Shudu City after attending the wedding, but returned home after staying in Wang Yu's house for a few days. Sun Qian and Yuan still lived inside her house, and Xin accompanied her 3 children with no intention of moving there. After looking for help from the third brother, Wang Yu has been busy for a few days to buy the villa, and now there is not even a ghost inside. "Sister, when this won't work, the 3 of us can't take it anymore," Sun Qian said with a thoughtful face as she sat in her chair. "Yeah, Yu's condition is getting stronger. What's going to happen in the future?" Yevon was terrified as he thought about the events of the other day. "This is not the way to go on, why don't we?" Winnie made a bold suggestion. Sun Qian and Yuan froze for a moment at his words, then nodded in agreement at the same time. Then the 3 women began a heated discussion. This time came to the clinic. Wang Yu saw the absence of many days of sweetness is very miss. The morning is nothing, the 2 people casually chatting. "Sugar, how are you and Tianhao doing?" Wang Yu had received a text message from Ji Xiaoning some time ago, saying that Sweetie had always delivered meals to Tianhao for a while, and now that more than a month had passed, he thought to ask the 2 of them about their progress. "How's what?" Sweetness blinked her big, soulful eyes and followed up with a face full of curiosity. "You 2 aren't dating?" Hearing this, Wang Yu's heart immediately thumped, a bad feeling surged to his heart. He felt that this matter might not be that simple. "No, who did you listen to that we were dating?" Sweet's little face instantly turned red, and her voice unconsciously raised an octave, obviously a little angry and annoyed. "No, didn't you send him lunch every day a while ago? Everyone can see." Wang Yu frowned, muttering to himself, "Could it be that Ji Ning kid snubbing me?" That's my mom letting me go. She said that people had saved my life before, so she asked me to give them some food to show her appreciation." Sweetness hurriedly explained, her small face full of grievances. Sugar waved her hand to indicate that she wasn't the one who was going to be there. A life-saving favor, won't you return the favor? Won Yu, a first-time bridegroom, was a little reluctant. Who do you think I'm going to pledge myself to for those 2 lifesavers? Sweetie looked at Wang Yu and smiled like a little fox. What 2 lifesavers? Wang Yu said somewhat sheepishly. Do people have sweet little mouths? Said Sweetie smilingly, looking at Wang Yu before sticking out her little pink tongue and licking her lips. Wang Yu directly dangled, how did this girl know? Look. With that, Sugar took out her cell phone and then opened a small video. It clearly records the picture from the time Wang Yu started to offer help to the time he finished kissing and then yanked over Tian how to come over to the top. Where did you get this? I won't tell you. You haven't answered me yet. Do I have a sweet little mouth? Sweetie said and pulled a chair to sit in front of Wang Yu. Looking at the small nurse who was close at hand, Wang Yu's was a little scared, but he knew that his current body had a big flaw. At this time, the unique fragrance of the young girl messed with his heart. Sugar, sit away from me, it's too hot. No, you haven't answered my question, and who do you think I'm going to give my body to? Not only did Sweetie not back off, she instead stood up, bent down and aimed her delicate little face at Wang Yu, looking straight into his evasive gaze. Itself as someone impulsive, Wang Yu, at this time is even more do not know how to do. To be honest, this situation can hold back the man is really not as good as. I'm married. With that, Wang Yu turned his head. You've taken it before and not still left. Sugar reached down and turned his head around again. Just after turning his head, Wang Yu looked in through Sweetie's neckline. He assured that he didn't do it on purpose, really. Everything was a coincidence. Sugar, I have a girlfriend, really we have no future. Said Wang Yu stood up. He was afraid that if this continued, he would lose his innocence. After saying that, he was ready to leave directly. After Sweetie heard his words, she froze in place, somewhat incredulous, so much so that she didn't even react to Wang Yu's escape. As a young girl just in her early 20s, convinced of what is still a beautiful love story, although Tian Hao did save himself at that time, but Sweet did not have that kind of impulse. After all, the 2 people do not even know each other. Wang Yu, on the other hand, was different. The 2 fought and resigned together, and it could be said that Wang Yu had spent the most time with her in the past few months. Moreover, Wang Yu saved her in the first place after her accident, and even solved her and her mother's worries. Even this current job with less work and more money was arranged for her by Wang Yu. The friendship of the same robe, the kindness of saving her life, and sending charcoal in the snow, the 3 feelings superimposed on Wang Yu, at this time, is exactly the boyfriend she dreamed of in her heart. Chapter 128 Sumu meets Wang Yu again. After not seeing each other for a dozen days in a row, Sweetie's thoughts about Wang Yu were increasing, and after seeing him today, she couldn't restrain her emotions even more. But what I didn't expect was that Sweet had just shown half of her performance when Wang Yu revealed his old self. And now to actually run away and leave this cute little nurse all alone. Sweetness was buzzing in her head at this time, not knowing what she should do. Wang Yu's words kept repeating in her head. You said he has 3 women. You actually left. But you didn't reject me. But he's got 3 women now. What to do? So panic, what do I do? Love and their own 3 views have produced a huge conflict. Sweet sitting in Wang Yu's seat, big eyes dull brain a muddle. Wang Yu, who ran out, smoked a few cigarettes in a row in the corridor. He needed to calm down now, to think about how he was going to get along with Tian in the future. Otherwise, if this goes on, something will happen to the 2 of them sooner or later, if one of them can't help but eat sugar. Going back wouldn't be torn apart by warmth and sunshine. If you can't do it, get a new nurse, change Sugar's position, get a male nurse over here. Just when he thought of this, the image of Wen Zhong surfaced in Wang Yu's mind, and immediately shook his head to veto the idea. But what about another female nurse coming over and being so attractive and falling for him? Is it necessary to change an older one? But who can guarantee that the older one will not fall in love with him? Xin and Sun Xian are the previous warning. This bastard is very narcissistic. This will be a lot of thoughts, but there is no one normal. Think for a while, there is no good way, Jew, or go in and talk to Sugar properly before. All 3 women themselves, the more normal ones, who can take it? As for accepting his 3 women, is that normal? If it was normal, how could something happen to him when he was drunk? And at this time, the 3 women who were still discussing in the bedroom had already written Sweetie's name on a small book, and there was another name in front of Sweetie's name, and at a closer look it was actually Sumu. I don't know what these 3 women do, write other people's names for a good reason, so love to write, why not write Wenwan and Wenjia's name as well? You're back. Sweetie spotted Wang Yu the first time he came in and immediately stood up to give him a seat. Sweets, it's not that you was unwilling, but it's really not possible. You're so cute you'll definitely find a boyfriend of your choice. Wang Yu persuaded in his serious manner, while in order to take care of the little nurse's face, did not dare to say that he refused, but for his own reasons there is no way to accept. You, I know. Sweets lowered her head. Her heart was very uncomfortable. Just now when she knew that Wang Yu had 3 women, her heart was just a little surprised, not sad, and there was an urge to say that she didn't care. However, the education she received from a young age made her not say anything, and at this time, when she heard Wang Yu's words, she also knew that it was impossible for the 2 people. Even if both of them are willing, those 3 sisters-in-law are vegetarians? When they know it, they will not make trouble in the hospital to tear themselves apart. Thinking about it, Sweetie was a little scared. A few days ago it was rumored that there was an adultery catching incident in a hotel, which appeared to be the emotional entanglement of 3 men. When Sugar was fine, she also brushed some relevant short videos, looking at the above being chased and beaten, tearing the clothes of the junior, before she felt nothing. But now the thought of the image is terrifying. Alright girl, follow brother you well, don't think about these messy things in the future. Seeing that the little nurse was obedient again, Wang Yu was still very happy and reached out to touch her little head, doting in his heart. By the way Dr. Su came over yesterday and asked you to find time to go to her place, as if there was something going on. After calming down, Sweetness remembered what Sumu came over to explain yesterday. She and Wang Yu had been chatting for more than an hour, and only now she thought about it. It's true that love will wash over one's brain. Well, I'm going to head over there and you get the materials ready for the patients that need to be seen this afternoon and I'll be back to look at them later. After saying that, Wang Yu left. Sumu has something not to call him, but explained to Sweet to convey, obviously is not something urgent. Wang Yu is not so concerned about this. Thinking that the 2 of them had been studying and communicating together for over a month, he felt that he should have some questions he wanted to ask himself. Came to Sumu's consulting room, looked inside, and sure enough, there were a lot of people. Since Wang Yu left Maria Hospital, many patients stopped going there when they couldn't find Dr. Wang. The news of Wang Yu's presence in Shiguang Hospital was only circulated in the uppermost society of Shudu City. After all, a consultation fee of $2 million at a time was not something that the average rich person could accept. After Sumu came to Shiguang Hospital to sit in the clinic, the word of mouth and fame also played out. People are always forgetful. This has only disappeared for more than 3 months. The great name of Dr. Wang Divine Doctor is based. No one. Oh, scared me, thought Han had run away. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief before sending the little nurse away. For the matter of Sumu's promotion to vice president, he didn't think there was any problem. After all, in addition to her personal ability, her father invested a lot of money in the hospital. Dr. Wang, come in for a moment. Seeing Wang Yu standing at the door, Sumu's eyes lit up immediately, greeting him over. Chapter 129. Sumu begins to act. Sumu's greeting caused the patients and accompanying family members in the room to look over. Wang Yu did not care and directly walked in. He had not seen him for many days. Sumu's exquisite face still gave him a stunning feeling. Wait a minute. Sumu smiled apologetically at Wang Yu and then proceeded to treat the patient. A few minutes later this patient was finished, and Wang Yu saw Sumu directly close the door of the ward. Not looking? Wang Yu was a little curious. Well, the morning's hang-ups are all seen. Sumu couldn't help but have a smile on his face as if he had remembered something. So all those people out there aren't watching? When I came over just now, there were a lot of people outside, and now it's not even 11 o'clock and this guy is closed, not as dedicated as I thought. There are other doctors, and some of them are booked for the afternoon, and I only see 30 patients in the morning anyway. As if he could see Wang Yu's thoughts, Sumu continued. Not everyone is like you and sees all the patients that come in that day every day. No. Don't you all see all the patients that come through every day? Yes, it used to be like that at Maria Hospital, where every doctor who sits in the clinic is free to organize his or her own time as long as he or she completes the required tasks every day. So I used to work overtime every day to see the doctor for nothing? Wang Yu felt that he must have been punked by Dean Han at that time, and it was true that the $5 million annual salary at that time was not that good. Okay, don't overthink it. At that time people didn't know that you were able to see so many patients a day, and after that, seeing you work so hard every day they thought you wanted to make more money. Sitting doctors at Maria Hospital are paid a commission for each additional patient they see after completing the hospital's daily tasks. This was why Dean Han had given Wang Yu such a high share of the treatment at that time. Just at that time Wang Yu did not know, this goods pure pirate goods, even the physician's qualification certificate and Dean Han to help for the hospital to get some things simply do not understand. He was used to working in the unit, and thought that the hospital was also like this, every day to come over to see all the people to see the doctor, which led to Wang Yu and Sweet then often busy like a dog. As for why Sweet didn't mention it to Wang Yu, she thought at the time that Wang Yu knew about it, not to mention that the relationship between the doctor and the nurse caused Sweet to not dare to refuse the work arrangement. Moreover, as an assistant, she also had the corresponding money to take for every patient she treated, although every day was very tiring, but for the money, the little nurse was not to mention how energetic she was at that time. Come on, Nan is getting out of the hospital today, come over with me to help with another checkup. After Sumu packed up his tools and desk, he stated his purpose for finding Wang Yu. The policewoman? She's recovering quite well, I visited a while ago. Hearing Sumu's words, Wang Yu remembered the brave policewoman and the huge merit value he had gleaned from her colleague. However, the grips could not be moved now, and the group of regular players had all been gripped by Wang Yu. Now he has nothing to do but skulk around the places where the families of the police and firefighters are seen, and when he sees a young man in uniform, it's a shot of bestowal of blessings before he leaves for his shift, like he's brushing up on his daily tasks. As for the merit value, it was quite a lot now, although 100 points were deducted every day for sheltering his hometown, but it couldn't withstand the fact that those he blessed gave a lot. But it's still a weight away from the 100,000 mark. Come on, just do me a favor and check again. Sumu said and tried to pull Wang Yu's hand. Okay, I'll go. Taking a step back, Wang Yu realized that in the hospital, in addition to Sugar, this female doctor was also plotting against himself. Looking at Wang Yu's evasive appearance, Sumu's eyes dimmed for a split second, and then firmed up again. Ignoring Wang Yu's obvious refusal, he went over and held him in his arms, then with a red and pretty face, he directly walked outside. Along the way, the actions of the two people attracted the attention of many doctors' nurses, and although Wang Yu was wearing a mask, he still couldn't resist the gaze of the melon eaters. And this hospital can have a lot of people that the Sun family brothers arranged to send in. If it reaches their ears, it will be a big trouble. He had only been married to Qian Shen for a few days, and if he hooked up with another doctor inside the hospital, he might be hammered to death by the three of them. Dr. Su, can you let go of me? I'm married now, please respect my marriage license. Cut. Lie to the ghost to put, you think I do not know you? In the old home in Shudu City held 2 weddings, but you went to the Civil Affairs Bureau, but also respect your marriage license. You have a license for me to respect? When Sumu remembered the information her old man had given her, she couldn't help but want to punch Wang Yu. This guy actually had 3 women, and only did the ceremony without a license, and was now still legally single. How do you know? You investigated me. Overthink it, my dad heard it while he was drinking with the Sun family's oldest, and then gave me the word to stay away from you. Sun dishing, it really has to be you again. So you know all about it and you won't let go of me? Wang Yu only felt that this woman was sick and couldn't understand human language. Put what on? You're single now, I'm single too, who's in the way? This sounded reasonable at first glance, making Wang Yu unable to refute it, but this was not the case. Sumu was also bold at this time, as long as the face is lost at the beginning, the back is not a matter. I've got 3 women. Wang Yu tries to wake up the beautiful doctor. It's okay, I'm confident I can take you from them. Sumu's words were full of confidence. Your father told you to stay away from me. Wang Yu used the other party's elders to intimidate. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I never listened to my dad growing up. I'm the biggest in the family. My dad listens to me. Dr. Su. Looking at the somewhat abnormal Sumu, Wang Yu couldn't help but remind her. From now on, call me Mumu. The beautiful doctor was in her element at the moment. Mumu. Forget it, don't talk to women. What's wrong? Sumu looked back at Wang Yu curiously, not expecting him to be so obedient this time. I think we've gone through, Nan's ward is in building 2. Saying that, Wang Yu pointed to the 4th building in front of him. Looking at that big 4 in front of him, Sumu, who was quite bold just now, would directly redden his face. It was too embarrassing. They also take other people to check on their girlfriends, and they need to be warned of the way to even get there. And not a moment too soon. Sumu glared at Wang Yu, let go of his arm, and directly turned to leave. What are you standing around for? Go. Walking out a few steps, looking at Wang Yu who was still frozen in place, Sumu couldn't help but open his mouth to call him. Regarding women's unreasonableness and fickleness, Wang Yu has a deeper understanding through Sumu. In the moment, it felt good to be unchanged. Chapter 130. This one is poisonous. Coming to Nan's hospital room, looking at the heroic policewoman in front of him, Wang Yu was still very pleased. Dr. Wang, thank you. Nan Nan, who was packing up her things, saw Sumu bringing her savior over and immediately thanked him. "You're welcome, as a doctor it's all proper." The two didn't know each other well, and basically hadn't spoken except for a few hasty meetings when they came over to bestow their blessings. "Don't clean up, Nan, come over here and let you check you over again." Sumu did remember the purpose of his calling Wang Yu over. "You go." When Nan Nan heard this, she smiled at Wang Yu with a slightly deeper meaning. "And this one doesn't care, all if set out the flag to rob himself, is to call his husband, he won't be surprised. Officer Zhou, sit down first, I'll take your pulse. Sumu and I are good friends, you'd better call me Nan Nan, it's too polite to call a police officer," Nan said as she fell to her feet. Wang Yu didn't care about these epithets, so he began to check up on Nan Nan, first making a preliminary judgment through his own studies over the past few months, and then making a comparison through the system. In basic agreement, Nan had recovered well, and the broken blood vessels and wounds had completely healed under the gynecological sage's action, spoke up. "There's nothing more to it, a bit of weakness and lack of qi and blood, the body still needs to recuperate." Saying this, Wang Yu prescribed another formula to replenish qi and nourish blood. All of these things were mastered through his time studying in the Su family. "Do you want to help Nan look at the scars on her skin?" Sumu asked with some concern. In the past, Wang Yu also assured that these scars would slowly disappear after more than a year, but now isn't this still there? However, the scars on Nan Nan's body had recovered very well, and it was beyond her understanding, but Sumu was still a little worried, knowing that her own best friend hadn't married yet. Now there are a few extra scars the size of a small fist on his body, and he is afraid to wear nice clothes on the street in the future. Sumu's words made Nan Nan frown. The scars on her own body were really ugly, and although her personality was a bit on the male side, she wouldn't really consider this gunshot wound as her military medal. She had seen it when she changed the medicine, and it was really ugly. One scar was hard enough, and she had several on herself. Late at night, Nan would silently run her hands over her scars and secretly shed tears. Sumu's words caused both women's emotions to drop, and Wang Yu was a bit squirmy. Prescribing your own prescription and following the exact treatment given by the system will definitely not leave a scar. These he can guarantee. Wang Yu twisted is that this thing how to check himself to know that he is very clear about the location of those scars. Should I let Nan get naked again and let myself see it all over again? Even if she wanted to, I still didn't agree to it. It was important to know that the current Wang Yu could not withstand such a test, and it was easy for bad thoughts to rise during the inspection. Thinking of this, Wang Yu opened his mouth and reminded. "Didn't I tell you before, the scars on Nan Nan's body need to be nourished for more than a year before they can slowly disappear, it's useless to check them now." "I know, it's just a little unnerving, you might want to take another look, it's been a few months, just in case there are any new changes." Sumu obviously didn't want to let Wang Yu go. What a rush to deliver. Can't even look without it. Or her own best friend, what is this woman thinking? Is there such a thing as chasing after a man? Just show me, don't worry, I won't care. Nan Nan also saw Wang Yu's concern and immediately opened her mouth to assure him. "You do not care, but I care to know that you are a police officer in case you cannot help but look at the time to touch a few, to send me in how to do, this thing resolutely cannot agree. No, I'll leave if there's nothing else." After saying that Wang Yu was ready to leave, these two people were too dangerous, it was better to go back to his sweetness, although the headache, but there was no risk. So far, Wang Yu, who possessed the cozy Sun Xian and Yuan, although he could easily not control his impulses because of the Xian Yuan Sentinel skill, he had not yet pushed open the door to the new world, and his thoughts were slightly conservative. Wang Yu had just reached the door when he saw someone pushing the door in, and the one who came was Officer Zhou, Nan Nan's father. He was followed by a man in military uniform, with a straight face, majestic, sword brows and starry eyes, and a tall and powerful-looking body. The first face gave Wang Yu the impression of a dignified, heavenly, and bloody man. "Dr. Wang." Officer Zhou saw Wang Yu immediately and happily greeted, the two polite a few words, Officer Zhou as if he remembered something said to the man behind him. "Timing sword, this is the divine doctor I told you about, the one who saved your sister, why don't you thank him?" Zhou Tingjian looked at Wang Yu and inexplicably felt some danger, this kind of situation he had encountered when he was on a mission outside. He trusted his intuition, which was honed between life and death, and although the man in front of him was a doctor, he must have a strong force, or else he wouldn't have been able to give birth to this feeling. Looking at his own son after seeing Wang Yu, he stared closely at others, he told him to say hello, and this would still be frozen there. Zhou police officer smiled with some embarrassment, their son, since the army basically did not return home a few times, the first few years fortunately to be able to call to ask about the living situation. But since joining some mysterious unit, he could basically be out of touch for 12 months a year, and if he didn't take the initiative to call, he wouldn't even see anyone himself. When my daughter was injured, she left a message for the troop where Zhou Tingjian was, and it's been 3 months before he came back. Thinking of this, Officer Zhou became a bit angry and was instantly ready to chide a few sentences, but Wang Yu spoke up. No, it's all proper. Saying that, he also remembered that he hadn't used his bestowal of blessings for today, and that the person in front of him was obviously the sword of the nation, so surely he would be able to gain a lot of merit value as well. Immediately, a blessing avatar enveloped the past, and then Wang Yu saw 40,678 merit values appear on the system panel. Sent. Is this brother the reincarnation of Lohan? However, when Wang Yu took a closer look, he immediately felt that it was not right. He himself had saved more than 60,000 points of merit value. After that handful just now, thinking that I finally broke through the 100,000 mark today, but the merit value clearly displayed on the system, 20,712 points. This Nima is not right. Could it be that the system is broken, although it is said to be 100 years of replacement, 1,000 years of warranty, but did not leave contact information? Even if there was no way to contact himself, at this time, Wang Yu's heart panicked a batch, immediately began to check up. Soon he realized what the problem was. Gain merit value for blessing, 250 points. Blessing gains merit value, 438 points. Blessings gain merit value, 521 points. Blessings gain merit value, 1314 points. Blessing deduction merit value, 40,678 points. Chapter 131 His Vengeance, My Hero. Minus the merit value. This message had appeared since bestowing blessings on Dean Han, and Wang Yu had been careful every time he bestowed blessing. GS after that. Fearing this phenomenon, otherwise they would not have sought to bless only those groups of people who are light and majestic. This Zhou Tingjian appeared in front of Wang Yu in the image of an iron-blooded soldier. This could still think that today's blessing will make a big profit, who can think that all of a sudden back to the liberation of the pre-liberation period, more than 2 months for nothing. After figuring out the reason, Wang Yu looked at Zhou Tingjian again with a different gaze, filled with vigilance. From the point of view of Dean Han's character, although he is not a bad person, he definitely does not call himself a good person. Wang Yu, who deducted 3 points of merit value to figure out the mechanism of bestowing blessings, now understands it. But this one directly deducted more than 40,000 can be said to be murder and arson, no evil. This matter, Wang Yu was not wrong. Zhou Tingjian really did have many lives in his hands. It is important to realize that the game between soldiers is only about winning and losing. There is no good or evil, it is all about serving your country. Since Zhou Tingjian entered the special forces and ran away to other countries to carry out missions, the destruction he caused was not a star, and he was definitely a hero and a good person for his own country. But in the eyes of the other side is still really a thug who was not doing anything wrong. Thankfully he has only been in the special forces for more than 2 years, or else this merit value of Wang Yu was really not enough to be deducted. These Wang Yu was not aware of, he only knew that this guy was an extremely dangerous character. Wang Yu's change immediately caused Zhou Tingjian's vigilance. Just now he had only sensed danger in Wang Yu, but now he clearly sensed hostility. The two men looked at each other with a stony face, with the urge to start a fight at the drop of a hat. You, what's wrong with you? Sumu sensed the change in the two when he immediately walked over. Not much. Sumu's intervention made the two men, who both wanted to overwhelm each other with their eyes, temporarily truce. You and Timothy Sword know each other? Don't know, first time I've seen it. Saying this, Wang Yu greeted Officer Zhou and left, passing by Zhou Tingjian with great care. Having suffered such a big loss, Wang Yu would definitely not let it go, and with such a dangerous person appearing in his hospital, he now wanted to find someone to investigate. Sumu watched Wang Yu leave with a grave face and immediately followed him out, taking a few quick steps to catch up. You have a problem with Timothy Sword? Sumu's words made Wang Yu pause, thinking to ask around in her first. Walk to my place, I have something to ask you. Saying that, he pulled Sumu's hand and walked very fast. Sumu, who was still ready to say something, immediately turned red and closed his mouth to be tugged by Wang Yu like this. When he came to the clinic, Sweetie was still organizing the materials, and Wang Yu went over and made an excuse to send her out. Sugar looked at Sumu with a red face and Yu in the same room while she was driven away with a black face. Her heart was very unhappy. Liar, just now he said he couldn't accept himself with another woman, now he turned around and hooked up with Dr. Su. Men are big pigs. After closing the door, Sweetie compared a few times on her chest, then thought about Sumu's bust, and immediately lost heart. There was no comparison. Could it be that brother you rejected her because of this? The little nurse left in a low mood, and in the room Sumu and Wang Yu had already started talking. Mumu, how long have you known that Zhou Tingjin? Wang Yu's nature is straightforward, so there is no excessive politeness. Known each other for a long time, since we were kids. He's Nan's brother and has been playing after both our but since we were kids. Sumu was a little curious. This guy pulled himself over to actually inquire about a man. So do you know anything about him? I have a feeling this man is dangerous. Of course, Wang Yu couldn't say that he had been pitched the merit value, but instead stated his feelings. Dangerous? Why don't I feel it? The child that he had watched grow up from a young age, Sumu could feel gross danger in him. So what does he do? Didn't see it in uniform. Of course it's a soldier, it's been a soldier for years. Where are you in the army? I don't know. Don't you know each other well enough not to know? He used to serve in the Southwest, then he was transferred to a special unit, not to mention me, even Nan and Uncle Joe don't know. Sumu's words caused Wang Yu to fall into deep thought, and he felt that he had caught some clues. After thinking for a while, Wang Yu said tentatively, that Zhou Tingjin has killed people, and more than one life. Of course this was all bull on his part, just judging by the amount of merit value deducted. Well, this Nan and I talked about when we were talking, and Timothy Sword, although he never said exactly what he did tell Nan that he often had to go abroad on missions. As for the killing of these, it's not elaborated but it's expressed. Speaking of which, Sumu asked curiously. How do you know that Timothy Sword has killed people? Didn't you meet for the first time today? Sumu's words made it hard for Wang Yu to explain, and he began to flounder at that moment. I sensed a murderous aura on him, and it was particularly heavy, which is why I sought you out to find out. How can I not feel it if I can feel this? Come on, this is one that depends on individual talent, and obviously you don't have it. Said Wang Yu was ready to send Sumu to leave, because this woman's just now is sitting opposite himself. This is not yet a moment in his level. If you talk a little longer, maybe sitting in his arms. Niu, is that one okay? Why don't you go ahead and get busy? I have some more reading to do. Said he, raising the material suite prepared in his hand, with an attitude of wanting to work. Sumu sniffed and didn't dwell on it. Anyway, they were all in the same hospital. The day will come. She wasn't in a hurry at all. Turning to Wang Yu, he sweetly sent a smile before turning around and leaving. Wang Yu leaned on the back of the chair, thinking about Sumu's introduction to Zhou Tingjin, and in no time he also figured out that this matter was obviously a misunderstanding on his part. The military is external, police and firefighters are internal, and the two cannot be compared to each other. And one's habitual belief that their own soldiers are all big heroes, but forget that these people in the eyes of other countries is a dangerous molecule, not to mention Zhou Tingjin. This kind of always go abroad to carry out the task of people. The blessing looks at cause and effect, and there is no distinction between family and country, and in his own opinion Zhou Tingjin has done a good and right thing. But putting aside all that family sentiment, and just looking at the damage he's done, this guy is really a full-on thug, a terrorist. After thinking about it, Wang Yu could only recognize his own bad luck. He couldn't take back the bestowal of blessings. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it. After thinking for a while, Sugar came back, holding the medical materials that Wang Yu had just sent her to get. Looking at Wang Yu, who was sitting there with his eyes closed, Sweetness couldn't help but play up her little temper. Placing the material heavily on the table, she beamed. Chapter 132, Sumu's Green Plum. Hearing the ringing sound, Wang Yu came back to his senses and looked at Sweetie pouting in a very unhappy manner. Her eyes were still red as if she had cried. It was a bit of a headache. Why are these women so troublesome? When did he offend her? In fact, what Wang Yu didn't know was that the Xian Yuan Sentinel skill that he practiced had a natural attraction to women, a change that was hard for people to notice, but it did exist. Sugar, what's wrong? Who pissed you off? His own little nurse. Of course he had to coax himself. You. Sugar huffed an accusation. Me? Wang Yu really couldn't figure it out. What's wrong with me? Wasn't I fine just now? Liar, before he even told me he couldn't accept another girl, and then he turns around and hangs out at the hospital holding hands with Dr. Su, and he just kicked me out. Sugar just went out for a trip and heard the other nurses talking. After all, whether it is Wang Yu or Sumu, both are celebrities in the hospital. The gossip about the two of them spreads quite fast. Sweetie herself was not too happy after being commanded out, and after hearing these words, she was even more upset, thinking that it was Wang Yu who couldn't see herself. How do you know that, and who did you hear it from? Wang Yu thought that he had just been with Sumu, and it was indeed easy for people to misunderstand, and he immediately had a bad feeling. It's all over the hospital. What else do you have to explain? If you don't like me, just say so. Why did you lie to me? The little nurse wasn't just sad and upset at this point, she was angry. Sweets, Mumu and I really have nothing to do with each other, just now we just had some personal matters to talk about, it's not very convenient for you to be here.
Miu.
How intimate, what a personal talk. Men are stupid when it comes to things, and women are intuitive when it comes to things.
How I can't explain it.
That's not true. Why do I have to explain? Sumu and I have nothing to do with each other per se, and although she's quite beautiful, I really don't have that idea myself.
Okay girl, don't be mad, I'll treat you out for a big meal later, okay?
Wonyu took out his must-have technique. Every time he treats her, even if it's to the cafeteria, the little girl is very excited. This time she goes to eat a big meal. I don't believe that she can't be happy.
No, I've been on a diet lately, you're on your own.
Said Sweets to see the time almost off work, turned around and left, leaving behind Wonyu who was crying and laughing a little. Simply packing up the materials in his hand, Wonyu was ready to go to the cafeteria to eat. Just as he walked out of the clinic, he saw Sumu, Nan Nan, and Zhou Tingjian walking over together.
Let's go eat together.
Sumu greeted.
Okay, together.
Seeing Zhou Tingjian again, Wonyu was not so vigilant. After all, the fault is not in others, and deducted so much merit value. Obviously this guy is doing a good job abroad, and it is not in vain that he paid such a big price to give him blessings. After Wang Yu's observation in the past few months, he had already discovered the effect of bestowing blessings. It was really strong. Those who had been blessed by him, no matter what they did, they were all swimming in luck.
Shudu City's recent detection rate has skyrocketed, while those criminals are wailing and crying out for their points.
4 people, the men were handsome and the women were beautiful. Walking together on the road caused a lot of gazes. Wang Yu and Sumu were used to it, but Nan Nan and Zhou Tingjian felt very uncomfortable. Neither one's work was fit to be exposed to the gaze of others, it would be looked at awkwardly. Mumu, let's go out to eat, I've been eating at the hospital cafeteria for months.
Nan Nan took Sumu's hand and said.
Sure, go eat out, the cafeteria does get tired of it. Wonyu looked at the 2 women who decided to change places straight away, and didn't have a bit of temper, and although Zhou Tingjian didn't say anything, he was also relieved. After leaving the hospital and going to a nearby restaurant with good taste, they ordered their dishes and then casually chatted in the booth. The 2 women, Sumu and Nan Nan, chatted happily, but didn't bother with the 2 men's ideas. Zhou Tingjian didn't take the initiative to talk to anyone either, but his gaze drifted towards Sumu from time to time, and the corners of his mouth had a subtle curve. After Wonyu observed it, he felt that this guy was interested in Sumu, and at that moment, he was ready to rely on him to get rid of Sumu's entanglement. Think about the 2 grew up together, childhood sweethearts, and Zhou Tingjian looks decent, although a little bit worse than him, but also absolutely sunny big handsome man. Thinking of this, Wonyu was ready to act, pulling his chair and leaning down towards Zhou Tingjian, saying in a low voice.
Bro, do you like Mumu?
Zhou Tingjian did not say anything when he heard Wonyu's words, but his slightly flushed face betrayed him.
Brother, you listen to me, if you like it, you have to act quickly. This nature of your work, if you are still dragging your feet and not daring to pursue it, when you come back the next time, Mumu may have become a mother. Wonyu immediately began to add fuel to the fire. I've heard that Uncle Su has been arranging a blind date for Mumu lately, fearing that she won't be able to marry well when she reaches 30. Brother, if you really like it, act quickly. Zhou Tingjian listened to Wonyu's words and also began to worry. When he began to like Sister Mumu, he also forgot. Anyway, it has been a long time, right? During these years as a soldier, this one missed Sumu more times than his own parents and sister. Every time he called, he would intentionally or unintentionally inquire about Sumu's recent situation, and when he learned that she was still single, he couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. After returning from this mission, he received the news that his sister was seriously injured and dying, which scared him at the time. It's been 3 months, maybe his sister has been reincarnated. Immediately rushed to call his father, asked for clarification, only to learn that his sister was a particularly skilled doctor to save. So the guy started typing up an application to take all the vacation time he'd saved over the years in one go, something that certainly wouldn't have been approved in the first place. But considering Zhou Tingjian's special circumstances, the army gave him a 2-month leave of absence and released him. After coming back, the bastard did not even return home, went straight to the hospital, when he saw his sister and Mumu's sister together with a smile and laugh before he was relieved. After that, this goods and become a stuffy gourd. In addition to often come to the hospital to see his sister, there is no other action. Want to see Sumu, all depends on waiting for rabbits. And his own sister was the stump he was squatting on, looking forward to Sumu crashing over every day. When I saw Wonyu today, I inexplicably felt the danger, and began to think that it was because the other party had the ability to harm himself. But by the time Sister Mumu chased it out, she realized that this one could do more than just physical damage.
So Wang Yu's level of danger in his mind increased linearly, and he was supposed to go home for dinner at noon along with his father and sister. When he turned his pleading eyes to his sister for the nth time, Nan, who understood her brother's mind, immediately dismissed her father and then helped him ask Sumu out for dinner. Chapter 133 The Maiden Crying in the Corner. For her best friend's invitation, Sumu must have agreed, but what the two siblings could not have imagined was that as soon as the three of them met, Sumu took them both to invite Wang Yu. The one invited was her own rescuer, and Nan had nothing to say, not to mention Zhou Tingjian, who didn't even dare to open his mouth to the one he liked, so what else was he expected to say? However, he didn't know what attitude to use towards this love rival who had saved his sister's life, and remained silent all the way. It wasn't until Wang Yu opened his mouth to encourage him to start courting Sumu that Zhou Tingjian began to seriously think about this matter. Could it be that he was mistaken? This guy had no idea about Sister Mumu, otherwise he wouldn't have encouraged him to pursue Sister Mumu. Thinking like this, Zhou Tingjian's impression of Wang Yu also changed. After all, this bastard could not have imagined to death that his own sister Mumu was actually the one who took the initiative, and Wang Yu came to help himself because he was afraid of being entangled. Thinking of this, Zhou Tingjian is no longer silent, slightly shy, and lowered his voice and said, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. It's okay, the first time I saw you I felt that the two of us were destined to be together. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you. Leave your contact information and talk alone some other day. Wang Yu said half a day was finally considered to be Zhou Tingjian fooled. This will be in a good mood. In his opinion, Zhou Tingjian's conditions were genuinely good, his looks were outstanding, his profession was outstanding, and his family background, as he could tell by looking at his sister, must be good as well. The most important thing is that from childhood and Sumu grew up together, proper childhood sweethearts. If this still cannot take Sumu, other people came to be wise. After a few people ate lunch, Wang Yu said goodbye to them. There is still a little nurse in the hospital is angry. Take advantage of the time to go back to coax the noon break. Wang Yu's consulting room was a suite, and he had a separate lounge for himself, while Sweetie rested at noon in the room where she gave patients massage. Pushing open the door, Wang Yu saw the little nurse lying on the bed and brushing her cell phone, and the first glance was attracted by a pair of pink jade feet. Cursing himself after a few glances, he felt that his self-control was getting worse and worse now, and what he didn't know was that Sugar was also secretly looking at him with her afterglow just now. Realizing that he was staring at her jade feet, she instantly blushed and dropped her phone, closing her eyes and pretending to fall asleep. Sugar, I saw it all, don't pretend. Wang Yu went over to pinch the little nurse's nose. Usually he will not go to do this kind of more intimate action. Today I do not know how, ghostly on the hand. Humph. Sweetness opened Wang Yu's hand and turned her back, not saying a word. But the bed was a bit small, Sweetie's movements were big, and Wang Yu was too close, inevitably seeing some white skin, and swallowing back his prepared words. At this time Wang Yu really hated to take this little nurse into his arms, and then in broad daylight, to do something untoward, but he could only think about it. The room was silent at this time, the young girl's breathing was clearly audible, and her perfect curves were even more evocative. Wang Yu, whose mind was full of images at the moment, still organized a load of language to coax people. Strongly suppressing the rising flames in his heart, he quickly turned away and ran to his lounge with the door closed to catch his breath. Wang Yu feels that his problem is getting worse, sitting on the bed and thinking for a long time cannot find a solution, until the afternoon work before walking out. He smiled apologetically when he saw Sugar and then went about his business. 5 patients were easy for Wang Yu, it didn't take long at all, and he finished the job in an hour or so. Looking at the little nurse who was to leave from work, Wang Yu still couldn't help but open. Instantly, he walked over, thinking about how he didn't do anything to her, and he didn't say anything heavy today. Sugar. Wang Yu lowered his head and purred softly. Woo. The young girl didn't even look up like she couldn't hear. Sugar. Wang Yu increased his voice and reached out to hold Sugar's arm to try to pull her up. Woohoo. The young girl reached up and shook it off, then cried louder. This clip is from personal experience. Not talking is just muffled crying. Apologizing, admitting fault is completely useless. I don't know if anyone else has the same experience. Back to text. Wang Yu called twice without getting a response, so he had to squat beside Sweetie and wait quietly. This place is still relatively remote, there are not many people traveling to and from, but also did not attract over the melon crowd. After 5 or 6 minutes, Sugar's cries slowly turned into sobs. The young girl looked up at Wang Yu beside her and asked in a hoarse voice. Am I a bad woman for confessing to you when I know you have a woman? I still have to like you after being rejected by you, and in my mind I even think about not caring about that. Wang Yu looked at the pearly girl in front of him and reached out to help her wipe the tears from her face, but how could he not wipe it clean? Instead, the more he wiped. Sensing Wang Yu's concern, Sweetie's body first stiffened, then immediately ducked away and said loudly, "I don't want to like you, you're a big liar. I don't want to like you, but I just can't help myself from liking you. I wasn't even mad at you when you came over to coax me at lunch, but why did you run away and not talk to me all afternoon? Why are you being so nice to me? Why did you save me? Why did you help me and Mom, and why are you ignoring me?" Saying that, Sweetie jumped into Wang Yu's arms and cried hard on his chest. Wang Yu's departure at noon and his silence in the afternoon caused a lot of psychological panic to the little nurse. Throughout the afternoon, it didn't show, but by the time we left the hospital, Sweetie was completely tense. When the family was struck by a great disaster, they themselves were frightened, but fortunately Wang Yu had helped her make arrangements. Afterward, after coming to Aurora Hospital and working with him every day, he slowly forgot about these things. And in the days that Wang Yu left on leave, Dean Han didn't give the word, and Sweetie wasn't under the head nurse's management, so no one assigned her any new job. Chapter 134, Sweetie's Cautiousness. These days Sweetie is all alone in the large clinic to stay idle for a long time, then swiped the phone, inadvertently swiped on the internet to Wang Yu gave her artificial respiration clip. Despite the mosaic on it, she recognized it at a glance. After all, Tianhao was wearing a fire suit, and this could not be mistaken at all. After that, the little nurse began to think randomly, thinking more easily to brainstorm some plot, and so on for many days, are a bit unable to distinguish reality. After Wang Yu came to work, Sweetie had been preparing for many days, even the words of confession had been rehearsed several times. Who knows that Wang Yu does not follow the common sense, go up to a king bomb, 3 girlfriends of the news directly to the sweet hole confused. After that, although she was rejected, Sugar didn't take it too hard. After all, she had thought about this outcome. But Sumu's appearance, and the gossip she heard at the hospital, made it hard for the little nurse to feel cheated again. Sugar at noon is still watching the video over and over again when Wang Yu saved her, and the anger in her heart has dissipated a lot, thinking that when Wang Yu comes to coax himself again, he will take the opportunity to forgive him. Who knew that the guy went over and just said one thing? The young girl just instinctively resisted a little. He ran away and then didn't pay attention to people all afternoon. You have to know that the house Sweetie lives in now, the money she spends, and the job are all provided by Wang Yu. Although it gives a suspicion of being a pack rat, Sweetness knows that Wang Yu is really helping himself, and the little nurse writes down every account, waiting to return it to him later. Wang Yu's behavior throughout the afternoon really scared Sweetie, thinking that Wang Yu was really angry and wouldn't care about her anymore in the future. Although it is tempting to have a bit of backbone and reject Wang Yu's help in one shot, but on second thought, Wang Yu didn't do anything wrong. Isn't it only right that he has women rejecting him, even though there are a bit too many of them? Even if the refusal was followed by gossip with Sumu, what did this have to do with himself? At most, it was you cheating Sumu's feelings. It's not like he's cheating on his feelings, so what's the point of being nasty to him, just because he likes him? Did he like you so he had to like him too, and was it wrong to not like him? Sugar also figured out all of this clearly only after she walked out of the hospital, and couldn't help but cry on the side of the road afterward. Not yet cried for a while. Wang Yu the bastard came over, as always, to send warmth, which made Sweetheart even more difficult, crying more powerful. "You, I'm so hard, I don't want to ignore you, but you can't ignore me, okay, or I'm afraid I'll die." The young girl's panic, worry, fear, and timidity made Wang Yu's eyes hurt. Although he felt that there was something wrong with the logic of Sugar's statement, he still opened his mouth to persuade him. Okay, you ignore me, I'll ignore you. You, why are you so nice to me?" The young girl's eyes had a mixture of expectation and panic. Wang Yu sniffed and thought for a while and did not know how to answer. Some things go with the feeling. The little nurse had spent months with himself, and that kind of innocence, vivacity, and cuteness made it hard for him not to like it. And this kind of like Wang Yu also cannot distinguish, contains too much, right, to the sister's feelings? This he himself do not believe, more of a man's commonality, see color just. Love. Wang Yu has long since stopped believing in it, and Shen Yuting's betrayal has left him unable to generate a single shred of trust in this area. He is more possessive of warmth than Sun Qian, and feels he owes too much to Yuan. As for sweetness, Wang Yu can only say that he is really not a thing. He also wants such a beautiful girl, which man can refuse? But now was not the time to think about this. The little nurse was still crying in her arms, and although this place was remote, the two of them in this situation had already attracted the attention of some people. At that moment, Wang Yu pulled Sweetie up and wiped the tears from her face, then pinched the red little face hard and said, "I don't know, I just want to be nice to you, okay, hurry up and go home and remember to come to work tomorrow." Wang Yu's actions and the words he said made Sweetness shyly lower her head. At the moment the young girl's mind was hanging on his body. Lifting her head again, Sweetie looked at the man in front of her with a complicated gaze, so in love, so in love. The eyes couldn't help but be a little infatuated, and even though they knew it was wrong, they just couldn't help it, or didn't want to. Can you give me a hug? The young girl's voice revealed a kind of begging in its timidity. I can't, come home quickly. Wang Yu held back his impulses, heartily refused. This your sister can hold it, dare to hold it cannot have an accident. Looking at Wang Yu's evasive gaze, Sweetie, who had wanted to give up, realized that a familiar figure was right behind Wang Yu. Provocatively, she gave him a kiss on the cheek, then turned and scampered away. Wasn't it obvious enough that I refused? How dare you kiss me? Looking at the little nurse who ran fast, Wang Yu touched the place where he was kissed with some disappointment. Since he kissed, he did not know to kiss the mouth. Wang Yu. Just as the bastard was reminiscing, Sumu's voice rang out from behind, as to why she was here. It could only be said that it was too coincidental that the place where Sweetie and Wang Yu were, just happened to be underneath Sumu's clinic, and after seeing a patient, Sumu swept a glance out the window, and then spotted Wang Yu. Walked over to the window for a closer look and wow. This guy actually had a woman lying in his arms, and the movements of the two people were really intimate. Looking at Sumu could not help but itch his teeth. Morning confession was rejected, also thought that this guy clean, now think about it is purely their own overthinking. This goods have 3 women, will be clean people. She was so pretty and had such a good body, she didn't even want to fall back on him, but now she was actually cuddling with other women under her window. It was really outrageous. At that moment, he didn't care about going back to work, and without saying a word, he ran down in his white coat. Before he arrived at the place, he saw that what Wang Yu had in his arms was actually his little nurse, and he was really a supervisor. Next, that little nurse actually kissed Wang Yu in front of her, so there was really no one else in sight. Could it be because she was alone with Wang Yu in the morning, making her jealous and then declaring her sovereignty in front of her? For a split second, Sue brainstormed a lot of drama and her eyes changed dramatically. Wang Yu, who heard his name and turned back his head, looked at Sumu awkwardly. At this time, any explanation is useless. Himself and the little nurse must have been considered by the other side as an office romance, and in the morning he had said so with a clean refusal. He was caught by the other side in the afternoon, and if Sumu didn't know about his 3 girlfriends, now would be a good way to refuse. But the other side knows. What now? What to say? Just as Wang Yu was thinking about how to open his mouth, Sumu walked over with his long legs. Chapter 135, When Liang's Arrest. What do you want? Looking at the beautiful doctor who was close at hand, Wang Yu could not help but call out. Scum! Sumu's eyes were cold and stern as he stared at the man in front of him dead on. No, you misunderstand, it's not what you think. Wang Yu still tried to explain. After all, it really wasn't his fault. What's the misunderstanding? I saw the 2 of you cuddling up there, and I wanted to say something. Looking at Sumu, who was getting angrier and angrier, Wang Yu was a bit puzzled. This matter, whether it was a misunderstanding or not, it was not her turn to accuse herself. Dr. Su, this has nothing to do with you, right? There's no need to be so agitated. Saying that, Wang Yu even took a few steps back, keeping a distance from Sumu. Being angry Sumu was a sentence to say froze. Think carefully about it, really has nothing to do with her, but the heart is so angry. Dr. Su, is everything okay? Wang Yu looked at Sumu, who had turned off the engine and immediately prepared to bolt, realizing that he couldn't stay in the hospital much longer today, or he didn't know what would happen. Try walking a little, or I'll tell the women in your family what you just did. Looking at Wang Yu, who left, Sumu opened his mouth to threaten. Threaten me? Wang Yu is the person who was afraid of being threatened. Doesn't she know that all her secrets those few women know? Moreover, Wang Yu hates being threatened the most and turned back to Sumu blandly. Don't worry, you don't have to, I'll go back and talk to them. After saying that, he turned around and left, not bothering with this beautiful doctor anymore. Looking at Wang Yu's departing back, Sumu has some inexplicable heartache. Is he really bad, and no one wants him backward? Thinking about the tears cannot help but flow down, to know that this girl has never been in love. Every day in addition to seeing the doctor, is to study, rarely deal with people. There are only a handful of male friends I know, one is Nan's brother and the other is Wang Yu. At this time, she did not know what to do in the face of this situation, and after standing for a while, she silently left. Wang Yu, who walked to the parking lot, breathed a deep sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not chase over, or else it would be a problem if he could go back today. Sumu's attraction to him is much bigger than sweet. Don't look at yourself, saying very determined, in fact, the inner panic of a batch. If he had shared a room with Sumu at noon, it would have been hard for the bastard to hold on. After all, cuteness is unbearable in front of sexiness, And if this is really on, letting Suning and Son's brothers know that their hospital is still open. Or maybe directly be swept out. After all, Aurora Hospital themselves did not pay a dime, at best, a senior wage earner. Even without him the hospital is also the same as open. No, tomorrow, we will ask Zhou Tingjian to come out, so that this bastard will act quickly, or else something will definitely happen if it drags on for a long time. As for sweetness, Wang Yu didn't know what to do, and the words of rejection couldn't be said. Better go back and talk to Cozy, don't wait until something really bad happens. While Wang Yu was thinking about how to go back and explain, when Zhong finally found Wen Liang in a small city by the southern sea. "Boss, this is it." A man with a formidable physique said respectfully to Wen Zhong. "Get in there and tie the man up." Wen Zhong's voice was full of indifference and cruelty. After coming out of the detention center, Wen Zhong returned to Kyoto, and after chatting with his elder brother about Wen's group, he led people straight to Shudu City. He himself was so miserable now, all because of Wen Liang. If it wasn't for this guy coming to him, he wouldn't have let his secret come to light at all. For this reason, Wen Zhong also fed mosquitoes in the detention center for a few days, and now the matter of the Wen group has been lined up in his mind at the back, and for Wen Liang he is getting rid of it. Who knew that by the time he arrived at Shudu City with his men, Wen Liang and Chen Yuting had long since left the building. Looking at the empty villa, how could Wen Zhong, who couldn't find anyone, rest, and directly began an investigation with his own contacts? It is also blamed on Wen Liang and Chen Yuting's inexperience. The two left in a timely manner, but took public transportation, and Wen Liang has worked as a general manager in the Wen group, and his identity information is not a secret at all. Wen Zhong's side had just asked someone to investigate, and in less than an hour, he found a clue, and immediately rushed to the city where Wen Liang had landed with his people. At this time, Wen Liang and Chen Yuting have already bought a good house. After all, the price of housing in small cities is cheap, and a house of more than $1 million is already very good. The two cleaned up in the past few days and added a lot of furniture. Chen Yuting looked at the slowly filling home. The obsession in her heart gradually disappeared, and she was bent on bringing her two daughters over earlier, so that the family could live a peaceful life. Wen Liang had also found a good project in the past few days, and was just waiting to get settled and start working on it. Neither of the two had realized the approaching danger at this time, having been discovered by the people sent by Wen Zhong when they went out to eat at noon today. Wen Zhong, who had gotten the news, immediately took a plane from Kyoto and rushed over, and he was ready to personally go ahead and clean up Wen Liang. What happened in Shudu City was simply a strange shame for him, and how could Wen Zhong let go of Wen Liang, the culprit, so easily? At this moment, Wen Zhong stood at the doorway, waiting for his men to get Wen Liang under control before going in. He swore that he would torture Wen Liang, otherwise it would be hard to get rid of his heart's hatred. Wen Liang's scolding and Chen Yuting's screams came from the room, but they quickly subsided. After 2 minutes, a henchman walked out and said to Wen Zhong, "Boss, it's ready." Wen Zhong sniffed and stubbed out his cigarette, his eyes walking in with ferocity. At this time in the living room, Wen Liang was tied up with his hands and feet curled up on the floor, his mouth was strangled by a hemp rope in death, and Chen Yuting was tied to the top of a chair with her hair draped over her head. Seeing Wen Zhong's arrival, Wen Liang couldn't help but struggle violently, while Chen Yuting was very afraid. When Wen Zhong came in, he kicked at Wen Liang until he had no strength left to kick himself, and then signaled one of his men to go over and check. At this point, Wen Liang had already lost consciousness, and blood was spilling out of his mouth and nose. Chen Yuting was in a rage, but being trapped tightly, she could only do some useless struggling. There was nothing she could do at all. She now regretted very much for messing with Wen Zhong, not to mention that she didn't expect that because of her impulsiveness, she would bring such serious consequences to them. But there was no use regretting it now. The only thing he was thankful for was that he and Wen Liang's child hadn't had time to bring it here yet, otherwise the consequences would have been even more serious. "Boss, flesh wound, it's fine." After checking Wen Liang's body, the henchman gave him another injection, obviously having extensive medical experience. Immediately after a basin of cool water was poured on Wen Liang's head, two big men set him up. Wen Zhong sat on the two families' newly bought sofa and signaled to loosen the rope on Wen Liang's mouth. Chapter 136. Chen Yuting repents too late. Looking at Wen Liang, who was gradually coming to his senses, Wen Zhong went up and slapped him twice, hitting the corners of Wen Liang's mouth and starting to bleed again. Then he wiped his hands on his shirt, lit a cigarette and said, "Liang, you've made Uncle Tong look for you so much. Do you know that Uncle Tong has been teared up about you these past few days?" Hearing Wen Zhong's words, Wen Liang's eyes gradually turned red. This person in front of him hadn't had much contact, and he hadn't even had the chance to get to know him before. However, the last incident had left a deep psychological shadow on him, and a big part of the reason why he and Chen Yuting were able to leave Shudu City so quickly was the fear of Wen Zhong's revenge.
When they first arrived they were worried and scared for a while and were careful in everything they did. But I didn't expect Wen Zhong to look for it in less than a month, and at this time, Wen Liang was also in a state of confusion. Just now a group of big men barged in, his own this body is not enough to see, resistance less than 30 seconds to be flattened, Letin cannot help but wonder if the stick taekwondo is not at all useless. Reluctantly looking back at Chen Yuting and realizing that apart from being tied up and not harmed, Wen Liang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and forcefully endured the pain in his body and asked. What do you want? We've already left Shudu City and we're no longer involved in the Wen Group's affairs, why are you still chasing after us? No, there are some things you can't just not do if you don't want to, Arian, I'm giving you a chance or else the consequences are worrying that you won't be able to afford them. Wen Zhong didn't just put in so much effort to get back at Wen Liang, he also had. Looking at Wen Liang so concerned about Chen Yuting, Wen Zhong could not help but laugh and walked over to pat his face with his hand before kicking him to the ground. Do you realize that if you hadn't come over that day, your woman would be lying in my bed? Saying that, he stepped on Wen Liang's face with his foot, and watching him struggle impotently, Wen Zhong felt that his body and mind got great satisfaction. Don't worry, Wen Zhong, wouldn't be so classless as to bully a woman, and she hasn't been doing me any harm. But if your woman willingly lets me sleep with her, it's hard to be an uncle and say no. Saying that, Wen Zhong went to the room where Chen Yuting was, and soon those two big men came out from inside and guarded the doorway. Coming into the house, Wen Zhong looked at Chen Yuting, who was thrown on the bed. Although she was in a sorry state, she was even more alluring. Wen Zhong walked over, helped Chen Yuting loosen the rope, pinched her pale and pretty face with his hand, carefully looked at it for a while, and said with slight appreciation. Miss Chen, do you want to follow me in the future? I don't care how many people you've been slept with before, as long as you let me sleep alone in the future, I guarantee you'll live a good life. In Wen Zhong's opinion, this woman will not reject herself, after all. They all followed him into the hotel at that time, and the adoption of Chen Yuting was just incidental, and now it is just to give Wen Liang a little pressure. Will you let Wen Liang go if I sleep with you? Chen Yuting would be surprisingly calm this time, and didn't have that kind of fuss after being let go, but calmly negotiated terms with Wen Zhong. No, you can only be a kept lover at best. Chen Yuting for the current Wen Zhong does not have a little bit of use value, only this body, skin and flesh is worth him to spend some money only. How can it be compared with Wen Liang, who has been the general manager of Wen Group? Wen Zhong's words caused Chen Yuting to be overwhelmed with sadness, her eyes were dead, when had she become so worthless? Still thinking of exchanging the rest of her life for Wen Liang's freedom, it turns out that in other people's eyes she doesn't even qualify for this. Thinking back on the first half of her life, Chen Yuting only felt that this was her own retribution. If she had waited for Wen Liang in the beginning, she would be living a good life now. Later, after marrying Wang Yu, if he had chosen to live honestly, Wen Liang was able to be less greedy when he appeared and rejected him directly, and he wouldn't have ended up not even having a home. Thinking about a month ago, it was again his own greed and unwillingness that had incurred Wen Zhong, which had led to Wen Liang being coerced at this moment. Everything was self-inflicted. At this moment Chen Yuting could no longer be described by regret. She was itching to strangle herself to death. If she wasn't still holding Wen Liang and the two children in her heart, at this moment Chen Yuting would really commit suicide. After thinking of her child and Wen Liang, Chen Yuting's dead eyes regained a bit of vigor, and she walked out of bed and knelt down in front of Wen Zhong's face and begged bitterly. Please, let Wen Liang go. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I don't want your money. I don't want to be your lover. As long as you let Wen Liang go, I'll be your dog, alright. Saying this, Chen Yuting broke down and cried, then she started to kowtow to Wen Zhong, with so much power that blood came out of her head in a few moments. Wen Zhong looked at the woman in front of him, whose spirit was obviously somewhat abnormal, and felt bored, calling his men to tie her up again. Then Wen Liang was dragged into the bedroom. Looking at Chen Yuting, who was thrown on the floor, the tears in Wen Liang's eyes slid down in big drops. He heard clearly what Chen Yuting said just now, and did not expect that she would do this for herself. Wen Liang squirmed on the ground and moved closer to Chen Yuting, trying to block her. Wen Zhong watched silently like this until Wen Liang and Chen Yuting leaned tightly together. Yoshi, I'm going to ask you one more time, really don't help me. Hearing Wen Zhong's words, Wen Liang did not answer but asked Chen Yuting. Do you blame me, schoolteacher? No offense, I'll do whatever you want from now on. Chen Yuting leaned her head against Wen Liang's embrace, her tone gentle but revealing a sense of determination. When Liang heard his lover's words, a great courage rose in his heart, and looked at Wen Zhong and said spontaneously. Wen Zhong, I won't deal with my mother, and you don't want to threaten me with Yuting, and both of us aren't afraid of death, so kill us if you have the ability. Hearing Wen Liang's words, Wen Zhong smiled blandly and walked to Wen Liang's side and said gently. Ah Liang, what do you think? How could I possibly do something that breaks the law? Although my cousin doesn't recognize you anymore, my cousin uncle still recognizes you.
Chapter 137. Stop saying Wen Liang isn't miserable enough.
After finishing his speech, Wen Zhong asked again to the henchman who had just helped Wen Liang check his body.
Lao Si, just now you said that my nephew was slightly injured, right?
Yes boss, although it looks serious, it's all superficial injuries, and it didn't cause any disability, so whoever identifies it will have minor injuries. Wen Zhong nodded his head and said, then the one who hit someone just now, step forward. Immediately, the two big men took 2 steps forward and called out to Wen Zhong as the boss, signaling that they were the ones who moved. Wen Zhong nodded his head in satisfaction, completely forgetting about his earlier bout of fierce kicking, and said to the 2 big men, if my nephew calls the police, you guys are going to jail, but I, the boss, can't treat you poorly. How about 5 million a year?
The 2 big men immediately said excitedly, many thanks, boss.
At that moment, look at Wen Liang's eyes are different, to know that minor injuries are usually 2 or 3 years, really go in, come out as more than 10 million ah. They were now hoping that Wen Liang would go out and call the police and give himself a chance to make money. After Wen Zhong finished his question, he squatted in front of Wen Liang and said, Liang, when Uncle Cousin has nothing to do, he likes to listen to a man named Zhang San on the internet explaining the law. He was talking about a case I've always been interested in, and now I want to try to see if he's telling the truth. Wen Liang no longer cared about Wen Zhong, he just glared at him fiercely. At this time, with Chen Yuting's support, he was not even afraid of death, much less afraid of what Wen Zhong said about the bull case. Zhang San was arrested for burglary and resisting arrest with violence, a situation that would legally carry a 10-year sentence, and you know how he pleaded his case. Said here, Wen Zhong simply sat cross-legged on the ground, and then lit a cigarette stuffed into Wen Liang's mouth. He also lit one, slowly smoked a mouthful and then said, I want to know the third, Zhang San is right or not. Knife, Lao Si, I heard that you two are very interested in men. I do not know if I can be Zhang San once insist on 1 hour 10 million, 2 hours 20 million, and so on the cumulative ceiling. Saying that, Wen Zhong signaled people to block Chen Yuting and Wen Liang's mouths, and Wen Liang, who was not afraid of death with a bratty face, heard Wen Zhong's words, rounded his eyes and struggled violently. And Chen Yuting began to hit the man who came over to pull her desperately at this time. The 2 people simply could not imagine that Wen Zhong would use this method. At this moment, if ice could kill, Wen Zhong would probably have been killed by them countless times. But obviously there was no use. Wen Zhong took out his cell phone, then handed it to the men around him and said, keep that woman watching, and don't hold back unless he agrees to help me in my quest for the Winchesters. After saying this, Wen Zhong went to the bedroom next to him to rest. All the way from Kyoto, this guy is now very tired. This time is just enough to take a rest. With Wen Zhong's departure, the door of the house was closed. As for what happened inside, no one knows. He waited until more than 7 o'clock in the evening, and only then did Wen Zhong, who had woken up from his sleep, lead the people to leave, and cursed at Knives and Lao Si as he left. Mud, how many pills have you guys taken to make me $40 million? Instead, a cacophony of men's laughter came from the hallway. Until Wen Zhong left for more than half an hour, Chen Yuting slowly woke up from her coma. Just now she watched Wen Liang being tortured in turn. She didn't hold on for long before she fainted in anger. He was awakened twice in the middle of the day by being splashed with water, but it didn't take long for him to pass out again. The big man who was pulling her didn't bother when he saw this and just dropped her on the ground. Chen Yuting, who woke up, immediately looked at the bed. There were bloodstains everywhere on the quilt and sheets. When Liang was lying on it, his eyes were looking at the roof of the room as if his soul had been extracted. The rope that bound the 2 of them had been untied as they walked away, and Chen Yuting immediately pounced over and took Wen Liang into her arms, sobbing hoarsely. She didn't know how to comfort Wen Liang. This kind of thing, how to comfort, is useless. At this time Chen Yuting only felt a huge terror enveloping the 2 people. She was afraid, she was really afraid. Now she was too afraid of losing the man in her arms, hugging Wen Liang, who was just like a corpse, and crying until her tears dried up, crying until she couldn't make a sound in her throat. But when Liang's eyes are still not a little bit bright, by the favorite woman witnessed himself being abused, the body and mind suffered a huge blow when Liang became a living dead. No matter how Chen Yuting shook and shouted, there wasn't the slightest reaction. Now he didn't speak, didn't actively look anywhere, like a walking corpse. Until late at night, after 2 o'clock, Chen Yuting called a basin of warm water and helped Wen Liang clean the blood on his body, wiping while choking. Now she wasn't even suicidal, fearing that if she died, such a Wen Liang wouldn't be able to live at all. The only thing that supported Chen Yuting was the fact that Wen Liang in front of her was still breathing and had the hope of coming to her senses. It was his own greed that had gotten him into trouble. To the detriment of a man who loved him so much. Greedy people will always be destroyed by their own greed. Chen Yuting has recognized this at this time, but unfortunately there is no medicine for regret in this world. What is the use of weeping bitterly and repenting? At this time, Chen Yuting's obsession in her heart was that she must take care of Wen Liang,
and she must make Wen Liang pull herself together again. Unfortunately, this time Wen Liang was not only physically harmed, but mentally harmed even more, and as to when he would be able to recover, no one could guarantee it. Wang Yu, who is far away from Shudu City, is now sleeping sweetly with his arms around Wenxin, and after he came back in the afternoon, he told Wenxin about the things that happened between him and Sweets today, and originally thought that he would be blamed by this woman. Who can think of but got her support, and also sent a video to Sun Qianyuwen, relayed this matter. The two of them actually also support. Sun Shen decided on the spot that she would go to the hospital herself tomorrow and help Wang Yu with Sweetie, but was directly rejected by Wang Yu, who was afraid that Sun Shen would go over and scare Sweetie. Or wait until tomorrow to work himself first and Sweet to talk about it, and he also want to hurry to find a way to help Zhou Tingjin to get Sumu. This thing, although not in three women said, but delayed for a long time, is also a big trouble. The two of them, Wen Hong and Wen Jia, returned to Tianan City after staying here with XAN for a while, and XAN let the two of them go to the company for internships. When Liang left, both of them are going to enter the Wen group after graduation. It is good to go inside the company to familiarize themselves with the business while there is still a vacation. Wen Wan's body is currently recovering well, but it still can't be separated from careful care, staying here in warmth, with Wang Yu by his side. He can also be the first to find out what's going on. Chapter 138 Sweetie, come to the bowl. In the morning, Wang Yu got up and ate breakfast and could not wait to rush to the hospital. His own woman is standing behind him. What does he have to be afraid of? With sparks with lightning and countless overtakes along the way, it took more than half an hour for Wang Yu to arrive at his clinic. Push open the door to go in, found that today the little nurse did not come. Suddenly some demoralization, last night to the present of that excitement. This will be gone. Idle boredom to Zhou Tingjin called over a phone. Sweet's problem was solved. When he said it clearly later, the little nurse agreed or disagreed. It was not his decision to make. After all, the choice was already in her hands. The rest is Sumu for her. Wang Yu thinks it is better to stay away from her. Not that he doesn't want to, but he doesn't dare to know that this beautiful doctor has a big appetite and wants to be alone. This kind of thing, not to mention Wang Yu will not agree. Change a normal point of the man will not agree, so it is still early to solve her good. Save a few days in the hospital out of the bad gossip, let Sun Dishing know. Zhou Tingjian answered the phone quickly. Wang Yu and the two of him talked for a long time inside the phone, analyzing Sumu's preferences and habits in detail. Then Wang Yu then searched for a master tutorial online and started to instill it in Zhou Tingjian, so that he, who is still a relationship geek, only wants to say, it makes sense when he listens. After talking until Sweets came over to work, Wang Yu hung up the phone and told Zhou Tingjian to act quickly in the next few days and start delivering the first bouquet of flowers this afternoon. The methods are old-fashioned, but they don't go out of style, or the florist would have gone out of business long ago. Just take a look at the 2 days every year, 2.14 in Tanabata, when even the square is full of flower sellers, and you will know that sending flowers to women is definitely a good way to go. Sweet today's mood seems to be up to ease a lot, although not as lively as before look, but also gave Wang Yu a smile when he came. Watching the little nurse walk inside to change her clothes, Wang Yu had the idea of rushing in to help. After all, he was ordered to ditch the girl today, so his guts must have grown. But this goods is just to think, do not yet know the choice of people's little girls, cannot rely on other people like their own, to take advantage of others. After a while, the little nurse came out after changing her clothes, and then started to clean up the clinic room, checking the things that needed to be used today, as well as the materials for treating the patients in the afternoon. Wang Yu sat there with a book in his hand pretending to look. In fact, his eyes have been following the busy figure of Sweet, until the little nurse picked up the broom ready to sweep the floor when Wang Yu could not help but open his mouth. Sugar, I haven't seen you this diligent before. What's wrong with you today? Not much, just trying to do a good job. Sweet blushed and said, usually after she came to the clinic, she would first chat with Wang Yu, then fish idly for a while, and wait until it was more than 10 o'clock before she would prepare what she would use in the afternoon. As for cleaning, the hospital had a special cleaning department, which she never did. After coming over today, Sweetie didn't know how to face Wang Yu, and her mind had been messed up, so she looked for work on her own. Alright, come here brother, Yu has something to say to you. Wang Yu waved at Sugar. Say what? I'm not going over there, I can hear it from here. Sweetness felt that today's Wang Yu was a bit dangerous and instinctively wanted to stay away from him. But made up his mind Wang Yu and how will easily let her go, although the mouth said respect Sweet's choice, but how the heart, the man knows, to the mouth of the meat can still let you fly. In the previous two experiences, he was passive. This time Wang Yu was ready to take the initiative, and Sweetness was his current target. Standing up from the chair, Wang Yu took one step at a time towards Sugar. The little nurse instinctively stepped back. Within a few steps, she was forced to the wall by Wang Yu. Immediately after that, one of Wang Yu's arms reached over, and Sweet closed her eyes nervously. Having watched too many Korean dramas, she thought she was going to be walloped by Wang Yu. wondering if she was going to kiss herself down there, and if she was going to cooperate or resist while cooperating. Sweetie, who was brainstorming the plot, didn't see that this Wonyu guy reached out not to wallop her, but to unlock the office door. It's so slow on the TV show, don't you know it's a fast-paced life now? By the time you're done walloping, saying some bullcrap, and then going up for a kiss, Mud is done for the episode. After unlocking the door of the room, Wonyu slowly stretched out an arm around Sweetie's slender waist, then brought it towards his arms, and the little nurse's soft body was pressed against his chest. A heart-stopping young girl's aura made Wonyu's heart tremble, and Sweetie, who had her eyes closed, was startled at this time. The always gentle Yu, at this moment, his actions were so direct, he didn't even ask if he was willing, nor did he say any sweet words. How did he just make a move like this? For a moment the little nurse did not know what to do and could only allow Wonyu to carry her to the desk. Wonyu sat back in his chair again, the difference was that he had a dopey little nurse sitting beside him. Can we have a nice chat now? Wonyu groped around the little nurse's waist while saying something serious. Chat about what? Sugar's mind was blank at this time, not knowing how she had somehow sat on Yu's lap. Talking about the two of us. Wonyu wanted to take advantage of the fact that the little nurse was not in her right mind this time to directly take her down. What's the matter with us? Sugar had a confused look on her face. Didn't she reject her yesterday? What else was there to say? Don't you like me and want to be with me? Wonyu went straight to the point and said something very tasteless, not even knowing to change the words, is that he likes her and wants to be with her. I do like you, but don't want to be with you. When one plan fails, another plan is born, said Wonyu's face started to come closer. Don't, your girlfriends will get mad. Sweetie was fully awake at this time, using her soft little hands to reject Wonyu's approach, but it was obvious that it didn't help. They agree, I haven't agreed yet. Sugar swallowed back the words she was about to say, the intense stimulation making her feel foggy in the head again at this point. Sugar only felt that Yu's face was too close to her, so close that she couldn't see anything clearly, only that she could no longer speak. The electrifying sensation made Sugar, who had just fallen in love, unable to figure out her state at this moment. Chapter 139 Zhou Tingjian begins to act. Until 10 minutes later, Sweetie, whose head was empty, suddenly came back to her senses and immediately stood up from Wonyu's side. At this time, the little nurse was panting and did not even dare to look at Wonyu to run into the restroom. It had been sitting there for half an hour before Sugar had calmed down a little, but her heart was still in turmoil. She did not think clearly from yesterday to now how to face the feelings between her and Wonyu, thinking of giving up, but the heart is very reluctant. Do not give up and have to face a lot of social pressure. At this time and was given such a big advantage by Wonyu, a moment did not know what to do, and even more afraid to go out to face Wonyu. In case this guy did something even more outrageous, Sweetness was afraid that she wouldn't be able to refuse at all, and she was now hiding herself like an ostrich for as long as she could. But she forgot that the guy outside wouldn't give her much time at all. Pushing open the door of the lounge and looking at Sweetie whose body was trembling a little, Wonyu could not help but sigh. Walking over to sit beside Sweetie and patting Sweetie's shoulder, Wonyu said gently. Don't think about it too much. If you can't think about something, don't think about it, I'll help you work it all out. I don't know anything, I don't know what to do, I don't know if this is right or not, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, will you stop bullying me? Sweetie told Wonyu her truest thoughts, and her soft and weak appearance attracted even more pity. It's okay if you don't know, just remember that I'll be responsible for you, and don't worry about anything else. The two sat like this for a while, and Sweetness sort of calmed down, looking earnestly at Wonyu's handsome face, reaching out her small hand to caress it. Well, let's get out, there's work to be done, and I'll take you back for dinner tonight. Saying that, he took Sweetie's hand and walked out of the lounge. After returning to the clinic, Wonyu let go of the little nurse and then took the medical materials and started to. But today this guy, as if enlightened, actually took the flowers and rushed straight to his place of work. Sumu, who was still thinking about how to take down Wonyu, would not know what to do. The words of refusal had just been said, but it obviously did not work. I don't know when his skin got so thick, he didn't say a word after he said it himself, he just blushed and stood there. This situation, even Sumu's high intelligence did not know how to solve it, just now called Nan to come over to collect the people, but was rejected by the other party, letting her take care of it herself. Is it necessary to notify Uncle Zhou to come over to collect his son? Thinking of this, Sumu shook his head, or forget about the young people's affairs, or their own solution. Timothy soared, forget about the library, let's have lunch together at noon, there's something I need to tell you. Saying that, he waved his hand to signal him to leave. Seeing that Sumu accepted his invitation, Zhou Tingjin was very happy, although it wasn't to go to the library as he said, but going to dinner was also possible. At that moment, Zhou Tingjian put the flowers, turned around and left, all the way to the dragon's footsteps, not at all the nervousness and shyness just now. Sumu pressed his temples, feeling some headache. He pursued Wang Yu. Zhou Tingjian pursued himself, so messy and troublesome. Thought for a while, then called the number to start working, and then do not work, this morning's task will not be completed. Not everyone has Wang Yu like the speed of seeing patients. Zhou Tingjian called Wang Yu over after he left and told him what had just happened. Wang Yu heard that Zhou Tingjian actually asked someone to go to the library to read a book in the middle of the day, and was immediately shocked. What kind of brain can think of going to that kind of place? Knowing that libraries have to lower their voices to even say a word, and that there are even more people in them, you can have a friggin' relationship by going there on a date. At that moment, he also seriously gave Zhou Tingjian a popularized look at the advantages and disadvantages of many places, so that when he was fine, he himself also looked up the material on the internet, to improve some of the knowledge in the pursuit of girls. The two chatted for 10 minutes before ending the call, and Sugar listened clearly from the side, and the fire of gossip burned brightly at that moment. Brother you, which handsome guy is courting Dr. Su? Is it from our hospital? No, it's Sumu's childhood friend who grew up together, came over yesterday, but you left first and didn't see it. Saying that, Wang Yu wanted to reach out and touch the little nurse's head. Chapter 140. Don't guess what's in a girl's mind. Seeing Wang Yu's outstretched hand, Sweetie was startled and immediately ran away. She still had lingering memories of what had just happened. Moreover, the door of the clinic was still open. If she was caught and bullied by Wang Yu again, she wouldn't know how to meet people. You don't, wait until after work and then I'll let you bully me, okay? What are you thinking? How could I bully you? Retracting his hand, Wang Yu said with some helplessness, did he really scare the little nurse? Liar. Wang Yu's words weren't the least bit convincing, and Sweetie didn't believe him at all. Looking at Sweetie, who was hiding far away, Wang Yu was also a bit speechless. When was he so easily untrusted? You tell me, don't. What happened to Dr. Su and her childhood friend? Sugar ran off and then proceeded to ask for gossip. Wang Yu smiled slightly, then proceeded to tell Sweetie what happened yesterday, and by the way, told Sweetie his thoughts as well. The little nurse found it interesting immediately after hearing it, and couldn't help but ask at that moment. So this Zhou Tingjian has started courting Dr. Su now, and the one who came up with the idea was you, brother you, right? Yeah. Did you come up with this idea to get rid of Dr. Su? Aha. Dr. Su is so pretty and has such a good body, why don't you like her, you? A woman's focus has always been different from a man's, and Sweetie's question Wang Yu didn't know how to answer. Speaking of conscience, did he really not want to eat a beautiful doctor like Sumu who had been sent to his door? Not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. Sometimes provoked a woman who should not be provoked is very troublesome. Sumu is not like Sweet. As long as they do not start a fire in the backyard, Sweet themselves and willing, will not cause any problems at all. Even if the Sun brothers knew about it, they wouldn't say anything. After all, their own asses weren't clean, and Sun Qian had also expressed her support, which wouldn't have any impact on Wang Yu's life at all. But Sumu is not the same. Suning, that old fox, only has such a daughter. If he knows that he and his baby daughter is not clear together, may cause a big problem. This is not something that can be explained away by saying that Wang Yu and Sumu are in love with each other. Sweets, there are a lot of beautiful women, I can't see one and like one. No, don't think too much. Wang Yu thought for a moment and explained. Oh, you has a point, but I still think that Dr. Su is so beautiful that you must have a heartbeat, you. Sweet Jedi. Wang Yu was right, but she still trusted her instincts. Alright, let's not talk about this, you'd better help me think about how to help Zhou Tingjian pursue Sumu. Wang Yu didn't want to talk about the topic about himself and Sumu. I don't know about that, I haven't been in a relationship in my entire life. Sugar was just a bit of a gossip, but she couldn't think of any good ideas for a while when she was asked to come up with them. The two of them chatted with other, and before long it was time to eat. Wang Yu took Sugar a piece to the cafeteria. The two seemed to go back to the old days. The little nurse chirped along the way looking happy. Wang Yu smiled and followed behind. Sumu, who was off work at this time, had already arrived at a very atmospheric restaurant with Zhou Tingjian. After ordering a set meal, Sumu started to eat. Zhou Tingjian saw that Sumu didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say by opening his mouth. He also followed and ate. Waiting until the meal is almost eaten, Sumu to say words are also organized almost, put down the chopsticks to Zhou Tingjian said. Timothy Sword, I know that you've liked me for a long time, and I'm aware of your feelings for me, and have thought about the two of us before. Said here. Sumu paused. After all, the next words were a bit hurtful. She thought about how to say it euphemistically. Zhou Tingjian didn't feel anything when he heard Sumu's words. After all, the matter that he liked Sister Mumu was interrogated by his own sister very early on. With the relationship between the two of them, it was normal to know this. and at that moment, they looked up at Sumu waiting for her next words. Timothy soared. After I thought about it before, it was clear that I wouldn't fall for you. I just thought of you as a neighboring brother, and that's still what I want to say to you now, so it's better if you don't waste your time on me. Sumu's words were a bit direct, as she didn't know how to express them euphemistically and simply said what was on her mind. Hearing Sister Mumu's words, Zhou Tingjian was a little lost, but wasn't frustrated because these reactions of Sumu's Wan Yu had already told him in the morning the way to deal with them. You can't give up on pursuing a girl just because she rejects you once, you have to stick with it. If you give up now, then you won't have a chance. Be persistent, just in case you agree next time it doesn't work, there's the next time, and the next, and there's a chance anyway if you don't give up. Zhou Tingjian felt that Wang Yu was right and was prepared for a protracted battle. His military career had made him very patient. Sister Mumu, I know it's because we're too familiar that you don't have any feelings for me, but that's fine, I just want to pursue you, and I'm not thinking of getting you to agree right away. But I'm sure you'll like me too after we've been in contact for a long time. Who gave you the confidence that I would like you? When did Zhou Tingjian become so thick-skinned that he didn't react at all when I rejected him so obviously? Timing sword, really don't waste your time on me, why don't sister introduce you to a girl? Thinking of this, Sumu immediately had a suitable candidate. She wanted to introduce the little nurse beside Wang Yu to Zhou Tingjian. If it really came true, it would be a 2-for-1 thing. He was able to get rid of Zhou Tingjian's entanglement, and Zhou Tingjian was able to find a girlfriend. As for the future, it doesn't matter if it came true or not, the key is that he was able to free himself from it. Moreover, that little nurse was being pursued by Zhou Tingjian, so Wang Yu wouldn't be able to eat the grass on the edge of the nest, and his own chances could increase greatly. This would allow him to take Wang Yu as soon as possible, and afterward find a way to snatch Wang Yu from those women, so that he could only be with himself in the future. Thinking this way, Sumu felt that this idea of his was good, and immediately began to introduce sweetness to Zhou Tingjian. Complimenting sugar like there were few in heaven and none on earth, she had completely forgotten how sugar had provoked her yesterday. Zhou Tingjian now only felt inexplicable. He was pursuing Sister Mumu, how come in turn she wanted to introduce her girlfriend to him? And also, the more you say the more energized, this Wang Yu did not give himself to say I want to do, what should I do? The two spoke for more than an hour in the restaurant until it was almost time for Sumu to go to work, and only then did he let go of the bewildered Zhou Tingjian. Walking out of the restaurant and watching Sumu leave, this guy immediately gave Wang Yu a report on the situation, and in the meantime asked what to do next. Chapter 141 Wang Yu's Concerns. Wang Yu, who was just getting ready to work, didn't know what to say for a moment after listening to. At that moment, Wang Yu told Zhou Tingjian not to care about what Sumu said, and proceeded to send flowers, proceeded to date, and went to Sumu when he had nothing else to do, brushing his presence around her. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu began the work of the day, and Sweetie didn't participate in Wang Yu's actions, not yet knowing that Sumu wanted to sell himself at noon. After working until 4 in the afternoon and sending off the last customer, Wang Yu and Sweetie were idle. The little nurse will go or not go or not, very torn. After all, in a while Wang Yu was going to take her to the cozy place for dinner. This kind of thing didn't even cross Sweetie's mind. All she could think about in her simple mind was that she liked you, and you liked her, so the two of them could be together. As for the other things, it was completely out of her expectation, this situation of being taken by her boyfriend to meet his girlfriend. What to do? Would she be bullied and abused? Looking at the appearance of the little nurse, Wang Yu also knows her worry. When the heart carefully comforted some, then pulled Sweet off work. Walking out of the door of the hospital, Wang Yu saw Zhou Tingjian took another bouquet of flowers and came over. For the perseverance of this brother, Wang Yu was still very supportive, and at that moment gave him a cheering gesture. Seeing Wang Yu's support, Zhou Tingjian was even more motivated, and at that moment, he nodded gratefully and went to find Sumu with his head held high. Wang Yu brought Sweetie directly to the cozy home, and when he came to the door, Sweetie was scared to death. Wang Yu softly soothed at the door for a long time, but obviously nothing worked. The little nurse shook her little head, just not willing to go in. At that moment, Wang Yu directly pulled her hand, opened the door, and gave a hand to drag in. When Xin and Wan heard the sound of the door opening and saw Wang Yu pulling a small and delicate little girl in. The little girl lowered her head and did not dare to raise her head, while Wan rolled her eyes and waved her little fist at Wang Yu, then went back to her house. When Xin looked at the ostrich like sugar, and instantly felt amused, was she so intimidating? At that moment, walked over, pulled over the Sweet hand, brought her to the sofa, was holding the hand of Sweet, body stiff, a move, do not dare to move a bit. She didn't know what would happen to her next, and always felt that she had been fooled by Wang Yu today. Your name is Sugar, right? Warmth's tone was gentle, without a hint of blame. Aha! The little nurse nodded obediently. How old is this year? 22. He was actually so much older than her, and immediately turned his head and glared at Wang Yu, and then gently stroked Sweetie's back, feeling that the little girl had really suffered a great loss by following Wang Yu so much, and he didn't know how this guy had cheated people. Sis, I didn't know you had a girlfriend. By the time I found out, I already liked you. Sugar was still trying to explain something, but didn't know how to go on even after saying it. Well, it's okay, don't think so much, sister won't blame you, wait for a while and you'll be clear, this guy can't really do with less women. Said Cozy even sighed and wondered if she had made the right decision or not. But it's all come to this point, she definitely won't leave Wang Yu, even if not for the sake of the child in her belly, she still has to think about her looks. How long can a woman be pretty, but with Wang Yu, she can be pretty all the time, and what woman can refuse this attraction? Let's eat together later, and I'll introduce you to my other two sisters sometime. When Xin also has no experience in this area of communication, before in Sun-Shin exchange, both women are very sensible, while Yawin is not their own ideas, as long as they can keep by Wang Yu she is satisfied. Now this little girl, she seemed so innocent that she wouldn't have anything to do with getting alone. After seeing it today, it was also a peace of mind, she was really afraid that Wang Yu had brought back a girl with a very heavy heart. Going out to eat later, or eating at home? Watching the two chatting for a while, Wang Yu timely interjected and asked. Eat at home, I had the restaurant deliver some extra, there's no need to go out. Winsome asked after she finished speaking and then turned to Sugar. Is there anything to avoid? No. Sugar said, shaking her little head. At this time all three of them didn't know what to talk about, Sweetness didn't dare to speak, Warmth didn't know what to say, and although Wang Yu was thick-skinned, he was embarrassed to show too much intimacy to either of the two women at this time. The atmosphere in the living room was suddenly a bit awkward, and when Wan, who was peeking in the bedroom, couldn't help but push the door and walk out. Said, when Xion's words gave Wang Yu a wake-up call, he hadn't really thought about how to tell Sweetie's mother about this. At the moment, he thought it would be better if he didn't eat Sugar out of the palm of his hand just yet, and if Sugar's mother didn't approve, he still had to be careful about the relationship. Chapter 142 The When Brothers Come to the Door. During dinner, when Wan pulled Sweetie out with her, which would have calmed the little nurse down a lot. I don't know what when Wan, the little girl, said to her, since coming out Sweetie had her head down and didn't dare to look at Wang Yu. After eating the meal cozy, when Wan and Sweet went to Wan's room together and didn't come out until it was time to go to bed. Wang Yu had to sleep alone with his pillow, used to sleeping with a woman in his arms every night, he slept uneasily, always feeling that something was missing around him. Wang Yu woke up early the next morning, resting today, and through the window he could see that it was windy and sunny outside, with a clear sky. The warm sunlight poured into the house through the window, and Wang Yu's mood was instantly much better. Although one person slept alone last night, there are still long days ahead, aren't there? Maybe 4 people together before too long. Thinking of this, the bastard couldn't help but laugh lustfully a few times, after which he immediately got up and was ready to perform well and make a breakfast himself. Although the level is limited, it is a piece of your own heart, isn't it? When the 3 women got up, they saw that in addition to the meals that Sky Street Eatery had sent to Wan, there were also a few fried eggs, hard-boiled eggs, and 4 bowls of poached eggs on the table. Wang Yu saw their gaze could not help but redden his face, when the excitement of running into the kitchen after the left hand holding a knife, the right hand holding a rolling pin, fought for half a day before realizing that, in addition to the eggs, they do not know how to do anything. After having no choice, I put down my weapon, took a dozen eggs out of the fridge and did my best to get 3 of the most basic ways to cook eggs. So many eggs, is this trying to give us cholesterol? Wan didn't give her Uncle Wan face to directly accuse. No, I'm just trying to make a breakfast, but that's all I'm going to do. Wang Yu felt humiliated. Come on, it's okay to eat once. When Xin saw Wang Yu's embarrassment and pulled Sweetie to sit on the dining table, took a hard-boiled egg and started peeling the shell. Seeing that Warmth was so facetious, Wang Yu immediately went over to help and spent 5 minutes shelling several eggs. However, the 3 women ate 1 each, the rest of those did not move. After all, it is easy to eat too much of this stuff stuffed. Wang Yu is not polite, directly swept away each, as for the eggs and omelette are given to eat up. After breakfast Wan consciously began to clean up, these used to be done by Wang Yu, but since the little girl came, he was not allowed to do it either. And Wang Yu had thought of taking Sweetie out to do some shopping and then pay a visit to her home. But the 3 women decided to go out shopping together and went out shopping, leaving Wang Yu alone. With nothing to do, he was lying at home, waiting for noon to call up Sunxian and Yawin to go out for dinner. Plopped down on the sofa was swiping his cell phone, heard a knock on the door. Could it be Chanxian and Yawin came over early? Thinking this way, he rushed over to open the door, just opened the door to see three men standing in the doorway, suits and dresses extraordinary. One of them looked a little familiar, is to forget where I have seen. Who are you looking for? Won Yu asked politely after sizing it up. The opposite three people also sized up Won Yu. The skin is really good, people also look quite spiritual, properly a white boy. But if they had seen Won Yu a few months ago they wouldn't have thought so. At that time Won Yu's skin was rough and a little bit dark, although he could be considered a big handsome man, but he certainly couldn't be described as a white boy. And since he had practiced the Yellow Emperor's internal canon, not only had his physical fitness improved greatly, his skin had become fairer and fairer, but his whole temperament had also improved greatly. Currently looking properly extremely handsome, otherwise it wouldn't have made it more and more difficult for Sumu and Sweetie to hold themselves against him. Men like pretty women, and that woman surely likes handsome little brothers. You're Won Yu? The little white boy that Winsome's chartered. The leading man looked at the man in front of him, his tone was nonchalant. Hearing his words, Won Yu's fire went straight up. I've never spent a dime on a warm person. Which one of your eyes saw me as a white boy? This good's immediately ready to drive people for this door to find fault. Won Yu is not polite, but he has not yet begun to act. The leading brother below a sentence let him stop the action. I'm Cozy's cousin, came by to see her about something. Relatives? Won Yu so thought let a few people came to the house inside, after all, is the warm relatives, their own as her man first endure a wave, as to give their own women a face. After a few people sat down, he also politely made tea, but the three men obviously didn't have much goodwill towards him, and when they saw that this guy even took the initiative to pour tea after being scolded for being a little white boy, they despised Won Yu even more in their hearts. After sitting down and sipping tea without saying a word, he surveyed the house. The more he looked at it, the more his eyebrows frowned. To live in this kind of house with Warmth's stature, it was really a disgrace to the Winchesters. Looking at the scene somewhat awkward, Won Yu could not help but ask. I wonder what the three of you call yourselves. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Big Brother Wen didn't bother with him and signaled Wen Zhong to come forward to explain. After Wen Zhong received his big brother's gesture, he briefly introduced the relationship between his three brothers and Warmth, and this guy still didn't know that what happened between him and Wen Liang that day had all been live streamed to Wang Yu. Wenjiu, Cozy's cousin. Wendell. Wine's cousin. Wen Zhong. Wen Xian's cousin. The first two names Wang Yu heard nothing. When the introduction of his own, Wen Zhong realized that the eyes Wang Yu saw were obviously a bit evasive and fearful. Thought it was because the bastard was scared after knowing the identity of the three brothers. But over his guess was right, Wang Yu was indeed a bit afraid of him. After hearing Wen Zhong's name, he realized why he felt that this guy looked familiar just now. It turned out that he was Wen Zhong, the kindly man who had sprawled on the bed that night, and almost didn't recognize him with his clothes on. Thinking about Wen Zhong's perverted preference, Wang Yu felt a hard feeling in his stomach. After making the introductions, Wang Yu had more or less guessed a little bit about the purpose of the Wen family's few people coming over. The probability was for money. Although Cozy hadn't said these things to them, Wang Yu still knew more or less. However, this is Xian's family matter. Wang Yu is not good to say anything, say more to make it look like he is coveting Xian's property. When the Wen brothers came, they had already investigated Wang Yu to the bottom. Even the matter of him being green by Wen Liang knew. The only thing that was a bit different was how he and Xian knew each other. It was thought that Xinshin had befriended Wang Yu when he helped his father go to the hospital to deliver Viva Grass to the Yang family. Chapter 143 Money Moves the Heart. After the investigation, it was also discovered that Wang Yu was not the one who intentionally approached Warmth because of Wen Liang and Chen Yuting's relationship. The fact that the two of them knew each other could only be described as a coincidence, and as for what happened with the next hair, it was understandable. As Wen Liang's rightful mother, knowing what he did, plus his relationship with Wang Yu, it's easy to understand why she swept Wen Liang off his feet. But the bastard actually got Cozy pregnant with his child, so it doesn't matter what kind of bull grudge he has against Wen Liang. When Wen Zhong went out on this trip and brought back the news that Wen Xian had a boyfriend and was pregnant, these people in the second house of the Wen family couldn't sit still. But because he didn't see it with his own eyes, he only heard it from Chen Yuting, and when he asked Wen Liang afterward, the guy didn't answer at all. Such important news brought the three brothers together today just to confirm it with their own eyes. After all, no one would give their own property to outsiders. In the past, Warmth was alone. The entire Wen family only dealt with their own family. When she retired, the Wen group in Tianan City would naturally come into their hands. Wen Xian is not afraid even if she holds the most shares. As long as she lets someone from her own family enter Wen's group to take power, a lot of things will be easy to do. Warmth, really bad for your child? Wen Yu asked with a cold voice. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Wang Yu didn't feel his cousin's concern for his cousin and returned with a slight frown. Well, pregnant with twins, 2 sons. Wang Yu had always been very happy about this matter. After all, when Xin had conceived these 2 children of his, he himself had not yet obtained the sending son's avatar, and was purely conceived naturally. After hearing Wang Yu's reply, the faces of the several brothers were a little different, looking at Wang Yu as if they had seen their father's murderer. The coldness Wang Yu could clearly feel. Mud. This is to think that my son is the one who will fight for the property by virtue of the child. I am a big man, I will do this kind of thing? Thinking of this, Wang Yu felt that he should give some assurance to the 3 of them, stating that he would definitely not spend Warmth's money, and that he wouldn't think of trying to fight his way over to the Wen's group. After all, those things were reserved for his 2 sons, how could an old man rob his son? When the son grows up and wants to honor himself with something, that's a different story. Bravo! After holding back for half a day when Xiao said these 3 words, the other 2 brothers could feel the anger in their big brother's heart at the moment. Originally thought that the thing that was 9 out of 10 was picked by this bastard. Now even if you get Wang Yu dead, it's useless, this little white boy is no longer important, what's important is the child in Xin's stomach. However, when Xiao didn't plan to let Wang Yu off the hook for so long, his own family's plans were ruined in this guy's hands. If it wasn't for him, how could one Xin get pregnant? No, we must abolish this bastard first, otherwise even if we get rid of the child in Cozy's stomach, there's no guarantee that the 2 won't want another one. When Lax slightly closed his eyes and thought for a long time, as if he had made some important decision. Said to Wang Yu, "You'd better stay away from Cozy." After saying that, he took his 2 brothers and left, not wanting to be here anymore until after the exact news. After all, even if he waited until Cozy came back, what could he do? Could he still take action against her himself? He was only a cousin, there were some things he was not fit to do. But in his heart, he had already sentenced a death sentence for the child in Cozy's belly, since it hadn't been born yet. As for Wang Yu, when you simply did not put on the heart, adjust up a little famous doctor only, casually use some means can let him evaporate. Looking at the 3 people who left, Wang Yu still didn't know their sinister thoughts, he just felt that they knew about the fact that he had several girlfriends. As a Cozy relative, such a reaction is reasonable, at least if Chun Mei was pregnant and his husband had other women outside, Wang Yu would not have let it go, or at least he would have thrashed him. Thinking of this, Wang Yu could not help but frown. Could these guys just leave like this? Would they be unfavorable to Warmth? Hey! Her things are generally not to themselves, the 2 together to say the most is Cozy mother, as for other relatives it did not mention. Hey! It's quite a tangle, but if these 3 guys really had anything on their women, it wouldn't be a Cozy family affair. After leaving the Wen family's 3 brothers sat in the car, none of them spoke. The one who drove was Wen Zhong. This time he came over just to confirm the news, so he didn't bring his men either. Big brother, what's next? After a moment of silence, Wendell couldn't help but speak. That little white boy, Lao San, you find someone to waste him. As for Warmth, wait to go back and plan well, although it is a private daughter, but in the end, it is the eldest uncle's daughter, dealing with her must not be found out. Don't worry big brother, that little white boy interests me a lot. I think that instead of scrapping him, we should buy him off, that way it'll be easier for us to deal with Cozy. Thinking of Wang Yu's handsome looks and robust body, Wen Zhong was truly moved, and could not bear to let this person be wasted. It would be better to let him follow him, so that he wouldn't waste that good skin. As for whether Wang Yu was willing or not, he didn't even think about it. After arresting him, there were ways to clean him up. Lao San, you just need to fix Wang Yu. I don't care about the specific method, it's better to be able to take in. When the time comes, you can use him to drug Cozy, and when things break out, it has nothing to do with us, and even if the people from the big house know about it, they won't be able to find out about us. Saying so, when you suddenly felt that it would be better to waste Wang Yu than to make good use of him. After all, if something really happened to Xin in the end, this guy would be a good backstabber. When the 3 brothers of the Wen family discussed how to deal with Xinxin and Wang Yu, Xinxin took Sweetie and had already bought gifts to visit Sweetie's house. Last night, thanks to Wenwan's joining in, a few people talked for a long time and said a lot of things. When Xin was also becoming more and more fond of this girl, Sweetie, especially since she accompanied Wang Yu every day and knew all about him. She wants Sugar to develop positively her own little spy, keeping an eye on Wang Yu's contact with other women. When they came across any that had designs on Wang Yu, the few of them would have to investigate properly. Arriving at Sweetie's home, Warmth and Sweetie's mom, Mu Zhenjin, casually chatted, able to tell that Mu Zhenjin was still very happy to see her daughter bring a friend back. Sister, you have such nice skin, how old are you? Mu Zhenjin looked at Xin and asked enviously. Sister Mu, I'm 45 this year. Oh, it's 45. Wait a minute, I heard you right. The smile on Mu Jinjin's face froze for a moment as she carefully surveyed Warmth. Really 45? Yeah, auntie, my mom is really 45. Wan said playfully when she saw Mu Jinjin's appearance. Chapter 144 Mu Jinjin's Envy. Mu Jinjin couldn't believe that Xin was 45 years old, knowing that she was only 2 years older than Xin. But the comparison of the two people together, it feels like they are at least 20 years older, and when she heard Wan call Warm mother, Mu Jinjin was completely messed up. For the rest of the conversation, Mu Jinjin looked a little distracted. Women, no matter how old they are very concerned about their looks. Mu Jinjin was also an uncompromisingly beautiful woman when she was young, and even though she was now 47 years old and had wrinkles on her face, she was still very pretty in comparison to her peers. But after knowing the age of the cozy, she did not even have the idea of comparison. Completely unable to compare, this woman in front of her called her sister even if she stood with her own daughter, looked not much difference. Sister Wan, I'm sorry, I just can't believe how well maintained you are at your age. When Xin did not have much of a reaction to Mu Jinjin's transformation, after all, she knew by heart how she had become so young. Sister Mu is also very pretty now, it doesn't look like she's in her 40s at all. The two women started to boast to each other commercially in this way, but Mu Jinjin said what was in her heart. And cozy, as the chairman of a large group, this kind of courtesy wasn't at his fingertips. A few people chatted for a while, feeling that the time was almost up, they excused themselves and left. Sweets had thought of leaving together, but Warmth signaled her to stay at home with her mother, so she had to stay. When she had sent Warmth and Wan away, Sweetie's mom pulled her own daughter into the house and started asking questions. Daughter, how did you meet them, and why didn't you come home last night? Sweetness was a little shy when she heard her mother's question. Although she didn't sleep in the same bed with Wanyu last night, she still slept in his house after all. Last night I was a guest at Sister Wen's house and chatted long enough to fall asleep there. As for how they met, Sugar didn't say. She didn't know how she would explain this to her mother. Thinking about her father's departure, Sweetie didn't dare to tell her mother about her and Wanyu, and lowered her head without knowing what she was thinking. Watching her own daughter inexplicably redden her face, her head not daring to lift up, as a mother she immediately noticed the change in Sweetness. Sugar, are you in love? Aha! Sugar didn't hide anything about this, after all, she was old enough to be in a relationship. Daughter, can you tell Mom what's going on? You can't hide things in your heart since you were a kid, and that Ms. Wen just met her, right? Mu Jinjin knows her own daughter better than Sweetie knows herself, and looking at her like this, she knows that there is definitely something going on with Xin coming here today. Who else would somehow come to a little girl's house with a gift and talk to the other girl's mother for so long? Knowing Xin's age, and Sweetie admitting that she is in love, coupled with last night's night out, Mu Jinjin's first thought was whether her daughter's boyfriend would be Xin's junior. This explains the other party to bring gifts to visit themselves, but for Sweetie's boyfriend did not come over this matter. Mu Jinjin is still a little uncomfortable. Let their own family members to come out. It is evident that this kid is not much of a bearer. As for why her daughter chose such a boyfriend, Mu Jinjin was not sure, and immediately launched into a cross-examination. Faced with her mother's words, Sweetie was nervous and bad. She didn't know if she would stop her from being with Wanyu if she told everything. But this kind of thing can't be left unsaid, even if it's hidden now. Can it be hidden for the rest of his life? At that moment, Sweets gathered enough courage and felt that it was better to honestly talk about herself and Wanyu. As for what her mother thought, it was not something she could care about. If his mother stops him from being with Wanyu, didn't you say that he would be relieved, so let you figure it out when the time comes. Thinking of this, Sweetness raised her head and looked at Mu Jinjin and said, Mom, do you remember Dr. Wang who saved me some time ago and helped us with medical care, renting an apartment and giving me money? Well, remember the young man was very nice and polite to me. He wasn't a colleague of yours at the hospital? Mu Jinjin had a very good impression of Wanyu and thought at the time that she would be relieved if her daughter could be with him. He's my boyfriend, I confessed to him the day before yesterday. Sweets blushed again when she said that, thinking of the image of herself being bullied by Wanyu, but this would feel very happy. Really? Mu Jin was a bit incredulous. Her own daughter was very timid. If she didn't particularly like the other person, she definitely wouldn't take the initiative to confess. Some time ago there would always be an inexplicable call to not make dinner, and when she got off work, she would pack some meals and come back. But after asking, Sugar said she bought it from the hospital cafeteria and didn't finish it. Now imagine if that girl was with someone at that time. How long have you known each other? Mu Jinjin then asked. Known each other for months. Sugar broke her little hand to do the math, and it felt like she'd known you for a long time. What does that Dr. Wang do at your hospital? How much does he make a month? Mother-in-law commonality, the most concerned about the future son-in-law's job and income is still how good can make their daughters married to a good life. Brother Yu is the most powerful doctor in our hospital. I'm not sure how much he earns, but when he was in Maria Hospital, President Han gave him $10 million a year, with a commission every month. At that time I remember it was nearly $7 million. Sweets thought carefully for a while and recalled how she looked when she heard Wang Yu's salary and couldn't help but show a smile. Well, then, wouldn't he be earning nearly $100 million a year? Sweet answer scared Mu Xinjin. His impression: Wang Yu so young doctor, even if the ability is good, a month's salary will not exceed $30,000. This has made her very satisfied. After all, the doctor is the older the more popular, and $30,000 a month is already a lot. Their daughters married to it will be able to live a good life. But what she didn't expect was that Dr. Wang, the one who saved her life, was actually so powerful that she couldn't spend all the money she made in a year for the rest of her life. Sugar, you start at the beginning for mommy and tell her how you met and fell in love. Mu Xinjin felt that she had to consider this matter carefully. After all, her experiences in her youth had given her a natural distrust of such highly valued men. Seeing her mother's serious expression, Sweetie was a little nervous, but she still organized her words and started to tell her mother the story of herself and Wang Yu. Chapter 145: Mother-Daughter Dialogues. You and I met more than 4 months ago when I was still working as a junior nurse in the pediatric department of Maria Hospital, and the head nurse suddenly approached me one day, saying that she was asking me to work as a full-time nurse for one of the new specialists. At that time, I was still very afraid. After all, those specialists in the hospital have a bad temper. I have a few good friends have been scolded by them to cry, but the salary of a full-time nurse to be a little higher. I thought to put up with more money is good. At that time, I agreed. I waited until the next day and went to the gynecologist's office early, thinking that this specialist would be an older aunt, and wondering what the temperament would be like, and if I was in menopause, I'd be screwed. I waited all morning for someone to come and thought I wouldn't be coming today. Then I went back to my old section. When it was almost time to go to work in the afternoon, the hospital's director soon notified me to go over to work, and when I went over I saw you standing in the clinic. You was young and good-tempered, and we chatted for a while before getting down to business, and there were a lot of patients. Sugar became convinced that the person who was going to take the paternity test was Wang Yu and his ex-wife's child. Girl, you're still unsure of mommy. Mu Xinjin pretended to be a little angry. Being distrusted by her own daughter made her a little uncomfortable. No mom, this is something I guessed. It was only confirmed yesterday, not many people know about it. Sugar explained earnestly as she took her own mother's hand. Go ahead, mom's sure to keep it a secret. Mu Xinjin was also a bit curious as to what had made her daughter so serious. Mom, you used to be married, he just got divorced. When she said this, Mu Xinjin's face changed a little. She was still very mindful of divorced men. Mom, just hear me out. Seeing her mother's face change, Sugar hurriedly explained. It's not really Yu's fault that he got divorced because the baby her wife had wasn't his. Then Sweetie told her about the paternity test that Wang Yu had commissioned her to do, and also about how shocked she was when she saw the report. Even Wang Yu could not guess that he had only asked Sweetie to help give Chen Shusheng and Chen Yuting a paternity test, but the little girl had put this matter on her head. Although it was true that Sugar had guessed the right answer, this matter was not what Sugar thought it was. That can't really be blamed on him. Mu Xinjin heard, but also some incredible, as a man, encountered this kind of thing if not divorced is strange. At the moment on Wang Yu divorced man's identity is not so mindful. Seeing the change in her mother, Sweetness continued to start talking about it until she talked about the hospital dismissing Wang Yu and criticizing him with a hospital-wide notice, and the little girl was furious. But she had shed a lot of tears, and if Wang Yu hadn't taken her in she probably would have gone and quit because of it. Why did he get fired? Mu Xinjin asked curiously. It's not because of that. What's his name? When Liang, Yu's ex-wife, is now his girlfriend and he's getting back at you. The matter of Wang Yu violently beating Wen Liang in the dean's room was spreading fast in Maria Hospital during that time, and Sweet's head was a gossip enthusiast who had gathered a lot of information. Add to that the fact that later, Dean Han defected and rolled up a third of the doctors and nurses at Maria Hospital, and Sugar heard even more gossip. Wen Liang's identity was also raked over the coals, and even the fact that Dean Han took Wen Liang's money to compensate for his dismissal of Wang Yu was also told by Sun Dishing. For these Wang Yu did not know. After all, in the hospital in addition to Sweet and he communicated the most is Sumu. And Sumu knows more about Wang Yu than anyone else, much less would he be stupid enough to talk to Wang Yu about these things. The result is that most of the people in the hospital know that Wang Yu founded Shuguang Hospital after he was fired for assaulting the chairman of Maria Hospital, and joined forces with President Han to completely cripple Maria Hospital. After listening to Sweetie's explanation, Mu Xinjin also sighed a little. At that time, she and her daughter were not driven away, but abandoned. The husband who betrayed then, forced himself to divorce him for the mistress who gave him a son. In addition to leaving a set of house, took all the money away. Think of all these years to bring up Sweet alone. Moojinjin feel a pang of hardness in the heart. After hearing what Sweetie told her about Wang Yu's divorce, Moojinjin now has a big crush on him. Sugar, are you still a full-time nurse at Dr. Wang's? Moojinjin asked after a moment of emotion. Yes, you pays me $50,000 a month, which is more than the head nurse at our hospital. Sugar was so happy to mention this because the job with less work and more money was something she really loved, and the fact that she could still be with her favorite person every day made it even more worthwhile to be happy. 50,000. Moojinjin was shocked when she heard that this daughter of her own is in love or has been adopted. Looking at Sweetie's playful little look, Moojinjin felt that this girl must have something to hide from herself. Yeah mom, we're going to get richer and richer from now on, am I awesome? Sugar doesn't realize what it takes for a young girl just starting out to earn $50,000 a month. Let's not talk about ability, after all, there are so many people with ability, how many of them are able to earn $50,000 a month in their early 20s? Sweetie, you and that Dr. Wang, did you have sex? Moojinjin's face was stern, she felt that her daughter was deceived by that brat, even if the experiences that Sweetie said just now were true, it didn't mean that Wang Yu didn't have the idea of deceiving Sweetie. Mom, no? Sugar was very shy when she heard her mother's words, but when she thought about herself and Yu, apart from a billion points of intimacy, nothing of that sort had happened, she was instantly less nervous. Not lying to me? Moojinjin some do not believe that their daughter so beautiful and lovely, that guy is to send money, and is arranged for work, so long actually tolerate, this kind of man in the world? Chapter 146 Chen Shuxing's appointment. When Sugar was interrogated by her mother at home, warmth, and when Wan also returned home, and Sun Qianyuan also rushed over at this time. A couple of women have been coming into close contact lately and are now getting along pretty well. Eating and chatting together and whatnot is also very casual, for the arrival of the three brothers of the Wen family, Wang Yu and Xin mentioned a few sentences, after that see her face is very wrong, also did not continue to chat. There are some things that when others don't want to say, Wang Yu won't get to the bottom of it, and when she wants to say it, he will just be a listener again. In the afternoon, Wang Yu was called out by Chen Shusheng, for this former old husband, he now had neither any ill feelings nor much good feelings, after all, this guy really wasn't much good to him in the previous years. Arriving at the Chen family's company, Chen Shusheng's secretary was waiting for him at the door, looking at the young girl in front of him who was at most 25 years old, Wang Yu could not help but sigh at how much old Chen had really changed now. Arriving at the chairman's office, Chen Shusheng was receiving this customer, and seeing Wang Yu come over, he immediately welcomed him. Xiao Yu is here, please come inside. With that, he greeted Wang Yu and went in, then instructed the beautiful secretary. Xiaoli, you can accompany Mr. Shan to settle down first, and have a meal together in the evening. For Chen Shuxing's arrangement, no matter whether it was Xiaoli or that mountain total did not say anything, the two looked at each other and left, feeling that the two people must have known each other. It is not good to say that they still know each other's relationship. Uncle Chen, what's the matter with calling me here? Wang Yu asked as he sat down. Xiao Yua, Uncle Chen isn't going to be polite to you, he really has something to ask for. Tell me Uncle Chen, I'll listen first, but there's no guarantee that I can help you. Can help, can help. Chen Shusheng had a smile on his face, then continued. You also know that Uncle Chen will have 10 children born next year, before thinking that there is an after to be able to inherit the family business on the line. Now this after is a bit much, Uncle Chen, this family business is obviously not quite enough. After saying this, Chen Shusheng helplessly rubbed his head. It seemed that recently this bastard had been having a headache about this matter. In the last month, those 10 girls have been calling him all right, asking him to come over, saying that they want to cultivate a bond with their children ahead of time. Chen Shusheng listened to his head. It's only a few months now, people haven't grown into shape yet, cultivate a hairy relationship. Cultivating the relationship between himself and his child's mother was more or less the same, and at first Chen Shusheng was happy to face a different pretty girl every day, and he had recovered a bit after taking the prescription prescribed by Wang Yu. Completely bid farewell to the once 2-minute level, now well prepared, keep the mind, can hold on to 10 minutes, for which the old Chen is still very proud. A month to maneuver between several women. Lao Chen's days do not know how happy, but happy days are always short. These women are not oil lamps, and Lao Chen contact a few times, they are not satisfied with the contract of 10 million, while deliberately curry favor with Lao Chen, while trying to find ways to obtain benefits for themselves. And these things, Lao Chen, the old fox, can still cope with, just a little tiresome, and after this month's indulgence, Lao Chen's dropped back from 10 minutes to 3, scaring the hell out of him. The last few days have begun with abstinence, conditioning my body while making plans for the future. All 10 women are now starting to make little calculations, and when their children are born and grow up, there's no telling what knowledge those moms of theirs will instill in their children. Don't wait until they're adults, and it's a luxury to try to live in peace yourself. It can be said that recently the old Chen really want to sleep at night. In the past, on Chen Yuting, a daughter, not even a son, the biggest idea is to recruit a door-to-door son-in-law. Who knows that Wang Yu, this goods head iron, rigidly disagree, and then began to hit the granddaughter's idea, anyway, is his own bloodline, changed the surname Chen, also considered the family business passed on. So when Wang Yu and Chen Yuting had a messy divorce, Chen Shusheng didn't stop it much at all, and even kinda celebrated it. After all, we all have to look for evidence of who the father of the child is, but who the mother of the child is would be unclear to the mother. Old Chen's thought at the time was that the two granddaughters were his own anyway, and it didn't matter if Wang Yu was their father or not. But later, Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoxiang incident, Chen Shusheng is completely confused, simply cannot imagine that this kind of thing actually happened in his head. Looking at the huge family business without even an heir, he thought of hitting Wang Yu, so that he would not have no one to take care of him in his old age. After that, things are even more out of the old Chen's expectations. Wang Yu refused not to mention, but also helped him cure infertility, after some conditioning, but also so that he now has 10 children. At that time, the great joy of the old Chen forgot that more children is not a good thing. At that time, it would be better to have 2 or 3, and not so much of a headache now. 10 children and they are all still sons, or born in the same year. The old Chen dare not imagine when they grow up will make a mess. After thinking about it for many days, I thought I'd better make the business bigger and earn more money, and then we'll talk about how to share it when the time comes. After knowing about the relationship between Warmth and Wang Yu, Chen Shusheng had been thinking of asking Wang Yu to help hook up with the Warmth group so that his business could also see greater development. But their own, and he just talked to the beginning, sent a gift, this kid played missing, and then asked only to know back to get married, back to Shudu City, and then after the son parent princess organized a wedding. Old Chen was still thinking whether he would organize one with Warmth in a few days as well, so these days he knew that Wang Yu was in Shudu City and didn't bother him. After waiting for more than 10 days, and seeing that there was still no response from this guy, Old Chen couldn't help it, so he asked Wang Yu to come over. Lao Chen wants Wang Yu to help introduce Warmth, and wants to talk about cooperation with Wen's group. For the old Chen's this request, Wang Yu did not refuse, just pass a message, do not do business, cozy own decision. As for whether or not they would reach cooperation afterward was not something Wang Yu could manage. Saying goodbye to Chen Shusheng, who thanked him 1,000 times, Wang Yu fell into deep thought on his way back. Both of his own wives, when counted, are richer than he is, and both cozy properties start at tens of billions. As for Sun Qian, although not as good as XIN, those 2 jewelry stores, and those display cases in the mall, counting at least billions of dollars in value. Although he himself had earned more than $100 million from the Sun family with the help of Qian Qian, this amount of money really wasn't quite enough to spend. When he bought a villa some time ago, it cost him more than $30 million, and now he was left with tens of millions of dollars in his hand. Chapter 147, Wang Yu's plan. To think that old Chen, an old man in his 50s and already worth billions, was still thinking about begging for favors and planning for his offspring. He is only 30 years old now, thinking about lying flat is not too early, and his own offspring will only be more than the old Chen when the time comes, definitely not less than him. Wang Yu silently calculated his own family, not enough to share, certainly not enough to share. When Xin and Sun Qian's children can inherit their mom's estate, but what about Yuwen and Sweetie? The children will inherit their mom's flowers in the future. And being a father yourself doesn't stop you from showing it just because your kid's mom is rich. But if by then the son is richer than the old man, he gave him a few tens of thousands of New Year's money, turned back to the little brat to give him filial piety a few million, this face still wanna be. Thinking of this, Wang Yu cannot sit still, his plans to hurry forward, this time also need to make some investment, otherwise he will not be able to raise his head at home in the future. One can make sure not to spend his wife's money, but still manage to spend his kids' money. It didn't matter if he was a soft touch or not when that time came, after all, everyone else was sure to think he was a soft touch. Wang Yu did not go home but went directly to his great-uncle Sun Dezhao, originally thinking that he would wait for the birth of his own child before starting a new plan, but now it seems that it must be brought forward. The Sun family's headquarters was still built very well now, and it was not the first time Wang Yu had come over, and after arriving at Sun Dezhao's office, Wang Yu quickly stated his intentions. Sun Dezhao heard frowned, to know that their 3 brothers a large part of the money are invested in the Aurora Hospital, although the hospital business is now good day in and day out, but want to recover the cost is estimated to have to wait for 2 or 3 years. Brother-in-law, come now on whether the new hospital step is too fast. Big brother, listen to me, it's not a new hospital, it's a collaboration with the Wen Group to revitalize the Maria Hospital they've smashed in their hands. At present, we have Aurora Hospital in the East City. The old city cannot give up. After all, even if the East City to develop another 10 years, the resident population cannot compare to the old city. As for why Maria Hospital was chosen, I value the word fast. Maria Hospital is currently looking not too good. That's just the lack of some high-level experts sitting in. Plus Wen's group does not have the relevant management experience in hospitals, so it's looking half dead right now. But if we work with our Aurora Hospital, I believe these problems can be solved immediately. And our hospital's current recruitment of the number of people has been a bit overflowing. At that time, only thought of the hard hand. President Han dug a bit more people, plus Su Dong, and recruited some personnel, and now Aurora's doctors and nurses more than between 15 and 20%. So, by partnering with the One Group now and revitalizing Maria Hospital, we can get rid of our baggage and also get a golden chicken that will make us money straight away. Wang Yu spoke spitefully and gave Sun Dezhao a brainwave of his thoughts. After listening to Wang Yu's words, Sun Dezhao thought seriously for a while and felt that this matter was feasible, and immediately called Su Ning. Wang Yu sat in the office chair, watching Sun Dezhao and Su Ning on the phone exchanging views, discussing the feasibility, has been talking for a long time. Halfway warm also called to ask when he came back for dinner, was Wang Yu a talk about business as an excuse to refuse? After hanging up the phone, Sun Dezhao looked busy. Wang Yu said seriously. Brother-in-law, what you said makes sense, but there are two problems facing us now. The first one is that the One Group has been put on the spot by us, so on what basis would anyone else cooperate with us? The second one is, after cooperating with Wen's group, how much money should be paid out in the end? If we pay out more than we can't get out from our side, and if we pay out less than we take up a small share of the shares, then the one who makes money won't be us. Sun Dezhao said these words as to let Wang Yu know the difficulties and retreat. After all, just the first one he feels cannot be solved. Wen's group such a big enterprise, in Shudu City 8 such a big loss, but also think of cooperation, dream on. Hearing the problems raised by Sun Dezhao, Wang Yu is a burst of joy. The problem of Wen's group in his view will not be a problem, cannot take much money, or able to come up with a little money themselves and then pull the old Chen. This hospital will be a success. At that moment, Wang Yu's energy was high and he said to Sun Dezhao, Big brother, this point you can rest assured, the chairman of Wen's group we have a good relationship. As for the problem of money, my side of that part, and then the Chen family side also contacted me, the problem of shares is not big. As for the final division of shares, we'll talk about it when things are settled. The chairman of the Winchesters knows you? Sun Dezhao is a little confused. You and the chairman of the Wen group know each other. Why did Wen Liang come over and you? Well, I know that big brother has a lot of questions, but I'm not at liberty to talk about those, so ask Shanxian, she knows all about it. I have nothing else to do, so I'll go first, big brother. After saying that, Wang Yu wiped his feet. After all, in a moment after Sun Dezhao knew about his relationship with Warmth, the risk factor of him sitting here was too great. Looking at Wang Yu who left, Sun Dezhao took out his cell phone and called his sister. What's up, big brother? Shanxian, big brother asked you something. Well, you ask. That Wang Yu just came over to me, saying that he knows the chairman of the Wen group and wants to work together to revitalize Maria Hospital. What's wrong, big brother, what's wrong? In Sun Xian's opinion, there is nothing wrong with this matter. Wang Yu and Warmth and their own relationship, looking for the Sun family to cooperate, a handful of very normal. What I want to ask is, what is his relationship with the chairman of the Wen group? Just now this guy did not tell me, said it is to call you to ask to make it clear. Hearing her big brother's words, Sun Xian couldn't help but pat her head. It seems that she didn't talk to her family about this matter, but it's not too late to talk about it. After all, it's not something unspeakable. That big brother, the chairman of Wen's group, is called Xin, you know it. No, met at a business reception a couple years ago. Xin's relationship with Wang Yu is the same as my relationship with him, and she's pregnant with Wang Yu's child. Hearing his sister's words, Sun Dezhao froze, plus he knew about the conflict between Wang Yu and Wen Liang, Chen Yuting, and now add the matter of Xin being pregnant with Wang Yu's child to it. The amount of information was a bit large for a moment, and Sun Dezhao felt that his brain was not enough, thinking for several minutes before he could sort of smooth it out. At that moment, the admiration for Wang Yu was like a torrential river. This thing is done. How can I say? It is simply a stimulus. In his opinion, when Liang green Wang Yu, this goods backhandedly steal home directly as Wen Liang's father, the operation is really powerful. Chapter 148, Kidnappers. No wonder this guy is so confident. The chairman of Wen's group is pregnant with his child. Can confidence be insufficient? Little sister, where are you now? Can you come home and tell me in detail? As the head of the Sun family, the usually serious Sun Dezhao was also attracted to this melon at this time. I'm here at Sister Cozy's, I don't have time to go back, let's wait a few days to talk about what's going on. After saying that, Sun Xian hung up the phone. After Wang Yu left the Sun family headquarters, he received a phone call from Zhou Tingjian, and the young man did not know what stimulation, feeling like being abandoned by the world, making Wang Yu puzzled. The two of them made an appointment and Wang Yu rushed over. When I arrived, I saw Zhou Tingjian drinking alone, and looking at the empty bottles on the table, he had dried more than 10 bottles of beer, to say the least. What's wrong? Wang Yu patted Zhou Tingjian's shoulder after he went over. Seeing Wang Yu come over, Zhou Tingjian looked at him with eyes full of resentment. In the afternoon, Sumu was harassed by Zhou Tingjian, couldn't stand it anymore, and simply took a leave of absence to prepare to have a good talk with him. At first Zhou Tingjian was still happy, but as Sumu finished his refusal, the topic turned to Wang Yu. This time Zhou Tingjian realized that something was wrong. It turned out that his own sister Mumu rejected herself because she had a favorite person. And this favorite person was actually Wang Yu, who encouraged him to pursue sister Mumu. At that moment, Zhou Tingjian was depressed, and in his heart, he thought of looking for Wang Yu to settle the score, but when he thought about it, Wang Yu hadn't done anything wrong, and he had also helped him with a lot of ideas. Blaming sister Mumu, that's even more impossible. It's the other girl's right to like whoever she wants. Just because she likes her, does she have to like herself too? After explaining clearly with Zhou Tingjian, Sumu left. She felt that what she should say has been said. If this guy is still entangled, then in the future this brother don't want to be. As for Zhou Tingjian, after listening to Sumu's words, he didn't think to dwell on it anymore, as he didn't have the face to curry favor with people who had said that. Although thought very understand, but the heart is still very difficult. At the moment Aran ran out to drink to relieve the boredom, drinking and drinking, want to call Wang Yu over, want to see how good he is, let their Mumu sister like him. Looking at Wang Yu, who sat down and started pouring wine for himself, the more Zhou Tingjian looked at him, the more he looked at him. Not as tall as himself, not as handsome as himself, except for being a little whiter than him, he couldn't see any advantages. Brother Yu, I want to ask you, why does sister Mumu like you and not me? Wang Yu, who was drinking beer, choked directly at the words and asked after coughing a few times. Who did you hear that from? Sister Mumu personally told me. She rejected me in the afternoon, and also said that she likes you, and told me not to bother her in the future if I'm not doing anything. Sumu, what is this trying to do? Direct clear car horse, not afraid of their own old man nose to clean up her? Timing sword, I don't know what you're talking about. I've rejected her twice, and I have a girlfriend, so I definitely can't be with her. Why don't you work on it? Maybe she'll agree next time. Saying this, the image of the beautiful doctor came back to Wang Yu's mind, and he had to say that he was still very happy to be pursued by such a girl. Forget it, there's no point in trying when it's all said and done. I'm canceling my leave tomorrow and going back to the army in a couple of days. After saying that, Zhou Tingjian drank another bottle of beer. Looking at the negative appearance of this goods, Wang Yu is not good to say anything cannot lead people to lick the dog that way. Come drink you. Okay, drink. The two men have not known each other for a long time, and there is not so much to say. A drink. Wang Yu was very depressed. By this time, the people that Wen Zhong had found had secretly determined Wang Yu's location and were already preparing to carry out the arrest. These people were not local to Shidu City, but professionals that Wen Zhong had offered a $10 million bounty to find through underground channels. It's a no-brainer. Assassinations, kidnappings, whatever. If you pay them enough, they'll do more. Looking at Wang Yu and the other guy who were almost drunk, a few people directly surrounded them. Zhou Tingjian, as someone who came out of a special unit, had a strong sense of danger, and although he drank a lot today, it was still hard to get drunk on this beer stuff. So this will be Zhou Tingjian's brain is still very clear. As for Wang Yu, or forget it, the amount of white wine 3 pounds, drinking beer he has never been drunk. There were 5 people surrounding them, 2 targeting Zhou Tingjian to prevent the bastard from finding trouble, and 3 going over to kidnap Wang Yu. In their opinion, 3 was enough for an ordinary doctor. After all 5 of them were very good at what they did, and dealing with 2 drunken men was really too easy for them. Originally thought that we still need to track the arrangement for a period of time. I did not expect the target to be so cooperative. The morning to take the task, the afternoon to find this goods alone out, the money earned, think about it, is happy. Seeing the 5 people surrounding him, Wang Yu also realized their intentions, but was not intimidated by the formation. Just because you don't fight much doesn't mean you can't fight, and men's self-defense isn't only against women. Unconsciously, he grabbed a bottle in his hand, but before he could do so, Zhou Tingjian flew up and kicked one of the kidnappers out. Then with a swift attack he launched himself at the other kidnapper, but in a few blows he was knocked out. For these people, Zhou Tingjian didn't let go of the water. His hand was very heavy, because he could feel a murderous intent on all of them. Obviously there were people's lives on their hands. In this place, over a couple of strangers who had killed people targeting him, most likely sent by another country to target themselves. Now there was another Wang Yu beside him, and although Wang Yu could bring him danger, it didn't prove that the guy was good with his hands. The other 3 kidnappers saw the situation is not good, and immediately launched a coordinated attack against Zhou Tingjin. Martyr also thought that this 10 million is easy to earn it, and it is true that the capitalist's money is not good to take. They directly surrounded Zhou Tingjin by virtue of their large number of people. As for Wang Yu, no one bothered. Looking at these people reacting so quickly and cooperating so well, Zhou Tingjin was instantly like an enemy. Wang Yu took a beer bottle and was about to do it, moving his body in the process, but he didn't expect the kidnapper to give a damn about him. Temper directly came up, looking down on Hua, while the kidnappers surrounded Zhou Tingjin, directly rushed up. Wang Yu's movements directly attracted the attention of the kidnappers, and Zhou Tingjin took the opportunity to strike, and the 5 men engaged in a violent fight. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 kidnappers were knocked to the ground by Wang Yu and Zhou Tingjin. Looking at the surrounding crowd of onlookers, Zhou Tingjin picked up the phone and first gave his sister a brief explanation of the situation, then dialed the number of his unit. Chapter 149, My Mom Says. After dialing the phone, Zhou Tingjin put his own conjecture as well, and in response to the attack, it immediately attracted a high degree of attention from the military. A soldier under his own command, going home for a vacation, was assassinated, and the military chief's face was blackened. He thought more. The first thing that came to mind was the leakage of Zhou Tingjin's identity. Otherwise the country is so big, how can this group of people locate it so accurately? And in thinking about the missions Zhou Tingjin has carried out in foreign countries in the past few years. At that moment, he gave a direct order to send a squad over to take over these kidnappers directly. At this time, when Zhang was still waiting in a hotel in Shidu City, fantasizing about how he was going to toss Wang Yu after he was tied over. It hadn't even occurred to him how much trouble this incident would bring to the capital's one family. Zhou Tingjin's family background was not considered to be much, but the special force he was in had a surprisingly large amount of energy, and was simply not something that ordinary people could access. Soon Nan, in her police uniform, arrived at the scene with a team of men, and several policemen immediately handcuffed the 5 kidnappers. "Sister, you can't interrogate these people, just lock them up first," Zhou Tingjin said seriously. "What's wrong?" Nan asked curiously. "Sis, don't ask, we have discipline and the military will send someone to take over soon." Looking at her brother's reluctance to say more, Nan didn't ask any more questions. After all, there were some things that she wasn't in a position to know. Soon several police officers took the 5 kidnappers away, who had no idea what was to greet him next. Nan, on the other hand, stayed behind to keep her brother and Wang Yu company. After all, there was still a lot she wanted to ask the 2 of them after what had happened. The 2 of them had drunk half of the wine and hadn't eaten much of the meal, and after a little activity earlier, they would be a little hungry. After changing places, Wang Yu ordered some barbecue and started eating. Nan, after listening to her brother, just told the situation. Look at Wang Yu's gaze is a little different. She did not think that the man in front of her, in addition to medical fighting, is also so powerful. No wonder it can make after their own girlfriends so like. "Brother Yu, tomorrow I'm expected to return to the army, so I'll have fewer chances to see you in the future. I hope you'll treat Sister Mumu well," Zhou Tingjin said cautiously. Wang Yu heard it and did not know how to answer. Just now is not said very clearly. He is a person with a wife. You let me treat your Mumu sister well, in the end how many meanings? Thinking of this, Wang Yu immediately wanted to retort, but thinking about the fact that this bastard will be leaving tomorrow, and after that, he probably won't see him even once a year, so he didn't bother to talk to him much. Casually dealt with a few sentences and said goodbye to their siblings, the roadside waiting for a chauffeur after Wang Yu went straight to the cozy home. Because Qianqian had just called him and said that she and Yuan were also there, which made Wang Yu how could he stand it? These 2 days were sweet and Sumu roundly provoked. This guy has long held a belly full of fire. Today this opportunity will certainly not let go. After returning home, Wang Yu honestly took a shower, then waited for Wan to obediently go back to her room to sleep, and couldn't hold back any longer. Running straight over, he carried the best-behaved Yevon into the bedroom, and then came back out to carry Qianqian in as well. He put it on the bed and was ready to go out next, but he didn't expect Cozy to walk in on his own. This time Wang Yu, happy bad, immediately launched the action. The next day Wang Yu came to the hospital, only to feel that the world when so beautiful, came to his own clinic. He saw the bowl of small nurses. But the little nurse was a little sullen at this time of day, and looked listless, as if she hadn't woken up. "What's wrong, sweetie? Didn't you get a good night's rest last night?" Wang Yu asked with concern. Sweetie sniffed and looked at Wang Yu and nodded her head and said, "My mom interrogated me all night yesterday and now I'm so sleepy." "What were you interrogated about?" "Yesterday Sister Warmth and Wan went to my house and talked to my mom all morning, and in the afternoon I told my mom about the 2 of us." "Cozy went to your house?" "Well, it makes my mom envious and only praises Sister Cozy for her beauty. Hearing Sweet's words, Wang Yu was proud that it was all thanks to his efforts. You told your aunt about my relationship with you and what she said. My mom said to keep me on my guard, that a guy like you surely wouldn't treat me right, maybe he just wants to adopt me. I'll get an anonymous kick in the ass when I'm older, and it gives me a chance to ask you for more money in case I'm dumped later with nothing. My mom also said. After Mu Xinjin knew about Wang Yu and Xin's relationship, she was like an enemy and started to persuade Sweetie bitterly, but the little girl just lowered her head and didn't say anything. Although he did not say anything, but how can Mu Xinjin not know what her daughter is thinking? This girl's heart eyes are dead, and at that moment, she did not know what to say. And now that the house they live in, the money they spend, and their daughter's job are all provided by Wang Yu, can they still take their daughter straight out to live in a bridge hole? Mu Xinjin, who has suffered, is going to think more clearly than Sweetie, since the girl won't listen to advice, let her protect herself. At that moment, he began to teach Sweetie the means of how to pull wool over Wang Yu's eyes, listening to Sweetie sweating profusely. Mom said those means, Sweet listened to the heart of the fear, if you really follow what she said so, maybe we'll be Wang Yu to death. At that moment the little head shook like a rattle, indicating that he did not agree and would not do so. Although Mu Xinjin said painfully, but also do not want their daughters to go to do that kind of junior to the top of the things, see Sweetie shook his head, and immediately hit the idea of fishing Wang Yu money. After all, in this day and age, as long as you have money, you can live anywhere, and in the future, when you are old, if your daughter has a few tens of millions of dollars on her, they will be able to live a good life as mother and daughter. Throughout the night Mu Xinjin talked more and more vigorously, more and more excited, resulting in the sweet sleep deprivation. Just over today began to doze off. As for what my mother said yesterday, I don't remember a word of it, and I don't know where she learned all this stuff. What Sweetie doesn't know is that these tactics, all of which Mu Xinjin learned in books, are online for nothing after being abandoned by her dad, in order to wait until Sweetie grows up to teach them to her. After all, her own former experience had made her recognize what men were early on, and fearing that her own daughter would suffer, she thought to do her own research first. Wang Yu, after listening to the sweet words, to this met a few times Mu Xinjin suddenly surprised for heaven, in the end what kind of mother will teach their own daughter these things? Sugar, did your mom really say that she'd let you get $20 million out of me first? Wang Yu asked curiously. He felt that Mu Xinjin was somewhat looking down on him and was satisfied with a mere $20 million. Knowing how you feel about sugar, that's not a matter of how much money. Chapter 150, Sweetie to spend money. Thinking this way, Wang Yu felt that he had basically taken care of Mu Xinjin by first giving $20 million to Sweetie. Thinking of this, Wang Yu said to Sweetie, who was still dozing off, "Come on, brother will take you out." "Where to, you? I want to sleep." "Come on, let's go help you out." Saying that, Wang Yu went over and skipped work with Sweetie. This one is going to take sugar shopping today, so that the little nurse will grow to recognize that she will suffer for this amount of money later. After all, a girl has to be rich, and it's good to take her on a revenge spending spree. An hour later, Wang Yu brought Sweetie to Sun Dexing's shopping mall to prepare for shopping. As for why he came here, of course, it's a matter of fat and water. Even if he spends money, he should spend it in a place where he knows people. "This lady, this bag for me." Wang Yu pointed to a bag priced at more than $50,000 at the LV boutique and said to the attendant following him. Sweets was pulled by Wang Yu's hand, feeling a bit confused, inexplicably being brought to the mall by Brother Yu, and then he himself took one more look at a bag, and Brother Yu directly bought it for him. To know that this bag is a month's salary of their own. At that moment, Sweetie pulled Wang Yu's hand and said, "Brother Yu, it's too expensive, so let's not buy it." "Obedient, we haven't bought you a gift after knowing each other for so long. Today you made it up to you in one go." With hundreds of millions of cards on his body, how could Wang Yu care about a $50,000 bag? What's more, it was originally with the purpose of consumption over. Sweet heard Wang Yu's words, very touched, at that moment also no longer say anything, although do not know Wang Yu's specific income, but she is clear that 50,000 for Wang Yu is really nothing. Just as the little nurse was moved, a familiar figure appeared in the boutique. Sweets took a closer look. It is not exactly his half-brother, Tian Wenbin. Why was this guy here? After seeing him, Sweetie's little face pulled down. The two are siblings, but their relationship is not usually bad because of both mothers. And Tian Wenbin, in her age difference of a few months, the two were actually in the same school in high school, and in the same class. When the first parent-teacher conference was held, his own father and Tian Wenbin's mother came together, and just happened to meet Mu Xinjin, who also came to the parent-teacher conference. Three people immediately broke out in a heated argument. Do not know what is going on. Sweet, in the process of pulling, only their own, and mother arguing that man is actually their own father. At that time, it was a big blow to the little girl, and when she returned home, knowing that she couldn't hide it, Mu Xinjin told Sweetie all the things she had hidden before. Since then Sweetie hates Tian Wenbin when she sees him, and Tian Wenbin actually started bullying Sweetie at the instigation of his own mother. Because of this matter Muzhinjin those 3 years and her ex-husband's family broke out in times of quarrel. But the power was too thin to take advantage every time, and Sugar had been beaten by her own father and brother several times in the process. It wasn't until she graduated from high school and Sweetie went off to college that she was able to get away from all this life, and when she saw Tian Wenbin again today, Sweetie felt annoyed and nervous.
Tian Wenbin would be in the middle of buying a bag with a pretty girl and didn't notice Sweetie. "Brother Wenbin, do you think this bag looks good on my back?" A girl who looked 17 or 18 years old, carrying a new beige LV bag while looking in the mirror. Tian Wenbin sneaked a look at the price of the bag and immediately felt some meat pain. Recently learned from his friends to disguise himself as a rich second generation, and then really have a girl to fall back. Originally, this one was still having fun, but this one obviously didn't learn the essence, and today, after being fooled by the little girl in front of him, he was brought to the mall. Currently watch Tian Wenbin this goods fast play off. He brought that female companion to choose the bag is worth 170,000 800,000, this goods hands simply do not have so much money. Usually prepare $1,000 or $2 of high imitation goods in advance for those girls who fall back on their own rented $1 million limousine to add, will not, suspicion.
Speaking here, Tian Wenbin also cooperated by taking out his cell phone, which really has a few hundreds of thousands of transfer records. Seeing the transfer records above, Tong Tong really believed it. In fact, what she didn't know was the money is Tian Wenbin and those who are together to disguise the rich second generation of people together. A dozen people put together a few 100,000, respectively, to each other to transfer money, and then their own bank card flow up. Combined with real transfer records, it's a really bluffing trick. After all, not everyone has millions of dollars running through their cards every month. Then, "Brother Wenbin, you must buy it for me next month." "Don't worry Tong Tong, I like you so much, I'll definitely buy it for you, besides there aren't many days left, I'll bring you over next week." Tian Wenbin, fooled Tong Tong, immediately opened his mouth to ensure that, as for next month, this goods certainly will not buy. By that time had long since eaten this girl now, and then pull black deleted dragon, who still know hua. "Well, thank you Brother Wenbin, people trust you." Tong Tong had a pleasing look on her face, only her eyes were still filled with dismay when she looked at the bag. Just as Tong Tong finished her sentence, Wang Yu walked over. Just now, he saw that Sweetie had been sneaking glances here and thought that she had her eye on this bag as well. However, the young couple in front of him was making a purchase, so Wang Yu was not in a good position to take it away from them. Now it seems that the two people do not have the intention to purchase it. As for the man's comment about coming back next month to buy it, Wang Yu doesn't care at all. It's restrained when you don't go up and just pretend to buy it by force. Who's waiting for you to buy it next month? Can't see that my Sweetie is looking over here 5, 6, 7, 8 times. Waiter, this bag for me too. Wang Yu pointed at the bag that Tong Tong had just returned and said, 178,888. Sweetie should raise some eyebrows with this bag on her back. Chapter 151. Wang Yu's words immediately attracted the attention of Tong Tong and Tian Wenbin. The girl is nothing after all, do not know, and other people to buy bags she cannot control. Looking at Sugar beside Wang Yu, she just felt envious, but Tian Wenbin did freeze at this time. Sweet's appearance he would at most feel coincidental, but this man beside Sweet actually bought her a 178,800 bag. This guy couldn't figure it out. Sweetness looked at, invariably, Wang Yu, who had slapped his brother in the face, with an indescribable happiness in her heart. Sweetie, come on, let's go get some more clothes. After paying the bill, Wang Yu came over and pulled Sweetie and was ready to leave. Just walking to the entrance of the store, Sweetie looked like she reacted and pulled Wang Yu's hand and said softly, let's return this bag later, it's too expensive. Looking at Sweet's nervous little expression, Wang Yu could not help but feel a sourness in his heart. Did he used to be like this, thinking that these tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of things simply could not afford to consume? Waiting for their own money, and then come to spend, this feeling when there is no, now spend $1 million or so really heart no waves, too normal. Wang Yu pulled Sweetie's soft little hand and gently kissed it and said, Sweets, in the future, whatever you want brother you will buy for you, don't be afraid to spend money, these things are really nothing to me. Tian Wenbin and Tong Tong also walked out of the boutique at this time. Wang Yu and Sweetie were being sweet at the door at this time. The attendant at the boutique also disgusted after seeing the two couples go out. Aya, now it's getting more and more difficult to see, that handsome big brother just now, the clothes he's wearing are at most $1,000, right? Look at buying things for his girlfriend without blinking an eye. And that girl, she keeps pushing back against it, it's a bit hard to see. Well, look at that rich second generation who wears all the designer labels, carries a multi-million-dollar watch, and comes with a $100,000 bag that he doesn't even buy for his girlfriend. Hey! It seems that in the future we also need to keep our eyes peeled. Don't just run to those who wear designer labels and watches, who knows if those are high fashion or not. Sister Hong is right, these days the rich ones don't flaunt their appearance at all, the ones who don't have money do like to pack themselves in fancy clothes, and when it comes to shelling out the money, it doesn't work. The discussion in the store wasn't loud, but it wasn't so loud that all four men in the doorway heard it. Tong Tong then look at Tian Wenbin's eyes are a little strange, think carefully about the past few days of living together, this just met the rich second generation although they have spent 10,000 yuan, but to say that there is really a high consumption expenditure, it seems that there is no ah. From the realization to now the biggest expense, it seems to go to eat a 3,000 yuan Western food, and Tian Wenbin seems to use a coupon, then said and the boss is a friend to send, now think about it always feel a little wrong. Could it be that this guy is really like what the waiter inside said, it's all pretend, not a rich second generation at all, and that Porsche of his, it seems that there are 2 days have not seen, said that it is to repair. Then look at this handsome brother next to him, buying a bag for his girlfriend as calmly as a grocery shopper, is this the really rich man? Sometimes there is no harm without comparison, taking Tian Wenbin's performance and comparing it to Wang Yu's, the difference is really big. Wang Yu and Sweetie didn't care much about what the people inside were saying, and came to the top women's clothing store next to them, looking at the wide array of clothes inside. Wang Yu thought about those women and his family, as well as the two girls, Wen Wan and Wen Jia. Add to that Sweetie's mom, the relatives in Yan's family, and her own cousin Chunmei, and she didn't seem to have given any decent gifts herself. Since I'm here to spend money today, let's go big. Don't all women like pretty clothes and bags, so let's just do it all at once. While Sweetie Rue was happily picking out clothes, Wang Yu was thinking in his mind about what exactly to buy. Wan Wan and Sweetie are about the same size, so just buy according to Sweetie, and Yan and Chunmei can also buy one size. As for what size Yan wears, Wang Yu knows it by heart, having touched it too many times and is too familiar with it. When Xin and Shanxian also buy a few clothes, as for its people, simply buy the bag, not to say that you are satisfied with the package, as long as you buy expensive, that bag is absolutely beautiful. Has Sugar chosen yet? Pick it out you. Sweet Hand holding a small t-shirt said, Wang Yu look at the price, wow $2,888, it is really difficult for Sweet, in this store confined to 10,000 following the clothes. Okay, you bought it for you. Handing the little t-shirt to the waitress, he then pointed to Sugar. Recommend a few outfits according to this young lady's figure, as long as they're expensive. This. Sir, are you sure? The waitress still had a professional fake smile on her face when she received the t-shirt, and was a bit surprised when she heard Wang Yu's words. To know that their store casually addresses tens of thousands of dollars, to buy a down how to also have to be more than 100,000, according to Wang Yu's words, but also only to buy expensive, that a down straight to 300,000 yuan. Okay, go ahead and choose. Wang Yu waved his hand airily. Little sister, your boyfriend is really too good to you, come to sister to help you choose your clothes. The waitress pulled the kid, and the clueless Sugar went straight to the changing room. Next every 5 minutes Sweetie appeared in front of Wang Yu wearing a different style of clothes. That shy look tickled him, but the different styles of sweetness were all so pretty. Until the entire store's different styles of clothes Sweetie had tried once, Wang Yu said to the attendant beside him while she was still inside changing clothes. The dress this girl just tried on, buy 2 sets according to her figure. Then Wang Yu also told the waiter about the warmth, Sun Qian figure, so that they also prepared a set separately. Sir, a total of 4,722,000, do you really want to buy it? The waitress's hands were shaking a bit, she really hadn't encountered such a buyer in the 2 years she had been working in this store. Swipe. Wang Yu was too lazy to say much and directly handed over the card, then after leaving the address of his villa, he asked them to help send it over later. For a home delivery of this service, rushed over to the store manager said there is no problem, and when the clothes are ready, she personally go to send. After changing clothes out of the suite, pulling Wang Yu's hand this will be a little afraid to speak, she felt that Wang Yu today changed too big. You, there are too many clothes for me to wear, why don't? Sweetness was interrupted by Wang Yu before she could finish her sentence. Behave yourself and you will go buy you a house later. When these words came out, Sugar was completely confused. What is you trying to do? Do you really want to maintain me? Is mom right? Chapter 152 Everyone has a little plan. You bought me so many things today, and then he's going to buy me a house later, do you really want to keep me out? But I want to live with mom, what if you doesn't agree? And will you buy a house without my name just for me to live in? Thinking about those words from her mom last night, Sugar's little head spun fast. Shudu City, the old city of the house and the east city of the house of the price of each neighborhood, Muzhinjin basically and Sweet introduced once again. Houses in the East End are basically around 20,000 per square meter, and those in the Old Town are probably between 12,000 and 15,000 per square meter. That worked out to be between $1,200,000 and $2 million for a 100 square foot house, which wasn't even half of those clothes you had just bought. Sweetie just went over what her mother said in her head, but she was not a gold-digging girl. Even if Wang Yu really wanted to adopt her, then she didn't want to accept Wang Yu's gift just like that. Looking at Sweetie, who was once again in a state of confusion, Wang Yu realized that his step was too big, and was now clearly scaring the little nurse. Thinking like this, Wang Yu felt that he had better explain to Sweetie properly later on, or else the little nurse's mind would not know what else to think about. Several waitresses who were packing clothes looked at Wang Yu with eyes filled with fire. Such a handsome man, and so generous, is simply the perfect Prince Charming in the heart, but unfortunately, he already has a princess by his side, and he has no chance at all. Sweetie, don't think too much, we're in a confirmed relationship now, buying you some gifts really isn't a big deal. But you're spending too much money, just this moment you've spent almost $5 million. Alright, let's go get something to eat, and later on, call up Auntie and we'll go check out the house together, and I think by spending more money for you, Auntie will be more comfortable with our relationship. After saying that, Wang Yu pulled Sweet Hand to the 4th floor restaurant. There is a great is not bad Chinese restaurant, per capita consumption of about more than 2,000 yuan, not expensive, but also not cheap, aimed at some petty couples. Arriving at the restaurant and looking around, the light and luxurious decor is really nice. Here ordinary people certainly cannot afford to eat, come to eat more or less a bit of wealth. The service attitude is also particularly good. Wang Yu and Sugar just came in and felt the attentive service. Coming to the seat, the waiter took out a menu. Wang Yu casually flipped through a few pages. On the top of those very literary names, some puzzled, ordering food to engage in so many fancy what to do. If there wasn't a picture he wouldn't even know what it was, and he didn't think about letting Sugar order it, or else the little nurse would have ordered a slab of cucumber or something like that, and the meal wouldn't have been eaten. Have one of all the specialties you recommend on the top of page 1. With that, Wang Yu sent the waiter away. This restaurant recommended dishes look okay, is the price is slightly expensive a little bit, a few dishes point down about more than $7,000, of course, these for Wang Yu is nothing. Soon a few dishes came up, and as the two ate and chatted, Sugar's tense heart relaxed a lot. Wang Yu filled her with a lot of novel ideas, such as how much he was earning right now, and how this bit of money he spent was just a day or two of his salary if he went by percentages. Sweets also slowly accepted Wang Yu's statement. After all, there is nothing to do if you don't accept it, the money has been spent. Just as the two of them were being sweet, you feeding me a bite and me helping you with a dish, Tian Wenbin pulled Tong Tong into this restaurant as well. Sugar just froze when she saw her half-brother. How could she be so shady that she could still run into him over a meal? Tian Wenbin, after just the thing, feel Tong Tong has begun to have doubts about him, so it is prepared to noontime, come to a high-grade point of the restaurant to pull back some impression points. Just after entering the door, she saw her sister again, and Tong Tong's eyes just lit up when she saw Wang Yu. After all, this man spends money really well and generously, and then turned his head to look at Tian Wenbin beside him, and immediately felt that the gap was so big. What's wrong, sweetie? Seeing that Sweetie, who was happily talking, suddenly shut up and her little face darkened, Wang Yu asked with concern. That man is my brother. Sweetness would no longer hide this from Wang Yu and pointed to Tian Wenbin and said. Wang Yu turned back to look. This is just by a bag when encountered the young couplet. The two are not siblings. How to meet also do not say hello, and strangers, just as Wang Yu froze when Sweet went on to say. My father was the one who abandoned me and my mother because of his mother, and then he always bullied me when we both went to the same school. Both my mother and I have been beaten by the family several times, and he also went around spreading rumors that I am the daughter of a mistress. Obviously his mother is the mistress, but there are still many people in the school who believe his words. Sweet spoke and shook the years of aggression clean, and then told Wang Yu about all the grudges the two families had over the years. The little nurse was aggrieved in her heart, and the more she talked, the more she couldn't control her emotions, which would make her eyes red. Wang Yu, on the other hand, is listening to the dumbfounded, completely unable to believe that everyday lively and cheerful little nurse, there are still so many things in the heart, and hurry to comfort some good. After looking at Tian Wenbin again, his eyes were different. He had actually beaten Sweetie, unforgivable. Thinking of this, Wang Yu picked up the half-drunk soup on the table and walked towards Tian Wenbin with an expressionless face. After reaching him, he directly snapped on the bastard's head, and then it was a kick that sent Tian Wenbin flying. Although Tong Tong had a soft spot for Wang Yu, it wasn't hard to watch her boyfriend being bullied for no reason like that. What are you doing? Why are you hitting people? Little girl, there's nothing for you to do, stay out of the way. Won Yu did not move a bit and did not want to let Tian Wenbin off so easily. Tian Wenbin, who was kicked, of course understood why Won Yu punched him, and at that moment stood up and pointed at Sugar and cursed. Good, you actually dare to let people come over to beat me, wait for lousy to get you mother and daughter killed. Looking at this goods is still so arrogant, Won Yu went up to 2 slaps, hit Tian Wenbin dizziness. How do you talk to your sister? Come over here and kneel down and apologize to your sister. The people who would have liked to come over to persuade the fight heard Won Yu's words and were not good enough to come forward. It looks like this is a family matter, but isn't it a bit too arrogant for brother-in-law to beat his brother-in-law? And this Tian Wenbin also looks not so violent just now, a lot more honest, not at all just when beaten up unruly looks like by Won Yu to be beaten submissive. Chapter 153, Standardized Men and Fishing Women. Tian Wenbin was dragged to Sugar by Won Yu, kicked in the leg, and kneeled in front of Sugar with a hard press. This bastard will only react this time. The sister of his really found a big backer, unlike before when he was beaten and scolded at will. Tong Tong ran over and tugged on Won Yu's arm trying to get Tian Wenbin out. It looked like the little girl still had a good feeling about him. In fact, what Won Yu was not aware of was that the information revealed by Sweetie just now made her aware of the relationship between a few people. Tong Tong's suspicions were long gone, and now she was pretty sure that Tian Wenbin was a real rich second generation. Even though it looks like face has fallen off the face now that he's been given a beating, this guy really has money. He would have rushed up and behaved himself, and maybe it wouldn't have been as simple as buying her a bag after a while. At that moment, he went over very bravely to pull Won Yu up, thinking in his heart that this big handsome man had better slap himself again so that his performance would be more real. Playing a small plan of Tong Tong does not know their own brain. These are wrong. This will be Tian Wenbin also think of how to draw closer to the relationship with Sweet, into society these 2 years. He has really recognized the role of money. Although his own family was not bad, with an income of $40,000 to $50,000 a month, it was far worse than those real gentry. If he obtained Sugar's forgiveness, with his own brother-in-law's identity he could definitely make a lot out of the man in front of him. Thinking of this, Tian Wenbin felt that he was still right to be beaten today. Maybe this cheap sister of his would really forgive himself. Kneeling honestly at that moment, he did not stand up even after Won Yu released his hand. From the time Won Yu left to the time he started to violently beat up his own brother started, Sweetie was in a daze. She didn't know her man was so good to her. Just hearing all those grievances she suffered in the past, he started to give her revenge on the spot. It wasn't until her brother, who had always bullied her in the past now, knelt in front of her that Sugar came back to her senses. Sister, I was wrong, forgive me, will you? Tian Wenbin is worthy of a master of disguise. This time the expression on his face is remorseful, tugging on Sweetie's clothes with a remorseful expression. Looking at his brother in front of him, there was no expression on Sweet's face. The so-called kinship was going to be gone years ago. At that moment, he went over and pulled Won Yu's hand and said, "You let's go, I don't want to see him." After saying that, he turned to Tong Tong next to him. "Little girl, don't you be fooled by him. Tian Wenbin is not some rich second generation, and I have nothing to do with his long ago. My mother divorced my father 20 years ago, he's my father's child with a mistress, so think for yourself." After saying that, the two of them paid the bill and left the place. For what happened just now, Won Yu did not ask more questions, and Sugar did not say anything more. After Tong Tong in the restaurant heard Sweetie's persuasion, she then looked at Tian Wenbin with a different look. Is she telling the truth? Tong Tong, listen to my explanation, that just lied to you. Martyr just ordered food and spent more than $3,000 of this goods. This will be beaten, not to mention sweet words, and let the target in front of this suspicion. Tian Wenbin only feel that today their own luck is poor to a few points. Isn't she your sister? Tian Wenbin this time but did not lie. In his opinion, to determine the relationship of his sweet may also be able to increase the credibility of being a rich second generation. Yeah. Your father also divorced your sister's mother a long time ago. Don't lie to me, I'll ask around. Tong Tong asked another question with no expression on her face. Yes. Hearing Tong Tong say this, Tian Wenbin had no choice but to answer honestly. Then in that case, your mom is really a junior on top. I'm talking about how my brother-in-law dared to treat his own brother-in-law like that. The conversation between the two made the people in the restaurant point and laugh, but Tian Wenbin's thick skin was nothing. But Tong Tong was just a little girl, and this would be a load of talk. Look at that lad's clothes, they don't look authentic. Yeah, his pair of shoes I remember selling online for $300 a pair, and the genuine article is very similar. There is just a letter with some differences. You really can't tell unless you look closely. The watch he wore was of the same brand as mine, and it was also a high imitation. I could tell just now that mine was bought in an authentic store and cost several $100,000, and the attendant gave me a lot of information on how to recognize imitations at that time. Come to this restaurant to eat, most of the people are some money, their ability to identify the brand name is really strong, not a moment to Tian Wenbin carefully purchased fakes to analyze and come out. There is also a young man with a cell phone to calculate a little. The final out of the results is, if these are genuine, about more than 700,000, but Tian Wenbin this body of high imitation goods, at most not more than 2,000. Listening to the words of the people around her, Tong Tong's anger reached a direct peak. She had actually almost been cheated out of her body by this liar. Up went a slap and an angry curse. Liar. Tian Wenbin, who had been arrested, had an expression that looked like he couldn't poop. Standing up to Tong Tong's slap as two slaps, hit Tong Tong directly froze on the spot. Being revealed his identity, Tian Wenbin directly flipped his face. The woman in front of him actually dared to hit him, who gave her face. Tong Tong incredulously rubbed her swollen face with her hand and pointed at Tian Wenbin and cursed. How dare you hit me, you liar? What's wrong with hitting you? Seeing that I'm not a rich second generation doesn't make me feel like I'm not good enough for you. Don't forget that I've spent over $10,000 on you these days, so who are you to look down on me and beat me up? Don't think I don't know how you think, relying on yourself to have a few points of beauty, looking around for rich second generation to fish for money. You are also a green tea fishing woman. Ah! I'll beat you to death. After being sprayed by Tian Wenbin, Tong Tong was straight away furious. Although she was thinking of finding a rich second generation, she really wasn't a salvage girl. In her thoughts, she was just choosing a boyfriend with higher requirements. Immediately pounced over to Tian Wenbin as a claw, is resisting Tian Wenbin and did not pay attention to the face as 5 bloody marks. Look at Tong Tong just do nail, martyr or their own money. At that time, I think it is quite good looking. Pull Tong Tong's little hand touched half a day. I did not expect the attack so strong. Right away the two began to tear each other apart. Tong Tong looked thin and weak, but she didn't lose any ground at all. It didn't take long to scratch Tian Wenbin's face with paw prints, and the people around him were pointing and discussing while watching. Surprisingly, none of them thought to come forward to stop the farce until mall security arrived on the scene. Chapter 154 Wang Yu was a rich man. Wang Yu brought Sweetie directly to a newly opened property in the East District, and on the way here fooled Sweetie into calling her mother to come over as well. The two men were lounging on the couch after looking at the property. Which set does Sweetie have her eye on? You, it's better not to buy it. I don't want you to spend any more money on me. It makes me feel like I'm under your thumb. How do you talk? What's a package or not? Are you doubting my feelings for you or your own? No you, it's just... I just feel like this is weird. It was fine, but once you spent money it felt like our relationship wasn't pure anymore. Sweet's words make Wang Yu a little weak. After all, he has 3 more women. The feelings for Sweet is certainly not pure. As for spending money to buy bags and clothes for Sweet, it is more in order to appease the prospective mother-in-law who may be looking for trouble. Now pulling Sweetie to buy a house is also for his own sake in the future, and in the spirit of the prospective mother-in-law's suspicion of his character and behavior, Wang Yu simply will be wrong. If you think it's a package, then I'll spend my money honestly, as long as you're comfortable with your daughter following me around and not causing any trouble. As for whether or not he was sincere in his treatment of Sugar, as long as the little nurse understood in her own heart, it was fine. Sweetie, don't think like that. Can't I spend money on gifts for you as your boyfriend? But these things are so expensive. If it's expensive, it's not a gift. Do rich people have to spend hundreds of dollars on gifts too? Listen, when your mom comes over, pick a house you like and put her name on it then, so your mom will be relieved you're following me. Wang Yu's words made Sugar not know how to retort. After all, these things that Wang Yu bought were really not much for his income. Just now on the way here, Wang Yu told her, 5 patients a day, clinic fees a person 2 million, he in the hospital 46 points. Wang Yu takes 6 million, the hospital takes 4 million, and there is a 5% dividend for Wang Yu every year. All of this was told to him by Sun Dishing afterward, and although Wang Yu didn't put in any money, he was a gold standard for Shiguang Hospital. How many rich people are running over his name, and those 10 famous experts who were poached by Dean Han, each of them is not paid much lower than Wang Yu, only they are not as idle as Wang Yu, and there is no dividend. Calculating like this, Wang Yu had a daily income of $6 million in addition to his rest days, which amounted to more than $100 million in a month. Sweetness was directly shocked when she heard it. She knew very well about the patients Wang Yu had booked. It was already next July. Calculated in this way, Wang Yu is nearly $2 billion a year. Sweet How cannot figure out why those people will spend $2 million to go to Brother Yu's clinic. In fact, she had underestimated the wealthy base in the country, realizing that those people Wang Yu targeted had their own small circles themselves, and information was passed on very quickly. After Wang Yu's fame was confirmed, bosses or top wage earners with a bit of industry knew that there was a very powerful doctor in Shudu City Shuguang Hospital. For those who want a child, or want a dragon and phoenix child of the rich 2 million is too worth it, and Wang Yu also for men, research a good set of conditioning formula, for the body of the conditioning has a very obvious effect. And those women who have gone through Wang Yu's massage, the minor problems accumulated in the body for many years are completely rooted out, plus the maintenance drugs given by the system in a targeted manner, the effect is even more obvious. Making money was really too easy for Wang Yu now, and many people regarded Wang Yu as the divine doctor of the day. However, Wang Yu is not everyone can be diagnosed and treated. For some completely dead spermatozoa men, he is also unable to do anything. The face of these people, Wang Yu said very clear, no means no. As for those women who had completely lost their fertility, although Wang Yu could not make them carry a child, he was still able to make her body recover well. So even if not every man can have his child here, it's not Wang Yu's problem. After all, your body is like that, it's useless for anyone to come. Although Wang Yu is not 100% able to cure infertility, but as long as you still have the possibility of fertility, come to him to be able to have a child, when more people came to the wind. There are a lot of them who are healthy, but their requests are usually for twins, triplets, or for sons and daughters, so that the base is calculated to be bigger and the hospital's business is better. The two chatted for a while. Sweet's cell phone rang. At this time Mu Jinjin just came to the sales department, received Sweet's call. She is still unsettled until now. The words I said to my daughter yesterday, now I feel a little blush when I think about it, and they were all self-taught by her on the internet, so I'm not sure if they work or not at all. I didn't realize that my daughter actually did what she was told, and the other party actually started spending money on sugar. Mu Jinjin, who has completely lost trust in men, at this time believes in only the money in his pocket, so after hanging up the phone, he came to very quickly. She had already made up her mind that she was going to add her daughter's name to the house even if she had to put on her old face. Mom here. Sugar didn't answer the phone because she had seen Mu Jinjin and stood up and waved right then and there. Upon seeing her daughter, Mu Jinjin put away her cell phone, and then her gaze naturally went to Wang Yu who had already stood up. Hello Auntie Mu. Seeing Mu Jinjin walking over, Wang Yu hurriedly gave a polite greeting. Then took out a watch and gave it directly to Mu Jinjin. This watch was still prepared for the cozy daughter-in-law at that time, but later found out that the daughter-in-law was actually Chen Yuting, and surely would not give it out. Prepared for Wen Liang, he is given the old man. As for the mother is not like to wear these things, for the watch, jade these things, the mother instead of gold is very interested in. So this watch, until now, is still thrown in Wang Yu's car, until today Wang Yu just thought of it, just to give Mu Jinjin. Sugar, lot help you, Mom put this watch on. Saying that, Wang Yu handed the watch to Sweetie who had already pulled Mu Jinjin's arm. The little nurse took the watch and prepared to put it on Mu Jinjin without even looking at it. She didn't know any famous brand watches, and just now Wang Yu didn't buy it for Sweetie, but this lady's watch right in front of her looks like it's worth a lot of money. For Wang Yu to give his mother such an expensive gift, Sweetie was still very happy. Mu Jinjin, who hadn't opened her mouth to speak yet when she came over, was directly shocked by Wang Yu's handiwork. Sugar didn't know the value of the watch, but she was well aware of it. After all, she was in her 40s and had seen nothing. Chapter 155, Old Scumbag and Old Green Tea. Originally, he was still thinking of giving Wang Yu a downward spiral and posing as his mother-in-law, but now Mu Jinjin doesn't know what to say. Take manpower short off, mother-in-law is no exception, had to pat sweet hand to Wang Yu said. Xiao Yu, I know all about you and Sweetie, as a mother I definitely don't agree with my daughter following you just like that. Saying that, he sighed slightly again, as if recalling some sad past event, and looked at his own daughter earnestly. But as a woman, my experience has taught me that men change, so don't blame Auntie for being greedy. These words looked like they were said to Wang Yu's, but they were also said to his own daughter, trying to make her understand that money is much more important than love. These words of Mu Jinjin Wang Yu, as a person who has been there, nodded with some approval. But Sweetie was a little embarrassed. She felt like her mom had come to discuss how much money she had with Wang Yu, so she lowered her head and blushed, not knowing what to say. Think about how many hardships and ups and downs Mu Jinjin had when she was betrayed by her husband when she was young and then pulled Sweetie up all by herself. It was understandable for her to lose trust in men now, and at that moment Wang Yu assured Mu Jinjin. Auntie, don't worry, I really like sugar, even though you don't believe me when I say this, I'll definitely show you. Then pointing to the sandbox in the sales center, he said. Sweetie, just pick whatever you want, as long as it's what you see, you can directly buy it in full and give it to you, it's also a way of settling Auntie's heart. Yo! Who do I think it is, if it isn't Sister Jinjin? As soon as the words of Wang Yu fell, a slightly mocking voice came over. A woman with a hot body and heavy makeup walked over with a middle-aged male in her arms. Isn't Sister Jinjin the one who frowns upon a woman being a big spender? How come her own daughter has found a rich man? LV beautiful flowers, you shut up. Mu Jinjin's eyes were about to spit fire as she looked at the pair coming over. Sugar took her mother's hand and tugged it back, afraid she'd rush into a fight. Wang Yu, on the other hand, frowned as he looked at the pair in front of him, feeling that there were some bad comers. Not introducing yourself, lad. LV beautiful flowers look at Wang Yu's suddenly bright eyes. Good brisk young man, suddenly is a heart swing. Wang Yu, sweetie's boyfriend, what are you two called? I'm Sugar's stepmother and this is Sugar's father. After the words of LV beautiful flowers finished, the man next to him slightly raised his head a little and waited for Wang Yu to go up to pay his respects, with the air of an old father-in-law. Oh, it's that old scumbag who abandoned his wife and daughter and the old green tea who seduced someone else's husband. With that, Wang Yu turned around and went up to take Sweetie's hand, then said to Mu Jinjin, Auntie, don't talk to this kind of person, it's not good to get angry with yourself, let's go buy a house. Then the three left without looking back, leaving behind the scummy man and woman who were sprayed with anger by Wang Yu's sentence. Are these the only properties you have, no nicer houses? Wang Yu looked at the brochure, not very satisfied. The grade of this property is very poor, are more than 20 floors of the building, the largest house is less than 200 square feet, he is running today to buy a house under the bride price, simply do not see these. Sir, we also have a completed subdivision with low-rise houses and townhouses, but they are much more expensive. Check it out. Wang Yu finished looking at Sweetness and Mu Jinjin, but it looked like he wasn't asking for instructions, but informing the two. Mu Jinjin, this will still not smooth out the gas, looked down at their own dull daughter, suddenly a little deflated, last night taught half a day for nothing. Okay Xiao Yu, whatever house you buy today auntie will collect for Sweetie. Saying that, his eyes glanced down at LV beautiful purples who came over next to him. Please sir, we have the vehicle ready for you. After the sales department lady asked the leader, she immediately gained approval, and then came over to slightly respectfully invite Wang Yu and his party to see the house. Auntie, want to call on those two? Call them what? Tell them to come over and see how well you and Sugar are doing, huh? Mu Jinjin's eyes lit up as she sniffed at her ex-husband. Tian Shimen, your daughter is going to buy a new house. Tian Shimen was just about to refuse when he heard this, but LV Beautiful immediately pinched his arm, and at that moment, he said to Mu Jinjin with a smile. Sweetie is going to buy a wedding house, how can we as parents not look At that moment several people got into a business car prepared by the sales department. Xiao Yu, where is home, what kind of work do you do? As soon as LV Purples got on the car, she sat on her butt next to Wang Yu, and Mu Jinjin was furious and clenched her teeth. Tian Shimen looked at the three women behind him, and immediately chose to switch places with the sales department lady and sat in the passenger side. For hard to squeeze up these two, Wang Yu thought about it and decided to bring it, and later on, he must show his ability to pay money well, so that Sweetie and her mother can have a good long face. Me, from the country, currently working as an outpatient doctor at a small hospital. Wang Yu's hometown was originally from the countryside, and it's not wrong to say that it's from the countryside, and it's not really a lie to say that this guy did visit the hospital. However, LV Beautiful Flowers obviously did not believe it, and obviously did not want to let Wang Yu go, and then opened his mouth to ask. Xiao Yu, where are we going to look at houses? LV Beautiful Flowers just now only know to go to see the house, and the Car City sales department, and the sales lady followed, just do not know the place, this will be a face of curiosity. Don't worry auntie, we'll see when we get there. Wang Yu smiled faintly with a you guess what look. 10 minutes later, the business car pulled into the entrance of an upscale neighborhood. Sir, are we going to look at a townhouse or a townhouse? No better? Wang Yu looked at the surroundings and felt pretty good, but since he wanted to show the ability of money, of course, he had to buy the best. Yes sir, there are currently 2 single-family homes inside the neighborhood that are not for sale. Come on, just go see the villa. But in a few minutes the commercial vehicle stopped in front of a garden villa. A middle-aged man who looked like he was in his 30s and wore a butler's uniform, which looked like a professional, greeted Wang Yu and their arrival with a smile on his face. Behind him was a young lady with glasses and a hot body in designer OL clothing. Sir, these two are a sales manager for the company and the top consultant assigned to you. The sales lady saw the two of them with a look of envy. The uniformed woman was the company's top salesperson. This time, together with the manager, I guess they are ready to take this #1 villa. Wang Yu didn't care about the change of personal service, and when he slightly bowed his head, he got out of the car. Nana, introduce Mr. Wang first. The butler man said to the uniformed woman next to him. Okay, Manager Zhu. Chapter 156, Technology Changes Life. After Nana finished speaking, she walked to Wang Yu with a professional step, but there was no out-of-the-ordinary actions or expression. After all, Nana was a professional, and the man in front of her was followed by an innocent and cute little girl, and the relationship between the two was unusual at first glance. It's not hard to guess that this simple little girl is still so pretty and a man's heartthrob. Right away, I knew that my highest success rate of shedding for a house was not going to work. This time, she was ready to show her real skills and ruthlessly hit the face of those who were talking about her behind her back. Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, please follow me. Nana bowed gracefully and made a gesture. Sweetness got a big red face from the phrase Mrs. Wang, pulling Wang Yu's hand shyly, not daring to speak. The two old ladies, Mu Jinjin and LV Purples, were in a daze from the moment they saw the villa, and this time they hadn't reacted yet. As for Tian Shimen, this bastard just said to go to buy cigarettes, and has not come over until now, presumably for fear that his new love and old love will fight again, and in the past, Mu Jinjin was alone, and he still had an advantage. This time around with a Wang Yu, if this is a mess, he is certainly not a rival, or let the woman make a mess, then he went over to collect the dogtail on the line. Wang Yu wrapped his arm around Sweetie's soft and slender waist and followed Nana into the garden villa. Manager Zhu respectfully followed behind, looking at the couple walking past in front of him, rare and handsome, and the female was the best of the best. None of those women in their own sales department could compare, although I didn't know if this Mr. Wang would buy the villa. But judging from the girl he brought, the strength is definitely there, and if he doesn't buy it, it's not that people don't have money, but they don't see the house. Thinking of this, Manager Zhu immediately followed. Mu Jinjin and LV Purples looked at each other and couldn't care less about quarreling, and immediately chased after them as well. Sweets, how do you fancy? This villa is a little small, but you and your mom live also enough, if you are not satisfied with my set of villas in Tianhaiyinzhu for you. Wang Yu said casually, but in his heart he really thought so. His own set of villa is almost hairy. When he bought it, he still thought that he could enjoy the happiness of all people. Now it's really true that I'm overthinking it. I don't want your house, don't spend money on me, okay? Sweet raised her small face with a serious look at Wang Yu. While they were showing their love as a couple, Nana in front of them was very unsettled in her mind. As a gold medal salesperson in the real estate sector, how could she not know the name of Tianhaiyinzhu, where the lowest set of villas there cost more than $20 million, and the better ones even reached more than $40 million? Currently can be said to be the top of Shudu City's most luxurious neighborhood, can live in the inside of those people, which is not worth more than 100 million. And think about those who can spend tens of millions of dollars on a villa. Will they come with a minimalist decor? Definitely how to luxury, how to come, furniture and other things, not to mention, international brands have to be backward, do not come on a set of private customization, are sorry for the taste of the owner. Thinking of this, Nana got into the spirit and immediately got into the mood and became more and more respectful to Wang Yu. Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, this villa is the highest grade villa in the entire district. Let me introduce it to even the two of you first. The villa is centrally located in the neighborhood and comes with 3 private parking spaces and a garden of no less than 60 square meters in front and back of the villa. With Nana's introduction, the two of them also got a brief look at the villa. This villa is already renovated, please the top domestic design team carefully built, the materials used are environmentally friendly and non-polluting, so if you too buy this house, you can completely directly move in. While walking and listening to Nana's introduction, Wang Yu also calculated in his mind, the villa is not very big in general, about 600 square feet, the first floor, kitchen, dining room, living room, bathroom and a nanny room. The second floor has 3 bedrooms, there is an independent check room, the third floor because it is the top floor, directly as a whole nearly 200 square feet of space, the overall use of floor-to-ceiling window design, 360 degrees without dead angle are installed in a large piece of glass. The starry sky design on the top area of the ceiling opens automatically at the push of a button, enabling one to lie in bed and enjoy the beautiful night sky. A 3-meter diameter circular leather custom-made soft couch was placed in the middle of the third floor, which can be used as a bed or a sofa. Nana took a remote control in her hand and clicked it, then Wang Yu saw the entire third floor glass turn black as if it was injected with ink. The midday sunlight did not shine in at all, while a curtain 3 meters high and 5 meters long fell down right in front of the soft couch. Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, the entire third floor is designed to be the essence of this villa, and it has the largest space in this villa, enough to satisfy a variety of in-home activities. This one right now is a private theater mode, and below that there's a bar mode, a sports and fitness mode, and so on. With Nana's introduction, Wang Yu was interested in this villa. After all, the one he bought really didn't have this kind of high technology. The two of them, Mu Jinjin and LV Purples, were also immersed in the enjoyment of technology at this time. The more Sweetie looked, the more surprised she was, feeling that her brain was not enough, since she grew up in poor living conditions, she had always been very frugal, and this villa in front of her, a combination of luxury and technology, was something she could not even think of before. Before visiting, Sweet thought that the mansion was only in terms of large space, good decoration and expensive furniture, but with the experience just now, she realized that the so-called happiness of the rich people was really unimaginable to ordinary people. With the various models on display on the third floor, the sun shone back in. Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, how do you feel about this house? It's not bad, I was almost bluffed just now, I thought my 2,000 square foot one wasn't as good as this villa. After changing a few modes just now, Wang Yu reacted that these designs were frankly realized through those glasses on the third floor. With the lighting and graphics, it looks really good, but the practical nature is poor. If I stay for a long time, I'll only be able to use 3 or 4 modes at most. After all, if I'm going to move in the whole exercise mode, fitness equipment God forbid, and then change it to bar mode, wouldn't all this fitness equipment have to be moved out? Not to mention the later planet modes, forest modes, and canyon modes that are obviously difficult to realize at first glance. Aside from the graphics, with some models and potted plants the cost couldn't be lower. But those are the downsides, this design still has a lot to offer. The first thing Wang Yu thought of was the private theater mode, which is really good, especially the big soft couch, which can satisfy many people watching movies at a glance. Just normal movie watching, of course.